The youth possessed the ability of eternal life, but the price was that he could never become an emperor. Over countless millennia of sorrow, Chen Changsheng witnessed one invincible powerhouse after another rise and fall. Today, one of Chen Changsheng's close friends embarked on the path to becoming an emperor through righteousness. A vast sea of earthly tribulation lightning gathered above the 9 heavens, resembling the power of apocalypse descending. The dazzling lightning tore through the heavens and earth, unleashing supreme divine might. Aotian is about to become an emperor. Chen Changsheng sighed. At the center of the universe spanning the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a colossal emperor's tribulation converged, with divine lightning of all colors forming a sea, exuding an aura of terrifying destruction. It was a competitive aura, suppressing all, and also the final shackle before ascension to emperorhood. Above the immense sea of lightning, the faintly visible mandate of heaven emerged, radiating supreme divine might that compelled all laws to bow in submission. Chen Changsheng stood beyond the universe, far from that sea of lightning, watching the figure within it. Clad in black robes, the man stood alone and aloof, like the sharpest sword in the cosmos. He forged upstream through the lightning, peerlessly valiant, shattering tribulation after tribulation, displaying an invincible demeanor. His sword light illuminated past and present, rolling unstoppably through the emperor's tribulation. Yet the earthly tribulation was terrifying beyond measure. Even he suffered wounds beneath its sea of thunder. Throughout history, countless peerless geniuses had perished under this tribulation, reduced to mere bones paving another's path to emperorship. But Aotian was different. If there was one in this era who could claim the title of emperor, it was Aotian. He had long since defeated every opponent across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chen Changsheng watched Aotian, who, despite being grievously wounded in the emperor's thunder tribulation, showed no weakening in his aura. The sword light seemed to pierce through time itself, radiating an intent to annihilate all. A surge of envy rose in Chen Changsheng's heart. To become emperor, this was a dream every being in the 9 heavens and 10 earths had once entertained, and Chen Changsheng was no exception. Damn this broken system, with all its restrictions. It grants me immortality but bars me from attaining the Dao and becoming emperor. How infuriating. When he first arrived in this world, the system had given him 2 choices. First, eternal life but no emperorship in this world. Second, the path to emperorship but no immortality here. So Chen Changsheng decisively chose immortality. After all, who wouldn't want to live through the ages? Yet watching others ascend to emperorship left a bitter taste in his heart. Chen Changsheng silently grumbled to himself before casting a glance at Gu Yanghe, whose eyes sparkled with radiant vitality. Gu Yanghe, the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, possessed talent no less formidable than Lin Aotian's, yet she willingly played the role of a supporting character. This only deepened Chen Changsheng's discontent. Back when the 3 of them had roamed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, standing shoulder to shoulder, paying homage to the peerless geniuses of the sacred clans, they had ultimately reached the pinnacle, all qualified to become emperor. Yet in the end, it was Aotian who claimed the throne. Chen Changsheng's heart brimmed with envy and resentment. Not only is Lin Aotian about to ascend as emperor, but he also has the most beautiful woman in all realms by his side. Chen Changsheng was so enraged that he nearly ground his teeth to dust, even considering whether to sneak into Lin Aotian's heavenly tribulation. After all, they're sworn brothers, he probably wouldn't mind. But the moment this thought crossed his mind, he felt the celestial mandate looming over the sea of tribulation lightning would mobilize the power of 10,000 Dao to nail him dead on the spot, which is why Chen Changsheng remained so obedient. Humph, sooner or later I'll shatter this celestial mandate. Booming thunder roared. The supreme heavenly tribulation emanated an aura that made all things bow, as if to annihilate everything. The entire 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled, and countless divine heroes soared into the skies from all directions. Lin Aotian held a sword in his hand, as if cleaving open a world, infinitely approaching that sea of earthly tribulation lightning. It's coming, Chen Changsheng thought silently. As long as Lin Aotian could break through the suppression of that sea of earthly tribulation lightning, he would achieve the ultimate leap, gaining the recognition of the heavenly mandate and becoming the sole great emperor of this era. At that moment, the entire universe seemed to suddenly lose all its brilliance. Then, a colossal sword light abruptly erupted, slicing the vast sea of earthly tribulation lightning in half with just one strike. Heavenly blessings descended, countless divine heroes and golden lights fell. The power of order and laws pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All Daos resonated, and auspicious beasts manifested in visions. Gu Yanghe was overjoyed, his spirit soaring. Chen Changsheng sighed, his heart growing calm instead. Lin Aotian had ultimately succeeded. He broke through the blockade of all Daos, achieved the ultimate leap, gained the recognition of the heavenly mandate, fused with it, and seized the position of great emperor. From this day forward, Lin Aotian's name would also be bound to the annals of history in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, revered by all. The power of the heavenly mandate grew increasingly majestic, as if illuminating all things. At this moment, only a single figure remained at the center of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, surrounded by all Daos. That figure was towering, as if standing at the end of the great Dao. Beneath his feet was a golden path formed by all Daos, resonating in unison. To his left and right, dragons and phoenixes danced, while an aura of the great emperor spread, permeating every corner of the universe, the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and even those ancient, eternal realms. This was the aura of a supreme being, belonging to the highest existence, shining like the midday sun over every corner of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a new great emperor was born, his supreme aura suppressing all. Even those within the Forbidden Lands had no choice but to remain vigilant. For at least the next 10,000 years, those once invincible beings would have to lie low. This era belonged to the new great emperor. Even if they ascended to their peak power through extreme sublimation, they would likely still face defeat and demise, for a great emperor of the current age was truly invincible. At this moment, Chen Shangsheng could only retreat silently. This era belonged to Lin Outman. He was merely a supporting character. Watching Gu Yanga approach the newly ascended Aotian great emperor, Chen Shangsheng lingered no longer, leaving the place entirely to the two of them before returning to his own secluded realm. Shortly after, Chen Shangsheng opened his system interface directly. The immortality system was bound to its host, Chen Shangsheng. Current status, Quasi-Emperor Peak Realm. Lifespan, Eternal. Immortality points, 13, 749, 267. The Immortality Treasure Vault was unlocked, and the power of deduction could be exchanged. Available attempts, 0. At this moment, Chen Shangsheng was hiding in his lair, a space that belonged to the 9 heavens and 10 earths yet was also an independently created realm. Feeling the vast, oppressive might of the great emperor emanating across the heavens and earth, he drank wine, rolled his eyes, and couldn't help but grumble. So what if he's a great emperor? I don't even care. Moments later, he smashed his wine cup in frustration. Is it true that I can never attain the Dao? There must be a way, right? I'm sorry, host. To seek eternal life is to forsake the path of the Dao, such is the rule. Chen Shangsheng's emotions spiraled out of control. What kind of absurd rule is this? How can such an unreasonable setting exist? Moreover, Chen Shangsheng's immortality only extended to his lifespan, not invincibility. For instance, the great emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as those hidden in the Forbidden Lands, posed immense threats to him. Even though Chen Shangsheng's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the mortal world, just one step away from the ultimate leap, he was still not a great emperor. An insurmountable chasm lay between him and the great emperors. Despite having some hidden cards and unwavering confidence, when facing the invincible beings of this era, the great emperors, he could at best only hope to escape. And even that was merely a possibility. Chen Shangsheng fell into silence. Was he destined to keep hiding like this forever? After pondering for a long time, Chen Shangsheng finally decided to focus on improving his strength first. Even if he couldn't become an emperor, he at least needed the means to protect himself. He opened his immortality system. Over the years, through this system, he had obtained countless opportunities, some so rare even an emperor might covet them. Cultivation techniques and divine medicines no longer held much use for him. It seemed his path had reached its limit. Staring at the vast accumulation of immortality points he had amassed, points that steadily increased as long as he lived, he realized this was the direct source of his growing power. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Shangsheng ultimately decided to exchange for one chance at divination. Divination power exchanged, 10 million immortality points consumed. Seeing the staggering cost, Chen Shangsheng couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He never expected it would require so much. My path has ended. I must comprehend my own way. Forge a path that belongs solely to me. Only by becoming truly strong oneself can one be considered genuinely powerful. Longevity is my greatest advantage. Chen Shangsheng had begun his seclusion from the world, bound to realize his own Dao. Time is like a shuttle. 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. For those who had not yet become emperors, 1,000 years was almost a generation of time for an ordinary cultivator. But for great emperors, it was just the beginning. It was also in the first millennium that great Emperor Aotian started his own holy land called the Aotian Holy Land. After that, he arrived in the cosmic stars, and the power of heavenly destiny emerged and fell down on the power of the 10,000 paths, and a great figure illuminated the ancient and modern worlds. The hearts of all living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands felt like a mountain had been pressed down. Those forbidden places even rushed up countless divine haze to resist that vast imperial might. In the cosmic starry sky, the aftermath of the collision of the great Dao was like a meteor that descended into the earthly world. This great vision lasted for several years. Eventually, a sword light in the depths of the universe was like a black dragon roaring, breaking through thousands of thunderbolts. The power of the extreme Dao emerged, which belonged to the supreme greatness, like it was trying to cut through heaven and earth. That magnificent figure returned from the starry sky holding a pitch-black longsword. Countless great Dao laws opened the way for him, and golden light paths illuminated all over the universe. And the emperor's might was immense. There's news coming in. The heaven and earth anomalies over the years were all caused by Emperor Aotian casting his soldiers in the depths of the universe. It was a weapon of the extreme Dao, infinitely powerful and possessing supreme divine power. Shortly thereafter, the Aotian Emperor brought the sword of the extreme Dao outside of a mysterious ancient mining cave. This is the Immortal Demon Mine, which has existed since ancient times, without knowing its origins, only knowing that there have been several great scourges in history that have had its shadow, and once it even caused a certain great emperor to harp on his blood. All the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands were agitated. Could it be that this great Aotian Emperor of incomparable greatness was going to reverse the Forbidden Zone and sweep away the source of all the scourges? Throughout the ages, it wasn't that there were no great emperors who had done this, but there were not many who had truly succeeded, and more often than not, they had suppressed the supreme beings in those forbidden places, and very few forbidden places had been destroyed as a result, especially those who have existed since ancient times in the forbidden area, mysterious and incomparable. Even the great emperor of the current generation does not dare to go in. Once there was a great emperor to go against the forbidden area, to the late period of time, by the forbidden area of the supreme beings rounded up, the origin of the flesh and blood are all eaten by them. All the living beings were concerned intense, expecting the Aotian Emperor to strongly kill the Forbidden Zone and obliterate it, but worrying that the Forbidden Zone would start a dark war. A vast imperial might envelop the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Aotian Emperor stood in front of the Immortal Demon Mine. His figure was magnificent, his eyes were like divine light, the power of the 10,000 paths emerged, and his battle intent climbed to the peak. However, that immortal demon mine emitted a terrifying fluctuation at the same time, and from within that mine, a dense blood light rushed up to the sky, followed by a majestic voice. Is the Dang Emperor trying to sweep the Forbidden Zone? The living beings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands were all moved. That magnificent figure didn't move a muscle, and his terrifying eyes looked like they were trying to see through the immortal demon mine. Humph, you passed. A cold voice came from within the immortal demon mine, and only then did the Aotian Emperor retract his eyes, then calmly said, I want a heavenly fate stone. You want the heavenly fate stone? Do you really think I have no one in the immortal demon mine? A supreme power not weaker than Imperial might began to revive, and the great Dao was roaring. The Aotian Emperor took a step forward, strong and incomparable. If I don't give it, I'll go in and get it myself. Are you really not afraid that we will fight you with extreme sublimity? Even if you are a great emperor of the world, there is still a risk of falling. A furious voice came from within the immortal demon mine. For how many years? No one had ever dared to provoke the immortal demon mine like this. Even the great emperors of the current generation did not dare to be so arrogant. However, what responded to the immortal demon mine was the Aotian Emperor's step forward, as well as the slow lifting of the Emperor's sword that emanated the might of the extreme Dao. The immortal demon mine was emitting terrifying fluctuations, as if a supreme being was about to come out. But in the end, the immortal demon mine was still quiet. From the middle of the mine, a stone that emitted strange fluctuations floated out, along with an old voice. Take that, the cause has been planted, and someone will come for the effect in another day. The Aotian Emperor only left behind one sentence. As long as I am alive, you shall not come out of the world. He then took a step out and came in front of the other forbidden place, still strong and incomparable, and said only 2 words. Bring it. The living beings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands were incomparably excited. The Aotian Emperor was too strong, and soon after becoming an emperor he began to threaten the major forbidden lands, displaying his invincibility. There was no big battle as expected. Soon, those forbidden places that had been patronized by the Aotian Emperor all sent out a gift. Even Chen Chongsheng, who was in seclusion, briefly came out once and could only helplessly spit out a sentence as he watched the Aotian Emperor's strength. Worthy of being a great emperor of the world, even daring to threaten the Forbidden Zone. Aotian Aotian. But that's really something. Chapter 003, Deducing the 12 Military Paths. Chen Chongsheng slowly withdrew his divine ability and frowned slightly. Even though these things are incredibly precious, they aren't of much use to Aotian, who has already been certified as a great emperor. So what does he want these things for? Chen Chongsheng was a bit confused, because Ling Aotian had almost threatened most of the forbidden lands for these things, which was a very unwise thing to do. Unable to figure out Aotian's behavior, Chen Chongsheng let out a long sigh. With these karmic consequences, even if you are a great emperor and related to those forbidden places, I'm afraid the future will become even more unpredictable. Anything involving the forbidden and the invincible would involve some great karma. Chen Chongsheng didn't go to think about it too much, and a Dao heart once again became ancient. I'm on the right path. Keep going. It might actually work. Keep pushing. With the power of one of the system's deductions, spending 1,000 years, the Dao that Chen Chongsheng was going to follow currently had a prototype, and just one of them exuded an inexplicable aura. He was sitting there, His entire body seemed to be enveloped by a strange light, and his figure seemed to be in place and in the ancient future. Walking onto this path, Chen Changsheng still hadn't been able to cross that heavenly moat, and was still far from the Dao of a great emperor, but it's biased. His aura was mysterious and unfathomable, and again, it was several points stronger than those who had already reached the end of the great Dao. In the blink of an eye it was another 600 years. Chen Changsheng is almost 3,000 years old. In the middle of the small world, time hadn't left a trace on his face, and he still looked like a young man. He sat there in a platter, like a lifelike stone statue, without the slightest fluctuation of divine power, like an ordinary person. But on the contrary, it made people feel that his figure was starting to become magnificent, and I don't know how long it was. It was as if the sound of the great Dao contending resounded within that seated figure, and the entire small world suddenly rioted. Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, which were silent and lightless, and a strand of his hair suddenly fell off and turned into robbed ash. Immediately after, his body began to glow, and every inch of his flesh and blood looked like it was about to burst open. He operated the supreme great Dao to suppress this vision, and in a trance, a blurred figure suddenly appeared, each of which was terrifyingly incomparable, emitting a supreme might. Chen Changsheng suddenly let out a muffled grunt as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. That terrifying figure began to crumble, and a piece of ancient wood in the sky emerged from his back, and above the ancient wood, each green leaf held up a star. A winding heavenly river circled around the ancient wood, and in the middle of the Milky Way were 3,000 great Dao transformed into visions of splendor. The image of his flesh and blood disintegrating was stopped, and then all the visions slowly dissipated, and eventually, within his physique, only 12 blurry and unintelligible objects loomed. This is the right path. I'm on the right track. There was a hint of relief between Chen Changsheng's brows, but then it turned grave again. It's just that this kind of Dao is so overpowering and rare in the world that even my body, which is comparable to that of a great emperor, would accidentally crumble apart and split apart. Chen Changsheng looked internally at the 12 clusters of unnameable things within his body. This is my 12 paths of war. When my path is complete, it's the real lifter. Chen Changsheng's heart rushed up 10,000 feet of bravado. He had absolute confidence that the Dao he had deduced was so overbearing that even great emperors would not necessarily be able to withstand it. As long as it was able to cultivate 3 of these paths, it might be able to touch a great emperor and not have to hide and be discovered in such a way, because it was only the embryonic form of the great Dao right now. Chen Changsheng felt that he was an invincible existence under the great emperors, even if it was one of those supreme beings inside the forbidden zone that had once cut themselves. Even if Chen Changsheng could not defeat them, he was absolutely confident that he would be able to escape. I have enough time. I won't come out until I cultivate the 3 types of Bing Dao. Chen Changsheng had already made up his mind and continued to go in the small world to continue his cultivation, paying attention to the movements of the 9 heavens 10 in the meantime. For the first military path, choose tripod, he pointed out with a finger, and the great Dao in front of him began to intertwine, from nothing to something, and soon, a thick ancient tripod was presented in front of him, with 3 feet and 2 ears, and countless inscriptions and all things in the heavens and the earth were engraved on its body, and the great Dao was intertwining, with the heavenly treasures I've collected and the precious materials I've exchanged. It's enough to forge the first Dao soldier. Inside the body, one of those 12 unnameable things had opened up to echo the tripod. Chen Changsheng smiled with satisfaction and reached out. A crack appeared next to him, and from within the crack, a piece of rare material that emitted streams of light slowly floated out from it, forming a long, radiant river. There was even a piece of immortal gold in it. Under the power of the Wei, these materials began to be refined, and in an instant, they turned into liquid and began to be injected into the ever-intertwining cauldron in front of them. Inside his body, a terrifying aura of the great Dao began to revive, instantly enveloping that tripod, and when Chen Changsheng saw the scene, he slowly reclosed his eyes. Road soldier, soldier road, complimentary. It's only been 100 years. Chen Changsheng awoke once again. The Dao Bing above his head echoed his own 12 Bing Dao, dropping a hint of hanging breath. The time this square tripod was cast was too short. Although it had already taken shape, it was still far from the mighty distance he expected. He looked ahead. A red light floated. The reason why Chen Changsheng had awakened after only 100 years was because of this message in front of him. This was a unique method of connection that belonged to the 3 of them. This great emperor of the day sought him out. Chen Changsheng sighed and reached out his hand to directly grab and shatter the firelight in front of him, after which, a strange look appeared on his expression and a strange smile surfaced on his face. No wonder. I kind of get it now. Chen Changsheng didn't know what to say, but he also finally knew why. 1,000 years ago, the Aotian emperor had continuously provoked those forbidden places to obtain something that wasn't of much use to him. Because Emperor Aotian is going to marry the imperial queen. All is a gift for the Empress. Empress, Gu Yensong. the first beauty of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the wedding of Ling Aotian and Gu Yengu. I was supposed to make a trip. It's time for me to come out. Chapter 004, The Great Emperor Marries. Chen Changsheng sends demigod pill. Something big has happened in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Emperor Aotian had become an emperor for 600 years and was finally going to marry the Empress. This Empress was known as the first beauty of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with great talent and wisdom, and was also known as one of the most likely witnesses at that time. Almost all of the ancient Holy Lands and those 10,000 races with long-lasting legacies had been invited by the Aotian Holy Land. Nowadays, the entire Jade Emperor heaven became festive and lively. The 8 directions came in a tide, and the Holy Lands and 10,000 clans all brought their congratulatory gifts to the Aotian Holy Land to observe the ceremony, ready to see this vast scene that would be hard to see in the ages. Within the boundaries of the Aotian Holy Land, the Aotian Great Emperor had exerted great means to detain the once shattered Divine Mountain from the depths of the universe. The Divine Mountain was lofty and incomparably tall, filled with an ancient and thick aura. On top of this Divine Mountain, Great Emperor Aotian had long ago sacrificed a complete space that was more than enough to accommodate the guests of the Holy Land and the 10,000 races. The Aotian Holy Land is also extremely generous. Everywhere you can see the spiritual fruit, spiritual medicine and spiritual springs, but there are also countless treasures piled up in a divine haze in the treasure pavilion, allowing the person who has the destiny to take away. The figures on top of the Divine Mountain were densely packed, all coming from different races and those ancient clans of Holy Lands with long-lasting legacies. At the forefront of the Divine Mountain was a high platform with a green aura that was created from the green sky brightness stone, a holy relic belonging exclusively to great emperors, with many mysterious effects. On top of the stone platform, there was a magnificent figure standing on top of the sky. His body did not emit half a point of cultivation fluctuations, but all the roads were transformed into a golden road under its feet. Next to it was a noblewoman of the heavens dressed in a phoenix crown and cape. She had a beautiful appearance and a hint of a smile on her face that eclipsed the heavens and the earth. She was the Imperial Empress that Emperor Aotian had married, Gu Yengu. Known as the #1 beauty of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, it was a wedding without a lot of complicated processes. Emperor Aotian just took Gu Yenji's hand and accepted everyone's blessings. Those guests from the 10,000 clans and the Holy Land brought congratulatory gifts and sent their sincerest blessings to the great emperor and the empress. As the words come out of the law, the heaven and earth descended with the auspiciousness of the great Tao, and countless golden flowers landed in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, which caused many people to let out a gasp of amazement as these golden flowers contained some great Tao senses within them. 5-colored haze rushed to the sky, green dragons and golden phoenixes flew, and it seemed like the 9 heavenly fairies had manifested themselves, and the fairy music was bursting, manifesting the vastness and magic of this moment. Gu Yengu looked at this grand wedding and looked at Ling Aotian with a smile in the corner of her eye. In fact, she didn't want it to be so grand, she just wanted a simple marriage. But Ling Aotian said that he wanted everyone to know that Gu Yengu was Ling Aotian's imperial queen, and so, Gu Yengu promised him. She saw a lot of people at this unprecedented wedding, including those old friends from holy places with long-lasting legacies in 10,000 clans, as well as those who had once lost to them in a battle on the Emperor's Road. There were a lot of people coming, but she didn't see the figure. He's not here yet, Ling Aotian hummed. If he subdues a few bodies, I'm afraid he won't come. Gu Yengu, however, shook her head. He'll come. The words just fell. A ripple of the great Tao suddenly rippled in the sky above the entire Divine Mountain, followed by a loud boom and countless thunderstorms densely covered with flashes of electricity. Countless beings who had come to watch the ceremony looked at this terrifying scene, thinking that someone was coming to cause trouble. Next moment, countless divine thunderbolts condensed into a figure at this moment. The figure was wearing a green shirt, very young, with an upright posture and a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He said in a loud voice, "I'm sorry I'm late. The great emperor and the empress must apologize." Chen Changsheng arrived on top of the high platform with a single step, and with a casual flip of his palm, a small tree emanating the light of the stars appeared, and there was a moon-like fruit hanging above this small tree. May the great emperor and the empress be blessed with an everlasting union for 10,000 years. Big brother eternal. Gu Yenji's eyes contained a smile at this time. Congratulations, he said, and at this point, the people watching the ceremony under the high platform had already exploded. They recognized the star tree. It was in existence second only to the immortal god pill, and even if it wasn't as good as the immortal god pill, it could still be called a demigod pill. The body of the star tree could not only refine artifacts, but its star fruit could increase its lifespan by 5,000 years, which was why it was called a demigod pill. 5,000 years. This is a lifespan that how many living beings can only come across. Even those quasi-emperors who had come to the end of the great Tao were only 6,000 or 7,000 years old at most. These 5 000 years could be said to allow them to live another life, and there was no difference between it and the immortality pill. One must know that there were only a few immortal god pills throughout the ages, and they were all in the hands of those invincible people, and many great emperors had only lived one life because of it. From this, one could see how precious this demigod pill was. Many people looked at that star tree and salivated. It was too precious. The entire 9 heavens and 10 lands were afraid that it would be hard to find a few plants, and it was still a star tree that had already matured. I didn't realize that it was just watered down and given out as a congratulatory gift. And then they take it for granted when they see through the man. It was because that person, along with the Aotian Emperor and Empress Dowager, were known as the 3 greats back then, and were among those who had the best chance of witnessing the Dao in the first place. Ling Aotian's sword path was heavenly and overbearing. Ancient Yengo was both talented and beautiful, and was crowned the first beauty of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, had the least number of strikes, but every time he struck, all sorts of divine spells were even more readily available, and he was given the name of the true Lord of 10,000 laws. These 3, in the beginning, he defeated all the supreme heavenly prides of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and was invincible in the same realm. This star tree is too valuable. I can't take it. Ancient Yengo looked at this star tree and smiled as she excused herself. Chen Changsheng just carried his hands behind his back. Longevity is of no great use to me. When another period of time passes, I will completely subdue myself, and when the next life opens, I will certify myself as an emperor. He twisted his head again to look at the Aotian Emperor. I won't get drunk tonight. You've let you have the great emperor of this world, and even the first beauty of the 9 heavens. I won't lose to you in drinking tonight. The Aotian Emperor also laughed. Okay, we're not going to get drunk tonight, so there's no harm in letting you win a game. Wait until the Hoham wedding is over. Chen Changsheng met up with more than a dozen close friends from the Holy Lands and various clans, all of whom had once been close friends and had now stood at the end of the Great Dao and become a quasi-imperialist. Emperor Aotian also sealed away his Great Dao and drank with many of his former friends. This night, they were drinking and telling stories of the past, talked about the youthful arrogance, talked about the high-mindedness, talked about the thrill of killing enemies in the desperate situation at the beginning, but also lamented that the friends around him fell on the road of the Emperorhood to fight for the throne. Some drink, some laugh, some regret, some are silent. Among the 10 or so people, the one who actually had no real regrets should be the Aotian Emperor. What regret is there in proving to be an emperor and marrying the first fairy of the 9 heavens? As for the rest, in this age will eventually become a companion in the bright light of this great emperor. That's all. Everyone was drunk, and the day after they were drunk, the sober ones left one after the other. They are no longer young, and today, they all have heavy responsibilities on their shoulders. Instead of leaving, Chen Changsheng stayed in the Aotian Holy Land for a while longer, and during this time, he also discussed the Dao with Ling Aotian many times and gained a lot. In the end, he bid farewell to the Aotian Emperor and Ancient Yengo, a formal farewell, not knowing when he would see them again, perhaps never. Leaving the Aotian Holy Land, a figure appeared in front of her eyes to block the road, and under the moonlight, the white-clothed fairy's eyes were bright and her temperament was like that of an immortal, but she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Little thief!" Chapter 005, Visiting the World, Refining the Taoist Heart in the Red Dust. Hear that one voice. Chen Changsheng was in a trance for a moment, like he saw that bright-eyed little girl carrying a long sword, calling out with a mouthful of little thieves, chasing after himself, itching to dismantle himself. That little girl's figure overlapped with the white fairy in front of her. There was less of a sly and lively air, and more of an ethereal, out-of-this-world aura. Chen Changsheng looked at the white-robed fairy who had specifically stopped him at this place, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "It must have been Gu Yanga who told you about my whereabouts? You want to run away again?" She answered the question and just stared at Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng sighed, not knowing what to say. "This fairy in front of me is the Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Not now. It should have been the Holy Lord long ago. In the beginning, under an accident, Chen Changsheng bumped into Bai Weiwei who was bathing, and the result was that she chased Chen Changsheng all the way with her long sword. A few years, the two entangled with each other, and finally became good friends from the killing, and the two traveled together through several pieces of heaven and earth for decades. Bai Weiwei gravitated to him. Thus, Chen Changsheng began to avoid it again and again. It was until later that Aotian testified. Bai Weiwei looked at the man in front of her. He hadn't changed much from back then. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Bai Weiwei changed the topic and began to inquire. "I thought that in this life, you would have witnessed the Dao." Chen Changsheng just raised the sky and let out a long sigh, seemingly somewhat helpless. "I can't compete with him. It's not really that he can't compete, but that he simply can't testify, and there's no way for him to say that to anyone." Bai Weiwei stepped forward to Chen Changsheng's side. Chen Changsheng didn't run away this time. she said. How can I say that we haven't seen each other for more than 1,000 years? Can you walk with me for a while? Chen Changsheng looked at her and nodded. The two of them strolled together under the moonlight, mostly Bai Weiwei talking, much of it from the past, with Chen Changsheng being a listener. Chu Hui is dead. He died? When was that? Chen Changsheng was a bit surprised. Chu Hui is a friend that the two made when they first traveled. The person is very gentle, extremely talented and gifted, considered a generation of absolute pride. Bai Weiwei just said very plainly. He didn't make it through when he crossed the tribulation and died under the heavenly tribulation. Chen Changsheng was silent for a while. How many heavenly prides had fallen under the heavenly tribulation? Throughout the ages, only one great emperor could appear in an era. But how many heavenly prides could truly stand at the end of the great Tao? Very little. There are many dry bones on the Imperial Road. But when this withered bone was someone he knew well, Chen Changsheng felt a pang of regret for no reason. This immaculate Taoist heart of his hadn't fluctuated even a little bit for thousands of years. But today, it had produced a strange heart. Chen Changsheng stared at Bai Weiwei in front of him. Bai Weiwei similarly stared at him, an intoxicating smile on her face. Eternal life? Do you think there are really immortals in this world? If they are immortal, can they really live forever? Fairy. Throughout history, who does not fantasize about becoming immortal? Even the great emperor also for this demon. There are great emperor vowed to penetrate this world to the immortal world. There are great emperor not hesitate to cut a knife to fall into the darkness, just to wait for the opening of the road to become immortal. But, becoming immortal is like the biggest scam of all. It has deceived all living beings in the past, present and future. But there are still people who work tirelessly on this path. No living being can refuse. All living beings who embark on the path of cultivation are seekers on the path to immortality. Chen Changsheng twisted his head over. His heart hid a huge secret. He was able to live forever. But was he an immortal? Neither is he. Watching Chen Changsheng remain silent, Bai Weiwei muttered to herself. What will you do next? In this life, you were unable to prove your path and become an emperor. So you're going to wait for the next life? Chen Changsheng still gave a statement that everyone knew. I will suppress my body and wait until the next life to become an emperor. Bai Weiwei looked at him, a touch of belief in Chen Changsheng welling up on her face. You will become an emperor. Regardless of that era, you will become an emperor. Although I don't know why the one who becomes an emperor in this era isn't you, but I've always believed that you can become an emperor. Then what are your next plans? Chen Changsheng inquired, avoiding her gaze. Bai Weiwei just smiled. Even though I've already reached the end of the great Tao and can't become an emperor, at best I only have 5,000 years left. She looked at him. I'll do something I want to do. She paused, as if she had trouble saying something, but then as if she had made up her mind. Everlasting, will you promise me something? Chen Changsheng nodded. Go ahead. This time we parted, and I don't know how many years it will be when we meet again, in the future. Can you come to the holy land of Yaoqi to see me once every 1,000 years? Bai Weiwei's eyes revealed a glimmer of expectation, a state of mind that had not appeared since she had walked to the end of the avenue. Chen Changsheng hesitated for a moment. Yes. Bai Weiwei's eyes glowed anew, bright and smiling just as they had been at that time. The two continued on for a while longer, just as when the two had traveled together in company. From the starry night to the next day's great sunrise, Bai Weiwei finally took the initiative to say goodbye. Changsheng, don't forget, after 1,000 years, remember to come to Yaoqi to see me. Bai Weiwei is gone. Chen Changsheng, however, realized that his state of mind had changed somewhat, not in terms of an unstable Tao heart, but a touch of lingering emotion. It is said that cultivation is heartless, but he cannot cut it off, knowing that he will grow up and those who are familiar with him will leave him one by one. Chen Changsheng is a little lonely. No return to forget me. With a silent recitation, his mind began to become calmer, and a Tao heart became indestructible once more. With Bai Weiwei's departure, Chen Changsheng did not immediately return to his own little world, but took advantage of this outing to visit some of his former close friends. Perhaps for a long time after that, it may not be seen. Thus, for the next 100 years, Chen Changsheng traveled the 9 heavens and 10 lands, visiting those who were once close friends. It's just a shame that nothing ever exists perfectly. Some of these good friends from all over the world met and drank for a long time. Some went out and did not return, not knowing when they would meet, and others met again and could only pour a glass of wine on the grave. The avenue is lonely. In the end, it's just the avenue to keep yourself company. Chen Changsheng returned to his own small world. This walk had led to a lot of enlightenment. His mentality had changed. His supreme state of mind felt like it had been baptized by the earthly world, and his heart of a Tao became more and more complete. He sat cross-legged on the ground as drastic changes began to occur within his body. Seems to have thundered to destroy everything, and there are countless forests and trees began to newborn. A destruction. A newborn began to constantly intertwine, constantly reincarnation. The entire small world was enveloped by the great Tao. A splendid divine haze of order was born out of thin air. On top of Chen Chongqing's head, there was a tripod slowly sinking. Tripod, 3 feet and 2 ears, emitting a thick, ancient aura. Above the body of the tripod, there were inscriptions of all the spirits of heaven and earth, and all the changes in everything were in it. Chen Chongqing slowly closed his eyes as countless great paths intertwined, as if evolving the wonders of the birth of the cosmic stars. The moment. He is like an elderly one who sits on the end of time. Chapter 006, the red color is easy to age. The immortal path is hard to find. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. Now that Chen Chongqing was over 4,000 years old, time seemed to have failed to leave a single trace on him, and he was like a forgotten person. During these 1,000 years or so, Chen Chongqing had continuously refined his Dao Bing and perfected his 12 Bing Dao. The first Bing Dao had not yet been perfected, but it was not far off. His aura was extremely bizarre, and his Dao was incomparably close to that of a great emperor. But he wasn't a great emperor after all, and he couldn't make the ultimate leap to break the shackles that sealed the 10,000 paths, and he couldn't touch that godless realm. Even the mandate of heaven doesn't recognize him. Asterisk 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 Q. System, can't you fight for me to become an emperor and live forever? Chen Chongqing, who slowly opened his eyes, looked out at the starry sky. Even though he was an eternal being and had a worry-free lifespan, but not being able to certify to become an emperor in this world was always less meaningful. It was as if, being a bastard, he could not inherit the orthodoxy, no matter how well he performed. Unicorn innocently lies down and can only sun-dry his silence. Chen Chongqing opened the system again. At his realm, there were very few things that were useful to him, and the real role of the unicorn was longevity. Everything else was a side project. A great deal more longevity points have been accumulated. The only thing that worked for him was the power of deduction, so he consumed most of his longevity points to redeem it once more and waited until the next deduction to perfect his Dao weapon. It's been over 1,000 years. Chen Chongqing also went to the Yaoqi Holy Land to meet Bai Weiwei as promised, and the two of them agreed to travel the 9 heavens and 10 lands together for up to several years before returning. Now, this heaven and earth. The closer he got to the supreme realm infinitely, the more Chen Chongqing felt the mystery of this heaven and earth, beings hidden in the darkness, forbidden areas that have existed since ancient times, and the legendary passageway that connects to the immortal world. It made him more and more cautious. Chen Chongqing had always felt that it was an unwise thing for the Aotian emperor to provoke those forbidden zones in the first place, and that there would eventually be a great war in the future. At the end of 4,000 years, when many people were approaching their twilight years, that great emperor was still riding high, and he hadn't even really reached his peak yet. The great Dao of the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths was thus more easily manifested, and countless living beings were favored by the great Dao, making it easier for them to embark on the path of cultivation. Aotian, you're really something. Chen Chongqing had also silently felt the changes in the 9 heavens and 10 lands from within the small world, and had to recognize the stunningness of the Aotian emperor. He thought that if this great emperor could kill 1 or 2 darkness supremacies in this life, or break into a forbidden zone, then his position would be even more honorable. Everything has nothing to do with me. Chen Chongqing slowly closed his eyes again and began to deduce his Dao of soldiers. 5,000 years old. Chen Chongqing was out of the gate. His first Bing Dao had been perfected. It was a flawless Dao that renewed the end of his Dao, and he was on another path. Compared to those supreme paragon emperors in this world, Chen Chongqing had already pulled away from them by a long distance. His body similarly exuded a greatness that made the 10,000 paths tremble, a power that belonged uniquely to the supreme beings, equal to those supreme beings. Only, he was still not a great emperor, and he was still far from a great emperor. Only, facing a great emperor, he had all the means at his disposal, and he was not powerless after all. Chen Chongqing was also pondering, if he were to face those invincibles who had cut themselves to pieces and hid in the Forbidden Land, how big would the gap between the two be? Without having fought, he had no way of knowing. Chen Chongqing got up and suspended a side of a thick cauldron above his head. All living things manifested, emanating the greatness of suppressing everything, and under the augmentation of his Dao of Bing, it definitely wouldn't be any weaker than an imperial artifact. His first Bing Dao emphasized defense and possessed the power of sealing, which was rare in the world. Next, it's my second military path. With his hands behind his back, his eyes seemed to look through this small world. His first Dao of Bing lacked true killing power, so the second Dao of Bing majored in killing, and soon, Chen Chongqing completely settled on the second Dao of Bing. It was an axe with the power to open up everything, different from the sword's harshness, also different from the knife's dominance. The axe has absolute power and killing. Under one axe, all laws will be broken, and the sky will crumble. There are enough materials. The second Bing Dao will be several times harder than the first. There's no rush. The 1,000 years have passed, so it's better to go to the appointment first. The Holy Land of Yaoqi was situated in an ancient divine mountain in the upper Qing heaven. This sacred mountain is covered by snow all year round, and at the top of the mountain is a continuous immortal lake, where the Empress Yaoqi was initially attained and opened up the Yaoqi Holy Land. Bai Weiwei had long since stepped down as the Holy Lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Outside of this ice palace, under a bright red plum tree, she was fluttering like an immortal, slowly making tea. A green-shirted figure without a proper form sat across from her, took a sip of the bland and tasteless tea, and smacked his lips. Tea is bland, not as good as wine. Bai Weiwei just looked at the person in front of her, a bright smile blooming on her face. Why are you so early this time? I thought you were going to be a couple 100 years late again. Chen Changsha was half recumbent on the ground in an apprehensive manner, but his eyes were fixed on the brightly colored plum tree. I'm afraid that if I'm late, this plum tree should be thankful. Bai Weiwei just laughed it off. This plum tree was planted by his own hands in the first place, and has long since been energized, so how could it be thankful? Staying with him, it seemed like his mind would always go back to that time, and Bai Weiwei said, Chang Shang, why don't you take me to see the Sea of Stars once this time? Chen Changsheng agreed. For more than 100 years afterward, Chen Changsheng traveled the stars with Bai Weiwei to search for that once-in-a-thousand-years vision. It wasn't until the third 100 years, when the two were about to give up, that they finally found a trace of the star ocean. It was a grand journey of star migration that was stunningly beautiful. It was as if all the stars in the cosmic starry sky had all converged together at this moment, and the great Tao and starlight intertwined, truly transforming into a brilliant ocean in the cosmic starry sky. Bai Weiwei looked at this scene as if she had let go of everything. She said, Chang Shang, you don't have to come visit me from now on. It was rare for Chen Changsheng to see a hint of playfulness on her face, as if the fairy in front of him had never been that playful little girl. Chen Changsheng was just silent, perhaps having guessed Bai Weiwei's mind. 5,000 years. She's been through most of her life and is nearing her twilight years. The rules of heaven and earth. Even great emperors could not change their destiny against the heavens. Chen Changsheng reached out and grasped, and countless starlight was grasped in his hand, finally forming a hairpin made of stars. He reached down and put it on top of his hair. Somewhat amused, he joked, What? Did you move on? Bai Weiwei whacked him without any good reason, and whacked, with no reason for tears to flow. She said, Everlasting life, if only I could really live forever. Even if I could only see you once in 1,000 years, I would still be satisfied. I'm a little afraid that I'll never see you again. I guess it's less to see one at a time. So much for me not seeing you. By the star ocean, Chen Changsheng gathered Bai Weiwei in his arms. How can seeing you once in 1,000 years be enough? I'll have to bring you to see the Sea of Stars again in the future. Instead of returning to his lair this time, Chen Changsheng stayed in the Yaowu sacred ground, accompanying Bai Weiwei while hammering his second Bing Dao, until he was 6,000 years old. The first white hair was finally born out of Bai Weiwei's 3,000 black silk. Chen Changsheng reached out and stroked Bai Weiwei's hair in silence. Bai Weiwei just smiled and held his hands and said softly, It's been great. Chen Changsheng's heart had already begun to calculate which forbidden area might contain a demigod pill or immortality pill. The original star tree had been given to Gu Yanghe as a congratulatory gift, and he no longer had any demigod pills in his hands. And, inside his system treasury, everything, there was just no immortality pill or demigod pill, as if everything was predestined. Redheads age easily. Chen Changsheng's eyes exuded a heart-stopping, palpitating light. Perhaps, it's time for him to get out and walk. Chapter 007, Age like a knife chopping heaven's pride. 6,000 years. For them, the supreme paragon emperors who had come to the end of the great Tao, they had already begun to move towards their twilight years. They were no longer young, and their blood qi and origin had begun to weaken. Chen Changsheng had naturally felt the subtle changes in Bai Weiwei's body. Time is slowly taking everything away from her. Chen Changsheng was about to leave, and with his means, he could not help but enter forbidden and extinct lands to search for those demigod pills that still remained. Only Bai Weiwei stopped him. She seemed to have looked away long ago. It has been good to have your company for the last 1,000 years. I'm content. Chen Changsheng just looked at her features and smiled gently. Chen Changsheng felt that his state of mind had changed. It was a very marvelous feeling, and it was rare to feel a trace of anger and unwillingness in it. There's also a kind of celibate lassitude. For a long time, Chen Changsheng had often left the Yaoan Holy Land and traveled to some of the jaded lands, but he had never been able to find any trace of the demigod pill, let alone the immortality pill. 6,500 years. Bai Weiwei's silver hair had obviously increased, and Chen Changsheng had cast a great divine power to wash away the traces of the passing years every time. But unfortunately, the effect was minimal, and that was also the year. Another close friend of the two, Ancient True One from the ancient clan, has finally come to the end of time. The two met this old friend in the stars. He was old, but he still couldn't hide his former spirit. He sat down in the starry sky and looked at his two old friends with a smile. He couldn't help but snicker. I knew that you two would eventually come together again. The three of them drank among the stars and talked eloquently about their youthful ignorance and the adventures they took together to put their lives on the line. In the end, the aura of the transformation Dao on Guzhani could no longer be suppressed, and he motioned for the two of them to stay away and see him off on his final journey. Chen Xiangsheng brought Bai Weiwei to watch him from a short distance away. Subsequently, the ancient True One transformed into the Tao. His body began to crumble under the great Dao, transforming into brilliant light as he gave up resisting and instead became young in the last moments of his life. His eyes contained the sun and the moon. His body was erect and spirited, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Shouted at the two men, "It is my good fortune to be with you in this life, and this world is good. Hey, but I, Gu Zhenyi, never want to come back." He laughed brightly in the great Dao calamity, smiling and bidding farewell to the two men, gradually turning into calamity dust. And finally, he shouted, "Shu Hui, I'm coming for you." The might of the Dao of transformation in the starry sky dissipated, but the figure of Gu Zhenyi was no longer visible, and a supreme pride of the ancient clan, an old friend, faded away completely like this. The two stayed in the starry sky for a long time, and in the end, after Chen Xiangsheng sent Bai Weiwei back to the holy land of Yaoqi, he broke into one of the forbidden zones that had existed since the beginning of time alone. God's ruins. Suspending aside of the 10,000 spirit cauldron that suppressed the 10,000 ways above his head, Chen Xiangsheng erupted with the forbidden power that belonged to a supreme being, and he broke into the forbidden zone alone. But in the end, a few supreme beings began to recover. With the hegemony of the 12 soldier paths, coupled with the suppression of the 10,000 spirit cauldron, Chen Xiangsheng retreated in the hands of a few supreme beings who had not fully revived. It's just a shame he didn't find the demigod pills. Looking at the blood-soaked Chen Xiangsheng, Bai Weiwei's heart ached as she tenderly stroked Chen Xiangsheng's face. "There's no need to do this for me. In the last hours, with you accompanying me, I'm already satisfied." Chen Xiangsheng was silent for a moment, only saying one word, "Yes." In the centuries that followed, the two of them spent a peaceful and beautiful time as a mortal couple, traveling the mountains. And as time passes, Bai Weiwei was starting to get old too, and not just her. People from the same era as them also began to leave one after another, and the two of them watched the departure of several friends together, all of whom were once heavenly prides that had blossomed brightly in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but their departure was so calm and silent. The twin kings are sitting down. The divine race's divine Aotian's time is also running out. That unbeatable golden-winged little rock king ended up breaking into a forbidden area and was turned into blood mist. The once holy maiden of the great beginning has transformed her path in the starry sky. In the 9 heavens and 10 lands, news of the once-generation prides of the heavens transforming into the Tao came from all over the place. The era that belonged to them looked like it was about to come to an end, and there were not many contemporaries left, with only a few lingering old men left to be sealed into the divine source to shelter future generations. The years are like a knife cutting down the pride of heaven. How many people have failed to make it through this hurdle and have fallen at it? Raise your eyes. The universe and the stars are filled with graves, and there is not a single familiar face to be seen. 7,000 years. The years had failed to leave half a trace on Chen Xiangsheng's body. Only, Bai Weiwei was about to be unable to stay up. Her head of silver hair could not be retained even if Chen Xiangsheng used his means, and the traces of age surfaced on that face of hers. Eternal life, take me to see the sea of stars once more. Yes, Chen Xiangsheng brought Bai Weiwei to the starry sky once again, and this time, they were lucky enough to happen to meet a starseed tide that was rare to see in 1,000 years. Chen Xiangsheng just hugged Bai Weiwei and looked at the radiant sea of stars, and it was at this time, the entire universe was suddenly in turmoil, and the aura of a great emperor filled the air, spreading over the heavens, and was incomparably strong. The heavenly destiny at the very center of the universe emerged, incomparably powerful. The 9 heavens and 10 earths emitted a brilliant light, and thousands of great avenues began to converge, erecting a golden avenue in the cosmic starry sky. A magnificent figure emerged, with a blood aura that emanated a supreme greatness that made everything tremble. He took a step out into the depths of the starry sky. Subsequently, a great battle took place in the depths of the starry sky. Another supreme aura awakened and engaged in a great battle with the great emperor of the current generation. And for a moment, the two supreme auras crisscrossed the heavens and earth. The 10,000 paths were shattered, and countless stars were obliterated. But in the end, that supreme being exuded a roar of unwillingness and was forcefully subdued by the Aotian emperor. And Emperor Aotian didn't even use his own imperial weapon. When the Aotian emperor returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, all the visions dissipated, and only then did everything return to calm. Chen Xiangsheng gained insight into all of this, at a time when all his contemporaries were reaching the end of their lifespan. Great Emperor Aotian was still riding high, officially entering the peak of his prime. The great emperors of this era were invincible. Powerfully suppressing a supreme being that could be compared to a great emperor was too terrifying. The great emperor was too invincible. Perhaps it is also because of this that the great emperor cannot live with the world forever and will eventually come to the end of his life. Chen Changsheng sighed, using the 10,000 spirit cauldron to block off this part of the world that was in the Star Ocean. Even if a great emperor of the current generation came, he would be able to stop it for a moment. Bai Weiwei had been completely overwhelmed. Her body began to dissolve into the Tao. Chen Changsheng once again opened the everlasting system's treasure trove, flipping through one piece of heavenly material, only to grow more and more disappointed. Nagisa, thank you, I've been happy in my life. Looking at Bai Weiwei, who was about to transform into the Tao. After thinking for a long time, Chen Changsheng still decided to tell Bai Weiwei his secret. Is the great road too big to really accommodate the small road of love? Bai Weiwei is his love gateway. It's also his hijacking. Weiwei, actually, I'm an eldritch. Bai Weiwei's complexion did not change halfway. She only reached out to caress Chen Changsheng's face in heartache. Nagisa, my heart aches for you. In the future, there will no longer be a single familiar person by your side, no one to talk to you, and you will have to face this lonely world alone. I want, so badly, to be by your side all the time, even if it's just to watch you. Is it really good to live a long life? But all I see is your loneliness and despondency. All things do not exist, just you. Everlasting life, everlasting life. Buzz. The power of the great Tao began to disintegrate. 12 clusters of light flickered within Chen Changsheng's body, and 2 of them were particularly dazzling as it was strongly suppressing this power of the Tao of transformation. Boom! The thunderbolt fell without a sound, completely drowning Chen Changsheng's figure. One side of the tripod looks like it has opened up the world, so that the thunderbolt cannot get close to it, and the terrifying atmosphere suppresses the 4 directions. He looked at the gradually aging Bai Weiwei in his arms, and his supreme state of mind became a bit grumpy as he laughed. You don't want me to watch you grow old, so I'll take the ageless look for you. A regal divine light emanated from Chen Changsheng's eyes. He reached out his hand and pointed, and that square 10,000 spirits cauldron steeply grew larger at this moment, covering the sky and the sun, and the power belonging to the forbidden began to revive, and a terrifying living being stepped out of the 10,000 spirits cauldron, pouncing on the radiant starry river. Rumble! The avenue shook. Chen Changsheng used a terrifying power to completely refine the entire sea of stars, melting it into a supreme divine source. Bai Weiwei's expression was serene as she lay in the divine origin like a sleeping maiden. It's personal to him. For the first time, he felt that there was no longer a familiar face in the vast world ahead. What is the point of living forever? Everything has regrets, it can't be perfect. Chapter 008, all the ancients are dying. All the graves are full of mounds. At the last moment, Chen Changsheng still didn't let Bai Weiwei transform into the Tao in this manner, and he used a heaven-defying means to refine the entire sea of stars into divine origin essence, sealing Bai Weiwei down in it. She's the only person in the world who knows her secret. Instead, Chen Changsheng was calm as he revealed this secret, as he finally did not have to guard this secret alone for the rest of his lonely life. It was like he had found someone to talk to who was selfish. In the stars, he held a piece of divine origin that emitted the breath of life. The starry sky was dead silent. The star-sea tide dissipated, and probably the 9 heavens and 10 earths would permanently lose this peculiar sight in the time to come. 2 figures appeared before his eyes, but Chen Changsheng seemed to fear nothing at this moment, even if the one standing in front of him was an invincible great emperor of the world, an emperor who had just subdued a supreme being from the starry sky. A party of tripods suddenly hovered above his head, and all living things emerged. He carried Bai Weiwei forward. You're going to stop me? He voiced. Ling Aotian looked majestic, exuding a supreme imperial might, but an aura of suppressing the 10,000 paths likewise surged from Chen Changsheng's body, and even though it was not as good as him, he was able to block it in the end. In the end, Ling Aotian's collected imperial might, and Gu Yengu on the side nodded at him, and only then did Chen Changsheng take Bai Weiwei and tore through the void back to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the stars, Gu Yengu was a bit puzzled. Ling Aotian's voice sounded like it carried a hint of laughter. He went on a different path. Gu Yengu wanted to instantly realize, Brother Everlasting alternatively became a Taoist? Ling Aotian shook his head slightly. It's still a bit short, but it's almost there. Throughout the ages, only one person can become an emperor in one life. How many heavenly prides are stuck at the end of the avenue may not be further, but every era there are so many individual beings, will avoid the way of heaven, to renew the avenue that has been broken. And the beings who embarked on this avenue would end up being comparable even if they were weaker than great emperors. Such beings are then called alternative paths to becoming. In fact, Ling Aotian had noticed it since the last time he saw Chen Changsheng, only that he had always assumed that Chen Changsheng would be sealed until the opening of the next life and certify as a great emperor. The 2 figures also disappeared from the starry sky at the same time, and at this point, Chen Changsheng had already returned to the holy land of Yaoqi, and he stood in front of a plum tree. personally placing the divine source that was suppressing Bai Weiwei at this place, after which, he performed a great trick to add a heavy array of formations to this place. This place, as if it had been erased. In the future, only he alone would be able to enter it. Chen Changsheng let out a long sigh and looked at the young girl and the divine source. From now on, I'll come to see you more often. His one supreme mind had been baptized by this matter, and then he felt a great deal. A Taoist mind that was solid and all things were not pushed. If there are fairies in the world, then he is the closest thing to an immortal. If anyone in this world can become immortal, then it must be him as well, for he is as immortal as the world. I want to be immortal. Chen Changsheng let out a murmur that was incomparably firm, and a regal divine aura emanated from his eyes. Only become immortal. It was only by being able to push everything back, whether it was the past or the future, that he could mirror it if he wanted to, standing under the plum tree for a long time. In the end, Chen Changsheng left, leaving the Yaoqi Holy Land and returning to his lair. He began to shut down, using the method of deduction to begin deducing his second weapon path, and in front of him was a huge axe that emanated a heaven-destroying power. Time is long. In an instant, another 2,000 years had passed. Chen Changsheng's cultivation of the second Bing Dao in the middle of the small world did not go well, and one of the times he even vomited blood from his mouth, and his entire body almost collapsed, along with his divine soul being silenced. The 12 military paths were too overbearing, and the cultivation method of each military path was more than several times that of the previous one. It was probably for this reason that Chen Changsheng was able to avoid the heavenly Dao and retrace his steps onto another path, still constantly singing at the end of the great Dao. He's over 9,000 years old. Normally, even a great emperor was about to enter his twilight years, and many of the quasi-emperors who had reached the very top had almost all died of old age and sat down. In the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands, other than that great emperor and the Imperial Empress, there was no one else he knew well. All dead. A great sadness pervaded the entire starry universe. It may still take thousands of years to deduce the second soldier to perfection. Chen Changsheng let out a long sigh, his eyes gazing at the 9 heavens and 10 earths through the small world. The heavens mandate was still powerful and proved that the current great emperor was still at his peak and had not yet weakened. Aotian, I wonder just how far you can go. Throughout the ages, there were great emperors who had managed to survive 10,000 years before they had reached the end of their rope and had to take the immortality pill to open their second life. But there were also great emperors who relied on their longevity to exceed 13,000 years. Of course, there must be a reason for the cultivation avenue in physique. Chen Changsheng always had a feeling that this good brother of his, the Aotian emperor, wouldn't only have a short 10,000 years, and would probably have a long lifespan. He had once again closed his mind to deduce the 12 military paths. During this period, Gu Yanga had once invited him out for a gathering, but Chen Changsheng did not respond in any way. Time soon came to 10,000 years. Sure enough, heaven's destiny still showed no signs of attenuation, and the Aotian emperor's imperial might was still strong. So Chen Changsheng decided to continue to live on, perhaps, only until the Aotian emperor sat down. Then he would reveal himself. However, when Chen Changsheng was over 12,000 years old, an imperial might suddenly emerged from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The imperial might was vast, yet it revealed a hint of sadness. Chen Changsheng also slowly opened his eyes. Gu Yanga, you can't make it through it either? Even though Aotian is a great emperor, he couldn't find an immortality pill for you? An inexplicable aura also surged from his eyes, and the appearance of the 3 people from back then began to emerge in his mind. But then, Gu Yanga's figure also began to slowly dissipate. Emperors might echoed in the 9 heavens and 10 lands for a long time. Then, the great Emperor Aotian broke into the sea of reincarnation with his Emperor's weapon, wanting to find an immortality pill for the Emperor's life. A great battle took place in the sea of reincarnation. Several supreme beings' auras intertwined. Some people roared angrily, and there was sword light that penetrated through the ancient and modern worlds, causing the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths to tremble. The heavens crumbled, the 10,000 paths did not exist, the light of the heavens emerged, and the vault of the sky was covered with cracks in the great Dao. This kind of vision was just too terrifying. But in the end, the Aotian emperor returned from the sea of reincarnation dragging his tattered body. Many beings thought that great Emperor Aotian had lost, only for news to soon come that great Emperor Aotian had entered the sea of reincarnation and slaughtered 2 supreme beings, nearly toppling the entire sea of reincarnation. But even so, the great emperor also failed to bring back a single immortal god pill. Everyone knew that time was running out for that imperial queen, 12,500 years. Even though Emperor Aotian used his emperor's blood to continue his vitality for him, he still couldn't stay, and the heaven and earth surfaced with a vision that this empress was on the verge of transforming into the Dao. Chen Changsheng, who was in the small world, hesitated as he looked at the incoming message. It was finally decided to meet the last of this close friend. Although the second military path had not yet become a great success, it was more than enough for self-protection. He took a step outside the small world. Ling Aotian, Gu Yin Gu. This should be considered the last time we meet in this life. Chapter 009 Empress Dowager Transforming the Dao. Great Emperor Aging. Jade Emperor Heaven. Aotian Holy Land. A magnificent figure looked like he didn't belong to this world. His body flowed with a forbidden power that was uniquely his. A power that had almost condensed into substance, all used to block the heavenly Dao's senses. Next to him, the white-clothed Gu Yanga had long since lost her former splendor. She was incredibly soft, and her entire body radiated a violet light that was the aura of the Dao of transformation. If it wasn't for the Aotian Emperor's strong tactics, she might have faded away long ago. No need. Aotian, it's all meant to be. Gu Yanga reached out and grabbed Ling Aotian's arm and gently shook her head. Ling Aotian just frowned. You've kept me on this earth long enough to accompany you through this life, and I've let go. A small smile blossomed on Gu Yanji's face, yet there was some regret. As a generation empress, being able to have a lifespan similar to that of a great emperor was already rare, and she could be considered one of the empresses with the longest lifespan. This was also thanks to the stargrass that Chen Shangsheng had sent with him back then. It's a pity that even though a great emperor can reverse the dry heavens and the earth, he can't go against the heavens and change his life, unless there is that immortality pill, which can allow one to live another life. The Aotian Emperor did not say anything, but only used all of his Dao to suppress that irreversible force of the heavenly Dao. And in the center of the universe of the 9 heavens and the 10 earths, that heavenly mandate was hanging high in the sky, surfacing with the power of the 10,000 Dao, and the divine thunderbolt was exploding. All living beings seemed to sense the warning coming from heaven's destiny. Even though he was a person of heavenly destiny, at this moment, he was also under the powerful pressure given by heavenly destiny. And the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths of the great Dao were tumbling, like a leaf of a raft on top of a wave. I'll seal you up. The Aotian Emperor spoke out and was about to make his move, but Gu Yangu stopped him. I don't want to keep hiding in the divine origin. I have my own choices. This life, it's enough. Ling Aotian inexplicably felt more than a hint of anger. His eyes looked like they were trying to see through all the corners of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That fellow, after hiding for so many years, is he even refusing to come to see us one last time? What exactly is he hiding from? Gu Yangu burst into a bitter smile. He had invited Chen Shangsheng to show up and meet him many times, but unfortunately, there was never a response. Perhaps, he has his own pains. Gu Yangu smiled, only feeling that she was about to be unable to suppress the terrifying power of the Dao of transformation. Aotian, I can't hold it anymore. Let's go to the depths of the universe. The Aotian Emperor was silent for a rare moment before he finally took a step out into the depths of the universe. All living beings knew that Emperor Aotian had left the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and also knew why he had left, because that Empress was about to transform her path, and she did not want to be sealed in the world. Deep in the cosmic stars, the Aotian Emperor's terrifying imperial might was spreading across. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to flow in his eyes, and that destructive aura was about to descend, and he wanted to try to see if he could reverse the heavenly Dao. A silhouette roamed through the starry sky, and in an instant, it tore through a large rift and arrived in front of the two. Sorry, I'm late. Aotian looked at him indifferently, and even though Gu Yanji's aura of transforming the Dao was getting worse and worse, she was still smiling. Brother Chang Shang, being able to see you is finally the end of a regrettable matter. Chen Shangsheng didn't know what to say, and it always felt like the Aotian Emperor next to him wanted to split him with his sword. That's when he questioned, why don't you seal her up? The Aotian Emperor was cold and arrogant, his tone calm. This is our own choice, taking from the heavens and the earth, and in the end returning it to the heavens and the earth. Chen Shangsheng only wanted to scold him. He twisted his head to look at Gu Yangu. Why don't you try it? Maybe there's a chance in the future. He knew that ancient Yangu had always been a woman with her own opinions, and no one could change her decision, even if it was a great emperor. I've had a splendid life, and it's good to end it like this. Anyone wants to live forever, but what if it's a mistake? Her eyes looked at Chen Shangsheng with a smile. Brother everlasting, I'm already satisfied to see you. I don't have much time left. I want to talk to Aotian a few more times. Chen Shangsheng sighed and took one last look at the two of them, which was considered to be the last meeting between the three of them. He left, leaving the last of it to the two. Aotian, you've offended too many forbidden areas in this life. I'm afraid you'll have a great enemy. Chen Shangsheng has stepped out of his own path, and when the time comes, he will be your aide. Ling Aotian just shook his head. There is no need for reinforcements. I am the great emperor of the current generation. I will push all my enemies across the board. Even if he can alternatively become a Taoist, he is not a match for me in this life. Gu Yangu just smiled and didn't try to persuade him any further. She reached out and straightened his lapel one last time, her eyes full of reluctance. Aotian, I'm leaving. She was far away on this, transforming into the Dao in the starry sky, thousands of great avenues roaring and outlining her last smile. And finally, she turned into a rain of light and disappeared into the depths of the universe. Only this great emperor sat in the depths of the starry sky for several long years. Another deceased person is missing. Within the small world, sensing that ancient Yengu had already transformed into the Dao, and feeling the great emperor's grief and a surge of anger, Chen Shangsheng Yao Yao raised his wine cup as if he was honoring those deceased people who had already passed away. Everything is fake, only the way is true. You can't chase the coming day. You can't keep the going day. Ha 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 ha. You and I will drink from the cup. 15,000 years. At a certain instant, a strange fluctuation disturbed Chen Shangsheng's cultivation mind. Rolling. It was a tremor originating from the seal of heaven's destiny, wrapped in an indescribable emotion. This kind of movement had only one meaning. That was that the lifespan of the great emperor of the current generation had come to an end. And this was the lamentation of the heavenly fate towards him. Through the small world, Chen Shangsheng probed some sort of law of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his eyes ignoring everything as if he was probing how long the Aotian emperor could still live. Aotian, you can't make it through it either? Chen Shangsheng sighed. The Aotian emperor also finally ushered in his old age, and if he wanted to continue to live, he could either renew his life with the immortal god pill, or force himself to live a second life by himself. Only, it's too hard. If the Aotian emperor had grasped the immortality pill, he might have let Gu Yen go live out his second life in the first place. With Aotian's temperament, he definitely wouldn't be reluctant to part with it. Chen Shangsheng did not believe that such a stunning great emperor would not be able to find a single immortal divine pill, but the signs of heaven's mandate indicated that great Emperor Aotian's was indeed nearing the end of his rope. Until 16,000 years, violent fluctuations came from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Heaven's destiny began to manifest, the great Dao began to wail, and the signs continued to intensify. All indications are that this great emperor who has lived for 16,000 years, he's dying. Chapter 010, The Late Years of a Great Emperor. Forbidden Land appears. Supreme Being appears. The great emperor is going to die. Almost all living beings looked towards the Jade Emperor Heaven's location at this moment. The signs of the heavenly destiny shaking were too violent, causing the great Dao of the cosmic firmament to cry out in sorrow, like a pillar that had been crushed beyond its capacity. It made a gruesome, toothsome cracking sound. The light of the heavens dimmed. The universe seemed to dry up, and for a while, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths were shrouded in darkness, with no light to be seen. A horrifying sign like that of the signs before the coming of a great catastrophe. The Aotian emperor came to the end of his lifespan, and by himself, he lived for 16,000 years, and it had to be said that he was absolutely amazing. But now, the Great One couldn't hold out. The entire Aotian Holy Land was shrouded in sadness, and almost all of the human races were mourning for this great emperor. No need to grieve for me. From within the Aotian Holy Land, came the voice of the Aotian emperor. His voice resounded in the ears of every living being in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sounding a bit old, but with a strong middle voice. Subsequently, a magnificent figure emerged from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Although this figure was already full of white hair, it was majestic, and his thick blood chi rushed to the sky, shaking the heavens. It's the great emperor. The great emperor is still alive. Countless beings came forward to kneel and worship, chanting the great emperor's name. This great emperor's figure topped the heavens and the earth, and that pair of deep eyes slowly swept over every place in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as if to take a look at the worlds and living beings he was guarding. Finally, his gaze went back to the forbidden areas that had survived with the world. In the small world, Chen Chongqing's complex expression. You really don't have the immortality pill? Then what exactly are you going to choose? Is it to cut yourself and hide in the forbidden zone like those once invincible people to circumvent the exploration of the heavenly Dao? Or is it to turn into the Dao and return to the heavens and earth? Or are you going to rely on this remnant body to spell out a forbidden being? Even Chen Chongqing had to admit that Aotian was overly stunning and equally respectable. He had subdued dark beings and personally killed 2 supreme beings in the Sea of Reincarnation. So no matter what choice he made, he had nothing to say. However, the Aotian Emperor didn't make a shocking move, and as if he had warned those forbidden zones, immediately afterward, his figure disappeared. But soon, terrifying fluctuations came from those forbidden places in the 9 heavens and 10 lands that had existed since ancient times. There were forbidden forces reviving, giving birth to terrifying visions. Only 300 years have passed. Rolling, piercing thunder blossomed in the starry sky, illuminating the all-dry hollow as if it were 1,000 holes. Heaven's destiny almost dimmed at this moment, only that a majestic blood chi was still coming from the Aotian Holy Land that shook the heavens and the earth. Abrupt, the Sea of Reincarnation manifested, and just like that, it confronted the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The pitch-black ocean covered the sky, and two terrifying figures stood at the end of the ocean. A forbidden power that belonged to them revived. Aotian, you can't do it anymore and you're still pretending. Today, repay the karma, drink your emperor's blood, and mold my origin. I seem to have seen the miserable old age of a generation of great emperors, being divided up by the supreme beings, to have fallen like this. A pitch-black incomparable palm with extreme power struck through the 9 heavens and 10 heavens, covering the entire Jade Emperor heaven, and the massive dark power was despairing. This was once the supreme being. Shoo away. The other side. A divine ruin also emerged, dropping countless immortal lights toward the Aotian Holy Land. Immediately after, a terrifying figure also walked out from the immortal demon mine, and actually came directly to the Aotian Holy Land. The cause of other days, the effect of today. Rolling. Heaven's destiny bloomed with the final power of the great Dao. The Aotian Emperor stepped on the 10,000 paths with his feet, and appeared with the Emperor's sword in one hand, and the shocking sword light directly cleaved the huge pitch-black palm, and the collision of the might of the extreme Dao darkened the Star River, and a large and tragic black hole appeared. Even though Emperor Aotian was aging, he still displayed his invincibility when he struck. Anyone else who wants to claim karma, come on, Aotian, will take them all. I'm a great emperor of the world. Even though I'm aging, I'm still strong enough to sweep away flies and dogs like you. The mid-air voice resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Subsequently, Burial Island, Swallow the Star Abyss, 9 Thunder Pools, Bronze Fairy Hall. These few forbidden places that had existed with the world also appeared in the world, and all of them had terrifying figures coming out of them to target this great emperor who had already gone into his old age. The reason why all the forbidden places appeared together was still because Aotian was too strong at the beginning and offended almost all the forbidden places, which led to a share of karma. Aotian, you're getting old and not what you used to be. Eating your origin, we can still last a little longer. A supreme being spoke out, and they were covered by the great Dao, making it impossible to see their figures. All the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands were chilled to the bone at the sight of this scene. So many forbidden places had come out just to target a great emperor in his later years? It was impossible for even a great emperor at the peak to face so many former supreme beings at the same time. Even if the Aotian emperor was stunning enough and invincible enough, available at, he's getting old after all, isn't he? Boom. Almost at this instant, 7 or 8 terrifying figures moved at the same time, and the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths seemed to be unable to withstand the power, and the heavens began to mourn. You deserve to be called supreme beings when you're just a mere self-cutting being? Emperor Aotian did not have any fear at this moment, and the emperor's sword in his hand emitted sword light as if it had become the only light in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Cut it out. He alone battled with these self-beheaded supreme beings as the great Dao clashed with the brightest light. He was bathed in emperor blood, his white hair flying, and the emperor's sword in his hand clashed with those supreme beings, fighting to the point that the great Dao was in chaos and the heavens were not visible. Boom! A peerless being was power split by the emperor's sword, and half of the Aotian emperor's body was shattered by the combined blasts of several supreme beings. Even though these supreme beings had fallen from their empire and their origin was corrupted, and they didn't dare to use their full power for fear of attracting the heavenly Dao's reckoning, there were too many of them, and the great emperors quickly suffered heavy damage even under their combined efforts. Moreover, the Aotian emperor was not living up to his prime, and it was difficult for him to utilize his peak power. There were invincible figures who had heavily wounded great emperors drawing on the emperor's blood. Very well, I feel the depleted origin radiating vigor. Buzz. At this moment, radiant light erupted as several peerless supreme beings joined forces once again, erupting with monstrous might, and the entire space and time seemed to be imprisoned. But at a certain moment, the Aotian emperor looked like he had moved and didn't move, with only a faint sword aura erupting steeply. Rumbling. Almost instantly, 4 peerless beings were cut off. They were horrified. How could they not expect this elderly great emperor to explode with such power, almost seriously injuring them all? Quickly, extreme sublimation. Don't be holding back. Quickly subdue him. We can still hide back in the Forbidden Land. Subsequently, there were 4 or 5 invincible beings who were extremely sublimated at this moment, and the power of great emperors surfaced, causing all the destinies of heaven to appear. These great emperors that were once all recognized by heaven's destiny had unexpectedly all manifested briefly at this moment. As the aura of a great emperor appeared, they were quickly recognized as well. What? It's actually the ancient clan's Qilin ancient emperor. He's still alive. And the demon clan's Snowy Night demon emperor. And the phantom clan's thousand-handed emperor. My god, so many great emperors, so they're all still alive and have become supreme beings. The moment, the most terrifying great emperor war broke out. Those former great emperors were making a move against the late-aged great emperors of this era. Several strands of emperor might intertwine together, almost as if they were going to exterminate the world. the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths were on the verge of being separated, and space and time became chaotic. Imperial blood was scattered across the stars, the imperial art bloomed. There were even imperial artifacts that were shattered by the beating. The sun, moon, and stars all appeared dim at this moment, and the entire body of the Aotian emperor was about to be worn out, the emperor's blood having been seized by those beings. And at this point, inside the small world, Chen Shangsheng held in his hand a method of transmitting letters that was too familiar to be true, and it was still something he had created. Mindful of our old relationship, this time, I'll help Aotian for once. Chapter 011 Burial Emperor Killing Formation. Live out the second life. Aotian, you old coin. Chen Shangsheng decided that it was time to come out into the world once more and help this former life and death brother. As for why he would risk so much to face those supreme beings, it was because of this letter in his hand, which was the last letter left by Gu Yengo. Original. Back in the moment when she came to the end of her life, she had seen it coming. In his old age, Emperor Aotian would inevitably be liquidated by the supreme beings in those forbidden lands, and this was a terrifying battle that even Emperor Aotian wouldn't be able to hold out. Therefore, she hoped that Chen Shangsheng could help Aotian through this time for the sake of old friendship. But there was also a great risk. Even if the Aotian emperor was at his peak, facing the siege of multiple supreme beings, or a siege of supreme beings of extreme sublimity, he would still be at risk of falling. Throughout the ages, are there fewer late-life great emperors who have been partaken of by those supreme beings? Gu Yengo, you are too intelligent. It's a pity. Chen Shangsheng felt a pang of regret. Perhaps, if it was Gu Yanga who became an emperor, she would likewise be a very stunning great emperor. His mind drifted back to the intelligent and bright woman. And so, Chen Shangsheng opened the system to exchange out numerous things, including some dejacking emperor talismans. Chen Shangsheng arrived outside the small world in a single step. Looking at the great battle in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, he knew that the Aotian emperor would not be able to support himself for much longer. Subsequently, a large, thick cauldron hovered above its head, and all living things emerged. A supreme power that was uniquely his began to revive. The other kind of Hayadu was very close to completion. Today, he was going to weigh how much of that insurmountable gap remained between him and these great emperors who had once witnessed the Dao and then decapitated themselves. Buzz. His body glowed and he arrived at the battlefield in one step. An unfamiliar supreme power surfaced, simultaneously drawing the attention of those supreme beings and all the beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. There's another supreme being. Oh my god, who is this? Could it be that the great emperor is really going to fall? Just as everyone was feeling injustice for the Aotian emperor, a surprising scene appeared. The figure with a large tripod suspended above its head took one step and arrived in front of a supreme being, and the 10,000 spirits emerged, transforming into a monstrous greatness that instantly drowned it. Boom! The collision of the two great powers was shocking. No one had expected that this newly appeared supreme being would make a move against those beings who had surrounded the great emperor. Boom! A pitch-black figure transformed into a demonic god and killed out. He came from the immortal demon mine and had yet to truly revive. But at this moment, he had to revive early. Damn you! He abandoned the Aotian emperor and directly killed towards Chen Shangsheng. Chen Shangsheng was fearless. His body was shrouded by the light hanging down from the cauldron, and no one could tell where he came from. He similarly moved forward, with 2 types of Bing Dao blooming brightly within his body, and an extremely terrifying aura flowing from his body, suppressing all paths. Knock! Chen Shangsheng brought the 10,000 spirit cauldron and the extremely sublimely sublimated supreme being in a strike against each other, and the collision of that extremely sublimely subliminal might destroyed the heavens and the earth. The figure that resembled a demon god was incredibly tall and changed into 3 heads and 6 arms, with a small world appearing in the center of each palm as if it were floating. Boom! 6 worlds emerged and suppressed down towards Chen Shangsheng. At this moment, even Chen Shangsheng felt an extreme oppression. This was the extremely sublimated great emperor, the perfect and flawless great emperor, possessing supreme greatness that he was not yet able to defeat. But he had never thought of being able to defeat flawless great emperors, and his plan had succeeded, forcing these self-cutting great emperors to sublimate extremely well. He's going to stall for time. Cut it out. A supreme power suddenly filled the cosmic stars. A strange giant axe suddenly appeared in Chen Shangsheng's hand, and that terrifying power caused those forbidden beings to turn their eyes to it. Shoo away. With just a single axe, he split the heavens and earth, causing the chaotic chi beyond the universe to pour in. At the same time, he also detached himself from the suppression of that great emperor's 6 worlds, and he detached himself as if he had traveled through time and space, taking a step to the top of another supreme being's head, and dropping an axe. A golden light bloomed. A golden green Rui intercepted the strike. An imperial weapon cast in Daojia gold, rare in the world. Seek death. A supreme being who was unwilling to reveal his form exuded a terrifying killing intent as he too broke away from the battlefield besieging the great emperor and turned to kill Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng immediately retreated at speed. Dragging the two forbidden beings down was already his limit. Two battlefields. The great battle between the several supreme beings had struck the cosmic starry sky with chaos. Boom! Chen Changsheng's feet suddenly turned into a piece of lava, and several fire dragons stood tall, as if they wanted to melt everything in this heaven and earth. Shun! The cauldron of 10,000 spirits shook and manifested all living things to suppress them. But at this moment, a golden light blossomed, and Chen Changsheng fell into a momentary trance, along with his divine soul, as if it was about to be taken away. Subsequently, the 10,000 souls cauldron let out a wail as it was sent flying by a powerful force. A heart-rending pain came from within his divine soul, and it was as if his divine soul had been split into 10 million separate portions to be refined at this moment. It was a wave of extreme danger. Next moment, Chen Changsheng's body began to glow, transforming into a robbing ash in an instant. Descending Imperial Talisman. The godly and demonic figure spoke in a cold tone, and his 6 arms looked like they were trying to open up the heavens and the earth. Chen Changsheng's figure manifested in another space, and he recalled the 10,000 spirits cauldron to be wrapped by the 10,000 spirits again. As expected, none of these characters who had become emperors were good to be messed with. Each of them had been invincible for an era, and even though he had the de-jacking Emperor Talisman, I'm afraid that in front of these great emperors, it wouldn't take more than a few times before the pattern would be seen. He looked over to the other battlefield, unbelievably miserable. Those 3 extremely sublimated great emperors were miserable and incomparable, and the other 3 forbidden beings who had yet to sublimate were even more tattered. As for that great emperor Aotian, at this time, he had already fought until his emperor's blood had dried up, leaving only a withered bone still emitting a faint breath of life. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but curse when he saw this scene. Damn Aotian! Are you really such a loser? If Aotian really died, then he'd have to run away. A rui-emitting golden light collapsed the heavens, and only then did Chen Changsheng escape with his axe opening the way, as the 2 supreme beings blocked off the heavens and the earth, turning everything into a furnace, and were about to refine him. Chen Changsheng also began to fight for his life, intending to use his bottom card, but it was at this time, the Aotian Emperor's soul and bones were refined. His breath disappeared, and nothing was left. Those supreme beings had just breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, these supreme beings only felt a creepy feeling. An aura of life began to appear, and in an instant, it filled the entire starry universe. In the depths of pitch blackness, a green lotus emerged, bearing 9 leaves and emitting a rich aura of the great Tao of life and immortality. Immortality pill. A living being spat out these words with difficulty, and in the next moment, he shattered the void and flew away from this place, because he sensed a conspiracy against them, the supreme beings. Subsequently, the rest of the supreme beings also began to retreat at this moment, including the 2 supreme beings that were chasing Chen Changsheng. An enormous palm grabbed that 9-leaf green lotus. A familiar aura began to return, and its aura was so powerful that it made the entire starry universe tremble, and that heaven's destiny looked like it was cheering, unprecedentedly powerful, and the 10,000 paths were roaring, as if it was welcoming a supreme figure. A great figure just appeared in the starry universe. He was young, his blood aura was monstrous, his body was magnificent, his back carried the heavens, his feet stepped on thousands of great Tao, and his visions were in dispute. The rich blood aura looked like it was going to melt time and space. His eyes contained the sun and the moon, and an invincible great emperor's aura filled every part of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Emperor Aotian has returned. He lived a second life. At this moment, he was far more powerful than ever, standing at the peak of his prime, the most powerful this moment. His battle intent was monstrous, and even though he didn't have the emperor's sword anymore, his entire person was like a sword that cut through everything at the moment. Where to come? Words out of the law follow. As the young Aotian emperor shouted, a great earthquake occurred in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and then, from among those holy lands and emperor clans, an emperor weapon that emanated the might of the extreme Tao flew towards the starry sky universe. They all revived and blocked everything in the starry sky. Buried emperor killing formation. Non-great emperors and supreme beings will not be killed. Only 2 supreme beings had escaped, and the remaining 6 great emperors were all trapped in the burial emperor killing formation. There was the roar of the extremely sublimated great emperor. Aotian, this is a scam against us. You sinister and despicable. Boom! This supremely sublimated great emperor exploded into smithereens. His god and soul, Tao and reason all dissipating. A supreme being had fallen, producing an extremely terrifying vision. Chen Changsheng turned around and caught up with the 2 fleeing great emperors. While it's true that pride is an old coin, but you 2 just beat the out of me, didn't you? Requests for support. Favorites. A million thanks. Chapter 012, Killing a Taboo Spirit and Spilling Its Blood in the Starry Sky. In the cosmic stars, the Aotian Emperor returned strongly, recovering his peak battle power. Moreover, he used the Emperor artifacts of the 9 heavens and 10 lands to open the Burial Emperor killing formation, trapping 6 supreme beings from the Forbidden Land with such killing intent that he subdued a supreme being on the spot. In the Buried Emperor killing formation, the 3 remaining supreme beings who were unwilling to divulge their identities all showed their cards at this moment as well, extremely sublimely displaying flawless power. So it's you guys. The Aotian Emperor was enlightened for a moment, instantly recognizing the identities of these 3 beings. They had all been great emperors of the human race for ages, having calmed dark upheavals and subdued dark beings, but in the end, they themselves had fallen into darkness. It's like a reincarnation. You don't deserve to be called human great emperors. The Aotian Emperor's blood aura was monstrous as he waved his emperor fist, breaking everything, and the infinite laws of the great Tao enveloped all 5 supreme beings in Aotian. When you walk to the day when your lifespan is exhausted, you will also make the same choice as the rest of us. Kill. Drinking the blood of a great emperor in his heyday will restore our origin. Rolling. The most terrifying battle erupted, and the emperor artifacts in the buried emperor killing formation simultaneously emitted monstrous power that covered everything. No living being could know exactly what was happening inside. They could only see a muddy, space-time turbulence surging, a great world crumbling, and the sun and moon without light. All sorts of visions came from the heart of the universe, as if they were weeping in the heavens, and at this point, Chen Changsheng utilized the 10,000 spirit cauldron to directly blast towards that god devil, while at the same time, the huge axe in his hand swung out a chopping strike that tore through space to meet the Rui-wielding supreme being. Boom! The 6 massive palms were as if they were pressing down a world, blasting the 10,000 spirit cauldron away. Seek death. He simultaneously subdued down towards Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng was however flying back at this moment, the 2 types of Bing Dao within his body blossoming with a radiant overlight, instantly breaking away from that sense of bondage. A star field was directly eclipsed. That terrifying god devil was about to chase after him, and Chen Changsheng instantly moved away, and by the time the divine and demonic figure gave up the chase again and prepared to leave, Chen Changsheng urged the 10,000 spirit cauldron to suppress him again. One back and forth. It finally provoked this god devil to roar up to the sky, vowing to kill Chen Changsheng. However, even though Chen Changsheng was incapable of defeating him, he still had the means to escape, and for a moment, he left that god devil helpless. Chen Changsheng glanced at the other side. That forbidden being holding the Rui had not yet been extremely sublimated so far, and he had already developed the intention to retreat, and the Rui in his hand exuded 10,000 golden lights once again intercepting the giant axe. He directly turned into a shadow and went far away. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment and did not pursue, instead always staring at this god devil that had been extremely sublimated. This was Chen Changsheng's plan. This god devil had already been extremely sublimated, and although it possessed the power of a flawless great emperor, it couldn't last much longer. The depleted origin couldn't support it, and over time it would be easy for the heavenly Tao to discover this leaky fish, so all he had to do was stall him. Rolling. That god devil was enraged, and rigidly carried Chen Changsheng's strike, fleeing back even by virtue of his serious injuries. Chen Changsheng also knew that this god devil couldn't hold out much longer, so he also used all of his power at that moment, and the 10,000 spirit cauldron transformed into all things to directly suppress it. The great Tao laws condensed, and that giant axe chopped out a terrifying world-destroying light. At the same time, he was even casting the Thunder Emperor technique, and thousands of thunder blossomed in the starry sky, turning into a sea of thunder and submerging that huge body. A great emperor's residual power swept across. The terrifying 6 arms tore through the sea of thunder and knocked away the 10,000 spirit cauldron, but at the same time, half of his body rotted and only 2 of his 6 arms remained. The perfectly imperfect great emperor was indeed still too terrifying. Chen Changsheng was shaken back by this force, the blood chi in his body surging, relying on the dominance of the 12 soldiers' path to subdue this aftershock. He looked forward and frowned. That already broken and massive body just stood in the starry sky, yawning as it looked towards the immortal demon mind that was close at hand. An eerie wave erupted from within him, as if he was being targeted by something. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng saw that the nearby immortal demon mind completely dissipated after a blood-red light erupted, and it concealed itself so that no one could find it except for invincible people like great emperors who could sense it. That divine and demonic figure suddenly let out a long sigh, his tone showing all the vicissitudes of life. Hibernating for countless years is ultimately an empty endeavor. Everlasting life. Rolling. From the inside out, that divine and demonic body suddenly erupted with pale white thunder, which was the thunder of extinction, covering the entire starry sky, specializing in clearing this type of invincible supreme beings who were trying to escape the heavenly Tao's clearing. Chen Changsheng was instantly far away, looking at the figure that disappeared into the pale white thunder. His heart palpitated as well. This kind of extinguishing thunder, even the great emperors of the current generation didn't dare to carry it hard, let alone him, that god devil from the immortal demon mine. A generation of invincible supreme beings, just dissipated into the starry sky. Chen Chongsheng looked at the thunder world, not expecting that he had actually killed an invincible supreme being, even though he had used the trick of dragging him to the extreme sublimation of himself towards extinction. But how does it not count as his murder? He turned away, wanting to go after the other forbidden being that had fled. The thunder behind him seemed like a silver world that might not dissipate until a long time later, and here, too, no life would eventually exist. Harnessing the 10,000 spirit cauldron and chasing after the trail of the fleeing supreme being, Chen Chongsheng flew far away in the starry sky. At some point, an extremely terrifying aura surfaced, filled with a dense imperial might. The cauldron of 10,000 spirits floated in the heavens and earth at this moment, dropping down the laws of the great Dao to envelop Chen Chongsheng. A magnificent figure stepped out from the flames of light. Chen Chongsheng was slightly stunned, and as he looked at this close friend who had lived a second life and recovered his peak realm, he could not help but feel a moment of silence. He was far from being a match for Aotian. Unless he was able to cultivate the third Bing Dao and Dao Bing, only then would he possess the power to fight against a great emperor head-on. The two faced each other in the starry sky. Chen Chongsheng's aura was introverted, while the Aotian emperor's aura fluctuation was too strong. So strong that Chen Chongsheng thought for a moment that this former best friend was about to kill himself. Only the Aotian emperor didn't make a move. After thousands of years, these were the only two people left who belonged to the era of the Aotian emperor, or were once life and death friends. Even though Chen Chongsheng had done his best to hide himself, he was still detected by the Aotian emperor. I know, she left it behind. Chen Chongsheng sighed and withdrew the laws of the 10,000 spirit cauldron as he spoke. Are you going to make a move against me? Ling Aotian stared at him. Those deep eyes were like a great sun, and the rich imperial might cause Chen Chongsheng to have the feeling of facing the burning of a great sun. But the Aotian emperor still didn't make a move. She left me something broken and I knew it was you. Chen Chongsheng let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Gu Yanga had kept her promise after all, and the secret she had guessed had not been told to Ling Aotian, but had faded into the 9 heavens and 10 earths along with her. There's another supreme being who escaped. Chen Chongsheng broke the silence now, only for the Aotian emperor to simply say indifferently, I've already suppressed it on the way here. The corners of Chen Chongsheng's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, it was a great emperor who had already recovered his peak. Even a former supreme being was not an enemy with one hand. Why can't I be the only one who can't prove the emperor? He looked at the Aotian emperor with some real envy. With the power of one man, he laid a great killing game, killing those forbidden beings who spilled their blood in the starry sky, and killing those forbidden lands who didn't dare to venture out. This is the supreme merit of this great emperor of the hour. He was destined to leave a grand mark in the history books of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chen Chongsheng sought to catch up on old times, but in the next moment, the Aotian emperor left with only one sentence. If I find out that you become a supreme being, I'll suppress you with my own hands. Chen Chongsheng let out a cold snort. Great emperor is great. Believe it or not, I'll go level your grave in 10,000 years. He was the only one left in the depths of the universe, and after a long time, he began to return, and after returning to his own little world, he had to ponder one more thing. 10,000 years is a long time, but it's also short. If the Aotian emperor, who had already lived a second life, came to the end of his lifespan, what choice should he make? Aotian? We'll see. Chapter 013, the second Bing Dao becomes successful. Half-step Great Emperor. The great battle in the depths of the universe had finally come to an end, and Emperor Aotian had lived out his second life and returned strongly. At the peak of his prime, utilizing the burial emperor killing formation set up by the emperor artifact to kill all the forbidden beings that had come out in one fell swoop. This scene shocked all the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and it also chilled all the forbidden zones of those manifest worlds. This Aotian emperor's invincible stance made them not dare to look directly at him. The blood of the supreme being spilled in the depths of the universe, and the emperor's body was blasted to pieces and worn down by the great Dao. All of the forbidden places disappeared in unison, hidden away, fearing that this great emperor who had recovered to his peak would find traces of it and beat down the door. I am the only one in heaven and on earth. This was the invincible posture of this great emperor who overrode the red dust and suppressed the ages. The living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths were loudly chanting the name of Emperor Aotian, a great emperor who had guarded the 10,000 races and was worthy of all living beings' worship. At the same time, there were still some beings speculating about the forbidden being that assisted the great emperor. But unfortunately, neither the tripod nor the giant axe could be seen to have any roots, as if they had never appeared in the history books of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Many beings were speculating, but it was taboo, because for this type of forbidden beings, Just deducing that a certain sentence might be associated with it might cause great karma. The Aotian Emperor returned to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The universe is finally at peace. As for Chen Changsheng, he had also gained a lot of insights because of this great battle between him and the Realm Supreme, and at the same time, he had also recognized the current gap between him and the great emperors of the current generation. Inside the small world, Chen Changsheng continued to dive into cultivating his 12 soldier paths. After exchanging blows with those forbidden beings before, Chen Changsheng also thoroughly understood the position he was currently in. If the average value of an ordinary great emperor was 1, then the Aotian great emperor of the current generation had a value of 1. 3, while those forbidden beings who cut themselves and gave up the godless realm were roughly at 0. 8. As for himself, the state in which the second Bing Dao had not yet been completely consummated was only one step weaker than those self-cutting forbidden beings, probably around 0. 7. If one were to maneuver the second Bing Dao to perfection, one would be one step stronger than those forbidden beings, having a value of 0. 9. Infinitely close to an ordinary great emperor. Facing these types of great emperors, or extremely biochemical forbidden beings, he didn't need to worry too much anymore, and could even jump up and slap them. But if they were facing a more stunning emperor like the Aotian Emperor, he's about to do some deep thinking. In the next period of time, it's better to first evolve the second Bing Dao to perfection. In the 9 heavens and 10 lands, apart from great emperors, there should be no existence that can pose a great threat to me. After figuring this out, Chen Changsheng decided that in the years to come, he would never come out of the world until he had thoroughly deduced the second Bing Dao to perfection. Even if there is dark turmoil in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, his eyes were deep and calm as he glanced at the 9 heavens and 10 earths before slowly closing them. So what if I can't witness the Dao? As long as I keep living, one day, I won't be inferior to those great emperors. Even beyond those great emperors, 3,000 years have passed in a flash. The 9 heavens and 10 lands became wonderful again after that tragic battle, and various races emerged with heavenly pride. But because there was Emperor Aotian in this era, his light overshadowed all living beings. Therefore, even if there was a heavenly pride that could go to the very top of the great Dao, it would still only be a companion to the Aotian Emperor. The protagonist of this era is the Aotian Emperor. Chen Changsheng was well aware of this, so he tried his best not to show his face, and instead stayed honestly in his own little world, silently deducing his own Dao. Perhaps he would only make a move when the Aotian Emperor of this life was heading towards his twilight years. Otherwise, it's all talk. However, the great emperor of this life was too amazing. He had lived for 16,000 years by himself in the first life alone, and in the second life, he would undoubtedly be even more powerful than the first, perhaps surpassing it? No one dares to examine it. The Aotian Emperor was like a billion-foot-high wall that pressed down on everyone's hearts and choked off the hopes of countless people. Time is fast approaching the 6th millennium. The Aotian Emperor had rarely appeared in the world anymore, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands and all parts of the universe had become incredibly calm. Even those forbidden places disappeared into thin air, as if they were afraid of being beaten to the door by the Aotian Emperor finding some traces. So, the entire universe has had a rare period of calm, and for the entire 6,000 years, the Aotian Emperor had not appeared in the world since a great battle in the cosmic stars. Not even a wisp of his breath had appeared. For a long time, many people had only heard of this great emperor of incomparable greatness, but had never seen this great emperor. And at this point, inside a small, unexplorable world somewhere in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, a withered figure that looked like it had been sitting on a plate for millions of years suddenly sent out a powerful vibration, which was like a heavenly dome exploding, startling a wave of visions within the small world. Immediately afterward, a ball of light slowly emerged from within the figure covered in long hair, and the moment that ball of light emerged, all of the great Dao laws within the small world rioted. Close by, the earth produces a lotus flower and the sky descends. A giant axe appeared in front of the figure's body, and at the same time, a thick cauldron slowly rose from his body and hovered above his head, dropping down 10,000 laws. The figure's eyes snapped open, and it looked like there was a cycle of destruction and life in them. A withered palm gripped the huge axe. A monstrous forbidden power that could cause the destruction of all things emanated from above the giant axe. He rasped out, "My second Bing Dao is complete." Not only that, the first and second military paths are united and can battle great emperors. Chen Changsheng felt the greatness contained in the 2 radiant balls of light within his body, and at this moment, he was incomparably elated. The 2 types of military paths had come to fruition, which also meant that there was no need to be too afraid of facing those supreme beings. Chen Changsheng then opened the Eternal Life System. Eternal Life System bound. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, half-step Great Emperor. Lifespan, forever. Eternal Life Point, 654-3217. The Eternal Life Vault is open. Power of Deduction, redeemed 2 times, currently not redeemable. Half-step Great Emperor Realm? Chen Chongqing could feel that his current self had already surpassed the absolute peak of the great Dao, but it always felt like there was always a thread of difference from that layer of realm, as if there was a layer of window paper that hadn't been poked open. But the two soldier paths were united, yet he was also able to utilize the supreme power of the Emperor level. So, for the time being, I'm not afraid of any beings. Chapter 014, The Three Epical Forbidden Lands. Chen Chongqing's tone was filled with confidence. After sitting withered for 6,000 years, he had finally deduced his second Bing Dao to perfection. In the beginning, he had only spent a mere 3 to 4,000 years cultivating the first Dao of War, whereas he had spent nearly 20,000 years cultivating the second Dao of War to perfection. From this, it could be seen how difficult and overbearing it was to cultivate the 12 arms Dao, and in the future, if one were to cultivate the complete 12 arms Dao, they would eventually surpass all the great emperors. Chen Chongqing looked at the second Dao soldier. It had been perfected and flawless, although like himself, it didn't have the ultimate leap, but it had avoided that obstructing heavenly rift in a different way. It wasn't an imperial weapon, but it was better than an imperial weapon. Let's call you Broken Axe. He named the second pawn and then fell back into contemplation. The second military road has been accomplished. Lifting the world can I need not fear anything. Only the third military road. There aren't many heavenly materials and earthly treasures left. And I also have to think about the Dao weapon corresponding to the third Bing Dao. Chen Chongqing bowed his head for a while in contemplation, then slowly raised his head again, his eyes looking through the small world to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now, it was 6,000 years since the Aotian emperor had lived out his second life. Chen Chongqing was close to 23,000 years old. Years like a shuttle, buried how many heavenly pride red facebone. In that world, other than that world-defying great emperor, who else could truly remember him? The former true lord of 10,000 laws? Most of their contemporaries are buried, leaving only the two of them, but they are not on the same path. There was a sigh of relief. Chen Chongqing thought of that Aotian emperor. Ever since living out his second life, it was as if he had gone into hiding, and for 6,000 years, not the slightest bit of this great emperor's aura had leaked out. If he hadn't felt the strong force of heaven's mandate, Chen Chongqing would have even suspected for a moment that this great emperor had already gone. Aotian, Aotian, when the hell are you going to die? Chen Chongqing felt that even if the Aotian of the second life was worse than the first life, it wouldn't be too much worse. At least 10,000 years of longevity would still be there. You haven't come out of the world for the past 6,000 years, so you can't be working on some kind of longevity method, right? There's not going to be some third life all of a sudden, is there? Chen Chongqing felt a burst of headache. He had a special feeling for this once good brother, the current great emperor, and didn't want him to grow so old and fade away into the world, leaving him alone, but he didn't want him to live like this so that he would only ever be able to live on. He reckoned that only when he got himself to cultivate the third way of warriors, then he would truly be fearless of great emperors with unparalleled experience such as Aotian. Tuzi, do you think this pussy Aotian will be able to comprehend the method of longevity and live out his third life? Unicorn could only be silent for a while. I can't project. Damn. This garbage system has no use other than having longevity. It can't do anything, and it doesn't even have the immortality pill. System. Never mind. Looks like I should get out there too. Chen Chongqing pondered that nowadays, with his cultivation, and with the Aotian emperor hidden, he should not be able to see him as long as he walked the 9 heavens and 10 earths with his breath hidden. After making up his mind, Chen Chongqing immediately left the small world, and his first stop was at the Holy Land of Yaoqi in the jade clear sky. 6,000 years. The changes in the Yaohe Holy Land could be said to be negligible, and in fact, cultivation shrines like the Yaohe Holy Land that had produced great emperors had long since accomplished similar small worlds, or rather, this was the case for every Dao lineage that had produced a great emperor, and the underpinnings were not to be underestimated. Chen Chongqing stood under a plum tree in Yaoqi. 6,000 years of age had made the plum tree much thicker, and when Chen Chongqing appeared, the plum tree looked like a child, dancing happily. This plum tree was extraordinary. He had personally planted it here in the first place, and it had long been psychic, and although it could not take on a human form, it possessed a long history and powerful abilities. This was also why he would place the divine origin essence that sealed Bai Weiwei here. Reaching out, he stroked the plum tree as he sat under it, as if he saw the stubborn young girl following him again. I came to see you. Chen Chongqing sat under the plum tree, looking at the young girl sealed in the divine origin, and calmly and gently recounted his deeds over the past several thousand years. Subsequently, Chen Chongqing left after spending half a month in the Yaoqi Holy Land. He began to travel the present-day 9 heavens and 10 lands, and also discovered the changes in the present-day 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Aotian emperor was too strong, and his Dao pressed down on all the thousands of Dao that did not show up in the world. Incomparably solid. After that, he visited those Jedi and ferocious places in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, which were also closed and had become treacherous. Of course, he could break in, but it would inevitably set off vibrations and lead to unnecessary trouble. After that, he came to the 3-era Forbidden Lands in the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands, the only 3 forbidden lands rooted in the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands. Although there were many forbidden places in the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands, most of them were hidden, and most of these forbidden places were mysterious and existed with the world, but they still needed to rely on the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands, and among these forbidden places, there were 3 that stood out. They were rooted and connected to the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands, and throughout the ages, they had never been hidden or caused any trouble, but they were so menacing that even the great emperors respected them. The 3 forbidden places are Burial Ground, Buddha's Land, Reincarnation Plateau. It was said that the existence of these 3 forbidden places was unverifiable and did not even belong to this era. Throughout history, there had been countless people who had become emperors, and there had been many great emperors who had fought against the forbidden lands, but only for these 3 forbidden lands. Even the great emperors of the current generation would deliberately avoid them. Even if these 3 forbidden places were rooted in the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands and were never hidden, the great emperor turned a blind eye, because these 3 forbidden places are too mysterious and terrifying. There are great emperors who once entered the Buddha's land and were almost transformed into Buddhas, and there are also great emperors who buried themselves into the burial ground in their later years, expecting to live a second life, but eventually became a psychic emperor's corpse, giving birth to a second consciousness, and became the guardian of the burial ground. As for the Reincarnation Plateau, there were demon emperors who entered it and reincarnated generation after generation until the great emperor origin was worn out. These 3 places were far more terrifying to great emperors than conquering other forbidden lands. Chen Changsheng was very secretive about these 3 places, but he still wanted to go and see if these 3 forbidden places would have any changes in this era. He came to the Qiankuan heaven, where the Buddha land was situated. He stood outside of the Buddha's land and felt a vast Buddha power head-on. The presence of the Aotian emperor didn't have any effect on it. He looked forward. It was a vast golden world. The vastness of the Buddha Dharma was endless. In the midst of the golden world, he was even able to see a figure moving forward in a certain direction, just like a pilgrimage ascetic monk, bowing down one step at a time. Buzz. The Buddha's light rippled. Along with Chen Changsheng felt a strange power. This strange power exuded a kind of temptation, enticing him to enter it. Inside, it seemed as if there was the secret of certifying the Tao. His figure shook and flew back, the 2 radiant lights within his body resisting the demonic force, and his Tao heart shook, expelling that Buddha nature. He frowned. This Buddha nature is full of magic. He glanced warily at the Buddha land and then left, and in the time afterward, he checked out the other 2 forbidden places from afar, and just like the Buddha land, these 2 forbidden places were similarly unaffected by this era, exuding a demonic power. Chen Changsheng also became even more secretive about these 3 forbidden places. In the 1,000 years that followed, Chen Changsheng traveled all over the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands, and also obtained several heavenly materials that were quite good. And this day, a light suddenly descended from above the 9 heavens, illuminating the entire universe as bright as day. Underneath that radiant light was a vast ruin, like an immortal court from the ancient times. This is the God's Market, one of the forbidden places of the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands. It had existed for a long time and had multiple supreme beings sleeping in it, representing a great terror. Yet at some point, within the Jade Emperor Heaven, a chain condensed by the laws of the Great Tao instantly pierced through that piece of light, pinning it to death in the universe. Subsequently, an emperor's might revived. As vast as the might of the heavens, a magnificent figure stepped out from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and beneath his feet was a vision of the 10,000 paths manifesting, and he merely waved his emperor's fist, and it was as if the universe was blooming with a radiant divine haze. Shoo away. The 10,000 paths shook. The space of the avenue that was illuminated by the light fragmented like a mirror. Immediately after, that magnificent figure walked into that world. Emperor Aotian fought his way into the divine ruins. Chapter 015, Refining Soldiers in the Depths of the Universe. Heaven's Mandate births morning intentions. After a lapse of 7,000 years, the vast imperial might once again descended on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and this imperial might woke up a group of old undead who had long ago been sealed in slumber, and they were astonished, and finally saw that the great figure struck into the divine ruins before falling into slumber again. It's the Aotian Emperor who's going to make a move on the Forbidden Land. That's all right. And the 10 living beings of the 9 heavens couldn't help but feel this imperial might that suppressed the ages at this moment, as if the heavens were above and they themselves were as weak as ants. If it wasn't for the fact that someone became an emperor first, we might have had a chance as well. Some sighed, some admired, and others were intent on making a splash in this era. Chen Changsheng, who was in the Qingyao heaven, just looked up at that firmament and cursed breathlessly. This Aotian is going to mess things up again. However, he also discovered that the great emperor of this life seemed to have taken another step forward. far more powerful than the first life, which was just too terrifying. How many beings would have despaired if you had not died? Thus, Chen Xiangsheng ended his travels in the 9 heavens and 10 lands and returned to his lair. And this time, it didn't take long for Emperor Aotian to return, and he once again broke the boundary wall of the divine ruins, returning with a peerless presence. No one knew what had happened. Only some sleeping old monsters, and Chen Xiangsheng sensed something. The Aotian Emperor was going to ask for something from the divine ruins. When the first Aotian Emperor's later years, these forbidden places stood behind the scenes and did not spare any death. Aotian Emperor lived out the second life, far more powerful than the first, so this is to go to collect the debt. It's none of my business. I'll just stay in my lair on Deferred Avenue. Chen Xiangsheng once again fell into a state of seclusion. This tour was more of a measure of the 9 heavens and 10 earths for him, although he also sought out some heavenly materials and treasures, but it was still quite a bit short of the materials he needed to cast the third Dao Soldier, and he could only hope for the system's treasure trove. The main reason was that the longevity points of this broken system had almost been redeemed by him, and in order to deduce the second Dao of War, he had spent the power of deduction several times, resulting in him having very few longevity points left, and if he wanted to exchange his materials, he would probably need to save up a good amount to do so. Chen Xiangsheng peacefully hid inside his lair, and in the 8th millennium, the Aotian Emperor once again emerged. This time it was against the Sea of Reincarnation. He branded the Sea of Reincarnation, which had leaked its trail, with the same means, and a chain of laws pierced through the void, after which the Aotian Emperor casually shattered the boundary wall and broke into the Sea of Reincarnation. A great battle occurred this time, and the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths could feel the terrifying power in the depths of the universe. This great battle lasted for several long months, and then one day, the Aotian Emperor returned strongly, and he was seen carrying the head of an invincible person in his hands. What on earth is Aotian up to? Chen Xiangsheng, who was hiding inside his lair, was puzzled. He had neither completely offended a forbidden land to death, and he had struck in on the side. Could it be a warning? The 1,000 years that followed, the Aotian Emperor made several more appearances, separately seeking out several forbidden places and making strong moves, battling in the depths of the cosmic starry sky, causing violent fluctuations. The 12,000th year, heaven's order hung high, and the vast imperial might from the depths of the universe was like the sea, shaking the 10,000 paths, and this has been going on for centuries. Ever since the Aotian Emperor returned, he entered the depths of the universe. No one knew what he was doing. He could only feel the vast imperial might surrounding the entire universe, and the traces of the great Tao that was gradually manifesting. In the depths of the universe, from time to time, brilliant immortal light bloomed, bringing up countless fragments of laws. Chen Xiangsheng was watching the immortal light in the depths of the universe from within the small world, and in the same state as him were the forbidden existences in the forbidden lands, all of whom were paying attention. Aotian is refining soldiers. He stared into the depths of the universe and muttered to himself, learning the secret. Just the 5 types of immortal light that intermittently rose up to the sky proved that the soldier that great Emperor Aotian had refined this time was extraordinary. Daojacking immortal gold, fantasy wings gold, red phoenix gilt, 9 ghosts of blue and gold, chaotic purple gold. These 5 kinds of immortal gold are none of the supreme immortal materials. Only great emperors can get this kind of heavenly creation thing, and still 5 kinds, rare in the world. Even Chen Xiangsheng couldn't help but be envious. He had only seen 2 of these 5 types of immortal gold, and only the 10,000 spirit cauldron had a chaotic purple gold incorporated within it. So you went and robbed those up forbidden places again and snatched it from them. Chen Xiangsheng was speechless for a while, then became somewhat envious. I'm afraid that only a stunning and incomparable great emperor such as the Aotian Emperor would be so strong, causing all those forbidden lands to back off. These forbidden places have existed with the world for a long time, and there is no telling how many rare things in the world are hidden inside. Chen Xiangsheng made up his mind, waiting until the third Bing Dao was cultivated. Perhaps, he could also go to those forbidden lands and rob them, like that Aotian Emperor, making the forbidden lands bow down. Boom! A great tremor occurred in the depths of the universe. The signs of the great emperor refining his soldiers were too great, causing the 10,000 paths to vibrate, dropping countless visions, a variety of immortal lights rotating and emitting a brilliant light. This supreme aura was so strong that it spread to every corner of the cosmic stars, even inducing visions in many places in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I'm afraid that if this emperor soldier can be made, it's not something that can be compared to an ordinary emperor soldier. Chen Xiangsheng sighed and slowly withdrew his gaze. Another 500 years passed. A terrifying thunderbolt descended from the depths of the universe. The aura of it was like a great emperor conquering. The thunderbolt transformed into all sorts of visions descending from the skies. But in the end, that magnificent figure, holding a multicolored immortal sword, dispersed the entire sea of thunder. the power of the extreme Dao ran through the world, causing all the paths to retreat. The man he became. A multicolored immortal sword was born, far surpassing the average Great Emperor's weapon, exuding a terrifying overriding aura. The Great Emperor had returned from the depths of the stars with an unrivaled aura. Many living beings thought that this Great Emperor was going to take this newly forged Emperor soldier to find trouble with those forbidden places, but as it turned out, the Great Emperor fell silent after returning to the Jade Emperor Heavenly Sanctuary. This silence will be another 1,000 years. In the 14,000th year, the dome of the sky appeared to vibrate. The heavenly mandate hung high. Billions of brilliant golden lights appeared. The power of the heavenly mandate intertwined, and the laws of the great Dao gushed out. It's not like a sign of aging. Chen Shangsheng always felt that there was something wrong with this will of heavenly destiny. 14,000 years. He felt that Aotian should not have reached the end of his lifespan yet. Did he want to lay out the same layout as the first time? To fish for those invincibles in the Forbidden Land, and make another wave of cleansing? But the invincible is not a cutie pie, nor will they fall for it a second time. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. Rolling, the heavenly dome trembled, the 10,000 paths roared, and an imperial might revived, enveloping the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths with an extremely domineering aura. That magnificent figure arrived in the starry sky in a single step, carrying his hands behind his back and displaying an invincible posture that suppressed the ages. He still had a middle-aged look, his blood qi was strong, his Dao was solid, and he didn't show any signs of aging, and his heavenly destiny was hanging high, dropping countless golden ripples. Chen Shangshengmu was startled as he looked at the figure in the starry sky, a brilliant light exploding from his eyes. Aotian, could it be that you're going to go this far too? No wonder those forbidden places are giving away so much immortal gold. So you want to cut yourself off while the origin has not yet flowed, and be reduced to the same supreme beings as those existences? Chen Shangsheng shook his head in disappointment. Aotian, looks like you've fallen too. What was once an emperor slayer has now become a peer like them. Ridiculous, deplorable, pathetic. Chapter 016, The Great Emperor's Path to Heaven. Eternal Life's Sending Off Wine. At this moment, almost all of the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands were paying attention to the magnificent figure of Dao in the starry sky. The vast imperial might obscured the sun, moon, and stars, dividing all the great roads, leaving only that heavenly destiny hanging high, dropping down the infinite power of the laws. Emperor Aotian. He could definitely squeeze in as one of the most stunning great emperors throughout the ages, and that was definitely not an overstatement. In his first life, he had killed supreme beings, and he had even threatened the Forbidden Land, and in his later years, he had even laid out a layout to lure out a large wave of supreme beings to kill him. Although the second life didn't have any great achievements, but it pressed those forbidden places to the point where they didn't dare to show themselves. How many great emperors throughout the ages were able to achieve such a step? Nowadays, the Aotian Emperor had forged the immortal sword, invincible in the world, and that supreme imperial might look like it was going to melt all the paths. All the living beings felt that great Emperor Aotian was going to go and completely level a forbidden land as his twilight years approached, but it's biased. That high-hanging heavens mandate emitted an eerie fluctuation. In the stars, the great Emperor Aotian sat in the void, a multicolored immortal sword straddling his body as his gaze skimmed over the 9 heavens and 10 lands, including those hidden forbidden lands. Almost everyone felt a sense of being watched. Who is Aoti looking for? Chen Shangsheng was lost in thought. He was still guessing. If Aotian really cut himself and degenerated into a supreme being, then which forbidden land would he enter? Chen Shangsheng sighed as he thought of the future. What kind of scenario would it be if the two of them met in another capacity? The Aotian Emperor didn't seem to have found the person he was looking for, and was silent in the starry sky for a long time. Then he got up. Is it really necessary to cut yourself? At this moment, not only was Chen Shangsheng paying attention to the Aotian Emperor, but even multiple gazes poked out from those forbidden places. The moment, the Aotian Emperor stood in the middle of the cosmic starry sky, surrounded by stars, and under his feet was a golden light. He held his immortal sword in Mayan laughed so loudly that the starry sky echoed with his voice, shaking the great Dao and causing it to contend and resonate. You're all waiting for me myself to make a cut. Ridiculous. I am a noble human emperor with an eternal Taoist heart, so how could I be the same as you and other beings who hide in the darkness and dare not see the light? The path toward the Dao is never to seek life, but to live toward death, and this is the gap between you and me. Shoo away. Suddenly, the laws of 10,000 paths erupted, and the 5-colored immortal light transformed into a sword light that decimated a starfield. The Aotian Emperor reached out his hand and continuously drew on the power of heaven's mandate. At this moment, his aura was still climbing, as if he was the only one left in the entire universe, and there was no living being that could compare to him at this moment. Chen Shangsheng was stunned. He realized he had guessed wrong. He suddenly thought of a certain possibility. and then his Dao heart shook. Emperor Aotian, he don't want is to cut himself. Instead, you have to. Having figured this out, Chen Changsheng looked at the figure with a somewhat complicated expression. Aotian, I really did underestimate you after all. Throughout the ages, these great emperors who had witnessed the Dao didn't really have much of a choice. Some great emperors would take advantage of their prime to conquer the Forbidden Land and consume its power, but the result of most of them would be that these great emperors would fight until their blood and souls were dissipated. Even though some great emperors would suppress supreme beings, in the end, they would silently slash themselves, and they themselves would turn into taboo beings and continue to survive. There were also some great emperors who, even in their old age, were unwilling to transform into darkness, choosing to transform into the Dao and return to the heavens and earth, and only a small percentage of the great emperors would choose another path. That's the road to immortality. In this universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a path of ascension to immortality would appear in every era, and it was said that these paths of ascension to immortality connected to the legendary immortal realm, an incomparably vast immortal realm. As long as you can break through this path to immortality, perhaps you can be immortalized. It was a pity that the road to immortal ascension was too mysterious, and many times it was short-lived, making it difficult for even supreme beings and great emperors to seek it out. And the great emperors who sought out this ancient path and set foot on it eventually never returned. And among them, there was no shortage of great emperors who had amazed the ages. This is a road from which there is no turning back, and stepping into it will result in 9 deaths. And right now, Chen Changsheng guessed that great Emperor Aotian was not trying to cut himself, but rather to borrow the final heyday of the laws of heaven's destiny to pierce through that path of immortal ascension, thus ascending to the heavens. Aotian, he was too proud, thereby disdaining to be in the company of those self-cutting supreme beings. He's going to make his way and break into another world all by himself. Therefore, he was not looking for anyone else just now, but rather, he was looking for Chen Changsheng, the only one who survived during his time. And Aotian thought for a moment that it was impossible for Chen Changsheng to die of old age just like that. Deep in the cosmic stars, Aotian was too dazzling. He was holding an immortal sword. His heavenly destiny was high, and his battle power came to the peak of this life. A sword light seemed to run through the ancient and modern worlds, grinding down a piece of starfield, endless great Dao laws spilling out, and supreme greatness sweeping through the 8 wastelands of the universe. Knock knock. The heavens and earth moved as if something had been lifted off the ground. Chaotic. Hongmeng Cheng Qi and the light of the beginning of the earth both appeared. These two substances, rare in the world, even great emperors can be seriously injured. Just like this, they were split out by the Aotian emperor. This caused countless living beings to tremble in fear. However, the Aotian emperor continued to make sword strikes, stirring up heaven and earth, completely plunging them into chaos. In the midst of the chaos, it was like the roar of an ancient beast was coming from the middle of the chaos, and the sword light looked like it was peeling off layers of curtains over and over again, before finally revealing an ancient place in the universe. There is only one ancient road, full of years. Beside that ancient road, there were broken stone carvings, broken ancient soldiers, and dark blood coming to life, full of inexplicable mystery. This is the path to immortality. The Aotian emperor just stood in front of this ancient road, not making any more swords, as if he was waiting for something. And at this moment, Chen Changsheng let out a long sigh and finally made a decision. It's time for me to see you off at the end of this age. And so, a supreme power revived in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A figure wrapped in the 10,000 spirit cauldron headed towards the stars. Many old undead recognized it. This was the supreme being who had once helped the Aotian emperor in his later years. Many people were curious as to what this supreme being was going to do, either to stop great Emperor Aotian, or perhaps he wanted to break into that immortal ascension road with great Emperor Aotian. The two supreme beings just stared at each other in the starry sky. No one could guess which era the figure wrapped in all the spirits came from. It was too mysterious, and they were even more curious to know if these two supreme beings would have a shocking battle at the last moment. Even those forbidden places are always watching. Subsequently, the Aotian emperor waved his imperial fist to disrupt the heavenly mechanism, and all the images disappeared, making even those existences in the forbidden land undetectable. In the cosmic stars, only 2 people remained in front of that ancient road. These 2 former best friends. I've been dusted for 10,000 years. I didn't expect you to choose such a path. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth. He didn't know if Aotian would believe it, but he could only say so. The Aotian emperor didn't seem to probe him too much, but said, after all these years of hiding from me, how come you're willing to come out? Chen Changsheng was speechless for a while before he realized that Aotian had thrown over a wine bottle. The Aotian emperor just casually sat down in the void and poured a mouthful of wine. Nowadays, in this era, you're the only one who knows me well, so this is considered to be the last drink. Chen Changsheng withdrew the 10,000 spirit cauldron and sat down not far away, also pouring a mouthful of wine. Do you really intend to break into the Immortal Ascension path just like that? You should still have quite a lot of longevity left. Really waiting for my lifespan to end? I have no confidence instead. The two of them were in the starry sky, and it was like they were back to the time when they were young. They were good friends who had nothing to talk about. The secret you're hiding is nothing more than related to witnessing the Dao. That time when you didn't witness the Dao. I noticed it, and even Gu Yanga deliberately hid it for you. Chen Chongqing's mind was shaken. Great Emperor Aotian just drank. I'm a great emperor, so why should I care about other people's secrets? You all underestimate me too much. Everlasting, why do we have to do this? Yeah, why do they have to? Chen Changqing was silent for a while. It was just that. He was carrying too much. His secret of longevity was only known to one person. He didn't dare to divulge half of it, as long as there was a hint of leakage. In this world, I'm afraid that an existence even more terrifying than a great emperor will appear. And himself, there will be nowhere to run. After a moment of silence, Chen Chongqing still said, perhaps, you can try to live out your third life, and with the accumulation of one more life, the chances of breaking into this path will be higher. Great Emperor Aotian just smiled. The third life? I already had the method to live the third life long ago. Chen Chongqing was shocked for a moment. Aotian, however, did not think so. Just, what's the point of living out one life after another? Or can only sink in the world? The last thing I have left in this world is gone, so I should let go. Chen Changsheng was speechless. The two drank a lot of wine in the starry sky. Aotian turned his head to look at him. It's kind of a surprise for me to finally see you in this life. Still, I have something against you, so I'm going to give you a little discipline. Chen Changsheng only felt that something big was not good. Next moment, a multicolored swordlight mercilessly slammed him directly out of the cosmic starry sky, directly splitting him back into the 9 heavens and 10 earths with a single sword. Chen Changsheng cursed. The Aotian Emperor laughed out loud and finally got up and took a step into that Immortal Ascension road. He just looked back. There was no lingering in his eyes. Only endless battle intent remained. Everlasting, at some point in the future, perhaps, you will find the surprise I have left for you. Or, your killing game. Shoo away. The road to immortality emitted a monstrous divine aura that shattered the depths of the universe. The road to immortality disappeared. The Aotian Emperor's aura had also completely disappeared. The heavenly fate's mournful cry and the interweaving of the 10,000 paths had also completely severed the breath with the Aotian Emperor. Chen Changsheng lay at the bottom of the deep sea with a complicated expression. He's 30,000 years old. In this life, the last person he had known, the great emperor of the day, the once close friend, he, too, had disappeared. The world is silent. Please give me a favorite if you like it. Thanks. Chapter 017, After the Great Emperor's Departure, I attacked the Supreme Being in the depths of the universe. Boom! The great fluctuations in the universe were intensifying, and the 10,000 paths roared and blossomed with radiant light. But in the end, everything returned to calm. There was no longer any bright light in the depths of the universe, and there was no longer any violent rumbling. The heavens' mandate looked like it had opened the shackles of the great Dao at a certain moment, and the great Dao laws were like a sea, and the vastness of the great Dao laws instantly erupted, making the entire universe light up. Chen Changsheng emerged from the bottom of the sea and looked at heaven's mandate with a complicated expression. This situation could only mean that in this life, the great emperor's brand in heaven's mandate had disappeared, no longer binding the 10,000 paths, and that one shackle had been completely opened. Sure, this didn't mean that the Aotian emperor was just gone. It was also possible that it was because his path to immortality had severed his senses with heaven's destiny. Throughout history, most of those supreme beings who hid in forbidden places were like this. Chen Changsheng categorically felt that it would be the latter, and he subconsciously did not believe that the Aotian emperor, who had amazed the ages, would fall like this. However, no matter what, this era is over. The era belonging to the Aotian emperor is over. The next 10,000 years of time would be in an era without a great emperor, until the Aotian great emperor's Dao mark completely disappeared, until the 10,000 paths were restored and the 9 heavens and 10 earths regained their vitality. It was destined to be a not-so-good time. Even though the Aotian emperor had left, the traces of his Dao had not completely dissipated, and under the influence of his Dao, none could escape his suppression, and no one could become an emperor. Chen Changsheng was ready to return to his lair. In these 10,000 years in the afterlife, even if it was more exciting, even if more amazing beings appeared, they would not be able to make the ultimate leap, so he was not prepared to pay attention. However, it hadn't even been 100 years since Chen Changsheng had returned to his lair. A message came from the once Aotian sacred land that the entire Aotian sacred land had chosen to seal itself. This was for fear of the retaliation of those supreme beings that the Aotian emperor had attracted after he left, and in the centuries that followed. A supreme fluctuation could always be felt in the cosmic stars, the breath of supreme beings, incomparably active. Chen Chongqing could only let out a sigh. Aotian left. Those supreme beings can't help themselves, but right now the great Tao has not been restored. The beings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths can't climb up to the peak, and it's tasteless to these forbidden beings, so there shouldn't be any great woes. Chen Chongqing surmised so, but soon after, just 4,000 years had passed, a tragic scene occurred in the cosmic stars. This day, Chen Chongqing was awakened by a wave of mourning. He was a bit uncertain, and in a burst of projection, he could only deduce that something woeful had happened outside. I'm afraid that the only ones who could let him project and only learn a thing or two were the existences of the same supreme beings. Now that the 9 heavens and 10 lands are safe and sound, it can only happen somewhere in the cosmic stars. Chen Chongqing was still pondering whether or not he should take care of this matter, but then he realized that this matter was surprisingly somewhat related to himself again. There are no great emperors in the world, and these supreme beings have no one to suppress them. If there is a great emperor, he froze. The Aotian emperor had already ascended the heavenly path, and in the next moment, Chen Chongqing had made up his mind. The 2 military paths had been perfected, and perhaps, it was time to let these supreme beings know that even though there was no Aotian emperor in existence, there was likewise a human supreme being who was not weaker than him. Buzz. The small world shook as he took a step out of the small world to travel to the depths of the universe, and at this point, in a certain ancient land of life in the depths of the universe, it had long been enveloped by a layer of blood mist, and no living being was able to escape, even some sealed old undead, who wanted to fight to the death in this moment of grief and indignation. But in the end, they still transformed into a mist of blood, a mere quasi-emperor, and you still want to move the hilt of a sword in front of this emperor. In the blood-colored world, a huge body with an ice-cold complexion was coiled up and was absorbing the blood food. A piece of the living beings of the ancient star of life was pulled by the blood chi and turned into a blood mist, and there were living beings who loudly shouted the name of Great Emperor Aotian, expecting a great emperor to come to quell this forbidden living being. But in the end, there was no half response. Aotian has disappeared. Who in this world can suppress me? He's a little reckless. He was an ancient supreme being, and over the past tens of thousands of years, his origin had flowed so much that he couldn't hold on any longer. And with the suppression of the Aotian emperor, he didn't dare to have half a mind for tens of thousands of years. And now, the Aotian emperor had disappeared for 4,000 years. This was not a conspiracy. He was very sure that the Aotian emperor had really disappeared. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive, but he had finally disappeared in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. And so, he came out of the world. Even though there were still marks of Aotian's Dao in this era, and the great Dao was incomplete, he still came out because he couldn't stay up anymore. He was about to come to the end, and even the effect of the divine source was very little anymore. The living beings of the Dao Arduous era were too weak and their origin was thin. But even so, he didn't hesitate to wipe out a piece of the ancient land of life. Even if it only lasted him a moment longer, it would be excellent. He didn't want to die. He hadn't waited for the road to immortality to open. So how could he be willing to die? Even if all the living beings in the universe and the stars were turned into blood food. Yet just then, a sense of crisis suddenly descended, and immediately afterward, an axe light that split his great Dao tore through the red world with the power of countless laws. With a bellowing cry, a crimson spear appeared in his hand, and endless blood chi rolled around, emanating monstrous killing intent. Boom! A great battle of supreme beings was heard from the depths of the universe, and supreme laws filled the air, shocking the living beings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, while at the same time, the supreme existences of some forbidden places began to poke out their gazes. Who is it? The blood-colored voice carried a coldness, and a figure wrapped in 10,000 spirits appeared in front of him, holding a huge axe that easily tore through the bloodlight. It's you! He recognized that this supreme being had once helped the Aotian emperor, but he had been cleaved by the Aotian emperor at a later time. Therefore, many beings thought that he was not on the same side as the Aotian emperor. Now, however, this supreme being appeared again. Chen Chongqing entered this blood-colored world and discovered the living beings of the various races that were struggling in the blood-colored world and were shouting the name of the Aotian emperor. And he understood exactly where this hint of connection came from. He's the only person left in this world who has a connection to Aotian. He stared at the blood-colored being, his gaze cold, and made his move without any sign. The 10,000 spirits cauldron erupted with supreme power. The 10,000 spirits surfaced, covering the sky and the sun, and the giant axe in his hand carved out a ray of light as the great Dao laws roared. The spear in that blood-colored being's hand also erupted with extreme power. The 2 forbidden beings thus struck out greatly in the starry sky, terrifying extreme power streaking across the landscape, grinding out pieces of space and time. Who the hell are you? The scarlet being roared in rage as he realized that he was actually being forced to retreat, even though he had cut himself and dropped down to the Emperor realm. The other party was the same supreme being, and it was surprising that someone could do so. Who the hell are you? He radiated a monstrous killing intent. Kill your people. Chen Changsheng carried the might of the 10,000 spirit cauldron and blasted away, while at the same time executing an imperial method that induced billions of thunder to descend at the same time. That giant axe was even emitting a terrifying power, causing that blood-colored being to be incomparably fearful. Kill! The blood-colored spear exuded the might of the extreme Dao to pierce through the void, and the massive palm drained the blood chi in the starry sky to grind out the 10,000 ways. Boom! A terrifying vision occurred in the depths of the universe, that there were taboo-level beings dueling, which shocked the beings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, because there were no great emperors in the heavens and earth today. If these forbidden beings made a move in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, there would be no beings that could stop them. Buzz. At this moment, the heavenly mandate suddenly surfaced, dropping down the laws of the great Dao. An imperial might revived in the depths of the universe. The scarlet beings were forced to sublimate extremely well, and in this moment, they resumed their former peak state. He roared, a little resentful, but helpless, complete with the laws of the great Dao surrounding it, the sun and the moon floating on its shoulders. Under its feet was a golden path of light, and it held a bright red spear. This was a true ancient emperor. His figure was huge and full of majesty, and blood-light rushed to the sky. Chen Changsheng recognized the identity of this ancient emperor from that extreme Dao might. It's you, Dragon Crocodile Demon Emperor. This was a demon emperor who had existed for an extremely long time, who had once attacked the Forbidden Land and ended up burying himself deep into the Forbidden Land, and everyone thought that he had died, but unexpectedly, he had fallen to become a Forbidden Supreme. 2 shifts a day. Still saving up now. We'll do 3 if the results are okay. Hope you all support me more. Chapter 018, Blasting Supreme Beings. Time is long. The great Dao begins to recover. The aura of a perfect and flawless great emperor streaked across the universe, which shocked countless living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And of course, there were quite a few ancient great sects and Dao lineages that recognized this great emperor's Dao. It's the Dragon Crocodile Demon Emperor. He didn't die. He actually became a supreme being. Some living beings couldn't believe that in those long ago times, this Dragon Crocodile Demon Emperor could be considered extraordinary, attacking forbidden lands and blasting down forbidden beings. And the last battle was so tragic that even the destiny of heaven was saddened by it. Unexpectedly, he had cut off his own origin and become a supreme being. Some supreme beings had gained insight into what was happening in the depths of the universe. The Dragon Crocodile Demon Emperor was slaughtering ordinary beings, turning them into blood food, and had been targeted by another supreme being. Of course, only a very few top beings and existences in the Forbidden Land knew about it. The great battle that took place in the depths of the universe was so great that many beings couldn't see it and didn't even know what was happening. Chen Changsheng hung his head over the 10,000 spirit cauldron and held the destruction axe, feeling the flawless power of this Dragon Crocodile Demon Emperor's great emperor in front of him. Only his expression was calm. Having once felt the vastness of Emperor Aotian's imperial might, this Dragon Crocodile Demon Emperor could only be considered very ordinary compared to it, even though he is now extremely sublimated and perfect. But he was too old. His essence was decaying, and this state of perfection was ultimately only a flash in the pan. And himself, with 2 perfected paths of arms, infinitely close to a perfect and flawless great emperor, with 2 paths of arms united, what harm would there be even if they were perfect and flawless great emperors? What's there to fear from a fight? Forcing me to sublimate extremely, you deserve to die. Boom! At this moment, the bright red spear erupted with true power of the extreme Dao, and the power of the 10,000 paths surged forth, trembling the void. Chen Changsheng greeted him, still unafraid. Both of these 2 supreme beings exerted their supreme Dao at this moment, casually shattering the void and separating space and time with a single punch. Bury me. Densely packed world shadows continued to emerge, as if the time and space breaks were layered on top of each other toward Chen Changsheng's suppression. Buzz. The 10,000 spirit cauldron glowed, and the 2 types of Bing Dao in his body simultaneously emitted an overbearing and extreme power. He was like a flatboat swimming against the current in the midst of this space-time turbulence, with all the spirits protecting him, and finally, a huge axe waved out a terrifying light, completely separating the space-time turbulence. Boom! The 2 of them executed the supreme strike. The divine haze blossomed, and in the end, the Dragon Crocodile Demon Emperor retreated. He was chattering blood in the starry sky, his body exuding an aura of decay, his origin completely depleted at this moment, about to exit the flawless Emperor realm. I didn't lose to you, I lost to time, he roared angrily in the starry sky. His voice was somewhat tragic, and finally, he reproduced his peak power. His blood aura was overwhelming, revealing his body, which was a huge behemoth, with a dragon's head and crocodile's body, emanating a terrifying godly aura, and then, his entire body but transformed into a bloodlight, fusing with the great Dao, and executed a flawless strike. This strike eclipsed the starry sky and shattered the great Dao inch by inch. Boom! Chen Shangxing's two types of Bing Dao merged into one, similarly blasting out a peak strike. Click! The void was constantly collapsing, and although he had received this strike, he had suffered the same heavy damage. However, that dragon crocodile demon emperor fell down to the emperor realm after this strike, and was no longer able to fight anymore. Subsequently, Chen Shangxing swung the axe of destruction, and a terrifying light that tore through the universe beheaded this dragon crocodile demon emperor. The emperor's blood spilled and quickly began to dissipate. The huge body that straddled the cosmic starry sky dissipated its vitality, eventually unable to maintain its own power, and began to transform into the Dao, a rain of light enveloping the starry sky, and eventually flew off to all parts of the universe. Worthy of being a former great emperor, Chen Shangxing lamented in the starry sky. He had suffered a heavy blow within his body, but the Dao of war he cultivated had made his body tough, and it would only take thousands of years for him to recover as before. It had to be said that even though these great emperor supreme beings had been reduced to supreme beings, their fighting strength really couldn't be described, and they could stand up to the title of invincible. He walked forward, and only a few items were left in place after the dragon crocodile demon emperor disappeared. The broken bright red spear was an extreme Dao weapon. A pitch-black stone box, not destroyed, was enough to see how extraordinary it was. There were also some extremely precious heavenly materials that had been preserved. Chen Shangxing put it all away before looking at the blood-washed lifestar field in front of him, which had long since been reduced to 10. Chen Shangxing could only sigh. There were countless ancient lands of life in the universe, but right now, this ancient lands of life one had completely disappeared. Odds are, there won't be any new life for a long time to come. This is dark turmoil, where living beings are like grass, without the slightest ability to resist, and there was nothing Chen Shangxing could do about it, even if he had discovered it in advance. I'm afraid that the great battle between the two of them would have spread to this place. It was unavoidable. Afterward, Chen Shangxing executed his divine ability to refine all of the remaining breath before returning to the small world. The battle with the dragon palette demon emperor had caused him to suffer some Dao injuries as well. So next, Chen Shangxing began his seclusion to repair his injuries. At the same time, he also opened the black box that belonged to the dragon crocodile demon emperor, and inside was a space that held countless precious things, and at the same time, an immortal material that was hard to find in the world. It's the same as the Tree of Enlightenment. The return to the ruins. The ruins of the ruins. Wakagi grows in the land of the ruins of the ruins. Its roots connect to the eye of the ruins of the sea. Its leaves contain the great Tao of the tides, and its branches reflect the long river of light and shade. I can't believe there's still this item. Sure enough, these ancient supreme beings are hiding a lot of good things on their bodies. Chen Shangxing a burst of emotion. People like him although there is a system, but the bottom line is still too poor. It is also difficult to have this kind of heaven-defying things. In the beginning a small piece of immortal gold has been his greatest chance. The third Dao soldier has yet to be completely determined. But with this cutoff of the ruins Wakamu, there are some ideas. But I might just need to be a little more careful later on in the manifestation. At first, Aotian's sword had set him aside from Aotian. But with this outburst, Chen Shangxing would definitely be regarded as an enemy by all the supreme beings, and he might even be beaten up by a group. Although he could conceal his aura and Dao, the two Dao armaments associated with him were difficult to hide, and quite a few forbidden beings might have paid attention to these two Dao armaments. The only way now is for me to refine the third Dao soldier and come out with the third Dao soldier to conceal my identity. The other way is to recultivate an avenue, but that's up to Brother Unity. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Shangxing came to a decision. In the thousands of years that followed, Chen Shangxing intended to reinvestigate a great Dao in addition to the Dao of soldiers. While doing so, and for this reason, he almost used up his longevity points again. Time passes. In the blink of an eye it was 8,000 years. There hadn't been much turmoil in those 8,000 years, and it was considered peaceful. Now, Chen Shangxing was 42,000 years old. That year, there was a sudden vibration coming from the cosmic stars. Divine haze visions appeared everywhere. The great Dao roared, and slowly began to wake up from its slumber. The great Dao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths had begun to revive, and the power of heaven's mandate had begun to appear. A new era opens. All living beings know. In this era, a new great emperor will be born. Chapter 019 Recovery of the 10,000 Paths. The art of the 5 elements of breath. Accepting the disciple Hong Tian. The great Dao laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths began to revive, and many living beings noticed the changes in the heavens and earth at the first time, and the great Dao loosened up and was able to be more intuitively felt. This heaven and earth was suitable for living beings to cultivate again, and even though it had only just begun, the change was too obvious. In the first instance, those beings who had been stuck in the Dao beheading realm for millennia felt their bottlenecks loosening and invoked their own Dao beheading tribulation. Then, after the 9 heavens and 10 lands experienced the Dao hard times, the first saints were born. 100 years have passed in a flash. During these 100 years, the heavens and earth had changed drastically, and the signs of the flow of the great Dao were easily captured by the cultivating beings. Those great religions and holy places that were once hidden were also coming out, and in the major heavens and earths, and even in the land of living beings in the stars, one by one, celestial pride began to emerge and began to make its mark. Holy land, ancient cult, imperial race, sea race, phantom race, human race, even those ancient celestials who had once sealed themselves had come out. At this moment, countless beings were rubbing their fists, wanting to make a big splash in this era, waiting until the future imperial road to fight for supremacy, and accomplishing a hegemony. The 9 heavens and 10 lands became active again, a thriving great Dao manifested, and even certain forbidden places began to manifest, accepting the essence of heaven and earth. Perhaps, I can also take in a disciple and see if I can get him to compete for the position of the great emperor of this era? Chen Shangsheng suddenly moved to look at the splendor of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The long wait might be too boring. He couldn't certify the Dao, so couldn't the people he cultivated also certify the Dao? Thus, he began to walk the 9 heavens and 10 lands in one incarnation, and in 100 years' time, he visited many places. Finally, he took in a little girl with oddly bad roots. Her name is Hong Tian. As for why Chen Shangsheng accepted her as a disciple, it was probably just because he saw her stubbornly begging for life inside a pile of dead people. Only, Hong Tian's root and bone talent was too poor. So Chen Shangsheng brought Hong Tian back to the small world and used the supreme secret method to mold his body. After that, he even sealed it in the divine source, and refined that half of the dragon palette demon emperor's imperial soldier and placed it in Hong Tian's body as a way to warm up her already weak blood chi. At this point, inside the small world, Chen Shangsheng was standing in front of a piece of divine source looking at Hong Tian inside. He was considering whether or not to let Hong Tian come out to see the outside world. Even if it couldn't be compared to those heavenly prides, it could still slightly hone the Dao. Wait a little longer. In the end, Chen Shangsheng still decided to let it come out in 100 years, and the divine origin essence was still a bit short of remodeling its origin for it. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Shangsheng looked up again at the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was a little curious. With his current Dao, incomparably close to a great emperor, he wondered if he could now invoke his own emperor's calamity? Although it was said that the system allowed for longevity without being able to prove the truth, was it possible for one to avoid this one rule? He had some ideas, but now the mandate of heaven, though manifested, had not yet arrived. He sat down for a while to meditate. Now, he was 43,000 years old, and time had passed without leaving the slightest trace on him. Over these thousands of years, the third Dao soldier had finally made progress, and he had spent a variety of divine materials plus the ruins of the ruins wood to cast the ruins of the ruins bell. Only, the third Dao Bing was obviously more difficult than the second Dao Bing, especially since it contained the way of spacetime tides, and even with the power of deduction, even he didn't know how long it would take if he wanted to be completely complete. Therefore, during these 8,000 years, he had expended the power of deduction several times and deduced another flawless path of the great Dao, the law of the 5 elements of life. Compared to the hegemony of the 12 armies Dao, the 5 elements breathing method was obviously a bit easier to cultivate, utilizing the power of the 5 elements, which were born from each other, to break through the barrier of the great Dao. Of course, this obviously takes a lot of time as well, but it's easier than the 12 soldiers' paths. And, he wasn't short of time right now, the power of the 5 elements, which means that I need to cultivate the 5 elemental paths to perfection, the fusion of the origins, and the realization of the unending running trajectory of life. He sighed. In fact, many great emperors specialized in cultivating a great Dao and waited until the Dao was complete before taking the ultimate leap to achieve the ultimate sublimation of the great Dao. It wasn't that those great emperors couldn't cultivate other great Dao, but that they had limited time, and each great Dao required countless hours to climb to perfection. And now, Chen Shangsheng needed to cultivate the 5 great Dao paths to perfection, something those beings did not dare to imagine. The unification of the 5 Dao paths should be enough to rival a perfect and flawless great emperor. Once upon a time, Chen Shangsheng was known as the true lord of 10,000 dharmas, and he had touched on 1 or 2 of almost every great Dao. But then again, he hadn't really delved into them. Trying to cultivate a great Dao to perfection was considered a challenge for him. It shouldn't take longer than the time I've been cultivating the third Bing Dao, he said confidently. The hegemony of the Bing Dao was in the layers. Even he couldn't stand it. Compared to that, he was more confident in the 5 elements breathing method. He glanced at the source of his eyes, and then at the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In this era, I wonder who should become an emperor, and will someone as stunning as the Aotian emperor appear? 100 years later, Hong Tian walked out of the divine origin, and Chen Qianxing brought her to the everlasting sky, accompanying her as she traveled and grew along the way. During this period, he had brought Hong Tian to meet the prides of various clans and had seen various cultivators fight. From a dark and thin little girl, Hong Tian had finally grown into a big girl, and even though her appearance was not amazing, she was still considered upright. She wore black robes from time to time and was a big, silent girl, because she herself knew that she was far from those so-called heavenly prides. Talent, qualification, enlightenment, and physical fitness could only be considered average. Teacher, am I really no good? Is it true that I can't compare to those heavenly prides? Is the witnessing of the way without a glimmer of hope for me? In the face of Hong Tian's inquiry, Chen Qianxing merely carried his hands behind his back with a calm expression. To you, what are the guidelines for witnessing the Dao and becoming an emperor? Hong Tian raised his head. Be invincible and defeat all enemies. Chen Qianxing smiled. But you're inferior to others in everything. Your natural talent, enlightenment, and giftedness. Hong Tian's face became pale and colorless, biting his lips tightly. Is it possible that if I say you can't do it, you think you can't do it yourself? Hong Tian's face became even paler. Chen Qianxing glanced at her. After all, she was just a freshly grown-up girl. He then said, this world is never fair. There are people who are better than you in terms of natural talent. There are people who are better than you in terms of heritage. There are people who are better than you in terms of luck. There are just too many to compare to others. He looked at Hong Tian. But there's one thing, all of you are on the same page. That's the heart of the way. Hong Tian looked at Chen Qianxing, who laughed. In this world, everything can be false, but only one thing is real, and that is the Dao heart. You are inferior to others in everything. Then you try to catch up. If 10 times is not enough, then 100 times. If 100 times is not enough, then 1,000 times, until one day you can level with him, or surpass him. In this way, you can be considered truly invincible, for you have long since defeated your invincible self. With such a Dao heart, what is there to worry about not being able to level all enemies? Hong Tian appeared to have understood but was somewhat puzzled. Chen Qianxing shook his head and laughed. I will accompany you on your travels for another 100 years, and on that day when you are enlightened, you will travel on your own. And after that, Chen Qianxing only stayed with Hong Tian for 10 years, and Hong Tian went far away alone after bidding Chen Qianxing farewell. That parting back was like seeing her begging for life in a pile of corpses in the first place. So stubborn. Chen Qianxing had already decided that he would release this girl once in each of her lifetimes, allowing her to face off against the heavenly prides of various eras and hone until her Dao heart was honed to perfection. Perhaps, she may not be unable to prove the truth one day? If you think it looks good, you can give it a bookmark, like it, and give me a boost. Now I'm still slowly saving up, 2 times a day, 3 times a day. Thank you for your support. Chapter 020, The Supreme Being's Killing Intent. Hong Tian Avenue is full of difficulties. After Hong Tian left alone, Chen Qianxing also prepared to return to his lair. He wouldn't have too much concern because Hong Tian had a half-imperial weapon inside his body, as well as several degenerate imperial talismans that he had exchanged from inside the system. So I'm afraid that if he wanted to truly kill Hong Tian, I'm afraid that even certain old monsters wouldn't be able to do it. For this era, he likewise felt a bit bored. Nothing more than some little kids going through the motions, fighting for that one and only possibility. For a being like him who had already stood at the apex long ago, there wouldn't be too many fluctuations within his heart, and at most, he would only sweep a glance at a few supreme celestial prides that had the chance to be able to certify as emperors. But that was all. And the only beings who possessed the same state of mind as him were probably those supreme beings hiding in the Forbidden Land. Casually tearing through the void, Chen Qianxing arrived in the starry sky, intending to return to his lair. However, at this very moment, he inexplicably felt a sense of malice that rose from the bottom of his heart and then transformed into a pure killing intent. He had been targeted by those supreme beings after all. Chen Qianxing's expression remained unchanged as a tripod emerged, and the great Dao transformed into the All-Soul, setting off an incomparable mystery. A piece of starry sky abruptly shattered, and from within that pitch-black void, a palm flowing with great Dao laws probed out, directly grabbing towards Chen Qianxing. That was a power that belonged to the Supreme, and even though it was not considered particularly strong in Chen Qianxing's eyes right now, it was indeed a power that belonged solely to the Supreme. He is fearless. The 10,000 spirit cauldron above his head glowed as he directly blasted away. A ripple of the great Dao laws was set off in the cosmic starry sky, grinding down everything. The large hand disappeared, and even the killing intent dissipated into thin air. The being that struck out did not use its full strength. It should have been a random strike in a half-awakened state, a sort of test for him, and he also had reservations, and only used part of his power. Chen Qianxing just stood there amongst the cosmic stars to see if there were any more follow-up strikes. He didn't mind finding out who the forbidden behind the scenes had done a battle with as a way to establish his authority. It was only a pity that after waiting for a long time, he was unable to get that supreme being to make another move. Is it from the divine ruins, the sea of reincarnation, or the immortal and demon mines? Chen Qiangsheng pondered for a while. The owner of that giant hand was well hidden, and he couldn't tell right now which forbidden land had taken a murderous stance against him, or all the forbidden places. He used his means to isolate all pushback and finally returned to his lair. It seems like it should be on their radar. On his way back, he sensed several forces silently deducing his past future. It was only that at their level, even if they were the same supreme being, it would be difficult for them to deduce each other, and the great Dao would deliberately avoid them. He frowned. The last outburst still gave birth to those supreme beings. In the beginning, Aotian's sword had set him aside, but because he had spelled out a rotten supreme being in the starry sky, he had become a thorn in the side of all supreme beings again. Because for them, even if they hid in the forbidden land to suppress themselves, but time would more or less leave traces on them. You can't hide from it. You're just delaying death. That dragon crocodile demon emperor was just hiding for too long. His origin was decaying, and he didn't have many days left, which is why he showed up to plunder the essence of his origin that wasn't of much use to him. And all of these supreme beings might one day in the future be instinctively corrupted and follow the same path as the dragon crocodile demon emperor. Throughout the ages, isn't that where all that dark turmoil came from? In order to continue to perpetuate life, what was it to slaughter just a few ancient lands of life? Sure, they would deliberately avoid times when there were great emperors. However, if they met that kind of golden great world, even if there were great emperors in the world, they might still initiate dark turmoil, because the beings of the golden great world were considered a truly great tonic to their origin. So, right now, Chen Qiangsheng had undoubtedly become an anomaly among them, becoming a roadblock for them to unleash dark turmoil. Such a person, those forbidden places were absolutely not allowed to exist. This little world of mine shouldn't be discovered anytime soon. Chen Qiangsheng muttered to himself. This small world was outside of the 9 heavens and 10 earths and was dependent on them but existed independently, for which he had spent a great deal of heavenly materials and means to transform it. Although it was said that it was not as good as those forbidden places, those supreme beings would have to spend countless efforts if they wanted to find him in this existence. It seems that this identity of mine will have to disappear for a while. Chen Qiangsheng sighed, then thought of his 5 elemental breathing methods. For the next few moments, temporarily cultivate the 5 elemental breathing methods, one of which must be cultivated to perfection. Having made up his mind, Chen Qiangsheng immediately closed his eyes, and in just a few moments, a huge ancient tree stretched out behind him, and his entire being emanated a rich wood essence. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years passed by. Due to the complete restoration of the great Dao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the emergence of Heaven's mandate, heavenly prides from all over the world had begun to rise, and even some upstarts had begun to rise later, launching rounds of competition, especially those holy lands and the 10,000 clans that had produced great emperors. The celestial pride that walked out displayed an invincible stance, sweeping away countless celestial pride of their peers. Of course, some rise and some fall. Heaven's pride are stepping on the bones of other heaven's pride on the way up. There are a lot of reputation for a moment of heaven's pride, maybe in the twinkling of an eye by another heaven's pride to defeat, become someone else's stepping stone. This kind of thing happens from time to time in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and at this moment, Hong Tian once again had a great battle with a young pride of the sea race. Before this, she had lost several times in the hands of a person, and each time, she would fight to the death to escape, and then challenge again. This time, it was her 7th challenge. You're no match for me. The young man in the sea race had 3 bumps on his eyebrows, like horns, and his face had lines of scales. He looked high and proud, and when he raised his hand, he did his best to disintegrate Hong Tian's attacks. Hong Tian, dressed in black, was just silent as he used his power to start fighting over and over again. Open! She closed her hands, and the petals floating down from the sky instantly transformed into a great killing weapon, emitting a terrifying killing intent that covered the space in front of her. The man of the sea race similarly felt the crisis. An ocean surfaced behind him, and the 3 bumps in the center of his eyebrows were even more luminous. Buzz. The two of them battled together, with all sorts of divine abilities and techniques bombarding the sky. But in the end, Hong Tian was still defeated. She was pierced through her abdomen by the scale-covered arm, but at the same time, she desperately counterattacked before escaping the place completely. Still losing for the 7th time, she fled to an uninhabited place and began to heal her wounds, and a hint of bitterness showed on her face. It had been hundreds of years, and she had come this far from a silent and nameless cultivator to the point where many living beings knew him, all because she had challenged one genius after another. But she had won none of them, close to 100 failures. If it were any other living being, the Dao would probably have been shattered long ago. But she is Hong Tian, a person with extremely ordinary talent. root bones, and enlightenment. Failure is just her daily routine. It was amazing enough to have gotten this far, all by her own intention. But now, Hong Tian felt that she was about to be unable to hold out as well. Having been defeated over and over again, she was about to give birth to a heart demon, and her Dao heart was about to be shattered. However, every time she came to this point, she would think of Chen Qianxing's words, and she would bite her lips tightly again, her eyes becoming determined. She's so much worse than the others. The only thing you can do, and that is to work hard. If 100 times doesn't work, then 1,000 times. If 1,000 times doesn't work, then 1,000,000 times. I can do it. Hong Tian stubbornly got up and finally moved away from this place. And the young man of the sea race who chased after him had a rage in his heart at this time. This human woman managed to escape from him every time, and this was already the 7th time. And, each time, he could feel the woman getting stronger, gradually drawing closer to him. From the very beginning, he had casually suppressed it, but now, he was using his full strength, but it was still the same. There was always a feeling in the back of his mind, a feeling that made him feel a little terrible, because he feels, next time, maybe the woman would just level with him. It was possible. Beyond him. Chapter 021 Hong Tian's Dao heart almost broken. Over the course of hundreds of years, a large number of heavenly prides had emerged from all over the universe. This is a big year, which also means that there will be fierce competition and cruelty in this era. Even though it is not yet time for the opening of the Emperorhood, these heavenly prides have already killed with fervor. Not only did these heavenly prides begin to show their sharp edges, even the forces behind these heavenly prides couldn't help but make a move. A certain number of strong contenders had even begun to be targeted by those great sects and holy places, and someone had even already made a move, and some of the weaker forces, along with the Dao protectors and celestial pride, had all died tragically together. This tense situation instead didn't make those heavenly prides fearful, but it provoked their invincible hearts even more. For a moment, the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands were plunged into a bizarre atmosphere. Soon, news of the tragic deaths of some heavenly prides came from all over the place. These were all once renowned and powerful heavenly prides who had suppressed their peers. As a result, they didn't manage to die on the road to becoming an emperor, but instead, they died in the hands of characters of the older generation. At the same time, there were also some heaven-defying supreme celestial pride who had survived the sniping of these older generation figures time and time again, and had designed to kill the older generation powerhouses back, and had become instantly famous. Of course, these types of absolute heavenly prides generally came from holy places with long-lasting inheritance and some 10,000 clans with strong heritage, not something that ordinary heavenly prides could compare to. However, one of them was killed because a certain holy sun cultivated by a holy land was sniped by a team of people, which ultimately caused the Holy Land to become furious and directly used its reserves to slaughter a group of people. After that, all the forces even fought a big battle, fighting in the dark and bleeding. The final result of this great battle was that all the great holy places and all the 10,000 races had taken a blood oath that the older generation would not be allowed to participate in the affairs of the younger generation, and that they would not be allowed to secretly kill, or else they would be subjected to a joint attack by all the forces. Only then did the matter settle down completely. The younger generation no longer has to be afraid and can compete squarely. However, it was also because of this incident that those truly heaven-defying heavenly prides and demons appeared in front of everyone, and had vaguely become something. A few hundred years was more like an instant to Chen Qianxing. He opened his eyes, countless wood essence in the body was born. Would life together he once all involved, but also the enlightenment to an extraordinary point. Behind the ancient tree of life is its cultivation of the vision. However, to completely cultivate this Dao to perfection, he would also need some time. As for the third military Dao, although he had also been participating in the cultivation during these hundreds of years, it was not moving at all, but this was also expected of him. This time, he interrupted his cultivation and did not cultivate the life of wood together to perfection in one go because he wanted to bring Hong Tian back to be resealed. Chen Qianxing was afraid that if he closed his eyes for a long period of time at a time, Hong Tian the girl might not be able to directly turn into a gray-haired old girl. Bitterly, he shook his head. He projected the location where Hong Tian was located. Hong Tian had his localization on his body. He could find Hong Tian very quickly. After determining the location, Chen Qianxing did not hesitate any longer and directly took a step out of the small world. This time, there was no aura belonging to the Supreme Being on him, and his body was filled with the essence of wood, as if he had transformed into a different person. As long as I don't actually fight those Supreme Beings, they won't discover my identity. After determining what he had in mind, Chen Qianxing then headed towards Hong Tian's location. At this point, on top of a certain treacherous mountain peak in the everlasting sky, Hong Tian, dressed in black, looked at the tumbling sea of clouds in front of him in a daze. A figure silently appeared behind her, and after just one look, he shook his head and sighed. A Dao heart is thinning out. Chen Shangxing could tell at a glance the state of Hong Tian at this moment, and Hong Tian heard the sighs which realized that Chen Shangxing has been hundreds of years without seeing. Hong Tian saw Chen Shangxing, heart filled with heartache and powerlessness, and a trace of stubbornness. Sensei. Chen Shangxing was a bit helpless and rolled his eyes as he sat next to her. Come on, tell me properly what has happened in recent years. How have you been? After that, Hong Tian looked at the sea of clouds and told Chen Shangxing everything that had happened in the past few hundred years, and Chen Shangxing finally understood the reason why Hong Tian's Dao heart had almost thinned out. It turned out that over the years, Hong Tian had constantly challenged those whose natural talent was better than his, and although the results were all her defeats, she had never lost her confidence. Afterwards, he met a so-called sea-tribe pride was even more powerless. However, under her diligent cultivation, she felt that she had improved quite a bit each time, and after failing a few times in a row, she had realized her own method again, and was confident that she could defeat her opponent in this encounter. She was battle-hardened and very confident. However, just as Hong Tian wanted to find this sea race heavenly pride to fight again, he suddenly heard a message. That is, this so-called sea clan's heavenly pride was actually killed by another clan's heavenly pride, and it was still blown away with a single move. Hong Tian froze on the spot. In this instant, a Dao heart nearly shattered, as if even the desire to continue cultivating faded. She didn't understand that she had worked so hard to catch up with a distant heavenly pride, and when she thought she could level the playing field, she suddenly realized that this so-called heavenly pride was unbeatable in front of others. And what exactly is she working so hard for? Hong Tian was in a deep daze, and next to him, Chen Shangxing couldn't help but laugh next to him after hearing Hong Tian's words, causing Hong Tian to become even more depressed. Hong Tian, Hong Tian, have you ever thought that the so-called sea race heavenly pride you met might not even be ranked among the sea race? Hong Tian frowned. It's when I thought of this point that I truly realized the gap between me and those true heavenly prides. This gap is too great, an insurmountable chasm of heaven. Chen Shangxing just shook his head. The Rift Valley. Was it as big as the Rift Valley between a great emperor and a quasi-emperor? Wasn't it still almost leveled by him? Hong Tian, those truly heaven-defying demons looking at that sea race's heavenly pride are no different from you looking at those ordinary cultivation beings. What are you trying to say, Master? Hong Tian asked slyly. Of course I'm trying to say that you're still a rookie and need to practice more. Chen Shangxing's words caused Hong Tian's Dao mind to completely turn into a mess of mush, but it did smooth out her mind quite a bit. Chen Shangxing laughed. Alright, go back with me. This life will be the first. A few more lives and meeting more demons. Sooner or later, your Dao heart will become even more diluted. Go back? Hong Tian shook his head. I'm not going back. I want to try again. Try? How can you try? When you've simmered down until you're old and yellow, then go and fight those bloodthirsty heavenly princes? In all likelihood, your teacher, will have to come and visit your grave first. Hong Tian always felt that what his teacher had said was like a knife thrusting hard inside his heart. Pain, yet more exasperating. I'm not going back anyway. Chen Shangxing suddenly sighed. So much for this era. He looked at Hong Tian. Don't you want to see a truly great world, a true heavenly pride? These heavenly prides at the moment are still a long way off compared to those of the great world. Don't you want to fight with those true heavenly prides of the ancient world? His words managed to catch Hong Tian's attention. Will there be such a great world? Chen Shangxing nodded. There will be. I will seal you up. And in the future I will let you come out once per lifetime to fight those true heavenly prides, lifetime after lifetime, until you face those so-called heavenly prides as ordinary beings, and breed your own invincible Dao heart. Of course, if there comes a day when your Dao heart is completely shattered, then you can enjoy yourself as a commoner and enjoy your happiness, and I'll be happy to be at home. Hong Tian's gaze became incomparably determined. Teacher, I want to fight those true heavenly pride of the 10,000 ancients. Chen Shangxing smiled. Go back and have a good sense of what you've gained this time. You're still far from being able to fight them. Chapter 022, The Path of the Empyrean Enlightenment. Leave your name on the Chaos Monument. Chen Shangxing brought Hong Tian back to the small world and resealed him into the divine origin. For the 9 heavens and 10 lands, having such a person missing wouldn't be of concern to any living being, and Chen Shangxing clearly had no intention of going out again. Perhaps he would only look at it more when the Emperor's path was truly opened and the great contest was opened. Thus, Chen Shangxing once again fell into cultivation. The Great Way was restored and the mandate of heaven was reappeared for the first 1,000 years. A great vision arose in the cosmic starry sky. A path of starlight was pulled and slowly emerged from the depths of the starry sky, and under the effect of the great Dao laws, these star-ancient lands were brought together to form an ancient road. A roar came from the universe. These roads and avenues were intertwined with an aura of age and antiquity, like the heaviness of years settling in. The Emperor's Way. All the living beings of the universe saw that huge vision at that moment. All the ancient paths intertwined together, they connected in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and also connected in all the ancient lands of life in the universe, as if they were receiving. The Imperial Path has appeared. The big jousting is about to begin. Some beings cried out in excitement, their blood boiling as they looked at the intertwined Emperor paths, and they had a great desire to immediately go on a conquest. In this life, I will definitely defeat all my opponents and prove myself to be an emperor. There were cries of absolute pride, full of confidence and blood. The rest of the celestial pride from all over the world and the land of cosmic life looked at the Emperor Road with incomparable anticipation, looking forward to immediately ascending the Emperor Road and opening the final competition. This time, it was no longer just the prides of the 9 heavens and 10 lands alone. On top of the Emperor Road, the prides of the 10,000 races and even those from all over the universe were gathered, and it was destined to be a brutal and fierce path of contention. It is the winner who will continue to ascend. The losers could only become the companions of others, the nameless withered bones on the road to empire. Chen Chongsheng, who was within the small world, only glanced at the Emperor Road before withdrawing his gaze once again. By the time the Emperor Road was opened, it was estimated that it would take hundreds of years for these celestial pride from all over the world to walk the God's Road to reach the second half of the road. Those who could be recognized by heaven's mandate were, after all, only a few beings. It is still too early to see who will be able to testify. One must know that back then, the 3 of them fought to turn the Emperor's Road invincible, but they didn't dare to be sure that anyone would definitely be able to certify the Emperor. However, it seems that the appearance of the Emperor's path this time has also had some impact on my small world, but it's not much of a problem. Chen Chongsheng only pondered for a moment before closing his eyes once again. In the blink of an eye, another 600 years had passed. In today's Emperor Road, even though there were still many heavenly prides making their way through, there weren't many names that truly resounded through the Emperor Road. For example, Tian Yunzi from the Holy Land of Taichu, Dao Yi from the Ancient Clan, and Shi Koan, a natural-born 9 orifices stone man, the Dragon Prince from the Sea Clan, Yi Xian, who was born with a Dao body, and the Golden Scale of the Sky Rock Clan. These heavenly prides who had made a great name for themselves on the Emperor Road were all not people who had swept through their peers, and they had long since crossed over into the ranks of quasi-emperors, and even the older generation figures did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect to them. For hundreds of years, the bones on the Imperial Road were uncountable and unaccountable, all of them being celestial pride from all over the world. There were also some celestial pride who saw that the gap with others was too great and retreated glumly, and there were also some celestial pride who remained on the Emperor Road, ready to witness the final splendor. 1800th year, the Emperor's path in the starry sky collapsed violently, and a large hand filled with blood she slapped off the Emperor's path. This was the 9 orifices stone man chasing after the sea race's Dragon Prince, and the 2 of them moved around in the Emperor Road, interrupting an Emperor Road. But in the end, it was the 9 orifices stone man who won. The Dragon Prince was seriously injured and completely withdrew from the Emperor's path. 1,850 years. Yi Xian, who was born with the body of the great Dao, merged his body with the Dao and forcefully suppressed a demonic heavenly pride from the demon race. After this, a nameless monk defeated Golden Scale, a heavenly pride from the Sky Rock clan who had long since become famous, and spilled his blood on the Emperor's Road. The heavenly fortune son of the Taichu sacred land was like an exiled immortal, floating like an immortal, and had strongly suppressed several heavenly prides of the same realm. The Dao Yi of the ancient race was incomparably silent, and the moment he struck, he destroyed and killed a demon race quasi-emperor that was entrenched in the Emperor's path. To this point, in the second half of the Imperial Road, the names of these several heavenly prides from all over resounded throughout the cosmic stars, and all living beings believed that the great emperor of this life was born among these few living beings. The universe was so large and endless that even a great emperor could not get a glimpse of its end. There were countless sources of life in the universe alone, and although the 9 heavens and 10 lands were the center of the universe, this time when the Emperor's Road opened, countless celestial prides from the 9 heavens and 10 lands also spilled their blood into the starry sky, and among them, there were not a few holy sons of the Holy Lands and demonic celestial prides of the 10,000 races. At this point, at the end of the Emperor Road, a huge stone monument slowly rose from the chaos. There was only one heavenly gate here besides this chaotic stone tablet, and the beings who could cross it would be recognized by heaven's destiny. Not far from the Emperor's path, terrifying fluctuations came. These heavenly pride from all over the world who were already quasi-emperors long ago mixed and fought. The great Dao fluctuated endlessly, and the divine haze flew in the sky, all of them using their own Daoan methods, all of them wanting to be the first to enter this heavenly gate. Rolling, a living being transformed into a ray of thunder, passing by in an instant, only to be instantly dispersed by a large hand. Immediately after that, a living being transformed into a 5-colored dragon and phoenix and struck forward horizontally. A woman in white stood in the void, as if she was born to be in tune with the great Dao. and when she raised her hand, it was the great Dao that suppressed everything. A young monk with a clear brow, chanting the Buddha's name, the soles of his feet giving birth to the golden lotus of the great Dao, countless Buddha lights blossoming around his body, and 3,000 Buddhas protecting his path. Kill. A stone man's blood aura was monstrous, holding a halberd that was so powerful that it actually made the avenues hum. These dozens of celestial pride from all over the universe couldn't do anything to each other, and in the end, they fought all the way into the heavenly gate and came to that chaotic stone monument. The great Dao law suppressed everyone, making it impossible for them to defy this law, even though they were proud and had a backbone. Here, they were not great emperors and could only pause the great battle. Buzz. A power of heavenly destiny blossomed, dropping down on the bodies of these dozens of living beings, as if marking a mark, and proving that they all possessed the qualifications to ask for heavenly destiny, to take the ultimate leap, and to certify to the godless realm. Nowadays, only 13 of their beings were left standing in front of the Emperor Monument at the end of the Emperorhood. In the beginning, there were more than 10 million celestials who walked the God's path, from all over the universe, but now, most of them had become the blood and bones of this Emperor's path, forged into the high platforms that led them to the end of the Emperor's path. There are many dry bones on the Imperial Road. This didn't just expose the cruelty of the Emperor's Road, but more than that, it highlighted the splendor of the Emperor's Road. But in the end, only one person can become a Taoist in this world. The names of their 13 beings gradually emerged above the Chaos Stone tablet, and as they looked upwards, the top of the Emperor's tablet was inscribed with names that were densely packed and represented the extremes of a certain Dao. And these names were once all great emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. They suppressed their peers and were invincible to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, eventually asking for heaven's mandate and becoming a generation of great emperors. All 13 of them knew that although they were on the Emperor's monument, in the end, 12 of their names would dissipate, and the name of one of them would be forever engraved on it, becoming a kind of ultimate splendor. It's the highest honor. Only a truly great emperor can have his name remain on it. In this life, my name will stay on it. The 9 orifices stone man coldly glanced at the others and left first. When the final duel opens, I will defeat you all, blast apart the laws of the 10,000 paths, and prove myself as an emperor. The brash man with blonde hair laughed loudly before leaving as well. After that, the rest of the living beings also left after stopping in front of the stone monument. They're all waiting for the manifestation of the divine order, waiting for the opening of the final showdown. This would be a most intense battle for the great emperor. Chapter 023 Heaven's Mandate Revealed. The last ultimate battle. After the 13 beings had ascended to the end of the Emperor's path and left their names on the Emperor's tablet, they were recognized by the mandate of heaven. It was like the entire cosmic starry sky had suddenly become calm again, and those heavenly prides who had left their names behind weren't attacking each other. They had all disappeared into obscurity, because their current killing spree was meaningless. The gap between them was not obvious, and there was no guarantee that anyone would be able to win over anyone, so they were all preparing, adjusting themselves to their best state, and making foolproof preparations for the final ultimate battle. All living beings felt that this was the tranquility before the final great battle, and that this tranquility wouldn't last long. An extreme battle of the great Dao would quickly sweep across the land. Chen Shangxing naturally paid attention to the situation on the Emperor's Road as well. All 13 of these beings had reached the end of the great Dao, and were all just short of the final ultimate leap. Compared to the previous life, there were relatively more beings who had been recognized by heaven's mandate in this life. Chen Shangxing thought of Emperor Aotian, and ancient Yan Gu, when the 3 of them had fought their way through the entire Emperor Road, pushing all of their enemies across the board, and ended up leaving their names on the Emperor Monument. At that time, there were not many who could leave their names. However, when he finally became an emperor, only Aotian was the only one to invoke the Emperor's Tribulation. He was unable. Gu Yan Gu was unwilling. As for the remaining few, it was that they could not see any hope of winning at all. So Aotian became an emperor and became one of the most stunning great emperors in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Right now the only 13 remaining beings from all over the world, even compared to him at the time, all had the qualifications to witness the Dao. It was just that Chen Shangxing could not currently see who the final heaven's mandate would actually go to. A woman born with the body of the great Dao, or the uniquely gifted 9-knuckle stoner, or the holy son who is like an exiled immortal. It could be anyone. Even an existence such as his was unable to project who would witness the Dao and become an emperor in the future. When heaven's mandate is completely present, perhaps the results will soon appear. Chen Shangxing retracted his gaze and took another look at Hong Tian, who was sealed in the divine origin, before closing his eyes. Only 10 years have passed. This day, the entire universe suddenly shook, and all living beings felt a suppression from the great Dao. Subsequently, the 10,000 paths of heaven and earth began to roar, emitting violent fluctuations. and countless laws of the great Dao walked across the universe as if they had been ordered by something, as if they were greeting something. The vision of the universe was quickly captured by beings everywhere. This is, the mandate of heaven is going to show itself. The news that heaven's mandate was going to be fully present spread, and then on a certain day, a brilliant golden light suddenly blossomed in the universe, and the golden light that flowed with the laws of the great Dao filled every ancient land of life in the universe. The laws of the great Dao were flowing, containing thousands of great Dao. Buzz. Deep within the universe, a huge ball of light formed by countless laws of the great Dao intertwined together appeared. That represented a supreme power, as if all the great roads in the world had converged here, and every living being saw that it was even more dazzling than the great sun, emitting a power that suppressed everything. This represents the heavenly Dao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That's the order of the day. Heaven's destiny has appeared. The final contest is about to begin. Almost at the same time, both Chen Changsheng and those supreme beings from the Forbidden Land opened their eyes and looked toward the same place. That massive heavenly destiny was radiant, the most splendid thing in the world. Nothing could compare to it, not even the great emperor. Ever. There were corrupted supreme beings who tried to host the heavenly fate, and they were eventually refined by the laws of the 10,000 paths into the origin. No one can truly stay in the mandate of heaven. Chen Changsheng looked at that heaven's mandate. A rare impulse arose in his heart. He wanted to go and try to see if the current him could be recognized by heaven's mandate. If he could, he also wanted to take the ultimate leap and become a great emperor of this era. There is no living being who would not think this way, and this seems to have become an obsession for all living beings. Wait again. Now is not the time. Chen Changsheng suppressed the fluttering in his heart and became calm again. The real big battle was about to start. Now was not the chance to get into this mess. And he was also waiting to see if those supreme beings in the Forbidden Land in this life would make a move. After all, when Aotian certified as an emperor in his last life, he had only sensed some sort of malicious prying, but no forbidden beings had actually made a move. Chen Changsheng sank into silence, only watching this situation in the 9 heavens and 10 lands from the shadows. In the meantime, after the heaven's mandate was completely present, everyone's eyes looked towards the cosmic stars, and soon, the heaven's mandate vibrated, and 13 seals detached and flew to various parts of the universe respectively. Immediately after, from all over the universe, 13 brilliant golden pillars of light rose up to the sky, the aura of the great Dao filling the air and flowing with laws. These 13 golden pillars of light were each the 13 heavenly prides that had left their names on the emperor's monument in the first place. They stood at the end of the great Dao and were recognized by heaven's destiny. And now, heaven's destiny was urging them to engage in the final great battle. No living being could escape, for wherever they went, the mark of heaven's destiny would follow at all times. Rolling. In the universe, a huge figure rushed up from an ancient land. His figure was lofty, and his blood pressure caused the heavens to tremble, holding a great halberd with great pressure. This was that 9 orifices stone man, born from the collection of heaven and earth's aura, uniquely endowed with unparalleled battle power. Come and fight. His voice was rough and carried throughout the universe. Subsequently, another figure appeared. It was an arrogant man with blonde hair, directly shattering the void. Behind him was a 5-colored halo, revealing the silhouettes of dragons and phoenixes. A clear-eyed monk came with his feet in the void, his hands clasped together, and a golden lotus-paved road extended under his feet, and on both sides of the road, there were many Buddhas defending his path. This young monk was mysterious and incomparable. He had suppressed the heavenly rock clan's heavenly pride, who was also a demon, with a single strike, and he was one of the heavenly pride's most favored to be able to certify an emperor. These 3 golden pillars of light quickly arrived in the starry sky, but after they showed up, suddenly, 4 golden pillars of light went out one after another. This abnormality caused many living beings to feel puzzled, but soon, an older generation of supreme living beings told the truth. This is someone who is not confident in himself and has voluntarily given up on the final battle of Armageddon, as well as losing the qualification to certify as an emperor. All the living beings then realized, at this final step, it's either you or me. There's no turning back. But some people are backing out and don't have confidence in themselves. In the starry sky, the 9 orifices stone man just snorted coldly when he saw this scene, his voice spreading across the starry sky. If you don't even have the courage to fight against us, quit the final duel before it's too late. And how could the throne of a great emperor be obtained by a cowardly being? Having embarked on this path, bet on the realization that you will die. Buzzing. Soon, the 3 golden pillars of light on this side of the 9 heavens and 10 earths joined forces and appeared in the starry sky. Separately, they are women who possess the body of the great Dao. The man from the holy land of the beginning was like an exiled immortal, and the silent young man from the ancient race. And after these 3 appeared, the only 2 remaining pillars of light appeared at the same time. A man shrouded in light, with 6 wings on his back, a haughty expression, and a pair of pupils surprisingly emanating a golden divine aura. This was a demonic heavenly pride from the Bright clan, who had never had a single enemy while on the path of the Emperor, and was likewise known as the most likely person to witness an Emperor in this era. As for the other figure, shrouded in the power of darkness, he couldn't see his figure, but he exuded a frightening wave. In the starry universe, the 8 golden pillars of light were very dazzling, and all the living beings were nervously paying attention, because it was likely that, in the next moment, a new great emperor would be born. How do you fight? In the starry sky, the brash blonde man smiled and inquired. Next moment, a huge figure directly held a halberd. The thick blood aura enveloped everyone in it, and the halberd in his hand directly swept across. He hissed loudly, as if divine might had blossomed. Ha ha, fight together. If you think it's okay, give me a favorite to give support. Thank you big guys. Chapter 024, The Great Emperor's Road. Many corpses and bones. There was no sign. Under the mandate of heaven, in the cosmic stars, the final duel opened up, and terrifying power fluctuations shook the 4 directions of the universe. That 9 orifices stone man was too astonishing, going so far as to sweep away the remaining 7 heavenly pride with his own strength. That huge halberd looked like it was collapsing the heavens, directly eclipsing a star river, and the majestic blood chi filled the air, shaking the heavens. Subsequently, the real battle broke out. 8 supreme beings struck out at the same time. The power of the great Dao erupted as they attacked each other without deliberately targeting anyone. The Dao and the law enveloping everything. Ha ha ha, that's it. The path of a great emperor is to keep fighting like this. The 9 orifices stone man's rich blood aura rushed to the sky. He was too powerful. Just by virtue of his physical body it was estimated that he wasn't weaker than some imperial artifacts. His fist casually shattered the starry sky, and the halberd in his hand indiscriminately attacked everyone. In the starry sky, a cold grunt came from someone. That man from the light group was like a heavenly god, shrouded in light. His hands snapped together, and the radiant light unexpectedly wore out all the divine abilities around him. Boom! He stepped forward, and each time he stepped, it was as if he stepped on top of the arteries of the great Dao. Knock! With the 9th step out, the 3 celestial pride that were close to him were directly sent flying, shattering blood in the starry sky. This is the 9 steps of the heavenly god. An old antiquity that had survived for a long time recognized this kind of law. It was a law created by a heavenly father of the Light Clan from an extremely long time ago, incomparably terrifying and known as the Saint Art of Attack. Buzz. Yet just then, a woman came floating, lifting her hand as the great Dao suppression and down. The heaven and earth all the way seems to be in harmony with her. The power of the great Dao is even more at hand. Boom! The 10,000 ways blossomed as she sent the man from the bright race flying. However, immediately after that, a multicolored dragon and phoenix manifested in the starry sky, the 5-colored light coalescing into a terrifying force, and the pair of feathered wings seemed to cut through the entire space. The saint's son from the Tai Chu Holy Land finally stopped hiding after being sent flying, and a light that made all living beings feel oppressed surged from his entire body. That's chaos. Could it be the chaotic immortal body? Could it be that the saint's son of Taichu is really a chaotic immortal body? All the living beings who saw the scene were somewhat surprised, while Chen Changsheng in the small world only frowned as he saw the end. It's not a chaotic immortal body, but it has the power of chaos. There are rumors that the Taichu Holy Land has been researching the power of chaos, and it seems to have researched a little something. After displaying that chaotic power, the saint's son of the great beginnings killing power skyrocketed, and the entire person simultaneously surged with another 360 pillars of light encircling him, which was also a kind of attacking holy art that was inviolable by all means, and unparalleled in the world. Kill, like an exiled immortal. He went completely berserk at this moment, his offensive saint art and chaotic force simultaneously bombarding the few people around him. Boom! The void shattered. The silent man from the ancient clan felt the pressure and executed the power of the void at the same time. His figure was bizarre and unpredictable, and the moment he struck, it was an absolute kill. A void crack nearly sliced off the arm of that 9 orifices 10, but the 9 orifices and 10 people didn't care at all, and in an instant, that arm's blood and chi rolled over, and it was back as good as new. He held a halberd and didn't care at all about the siege of others. As long as he carried through around, he would catch someone and beat them to death until the void collapsed. A Buddha's silhouette manifested, like a Vajra's furious eyes, and it actually directly knocked that figure, which was covered in black chi, away. The young monk stood on top of a golden lotus flower. Countless golden swastikas appeared as he mouthed the true words of Buddhism. Buzz me, buzz me, buzz me. The 6 ancient characters transformed into 6 golden vortexes, which spun and spread around, wanting to pull everything in. Everyone's fighting for their lives. Even the being that had been hiding its identity revealed itself at this moment, transforming into a demonic god and stretching out several thick arms. Chen Shangsheng felt that his aura was comparable to that supreme demon god's aura back then, so he should be from the same race. At this point, it wasn't just him. All the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands and certain existences in the Forbidden Lands were paying attention. These 8 beings from all over the world could not be described as powerful. If they did it together, even if a quasi-emperor came here, I'm afraid it would be hard to escape death. Their Dao and law were too terrifying. Each of them had the qualifications to become an emperor. This was not a false statement. Ah, bury them all. The man from the ancient clan was covered in blood. His brow glowed, and an ancient mirror appeared, followed by a dense void turbulence that covered everything, burying everyone in it. Rumble. Everywhere was glowing. They all fought for their lives, and every one of them was left with a Dao wound. But what no one expected. Next moment, a multicolored dragon and phoenix rushed out from the void turbulence, transforming into a multicolored flame. Half of his body shattered away, but he still wrapped that ancient raceman in it. Eventually, a great battle broke out, and both men did their best. As a result, the mirror shattered, and the silent man bled in the starry sky, his body covered in a huge crack as he backed away. Unwillingly, I have lost the glory of my people. I'm sorry. Then, his body exploded in the cosmic stars, leaving only blood and bones, and the great Dao dissipated. To this point, the first loser had finally appeared among the 8 supreme beings in this final battle of Armageddon, and the price of failure was everything. There were only 7 seals of heavenly destiny left. The scene. Let all living beings feel a pathos straight in the face. The Imperial Path contention was too tragic and cruel, and in the end, only one of these 8 supreme beings would become a Taoist. Click. A loud shattering sound appeared in the starry sky as a palm filled with a rich blood aura shattered the void, but it was also covered in blood. The rest of them appeared one after another, but they were all badly injured. That demon god's arm was even more broken for the most part, and he could only look up to the sky and roar. No one stays. The remaining 7 beings once again struck out at the same time at this moment. Their battle intent had long since reached its peak, and at this moment, the only way to see a glimmer of hope was to continue killing. That demon god roared, and a huge shadow manifested. Thousands of arms with pitch-black flames seemed to melt the starry sky, blasting towards a crowd of people. The saint son of the great beginning was unafraid, surrounded by 360 pillars of light, invulnerable to all laws, while displaying the power of chaos, blasting that one arm to pieces. And that man from the bright race was glittering with radiant light, and he actually directly wore out that demon god's arm. The young monk's body was covered in golden light at this moment, and a Buddha opened the way for him as he directly killed forward. Everyone struck out and attacked each other at the same time. Ahem! That demon god dribbled blood. His arms were broken, and at this moment, he exhausted his essence, wanting to leave. But the young monk gave chase and a great battle broke out between the two. Finally, this demon god was thus subdued by that young monk. The golden Buddha light illuminated the starry sky. He was like a Buddha with a furious eye. He executed the killing art of the Buddhist sect and wore down all the Dao marks of that demon god. There are only 6 seals of heavenly destiny left. Chapter 025 Emperor's Tribulation Falls. Forbidden Land Revealed. Small World. Chen Changsheng watched the great battle between the several supreme beings in the starry sky, and did not expect it to be so intense. Maybe because Aotian became an emperor too easily in the beginning, so this life is extra intense and cruel compared to it. Just then, he suddenly detected a bizarre fluctuation, as if there was some kind of existence secretly watching that final duel. Chen Changsheng sensed that in this life, perhaps those beings in the Forbidden Land were going to make a move, and the origin and blood chi contained by those few supreme beings would be optimal for them. The guys who can't stay up might take advantage of the fact that they're crossing that chasm, infinitely close to Ascension. Chen Changsheng was also somewhat moved. If one took advantage of the fact that they had induced the Emperor's tribulation, perhaps one could really try it out. Add all the paths to the body, take the ultimate leap, and succeed in proving to be an emperor in this life. Endless years coupled with endless battles. Maybe he could really look down on the future for millions of ancient years. He even got a little excited thinking about it. Brother Tuzi, this time, maybe I can really prove myself to be an emperor. Togetherness, you want to eat. Eternal life and the great emperor can only choose one. That's the rule. However, Chen Changsheng directly ignored the system. He wanted to become an emperor too much. Who wouldn't want to become an emperor? Ignoring the system, Chen Changsheng continued to gaze at the great battle in the starry sky as he too waited for an opportunity. Chen Changsheng did not expect everything to end so quickly next. Originally, there were only 6 people left in the melee, but suddenly, that man from the bright race and the 5 colored dragons and phoenixes directly teamed up to blast that young monk. It directly shattered half of that young monk's body, and in the middle of the duel with that 9 orifices stone man, the great Dao suddenly went awry. That chaotic chi unexpectedly dissipated directly. His body had an accident. The 2 great Dao in his body began to fight for the peak, and the 360 pillars of light trembled and finally shattered. Suddenly, the body of the Saint Son of Taichu exploded in the starry sky, leaving behind only a cloud of chaotic gas. Chen Chongsheng sighed. The power of chaos is difficult to control for beings that are not at the level of great emperors. Even if he neutralizes it with another force of the great Dao, his body won't be able to support it for too long. And after the fall of the Holy Son of Taichu, the woman with a natural Dao body took on that nine-bodied stone man, and the extreme collision between the great Dao and the physical body struck at this moment, causing the surrounding area to become pitch black. And even if the young monk was incomparably demonic, at this time, facing the joint efforts of two beings of the same level, he also suffered heavy injuries, and in the end, it was difficult for him to fight back. A Buddha fell, and the ground was filled with Buddha corpses. He coughed out golden blood from the corners of his mouth, and finally sat down on a golden lotus flower and began to transform into the Dao, and then turned into a golden relic that disappeared into the depths of the void. And even though the man of the bright race and the five-colored dragon phoenix had joined forces, the two of them had likewise suffered heavy injuries, and that five-colored dragon phoenix's Dao injuries were obviously even more severe. He glanced at the man while starting to get defensive. Turn the moment. Under the mandate of heaven, only 4 incomparably bright pillars of light remained, and they battled again. And just then, a violent fluctuation suddenly came from heaven's destiny, and the 4 beings who were in the middle of a great battle meditated as if they had sensed something. Subsequently, that five-colored dragon and phoenix that was about to be unable to hold on immediately moved away, and then without hesitation, echoed with heaven's destiny, invoking his own emperor's tribulation. Boom! A loud roar came from above the 9 heavens, and heaven's destiny bloomed with a brilliant light. The 10,000 paths converged. A terrifying aura that seemed to exterminate the world appeared. The thunder clouds tumbled, and thunder lights of various colors rolled in them like an ocean, evolving a strange world, and a terrifying living being seemed to be descending. The emperor's tribulation fell, immense and incomparable, divine thunder of various colors falling from the 9 heavens above, blossoming with supreme power. A multicolored dragon and phoenix fought its way through the emperor's tribulation, shattering a divine thunderbolt upwards. Madness showed in his eyes. As long as he blasted through the sea of 10,000 Dao-enhanced thunder, he would be able to make the ultimate leap and become the only great emperor revered by all races in this era. This emperor's tribulation was too terrifying, completely incomparable to his previous tribulation. 5-colored divine light flickered on his body as the emperor's tribulation transformed into a living being and fell. Traces of the great Dao blossoming on his body in blood and flesh. And at this point, seeing that the 5-colored dragon and phoenix had attracted the emperor's tribulation, the 9 orifices stone man, the woman born with the body of the great Dao, and the man of the bright race also no longer hesitated and successively invoked the emperor's tribulation. Boom! In the cosmic stars, the 4 emperors' tribulation thunder seas were connected, illuminating the universe and transforming the entire starry sky into a radiant sea of thunder tribulation. That aura caused the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands and all over the universe to tremble, a tremble that came from the soul. Imperial hijacking. It was too terrifying, especially when it was still 4 pieces of Emperor's tribulation superimposed on top of each other, an aura that looked like it was going to overthrow everything. The 4 heavenly pride beings in the midst of the Emperor's tribulation were all incredibly valiant at this moment, erupting with all their might to blast those Emperor's tribulations. It was only that the 4 pieces of the Emperor's tribulation pressed down on the starry sky, and its power was so great that it was rare in ancient times. Even though the 4 of them were incomparably valiant, and their aura was already incomparably close to those forbidden beings, they were still covered in scars. The colorful dragon and phoenix blood spilled and turned into raw ash. The 9 orifices stone man's thick blood aura also became weakened. The feathers on the back of that man from the bright race were broken, and he could only hiss up to the sky in the midst of the thunderbolt, swimming against the current. Even the woman who was born with the body of the great Dao was likewise not well. Countless great Dao shielded her, but she was cleaved by the emperor's calamity. Her body was glowing. A Bagua diagram emerged. She resisted with all her might, but she was still injured. The living beings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands gazed at this scene with incomparable shock. Those 4 beings were too powerful, bathed in the emperor's tribulation, and although they were injured, the aura of each of them did not weaken by half, but instead grew stronger and stronger. They began to blast apart the 10,000 imperial tribulations, and step by step, they began to raise their bodies toward that supreme thunder sea. Just who will become an emperor? Chen Chongsheng gazed at the 4 vast thunder seas, and aside from the colorful dragon and phoenix that was clearly a bit out of reach, the remaining 3 were all starting to soar. The emperor's tribulation was shattered by them, and each of them ascended to the heavens with an aura that overcame the red dust. His eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly sensed a hint of something wrong. In the middle of the cosmic stars, there was a sudden weird fluctuation. Something was about to manifest. Chen Changsheng gazed at the four Emperor Tribulation Thunder Seas while watching the bizarre fluctuations. He wanted to see which forbidden land would not be able to resist making a move. Subsequently, a piece of light illuminated an immortal hall in the depths of the universe. The hall was huge, glowing with bronze, covered in rust, as if it had survived with the world, and exuding an eerie aura. It's the Bronze Immortal Hall. He frowned. This is an incomparably mysterious forbidden place that has not been revealed many times throughout the ages, and I didn't expect it to be revealed this time. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng detected traces of another forbidden place. It's the star-swallowing abyss. He was one with the starry sky, incomparably huge and emanating a terrifying magical power. Are there only two forbidden places to manifest? While Chen Changsheng was still pondering, a figure walked out from the Bronze Immortal Hall and the star-swallowing abyss respectively. It was a bronze ancient coffin and a hideous stone statue of the demon god. After seeing these two figures, Chen Changsheng directly stepped out of the small world without any hesitation. The vitality in his body was extremely vigorous, and he had long since cultivated to perfection. Nowadays, even those supreme beings could not see Chen Changsheng's second identity. Fine, you guys go find trouble with the witnesses. I'll try to communicate with Heaven's mandate. Perhaps, in this life, I will become an emperor. For support, please give me a bookshelf. Guys and gals. Chapter 026, the world where only Chen Changsheng was injured reached. Chen Changsheng concealed his massive life aura. As long as no beings of the same level struck out at him, no one would notice. He quickly arrived at the place at the edge of those four thunder seas. The Emperor's tribulation was indeed full of terror and the power to destroy everything. But for him nowadays, these Emperor's tribulations were just a little bit troublesome. And ultimately, they were just a kind of trial. He stared ahead, not having any thoughts about the four beings who were transiting the Emperor's tribulation. For the 9 heavens and 10 lands to have one more great emperor was not considered a bad thing for him. As long as no equally stunning great emperor appeared as the Aotian great emperor, he focused on the heavenly destiny that hung high above the 9 heavens. There was no telling if he would make it or not this time, and he was just trying to test his suspicions. His entire breath of life was completely extinguished at this moment, and he sensed that a supreme being had arrived in this starry sky. Buzz. A bronze ancient coffin just suddenly appeared in this starry sky, and even though it was still far away from each other, the forbidden aura filled with decay could not be hidden in any way, and this scene was soon discovered by those supreme beings from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At the same time, the 4 beings that were transiting the Emperor's tribulation were equally keen to discover it, only that they didn't dare to be too distracted, thinking that this scene, too, should have been within their predictions. Throughout the ages, many great emperors had suffered from the obstruction of supreme beings when they witnessed the Emperor's tribulation. It was only that the aura of heavenly destiny was particularly keen when the proof of the Emperor's tribulation fell, and these types of supreme beings didn't dare to go all out for fear of attracting the aura of heavenly destiny, which could lead to not so small consequences if the Emperor's tribulation fell on these supreme beings. Boom! The ancient coffin shook, permeated with a deadly aura, and a huge palm with a forbidden power directly slapped towards the 4 beings who were crossing the threshold. This was a strike that belonged to a supreme being, and even if it was just a random strike, it could slap a bunch of paragon emperors to death. The gigantic palm with the might of the supreme being was unstoppable as it grabbed at the several people. They had no time to care much in the midst of the Emperor's tribulation, but at this very moment, each of them began to glow within their bodies, and an aura no weaker than that of a supreme being began to revive. Boom! Brilliant light erupted from within, stopping the strike of the forbidden being. Soldier of the extreme Dao, Chen Changsheng let out a light sigh, and that was the might of the extreme Dao. Each of these 4 beings, each of them had this imperial weapon sunk inside their bodies, just to prevent the supreme beings from attacking. In the life and death battle before this, none of them had ever exposed their emperor artifacts, thinking that it was for this moment. Think that a few imperial artifacts can protect you? A very old voice came from within that bronze coffin, and then a pitch-black light instantly filled forward, while a round of pitch-black sun emerged, dropping countless black flames that rolled away. The emperor's robberies rioted, under the emperor's tribulation. Although most of the divine abilities were worn down, some of them still reached them. One must know that even if one had an imperial artifact under this kind of imperial tribulation, the imperial artifact wouldn't dare to completely revive and could only protect. Boom! A brilliant thunder light split that colorful dragon in Phoenix to the point of blood and flesh, and he let out a furious roar as he tried his best to fend it off. But it's obvious, he was too heavily injured compared to the others, and he had narrowly escaped in the midst of the Emperor's tribulation. And now that a supreme being had struck, he felt self-conscious and powerless. He once again erupted with a surge of colorful divine light, shattering countless emperor tribulations. His blonde hair was flying and his body was glowing, and with the help of the last of his strength, he blasted towards that sea of thunder. But just then, a hideous stone statue of a demon god suddenly appeared. The stone statue was tall and had its eyes tightly closed, but a bright red eye opened abruptly on its brow, and a piercing blood light struck out, passing through the Emperor's tribulation and striking the body of the colorful dragon and phoenix. Buzz. A brilliant light erupted from the five-colored dragon and phoenix, and an Emperor artifact flew out from within him, stopping the strike. But then, the Emperor artifact was also sent flying, and finally disappeared into the depths of the starry sky, and obviously, this strike also dealt a heavy blow to the five-colored dragon and phoenix. This was, after all, a strike from a supreme being, and even if it had cut itself, that supreme divine might was not something that could be resisted by an Emperor artifact that hadn't been completely revived. The multicolored dragon and phoenix blood spilled into the starry sky. He rolled his huge body in the middle of the Emperor's tribulation, and the multicolored divine light flew about. But in the end, he couldn't resist anymore, and he could only roar in unwillingness, and his body was torn in pieces in the middle of the Emperor's tribulation, with only the multicolored blood left to flow. And seeing this scene, that bronze coffin and the demon god stone statue made a decisive move, exerting great divine abilities to draw on the origin and chi and blood of that soon-to-be Dao, which would be of great use to them. A being on the verge of becoming a Taoist just fell under the attack of a supreme being in the Emperor's tribulation. He was ultimately one step short of making the ultimate leap, and right now, only that 9 orifices stone man, the man from the bright race, and the woman from the human race with the heaven's path body remained. Of course they saw this scene, but their Dao hearts were incomparably tough and would never retreat as they roared and began to charge through the Emperor's tribulation towards the Emperor's tribulation sea of thunder. They weren't too far away, and as long as they finally blasted through that layer of the thunder sea, they would be able to make the ultimate leap. But that bronze ancient coffin and the demon god stone statue didn't let them go, but struck again. The two supreme powers rushed towards the remaining 3 at the same time. A terrifying and overwhelming power erupted, and the body of the woman born with the body of the great Dao shook violently as a layer of precious clothes emerged on her body, flowing with the radiance of the extreme Dao. She blocked the blow, but the Emperor's tribulation had blown half of his body to pieces, and she was unable to stand up as she tried her best to fend it off. And the other side, the man from the Light Clan also suffered a heavy blow, and a white jade-like pot flew out from his brow, stopping that supreme being's strike. The 9 orifices stone man was drenched in blood and full of battle spirit. Even so, he was still blasting away to the death. When I become a Taoist, I will completely purge you and the others, he hissed loudly, his blood chi surging as he drew on his origin healing body and began to head for the Sea of Thunder. At this moment, that bronze coffin and stone statue had struck twice, and had already been pulled by heaven's destiny, so if they struck again next, they might be affected. Like a sudden decision, they struck for the 3rd time, and this time, the man of the light race and the woman of the human race couldn't resist any longer, and the imperial weapon wailed and vanished, and the 2 of them were in the midst of the Emperor's tribulation, although they were unwilling, but they couldn't do anything about it. Boom! Divine thunder fell. The 2 top beings just disappeared under the Emperor's tribulation. Heaven's destiny shook as if it had locked onto those 2 forbidden beings, and after the bronze ancient coffin and the stone statue drew on the origin of the 2, they immediately fled without the slightest hesitation. The moment the divine fate laws were about to fall, the 2 forbidden beings returned to the bronze immortal hall and the star-swallowing abyss at the same time. At this point, there was only a sea of Emperor's tribulation thunder left. Only in the middle of the Emperor's tribulation thunder sea, that 9 orifices stone man's flesh had long since disappeared. Only a mist of blood was left, and it looked like there was only half a breath left. The living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands and everywhere else looked horrified. All dead? Is there no one in this age who can become an emperor? This change struck all living beings as unbelievable. An era without great emperors to guard them. I'm afraid that they would be plunged into darkness for a very long time. And at this time, as Chen Shangsheng saw that everything was about to fall, he knew that his chance had come. And so, he began to release his aura, a pure breath of life reviving in the starry sky, emanating the power of the Supreme Being. There's still a Supreme Being who hasn't left? This time, all the living beings became even more desperate. However, Chen Shangsheng didn't bother with the 9 orifices stone man that was languishing in the midst of the Emperor's tribulation sea of thunder. Instead, he stared at the heaven's mandate, and he released his aura and began to go and fuse the heaven's mandate in the hope that it would attract the Emperor's tribulation. Good boy, come to daddy. Boom! The heavens have shaken, and divine thunder is exploding. Chen Shangsheng's expression became somewhat silent. He did usher in divine thunder, but unfortunately it wasn't the Emperor's tribulation, but the heaven's punishment thunder of extinction that had been brewing for a long time by heaven's mandate. All you up! The infinite power of the laws formed a heavenly punishment thunder at this moment, falling directly towards Chen Shangsheng, an aura that was far more powerful than the Emperor's tribulation by several times. Grass! Spicy next door! Chen Changsheng let out a loud curse as a heavenly ancient tree emerged behind his back, and all the wood essence in his body blasted out at this moment. The vault of the sky looks like it's cracked open. He blocked the strike and began to immediately flee. Yet it was as if the thunderbolt had set its sights on him, and a thunderbolt of heavenly punishment smashed down. Rumbling. Chen Changsheng exerted the way of wood to the extreme at this moment, heading deeper into the starry sky against the lightning of heavenly punishment. And right at this moment, he suddenly realized that not far in front of him suddenly erupted a supreme power, and then quickly fled. He was speechless for a moment. It should likewise be a supreme being like him who wanted to be the sixth oldest and was ready to look for an opportunity, but he didn't expect to see him coming against the lightning of heavenly punishment and immediately fled. Seeing this scene, Chen Changsheng was also speechless to the extreme. Finally, he looked back at destiny and gave it a middle finger. I'm the only one who can't be certified, right? Just chop me, right? I'm going to blow you to pieces when I'm old enough to do it someday. Boom! A thunderbolt of heavenly punishment fell, and Chen Changsheng's figure trembled as he immediately continued to head deeper into the starry sky. A daily plea for support, favorites, and a little free swag. Chapter 027 A New Great Emperor is Born. Chen Changsheng is 45,000 years old. How could Chen Changsheng not expect that this outing almost went terribly wrong? The thunder of heavenly punishment was too terrifying. Even he could only vanish into the depths of the starry sky to exert his full strength to resist it. One artifact floated up, and behind him, a green sky ancient would look like it was going to break through the sky. Damn, this is a big loss. Chen Changsheng's face darkened a bit. How could he not expect that heaven's mandate would have such a strong opinion of him, and that he would have to completely suppress him with one strike? This is really more than a bastardization. Chen Changsheng cursed in the bottom of his heart. This heavenly punishment thunder was inherently restraining to their type of supreme beings, but it was merely a little difficult to resist for Chen Changsheng, and he had deliberately pretended to do so. This was because there was a fundamental difference between Chen Changsheng and those supreme beings hiding in the Forbidden Land. He had never witnessed the Dao, nor had he cut himself down, nor had he ever come to the end of his lifespan. He was an alien, living with the world, so that aura of heavenly loathing did not appear on his body, which was the most essential difference between him and those Forbidden Land beings. And the thunder of heavenly punishment is aimed at those living beings who hide in the Forbidden Land and do not want to pay back the karma, which is a kind of criminal law. Those forbidden living beings do not even dare to dip. Therefore, it was true that Chen Changsheng did his best, and it was also true that he was acting, as he was currently only utilizing one way of life and hiding the rest of his identity. Rumbling. The destructive heavenly punishment thunder was still falling relentlessly, turning into a sea of radiant thunder in this unoccupied universe. Chen Changsheng was fighting for his life in it, and at the same time, it also occurred to him that the reason why the heavenly punishment thunder was so powerful this time might still be because of that provocation from the two supreme beings from the Bronze Immortal Hall and the Star-Swallowing Abyss. He's taking the fall for them. Sooner or later, I'm going to find out about you and smash both of your forbidden places. Chen Changsheng used his divine ability to bombard the thunder tribulation, while at the same time looking towards the peace of Emperor's tribulation in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Frowning slightly, could it be that no one really became an emperor in this life because of the supreme beings? This will be an era without an emperor. And on the side of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, after they saw a forbidden land being leave, the 9 orifices stone man under that sea of thunder also turned into blood mist, and all of them lamented and despaired a little. If no one became an emperor in this life, then it could truly be the most dire of times. It's a pity. If those supreme beings hadn't interfered, someone would have already become an emperor in this life. There were older beings who lamented, but there was nothing they could do. Of the last 3 beings who were qualified to certify as emperors, 2 of them had already fallen, and the remaining one, the 9 orifices stone man, was at this point at the end of his rope, his flesh and blood fast dissipating under the emperor's tribulation, along with the aura of his divine soul. All the living beings felt that this world was finished and no one had become an emperor. However, at this very moment, that emperor's destruction suddenly rioted, and unwilling will filled the cosmic stars. At the same time, the wood essence chi left behind by Chen Changsheng's previous fight against the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation had unexpectedly all converged towards the emperor's tribulation thunder sea at this moment, and a terrifying aura was slowly reviving. A crowd of beings were stunned. What happened? A vision was born under the emperor's tribulation. The heavens were trembling, and countless life essences all rushed into the sea of thunder at this moment. That divine soul that was originally on the verge of dissipating completely revived at this moment, and an invincible aura filled the air as a blood-colored figure came from within the flames of light, bathing in the emperor's tribulation and roaring up to the heavens. Drive me! The 9 heavens and 10 earths began to roar, the heavenly orders began to tremble, and the 10,000 paths looked like they were in joy, welcoming the birth of the new emperor. A brilliant blood light blasted through that sea of 10,000 thunderbolts. A magnificent figure was enveloped by the power of heavenly destiny. Boom! The broken sea of Emperor's Tribulation thunder began to tumble, transforming into a ladder for this magnificent figure as it began to slowly ascend. At this very moment, center of the universe, it was as if only this magnificent figure remained, and as he merged with heaven's mandate, a powerful imperial might began to spread, filling the 9 heavens and 10 lands as well as every place in the universe. A new great emperor was born, and right now, the teeth of Chen Chongsheng, who was fighting against the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation somewhere in the universe, were clenched. Well, I'm the only one who suffers, and you're all enjoying the benefits, aren't you? Chen Changsheng's entire body was bad, whether it was that bronze immortal hall or the supreme being of the star-swallowing abyss that had gained benefits, while Chen Changsheng had endured part of their karma. As for that 9 orifices stone man, although by virtue of his unwilling will, the essence of wood that he had left behind had likewise fulfilled him, allowing him to make the ultimate leap, shattering the thunder sea of proof and merging with heaven's destiny to become the great emperor of this era. Chen Chongsheng only felt that this outing was a blood loss. Not only did he write down the heavenly fate, but he also wrote down those supreme beings and the new great emperors. Remember, all of you, sooner or later I'll find you all and pay you back. Chen Chongsheng coldly glanced at heaven's destiny, then blasted apart the remaining heavenly punishment thunder tribulation and directly broke through the air to return to his lair. The 9 orifices stone man takes the ultimate leap and joins with the high-hanging heavenly destiny. This sign would last for some time, but the aura of the great emperor had already surfaced, and auspiciousness had begun to appear in the 9 heavens and the 10 lands and all over the universe. A vision fell from the sky, and all things began to cheer, as if they were welcoming this great emperor in advance. All the living beings cried tears of joy. None of them had expected that this matter would turn around, and the 9 orifices stone man had actually shattered the proof of the emperor's tribulation by virtue of an unwilling one-will. He achieved the ultimate leap, and in that moment, all of his injuries were fully restored, and he became one with the divine order. Even though the 9 orifices stone man was naturally at odds with all living things, it was better than the Dark Ages without a great emperor, right? He became a great emperor. He should have a mind of his own. All the living beings were waiting for this great emperor to appear from the heavenly destiny. The wait wasn't too long. At a certain time, heaven's destiny blossomed into a light that belonged to him, and the vibrations of the 10,000 paths came together to form a golden road. A great and majestic figure walked on this path of all paths. At this moment, the heavenly fate had become embellished and had begun to faintly disperse, and at the center of the universe, only this magnificent figure remained, a vast imperial might sweeping towards the 8 wastes of the universe. The 9 orifices stone man, Shi Kuan, had completed his sublimation, and his blood and bones, his God and soul, and his Tao and method, had all completely stepped into another layer of heaven and earth. This is the godless realm. He stepped into the supreme realm and his blood aura began to internalize, but that imperial might pressed down on the 10,000 paths and shook them, collapsing the heavens, and his eyes gazed so brightly that a single glance could tear the heavens apart. This is the might of a great emperor. There is only one person in this world. Boom! As he took a step forward, the 10,000 paths sank and floated. The great Tao transformed into visionary beings accompanying him to his left and right, and a law of order ran through the heavens and earth and landed all over the universe. Great Emperor! Living beings everywhere were chanting the great emperor's name. However, this great emperor took a step into the depths of the starry sky, and the great emperor's divine might filled the air as if he was searching for something. Some beings guessed that this great emperor was looking for traces of the forbidden land that he had just struck out on, and that he was going to seek up there. Just as he had said, he was going to purge everything. However, a new great emperor appeared. Those forbidden places were once again hidden, and it was difficult to find them in a short period of time. And so, Shi Kuan returned to his ancient land of life. In the future, he possessed at least 10,000 years, so there was no rush. Chen Changsheng within the small world felt that Imperial might begin to dissipate. He also slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate again. The way of wood has been perfected, and the next path will be the way of fire. I have plenty of years ahead of me. There's no rush. Some debts are paid slowly, and the year that the universe gave birth to a new great emperor, Chen Chongsheng was already almost 45,000 years old. Chapter 028 Confrontation with the Great Emperor of the Current Generation. The 9 orifices stone man, Shi Kuan, was certified as an emperor in the cosmic stars and was called the 9 orifices stone emperor. He didn't start his own Dao lineage like those great emperors, but rather, he was alone and silent in his cultivation, and at best, he sheltered the natural-born stone spirit clan, and that was how the stone spirit clan became one of the emperor clans. In the following years, this 9 orifices stone emperor did not manifest. Although he was already in the godless realm, he was ultimately only entering this realm for the first time, and there were many questions to figure out. It wasn't until the third millennium that he leaked a hint of imperial might in the cosmic stars, supposedly chasing a ray of immortal light. During this period of time, he didn't go looking for trouble in those forbidden places. Instead, he was constantly refining his Dao. This 9 orifices stone emperor had never really put up a fight since he had certified as a great emperor. And the many living beings did not know whether this stone emperor was powerful or not. Although he didn't fight those forbidden beings for the time being, it was always reassuring to have a great emperor in the world. In the 4th millennium, Chen Chongsheng awakened once. The fire path of his 5 elements breathing art had been perfected, but the 2 perfect and flawless paths only brought him one step closer, and did not allow him to go from 1 to 2. Perhaps only when the 5 elements were truly complete and the 5 elements were born together could they be truly sublimated and transformed into a pure supreme essence. And although there was some progress in his Dao of soldiers, the progress was still very slow. The return market bell that had fused with the return market Ruomo had already been forged, but it would take a long time to be truly complete. Thus, Chen Chongsheng continued to close his eyes and began to comprehend the third course of the 5 elements breathlessness technique, the way of the earthbound. However, Chen Chongsheng didn't have much time to comprehend the Dao of Earth movement. Only 600 years had passed when he suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying imperial might suddenly erupted. This terrifying imperial might made all the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands notice it. In the cosmic starry sky, the huge figure was surrounded by dragons and phoenixes, and a bloody gas pressed down on the heavens, eclipsing the sun, moon and stars. The 9 orifices stone emperor had finally found a forbidden place. It's that sea of reincarnation. He was fiercely incomparable, and he directly struck in with his emperor's armament, shaking the heavens and causing the entire starry sky to be shrouded by the blood aura of the great emperor. On this day, the Sea of Reincarnation fought within the Sea of Reincarnation. A terrifying figure manifested. The huge Sea of Reincarnation almost manifested itself in the world, covering the sky and the sun. That seawater stood up wider than the heavens and the earth. Then the Great War ended. The 9 orifices stone emperor created out covered in blood, before disappearing into the depths of the universe. It was said that some beings had seen the 9 orifices stone emperor subduing the supreme beings in the Forbidden Land, but some beings said that the stone emperor had only seriously injured a few supreme beings. A multitude of words, not all of them the same. Chen Chongsheng in the small world frowned, as if he felt that things were not that simple, but he could not guess, and then he could only continue to cultivate, not bothering about this great emperor. As long as this great emperor didn't create a conflict with himself, then nothing mattered. The 9 orifices stone emperor became a Taoist for the 6th millennium. This time, he sought out the trail of the star-swallowing abyss, and without the slightest hesitation, he wrapped himself in the extreme divine might and struck in. This great battle fluctuated too much, drawing the attention of countless living beings. In the star-swallowing abyss, the 9 orifices stone emperor locked onto a supreme being, showing his power to suppress the ages without mercy. His massive blood chi was like a sea, and the imperial weapon in his hand flowed with the laws of the 10,000 paths. Boom! A supreme being had awakened within that hideous stone statue of the demon god, emitting an aura that was uniquely forbidden, with an aura that was no better than even a great emperor. Soon the great battle erupted, and under the strong attack of the great emperor of the day, this demon god had to ascend extremely. The moment his great Dao was revealed, his aura was also recognized by some ancient beings. It's the 10,000 bone demon emperor. He's surprisingly still alive. Even some of the existences in the Forbidden Land were a bit surprised. It is rumored that this demon emperor's origin has long been depleted, and should have already been transformed into a Taoist path, but I did not expect to live until now, and it seems that the origin is still sufficient. However, the 9 orifices stone emperor was domineering and incomparable, blasting away with the laws of 10,000 paths with an invincible stance. Boom! The heavens and the earth were shaken, and the universe was shaken with a great roar. The 2 invincible supreme beings truly exchanged blows at this moment, a battle of life and death. The countless white bones and demonic gods looked like they were trying to devour everything in general. The deadly light spread across the universe of heaven and earth, while the 9 orifices stone emperor was even more powerful, and the power of the extreme end completely erupted, and that 10,000 ancient demon emperor was worthy of being a once invincible figure, restoring his former invincible realm, as the demon god's way crisscrossed the heavens and earth, breaking all the laws of the world. Those 9 demonic eyes were even emitting the light of silence, enough to heavily damage a great emperor. 2 invincibles exchanged blows, and that vanguard demon emperor did not lose the slightest bit of ground, which was enough to see how terrifying it was. And the 9 orifices stone emperor's blood chi was monstrous. Its power was unparalleled, smashing the demon god's dharma face to pieces with a single strike. And that monstrous blood chi looked like it was trying to melt the heavens and all the paths of the heavens. In the end, all the blood chi transformed into a single fist, blossoming into a brilliant fist light that blasted everything. the great Dao roared, and the endless stars within the star-swallowing abyss dimmed. Soon, the 10,000 Bones Demon Emperor finally appeared defeated. Although he had regained his invincible realm, the power of his origin weakened and was far inferior to that of the current Great Emperor. It was difficult for him to continue, and it was even more difficult for him to support him as he executed the way of extremity. The cause of other days, the effect of today. In the end, the 10,000 Bones Demon Emperor devoured his own Dao and the law of extremity, and all of it was transformed into radiant divine light. This terrifying strike even directly wore out half of this Stone Emperor's body, making it difficult to recover even for a short period of time. The 10,000 Bones Demon Emperor, a generation of supreme beings, had faded away just like this, and the 9 Orifices Stone Emperor suffered heavy injuries and eventually broke out of the star-swallowing abyss, collecting his imperial might and disappearing into the depths of the universe. Although the 10,000 Bone Demon Emperor is dead, this Stone Emperor should not fare well either. Chen Shangsheng surmised in this way. This 9 Orifices Stone Emperor was strong, but it was limited, and this time, he had messed with a hard opponent and suffered a big loss. He couldn't help but think of the Aotian Emperor, and he was afraid that this Stone Emperor was a big step behind compared to him. However, Chen Shangsheng was somewhat curious. This 9 Orifices Stone Emperor broke into the star-swallowing abyss and started a huge fight, but surprisingly, no other supreme being made a move to stop him, allowing the 10,000 Bones Demon Emperor to be subdued by the Stone Emperor. He guessed that perhaps there weren't many supreme beings present in the star-swallowing abyss, so he didn't make a move. Or perhaps, these supreme beings had existed for too long, and as long as it wasn't something related to them, they wouldn't do it easily, or else they would lose their origin, especially if they were enemies with the great emperors of the current generation. There was a chance that it wouldn't be a matter of losing their origin, but no matter what, these matters had nothing to do with him. Chen Shangsheng only needed to cultivate at ease. As for this 9 Orifices Stone Emperor, he was also considered to possess great merit. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. Chen Shangsheng is 52,000 years old. On this day, he awoke from his cultivation, for he had captured several auras of supreme beings and great emperors in the universe, along with a unique life essence. What happened? Chen Shangsheng within the small world frowned and finally decided to make a trip out. Nowadays, the third Dao line of his 5 elements born breath technique wasn't considered complete, but it wasn't bad either. With the decision made, Chen Shangsheng moved one step into the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and he felt the fluctuations of the supreme laws. In the middle of a cosmic starry sky, the 9 Orifices Stone Emperor confronted several supreme beings as supreme power swept through the 8 wastes of the universe, and they seemed to be fighting over something. But in the end, the thing turned into an immortal light and broke through the void. Several supreme beings and the 9 Orifices Stone Emperor chased after them, and Chen Shangsheng also chased after them after pondering for a moment. This pursuit is countless years. In the end, several supreme beings from the Forbidden Land left, leaving only Chen Shangsheng and that 9 Orifices Stone Emperor. However, in the end, Chen Shangsheng only saw a flash of light with life essence shatter the void, and he did not catch up. Yet just then, a magnificent figure came from the starry sky. The silhouette was magnificent, and a dense imperial might fell from the sky, an overriding aura bombarding the living beings. Chen Shangsheng's expression was cold as a great sun emerged behind him, dropping down scorching hot Dao laws and emanating supreme power. As he raised his hand, the endless domain of fire swept away similarly. Boom! The great avenues kept collapsing. Chen Shangsheng looked at this great emperor of the day. How could he not expect that today he might be about to try to attempt the might of a flawless great emperor? Only, is my Taoism weak? Chapter 029, The Great Emperor has a shortage. The great emperor of the day came with a vast imperial might. That might, like a true dragon above the 9 heavens, the sternness of his breath, pressing down on hundreds of millions of feet of red dust. This was the great emperor, the heavenly ordained man of the day, synonymous with invincibility. In the stars, the 2 great avenues kept colliding and eventually dissipated. Chen Shangsheng raised his eyes to look at him. The power of this great emperor was too great. The emperor's might was monstrous, and the laws of the emperor's way were incomparably vast. If he only fought against it with the 5 elemental breathing technique, he might still be less powerful than he could be. That 9 Orifices Stone Emperor glanced at Chen Shangsheng, a supreme being who also dares to appear before me. Chen Shangsheng only felt ridiculous. He had already lived for 50,000 years. Even though he wasn't a great emperor, he couldn't be called invincible yet. But how could he be intimidated? Do you really think I've lived 50,000 years of my life to the dogs? He stood proudly and said indifferently, Great Emperor of the current generation, I would like to weigh in. Without any sign, the emperor's might erupted, the terrifying blood aura collapsing the heavens as the 9 Orifices beginning emperor blasted in with unparalleled power. The void instantly shattered. Chen Shangsheng was naturally fearless. You think you're the Aotian emperor? His two perfect Dao deeds were completely inspired, and behind him was a heavenly ancient tree, and above the tree was a round of sunflame condensed by the Dao laws. He took a step forward, and a spear made of two colors of intertwined great Dao power immediately appeared in his hand. This could definitely be called the five elements attacking Saint Art, and although it wasn't perfect, it was absolutely terrifying. Boom! He brought the two-colored light to fight with that great emperor of the current generation, and the ripples of the great Dao from that great battle spread across this land of nothingness. For a moment the infinite great Dao turned into flames wanting to refine it. At the same time, an ancient wood began to take root in the land of nothingness while suppressing and killing. Kill! But the great emperors of the current generation were too terrifying, and the Nine Orifices Stone Emperor was even walking on the path of proving the Dao by force, and his power was infinite, breaking all the laws of the great Dao. He held an emperor weapon halberd, sweeping out a piece of flame and shattering the ancient trees that roamed the sky. At the same time a fist light was even directly shattering the starry land. Chen Shangsheng could only avoid the front for the time being when he saw this, and his eyes blossomed with divine light, penetrating into its laws. He was still somewhat less than that. Two perfect Dao lines couldn't truly resist a great emperor. However, he believed that if he revived the 12 armament Dao, the two flawless armament Daos were united. He could definitely resist the Stone Emperor without losing. However, he didn't. Although the Stone Emperor was strong, he was indeed strong in a limited way. He could suppress Chen Shangsheng, and even defeat him, but he was absolutely unable to subdue him. In these 1,000 years, this Stone Emperor's Dao didn't seem to have refined much, and perhaps, this Stone Emperor did not use his full strength. Thinking of this, Chen Shangsheng thought of a certain possibility. Thus, he suddenly erupted into the extreme bit, with the wood elemental way flawlessly displayed, a majestic surge of life force catalyzing his fire elemental way to perfection, and then his not-so-perfect earth elemental way. The three types of brilliant divine light were incomparably bright and erupted with terrifying power, actually directly drowning the Nine Orifices Stone Emperor. A halberd blasted away with blood chi, and at this moment, this Stone Emperor's figure steeply transformed into an unattainable giant, with light scattering from all of his 9 orifices, and his terrifying eyes piercing through everything. His feet stepped on the 10,000 ways, and his blood chi was as vast as the sea, tearing apart the three-colored divine light as his invincible posture looked out of the world. The great emperor is indeed the great emperor. He stared at Chen Shangsheng with so much surprise. When I was first certified, you were that supreme being who coveted the heavenly destiny? The corners of Chen Shangsheng's mouth twitched slightly as he was recognized for his identity. However, he wasn't coveting the heavenly fate, but rather wanted to try it out. Forget it. It doesn't matter. With a moment of silence, he sort of admitted that the three great Dao auras drooped down, hiding his figure, so that even great emperors would not be able to gain insight. However, he did determine one thing. That was that this 9 orifices Stone Emperor's body might have problems, and the problems were not small. Otherwise 1,000 years of time for the Dao would not have come to a standstill. He guessed that it was probably because the battle with the 10,000 Bones Demon Emperor was too severely injured by the great Dao, thus causing problems with his body. The Stone Emperor was deficient, he concluded, so he was even more fearless. The 9 orifices Stone Emperor stared at Chen Shangsheng and fell into silence. There was hesitation in his eyes, as well as a hint of intense killing intent. Chen Shangsheng was already prepared to continue the fight, and he was even considering whether or not to revive the two types of Bing Dao, and right here, defeat this world-unrivaled great emperor and achieve his own fame. But the next moment, the 9 orifices Stone Emperor collected all of his imperial might and blood aura. He said flatly, I undertook your cause in the other day, and today I am considered to be repaying the effect. If we meet again next time, I will definitely suppress you. After leaving such a sentence, the 9 orifices Stone Emperor directly left. Chen Shangsheng just casually glanced at him. You really think you're Aotian? A great battle is over. He simply sat down in the void. Another wasted effort this time. He came out this time. He hadn't even seen anything yet, and he would have gotten into a fight with the great emperor of the day. Who would he find to justify this? Seeing that the 9 orifices Stone Emperor had disappeared, Chen Shangsheng was a bit unwilling to do so, and traced some more traces as an immortal light broke through the void and flew forward through the universe. Chen Shangsheng also exploded his power to follow in this piece. This pursuit is several years long. Finally, on this day, Chen Shangsheng arrived at the land of the cosmic edge panic, where the streak of immortal light rested in the void, blossoming with countless life essences. Just then, a brilliant light emanated from his eyes. A forbidden might erupted, gazing at none other than that immortal light. Who dares? Chen Shangsheng also did not hesitate to explode his divine might, shattering the gigantic palm that flowed with the laws of the great Dao, and a grey figure was blasted out. But at the same time, while he was facing off with that unknown forbidden being, That smudge of immortal light seemed to smell a crisis at that moment, and was so fast that it surpassed the extreme speed of the world, completely entering the land of the cosmic borderlands. The speed was so fast that even Chen Changsheng and the unknown supreme being froze for a moment, and after this, the unknown supreme being watched the immortal light enter the cosmic borderlands before he let out a cold snort and tore through the void and disappeared. In this place, only Chen Changsheng was left to sigh as he looked at the edge of the universe that was like a void. Again, the basket is empty. Chapter 030, End of the Nine Orifices. Stone Emperor Era. Taboo beings attack the small world. Chen Changsheng was speechless to the extreme, and could only watch as the immortal light disappeared into the edge of the universe. There are too many mysterious places in the universe, and the cosmic border wilderness is one of them. It is barren, with no sun, moon or stars, no living beings, and even less life essence. Even great emperors who stayed in the cosmic borderlands for a long time would have their Dao behavior eroded. So the cosmic borderlands had always been a no man's land. How could he not expect that immortal light to end up escaping into such a hole of a place? Chen Changsheng only felt a pang of obscurity, and thinking of the misery of communicating with heaven's mandate in the first place, he instantly erupted with a surge of divine might that tore apart the surrounding void. Only after lingering for a few more moments did Chen Changsheng start rushing back to his own little world without a word, and he didn't know it. Right after he left this place, at the edge of the universe, a touch of immortal light unexpectedly slowly drifted into the universe again, blossoming a brilliant ripple of the great Dao. By the time Chen Changsheng returned to his own little world, it was already several years later. He just inspected the small world and glanced at Hong Tian before entering the state of cultivation once again, and the third course of his 5 elements breathlessness technique was about to be perfected, so he was going to do it in one go. 2,000 years passed quickly. The current great emperor was already 9,000 years old, which was completely at his peak for a great emperor, and he still had quite a bit of life left in him. At least this 9 orifices patriarch didn't look like a short-lived great emperor. He was blessed with abundant blood chi and origin. He should have a long lifespan. The only thing worth exploring was whether or not this stone emperor had obtained an immortality pill. Also, Chen Changsheng felt that this great emperor was lacking, and he didn't know how far he had gone in the godless realm. Therefore, when he was 54,000 years old, after he had cultivated the third path of the law of the 5 elements of life and breath, he purposely observed the heavenly destinies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only that he didn't find anything special. Perhaps this stone emperor had recovered from his injuries long ago. However, during this period of time, there had been several forbidden places all revealed in the world, which even had the shadow of the bronze immortal hall. But that stone emperor didn't come out of the world and didn't forcefully intrude into a forbidden place like he did before. He only occasionally emitted a burst of imperial might, seemingly emitting a warning to those forbidden places. The Great One is still around. Chen Changsheng had thought that even though this 9 orifices patriarch had a mediocre track record, he still had a long period of years ahead of him. It just didn't occur to him. In the 12,000th year of becoming an emperor, there was a tremor in the heavens and earth. That 9 orifices stone emperor whose blood chi shook the heavens had actually directly struck into the sea of reincarnation just like that, and the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths were able to feel a huge fluctuation. That was the aura that belonged to great emperors and forbidden places. The great battle between the two parties rippled through countless space and time, and all living beings detected it. In the end, however, the great emperor's aura suddenly disappeared. Soon, the heavens and earth moved greatly, and all the paths roared. This sign was so great that almost all of the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands knew that this stone emperor had disappeared into the 9 heavens and 10 lands at this moment, and Chen Changsheng, who was in the small world, seemed to have seen a hint of it, but it was only a guess. Suspected of falling to a forbidden being? He used the word suspected, guessing that 9 orifices stone emperor hadn't died, but had instead fallen to a supreme being, and that the chances of that were very high. However, he couldn't say anything about it. Perhaps this was a choice that every great emperor needed to make. At the very least, this 9 orifices stone emperor had indeed sheltered countless living beings during his attainment, and the fact that he had subdued a darkness being was considered a feat. Chen Changsheng's eyes looked as if he had seen through everything, and the corners of his mouth curved up. Looks like you chose the sea of reincarnation. Before this great fluctuation appeared, Chen Changsheng had once sensed a trace of the sea of reincarnation, and he instantly thought of this 9 orifices stone emperor breaking into the sea of reincarnation after becoming a Taoist, a battle that had turned the heavens upside down. Now it seems like it might be a trick, played out for all souls. It should be that this stone emperor had made a deal in advance with certain existences in the sea of reincarnation. Perhaps, that 10,000 bones demon emperor was likewise a part of the deal. Chen Changsheng only felt ridiculous, but could only let out a long sigh. He thought of the grandiose words that the 9 orifices stone emperor had made to purge all forbidden beings, not realizing that he himself had become a supreme being instead. Sure enough, not every great emperor is Aotian. he suddenly felt a little nostalgic for the era of the Aotian Emperor. The 9 orifices Stone Emperor's mark disappeared, no longer suppressing the 10,000 paths, and the shackles of the heavenly mandate's great Dao began to open, and the 10,000 paths of heaven and earth were like 10,000 dragons coming out of the sea, simultaneously manifesting in the world. It was only that the 9 orifices Stone Emperor's Dao marks were still there and would still affect for a long period of time. Even though there had long been supreme beings in this era who had reached the end of the great Dao, they were unable to invoke the Emperor's tribulation. And this was the suppression of this era by the great emperors of the current era. Only when the traces of his great Dao had completely dissipated, the 10,000 ways had been completely released, and the heaven's mandate had been completely restored, would a brand new life be opened? Chen Changqing just glanced at the heaven's mandate that showed sadness with great disdain. Every time it's like a dead son. If you'd chosen me earlier, I wouldn't have lived to see you through your old age? Despising the lofty heavenly destiny, Chen Changqing directly closed his eyes. Even if the 9 heavens and 10 earths sank and floated, it didn't have much to do with him. All he needed to do was to comprehend his own law and walk his own invincible path to immortality. After giving me a period of years, when all the 5 elements of the law of breathing are perfected, I will be able to compare to a great emperor. He had now comprehended through the 3rd Dao of earth, while his 4th Dao was the Dao of gold, which was somewhat similar to his 2nd Dao of soldiers, plus there were still quite a few longevity points remaining. Chen Changqing felt that the time shouldn't be too long. However, Chen Changqing hadn't been cultivating for very long, and he hadn't really expected those supreme beings to be so active after this 9 orifices Stone Emperor had disappeared. Of course, when the 9 trick Stone Emperor was around, those forbidden land beings didn't seem to be afraid. During Chen Changqing's 500th year of closed-door cultivation, a supreme power attacked his small world without hesitation. That supreme breath suppressed the 10,000 paths. The sky was filled with great Dao laws into Dao soldiers, endless down, as if playing with the mind of certain death. For the first time, Chen Changqing within the small world was truly angered. The entire small world began to tremble violently, emitting a radiant light that managed to withstand the attack of this supreme being. Chen Changqing waved his hand and put away the divine source that sealed Hongtian, as well as some heavenly materials. Only then did he reveal his supreme power. 3-colored light rushed to the sky, shaking the great Dao and causing it to roar, and in one step he arrived beyond the small world. Seeing the supreme being who looked like he had opened a heavenly gate, and endless Dao soldiers poured out from the heavenly gate, revealing the momentum of the pressurized Dao of the red dust. Chen Changqing exploded. The rich wood way filled the heavens and earth, and then the fire way as well as the earth way operated one by one to the peak. 3 unique perfect Dao strands intertwined together, revealing a unique and splendid forbidden power. And the appearance of this forbidden force caused the mysterious forbidden being to be taken aback for a moment. You're not him? Chen Changqing had long been furious and just snorted coldly. It's your mom. The brilliant 3-colored light exploded with a wave of invincible extreme Dao might, shattering countless Dao soldiers, grinding down that heavenly gate, and completely drowning that forbidden being in. Chapter 031, Threatening 3 Supreme Beings. Darkness present after 2,000 years. The 4th Dao completion. Chen Changqing erupted with invincible might as the 3 flawless Dao paths intertwined together, hovering above his head like a 3-colored waffle cover, dropping down Dao laws. This strand of origin power was abnormally abundant, setting Chen Changqing off like a resurrected human emperor. His figure was magnificent, standing on top of the sky, his eyes containing the sun and the moon, and his domineering aura was incomparable. This horrifying supreme divine power had even vaguely surpassed that self-decapitated supreme being, and its aura seemed like it had completely revived, pushing towards the great emperors. The 3-colored divine might wore out everything, but it was clearly not enough for that supreme being, except that the supreme being sealed within the divine origin essence clearly revealed a hint of scorn. He isolated space and time and suspended an ancient portal above his head, but did not strike again. Soon, a fluctuation came from this supreme being sealed in the divine origin essence. It's not him. You've been misinformed. Chen Changqing merely carried his hands behind his back, exuding an aura that suppressed the ages as he stared at him, his 3-colored divine light flickering, showing great signs of striking out regardless. But then, the other 2 supreme powers revived, forming horns with the supreme being from before, blocking him in the small world. Sure enough, Chen Changqing gave a dark cry, guessing that there might be more than one supreme being who had struck out this time, and when he appeared beyond the small world, he noticed a hint of abnormality. Not him? A supreme being opened his mouth, clearly puzzled. The 3 powerful supreme laws blocked everything, and likewise gained insight into the power of origin that Chen Changqing had displayed. The last supreme being was silent. At this moment, however, Chen Changqing displayed his anger as his 3-colored divine might continued to rise, and he questioned with anger. The 3 Taoist friends are besieging my dojo for no reason. Are they going to give me a statement? Chen Changqing's words caused all 3 supreme beings to fall silent. In the end, It was the Supreme Being who had been silent that spoke. It was we who were hasty, projecting that this place might be an enemy, not realizing that it was the dojo of a fellow Taoist. Just a few words and you think I'll believe it? Dusted off for hundreds of thousands of years. Do you really think I can't do it anymore? Chen Chongqing's tone was domineering and incomparable, displaying his anger to the fullest. That second Supreme Being that appeared also let out a cold snort at that moment. All were once invincible. Who would be afraid of whom? He spoke directly. So what do you want? Chen Chongqing looked directly at him, an unparalleled sharpness appearing in his eyes as his three-colored divine might shook the heavens and the earth. Then let's have a do-over. The big deal is that it'll be an extreme ascension, and I'll be able to fight to the death of at least one of them. Chen Chongqing's words directly silenced the three Supreme Beings. They were all self-decapitated Supreme Beings who had hidden in the Forbidden Land in order to survive. And now, if they fought to the extreme sublimity, everything would be empty. It's not so much fear as it is the fact that they will continue to choose to hunker down until they have to. Moreover, these three Supreme Beings clearly incite that the origin of this Supreme Being in front of them was unusually abundant, and perhaps, after the extreme sublimation, the ones who would be depleted would only be them. This was why the three Supreme Beings revealed a hint of scorn after realizing that Chen Chongqing was not the person they were trying to find. Seeing that these three Supreme Beings did not want to make a move of their minds, Chen Chongqing also became more and more reckless, constantly erupting his divine might, with the idea of dying together. In the end, it was the same Supreme Being who had struck out in the beginning who pacified him, and the three Supreme Beings negotiated a result and finally compensated Chen Chongqing with a large sum of heavenly materials and treasures before giving up. Only when these three Supreme Beings left did Chen Chongqing return to the small world again, and he frowned as he muttered to himself, "Looks like they really did come for me." He guessed that when he relied on the power of the second Bing Dao to suppress the dragon crocodile demon emperor had attracted the attention of all the Forbidden Land beings, and he had once sensed a strong killing intent long before. Those Forbidden Land beings would not allow a person shaped like a great emperor to block their way forward. It was enough to have a great emperor in the current world, and there was no need for another Supreme Being to upset some sort of balance. Over the years, he had long been silent for countless years, but he was still able to deduce some clues and find this small world. It was only that he had already prepared his defenses and opened up another great Dao, perfectly concealing the origin of the other great Dao and revealing himself in another capacity. As long as he didn't use the Dao of Bing and only appeared as the origin of the five elements breathing art, he wouldn't arouse suspicion. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of those forbidden living beings. With the two types of Bing Dao he was currently perfecting, he was more than enough to wear out these supreme living beings. Only, after the identity was exposed, I was afraid that it would cause all the Supreme Beings to hunt them down. It was not impossible that he was not afraid of Supreme Beings of the same level, but he was afraid that there was an existence behind this that surpassed great emperors. If that was the case, he was destined to spend the coming days on the run, without being able to truly cultivate his invincible way. Looks like this place is under suspicion. Even though he was now hiding the past with this identity, the location of this small world might have been completely exposed in the eyes of those forbidden places, which was very passive. This little world can't stay, but I can't disappear immediately either. Otherwise, it will arouse suspicion. None of these once invincible people are good at fooling around. Chen Chongqing fell silent. He would continue to stay in this small world for a short period of time, but he would also go and look for a new place to stay. After giving me a few tens of thousands of years, when my third soldier's path comes to fruition, no matter if it's a supreme being or a great emperor, I won't care. If you dare to find trouble with me, then you will all be suppressed and killed. He predicted that it would take at least 20,000 years for his third Bing Dao to be fully consummated, and as for the five elements breathing technique, there were only 2 Dao techniques left, so perhaps, after waiting 10,000 years, it would be consummated. In tolerating you for a period of years, time, never what I lacked. After a cold snort, Chen Chongqing then moved to manually hide the small world completely in the void, while he, once again, plunged into cultivation once more after a period of meticulous contemplation. The era in which the 9 Orifices Stone Emperor was from wasn't exactly peaceful, and when it was 2,000 years after he had completely dissipated, a great mourning suddenly came from the universe. Several ancient lands of life had been bloodied. Hundreds of millions of lives along with the ancient stars of life had been annihilated by a large hand. All the gods and souls had been dissipated, and the ancient lands of life had disappeared into the cosmic starry sky. There were some supreme paragon beings who participated in the great battle, but the results were incomparably miserable. Chen Chongqing felt the same this time, feeling the mourning of the 10,000 spirits, and the 10,000 spirits cauldron all erupted with a divine might, except that he did not come out of the world. His great Dao had not yet been perfected, and if he chose to suppress those supreme beings, I was afraid that he could only do so by exposing his other identity, and the consequence, perhaps, was to face a siege from several supreme beings. Perhaps, this is a kind of bureau against him. Chen Changsheng calmed down, an ancient well in his Dao heart, no longer focusing on anything outside of the small world. The year, Chen Changsheng was 60,000 years old. The fourth Dao of his 5 elements art of breathing was complete and flawless. The origin in his body had grown again, and the 4 origins had begun to form a certain cyclic trajectory, containing a law of the great Dao. When the 5th Dao is perfected, this Dao of mine will be considered perfect and truly alive. But now I can already feel infinitely close to a great emperor, touching a kind of ceiling. It was comparable to the feeling he had when he first practiced the 2nd Bing Dao. With my current Dao, these forbidden beings shouldn't be my match if they don't completely and extremely sublime. And if I add the 12 soldiers' paths to the mix, perhaps, I'm fearless of great emperors now. Only he remained careful. He lived forever, and the great emperor was a goal for him, but not the end. So he still needs to be careful. It is also briefly available at the moment to solve some crises. Just as Chen Changsheng was thinking so, somewhere in the cosmic starry sky, another piece of the ancient land of life had been extinguished. But this time, the silent being's movement was so great that it had opened up a piece of the ancient monument. In the midst of this monument, it was filled with an aura that had been sealed down since the ages. A figure that had decayed poked a hand out from amongst the tattered birthright. Su awake. Chapter 032. A peerless one dusted down. Not a great emperor, better than a great emperor. In a certain ancient land of life and the land of the universe, a dark being with a withered origin was harvesting a piece of spiritual beings, and countless mournful cries spread throughout the universe. Only, this was the age of the great emperor's passing, and no living being was able to stop this being who had fallen into darkness. An ancient land appeared out of the void, the power of time causing this monument to be close to decay. From the moment it appeared, everything turned to dust. Only, the mournful cry of the cosmic beings awakened a sleeping being among the monuments. He walked out from the broken divine source, holding a silver spear in his hand, his head full of white hair and his body withered. His eyes were lightless but carried a great compassion. What age is it now? He sighed softly as a snow-white divine aura ran through the ancient and modern worlds, exuding a unique and forbidden aura that separated itself from that dark being's aura. This was an invincible being, not of the current world. When this aura filled the starry universe, it shook all living beings, and even Chen Changsheng within the small world felt this overwhelming divine might. Sealed down invincibles? No, not a self-decapitating being? Chen Changsheng was a bit surprised. From the aura of that being, he did not feel the same depraved aura as those supreme beings after they had decapitated themselves. Instead, it was an incomparably pure force of the great Dao. It was only that the aura of decay on his body was so strong that it was easy to treat him as a supreme being who was about to transform the Dao. He frowned and looked carefully at the starry universe. The old man with a head full of silver hair, even though his body was withered, he was holding a silver spear in his hand, and the aura that shot straight up to the sky was like an invincible person descending into the world. His face was kind and wrinkled, but it was also vaguely evident that he had been spirited and white in his youth. Shoo away. He moved, and the silver spear in his hand blossomed with invincible divine might, as if he had punched a hole in the universe and broken the cage of the dark beings. The miserable images of the ancient land of life came into his eyes, and countless living beings became the blood food of the dark beings. He mourned, his wrinkled face filled with anger. Where is the great emperor? Where are the great emperors of the day? He roared through the stars, but with that, he got useful information from the blood and souls of those beings. At that time, the great emperor had been dead for more than 2,000 years. He was silent, and then it was like he was talking to himself and the stars. So it's been 1,000,000 years. My origin has decayed and it's difficult to reproduce my peak power. He sighed softly, what looked like memories in his eyes, a little forlorn. Then he looked up. Is it hard to believe that not even a single guardian has been born in this era? No one responded to him, and in the starry sky, only his lonely and old figure remained. And in the end, he rushed towards that supreme being with that silver spear. Under the stars, the great battle between the two supreme beings was too volatile. The snow-white spear on collapsed a piece of starry sky, vowing to suppress that rebellious supreme being. The two extreme mights collided, and wherever they passed, they tore a terrifying trace of the great Dao out of the void. Boom! That supreme being was once an invincible one despite his corrupted origin. His eyes were cold as he executed the godless art at this moment, and the dense spatial cracks transformed into the most terrifying killing weapons that blasted away. The old man with a head full of silver hair held a long spear. His aura was out of this world, and the spear's aura in his hand shattered a piece of cracks. But in the end, he still flew backwards. He was chattering blood in the starry sky, and his already withered body became more and more parched, so much so that he couldn't even cough up blood. I'm too old and don't belong to this era. It's hard to reproduce peak power. He waved his spear and killed forward once again, churning the heavens and earth like a silver true dragon. And suddenly, His body glowed and the laws of the great Dao surged like a tidal wave. That supreme being had a moment of stagnation. Boom! That supreme being was also wounded, having his shoulder shattered by a shot. He roared, and then without hesitation, he ascended extremely, his huge figure collapsing the void, his flawless power being restored. At this moment, he was restored to his peak, a true invincible one. He killed forward, holding a black flag. A black moon manifested, the extreme might was revealed, and a terrifying being floated in the sky, each being transformed into a kind of Dao power and blasted away. Click! The great Dao was broken and could hardly withstand the might of the great emperor. The figure with a head full of silver hair was sent flying by this strike. His silver lance broke, and he was hunched over in the starry sky. His light was gone, just like an ordinary old man, and there were more than a few terrifying cracks on his body, just like a porcelain that was about to break. He coughed several times in a row, but couldn't even cough up a drop of blood. His vitality was no longer there, and the blood essence of his entire body had long since disappeared, leaving him with only one last strand of will, treating all living things like grass. You are a wayfarer in vain. His voice was failing, but he threw his voice. The supreme being laughed disdainfully and coldly. A mere alternative way of becoming a Taoist dares to stop me. A rotten body that wants to save the world. A great emperor can't do it either. An enormous palm with countless great Dao laws broke the universe and was about to overthrow it. The old man with a head full of silver hair sat in the starry sky with a peaceful expression and only a faint light flickering. I'm old, but I can still fight. As his words fell, the broken silver lance fused into his body with a mournful cry. And suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation erupted. It was a might equal to that of a great emperor, without imperial might, but it was indeed comparable to the power of a great emperor. The power of this force was so strong that it caused the 10,000 paths to roar and blossomed into countless order divine haze. The old man with a head full of silver hair disappeared, and the only thing left in the universe was the huge silver lance, which was overwhelming everything and shone brightly through the ages. A young figure could be vaguely seen. He was dressed in white, with sword brows and starry eyes, compatible and gentle, with a hint of a confident smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and his intention was unrestrained, as if he did not put everything in the world in his eyes. He laughed softly, his tone of voice unimpeded. I once peeked into a forbidden land and killed supreme beings. I once peeked against a great emperor without losing. I have calmed the dark unrest with the great emperor. Ha ha ha. This is not my time. There is no ship that can bury me in this age. My time is in the ancient past. There is no going back. The holy emperor of the sun can't go back. Anum. Buzz. In the cosmic starry sky, radiant light blossomed as thousands of great Dao paths rioted at the same time, transforming into the most powerful strike. No one recognized this being or knew from which era this being came, but everyone remembers the silver gun, the silver spear that breaks everything. Even though that supreme being was extremely sublimated and perfect, it suffered a heavy blow under this silver spear, which was fatal. Eventually, he retreated with a roar of rage and fell into the godless realm, hiding in the depths of the universe. The heavens and the earth returned to peace. Only a broken ancient land of life remained, but as long as there was still life, even if there was hope, that decaying old man dissipated soundlessly into heaven and earth. This is an invincible one, Chen Chongsheng sighed, filled with regret, but there was nothing he could do. Instead of becoming an emperor, he took the same path as me, an alternative path to becoming an emperor. Chen Chongsheng surmised that this alternative way of becoming a living being had sealed itself for posterity, but too much time had passed, and now, all that remained was a decayed body that could hardly exert peak power. Honorable, lamentable, every era would give birth to an invincible great emperor, but at certain times, there would be accidents, such as some beings who would alternatively become Taoists after the extreme end, enough to rival great emperors. It was as if him had come out of the era of the Aotian emperor. There definitely wouldn't be too many of these types of beings, but they existed, and it was possible that certain eras would still have supreme beings that were sealed to this place. Could it really be a supreme powerhouse from the era of the Sun Saint Emperor? From the news that came out of that last sigh, it was very likely that this supreme being was from which era? Unbelievable. The Sun Saint Emperor was likewise a great emperor who was known to have amazed the ages, and millions of years had long passed since the current era, so it was hard to imagine that there would be a living being from that era who would survive to the present. Chen Shanshan was filled with respect for this. In this world, there will always be some beings that people will respect and bloom with splendor, which has nothing to do with cultivation and Taoism, but a kind of self-sacrificing heart to save the world. Chen Shanshan was self-conscious that he was unable to do so now, unless he waited until he was truly invincible. That was why he admired these beings who had subdued themselves to guard the future. A mere 3 years had passed when a sign of the transformation of the Dao suddenly came from the depths of the universe, a sign that was so great that it induced thousands of great avenues to roar and landed an annihilating catastrophe. He guessed that it was the Supreme Being who had been heavily injured who had come to the end of his rope. There are some beings that are not great emperors, but are better than great emperors. Chapter 033 Red Dust Experience. Encountering immortal light again. Ever since that sleeping invincible person had calmed the scourge in the starry sky, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths and those ancient lands of life in the universe had finally calmed down. Only, this calm didn't last too long, and only less than 1,000 years had passed before another ancient land of life was slaughtered in the cosmic stars, as a peerless being who never dusted. In this era where no great emperor of the current generation existed, the first one to perceive it was naturally him. Only this time, he still chose to wait and see. The ancient land of life in the universe was slaughtered, and he could feel the blood aura of the underworld and the mournful cries of billions of living beings. But he remained indifferent. And this time, it was clear that it wasn't going to be as lucky as the last time that a sealed invincible would awaken to smooth out the scourge. Chen Chongqing's eyes were calm, but his heart had already gathered a thick killing intent. But it's not time yet. He was able to step in once or twice to quell the scourge. But in this world, how many forbidden beings were hidden in the shadows? And how many could he save? Even if you bury yourself, it's probably a drop in the bucket. He was awake enough to know what he had to do, so he closed his eyes again and practiced in silence. In a flash, Chen Chongqing is 65,000 years old. This time, he almost made a mess in the midst of his cultivation. 2 great Daos were cultivated at the same time. Even for an existence like him, it was still unavoidable for problems to arise. For half of those 4,000 years, he had been asleep. The hegemony of the third soldier's way almost caused his soul to perish, and for a long time he was in a state of chaos, and in order to comprehend the way of the returning ruins and tides, it was as if he had been pulled to another world, and he had seen many light and strange images, and for a time, he was reincarnated in one of them, and his body, which occasionally became withered and his soul was silent, was occasionally newborn, stripped of its origin along with its essence. The mystery of the road to ruin almost made him forget that I was me. Even though I've been very careful, it's still too dangerous to deduce 2 great Dao paths at the same time. Throughout the ages, it wasn't that no great emperors had had such problems. Some great emperors had had ominous events happen in their later years due to problems with their bodies caused by the deduction of the 2 great Dao. In the end, if it wasn't for the return to ruins bell ringing, allowing him to successfully overdo this calamity, I'm afraid he would still be reincarnating in it. It was also for this reason that for 4,000 years, the last of his 5 elements breathing technique was delayed. But fortunately, it was as if a gap had opened up in the 3rd Bing Dao, and the step was taken 1 step forward. Sure enough, a drink has its own destiny, and sometimes woe is not always good, but it's not all bad. The parched body glowed and rejuvenated at this moment, and in front of him, a side of the water like gloomy returning ruins bell floated in front of him. That one ripple seemed to be constantly deriving and retracing, like a tidal wave. He reached out and put the returning ruins bell away, calmed his mind, and looked up at the 9 heavens and 10 earths again. The 9 orifices stone emperor has passed away close to 8,000 years ago. His Dao marks are about to disappear. It won't be long before the 10,000 ways of heaven and earth are revived again. Chen Chongqing did not continue his cultivation this time, but wanted to take advantage of the recovery of the heaven and earth and the 10,000 paths before going out for a walk, using the red dust to refine his heart to wear down the aftereffects brought about by this cultivation. And he also needs to find a new lair. This small world was eventually discovered by those supreme beings, and even though he didn't reveal his identity, it made him passive. These 4,000 years, as he was cultivating the great Dao and falling into a life and death slumber, if these supreme beings were to hit his doorstep, he might really have no choice but to die as well. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing directly arrived outside of the small world, and he hid his aura to arrive at the Yaoqi Holy Land. The changes in the Yaoqi Holy Land were still not great. In the last generation, the Yaoqi Holy Land had produced a good heavenly pride, but the Emperor's Path contest was still lost to that Taichu Saint's son. Yaoqi Holy Land has never been with the world. Here the majority of women. They are more things to cultivate. There will also be disciples walking on earth, in the earth's scourge of the place to subdue the demons and get rid of the devil. Chen Chongqing stood under that plum tree. Plum trees joyfully stretched their branches and bloomed with brightly colored plum blossoms, and an endless sea of flowers enveloped the place, as if they were meeting their closest relatives. I came to see you guys. He smiled and sat down on the stone bench next to him, underneath the plum tree. In the middle of the heavy killing formation, the woman was still lying in the divine origin essence as if she was asleep. Chen Chongqing carried a wine jug in his hand, as if recounting what he had done over the past 10,000 years. Kill the supreme beings, took on a young apprentice. Seeing billions of living beings being transformed into the origin of forbidden living beings was indifferent. I wonder if you'll blame me. He let out a soft laugh. having been here for several long years, until the last vestige of his mind in the heart of the Dao disappeared, and the aura of his body fell off in this moment, returning to the red dust. I'm outta here. In the end, Chen Chongsheng left the holy land of Yaoqi, and now, this place was considered to be the last place for his heart to return to. 400s of years afterward, Chen Chongsheng concealed his identity and wandered among the red dust. He had been an innkeeper and had seen beings of all races. He has also been a traveler, crossing mountains and rivers with those monks. Time and time again, he transformed his identity, experienced the breath of red dust, and chopped off the aftermath left by the last layer of the cultivation avenue with 10,000 feet of red dust. It was only then that this body of his was completely restored to its original state, leaving not a single blemish behind. The body is complete, and it's time for me to do another thing. He came beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths and traveled the stars, ready to find a peaceful and undetectable lair. In fact, there were not few small worlds in the cosmic stars, only that most of them were unstable and might collapse after a period of time, followed by the birth of a new space. And like Chen Chongsheng's previous space was considered unique, attached to the 9 heavens and 10 earths and living with the world. And he had spent a great deal of time and divine materials to make the space into a place that could accommodate a small world of supreme beings, which was not simple. I'm afraid it won't be easy to continue to find such a space, and more resources and time may have to be invested subsequently, but there was nothing he could do about it now. Could he really be allowed to enter a forbidden land, or can only hide in the depths of the universe with those dark beings? It's definitely not a good choice. In the blink of an eye, he had searched the vast universe for decades and traveled to countless places, but there were few small worlds that could satisfy him. If we really can't, we'll just have to choose one of these few when the time comes. Chen Changsheng was somewhat helpless, but he could only make this choice. And just as he was about to return to the small world of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a trajectory in the vastness of the universe. It was a unique ripple of the avenue. He instantly erupted into a burst of divine splendor to pursue that life trajectory, and this pursuit was for several months, during which he even felt the might of several taboos. He knew that it was those dusty supreme beings that had also awakened and detected this unique ripple of the great Dao. Finally, in a vast starry sky, Chen Chongsheng traced, "Sure enough, it's you." He stared ahead, revealing an expression that said it all, and before him was the very same sliver of immortal light that he had quasi-searched for in the beginning, which had escaped into the edge of the universe. In the vast starry sky, there was an immortal light sinking. Under the wrapping of immortal light, that seemed to be a volume of Taoist books. The Dao Book slowly opened, and at that moment, it was emitting a ripple of the Great Dao. Chapter 034, 6 Supreme Beings in the Universe. The ripples of the Great Dao spread continuously in this starry sky, and the sign was too great. All of those originally withered ancient stars were revitalized at this moment, swirling with an aura of life. This Taoist book is extraordinary. Chen Changsheng only felt that this Dao book came from an extraordinary source, and this dead starry sky was unexpectedly born with life as a result, accelerating its cycle. Yet just then, a huge crack suddenly crossed not far away. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire rolled in it, and a huge, as if with a charred black image of the palm hanging down the pitch-black light, actually instantly extended millions of feet, directly rushed to that Dao book and grabbed it. Chen Chongsheng's brows flushed with coldness, followed by a cold snort. Never! In an instant, the aura within his body erupted in full force at this moment, as four splendid Dao paths sublimated and transformed into a four-colored halo, and he was shrouded in a four-colored halo, like an invincible human emperor, swallowing the 8 wastelands with his aura. He took a step and went, raising his hand and grabbing it. The laws of the great Dao flowed, and the 4 Dao sources instantly coalesced together. He blasted out with his fist, and the 4 colored laws rushed to the sky, a supreme might that represented his forbidden power, a might that was incomparable. Boom! That gigantic palm was thus shattered by the 4 colored laws, but that gigantic crack was still there, and immediately after, first a supreme power began to revive, and then a withered bone sitting on top of a throne just appeared, standing above that gigantic crack. It was a dark being hiding in the depths of the universe, emitting supreme pressure, and the surrounding void trembled as a result. "Why are you stopping me?" The clean white skeleton sitting high above the throne emitted a voice that shook the heavens and caused the avenues to freeze. Chen Chongsheng merely carried his hands behind his back, his 4-colored halo rushing to the sky, his aura so dense that it far surpassed that of this half-sleeping darkness being, and he said indifferently with a disdainful aura, "This Taoist book is mine." Ridiculous! That supreme being was clearly enraged, and a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surfaced behind it, as a skeleton crawled out from the dark land, emitting an aura that devoured everything. Chen Changsheng remained indifferent, but at this moment, he suddenly sensed a change in this space. Subsequently, the aura of another supreme being appeared. He turned around, and there was a huge pitch-black sun, like it was alone in a space, emitting a supreme forbidden power. it was only that he, like that supreme being, belonged to a half-sleep, with his true body sealed within the divine origin essence, not daring to truly come out into the world. And as this supreme being appeared, the auras of 3 more supreme beings successively began to revive, arriving in this void at the same time. If Chen Changsheng was added to the mix, then there were already 6 supreme beings gathered in this void at this time, each of which had once been an invincible figure. They were either great emperors or demon emperors, belonging to different eras, but because of this volume of Taoist books, they met in the same void here and now. 6 supreme beings. This breadth was so huge that the great Tao was confused. The speed of the flow of laws became stagnant, and the surrounding void seemed unable to withstand the breath of these supreme beings and began to constantly crumble and reorganize. This void looked like it had been divided and belonged to a single heaven and earth, and it was unknown which forbidden being's means was used to presumably prevent the escape of that scroll of Tao. Good fellow, this is almost as good as the siege scene of the Aotian emperor in his later years. Chen Changsheng was speechless for a while, but right now, he was not at the beginning and could only delay those supreme beings. Now, he had enough battle power to face these supreme beings, would be able to suppress them head-on, and unless they were extremely sublimated and restored to their flawless peak state, he was confident that he had no fear of any supreme beings. 6 supreme beings. No one opened their mouths to speak, and the Dao Book at the center bloomed with ripples, in which it seemed as if there was a vague figure watching the 6 supreme beings in it. Chen Changsheng suddenly felt a line of sight. Then he slightly sidestepped his head and saw a radiant divine source surrounded by countless Rui beasts on one side. The aura was somewhat familiar and he instantly knew it. This was the forbidden being that had besieged his small world back then, and he didn't expect to meet again. And that supreme being obviously recognized Chen Changsheng as well. His great Tao origin. He had seen it before. Finally, an icy cold voice came out from that pitch-black great sun, inaudible whether it was a man or a woman, but filled with supreme majesty. It seems that we all have the same goal. That volume of the Tao. How about comprehending it together? After these words came out, there were soon supreme beings who agreed. If a great battle between supreme beings really took place, or if multiple supreme beings were to mix it up, the amount of origin consumed would make them all feel heartbroken. But soon, an untimely voice came. I disagree. This volume of Taoist books, it's mine. All of you leave it at that. Almost at that instant, the gazes of the 5 supreme beings gazed at the same time at the divine shadow that was enveloped in a 4-colored halo. Terrifying fluctuations erupted. Every supreme being was radiating their supreme divine might at this moment. They had been invincible. When had they ever been disgraced like this? Boom! The void cracked open, and a figure permeated with an aura of decay stepped out from the gray mist. A very withered figure, not of the human race, but a feature that belonged uniquely to the tree race. The entire body was like the intertwined roots of an old tree, and above each root was as if it was engraved with heavenly lines. It was most likely a tree race invincible person from an unknown era. You're too greedy if you want to take it all for yourself. Countless roots slowly began to grow from everywhere in the void, but there was no semblance of life fluctuating, but rather, it was filled with dead silence. Several other figures looked at him at the same time, all exuding monstrous divine might. You have a big mouth. Pretend we don't exist? It's really been a long time since I've heard such arrogant words. A fluctuation came from several other supreme beings, and some people's gazes looked like they were trying to melt the void. Chen Changsheng merely glanced at the emperor of an unknown era, his own 4-colored halo flowing, completely ignoring the gazes of the 5 supreme beings as he was very arrogant. I had pursued this volume of the Tao for a long time. Right now, again, I was the first to find him, so it's rightfully mine. If you don't agree, then it will be a battle, each according to their own means. The big thing is to sublimate extremely and fight for my origin. I have no fear. Chen Changsheng's words were overbearing and full of confidence in himself, but they also simultaneously enraged several other supreme beings, which could be seen as a threat. The entire void trembled. The 6 supreme auras disturbed everything, and even the great Tao began to avoid them. Subsequently, in the next moment, as if the 5 supreme beings had discussed the matter at the same time, almost immediately in this instant, the great battle was opened. The entire void shattered on the spot. Countless roots transformed into 1,000 worlds, drawing in all the breath of life. The flames of the great black sun dropping down burned the void. Boom! A heavenly gate opened and countless golden-colored Tao soldiers surged out, blasting away. The dark being probed out a huge palm and broke everything. However, Chen Changsheng had already made preparations. At this moment, the 5 elements breathing art was in full operation, and the light of the 4-colored laws flowed like a resurrected ancient emperor as he directly blasted out with a fist, blossoming with a brilliant 4-colored light. Immediately afterward, a heavenly ancient tree rose behind him, and the starry river entwined, fixing the ever-shattering void. The crimson law transformed into a giant dragon, refining all the surrounding roots. Subsequently, underneath his feet was a piece of the world that began to spread outwards. instantly covering the entire void. The sky was filled with a sharp aura, filled with a sense of solemnity. His black hair danced wildly as he faced the 5 supreme beings without fear as he stepped forward, his hands tearing everything apart as the 4-colored divine light attacked those supreme beings, his bold battle intent full at the moment. Did you really think I would be afraid of you and the others? Unless you are extremely sublimated. Even if you are flawless great emperors, I can still win in battle. Chapter 035, Fighting 5 Supreme Beings Alone, Taking the Dao Book by Force. Chen Shangxing's tone was too domineering, and the strength of his aura shook the void. He attacked the other 5 supreme beings at the same time with the power of one person. Endless divine might erupting as his face was filled with battle intent and he didn't show the slightest hint of retreat at all. Rolling, a huge palm ripped through the heavens and earth, emitting a pitch-black incomparable light. The moment the big hand fell, white bones were tired, and pitch-black hollows emerged above the 5 huge fingers, devouring everything around them. Chen Changsheng turned around, his eyes flowing with blazing Dao runic symbols, and immediately afterward, a cauldron condensed by the power of laws supported heaven and earth to blast towards the giant hand. A crimson phoenix flew out from the cauldron, and the power of its flames burned through the void. The earth suddenly cracked beneath his feet. Countless roots pierced through the earth, emitting a deadly power that actually caused Chen Changsheng's blood qi to vibrate violently. He stared at that tree race supreme. I didn't expect him to walk a path of death and silence. A heavenly ancient tree emerged behind his back, salivating with thousands of light, and powerful life force surged out at this moment like waves of seawater. The way of wood and the way of death collided with each other at this moment, actually leaving a dry riverbed in the cosmic starry sky. A great dark sun fell straight down. It instantly tore through everything like lightning, the dense emptiness instantly turning into fragments, and the power of the great Dao exploded on its body, drowning the 4-colored figure. Chen Changsheng had a 4-colored huagai to protect his body, but he still had blood qi rolling around as he turned around and directly blasted out a fist, striking out against the being in that black qi great sun and sending it flying. Right at this moment, above his head, a huge figure emerged, a figure with a golden body, holding a golden sword, emitting an invincible divine might that instantly tore the void apart. At the same time, the spacetime around Chen Changsheng was layering on top of each other, trapping him in a certain spacetime. He let out a cold snort, his black hair dancing wildly, and the power of the 5 elemental origins in his body was incomparably dense, directly rising up to the sky and shaking the universe. Drive me! He opened his hands, and the 4 great Dao paths merged into one, transforming into an offensive holy art that shattered countless times and spaces in just an instant. His figure appeared in this universe again. That huge golden stream fell for a moment, and a golden qilin manifested, opening its eyes and hissing, burying everything in front of it. Chen Changsheng's body was as if it had turned into gold at this moment, and a bizarre force was rapidly Daoizing, turning his body, his blood, and his Dao all into a kind of metal. The 2 types of Bing Dao in his body vibrated in unison at this moment, instantly disintegrating everything. The 5 elements of the origin were restored. He simply raised his hand, and the sky was filled with a golden killing aura instantly enveloping the 5 figures completely. The 5 elements were mutually exclusive, and the ancient trees in the sky emerged, directly transforming into a realm. A huge red fire furnace covered the sky, dropping down countless forces of law into refined fire, and immortal phoenixes circled. In the endless void, the emptiness of a world presented itself in an upside-down manner, and the dense power of the great Dao blossomed to suppress everything. The 5 supreme beings were all trapped in the world evolved by the 4 elements, and Chen Changsheng urged the power of his origin and the 4 directions of the world to rotate, but it was still not as good as it could have been. In the end, the 5 taboo beings were once invincible, and their means and aptitudes could reach the heavens. Rolling, one being shattered a world. That tree clan supreme being transformed into an ancient tree, bursting his tree realm and absorbing all the life essence. Immediately afterward, the fire world, gold world, and earth world shattered one after another, and the 5 forbidden beings stepped on the void, displaying invincible postures and suppressing thousands of great avenues. Not the complete 5 elements after all. Chen Changsheng gently shook his head with some regret. If it was the complete 5 elements world, I'm afraid that these supreme beings would have to expend some of their origin power to be able to get out of the trap. But, not much of a problem. With his hands behind his back, he looked forward, his 4-colored divine aura filling the heavens and earth, still looking out of the corner of his eye. These supreme beings could ultimately only exert 70 to 80% of their power in their prime, whereas he, who was only a hair's breadth away from the ceiling, was equivalent to 95% of the power of a great emperor in his prime. This power was enough for him to face multiple supreme beings without fear, unless, of course, these supreme beings were willing to face him with extreme ascension, only to barely suppress him after extreme ascension. And Chen Changsheng's origin power was ample and seemingly endless, enough to drag them to their deaths. Otherwise, it would be possible for multiple supreme beings to ascend extremely high and strike at the same time, killing them instantly in seconds. Only, Chen Xiangsheng understood the temperament of these supreme beings very well, and they would definitely not easily extreme sublimation until it came to the point where it was a matter of life and death for them. This was because every extreme ascension meant that their origin would be depleted even faster, and they might not be able to hold on to it at all, and everything would become empty. That was why Chen Xiangsheng could be so confident when facing the 5 supreme beings. He was certain that these 5 supreme beings did not dare to extremely ascend to a full-scale battle. Rolling. At this moment, the void had already been beaten into a vile mess, with countless void flames and heavenly thunder crisscrossing the void, and the signs of this were still expanding. The area was already beaten up, gradually moving toward signs of a cosmic frontier. The 5 living beings did not strike again at this moment even though they exuded invincible might. Chen Xiangsheng directly said proudly, "I will give you the time of extreme sublimation. I have nothing to fear even if I let you guys recover your peak." This sentence directly ignited the anger of the 5 supreme beings. When had they, the invincible ones, been so underestimated as well? The 5 supreme Dao marks were reviving, yet Chen Xiangsheng remained unchanged. A great battle erupted once again, and the dense supreme laws seemed to be trying to open up the heavens and the earth. Yet just then, the Dao Book that was emanating ripples of the great Dao in the void suddenly closed up, as if it realized that something was wrong and was about to vanish. However, Chen Xiangsheng was aware of it at this moment, breaking through the blockade of the 5 supreme beings in one fell swoop, and the 4-colored Huagai directly drooped down, grasping it in one hand and then directly subduing and sealing it. The 5 supreme divine mights were thick to the extreme at this moment. Chen Xiangsheng raised his eyes as 4 flawless Dao paths flowed, and the 4-colored Huagai drooled over the divine aura with a monstrous might. "Think I'm afraid of you guys? Come on, the ultimate battle." His words echoed in the void, and his eyes were even calmer in the face of the 5 supreme beings as the 4-colored light flames originated. But in the end, the 5 supreme beings weren't making a move, and someone directly shattered the void and left after letting out a cold snort. A hoarse voice came from that supreme being from the tree clan. "I happen to be lacking an emperor body to nourish." "You're perfect," Chen Xiangsheng sneered. "Old clapper, such as you, such as a rustic chicken and dog, even if it is extremely sublimated, I will slaughter you like a pig or dog." The tree clan supreme emanated a cold and stern aura before finally returning to the void. Then, several other beings similarly dispersed. Right now, there was no more need to fight for it, and they needed to hide back in the Forbidden Land again. However, they all memorized Chen Xiangsheng's aura, and before leaving, they all exuded a monstrous killing intent. Finally, Chen Xiangsheng looked at the Dao Book in his hand and laughed. "Next, let me study what secrets you are hiding. Thanks to all you bookworms for helping me find typos. Thank you so much. Even though I check them every time, I still miss some. Thanks." Chapter 036, The Hidden Secrets of the Book of the Way. Turning the page of the old era, coming to lead the new era, one more. After those 5 supreme beings left this collapsed void, Chen Xiangsheng didn't stay much longer, as he left this place with the volume of the Dao Book, concealing his aura, and then spent several years wandering through the starry sky to make sure that there were no problems before returning to his lair. Although we didn't find a suitable heaven and earth this time, it's not a waste after all. Inside the small world, Chen Xiangsheng looked at a closed volume of Dao books with a hint of a smile floating at the corner of his mouth. His mood somewhat soothed. Although he had also suffered some minor injuries from colliding with the 5 supreme beings, it didn't matter much to him. He had plenty of origin, and such minor injuries would naturally heal in the face of time. The volume of the Dao book in front of him was the color of bronze, flowing with a mysterious ripple of the great Dao, and he used his means, but he couldn't even open it. Kind of funny. He watched carefully for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. This is something that doesn't belong to this world. Where on earth did it come from? Chen Xiangsheng took a keen interest in him, and afterward, he even discovered the big secret. This volume of the Dao book had a spirit, and this was not a divine spirit born among those emperor soldiers, but a true spirit, like a race of all spirits. If you don't show yourself, do you believe I'll suppress you in a thatched pit for 100,000 years? It was only after a long time that a fluctuation emanated from that volume of Dao. Humph, when I come out of the world, I can suppress you supreme beings with the lift of my hand, one slap at a time. Sounding like a child, Chen Xiangsheng laughed, then shook his head again. He wasn't in a hurry, there was plenty of time, but he also had no ill will towards this volume of the Dao. So for the next long period of time, Chen Xiangsheng studied the Dao book as he gained insight into some special aura. But then, he was somewhat surprised yet unable to believe it. Time passes slowly like this, and in the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed. Chen Xiangsheng is 66,000 years old. Seemingly sensing that Chen Xiangsheng had no malicious intent, the Dao book finally opened. In the middle of the Taoist book sat a small Taoist boy carrying a long sword. looking at him cross-eyed with an amazing Taoist rhythm. You still dare to look at me like that? Do you know that if another supreme being found you, you might have already become someone else's Dao fruit? The little Taoist child was milky. What am I afraid of? A mere supreme being can't help me? Which step above the emperor realm are they at again? Chen Shangsheng felt that this being knew a lot of things, but whenever he inquired, this being would return to the Dao Book without speaking. There's a path above the emperor realm? In the face of Chen Shangsheng's inquiry, this being merely gave him a blank look, as if looking at a bumpkin. What qualifications does a mere undoctored being have to question me? Chen Shangsheng cried and laughed, then inquired, where did you come from? Only, the being aimed its ass at him and ended up burrowing right inside the Taoist book. Chen Shangsheng wanted to figure out where it came from, but unfortunately, this dead kid's mouth was too hard to ask anything. There was nothing he could do about it. In the end, one could only allow this volume of Dao to spread its joy in the small world, as if it were raising a child, and in the future, one day, he would know all of this. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shangsheng cultivated the final avenue of the 5 elements breathlessness technique while practicing the water walking way. All the while, with the help of studying that volume of Taoist books, he expected to find a hint of the source. And this day, the 9 heavens and 10 earths suddenly resounded with a loud boom, and in the 9 heavens above, heavenly thunder rolled, like the 10,000 paths were roaring. Steep, a wisp of heavenly destiny surfaced, and with that, as if something had suddenly snapped, the aura of heavenly destiny instantly filled the air. In an instant, thousands of great Dao manifested in the world, giving birth to an incomparably huge vision. The 9 heavens and 10 earths as well as the ancient lands of life in the universe all saw this strange vision, and countless auspiciousness descended from the depths of the universe. The 9 orifices stone emperor's Dao mark has completely disappeared, and the old era has turned the page. Chen Shangsheng slowly opened his eyes within the small world and felt the changes in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A new era opened again. The shackles of heavenly destiny opened, and the 10,000 paths were freed from their cages, like 10,000 dragons returning to the sea to rejoin the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The suppression of this heaven and earth had also completely dissipated, allowing beings to soar high and ask for heavenly destiny again. An era of contention is about to begin again. This seemed to be a reincarnation, and Chen Shangsheng sighed, but his heart did not fluctuate half a bit. He had already traveled through the era of 2 great emperors, and was about to face the era of a 3rd great emperor. And in the future, he might watch a living being certify as an emperor. His heart had been ancient for a long time. With regards to Heaven's mandate, he had completely died since experiencing the events of the last era. Heaven's mandate did not treat him well, and he had long since embarked on a path that did not require Heaven's mandate to be invincible. Without the need for heavenly orders, he could suppress the ages and look down upon those who were truly invincible. One day, even if it was the mandate of heaven, he would trample it under his feet. Brother Unity, I think it's still best for you. What's a mere heavenly destiny? It's just witnessing the emperor. Can it be compared to your longevity? Not at all. The system just went silent with a current sound. Late and deep love is cheaper than a dog. It appeared to have surfaced the image of Chen Shangsheng licking heaven's mandate and still being struck by lightning in the last era again. Chen Shangsheng just laughed. Brother Unity, the only one who will accompany me in the future is you after all. In the blink of an eye another few hundred years had passed. The living spirit in that volume of Dao suddenly burrowed out from inside the book, and then allowed Chen Shangsheng to see some broken images. Only the picture is so broken that it's hard to put together. Is this your source? The living being nodded. He was also a bit confused and eventually fell into silence again. So Chen Shangsheng comforted him some more, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths were restored because of the opening of the yoke of heaven's destiny, and the 10,000 paths were restored and reappeared all over the universe. In an instant, another batch of heavenly pride emerged from the 9 heavens and 10 lands and those ancient lands of life. In just over 100 years, many of them had realized the great Dao, passed through the Dao-cutting tribulation, and became saints, and then continued to soar high, and great battles broke out between heaven's pride and heaven's pride. And so, Chen Shangsheng awoke the sleeping Hong Tian again and released him into the 9 heavens and 10 lands, preparing to sharpen him up. He just blandly said, "This era is similar to the last one. As long as your Dao heart doesn't pop and you don't get beaten to death, one day you'll surpass your limits." Chapter 037 Broken Pictures. Woman walking God's path because of herd. Second shift. Hong Tian lost again. Chen Shangsheng, who was paying attention to the 9 heavens and 10 lands within the small world, could only choke on his speechlessness. This stupid girl, can't you pick some soft persimmon to pinch first? Without giving herself a bit of self-confidence, the moment she comes up and looks for those heavenly prides to practice, isn't this purely looking for death? Perhaps this was Hong Tian's stubborn nature, not being undefeated by a heavenly pride. But even Chen Shangsheng was somewhat unable to look at it. It always feels like I've dug her a big hole. Although Hong Tian's defeat was painful, but she was not subdued. Years of experience. she had long ago figured out a set of escape path that was quite skillful. After that, Chen Changsheng only occasionally paid attention. He had only given Hong Tian 100 years. 100 years to hone himself extremely as much as possible, to climb the Dao, to fight those heavenly prides. Therefore, during these 100 years, Hong Tian's path was extremely bumpy, all the way up. She was on the path of defeat, but she managed to become more and more courageous the more she lost, and the more she lost, the stronger her battle intent became. Finally, Honky Tonk started on its own high road on a losing streak. He had defeated the heavenly pride that had defeated him several times before with his own hands, using only 3 moves but taking 30 years. One day, I will defeat you again. That heavenly pride let out a bold statement. Looking at that silent and not exactly good-looking woman, a Dao heart shattered. From being easily suppressed in the beginning, to now, that woman had suppressed herself in 3 moves. It struck him as somewhat unbelievable. One must know that they, the celestial pride, were also progressing, not standing still. However, this woman's progress was even more terrifying, and the gap between geniuses and ordinary cultivators was really leveled by her, which caused a heart of his Dao to sink to the bottom, and Hong Tian just looked at him with indifferent eyes. I've never put an enemy who lost to me in my eyes. I'll give you time to catch up, but the next time you face me, you'll only be even more desperate. Draw on that. And in the following years, Hong Tian metamorphosed again, after which he continuously defeated the heavenly pride that had defeated him, destroying the world, as if he was going to start the road of consecutive victories. But then she met a heavenly pride and she lost again. Only Hong Tian remained undiscouraged as she began to frantically hone herself again, seeing that heavenly pride as a target until she defeated it. However, at this time, Chen Shangxing felt that it was about time, so he took the initiative to show up and bring Hong Tian back. However, Hong Tian felt that she still needed a little more time and didn't want to be subdued. She escaped, but how could she escape from Chen Shangxing's hands? And so, she was suppressed and sealed by Chen Shangxing and stuffed inside the divine origin, leaving her with only one sentence. How can someone who can't even control himself reach the top? Do you really think that defeating a few so-called heavenly prides is enough? Just like that, Hong Tian was imprisoned in the divine origin again. And actually, Chen Shangxing was very satisfied with Hong Tian who had emerged this time. She was already among the ranks of ordinary heavenly prides, which was already very good. Keep honing it, the heart of 10,000 defeats will give birth to the demonic nature, and then cut through the heart demons, and it might really be possible. After 10,000 defeats, it's time to collect the vegetables. The rewards should be rich enough by then. Just like that, the 9 heavens and 10 lands had one less ordinary heavenly pride, but the competition between these so-called heavenly prides never stopped, and in just 200 years, this kind of contention became even more serious, and a situation began to play out again with all the major powers striking out, and Chen Shangxing only felt bored. But it was also at this time that he once again captured some images on that flower of immortal wood, and it's still a vital picture. Inside the small world, Chen Shangxing looked at the beings that had reappeared before him. He was looking serious as he pinched his hands with hand decree, and finally a picture was presented. It seemed that hundreds of years down the line, this being had long since placed its trust in Chen Shangxing. Where the hell is this? Chen Shangxing saw a picture. It was a huge broken world. There was a vast golden path of ascending to immortality running through heaven and earth. He saw an unknown period of time where a being forced their way to immortality and a tragic battle occurred, ending with blood spilled and Emperor's soldiers shattered. There was a huge mountain range that crossed the middle of the road to immortality, snow white as jade and unchanged for ages, but it triggered a series of shifts that caused a living being to fall from it. The being radiated a distinctive luster as it fell from the sky above the immortal Ascension road, attracting countless visions. Chen Shangxing once again looked at the living being from within the Dao Book in front of him. This is just mind-boggling. That road to immortality is in the cosmic border wilderness, he inquired, thinking of the time when this volume of Dao had escaped into the cosmic border wilderness. The little Taoist boy nodded. Yes, I remember where I came from and know some of the way, but it's too vague. Chen Shangxing pondered for a while. The cosmic borderland, which could not be entered by non-great emperors, was too treacherous inside. I'm about to complete my waterway, and when the 5 elements are complete and transformed into the supreme origin, I can go for a walk. At that time, having a battle power at the level of a great emperor, one would think that there wouldn't be too many problems. Brother Unity, redeem the power of deduction for me once more. The 800 years of the restoration of the Great Way. Once again, great vibrations came from the universe as countless great Dao laws surged and starlight shone brightly, once again pulling in emperor paths from all over the universe. The magnificent and huge ancient road connected the 9 heavens and 10 lands and the ancient land of life everywhere in the universe. All living beings know that the path to empire in this era opens. Next, The ones who would walk into the Emperorhood would be the heavenly prides from all over the universe, and would engage in the most intense and brutal battle for supremacy, with no living being able to be truly invincible, and no living being able to remain undefeated for eternity. It was only on this path to empire that countless living beings began their conquests with an unrelenting Dao heart. As the only saint of the planet Mutang, Li Haitang left his hometown with his clan's mission and set foot in the starry universe, while also accidentally walking on the path of the Emperor. For the Divine Velocity Brocade Mouse Clan, nothing could be more important than finding an ancient star of life that could be inhabited by the clan. The ancient star they inhabited was too old, like a life coming to an end, and in the end could not avoid disappearing into the starry universe. And as the only clan above this ancient star, the Divine Velocity Brocade Rats had hoped for tens of thousands of years that a saint would appear among the clan and then step out of the starry sky to find an ancient land of life. Then Li Haitang was born, and when she was born she produced heaven and earth visions, and even the dried-up ancient stars drooped mana. So this community gave all the few resources left in the clan to Li Haitang, and she was gifted and lived up to her reputation. She succeeded in cutting down the Dao and survived the Great Tribulation, becoming the only saint of the ancient star. Thus, she carried all the hopes of her clan on her back and stepped into the starry ancient path for the first time, and at the same time, she also stepped into the Emperor's path. There was just something she didn't understand. I don't understand why those beings are fighting and killing each other, and some even see her and directly strike without leaving a single trace of leeway, like archenemies with an unresolved grudge. She fought back, and the result was the total annihilation of her foe. Her soft appearance still carried disbelief. Even if she had struck out to suppress the enemy, she would still be heartbroken. These were living beings. Why? I'm just trying to find an ancient star of life that can accommodate the pack. Why are you trying to kill me? Sorry. She shuddered as she watched the unknown beings she had killed, clenching her teeth as she finally moved away. She never forgot it either. Her pack is in dire straits and she needs a place to survive. Chapter 038, Li Haitang's Imperial Path, Third Shift. Boom! In the starry sky, a great battle occurred on a certain section of the Emperorhood, and the entire Emperorhood was glowing as countless laws of the heavens and earth maintained this ancient road. Yet it was still trembling. A knight in battle armor is chasing a woman. His eyes were cold, and his golden armor shone in the starry sky with divine power, flowing with the runes of the great Dao. In his hand was a golden lance, and under his seat was a cool unicorn-like beast. Where to go? The lance in his hand seemed to pierce through the void at this moment, like a small sun erupting. The aura of a great saint erupted, permeating this ancient path. In the front was a white-clothed woman who looked very weak. She didn't want to fight with other beings, but at this moment, there was no way out, because this being chasing behind her wasn't simple, and was known as one of the most powerful heavenly prides of this ancient road. She struck out, her entire body transforming into a white light, as if she had traveled through time and space, instantly shattering the golden light that filled the sky. That young knight let out a cold snort and raised his hand to kill forward, while his body transformed into a golden ocean, with countless golden chains piercing through the sky. The beast that looked like a Kirin also displayed extraordinary aptitude, with the vision of a giant beast appearing behind it, wrapped in divine might as it blasted its way to the ground. Li Haitang transformed into a white light. She bit her lips lightly, but she did not see any panic in her eyes. Boom! Several golden chains pierced through, and she simply used her hands to strike hard with them. A foreign beast pounced, and the surrounding void looked as if it had been melted, the crimson light instantly going to drown it. She turned her head violently, and her entire person instantly turned into a ray of light at this moment. Arriving in front of that foreign beast, the breath of a great saint gushed out without hesitation. That beast only felt a sense of being on the verge of death at this moment, but in the next moment, the woman simply smacked it away, shattering it along with the giant beast vision. I don't want to fight you, Li Haitang said as he looked at the knight, hoping to get him to stop. However, the man in golden armor pressed on, and the sky was filled with powerful chains piercing towards him, while he even let out a cold snort and pounced with his golden gun. Boom! The power of the great sage rioted, and the golden spear in his hand emitted a piercing light to shatter a piece of the void. If you dare to walk the path of God, you should be prepared to die. The two exchanged blows in the starry sky. Li Haitang shattered countless chains, and both of their auras climbed to the peak. Seeing that he was unable to defeat her, the knight once again stepped forward, this time displaying a method. His entire person transformed into a golden snake at this moment. This giant golden snake coiled up in heaven and earth, covered in golden scales, with two wings on its back. With a mere flap of one of the wings, countless void cracks appeared tearing towards her. Li Haitang also felt a crisis at the same time. This behemoth was too menacing, so she wasn't going to stay her hand. He transformed into a white light that traveled through the void cracks while striking horizontally. That head of the golden giant snake let out a hiss, and wind, fire, thunder, and lightning instantly descended, killing with a fluctuation that destroyed everything. However, Just as that head of the golden giant serpent charged with an unrivaled divine might, she suddenly formed a seal with both hands, and a dark Dao treasure vase suddenly surfaced above her head. This great Dao treasure bottle was pitch black and emitted a terrifying fluctuation, as if it was devouring everything around it, incomparably overbearing. Steeply, her eyes snapped open and she gently spat out a word. Shun. The great Dao treasure vase shook, and a pitch-black incomparable light instantly spread. Wherever the pitch-black light passed through, everything was blocked, and that golden python only felt an incomparably powerful force blocking itself at this moment, and both the Dao and the law failed, and even the chi and blood in its body seemed to have stagnated. It jolted him. He looked ahead and only saw the figure of the soft white woman become illusory. Next moment, his massive golden python's body completely transformed into millions of parts in just this instant. He suffered a heavy blow that he could no longer maintain. His massive body disintegrated. All of his golden battle armor shattered, and he fell from the starry sky like this. I lost. The young man was still a bit incredulous. From the time he walked on the Emperor's path, he had never had an enemy, and he didn't expect to lose in the hands of a weak woman today. There was some bitterness inside him, and resentment, but that was the reality. He was somewhat surprised when a white light lifted him up and sent him back to the Imperial Road. Sorry. That soft woman actually apologized before turning into a white light to move away from this Imperial Road. He was a little curious. How on earth did this soft-looking woman walk the path of God, above a withered ancient star? Li Haitang stopped briefly as she sat on a rock, hugging her knees and staring blankly at a barren ancient star in a daze. It had been more than 100 years since she had left her hometown, and she couldn't help but miss her people, and the ancient star that was about to die completely. So perhaps it wouldn't be long before it was just like this ancient star under her feet, and there would be no life left to stay. She grabbed a handful of sand beside her and let it slip through her fingers. When he entered the starry universe full of hope, he wanted to find an ancient star of life, but the universe was cold and dark, and most of them were dead ancient stars, devoid of life. Even if they had found the land of life, it would have long been occupied by other living communities. Truly masterless ancient stars of life. So far she had not found any. During the time of wandering, he accidentally walked onto the Emperor Road, originally thinking that he would get news in the Emperor Road, but he didn't realize that the Emperor Road was so cruel. All the living beings are killing each other, seemingly for the destiny of this age. She didn't have much ambition, nor did she have the slightest interest in the great emperor. She only wanted to find a place of life for her people where they could settle down, but she'd seen too much on this trip. From the initial saint, to the current great saint, along the way, she had mistakenly entered secret realms, picked up treasures, and also entered the Dao to start her own law. Everything was incomparably smooth. There were beings who challenged her and were defeated, but she seldom laid a hand on them. On this Emperor Road, her name gradually rang out, alongside those brightest heavenly prides, and only a hair's breadth away from those demonic heavenly prides. Except, none of it was what she wanted. She was worried about her pack, and she needed to find the ancient star of life as soon as possible. Thus, she set off again, embarking on the path of an emperor, traveling through the starry universe, and before she knew it, she had reached the realm of great sage perfection, crossing over into the ranks of a quasi-empire, and at the same time, she was also known as one of the most demonic heavenly prides of this era. In the midst of an exchange with a close friend, she learned a piece of information. That is, when a great emperor testifies, heaven's destiny will send down blessings that can revitalize the place where he testifies. Moreover, after certifying to be an emperor, a great emperor possessed supreme might. Even those forbidden land beings would be subdued, and searching for a few places of life was nothing. And so, Li Haitang got up in the air. I want to witness an emperor. I want to become the great emperor of this era and revitalize my hometown. That soft and kind-hearted her gradually hid, and after that, it was a woman's heavenly pride whose head hung over a great Dao vase, suppressing a large number of heavenly prides with strong means. Her expression was cold and cold, no longer seeing the slightest weakness. Her strikes were never merciless. She fought the entire Imperial Road without any opponents, belonging to the most dazzling heavenly pride of this era along with several other beings. The end of the Imperial Road. Heaven's mandate drooped golden divine aura over the bodies of the 7 beings. Above the Emperor's monument, he is one of the 7 people of this age who have the qualifications to be certified as an emperor. Li Haitang, ranked among them. 3 shifts today. I hope you'll support me more. Thanks for the gift from the book club. Ah, a million thanks. Chapter 039, 5 Elements Perfection. Entering the Godless Realm. The final showdown of this era. Eternal Life System Bound. Host, Chen Chongshang. Realm, Great Emperor Supreme Realm. Lifespan, Forever. Longevity point, 26,145. The Eternal Life Vault is open. Power of Deduction, redeemed 23 times. A supreme greatness suddenly surged within the small heaven and earth, and this greatness caused the great Dao within the small heaven and earth to roar. Countless visions presented themselves, and the entire small heaven and earth trembled and radiated. A five-colored aura rose to the sky. The five supreme, flawless Dao origins intertwined and fused with each other at this moment, and finally transformed into a five-colored flap, dropping down supreme laws. At the same time, a peerless aura that suppressed the ages began to fill the small world. Chen Shangsheng slowly opened his eyes at this moment, and a light that looked like it was tearing apart the heavens and earth, seeing through the ages. The last course. It's done. He slowly rose, his entire figure becoming incomparably magnificent, the five-colored flags rotating and the 10,000 paths adding up to his body, like a great emperor, human emperor overlooking the ages, causing the sun and the moon to lose their colors and suppressing the ages. The five elements are united and possess the supreme origin. This is the true godless realm. Feeling the vast and infinite divine might within his body, Chen Shangsheng then realized just how terrifying a true great emperor really was. Far from being comparable to those self-destructive taboo beings, he had cultivated the last of the five elements breathing art, completely bringing the five elements to perfection. The five consummate great Dao were united and unending, transforming into the purest supreme origin, and even without the heavenly destiny to augment and baptize him, there was no difference between the current him and those great emperors who had taken the ultimate leap and asked for the heavenly destiny. Throughout the ages, there were not a few people who could avoid the heavenly destiny alternatively to become Taoists, but most of them were comparable to great emperors, and he, now is the perfect and flawless great one, unencumbered by any constraints. This kind of great power was only felt briefly when he had merged the two kinds of military paths into one, and now, he didn't need to use the military path, and he could use the power to make all the paths sink and float when he raised his hand and threw his feet. He did. At 67,000 years old, he managed to cross that ceiling, officially crossing into the godless realm and stepping into the same category as a great emperor supreme. Lift the world. He finally didn't have to fear anyone anymore. At this realm, it seems as if he is the heaven and earth, and all the Dao magic and magical powers are not in his eyes, because he himself is the great Dao. If those supreme beings are still hitting on me, then I won't mind a big kill. Previously, he had held back because he couldn't ignore everyone yet, but now, lifting the world, he could ignore most supreme beings. Even with extreme ascension, he could still kill it head-on instead of delaying it. Chen Shangsheng looked at the volume of Dao books again. A small golden-colored Taoist child was perched on it, and at this moment, it was also emitting a burst of Dao ripples. Once I stabilize my realm a little bit, I'll go with you to see the path of immortal ascension in the middle of that cosmic borderland. Now that Chen Shangsheng had entered the Emperor realm, a Dao heart calmed down instead, silently feeling some of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and then, he began to fall into the sensation of the supreme essence again. Only 10 years have passed. On this day, the 9 heavens and 10 lands suddenly rioted. 10,000 great avenues emerged at the same time, and a vast sea of thunder slowly coalesced above the 9 heavens, emitting an aura of annihilation. A radiant mass of light that looked like thousands of great roads intertwined together surfaced above the thunder sea, blossoming with billions of feet of light. The aura of heavenly destiny filled the 9 heavens and 10 lands and those ancient lands of life in the universe. Buzz. It was also at this time that 7 golden pillars of light shot up from all over the universe. These were beings who had been recognized by the mandate of heaven and were qualified to ask for the mandate of heaven. Has the time come for the final showdown in this life as well? Who will become an emperor? Chen Shangsheng also slowly opened his eyes. Although now he didn't have the slightest obsession with becoming an emperor, he also wanted to see who would become an emperor in this era. Therefore, he didn't mind waiting a bit until the great emperor appeared, and then he would go to the cosmic borderlands to take a look. Rumble. The final battle erupted as 7 supreme beings fought in the starry sky. The fluctuations generated by this battle were so great that apart from the living beings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands and those ancient lands of life paying attention, those living beings hidden in the forbidden lands were equally concerned. Who would become an emperor was not important to them. What mattered was whether or not this great emperor would mess up was more important. Chen Shangsheng was of the same mind. A great emperor who messed up might cause big trouble for his own in the future. The gap between the candidates for proof in this life seems to be a bit too wide. Looking at the great battle that was being fought beneath the starry sky, Chen Shangsheng could see that the gap between a few of these beings was somewhat obvious. So, the big battle didn't last much longer. There were 4 living beings who were successively defeated in the starry sky, and were blasted into a bloody mist by other living beings, descending all kinds of visions. Beneath the stars, only 3 supreme beings remained. A man with an upright figure, with antlers on his head, eyes like stars, and a starry cauldron suspended above his head, was absolutely unrivaled. The other was a behemoth that manifested a huge golden ape, with a unicorn horn on its brow, and underneath the unicorn horn was a pitch-black pupil that possessed the power to destroy everything. One laughed. It was a woman, with a pitch-black Dao vase suspended above her head. She was magnificent and cold, and she was overbearing and incomparable between her strikes. killing 2 opponents of the same level successively with extremely strong means. These 3 are all beings of different races again, the most brilliant beings of this age. I wonder if a supreme being will intervene in this era. It wasn't that in every era when someone became an emperor, those supreme beings would make a move to stop them, because there was great karma involved, and if they failed, they might be liquidated later. The 9 Orifices Stone Emperor of the previous era was like this, clearing his karma, but he himself suffered a serious injury. Rolling. Right at this moment, the heavens mandate hanging high above the sea of thunder emitted a powerful fluctuation. It's coming. As expected, these 3 beings that stood at the very top of the world did not hesitate to draw down their own Emperor Tribulation. With a rumble, the sea of thunder above the 9 heavens tumbled. 3 slices of bright lightning like to destroy the world as a general bloom. The horrible pressure of all living beings in the world are terrified. This is the suppression of the heavenly Tao, is the last test of those top living beings. The Emperor's tribulation was terrifying and boundless, turning this starry sky into a heavy land of thunder pools. All 3 beings killed upwards at this moment, climbing their aura to the peak as a divine thunderbolt fell, enough to exterminate any paragon emperor. Will those forbidden beings make a move? Chen Xiangshang was also secretly paying attention as the 3 figures in the midst of that Emperor's tribulation were courageous and unparalleled, blasting apart one of the proof lightning tribulations, and then, the 3 of them unexpectedly began to attack each other again. There is only one witness, and they all have confidence in themselves. Kill! That golden ape glowed all over, and the unicorn horn on its brow unexpectedly tore through the Emperor's tribulation in a hard and fast manner, while at the same time, that one eye blossomed with a brilliant divine light at this frontal moment, tearing towards the 2. Boom! The man holding up a large tripod with one hand was spirited, countless starlight entwined, the entire person as if transformed into a piece of crystal jade, invulnerable to all calamities. He swung his fists, and at this moment, the 10,000 laws rioted, transforming into a dragon reloading out, and that magnificent woman, even more domineering and incomparable, seems to be directly ignoring the Emperor Robber. Above the head of the great Tao treasure vase riot, gulping the essence of the sun and the moon, actually directly the Emperor Robber head engulfed in, she went forward to kill, her breath swallowing the world in a domineering manner. Click! The heavenly dome was shattered, and the 3 beings fought in the middle of the Emperor's tribulation, and even though they were absolutely unparalleled, they were all injured against this terrifying Emperor's tribulation. Blood spilled. Bone and blood were split sideways by the Emperor's tribulation and instantly turned into tribulation dust. They fought to the hilt, completely forgetting themselves, and at this time, Chen Xiangxing's eyes glowed as a huge, massive silhouette surfaced between the universes, as if it was separated from the 9 heavens and 10 earths by only a curtain. Is the Forbidden Land finally going to make a move? Chapter 040, Receiving an Emperor's Soldier with His Hands. Supreme Being's fate fell to the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation. A huge shadow loomed over the starry sky, as if isolating all avenues and breaths. The shadow was too massive, and the whole thing looked like a huge island, pitch black and emanating forbidden fluctuations. A dark figure looked like it had squeezed in from within that shadow into the starry sky of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. From a long distance away, Chen Xiangxing could smell an odor of decay to the extreme. This is an invincible person. I don't know how many years he has lived, but now the origin has completely decayed, and his days are numbered, so this time, he will come out to fight for once. If he could obtain the origin of that soon-to-be sublimated being, he might be able to support himself for a while longer. Is this the Supreme Being from the Burial Island? Chen Xiangshang ignored the once invincible person. Instead, he placed his gaze within the shadows, thinking that perhaps, it might be a good choice for him to enter a forbidden land. Of course, it was still a bit menacing for him to face an entire forbidden land by himself right now. He could manage to face off, but he couldn't really topple a forbidden land. Throughout history, only a few great emperors who had amazed the ages could do so. There was a time in years when a forbidden land was literally toppled over, never to be seen again. He couldn't do it. Even the incomparably stunning Aotian emperor at the time estimated that it would be somewhat difficult, unless he could go even further. Maybe one day, when there aren't a few beings left sitting in those forbidden places, I can go and try. For the forbidden land, he was still curious about how he was able to escape the years and the destiny of heaven, and the identity of the Lord of the forbidden land in it, as well as the secret of the forbidden land's existence in the world. Gently shaking his head, he now possessed invincible power, and had not yet been able to go and unlock these secrets. Rolling, that piece of Emperor's tribulation rioted, and the 3 beings fought to the point of life and death, all of them wounded. But it was at this time, a pitch-black light erupted, and that corrupted figure abruptly appeared in that starry sky, pointing out with a single finger. A terrifying forbidden power spreading out and instantly blasting into the Emperor's tribulation thunder sea. Even though this forbidden might have been continuously weakened by the Emperor Tribulation Thunder Sea, It was after all the strike of a once invincible person, and even though he had decapitated himself and his origin had been depleted, it was far from being something that a quasi-emperor who hadn't been completely sublimated could withstand. Click! The void shattered, obliterating the Emperor's tribulation along with it. The man with the upright figure glowed as a radiant divine garment emerged, blocking the strike, but he was similarly knocked back 10 million feet, drowned by the terrifying Emperor's tribulation. The being that took the form of a golden ape let out a roar, and a halberd that emitted a supreme aura appeared in his hand, swinging out a shocking strike that intercepted the blast from the forbidden being. Terrifying fluctuations erupted, and the Emperor Tribulation became even more powerful as a terrifying thunder tribulation being descended from the sky, executing all sorts of Emperor techniques to bombard and kill. Boom! The golden ape was a bloody mess under this thunderbolt as he evolved a three-headed, six-armed phantasm, but it quickly shattered under the bombardment of these thunderbolt beings. Chen Changsheng was a bit surprised. It was because he sensed the aura of the nine-trick stone emperor from the previous era above that halberd. I didn't expect that this imperial soldier would be lent to this golden ape. However, because it was the aura belonging to a recent invincible person that moved with too much power and was detected by heaven's mandate, the terrifying emperor's tribulation was even stronger than before. Under the emperor's tribulation, that golden ape's figure was miserable and incomparable, its figure constantly shattering and falling downwards. Chen Changsheng's eyes couldn't help but look towards the magnificent woman. Under the sneak attack of the supreme being, she did not have an imperial weapon to protect her body, but only an ancient artifact emerged from within her body. At this moment, all of them rushed out of their bodies to intercept that terrifying attack. In just an instant, all of these ancient weapons obliterated. Her expression was unchanged, still firm, revealing a hint of determination. Give me the town. The great Dao treasure vase above his head suddenly shook, unexpectedly swallowing all of the surrounding emperor's tribulation into it, and then violently, a pitch-black terrifying light erupted, rolling, under the emperor's tribulation. That forbidden strike was stopped, only for her body to break. The great Dao vase completely shattered, and a humanoid emperor's tribulation descended from the sky and pierced through her body, leaving her powerless to fight any longer, and spilling her blood into the starry sky. Can't she either? Seeing this scene, Chen Changsheng sighed for a while. Originally he was most optimistic about this woman, but right now, everything was empty. The beings in the other two thunder seas were obviously both a little out of their depth, especially the golden giant ape, which was about to be unable to support itself. The cause and effect of everything was due to this forbidden being making a move. Chen Changsheng merely gave him a faint glance, without any intention of striking out. Everything is cause and effect. Even if no beings became emperors in this life, it wouldn't make any difference to him. However, right at this moment, Chen Changsheng suddenly froze. Could there be a turnaround? Can I really? In the midst of the emperor's tribulation, the terrifying thunderbolt destroyed everything, and Li Haitan's figure was constantly destroyed under the thunderbolt, dissipating along with the great Dao. In an instant, she was left with only half of her face and a weak divine sense. At this last moment, she had some regrets. She had finally failed the clan. She had not become an emperor, and she had not been able to find a suitable ancient star of life for the clan. This was her only obsession, deeper than that of becoming a great emperor. My people, I'm sorry. She was overwhelmed with remorse and guilt and some resentment, but it was all useless. Tears flowed from the only remaining eye, but vaguely, she heard a voice. We haven't lost yet. Haven't found a place of life for the clan yet? Are you tired? It's been hard on you all these years. Rest well and leave the rest to me. I'll find the ancient star of life for my clan, and I'll be certified as an emperor in this era. She vaguely saw a soft figure caressing her face, her eyes still shining with the softness that annoyed her. This was the person she once was, the kind and benevolent and weak one, and the one she disliked the most. In the first place, she had long ago snuffed out this tenderness and subdued it into that bottomless abyss. Kindness and softness will not save the pack. Only by giving up all ego can she be on the path to true salvation, and this is her path. But she reappeared, with a smile, with heartache and pity, and with an unmistakable confidence. Reassured, her two foreheads gently touched and then intertwined with each other, turning into the purest of blinding white light. Under the emperor's tribulation, a blinding white light was almost more blinding than the thunderbolt. Chen Changsheng suddenly stood up, his eyes radiating divine light as he stared at Dijia. What a terrifying Dao! How on earth did this happen? He saw two figures in the midst of the thunderbolt over there, both possessing the same face, one looking out of the corner of the world with a domineering aura, while the other was soft and serene like water. Her breath returned to its peak at this moment. An arc of white light appeared, and the countless emperor tribulations including those thunder tribulation beings all became shattered at this moment. The scene was too appalling. It seems that the entire emperor's tribulation at this moment no more half of the thunderbolt falls, becoming a period of vacuum. like a heavenly river suddenly breaks off. However, no one had expected that the golden giant ape had actually used its full power at this moment, and that Emperor armament halberd blasted directly towards the woman with the might of the extreme Dao. And at that moment, Li Haitang saw the Imperial soldier. Her appearance was soft and weak, but she had no fear at all. So what if it's an Imperial soldier? She transformed into a white light and charged directly towards the Emperor's soldiers, one slender jade hand slapping on top of the halberd. Dang! The surrounding thunderbolts and great Dao all collapsed, and that Emperor's soldier trembled, and in the end, he even left this place without looking back, entering the depths of the universe. The scene was too shocking. A living being who has not yet attained the Dao is actually shaking an Emperor's weapon with his bare hands? Not only Chen Changsheng, but even those beings and supreme existences who were secretly watching this place fell into a moment of silence. Who would have thought that a soft-looking woman would slap the Imperial soldier away with a single slap? Has the power of an Emperor level already been displayed even before complete sublimation? Even Chen Changsheng exclaimed that this woman was already invincible, and that the great Emperor of this life was bound to be hers. Soon, as he expected, the woman transformed into a white light that directly broke through the sea of Emperor's tribulation thunder. The moment, heaven's destiny trembled, dropping countless auspicious and golden lights to receive that figure. On the other hand, the rotten supreme being was in a state of fear. He was too rotten to be targeted after only one move. He was a bit anxious, but he waited. That golden giant ape exploded in the middle of the Emperor's tribulation. He quickly used his means to draw all of his origin and essence blood, and then transformed into a ray of light about to leave. But it's still too late. Someone has become an emperor. In that moment, the massive shadow disappeared. A terrifying fluctuation instantly enveloped him, and he could only emanate an unwilling roar. Next moment, fluctuations that destroyed everything filled the air, and an entire starry sky even including him was covered by the heavenly punishment extinction cataclysm, and a generation of supreme beings went up in smoke. The moment, some people become emperors, and their bodies are in tune with heaven's destiny. The other side, thunderbolt extinction. The supreme being was killed under the punishment of heaven. I don't have much stock, so I'll start with 2 chapters, and wait for 3 more next month. I hope I can get more positive feedback. Thank you all, and thank you for the gifts, and thank you very much to some bookworms for finding me typos. Ha ha ha, love you all. Chapter 041, The Empress proves the way to heaven. Eternal life braves the borderlands of the universe. Someone in the 9 heavens and 10 lands is going to become an emperor. That vision was too huge. The Emperor's tribulation thunder sea was shattered. The countless seas of thunder transformed into a heavenly ladder that ascended to heaven's destiny, and the divine haze of order fell from the starry sky, running through all parts of the universe as heaven's destiny blossomed with the most radiant 10,000 laws at this moment. The magnificent white-clothed woman slowly ascended the heavenly steps, and all the thousands of great avenues in the universe trembled, and a law hung down on both sides of the heavenly ladder, as if welcoming the birth of the new emperor. Anum, buzz. The heavens and the earth descended with blessings, and all sorts of auspiciousness began to manifest everywhere, and that white-clothed woman was finally in tune with heaven's destiny at this moment. Countless beings called out the great emperor's name at this moment. In the starry sky, only the man with antlers had some regrets. He looked at the woman who had already made the ultimate leap, and sighed. He was only 1 step away as well, but he was ultimately too slow, so he turned around and left. I will subdue myself and save it for the future generations to witness the great emperor. He was gone. And drastic changes were still occurring in the starry sky, with the power of heaven's destiny spreading across the sky and the 10,000 paths roaring. But the next moment, that high heavenly destiny unexpectedly left at this moment, leaving the starry sky of the 9 heavens and 10 earths for another starry sky. What's this all about? Some beings were puzzled. Throughout the ages, these great emperors had often been certified under the starry sky of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, as the 9 heavens and 10 lands were the center of this universe. But now, heaven's destiny left the starry sky. Even the great emperor was gone. Perhaps, it was meant to be a departure driven by the great emperor. Countless living beings were puzzled and could only watch as heaven's mandate left the area. Universe. The rich power of heavenly destiny swirled around, and wherever it passed, the starry sky left a trace of heavenly destiny, dropping down countless blessings that, years later, might turn into opportunities in the mouths of some living beings. Eventually, the heavenly fate rested in a depleted starry sky, and the rich heavenly fate power illuminated the starry universe. This starry sky belonged to a relatively barren starry sky. Most of them were dead stars, and there were only a few ancient stars of life, but at this moment, they all looked full of deadness. At this point, on top of an ancient star of life that was about to die, the Divine Velocity Brocade Mouse Clan was looking at the radiant vision in the starry sky with a terrified expression. Their group was weak, and the highest cultivation level was only at the realm of the Zhan Dao. At this moment, facing that supreme power, which was like the might of the heavens. Almost all of them prostrated themselves on the ground. They didn't know what was happening, and could only put on a submissive posture as much as possible. And just then, the heavens mandate suddenly hummed, and all of the thousands of great Dao paths manifested, and countless orderly divine haze bloomed with brilliant divine colors falling from the sky. Immediately afterward, an imperial might suddenly spread. It rose up in this depleted starry sky and rushed to all parts of the universe, to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this point, this new great emperor had completely accomplished extreme sublimation, completely crossing over into the godless realm at this moment. She metamorphosed, her flesh and blood, divine soul, and Dao all accomplished extreme sublimation, became the only great emperor in this world. This was a female emperor, looking soft and weak, yet exuding an aura that suppressed the ages and overrode the red dust. Her figure wasn't exactly magnificent, but it was like an immortal in the entire world. She took a step out of the heavenly destiny and looked at the withered lone star as a soft voice came through the starry sky. My people, I'm back. This female emperor exuded supreme chi, and afterward just casually grasped. Countless stars were subjected to a tug at this moment, and all of them converged in this depleted starry sky. This starry sky blossomed with a rich life force at this moment. Later history books record, the great Emperor Begonia witnessed the Dao in the depleted starry sky, triggering a heaven and earth anomaly that transformed the depleted starry sky into an ancient land of life, making it one of the most suitable ancient lands of life for cultivation in the universe. This is an extremely talented empress. Chen Chongsheng gave this comment. This female emperor's Dao was profound and unfathomable, with both Dao paths extremely sublimated, and would, perhaps, be a bit more stunning than the 9 orifices stone emperor of the previous era. Moreover, this woman great emperor's character was not ostentatious and was very serene, and with her sitting in the 9 heavens and 10 lands there shouldn't be too much chaos. As for this empress's true battle power, he always had a feeling that it would be terrifying. A gentle shake of the head. Chen Changsheng muttered to himself for a while. The new emperor of this era has already been born. Those forbidden lands will begin to hibernate again. Next, it's also time for me to explore that cosmic borderland. He looked over at the scroll of the Dao, and a golden being was raising an eyebrow at him. Go! He smiled, and Dao Shu immediately left the small world. Chen Changsheng smiled faintly while following this volume as it left the small world and arrived at the cosmic stars. The avenue is solid in this life. After feeling the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it was evident how terrifyingly this new great emperor had suppressed the 10,000 great Dao. Chen Changsheng did not divulge half of his chi as he followed the scroll of Dao and quickly left the starry sky, traveling to a deeper universe. And he didn't know that when he was leaving the small world, that new female emperor seemed to have a feeling and suddenly turned back to look in a certain direction, a hint of contemplation showing in her eyes. Several years passed quickly. Chen Changsheng continued to wander through the cosmic stars following the Dao Book, passing through ancient lands of life and withered lands of death. And he even discovered the mysterious and incomparable 9 sepulchral yellow springs once. It was a river that straddled the vastness of the universe, filled with the power of the 9 specters, like it didn't belong to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Mysterious and incomparable. He pursued it, only to see that the 9 ghostly yellow spring had taken away a large number of dead ancient stars and disappeared, which he was unable to track. It is said that the 9 specters immortality pill once came from this 9 specters yellow spring. Mysterious and incomparable. There will also be some past life grass growing next to the 9 sepulchral yellow springs, containing the true meaning of reincarnation. He sighed, but it was surprising that he couldn't even track the 9 secrets yellow spring with his flawless battle power at the great emperor level, thus showing the mystery of this 9 secrets yellow spring. Immortal God pill? What's so great about it? The golden-colored being was very disdainful. Chen Changsheng could only smile helplessly. Finally, he departed, toward the edge of the universe. Several more years passed, and he finally approached the borderland of the universe. And even if he was far away from it, he could feel an aura of a pale age after it had settled. Over the course of these years, that female empress had a high reputation, known as the Begonia Emperor, and she had created an ancient land of life, which was considered to possess great merit. Only, she didn't create a Dao lineage, but chose to stay in the once ancient star, seemingly without any semblance of great emperor ambitions. Chen Changsheng, however, did not feel so. Perhaps it was just that no one could read the mind of this empress. Here it is. Chen Changsheng's figure stopped, and in front of him was the land of the cosmic borderlands, looking at a barren landscape, devoid of life, sun, moon and stars, like a vast abyss that devoured everything. The dead silence in those stars was child's play compared to the edge of the universe. No life survives. Even great emperors enter it with great peril. Today, I'll make a break for it. He glanced at the Dao Book living spirit. Next, it's up to you to lead the way. Golden beings a cold snort when the first into a stream of light into the universe edge of the land. And Chen Changsheng at this time also finally leaked a trace of chi. A 5-color huagai dropping. He swallowed the 8 wasteland. 5 kinds of Dao origin flow unceasingly. He just broke into the cosmic borderlands in a strong way. Chapter 042, The Mystery of the Universe's Changing Desolate Land. What exactly is the land of the cosmic border? Chen Changsheng broke into the land of the cosmic borderlands. It was cold. There was no light to be seen at all. There was no sign of life. Only the flower of the immortal would blossom the stream of light in front of him as he continued to move forward. It was as if he had completely left the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and he could not feel the aura of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, nor could he feel the great Dao of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Here, without any sense of direction, isolated from everything, there was only emptiness and nothingness. And this place of nothing was filled with a strange and inexplicable force, like devouring, like time. Everything was chaos. Living beings cannot draw on the power of the great Dao here, even if it was a great emperor. If he went deeper into this place, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find his way back, and one day he would be eroded by the aura of this place and be consumed. Chen Changsheng's origin was sufficient, but he did feel that inexplicable strand of weirdness invading his body, although his own supreme origin would crush it completely without mercy. But this weird power is endless. No wonder this place is so treacherous. He looked to the scroll of the Dao, and the golden being looked at him with his hands clasped as if he were unaffected in this world. You're still too weak. Chen Changsheng only laughed at it. This place would feel dangerous even to a great emperor-level existence. Were great emperors weak? He glanced at the golden being. If it wasn't for the scroll of Dao, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have come here so easily even if he had stepped into the emperor realm. I hope you remember the way. A 5-colored divine might blossomed and filled this void and hollow world as he broke through all the bizarre forces and continued on his way. This forward movement would be unaware of the years, unaware of time, and even though he was here, it was difficult to predict the passage of time. The journey forward was lonely, but fortunately, with the company of a golden-colored being, Chen Changsheng did not feel bored. There was no telling how long he had been traveling forward in the borderland of the universe. Before his eyes, a faint glow suddenly surfaced, which he detected, and quickly headed straight for it with the Dao Book. That there was a source of light in this land of nothingness intrigued him. Soon, he arrived at the place that was emitting a faint glow, and as he looked forward, he saw before him a huge ancient world, no smaller than some ancient lands of life, but in a dilapidated state. Could life exist here? The Dao Book suddenly closed at this moment, and the golden being ducked in, apparently afraid that there was something he was afraid of here. Chen Changsheng put the Dao Book away and moved forward, eventually landing in this ancient world. He possessed supreme greatness at the level of a great emperor. Even if something happened, he was fearless. There's no life and no traces left behind. It's fake? It was a very strange feeling. He couldn't see any colors in this world, as if only the ancient colors of black and white were left before his eyes. He reached out and touched the crumbling buildings, yet it wasn't real to the touch, more like quicksand. He went forward. Those buildings, walls, as if to avoid him, as quicksand like passing away, and not far away cohesion. Chen Changsheng frowned. This is something that does not belong to this epoch. He detected a hint of abnormality, and then his body was wrapped in 5-colored flames of light, 5-colored flags hanging down, the laws of the great Dao constantly flowing, and his eyes glowing as if he wanted to see through this world. In the next moment, the 5-colored divine might bloomed with brilliant light illuminating this world, and as the 5-colored light continued to spread, the black and white scenery gradually faded away, and those ancient buildings, great mountains, and rivers restored their original colors at this moment. At the same time, he even saw some vain shadows, which were some living beings that once lived on this ancient land. Chen Changsheng used his supreme forbidden might to mirror this ancient world. This indeed did not belong to this era, and he could clearly sense the aura on it that did not belong to this era. What kind of power is it that turns this world between reality and the virtual? He muttered to himself for a while, and at that very moment, a supreme power revived in this reflected world, far more powerful than those supreme beheadings who had cut themselves down. But it was permeated with an unparalleled aura of chaos, killing, and destruction. He turned around, and the 5-colored divine might avenue flowed. A dark, charred half-palm rushed out from the ground, and that single strike alone caused the world to lose all color and return to black and white. Rolling, Chen Changsheng was undaunted, and with the lift of his hand, 10,000 laws suppressed him. After all, it was only half a handful, infinitely close to the supreme being only, but not jumping out of that one. The 5-colored divine light tore through everything, crushing all of the darkness and chaos that was transformed by that pitch-black palm. Immediately after that, he swung his emperor fist, and the laws of 10,000 paths erupted in this area, blossoming with a brilliant light. Subsequently, this half-charred palm was suppressed, and the power of the great Dao transformed into a divine haze of order to bind it. He reached out and detained it in front of him, sensing a consciousness in the half-scorched palm that was as chaotic, dark, and full of tyranny as the aura he exuded. It's like a consciousness formed by the fusion of the divine souls of billions of living beings. Ominous. With half a palm possessing a power comparable to that of a supreme being, Chen Changsheng could only feel that this object was ominous. Not knowing if this object had destroyed this world or if it had been born after the destruction of this world, he had no time to care. The five-colored divine flames transformed into the purest essence to completely refine this half-charred poem. He then left the place. Even if this place was mysterious, it was ultimately not the purpose of his visit. Chen Changsheng went on his way, and that world once again returned to tranquility, floating in nothingness, and it was not known for how long before that world suddenly shook and a sound came from it. Ever since experiencing what happened in that weird world before, Chen Changsheng had decided to steer clear of everything he saw afterward. For example, right now, a lanky corpse was floating towards him in front of his eyes. The golden-colored being appeared as if it was warning Chen Changsheng, "Stay away." This corpse took on the ancient color of bronze and had long since lost its vitality, but it was permeated with a rich imperial might that was supreme. This was a witness who had appeared here for some unknown reason. Chen Changsheng was wrapped in the five-colored light flames, and that emperor corpse was partial to staring at him, again as if it was flowing downstream. He could see clearly that the body of that emperor corpse was entangled with three kinds of chains of immortal gold chains binding it, and there were all kinds of inscriptions engraved on top of that immortal gold chain, and he could only sense some of the meanings of them, but he didn't know what they were. Is it to fight me? Imperial might flowed from his body, erupting with monstrous divine might in the face of the ever-approaching imperial corpse, which remained motionless, only revealing a faint imperial might. In the end, Chen Changsheng extinguished his imperial might and took the initiative to make way for it. Okay, you're good, you're a pioneer. I'll make way for you. He turned sideways, and the emperor's corpse floated past him, not knowing where it had come from or where it would go. There was no conflict with this imperial corpse, causing Chen Changsheng to let out a sigh of relief. If there's a real fight, what's the point? It's okay if you win the fight, but if you lose, LOL. He shook his head helplessly and could only look at the volume of Dao books and said, "Oh little Jean, do you still recognize the road or not?" Golden Boy was the name Chen Changsheng had given him along the way. Golden Boy glared fiercely at Chen Changsheng and violently erupted a wave of fluctuat ions as he sped forward. Chen Changsheng immediately followed, and before long, he saw a well not far ahead. Only the mouth of the well remained standing in this cold nothingness, and a pitch-black chain spread out from the mouth of the well, reaching out to an unknown place. Seeing this scene, Chen Changsheng only found it unimaginable, only for his entire body to tighten up, and the operation of the five elements' supreme origin stagnated. Who the hell is crazy enough to drill a well here? It's entering the validation period, but there's no volume at all. Is it collapsing? It's hard to figure out. Chapter 043, Ancient Well, Road to Immortality and Jade Crystal Mountains. Although it was just a careless spat, at this moment, Chen Changsheng was like an enemy. His expression was grim. Looking at the ancient well in front of him that seemed to have stood here for endless years was not too easy. There weren't many things that could cause him this feeling, especially when he stepped into the godless realm and possessed a supreme origin that could look down on everything, and none of those self-decapitated supreme beings or forbidden lands would allow him to do so. That feeling, it was as if he was looking at those three forbidden places that had existed since ancient times, filled with a kind of magic. However, the golden boy next to him seemed as if he was unaffected and just looked at him playfully. Get up there and fight if you can. Chen Changsheng did not move, but at this moment, the five-colored divine might filled out, and the five-colored Huagai displayed supreme might, setting him off as if he were the only emperor in all of history. And this time, the three clusters of the Dao of soldiers in his body trembled at the same time. A party of the cauldron of 10,000 spirits emerged, manifesting 10,000 living beings. A huge axe appeared in his hand with an aura that broke everything, and a terrifying aura that could open up the sky and the earth float above the axe blade. Subsequently, even the not-so-perfect third Dao weapon surfaced, which was a party of ancient bells that flowed with the way of tidal time. At this moment, Chen Changsheng came to the peak of his prime in this life, possessing a flawless emperor-level origin and grasping supreme greatness. Even if the Aotian emperor, who had amazed the ages in the beginning, stood in front of him, he would have no fear of a battle. However, facing that ancient well, even if his Dao heart did not fluctuate in the slightest, there was still a sense of powerlessness. A sense of powerlessness that was even stronger than when he had seen Aotian become an emperor, and he knew deep down that the moat was insurmountable. But he was already at the supreme level, so how could he retreat without a fight? The five-colored Huagai bloomed with the most brilliant light, and he wanted to try to see if he could overturn this ancient well. But the next moment, the chains in that ancient well suddenly vibrated with a clang, a sound that wasn't loud but exploded next to his ears. Then, a faint light flew out of the ancient well and appeared, passing in an instant, and the moment this light appeared, a power that was above the laws of the great Dao revived. a power that was irresistible, that could not be described in words, and that even great emperors could only be forced to accept. And so, the five-colored divine might on his body went out, and the three kinds of Dao soldiers gathered their breath and flew back into their bodies at this moment, and even the three kinds of Dao of soldiers returned to calmness after a moment of trembling. It was like his Dao was chopped clean off. What kind of terrifying power is this? All he could do in this moment was lament. To really have the power to override a great emperor, or to suppress the power of a perfect and flawless great emperor with such ease, was simply unbelievable. The light, though not directed at him, conveyed a meaning. Do not move the sword. Thus, all of Chen Changsheng disappeared. This was equivalent to how the heavenly mandate of the 9 heavens and 10 lands only allowed one being to become an emperor, and there would never be a second great emperor. Absolute guidelines. Chen Changsheng looked towards Golden Boy, who laughed and went straight forward. So it is. When he looked at the ancient well again, that overriding aura had completely disappeared, and that ancient well was just like a normal ancient well. He came to his realization, so he walked forward without hesitation. And nothing untoward happened even when he came to the side of the ancient well. Then, without looking back, he went completely far away. It was only until he disappeared, completely out of sight of that ancient well, that the power of his origin began to revive. Regaining his flawless power, he smiled and shook his head, understanding everything but not wanting to pursue it too much. The Golden Boy still transformed into a golden light and continued on his way. And after that, he likewise met some incomprehensible things, but he didn't stop at any of them. Finally, and I don't know how long, the Golden Boy who led the way forward finally stopped and emitted an inexplicable fluctuation, revealing a hint of perplexity. Here it is. At this point, there was no longer a need for Golden Boy's guidance. Chen Changsheng he saw it himself. Up ahead. It's a vast, broken world. It was vast because this world was far more vast and boundless than the 9 heavens and 10 earths where he was, except that it was broken, as if it had suffered a heavy blow and fragmented. The closer he got, the more Chen Changsheng could sense the vastness of the world that was once here. Just landing on one of these fragments was comparable to one side of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and there were thousands of such broken fragments. And in the middle of these thousands of shattered worlds was an immense and incomparable pillar of light rising up into the sky, connecting to nowhere in particular. This shattered world, with countless fragments surrounding this pillar of heavenly light, was incomparably shocking. There's the aura of the great Dao laws. Chen Changsheng brought the Golden Boy forward, and he sensed an aura of the great Dao laws. Only unlike the great Dao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, these great Dao laws were broken and imperfect, probably left over from the occasion of the shattering of this world. Reaching out, he gathered up this smattering of the remaining laws of the great Dao and brought it with him. He continued forward, finally approaching the huge pillar of light. This pillar of light ran through the entire world, boundless and somehow existing. It's the road to immortality. Chen Changsheng frowned as he looked at the golden pillar of light. This was similar to when the Aotian emperor had searched for that immortal ascension path sent. However, this immortal ascension path in front of him was far too huge. He had once seen some images in Golden Boy's hands. That road to immortality exuded an extremely terrifying aura that was far from being comparable to the present, and there were several beings that had suppressed the ages that had entered it, wanting to swim upstream against the current, and they were all emperor-level beings, not even ordinary emperor-level beings. But in the end, the emperor's soldiers shattered, the flesh and blood dissipated, and the group of beings disappeared into the immortal ascension road. There have been records of paths to immortality throughout the ages. Where exactly did these paths to immortality come from? As he traveled around the immortal ascension road, he could occasionally see some broken ancient artifacts floating around, of extraordinary origins, but all of them had long since lost their luster under the passage of time. This road to immortality is incredibly calm. Will I be able to enter? He looked at the Golden Boy, and in the picture, there had been beings who had fallen from the path of ascension to immortality, not knowing where they were. He suspected that it was most likely this flower of the immortal wood, and that the living spirit was not the Golden Boy in front of him, who ended up parasitizing the Taoist book. Seems to have a feeling. The Golden Boy drilled into the Dao Book at this moment, and then directly turned into a ray of light and rushed into the golden pillar of heavenly light. Chen Changsheng only hesitated for a moment before immediately following. A golden world appeared before his eyes, without the slightest fluctuation or crisis. That Dao Book began to swim upstream against the current. Chen Changsheng did the same, but the higher up he went, the more he felt a subduing force. The supreme essence in his body all began to become sluggish, and the laws of the Dao returned to calmness. And the power of this suppression was getting stronger and stronger. And at this moment, Chen Changsheng had to activate his perfect supreme origin to forcefully resist this power of suppression. Five-colored divine light intertwined as he was like a great emperor, and a forbidden aura hovered as he headed upwards. I don't know how long the forward march was. A piece of debris floated in the golden world, and he reached out and caught it in his hand. It's a broken piece of Emperor soldier. He thought of the group of beings. Continuing upwards, he met more and more broken fragments, all of which were fragments of Imperial soldiers, only that the Dao and reason had long since dissipated for an unknown number of years. The power of suppression was getting stronger and stronger, but he didn't feel any crisis, only that the Dao soldiers in his body were all stirring at this moment, and they all rushed out. A supreme might that was uniquely his continued upward in the golden world. I don't know how long it took, but it looked like there was a huge shadow high above, emitting a brilliant divine light. Chen Shansheng looked up and saw a shocking scene. It was a party of mountains, snow white as crystal, towering into the clouds, with immortal aura, huge and incomparable. Just under the golden pillar of light, two strange forces were fighting against each other, and he couldn't see the whole picture from under the mountains unless he stepped out of this golden world. He also vaguely guessed why the Immortal Ascension road was incredibly calm, probably because of this jade crystal cluster mountain. He saw a picture in the hands of the golden boy of the Taoist book. The road of Immortal Ascension was incomparably bright, with pillars of golden light running through the entire heaven and earth. A side of jade crystal mountains came from nowhere and crashed into the golden pillar of light, straddling the area, completely cut off the path to immortality. Chapter 044 Heavenly White Jade Capital, 12 floors and 5 cities. This, even he who had already stepped over that threshold could not help but feel shocked. A jade crystal cluster of mountains stopped the path to immortality, and just straddled the area for an unknown number of years. He couldn't see the whole picture, but he could also feel the loftiness of the mountains and the power to suppress everything, and the two parties just confronted each other. The reason why the Immortal Ascension road is not dangerous is that it's all blocked by this jade crystal cluster mountain that stops most of the killing opportunities and might. Where exactly did this cluster of mountains come from, and why did it stop the path to immortality? He was somewhat baffled. It could be said that everything he had seen and experienced since he had entered the cosmic borderlands was baffling to him, and right now, he suddenly felt small. For an emperor-level figure to give birth to such a feeling, even he himself couldn't help but be stunned. The golden world was vast and boundless, and a powerful suppressive force came from above, which made Chen Shanxing feel that this jade crystal cluster mountain did not completely stop the path to immortality. Thus, he began to cross over, preparing to leave this vast and incomparable golden world. Perhaps, after leaving this place, he could see the entirety of this jade crystal cluster mountain. He didn't know how long it had been before he left the golden world with the Dao Book. The world outside was still broken, and huge world fragments surrounded this golden pillar of light through the sky by the thousands. He looked up, and in that moment finally saw. A look of shock filled his heart. It was a massive jade crystal mountain that stretched on endlessly, just straddling the middle of the Immortal Ascension Road. And the Immortal Ascension Road was completely split into two by this jade crystal cluster of mountains. Underneath this group of mountains was that golden world. Like it was still, no crisis, only the power of suppression could be felt. And on top of that jade crystal cluster mountain, the radiant golden light could not be described in words. The golden divine might spreading out across the sky, surpassing any kind of power perceived in the past, and not belonging to the laws of the great Tao. Golden divine might flowed, like a golden river of heaven, from an extremely high place, pouring down fiercely through the sky and into the earth. However, it was truncated. That jade crystal cluster mountain was like a stubborn stone in a waterfall that passed through the sky, emitting a clear light that wasn't dazzling, just like a ray of immortal light at the beginning of the Hongmeng heaven and earth, stopping all the forces on this path to immortality. The two parties seemed to maintain a kind of balance in general. Only having contact with the place erupted a strand of extreme power that destroyed everything, as if splashing up a bright golden water splash. Chen Changsheng was silent. He no longer knew how to describe his feelings at this moment. He silently felt that extreme power, and then realized that the power that erupted between the Jade Crystal Swarm Mountains and that Immortal Ascension path was enough to kill a great emperor. The path to immortality is dangerous, even though it is. But the path to Immortal Ascension in the upper reaches of this Jade Crystal Cluster Mountain was obviously countless times more treacherous. Chen Changsheng clearly had no intention of going to break into the road of Immortal Ascension, and with his current Emperor realm cultivation, he felt that he might not be able to top it very quickly after going in. So, he looked at the volume of Taoist books. Will you be able to climb that mountain? He began to ask questions, and he was suspicious that this volume of Taoist books had come out of that Jade Crystal Cluster Mountain. There was a flash of golden light in the Taoist book, and the golden boy appeared, still confused in his eyes, but at this moment, he suddenly flew forward, as if he had been summoned. However, in the next moment, the golden boy vanished from his sight and returned to the golden world, and Chen Changsheng followed closely without the slightest hesitation. In the golden world, as if he had not been hindered in any way, the golden boy began to go upwards, aiming precisely at the Jade Crystal Mountains. Want to hike from the base of the mountain? Chen Changsheng looked forward. The entire Jade Crystal Cluster Mountain emitted a clear light. Ascending from the foot of the mountain, one might be robbed. And, having ascended to the foot of the mountain, it is also possible that you will meet the extreme power of the Jade Crystal Cluster Mountain straight on the path to immortality. Try it once. Chen Changsheng had made up his mind. Since he had come here, it was categorically impossible for him to take a look and return, and with his emperor-level cultivation, it was categorically impossible for him to kill him in an instant. He moved forward and upwards, and the 5 elemental origins blossomed with forbidden might at this moment, transforming into a 5-colored canopy that draped down the laws of the great Dao to encompass him. At the same time, the 2 flawless soldier paths in his body were simultaneously activated. A 10,000 spirits cauldron appeared with all living things floating above its head, and a huge axe that emanated the ability to break everything appeared in its hands. In that case, it should be fine. Seeing that the golden boy had long since disappeared, Chen Changsheng also directly stepped into the foot of that cluster of mountains. Rolling, a terrifying aura of annihilation descended directly, and the power to subdue the 10,000 ways seemed to be grinding out his great Dao laws at this moment. Chen Changsheng just let out a cold snort as his entire body released a forbidden power that overwhelmed the red dust, blossoming with a forbidden light that would not be extinguished for 10,000 lifetimes. He looked up and saw that the entire Jade Crystal Cluster Mountain was surrounded by clear light, resisting that golden pillar of light, and countless golden breaths fell like rivers of heaven, only to be worn down by the clear light. This is the power of the true road to immortality. At this moment, Chen Changsheng had already erupted his full power, the supreme origin, the 5-colored divine light abrading everything around him as he went forward. Even though the path of immortal ascension is dangerous, if that's all it is, it's a hindrance to emperor-level beings, but not irresistible. However, a golden aura broke through the obstruction of the clear light and descended into the Jade Crystal Mountains. In an instant, a lanky golden heavenly god instantly appeared, holding a golden lance and exuding a terrifying aura like the might of the heavens. How dare you! The golden lance blasted away, and all that remained before his eyes was the golden light that wore away everything. Chen Changsheng remained undaunted as the destruction axe in his hand swung out a heaven-destroying, earth-destroying light of destruction. There was a click. The light of destruction shattered the billions of feet of golden light as he blasted forward. The 10,000 souls cauldron above his head vibrated, and the 10,000 living creatures surged forth into a brilliant light that tore through everything. The golden heavenly god figure dissipated as if it had never appeared. Just a brand? There was a moment of silence as he looked up at the majestic immortal ascension road once again, only to feel his scalp tingle. The manifestation of that golden heavenly god made him think that it was only one of the killing opportunities. But if all the golden auras were manifested into living beings, even if a great emperor entered it, he would still have to drink. He sighed. The mystery of this place was far beyond his imagination. Twisting his head to look at the foot of the Jade Crystal Mountains, as if everything was made of jade crystal, without a trace of dust, a jade crystal pathway meandered from the foot of the mountain, stretching all the way to an unseen peak, and Chen Changsheng could only vaguely seem to see a Qiangla pavilion. He began to climb upward with invincibility, only one step at a time. I don't know how long he had been walking, but he suddenly saw the golden boy, who was roaming the Jade Crystal Mountains with immense joy, and to his amazement, there was another object following it. It was a medicine, the immortality pill. Chen Changsheng was very certain that it was an immortal divine pill, a living thing, not a brand. The breath was too special. His great Dao origin was communicated by its breath, as if it was about to sublimate. There's actually an unrecorded immortal god pill here. He was shocked. Throughout the ages, many great emperors had only lived one life because they couldn't find the immortality pill. He frantically sent a message towards Golden Boy, hoping that it would bring back that immortal god medicine crutch. Unfortunately, the Golden Boy didn't react half-heartedly, just like a wild horse that had taken off its reins. And just then, another golden light landed in the Jade Crystal Mountains, and in just an instant, it transformed into a huge and incomparable true dragon. An aura that was uniquely forbidden was being released. This true dragon, even more powerful than the golden heavenly deity just now, stood in the same realm as him. However, before Chen Changsheng could make any moves, an enormous shadow suddenly manifested above the Jade Crystal Mountains, huge, lofty, mysterious, and unfathomable. A huge palm easily crushed that golden dragon. The gigantic silhouette looked at Chen Changsheng. A token? A token? What token? In the next instant, the light that covered the sky erupted, and Chen Changsheng put his life on the line at this moment, because the light in front of him was one of the 3 types of immortal light, and it was hard to find a strand of it in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but here it's all over the place, the light of the beginning. Even though Chen Changsheng was already an emperor-level being at this point, everything was superfluous in front of the overwhelming light of the Tai Chu. He was knocked down, falling from the foot of the mountain into a golden world. There was no room to fight back. In the moment of being knocked down, he only saw a few mysterious and ancient symbols, but gained insight into their meaning. The White Jade Palace in the sky, 12 floors and 5 cities, Chapter 045, Returning to the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths. Female Emperor blocking the door. The White Jade Palace in the sky. 12 floors and 5 cities. Chen Changsheng had completely withdrawn from the Jade Crystal Swarm Mountains. He had been struck by a piece of the light of the beginning of the heavens, grinding away all of his great Dao laws, and even though he had used all of his extreme power, it was futile. His emperor body was smashed into nothingness. It fell into the golden world, leaving only a ball of 5-colored origin and 12 balls of faint light. Bai Yu Jing Ah. A long sigh came from the 5-colored origin as it gently turned up at this moment, the 5 perfect Dao paths intertwining with each other, living and dying, becoming abundant and complete again. An ancient bluebell gently vibrated, spreading like a tidal wave. Under the influence of this force, countless flesh and blood began to reorganize, recreating meridians, bones, and orifices. In the end, Chen Changsheng walked out of the tidal wave and returned to his original state, only that he had suffered a heavy blow, and it was difficult for him to utilize the power of the Emperor level again at this moment. He didn't care much about his own heavy injuries, but instead stared at the square of Jade Crystal Mountains. Bai Yu Jing, an extremely old name, but does not exist above the history books. Only, there are some rumors, as some words circulate, only as a story. Bai Yu Jing, where the immortals live. If it was before, Chen Changsheng would have just taken it as a joke, a story, and especially at his realm, it felt even more illusory. Now, however, Bai Yu Jing was right in front of us. As an emperor-level being, he didn't even stay at the foot of the mountain for long. That overwhelming light of the beginning of the heavens was enough to wear out any great emperor. Even if the Aotian great emperor came here, he wasn't sure if there were any immortals or living beings inside that white jade capital. He only knew that it was not something that he could continue to reach out to right now. He has suffered a serious injury and may take a long time to recover. It's time to go back. He sighed softly. This visit was not for nothing. He knew something, and perhaps, the next time he would come back, he would once again ascend to that white jade capital. Either that or ascend strongly with an attitude far beyond that of a great emperor. Either. Find the alleged token. Chen Changsheng knew that it might take a long time, but he had lived with the world for a long time and was an anomaly. The last thing he needed was time. I will come back here again, and at that time, no matter if it's the Immortal Ascension Road or not, or the White Jade Capital, I will know all the secrets, or else, I will completely overturn this place. Afterward, Chen Changsheng merely glanced at this side of the heavens and earth and went far away without looking back. It was at this time that the golden boy suddenly flew out from inside the White Jade Capital. He was a bit surprised, not realizing that golden boy wanted to go with him. He inquired, "Why don't you abduct that immortality pill?" Golden boy rolled his eyes. "Which plant are you talking about?" Chen Changsheng froze as if he had thought of something, and he immediately sensed that the immortal god pill inside the White Jade Capital might not be as simple as 1 or 2 plants. Soon, his thoughts changed, and he looked at the Bai Yu Jing with a fiery color in his eyes. "Wait, I'll be back again, to stay at the White Jade Palace, become the true master of the White Jade Palace." Golden boy disdained. "You want more farts to eat." During the 6,000 years that Emperor Haitang had been certified, there had not been any unrest in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This female emperor lived in deep seclusion, staying in that land of life almost all year round, and in the 6,500th year, this female emperor didn't know what means she had used to find the sea of reincarnation, the divine void, the star-swallowing abyss, and many other forbidden places respectively. Only, there was no imagined great battle taking place, and everything was calm. This empress had only gone to wander around among those so-called forbidden lands, after which she had once again returned to her ancient land of life. Many beings felt that this Begonia emperor was too ordinary, not having conquered those forbidden lands or killed forbidden beings, probably even inferior to the 9 orifices stone emperor of the previous era. And on a certain day, a palm that covered the sky unexpectedly probed down from the starry sky, dropping endless great Dao laws and forbidden might, seeming to test this empress's divine abilities. This was pure provocation. The supreme being had not slaughtered living beings, but simply wanted to test the means of this female emperor. However, in the next moment, only a white figure appeared in the starry sky, and the vast imperial might wasn't exactly strong. But in this moment, that forbidden being who had struck in the shadows was locked. And then, there was no more. The Begonia emperor struck out. Piercing white light blocked off the entire starry sky, and that supreme being was even grimly killed by this great emperor on his way to extreme ascension. This scene was known only to a few beings who did not dare to speak or speak. Only the fate of the heavens fell some visions that made many beings determine that this Begonia empress had killed a supreme being. The Begonia empress seemed to have sensed something after grilling and killing this forbidden living being, and didn't immediately return to the ancient land of life, but instead headed towards the depths of the universe. This trip was several years in the making, and at this point, in the middle of the cosmic borderlands, Chen Changsheng had walked for countless years, and along the way, He hadn't seen any living beings, only unimaginable things, and by his side, he was only accompanied by the Golden Boy. What exactly is the token? Golden Boy is playing dumb, and I don't know how many years have passed. He sighed softly, and there was a slight weariness in that young face. Over these years, he had not fully recovered from his heavy injuries, and in this to the edge of the universe without any life essence, it was difficult for him to draw on the aura, and he could only maintain it. The five-colored divine might broke through those ever-invading weird auras, and he suddenly looked up, sensing a hint of breath. A small smile appeared on his face as well. It's almost here. I can feel about the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chen Shangsheng erupted with dazzling five-colored divine might at this moment, breaking free from the bonds of the bizarre substance and opening his way with the Emperor's fist, his fist prints blossoming with radiant light. He was far away from this, as if he had broken some barrier. His body was completely free from a kind of bondage at this moment, and his entire body was involuntarily gulping down the essence of the sun and the moon. Although this place is still barren, it is indeed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Yes, I am back. Returning from a long absence, Chen Shangsheng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, his supreme aura unconsciously flowing out, his body trembling at the beginning of this, as if the land that hadn't been nourished by sweet rains for a long time was hungrily drinking freely. With a wave of his hand, countless starlight and life essence were drawn in, the 5-star supreme origin emerged, slowly flowing, endless, Huawei a 5-colored Huagai, dropping down the laws of the great Dao. He walked forward like a great emperor walking in the starry sky. Yet just at this moment, an emperor's might began to revive, covering this entire piece of emptiness in an instant. A radiant figure flowed with the power of heaven's destiny, and thousands of great Dao paths arched over it like a true immortal descending into the human world. It was a woman, looking gentle and serene, and her imperial might was not considered strong, but as she stood there, she gave Chen Shangsheng a sense of vestigial vision of facing the once acquired Aotian emperor, even though he wasn't afraid, because now he was standing in the same realm. Even though he had suffered heavy injuries, he possessed enough means to face this situation. It was just that he didn't expect to meet with the current great emperor here, or in this situation. He was a bit surprised that, perhaps, this great emperor was here for him, blocking him here. No matter what the situation was, though, he was fearless. He was long past the time when he needed to hide. He opened his mouth, his tone flat. I didn't expect the dang emperor to block me here. What? Want to suppress a deviant like me and add a great feat to rid the world of evil? However, that woman great emperor's face only blossomed into a mesmerizing smile. I have no intention of making an enemy of you, as long as you don't just deliberately harm the living beings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, forbidden supreme or dark beings. I won't take the initiative. Chen Shangsheng did develop a trace of curiosity towards this woman great emperor. Surprisingly, he couldn't see through her somehow. Chapter 046 Confrontation with the Empress. 5,000 years. Recovering the peak. Weakened heavenly mandate. Chen Shangsheng thus confronted this 9 heavens and 10 earths empress of the day and the land at the edge of the universe. It was hard to imagine that the great emperor at that time hadn't directly made a direct move against a forbidden being like him, or under the circumstance that he had suffered a heavy blow. He was able to feel that this woman great emperor's imperial might was calm, and did not emit that monstrous battle intent, and towards himself, did not have that kind of killing intent, so he became more and more curious. Open up and ask, what are you doing blocking me here instead of making a move on me? One had to admit the overwhelming splendor of this empress, as she stood under the starry sky with an affable and serene demeanor, like a female immortal above the 9 heavens. The great emperor of Begonia just laughed. I don't have any other intentions. I'm just a little curious about you. When I first became an emperor, I had felt a whiff of your aura. So, I've come to meet you. Chen Shangsheng frowned. He was certain in his heart that this empress was extraordinary. When he left the small world, he deliberately concealed himself, but he didn't expect that he was still found out. You are different from those supreme beings. Are you an invincible, or a guardian? Chen Shangsheng just faintly raised his eyes and smiled. I am whatever the Empress feels I am. The Begonia Emperor burst into a light laugh. You don't have the aura of decay or age on your body. You don't belong to the category of the self-decimating supreme. Even if you were to dust, it wouldn't be too long. You alternatively became a Taoist. Your origin is sufficient. I think that you should be an invincible person of the recent era, the last era, or the era of the Aotian Emperor. Or a bit longer. Even Chen Shangsheng had to admire the vision of this Begonia emperor, who did not answer her. How many years have passed since you were certified as an emperor? 6,500 years. Chen Shangsheng was in a trance for a moment, not realizing that such a long time had passed since he had entered the cosmic border. He stared at the empress in front of him again. 6,500 years. This female emperor should have traveled quite a short distance above the emperor realm. He didn't know if she had come to the peak of this world, but he thought that perhaps she would be even better than that 9 orifices and 10 emperors. You've returned from the edge of the universe? The Empress inquired, a hint of intrigue in her eyes. Can you tell us what's going on inside? Chen Chongsheng just laughed. He could tell that this Empress had no intention of making a move on herself. If you want to know, just go in and see for yourself. Empress Begonia shook her head. I cannot leave the 9 heavens and 10 lands. She did not state the reason, but Chen Chongsheng roughly guessed something. Did you subdue the forbidden beings? Or did you go on a crusade against those forbidden lands? The Empress was frank and truthful. Having killed a forbidden being not too long ago, and having visited those forbidden places and made some sort of deal, I will not allow any forbidden supreme beings to brutalize living beings during my time on Earth, and I won't take the initiative to mess with them. Chen Chongsheng smiled and did not make any comments, only wanting to return to his lair now. If there's nothing else for the great emperor, then I'll return first. With his hands behind his back, Chen Chongsheng rubbed shoulders with this great emperor in the starry sky. You are an invincible one, and I hope that, if there is a calamity in the world, you will be able to take a hand in it. Chen Chongsheng didn't stop and simply said, it can't be saved. There's too much darkness in the world, too many taboos. Meddling in the world will only bury you. The Empress turned back, her eyes as brilliant as the stars. Her aura suddenly became sharp at this moment, crushing everything. At least, as long as I'm alive, I'll never allow those forbidden beings to appear in the world. If one appears, then I'll kill one. Chen Chongsheng, however, revealed a hint of a sneer. How long can you stop them? 1 life, 2 lives, or 3? Once upon a time, the 9 Orifices Stone Emperor also said that he wanted to purge the world of darkness. But what happened? He may have become one of the supreme beings of the world. Then how can you guarantee that in your later years, you won't willingly cut yourself off in order to stay alive and likewise become a forbidden being? The Begonia Emperor was just silent for a while. If that day does come, you come and kill me. She looked at Chen Chongsheng and suddenly blossomed into a smile. So, you're the invincible one from the era of the 9 Orifices Stone Emperor? Chen Chongsheng froze, then smiled again. She had learned some news from his words, but not much. You guess? He then drifted forward again and left. Begonia Emperor, if you really want to garrison the world, you'd better go and think more about how you can live a few more lifetimes. I'm different from you heavenly destiny achievers. I conceal myself, while you... No. Chen Chongsheng's figure just disappeared. In the starry sky, only the Begonia Emperor was left alone. After a moment, she laughed softly. Live longer. Chen Chongsheng returned to his small world. He first checked that everything in the small world was still safe and sound for the past 6,000 years, and it seemed that no trouble had been sought by those forbidden beings. Golden Boy began to let himself go again, and Chen Chongsheng didn't bother with him. Back at the lair, his whole body relaxed. More than 6,000 years in the land of the cosmic borderlands was like a person suffocating in water, whereas it was only when he returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths that he was considered to be at ease. Although it was said that he had suffered a heavy blow this time, it was not for nothing. The secrets of the road to immortality and the White Jade Palace. Sooner or later I'll figure them out one day. For the next few moments, first restore yourself to a state of consummation, and as for that Empress, he shook his head. Time will tell what kind of choice he would make in the end. Chen Chongsheng could not be sure, but just as the Begonia Empress had said, well, if she really fell to a supreme being, then she would kill him with her own hands. The Chen Chongsheng of this era had this confidence and definitely had this ability. Let's wait and see. He slowly closed his eyes. Time was long. The great Dao within the small world flowed endlessly, and when Chen Chongsheng closed his eyes for this time, it was a full 5,000 years. And now, he had already traveled for 78,000 years. This day, within the small heaven and earth, a supreme power of origin suddenly erupted. 5-colored light flowed. Countless laws of the great Dao manifested within the small heaven and earth in a great vision. The sky descended with immortal light, and violet chi came from the east. Chen Chongsheng quietly opened his eyes at this moment, and a supreme and vast might of the extreme realm revived, filling the entire small world, and the entire small world trembled, emitting this infinite divine light. 5-colored flags appeared above its head, and along with the 3 types of Dao of war, they all began to glow, and then the 3 Dao soldiers leapt out of their bodies at the same time. The moment, he's back on top, feeling his own state, Chen Chongsheng let out a light sigh. More than 6,000 years of traveling. 5,000 years of repairing my injuries. I've wasted 10,000 years, and the time for the consummation of the 3rd Bing Dao is going to be pushed back again. He was also a bit helpless as he looked at the ancient blue bell. The 3rd Bing Dao was too overbearing, and coupled with the tidal time Dao, tens of thousands of years were still some time away from its complete consummation. Afterward, Chen Chongsheng raised his head again, his eyes looking through the small world to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It's only been 11,000 years. Is the Begonia Empress not going to be able to make it? At this moment, He could feel the heavenly mandate showing a sign of weakness, which meant that the great emperor of the day was already heading towards his old age. This world's great emperors don't have much longevity, but I'm looking forward to your next choice. Can you live another life? Or are you going to cut yourself? However, it was also true that, as the Begonia Empress had said, there had been no dark turmoil when she was on Earth. Only, I wondered what would happen in her later years. An invincible might erupted from Chen Changsheng's body, just like a true ancient emperor approaching the world, and a huge axe appeared in his hand. My great axe is famished. I hope you all will support me more. Thank you all. Chapter 047, The Empress Late Years. I'm just old, not dead. In the 11,000th year of the Haitang Empress's witnessing, the heavens mandate suddenly showed signs of weakening, and this sign could only be felt by a handful of beings and certain forbidden beings that were not completely asleep. And the signs were not so great that the moment of total collapse had not yet arrived, but the beings who knew the signs also knew that the Empress was aging and approaching her old age, and this sign suddenly intensified at the time of the 12,000th year, and there was a great fluctuation in the heavenly fate, and the power of the potent heavenly fate appeared to be immensely weakened at this moment, and drooped with terrifying visions, like wailing, like grieving. Apparently, the Empress didn't just go to the end of her lifespan alone in her later years, but may have had health problems as well. Did she want to fish too? Chen Changsheng was a bit puzzled. This kind of sign didn't seem to be fake, but this Empress only possessed a lifespan of 10,000 out of 10,000. He had trouble believing it, and for a moment, even he couldn't tell if it was true or not. Soon, however, then there were taboo beings who struck out, taking advantage of this vast vision of a weakened heavenly destiny. There were two taboo beings with a forbidden aura that suppressed the ages, slaughtering the ancient land of life and the starry sky, unbridled, as if he was deliberately provoking this late-aged female emperor. Subsequently, in the ancient land of life where the Begonia Emperor was located, an imperial might rose up to the sky. A strong imperial might filled the entire universe, and a figure instantly arrived in white light. She slapped her palm down, and the supreme power of a great emperor erupted, just like the power of the flying immortal, causing thousands of great avenues to riot at the same time, and piercing great avenues of laws swept away, instantly blasting towards the two taboo supreme beings. Two strands of forbidden might raged in the universe, which were the same supreme Dao laws, causing the 10,000 paths to tremble and the heavenly dome to split open. A gigantic demonic shadow covered the sky. His body was magnificent, and his pitch-black demonic eyes rushed out a light that tore through the universe at this moment. The other figure was a huge ancient tree. Its body was pitch-black and incomparable, as if it was holding up the entire heaven and earth, and on top of the dry branches, it was as if there was a corpse hanging in the air. Surprisingly, it's a ghost demon tree. Successful emperor, Chen Changsheng, who was in the small world, did not look at the demonic shadow, which was only a false illusion. Instead, he looked at the gigantic ancient tree. There were rumors that the ghost demon tree was rare in the world, representing darkness and bloodshed, and as long as it appeared, it was like setting off turmoil. So whenever there was a figure of the ghost demon tree, it would be suppressed and killed by all living beings. Exactly in that era, a ghost demon tree became an emperor. There is no record in the history books. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but frown a little. He had looked through the history books, but there was no record of the ghost demon tree becoming an emperor. Perhaps, that part of history had long been erased by this ghost demon tree. Boom! The two taboo beings had not been extremely sublimated, but they exuded an incomparably strong taboo might, which showed that they weren't considered corrupt. Their origin was still sufficient, and their taboo might manifested itself, stopping that female emperor's attack. The Begonia Emperor stood in the starry sky. Her blood chi was not considered to be in full bloom, and her emperor's might was not considered to be strong, and even though she was still young, the two taboo beings could tell at a glance that she was old and not at her peak in the past. However, even if the aging empress was facing two forbidden supreme beings, at this moment, she was unusually calm. Her eyes glowed, heavenly light emerged behind her, and thousands of great roads filled the entire heaven and earth, like a sea of clouds rolling over and flowing with various colors of divine haze. She opened her mouth to inquire. We once had an agreement that while I am alive, you and the others shall not come forth in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. That huge demonic shadow had a single black eye cracked open in the center of its brow, as if thousands of souls were hissing in it, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. He opened his mouth, and his voice shook heaven and earth, and the great Dao dared not approach. A mere female emperor, already heading towards her twilight years, even if she is at her peak. So what? A woman of the first rank. Do you really think that those oaths can bind us? The might of the demonic shadow was too terrifying, and underneath his feet was a chaos, as if he had opened up a world of incomparable darkness. Nothing more than a few ancient lands of life. The universe is so big. How many such ancient lands of life are there, to be turned into blood food for us? they should feel honored. And you, if you treat it as invisible, your old age may be spent in peace. Otherwise, the fact that a great emperor's old age was divided and eaten by a taboo might not be honorable in the history books of the future. The Begonia Empress looked calm and floated like an immortal as she looked at the massive tree shadow with a cold expression. Retreat now, and I may spare your lives. After all, you were once invincible. However, the immense ghost demon tree did not respond, but a withered branch pierced through the void at this moment, heading towards an ancient land of life. The extreme laws drooped down, causing that ancient land of life to feel as if a heavenly collapse had occurred. You shall not be kept. The Begonia Emperor finally struck at this moment. Piercing white light filled the universe. 10,000 laws dropping down as she took one step in, as if she had crossed space and time. She was so fast that she had long since surpassed the limits of the world. The withered branch at this moment was as if it had suffered the punishment of disarming, instantly shattering, and the force was still spreading to the main body. Boom! The countless branches of the ghost demon tree rioted, as if it had opened up 3,000 worlds, and the dense power of the great Dao laws enveloped it like a thunderbolt erupting. Subsequently, the dense tree branches wrapped in radiant law power pierced through, and almost the entire starry sky rioted as the void continuously collapsed. The power of the flying immortal on the Begonia Empress grew denser and denser as she moved forward to suppress it, her white jade-like palm slapping out, her imperial might flowing, the power of the flying immortal transforming into the most radiant light that wiped out everything. And at the same time, the shadow of the demon also strikes, and its forbidden power is revealed. Those pairs of pitch-black demonic pupils emitted terrifying fluctuations, tearing apart the piercing white light almost instantly. He held a long spear, and the shadow of the spear seemed to pierce through the heavens, causing the sun, moon, and stars to shatter. You're old. Boom! The lance bloomed with blood-red light, and a piece of the void collapsed. The Begonia Emperor flew back at this moment, his hands forming seals, and behind him, 365 rays of light emerged, and an ancient artifact emerged within each of these rays of light, all of which were glowing at this moment. Gently trembling, her jade hand blasted away, and 365 Dao treasures flowed as she suppressed the demonic shadow. The pitch-black lance flowed with extreme power. The demonic shadow was monstrous, and he continuously bombarded the Dao treasures that came from the suppression, and his tone seemed to be disdainful. So what if you're a great emperor? You're a woman after all. With a loud roar, a hanging river of blood appeared in the starry sky, suppressing as many of the 365 Dao treasures as he could. He stood in the middle of the river of blood, countless bloody lights tugging at his body, and his third demonic eye began to flash with a bright red light. And at this point, Chen Shangsheng within the small world silently wiped the axe in his hand. Images of when he had confronted this woman great emperor surfaced in his mind, and to be honest, this woman great emperor had a compassionate heart and did not have a bad impression in Chen Shangsheng's mind. Even though there were some philosophical differences, she was indeed a great emperor who looked out for all living things, worthy of the name of the Great One. Chen Shangsheng laughed softly. Originally he was preparing to kill a self-destructive female emperor, but now, who's not to kill? Thus, he appeared beyond the small world in a single step, and the 5 elemental origins began to sublimate as he headed towards the starry sky where the battle was taking place. And just as he had rushed to that starry sky, 3 strands of forbidden power locked onto him at the same time. He instantly came to his senses. It seemed that these forbidden beings weren't just looking for trouble from this late-aged empress, but they also wanted to draw out one of their roadblocks. It was also an ambush against him. He was calm and collected, just looking at the place where the empress was fighting, thinking about how long this empress could hold out, thinking that he was expected to explode at full strength. The 2 types of Bing Dao in his body were already stirring, yet the next moment, he was a little surprised when the 2 Hayadu returned to peace, because the empress just sent him a message. No need to make a move, just watch. In the next moment, the ball of piercing white light that was still being suppressed suddenly became more than several times stronger, and at the same time, a strong force of heavenly destiny began to emerge, and all the laws of the world roared at the same time. That female emperor was like a flying fairy at this moment, as a figure flew out of her body continuously, killing the 2 supreme beings, and Chen Shangsheng had finally seen a powerful scene of this empress, pressing the 2 forbidden beings with no room to fight back, forcing them to sublimate extremely well. Among the stars, only one sentence still echoes. I'm just old, not dead. Chapter 048 Late Life Empress Kills Taboo Beings, Lives a Second Life. In the middle of the starry universe, the vast imperial might was like a sea, and piercing white light filled the universe, echoing with the strong force of heavenly destiny and blossoming into 10,000 lotus blossoms. This Begonia Empress displayed a shocking aura at this moment. She was still pale and her blood aura was not visible, but the blazing light of her eyes tore through the ages, wanting to suppress the living beings of the ages in general. The power of the flying immortals was extremely dense at this moment, and a figure transformed into a flying immortal, killing the 2 supreme beings in a skywide manner. Boom! The power of the flying immortal streaked across, killing everything, and wherever it passed, the 10,000 paths retreated. The two taboo beings felt a great crisis at this moment, and the demonic shadow held a long spear, displaying a look of unrestrained anger. Begonia Empress, cut it out. The heavenly dome cracked open, and the two forbidden beings did not hesitate to extremely ascend at this moment, because they always had a feeling that they would die if they did not extremely ascend. Two flawless great Dao took shape, extreme might filled the heavens and earth, and the 10,000 paths were subjugated as the two forbidden beings restored themselves to their peaks at this moment, possessing the power of great emperors at their peaks. The heavenly dome was shaken at this moment. The three flawless great emperors disturbed the time and space of the starry sky, and temporal turbulence surfaced, illuminating a piece of ancient world in general. This force was so powerful that it was as if the cosmic stars couldn't accommodate them, and it began to constantly crumble and reorganize. The three flawless Dao powers fought against each other, illuminating this starry sky like a seven-colored glaze. Only, the Begonia Emperor's Dao was so heavy that it directly induced the power of heaven's mandate to hang down, and the 10,000 laws transformed into a vision floating around him, overlooking the ages. Chen Shangsheng stood on the other side of the starry sky, just waiting quietly like this, confronting the other three forbidden breaths, neither of which had any intention of making a move, and all seemed to be waiting for the outcome of that battlefield. The Bing Dao within Chen Shangsheng's body seemed to tremble as he looked at the figure, always feeling a slight sense of connection. Did she take that step? Many living beings only knew that the end of cultivation was to certify an emperor, but they didn't realize that there was also a path to follow behind a great emperor. It was like Chen Shangsheng, who had stepped out of an alternative path, but there was still a path to follow, only that the path was too difficult, too vague, and he could only vaguely see it. He thought that great emperors should be the same, and that there would be a path behind them, only that he had not experienced the emperor's tribulation, and had not merged with the supreme heavenly destiny, so he was not clear on how the emperor's path would be traveled. Just, throughout the ages, there have been countless people who have become emperors, but there has not been a single great emperor who has not left just a few words on how the road behind the great emperor should be traveled. It's always been a mystery. Chen Shangsheng felt that this Begonia emperor had gone a long way on the path of empire, far surpassing that 9 orifices stone emperor, and had even gotten very close to the Aotian emperor. Aotian. Chen Shangsheng thought that if Aotian hadn't gone to break through the road to immortality in the first place, but had lived out his third life, he would have been even more amazing, right? He sighed and once again stared at the figure that looked like a flying fairy. He hadn't expected that the duel between the three great emperors would end so quickly, not in victory or defeat, but in life and death. That massive ghost demon tree was too terrifying after its extreme sublimation. That stock origin power covered the sky and the 10,000 laws were added, refining this starry sky. Then, a huge tree world descended, trapping the Begonia Empress within it. In the starry sky, all that remained was an incomparably huge tree realm, with a leaf comparable to a star and a root like a huge piece of land. A somewhat thin silhouette stood right in the center of the tree world, as if he was the god of this world. He gently pressed a hand, and the sealing power of the entire heaven and earth pressed down, and all of the great Dao laws around the Begonia Empress dissipated, along with the Dao lineage. However, the Begonia Empress only raised her eyes slightly, and a mysterious character flowed through her eyes. Extreme sublimation. Nothing more. Buzz. At a certain moment, the Begonia Empress completely transformed into a white light, and by the time the white light dissipated, there was only a shadow left on the spot, and in the hands of that shadow was holding up a white jade-like great Dao vase. That shadowy figure suspected to be the Begonia Empress only gently spat out a single word at this moment. Extinguish. The white as jade great Dao vase shook violently at this moment, and the piercing power of the flying immortal transformed into billions of parts at this moment, all carrying with it a palpitating Dao rhythm. That cyan figure erupted with invincible imperial might. The entire tree realm turned into a furnace of heaven and earth, and a corpse began to revive as a monstrous baleful aura filled the entire tree realm. However, in the next moment, white flames ignited on a figure. Approaching, a star's fire was like a prairie fire, and the entire tree realm was enveloped in white flames at that moment. Boom! The tree boundary shook and was broken at this moment. A green-colored figure abandoned the tree boundary and fled towards the distance at great speed, but a white light followed. A palm as white as jade instantly pierced through that emperor's body, and all of the divine might was all but extinguished cleanly at that moment. An emperor's body was thus torn apart in the starry sky, followed by white flames that burned away, and the other side. Several Begonia female emperors stopped that demonic shadow, who had witnessed the fall of a forbidden living being, and at this moment, his heart was in retreat. Get out of the way. The lance in his hand exuded extreme power. He had recovered to his former peak. His origin was still sufficient, and the extreme way was running rampant, shattering a few silhouettes in an instant. But then a few more figures stopped in front of him, and one of the female emperors smiled and said, "It's too late to leave now." The black lance broke through everything, but a slender jade hand slapped directly onto it. A might of the great Dao instantly erupted and swept through the 4 directions. In an instant, the Begonia Empress knew everything. Great Emperor of the Dream Charm clan. Why is there a need to cover up? The demonic shadow let out a cold snort and finally stopped hiding, turning around and transforming into an exceptionally handsome man. "Let's call it a day. I don't want to fight with you in life and death. I told you, it's late." The man let out a cold cry. "You are senile. Continuing to fight is nothing more than a lose-lose situation." However, the Begonia Empress shook her head and turned into a light of flying immortal to kill. That great emperor from the Dream Charm clan suspended an ancient mirror above his head, and a ray of light shone through the ages, causing space to freeze. It was just that the Begonia Empress was too overbearing. The two of them completely shattered a piece of starry sky, and all the chaotic chi flowed in. But in the end, she shattered that Emperor Armament ancient mirror, and the sky was filled with worlds intertwined with the power of the flying immortals, completely subduing the Dream Phantom clan's great emperor. Then, the Begonia Emperor used great means to refine this emperor's body, transforming it into a stone statue that bent down to the ground, in the starry sky, as if confessing to hundreds of millions of living beings. This great battle of the Empress's later years is over. The final result surprised all living beings beyond measure. This woman great emperor who didn't show the mountains and waters, in her late moments, had actually forcefully subdued 2 taboo beings whose origins weren't weakened, or taboo beings who were extremely sublimely sublimated. The results of this battle are so shocking. Chen Changsheng sensed that the 3 forbidden beings staring at him had disappeared. He took a step and arrived in front of the woman great emperor. He could sense that the woman great emperor's physical condition was very bad. It seemed that she had defects before, and her lifespan had come to an end. And now, after the great battle, all of her origin power was nearly depleted. The woman emperor was seated in the starry sky, dressed in white like an immortal. "Something has gone terribly wrong with your body and you're about to transform the Dao." Chen Changsheng spoke this fact. She softly looked at Chen Changsheng and inquired, "Have you come to see me off for the last time? Or have you come to kill me?" Chen Changsheng shook his head. "It's meaningless now. In her current state, the Begonia Empress wouldn't be able to stay even if she decapitated herself." He sighed. Empress Begonia suddenly couldn't help herself. "If you want to see me decapitate myself and kill me again, wait for another life." "What?" Chen Changsheng was all flabbergasted. However, in the next moment, a medicine appeared in the hands of the Begonia Emperor, emitting a rich immortal essence. "That's the immortality pill." It didn't take long. In the starry sky, an extremely strong Imperial might revived. The Imperial might was vast and majestic, permeated with the power to suppress everything, filling every place in the universe. Thousands of great Dao and heavenly destinies emerged at the same time, dropping down countless order divine haze. Begonia the Great, living out the second life. Please give me some good comments. Please, please, please. Chapter 049, The Great Emperor's Secret. 2 suggestions from Empress Begonia. In the starry sky, the Begonia Empress took the immortal god pill in front of Chen Changsheng. A Dao rhythm was flowing, as if it had activated everything and communicated with heaven and earth. The heavens mandate hung high, constantly turning, a golden ripple of heaven's mandate spreading, dropping down countless golden veins to envelop that immortal-like figure now. It's another kind of sublimation, a kind of reinvention. At this moment, it was as if the lifespan, flesh and blood, divine soul, and origin of the Begonia Emperor had reopened a new chapter. That rich power of the flying immortal kept flying, and the entire person was surrounded by the laws of the great Dao, blossoming with incomparably radiant divine light. And between the heavens and earth, countless divine haze of order sprang up, countless Ruwei Xiang tumbled, and immortal phoenixes and golden dragons flew around. She opened her eyes, and a light that would not be extinguished for all eternity flickered between them. A vast yet calm imperial night filled the entire universe. Her blood chi wasn't exactly majestic, but it exuded a strong life force. Heaven's destiny rejoiced at this moment, along with the thousands of great avenues all welcoming this female emperor back to the top. In the stars, the white-skirted fairy was filled with immortal light. One jade foot slowly stepped on the void, and underneath the jade foot was a white lotus flower that the 10,000 paths had transformed into. At this moment, the Begonia Emperor was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, stunning the ages. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but slightly lower his eyes, then gently frowned. How could he not have imagined that this empress would have an immortality pill in her hands? Haitang looked at Chen Changsheng. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were like stars, and the corners of her mouth contained a smile, exuding a unique charm. Are you wondering how I came to be in possession of an immortality pill? Chen Changsheng raised his eyes and stared at the empress. He was guessing if this empress had made a deal with some forbidden land, but it was quickly dismissed. I was kind of curious, he said. The Begonia Great Empress wore a light smile. and it had to be said that this great empress was indeed beautiful and touching, especially after living a second life. This feeling was even stronger, like some sort of sublimation on that soft beauty. Quite simply, it came to me of its own accord. When he heard these words, Chen Shangsheng couldn't help but freeze for a long while. An immortality pill coming to your doorstep of its own accord? Chen Shangsheng only felt a burst of speechlessness. He was already almost 80,000 years old and had not found a single immortal god pill when he had survived for such a long time, let alone an immortal god pill coming to his door of its own accord. Of course, that immortal wood wasn't considered to be an immortal god pill and had long since lost its immortal god pill properties. Sure enough, you just can't compare people. He let out a tense sigh. No god. The Begonia Empress looked at him, then pointed out a finger, and a cloud of piercing light blossomed in front of her eyes, constantly intertwining. This is my way. She gestured for Chen Shangsheng to watch. Chen Shangsheng frowned. The fact that a great Emperor Dao was just allowed to be viewed at will like this made him even more puzzled. The Empress just lightly opened her red lips. This time, it actually counts as a test for me to test you. While I am in my old age, I want to see if you, the invincible one, will show up to stop the bar if the world is being robbed. You have not disappointed me. As an invincible in this world, you have finally maintained a spirituality. Chen Shangsheng didn't realize that he had been plotted against as well. He smiled helplessly. What if you guessed wrong? I'll stand alone and turn a blind eye. The smile on Empress Begonia's face tightened, suddenly filling with a sternness. Then I will suppress all dark turmoil and clear away all darkness. And finally, I'll personally bury you, the biggest variable, once and for all. Chen Shangsheng just laughed it off. He believed in the Empress's heart, but didn't believe that there could be a living being in this world that would actually bury him. Originally, I thought you would decapitate yourself, but I actually wanted to come and kill you. The Empress laughed softly. If that day really comes, you can wait for me in my later years of this life, and if I do make such a choice, I want you to do it. She reached out and gently pushed her avenue towards Chen Shangsheng. Chen Shangsheng reached out and grabbed it this time. It was an extreme method that represented time, speed, and light. In general, with his own 5 elements breathing art, it had long since sublimated and transformed into the power of the supreme origin. At the moment of final sublimation, I came to realize that my body had long since departed from the ordinary realm, and that both the Dao and the body had completed a kind of evolution, and that I had detected a hint of a secret in the underworld. This is the way of the flying immortal. The current me should be considered a kind of flying immortal body. Let's call it that for now. She stared at Chen Shangsheng. Do you know why some invincible physiques, or immortal bodies, are born in certain eras, and they are incredibly powerful, yet they are unable to witness the Dao? At this moment, it was as if Chen Shangsheng violently seemed to have realized something. He stared at the Empress, his expression moving a bit at this moment. Do you mean that those so-called invincible physiques are actually the reflection of a certain type of great Dao origin that has been sublimated to the extreme? The Begonia Empress nodded her head gently. But how exactly is this done? Chen Shangsheng inquired. The Begonia Empress just smiled without saying anything and looked up at the sky. Chen Shangsheng then fell silent. I am giving you my Dao and Law because I see that sometime in the future, a flying immortal body will appear, and this Dao and Law will put him on the ultimate path, and perhaps, it will help you as well. Chen Shangsheng stared at him, and the 5 elements origin erupted with a powerful divine might at this moment. Are you wondering if I am also a reflection of a certain type of great Dao origin? The Empress just gently shook her head. There are some guesses, but I can't see through them. Chen Shangsheng was very skeptical that this Empress saw something. However, he couldn't be sure. Perhaps, it was good to speculate in this manner, so that it could be considered as a certain kind of cover for him. And Chen Shangsheng himself knew very well that his physique was definitely not a reflection of something similar to a certain longevity technique. Although, in the desolate ancient era, there had once been an eternal heavenly father who had lived for a very long time and pioneered a method of longevity. However, Chen Shangsheng was certain that this kind of law and Dao source was not mirrored in himself, as the source of everything he had was because of the system. To this Empress or those forbidden beings, he could at best be considered a kind of taboo, a kind of invincible person, dusted off from some not-so-distant era, occasionally emerging and walking the world. No one could know the secret of his longevity, and it was hard to think that someone in this world could actually live forever and still be an invincible person who had never witnessed the Dao. Someone once guessed something, but that person was long dead. He stared at the Begonia Empress and was silent for a long time before inquiring. I want to know, how far have you gotten in the Emperor realm? What exactly is the division above the Emperor realm? The Begonia Empress asked with a smile. You really want to know? Chen Shangsheng nodded. Of course. I've taken a step above the Emperor realm, and I'm only one step away from the next step. Rolling, above the 9 heavens, an extremely angry fluctuation faintly came from the sky, and this fluctuation exuded an aura of destroying everything, as if it was warning of something. and both Chen Changsheng and the Begonia Empress felt gazed upon by something at the same time. That thing represented a supreme rule, and it seemed that as long as Empress Begonia continued to speak, there would be terrible consequences. The Empress did not continue. Chen Changsheng had understood. This was the supreme rule that was preventing the Great Emperor from spreading any information about the Emperor realm to any living being. No wonder. So many great emperors throughout the ages have left behind no semblance of news. Chen Changsheng also realized at this moment. It seemed that only great emperors who had experienced the baptism of heavenly destiny could see the path afterward, but it was ineffable and untransmittable, and I'm afraid this other category of theirs will need to look entirely to themselves. Chen Changsheng's mood was a bit complicated. I'm afraid there would be many secrets that the great emperor could not tell. As the agent of heaven's mandate, he also deserved to know more secrets of this world. For example, the Forbidden Land, the road to immortality, those mysterious phenomena. The Begonia Empress looked at the contemplative Chen Changsheng with a beaming smile and suddenly uttered a shocking sentence. Perhaps, I think we can breed a child with an amazing bloodline. Well, Chen Changsheng snapped his head up, his face darkening. What is the Empress talking about? She wants to sleep with me? He just felt a surge of outrageousness. Do you know what you're talking about? The Empress laughed lightly. One of the rules that no living being can erase is reproduction. So why do you think it's something to be ashamed of? Chen Changsheng was speechless. I'm sorry, I have no such mind. I only need to take a trace of your essence blood. Chen Changsheng's face is even more black. This Empress is now starting to want to borrow seeds. Too outrageous, right? He silently turned away from the Empress. The Empress sighed. I should have known to suppress you first before. After all, you are the one man in this world that I can barely look past. Really don't think about it? Chen Changsheng shook his head. There is absolutely no such possibility. The Begonia Empress felt a bit sorry for him, then stared at him again. Since you don't agree with my first suggestion, do you want to hear my second suggestion? Chen Changsheng stared at her. She laughed. Follow me to completely overthrow a forbidden land. In fact, from the perspective of those self-decapitated supreme beings, Chen Changsheng is also a forbidden type of being. The number of times he strikes out is not too many. No one can guess that he is long-lived. At most, when he is an invincible person who has become a Taoist in an alternative way in the recent times, this is only a few epochs. And all those self-decapitated supreme beings have lived for countless epochs. So don't be entangled in exposing or not exposing. Update Chapter 2 at 12 o'clock. Thanks for your support. Chapter 050, Breaking into the Sea of Reincarnation with the Female Emperor. The smile on the Begonia Empress's face did not recede as she uttered these words lightly, as if overthrowing a forbidden land was just as easy as a slap in the face for her. Chen Changsheng wasn't sure if she was joking or serious. It always seemed that there was something different about the Begonia Emperor who had lived a second life. He slowly opened his mouth to inquire. Do you know how astonishing a great emperor who could completely overturn a forbidden land was throughout the ages? How many forbidden lands have been completely sunk in this world? How easy it is to overthrow a forbidden land. However, the Begonia Empress only laughed softly. In recent eras, how many supreme beings do you think are left in these forbidden lands? Chen Changsheng silently deduced after a moment of silence. Emperor Aotian's era was considered to be one of the eras with the highest number of taboo beings lost. Plus he had also subdued 1 or 2 taboo beings, and although he had also slaughtered one during the era of the 9 Orifices Stone Emperor, he himself had also transformed into a taboo, so it was considered to be even. And now when the Begonia Empress was there, she had already subdued 3 taboo beings on her own. Doing the math this way, Chen Changsheng stared at the Begonia Empress and suddenly felt that it might be feasible to overthrow a forbidden land, but it would also require some proper planning. He spoke out. If one can judge the number of forbidden beings present in these forbidden places, as long as one finds the least amount of forbidden places, perhaps, it is indeed feasible. Did you know? Chen Changsheng knew that the great emperor knew more secrets than he did, and perhaps there were secrets related to the forbidden land. The Begonia Empress smiled gently. I'm not really sure. Chen Changsheng sighed. But, maybe we'll know soon enough. The Empress looked at him. This time since these forbidden places don't follow the rules, it's my turn to be unreasonable for once. Is there any interest in a subsequent trip? Chen Changsheng knew what the Begonia Empress was going to do, and he smiled moolly. Why not? The Empress gently nodded her head, and at this moment, a step was taken. Just like a flying fairy, the dense power of the flying fairy was incomparably bright at this moment, and a slender jade hand directly blasted a piece of the void. Keep up! The Begonia Empress was the first to enter the void, and the clean white great Dao vase above her head glowed, once again tearing apart a piece of space. As for Chen Changsheng, at this time, his body was wrapped in 5-colored light. His figure was magnificent, and he similarly took a step across. His 5 fingers opened, and 5-colored sword light emerged, simultaneously blasting forward. Boom! A female emperor and an invincible person joined forces at this moment and shattered a piece of the void. their figures completely disappearing into the 9 heavens and 10 earths, entering a certain piece of space and time. Buzz. With the shattering of spacetime, Chen Shansheng seemed to see an endless ocean of pitch blackness across spacetime, the sea of reincarnation. He stomped down, supreme divine might erupted, and 5-colored divine flames spread out and blossomed beneath the soles of his feet, transforming into 5-colored great Dao laws that suppressed them. There was a click. As the last layer of spacetime shattered, 2 figures simultaneously linked up and appeared in the sky above this ocean of reincarnation. At this time, the empire might of the Begonia Empress fully erupted, no longer calm, but even more furious than this ocean. The breath that suppressed the ages stirred up this dark ocean straight force, filled with a wave of destruction of everything. On the other hand, Chen Shangsheng, who was on the side, was likewise radiating his supreme might without any scruples at this moment, comparable to the emperor's might, with the 5-colored origin transforming into the Huagai, dropping down 10,000 laws, and the 5-colored flames of light being vast and majestic, and the divine might rushing to the heavens. The auras of the 2 invincible ones seemed to have opened up a world independently in this dark ocean, just overlooking everything. How does it feel? It was the first time Chen Changsheng had entered the Forbidden Land, and this feeling was far more intense than his little world. This place seems to be isolated from the traces of the great Dao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not only that, but even time and space. The Empress nodded. This is one of the secrets of why these forbidden beings can live for so long. Every forbidden place is like a prison, but the perfect feng shui place for those old things who don't want to die, to escape the debt collection from generation to generation. And just then, the entire sea of reincarnation suddenly rioted, and a unique law flowed through the bottomless sea, followed by the revival of a forbidden aura. Above the sea of reincarnation, a terrifying figure began to emerge, and each of these figures was filled with a supreme might. Obviously, all of these figures were once emperors and emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, once invincible, now forbidden beings. The black, boundless ocean world swirled with a forbidden law, and dark lightning streaked by, seemingly tearing everything apart. Empress, you passed. A neutral figure echoed over this pitch-black sea, and Chen Changsheng saw, in the extreme distance, a huge glow that looked like a full moon over the pitch-black sea, spreading a clear light. But he found a hint of the true meaning of reincarnation on it. It was as if the core secret of this forbidden land was hidden within that clear glow, and within that clear glow, there might actually be a lord of the forbidden land hidden. Chen Changsheng looked towards the Empress. The Begonia Empress had her hands behind her back. Her body was covered with the power of the flying immortal, incomparably dense. She was the true heavenly destiny of this era, and could be fearless of everything. She looked straight at the clear glow, her tone flat but with a unique dominance. You were the ones who broke the contract first, and it's reasonable and legal for me to fight my way in. Are you only allowed to be unreasonable, but not me? I am a great emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Humph. There was a cold snort, and a killing intent came from his tone. Do you really think that living out a second life is something great? Throughout history, it's not like there were no great emperors who lived out their second lives and were buried in the sea of reincarnation. The Begonia Empress gently shook her head. There are heavens beyond the heavens. It's just a pity that the small sea of reincarnation can't bury me yet. Just then, Chen Shangsheng suddenly sensed that several lines of sight were probing him, and he caught a hint of familiarity from them. He took a step forward, and supreme divine might erupted as the 5-colored flaken draped down 10,000 rays of light, as if it was going to divide this sea. His eyes blossomed with 5-colored divine light, tearing through the pitch-black void at this moment. Didn't you guys try to kill me? Who dares to come out and fight me? Doesn't belong to any era. Supreme breath fully erupted. Chen Shangchi angry swallowed 8 sides. At this time the aura is completely not weaker than the peak of the Begonia female emperor. He suddenly stared at a huge figure and laughed softly. 9 orifices stone emperor. I know it's you. Do you dare to fight? Chen Shangsheng's voice echoed in this sea, like the sound of the great Dao, thunder exploding. However, all that came from the towering pitch-black figure was a sigh. I have no intention of making an enemy of you. In the beginning, the reason why the 9 orifices stone emperor had witnessed the Dao was also because of Chen Changsheng's share of karma, and now that Chen Changsheng had revealed his flawless emperor-level power, he had already decapitated himself, and even though he had plenty of origin, there was no point in going to war. Rolling, the pitch-black ocean was constantly rippling, and the terrifying beings were all emitting terrifying and extreme fluctuations. Only, there was still no one who made the first move. Empress, how on earth can we stop? The Empress had her hands behind her back, her 3,000 green silks flying as she smiled faintly. Of course I want the most precious thing in the sea of reincarnation. Just this sentence. A violent vibration came from that clear light, and at the same time, almost all of the forbidden beings were furious, and a voice came from all of them. Don't even think about it. Shoo away. There was no hesitation. Chen Changsheng all exploded at this moment. The dense 5 elemental origins echoed each other, The supreme divine might filled the heavens and earth. The five-colored divine light completely shrouded the entire sea at this moment, and the entire sea of reincarnation set off billions of huge waves at this moment. Then all of them will be extremely sublimated. The ultimate battle. Look at the end. Who dies? Who lives? Chapter 051, Battling Taboo Beings. Threatening the Sea of Reincarnation. Rolling. The entire sea of reincarnation completely rioted at this moment, blossoming with a pitch-black curtain of light, which was a manifestation of the unique laws of the Great Tao unlike those of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The entire sea of reincarnation seemed to have all turned into an endless ocean of laws at this moment. A five-colored divine might suddenly blossomed like a great sun, and the drooping five-colored light was like the most extreme flames in the world, covering the endless ocean as if it wanted to burn and refine it. Buzz. The sea overturned as if it were drooping down, and in an instant, it turned into pure power of the Great Tao laws drowning the two invincible figures. But the next moment, a brilliant white light suddenly manifested in the heavens and earth. It was a flying immortal, white and flawless. With a casual slap of his delicate jade hand, he actually forcefully tore the endless sea of reincarnation into two halves. A figure manifested, forbidden power spreading across the sky as he sat on top of the pitch-black ocean. His hands coiled around a pitch-black longsword, and with a clear roar, a sword light emanating the might of the extreme Tao tore through everything, pointing directly at Chen Changsheng and the Begonia Empress. Chen Changsheng turned around, his eyes emitting five-colored flame light. A heavenly ancient tree emerged behind him, and a long river as red as magma hung. He blasted his fist forward, and the ancient trees in the sky behind him drooped countless life essence, and the crimson fire path instantly erupted, rolling. The fluctuations that destroyed everything directly blew up that sword tire, and even more directly blew up the vast and endless sea of reincarnation into a bottomless hole that could not be calmed for a long time. Extreme realm sublimation it is. He went forward, and under his feet was a five-colored avenue spreading out. These forbidden beings that stayed in the sea of reincarnation were in the main battlefield, and could recover most of their battle power without the need for extreme sublimation. But they were not perfect after all. Chen Changsheng was completely fearless. His five-elemental breath technique was the supreme origin, unending, and the thing he was most unafraid of was group battles, so he used his great divine ability, filling the sky with five-colored flames of light to pull down all the forbidden living beings. Sound of a crash. A terrifying aura came from the dark depths of the ocean floor. In an instant, a large hand flowing with extreme realm divine might blossomed like a lotus flower, and fluctuations that destroyed everything instantly swept across. The five-colored divine might instantly closed in at this moment, and Chen Changsheng stomped down, the splendid great Tao laws suppressing, and an extreme fluctuation directly erupted with the dense palms of the sea of reincarnation. Rolling, a line of void cracks appeared across the entire sea, but right at this moment, the space behind Chen Changsheng quietly opened a bright red one eye that was incomparably peculiar, presenting 3 barbed runes, and the next moment, Chen Changsheng's body couldn't move as a spatial shackle continued to be added to his body. At the same time, a chain of laws grew from his body at this moment, locking his god and soul, along with the great Tao. Cut it out. A void instantly collapsed. The sky was filled with astonishing sword light. That sword light was endless, carrying a killing intent that broke through everything, killing sacred sword art. In this moment, he gained insight into this kind of law, sourcing a great emperor of the human race who walked the path of the merciless sword. With a cold snort, he no longer held back, and the 2 radiant clusters of Bing Dao within his body suddenly erupted. All the spatial shackles and chains of laws crumbled as much as they could. Immediately after that, the 5-colored halo slowly rose like a small sun, and suddenly, the power of the 5 elements swept towards the densely packed swordlight. A supreme force of laws continuously collapsed, and the entire sea of reincarnation was agitated. Chen Changsheng was alone and involving several taboo beings without losing the slightest bit of ground. Everything is born, Chen Changsheng softly shouted, and the surrounding void stretched out countless ancient trees in the sky at this moment, while a complete world's shadow emerged, with mountains, rivers, and mountains stretching out in front of him. Immediately afterward, a crimson cauldron appeared, symbols flowed, and a phoenix flew out from it, singing up to the sky. Again, he raised his hand and pointed, filling the sky with solemn sharp golden sword chi. He looked at the sea of reincarnation and smiled gently. Make the best use of what you have. An origin of the great Tao surprisingly pulled the power of seawater up, and the 5 elements killing art transformed into the great Tao perfectly at this moment. At this moment, Chen Changsheng finally displayed the complete 5 elements slaying art, transforming it into the greatest killing opportunity, simultaneously enveloping all of those taboo beings, and those taboo beings had to all join forces to resist at this moment. And the other side, the Begonia Empress was incomparably strong as she headed towards the clear glow, erupting with the power of the ultimate flying immortal, a brilliant white light tearing through all the laws within the sea of reincarnation. The sea of reincarnation rioted, and all the power of the laws of the entire sea suppressed towards the Begonia Empress. At the same time, a great halberd collapsed the void, and a figure with a majestic blood aura swung an imperial fist as if it had shattered a slice of space and time, arriving in an instant. However, at a certain moment, an incomparably stunning smile bloomed on the face of the Begonia Empress. The Emperor of the last era is nothing more than that. At the moment when that Emperor's fist was about to come, it seemed as if everything was forbidden, and even though it was only for a breath, it was enough time for her to do more than that. A jade hand directly slapped that Imperial soldier away. In the next moment, the power of the flying Immortal instantly landed on top of that huge figure, and with a rumbling sound, it even directly suppressed it into the dark ocean floor. The two great emperors from the previous era and this era met, and they were almost instantly divided into winners and losers. She took a step forward and confronted the clear glow. "I'll overturn the entire sea of reincarnation today." A white as jade great Dao vase emerged above its head, and the power that suppressed everything was converging, about to strike a supreme origin strike. At this very moment, the clear glow suddenly spread a ripple. Thud! The entire sea of reincarnation blossomed at this moment with a pitch-black light that seemed to have condensed into substance, drowning everything. Not just Chen Changsheng and the Haitang Empress, but even those forbidden supreme beings were all submerged within. Chen Changsheng was surrounded by a five-colored halo of light, and could feel a powerful suppressive force, a little like the suppressive force of the Immortal Ascension path that he had initially entered the edge of the universe, but with some differences. It was just that under this power, even he was hindered. However, if the 12 soldiers' paths were utilized, it might be possible to break away from this status quo. But Chen Changsheng clearly had no intention of revealing his other identity. But a brilliant white light erupted. A flying immortal shadow broke through the pitch-black curtain of light that was as solid as substance at this moment and came before that clear glow. The white palm bloomed with an incomparably dense power of the flying immortal. At the same time, from within that clear light, a pitch-black palm greeted it at the same time. The moment the two palms were facing each other, it was as if a world was constantly destroying and reorganizing itself in the hands of the two, finally transforming into an indescribable ray of light. Terrifying fluctuations erupted, sweeping in all directions, but at the same time, they also broke all the laws of the Great Tao. With the two as the center, the sea of reincarnation continued to recede at this moment, forming a zone of nothingness. That's enough. Continuing to fight is nothing but a lose-lose situation. From within the clear glow came a voice. Chen Changsheng arrived beside the Begonia Empress in a single step, the strength of the five-colored divine light not weakening by a single point, and the aura emanating between the two of them did not dare to allow the laws of the sea of reincarnation to approach by half a step. That depends on what you can give. There was a moment of silence from the voices within the clear glow, and a moment later, several clusters of radiant light flew out. The Begonia Empress reached out and grabbed it in her hand, then let out a light laugh. Not bad. She then threatened the sea of reincarnation. Remember, as long as I'm still in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, you may not come out of the world. There was still a silence. What? Not opening the door yet? Is it to keep leaving the two of us here? Next moment, a huge crack appeared right at the bottom of the sea, and from within that crack came the familiar great Tao laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Empress Begonia just looked at it. Let's go. Soon, the two figures simply disappeared into the sea of reincarnation, leaving behind only the sound of endless waves, which seemed to represent the anger of certain beings, and Chen Changsheng only looked back once before he left, as if to say, but so. Chapter 052, The Mystery of the Reincarnation Liquid. Among the stars of the universe, a huge crack suddenly appeared just like that, and then, from within the crack, two figures wrapped in the laws of the Great Tao walked out of it just like that. By the time the two had completely returned to the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the rift had abruptly disappeared again. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but look back, and after feeling the laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he then twisted his head to look at the Empress. This is the end? Originally, it was thought that the two would completely overturn a sea of reincarnation. After all, the commotion made was too great. I didn't expect it to end so suddenly. It was never meant to be a continuing mess. The Begonia Empress smiled gently, then pushed a few brilliant balls of light towards Chen Changsheng. These things are useless to me. You take them. Chen Changsheng took it over to have a look. These light clusters were filled with some incomparably precious divine materials, and among them, there were also two types of immortal gold that were hard to find in the world. Daojacking gold and Immortal Tears green gold. Chen Changsheng glanced at her. How could he not have expected the Empress to give him both types of immortal gold? It seems there is something even more precious than immortal gold, he inquired, and the Empress merely smiled faintly and flipped her palm, and in the center of her palm, a pitch-black vial sank and floated, emitting a unique fluctuation. That was the unique law of the sea of reincarnation. The Empress simply sighed and similarly gave this item to Chen Changsheng. This is considered a truly precious thing, the true secret of the reincarnation sea. Only, I am the great emperor of the current generation, and this item is instead the most useless thing to me. Chen Qiansheng received the pitch-black jade bottle with some surprise. What is this thing? The Empress smiled slightly. Something called Reincarnation liquid. You can think of him as the product of having something similar to Heaven's destiny. In terms of some sort of efficacy, even the immortal god pill might not be as cherished as it. Otherwise, why do you think those forbidden beings want to hide inside the Forbidden Land even if they cut themselves? It possesses too many efficacies, except that it contradicts with Heaven's destiny, and this thing might be of some use to you. Chen Qiansheng played with the jade bottle in his hand. He only felt that this time the harvest of breaking into the Forbidden Land was too great. He felt the thrill of when the Aotian Emperor broke into the Forbidden Land to claim the immortal gold. This feeling of being a robber threatening the Forbidden Land was too good. That is to say, other forbidden places also have something similar to it? The Begonia Empress nodded. Chen Qiansheng came to have some interest. Perhaps, when he finished studying this reincarnation liquid, those forbidden places should beware. After 100 years, I will send a message to you. Chen Qiansheng instantly understood what the Empress was up to, and in 100 years' time, those beings in the Forbidden Land should also know about the fact that he and the Empress of the current era had caused a ruckus in the Sea of Reincarnation. Perhaps, by the time they boarded the door, these forbidden places would have changed their faces, and when they walked through these forbidden places one by one, thoroughly determining the number of supreme beings that existed in these forbidden places, in the end, it might be possible to determine exactly which forbidden place they wanted to topple. Which stage do you think the Sea of Reincarnation belongs to among these forbidden places? The Empress pondered a little for a while. I can sense that there are quite a few supreme beings dusted off in the Sea of Reincarnation. This isn't a very good choice. Chen Qiansheng nodded. He had the same feeling. Then he added, in that case, I'll go back first. The Empress smiled. Really not going to have a seat at my place? Chen Qiansheng immediately shook his head and took a step back. That won't be necessary. This Empress is not kind to him, greedy for his body. Chen Qiansheng but doorclearer. This if you go, is not a sheep into the tiger's mouth? Farewell. With a slight smile, a five-colored divine light directly tore through the void, and Chen Qiansheng's figure instantly disappeared. In the starry sky, only the Empress was left to sigh alone. Does he like it a little stronger? Inside the small world, Chen Qiansheng had already returned by now, and he sorted the pile of divine materials in front of him into categories, and took out the 2 pieces of immortal gold. The destruction axe can be fused with a piece of immortal gold. The killing power should be a few points more. When casting the 10,000 spirit cauldron, Chen Qiansheng had fused a piece of immortal gold into it, and his returning ruins bell was even a piece of immortal wood like returning ruins ruogi. Although the greatest killing power was still the breaking axe, it was indeed a bunch of divine materials refined, and if it was integrated into immortal gold, it would undoubtedly be even stronger. Chen Qiansheng even considered using immortal gold or immortal wood for all his future Dao weapons, and when the 12 arms Dao became a great success, the corresponding Dao weapons would definitely shake the ancient world. It's just that I don't know how long it will be before my 12 soldiers' paths come to fruition. Chen Qiansheng exuded a bitter smile. His third Bing Dao was currently a long way off. With a sigh, a pitch-black jade bottle appeared before his eyes, flowing with a hint of laws from the Sea of Reincarnation. He raised his hand and pointed, and the 5-colored divine light completely isolated this area of heaven and earth, which then broke the seal of the jade bottle. A drop of liquid like mercury floated out, and the surrounding void was constantly deformed as if it was being pulled by the drop. Chen Qiansheng looked at the drop of liquid with eyes like torches, only to feel that the drop of liquid had a unique law shielding it from all prying eyes. Snapped. Fluctuations like the waves of the ocean erupted, actually pulling the 5 elements origin and the Dao of War origin within Chen Qiansheng's body to simultaneously erupt with a dense divine might. So it is. Chen Qiansheng seemed to have realized a hint of the true meaning of it, and then he directly swallowed the drop of liquid into his abdomen, and then slowly closed his eyes. The entire small world exuded inexplicable fluctuations at this moment, and his figure was completely enveloped by a 5-colored halo, as if he had transformed into a cocoon. Time is long. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed by, and this day, a flying immortal's power stayed beyond the small world. The 5-colored cocoon without any half-halo came from a vibration at this moment, and in the next moment, a 5-colored divine light broke out of the cocoon, and a slender young man pinched that flying immortal power with both fingers. Is it time? A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and the thought of going to those forbidden places to test the waters next caused him some suppressed excitement. Although it had only been a short 100 years or so, refining a small amount of reincarnation liquid. However, Chen Qiansheng understood the true function of that reincarnation liquid. Shaping the origin and divine soul was only one of them. The real effect was that it allowed him to see a path above the Emperor realm, a path that was incomparably clear as he refined the reincarnation liquid, leading straight to the heavens, and he realized that he was only standing at a certain node of this path. and there were 9 such nodes. He stood infinitely close to the second node. This may be the secret the Great One is hiding. At the same time, during these 100 years, both his 5 elements origin and the Dao of War origin had become more abundant in an invisible manner, and his third Dao of War had taken another step forward under the effect of the reincarnation liquid and the power of deduction. Perhaps, such a thing exists in every forbidden land, and completely occupying a forbidden land would be a good choice for me. Chen Qianxing suddenly thought of the White Jade capital in the middle of the cosmic borderlands. It would undoubtedly be the best choice if he occupied the White Jade capital, but the current him was unable to actually ascend that White Jade capital. So, there is a transition option at hand. That is to occupy a forbidden land. And he, Chen Qianxing, truly a lord of the forbidden land. Chapter 053, strongly entering the star-swallowing abyss. Cosmic stars. The power of heaven's mandate was as vast as the sea, and the imperial might of that Begonia Empress who had lived out her second life filled the air, and every living being felt a sense of oppression like the might of the heavens at this moment. Chen Qianxing found the Empress who emanated the power of the flying immortal in the starry sky. She was smiling, bright and white, dressed in a white flying fairy dress, floating like a heavenly fairy. Do you have to make such a big commotion? Chen Qianxing sighed somewhat helplessly as he looked at this Empress. The Empress was not amused. I'm just trying to tell them that I'm coming so they can prepare and choose. She glanced at Chen Qianxing with some surprise. It seems like that thing is really useful to you. Now I can't be sure of suppressing you. Chen Qianxing just laughed it off. He knew that she was talking about that reincarnation liquid. In fact, in 100 years, he had only refined a small amount, but no matter what, he was also considered to have taken on a part of her love. So, he opened his mouth and inquired, if you're going to that forbidden land next, do you have any traces of them? The Empress just laughed lightly. In these 100 years or so, I've already found 2 forbidden places, both of which have been imprinted with the Heaven's Mandate seal. Chen Qianxing was slightly stunned. Perhaps this was the benefit of Heaven's Mandate to become a Taoist. As long as one was in this universe, one would always be traced by such Heaven's Mandate people, and the alternative path to becoming a man is really going to be all about you. Follow me. The Empress glanced at him, then directly transformed into a flying immortal force, instantly leaving this starry sky. Chen Qianxing followed closely behind, neither of them deliberately concealing their traces as they unleashed their supreme divine might in the cosmic stars. This is it. A few days later, the 2 figures arrived at a land full of stars, which was filled with life essence. The Empress took a step forward, and a piece of the starry sky instantly collapsed. A flying immortal power flew out from that collapsed space. The Empress grasped the power of the flying immortal with one white jade hand, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. It's locked. In the next moment, the dense power of the flying immortal erupted, transforming into a pure chain of laws that instantly blocked off a piece of the void. In the next moment, the jade hand lightly slapped, and the godless might melted the 10,000 paths like an oven, breaking down everything. The space in front of them shattered like a mirror, and several spatial storms like tornadoes tore towards the 2 of them at the same time. Chen Qianxing merely stepped forward and punched, the 5 elements slaughtering technique coalescing, followed by a glowing fist seal as the 5-colored supreme divine might blasted through everything. Go! The 2 of them just forcefully broke in, and wherever they passed, they were crushed to pieces by the supreme aura. Rumble! A blue celestial light suddenly bloomed, and the pure power of the laws transformed into the sharpest sheg in the world at this moment to strike a destructive blow towards the 2. The Begonia Empress eyes glowed, and a flying immortal in her body rushed out of her body, transforming into an immortal beheading blade, and the snow-white power of the flying immortal condensed into a substance, and in just an instant, it chopped the 2 law spears to pieces. Then, behind her back, 365 snow-white light clusters suddenly surfaced, and an ancient artifact surfaced inside each of them, emanating astonishing fluctuations. She took a step forward, and the 365 ancient artifacts vibrated in unison, filled with a dense supreme might and blossomed with dazzling light, as if 365 worlds had surfaced at the same time, holding this place open. Go! Layers and layers of world shadows began to stack up, and eventually, 365 light shadows disappeared, as if a portal had been opened. The 2 just walked in. Immortal light began to bloom in the world before his eyes, and Chen Qianxing could simultaneously feel a forbidden divine might spreading unchecked. Call, fail, a student. A clear bell sound echoed continuously in this world. The 5 elements origin on Chen Qianxing's body suddenly erupted with supreme divine might, fending off the heart-stopping bell sound and wearing out all the aura. As a piece of mist slowly dispersed, what appeared before his eyes was a vast starry sky, densely packed with bright stars that were like a sea here, with no end in sight, filled with rich star power and the essence of all things. Chen Qianxing knew which forbidden land this was. Swallow the star abyss. This is a forbidden place outside the 9 heavens and 10 regions, rarely appearing in the world, mysterious and incomparable, and some dark beings come from here. The Begonia Empress went forward, exuding a rich imperial might and the power of heavenly destiny unique to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The entire vast sea of stars seemed to riot as countless star power carried unique laws toward this female emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to suppress her. However, the Empress just stood in place with her hands behind her back, her 3,000 strands of hair flying, and above her head was a white as jade great Dao vase, emitting a burst of law ripples. All the star power that came close was powerfully worn out. I know you know we're coming, so that's your choice? The Empress opened her mouth and uttered a voice, and all the sea of stars blossomed with a bright light at that moment. Subsequently, at the very center of the sea of stars was an incomparably bright star. No, I shouldn't say a star. I should say something extremely similar to the heaven's mandate, intertwined with countless star power, the essence of all things, and the power of the laws. It was a massive greenish-silver light that was incomparably huge and bloomed with extremely exuberant fluctuations. An old voice came out from inside, his tone calm, carrying a supreme majesty. I, swallowing star abyss, am willing to step back. As long as this is done, I will restrain the rest of the people during your time on Earth, and will not show up in the world. The Empress just smiled faintly. Late, do you know what kind of choice the Reincarnation Sea has made? The words just fell. The entire sea of stars began to tremble. A forbidden aura began to revive. A blurred figure rose from the sea of stars. Its aura, as if it was about to tear apart a piece of the universe, a supreme aura permeated out. Chen Chongqing suddenly took a step forward, and the 5-colored origin completely blossomed at this moment. The splendor of its light and the overriding power of its divine might causing a forbidden being to gaze and stare. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. He let out a soft laugh, his gaze looking at one of the figures. It was a familiar aura. It was the skeleton that sat high above the throne during the original fight for the immortal woodflower. A dark being from the star-swallowing abyss. An invincible one. From inside the clear silver-like mass came a sentence, followed by what looked like a warning. It's already not easy for you to become a Taoist in another category. Why do you need to dabble in this muddy water? Speaking of which, you and I should be of the same kind. So why don't you enter the Lord's forbidden land? Dust off the future. Or you can wait for the opening of the path to immortality. On the path of the great Tao, there is only one enemy of ours, and that is the great emperor of the day. Who is the one who broke the great Tao? He who travels with him will suffer doom and will surely be liquidated. Throughout the ages, which of those peerless people who have been amazing for ages have been able to end up well? In the end, after a lifetime of conquering, they could only become the accompaniment of great emperors. Chen Chongqing was silent for a while as he carried his hands behind his back, his 5-colored supreme divine might constantly fluctuating. He looked at the Empress and suddenly said, "What if I suddenly feel as if he's making some sense?" The Empress smiled. "What do you want?" Chen Chongqing twisted his head to look at the ball of clear silver light, the corner of his mouth curving up. Joining the Forbidden Land is indeed a good choice. However, the position of the Lord of this Forbidden Land should be more suitable for me. Rolling, star sea riots, endless stars in this moment wildly surging law power. A taboo spirit also began to revive. That the center of the huge star is blooming the most brilliant light. A mere invincible person. It's not like I, star swallowing abyss, haven't subdued great emperors before. Then try and revive your 10,000 things star dipper burial heavily array, and see if today, I can break it open or not. The female emperor shouted, 365 world shadows surfacing behind her, and the dense power of the flying immortals filled the heavens and the earth, as if she wanted to prop open this sea of stars. And Chen Chongqing was even transformed into the first 5-colored divine might at this time and crashed directly into the sea of stars, his divine might overwhelming the world. Today, he was about to suppress a forbidden being in the middle of this forbidden land to see. Brothers, the 3rd dog is almost done, and I have an idea for the 4th dog, but I want to see if any of the bookworms have a better idea for me to hype up. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 054, Everlasting Life Kills the Supreme Being. Female Emperor refines the Great Tao. The entire land of stars and seas that could not be seen at a glance was completely riotous, and Chen Chongqing directly charged in with his 5 elements origin, directly seeking out that dark being. With a wave of his hand, a 5-colored swordlight with supreme might directly decimated a starfield. A huge bone palm fell towards him, while from the sea of stars, another bone palm came from the bottom to the top, and on top of the bone palm, the extreme might flowed, covered in green flames of laws. Right in the middle of the 2 bone palms, everything was tightened, and the flames of law turned by the supreme greatness burned up everything that could be burned, and even the void disappeared. A huge white bone topped the sky, massive in the middle of the sea of stars. Buzz, steep. In the midst of that green flame, a 5-colored divine might erupted. The 5-colored light was so dense that Chen Chongqing went forward, executing the extreme 5 elements killing technique, directly breaking through that space. He then stomped his foot on top of the giant skeleton's head. The forbidden might that belonged uniquely to him exploded, and the huge alabaster skeleton disintegrated in an instant. But at this moment, the entire sea of stars was transformed into a gigantic formation at this moment, and the power of the Star Dipper erupted from the sky, emanating a forbidden killing chance. Chen Xiangsheng had only glanced at her and had already lost sight of the Empress's figure, but he didn't care at all. This was a killing formation that targeted forbidden beings, and even Chen Xiangsheng felt a hint of palpitations. The 5 elemental origins began to flow continuously, the laws of the great Dao dropping down, Chen Xiangsheng's aura growing stronger and stronger, and then, the extremely dense 5-colored divine might spread out and blasted in all directions. The might of the forbidden killing formation erupted, and the countless star power transformed into a terrifying killing weapon that was endless at this moment, instantly drowning Chen Xiangsheng's figure. In the meantime, the Empress, who was in the middle of the forbidden killing formation, just looked at the huge incomparable star. She just smiled faintly. Her imperial might flowed, and then she transformed into a flying immortal's power. The shadows of the 365 worlds had steeply emerged, actually hardening the forbidden killing formation. The great Dao treasure vase gently shook and directly wore out all the starlight around it. She headed straight for the giant star. The flying immortal strike destroyed the heavens and shook the entire forbidden grand formation. Rolling, that huge star began to blossom with a brilliant light, and a figure floated out. A picture of the heavens emerged behind him, with golden dragons roaring and divine phoenixes flying, as he blasted out with a single punch, and the 10,000 paths were shattered, and a huge aura instantly filled the air. Power extreme real mirrors. The Empress laughed softly and struck across again, the piercing power of the flying immortal shining brighter than those stars. In the middle of the sea of stars, there were several terrifying figures coming at extreme speeds. With a rumbling sound, a massive iceberg appeared out of nowhere, the extreme ice-cold law freezing the countless starseas at this moment, along with the void falling into a kind of materialization. Extremely far away, there was a figure holding a golden-colored longbow with a body like a dragon, and the great Dao had outlined peculiar runes on it like dragon scales. As one hand pulled the bowstring, it was like thousands of thunderstorms descending at once. In an instant, a radiant and huge golden light broke through everything, like a golden dragon coming out of the sea. Behind this golden dragon was a dense golden light, as if a golden world was coming to suppress it. A terrifying killing machine descended, along with the forbidden killing formation was activated. But at this moment, the Begonia Empress floated like an immortal, covered in the power of the flying immortal. A light suddenly flashed on her brow. In an instant, a white light completely shattered the iceberg that had frozen everything. An exaggerated to a great extent figure overlapped in layers, as if tens of millions of female emperors were constantly souls out and back in place. The huge palm covered the sky. The dense power of the flying immortal was like a complete sky pressing down. Rumble! The golden light dimmed. The entire sea of stars looked like it was sinking steeply at this moment. But all of a sudden, the countless stars suddenly eclipsed as if there was only darkness left. On the Empress body, dense and slender light of the great Dao was inserted. The huge figure steeply shattered. The Empress complexion looked like she had suddenly lost her light, and her entire body began to crumble and reorganize, like two forces were constantly fighting against each other. In the end, only a white light remained in the void of space. This is a forbidden killing formation that the entire sea of stars has been transformed into, and I'm afraid that even an ordinary great emperor would have to drink his hatred when he comes. 3 figures appeared, and they looked in another direction at the same time. In that direction, a flawless emperor-level power was ascending, but soon, the power began to fall, and then, disappeared completely. A 5-colored divine might blasted through a land of nothingness, and he glanced at the figure wrapped in a cocoon of light before throwing a snow-white jade-like skeleton out. His gaze just stared at the only huge star here and now. Who's coming? I will give you the time of extreme sublimation. Chen Xiangxing's tone was domineering and incomparable as he carried his hands behind his back, the 5 elemental origins illuminating the entire star-swallowing abyss, the laws of the great Dao encircling him, and the ancient trees of the sky surfacing behind him, his supreme aura breaking through everything. Those 3 figures were silent. The same goes for that bright star. An extremely sublimated emperor-level being had been killed just like that, or in the middle of a forbidden land, and they knew what that meant. You're an anomaly. A voice came from among the bright stars. Chen Xiangxing just smiled. But you, an alien, are ultimately hopeless against us. A figure stepped out from among the stars, wrapped in the power of the stars and unable to see his face. I see the future, and you're going to be the biggest obstacle, so I'm going to completely bury you here. Chen Xiangsheng only felt a burst of ridicule as he remained flat as he faced that figure and the 3 forbidden beings, while also sensing the other few forbidden auras beginning to revive. In this world, a being who can bury me has yet to appear. Within him, the 2 clusters of Bing Dao began to tremble with a touch of excitement. They had been silent for too long. Perhaps it was time for them to show themselves. Right here, completely sinking a star-swallowing abyss might also be a good choice. Buzz. suddenly the entire Forbidden Land trembled, including Chen Changsheng. The gazes of all the people at this moment all looked toward the Empress, who had turned into a cocoon of light. At this moment, the laws of the great Dao flowed, and a light of flying immortals rushed out from it, carrying an unrivaled and supreme oppressive force. The voice of that figure surrounded by starlight became cold and incomparable at this moment. So you're borrowing my forbidden killing formation to hammer your own Dao? It was my miscalculation. A brilliant immortal light broke through the light cocoon, and the entire sea of stars reappeared. Only, even though the sea of stars at this time was incomparably bright, it was missing a forbidden killing force. All of them were honed by the Begonia Empress to refine their avenues. The Begonia Empress appeared, absolutely magnificent, her head hanging in the light of the sky, the silhouettes of the 365 worlds behind her gazing more and more into view, holding up a great Dao vase in her hands. She laughed softly. How? The figure surrounded by starlight let out a sigh. That's just it. In the future, as long as you, the Begonia Empress, are alive, I, star-swallowing abyss, will never show my face again. He waved his palm. A brilliant ball of starlight peeled away from the star. Take that. The Empress took the starlight and a void rift appeared, but neither of them moved. Chen Changsheng just burst into a light laugh. If you say it's just that, it's just that. Who do you think you are? Asked me. Rolling. The five-colored divine might erupted as Chen Changsheng directly crossed over the Begonia Empress and looked directly at the figure surrounded by starlight, his aura rushing to the sky and shaking the starry river. Several channels of forbidden might seem to be destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as they pressed over at the same time. The figure looked at the Empress, but the Empress shook her head and laughed. This man is not under my control. He's him and I'm me. The Begonia Empress took another step back after laughing softly until she retreated behind Chen Changsheng. And, I'm just a woman. Time to hide behind a man. She looked at Chen Changsheng's back with the corners of her mouth slightly hooked and her eyes glowing. Not only can I not control him, I still look up to him. 2 chapters to go, and a few more to go before the Empress story comes to an end and the next storyline begins. So stay tuned. Chapter 055, jointly traveling through major forbidden lands. Rolling. The entire star-swallowing abyss was like a divine thunder roar above the 9 heavens at this moment, and the entire sea of stars continuously tumbled, as countless star power blossomed, once again surging with a forbidden killing force. In particular, the several taboo beings that had been sleeping in the sea of stars were all reviving their aura at the moment, their light flames suppressing the 10,000 paths, and each figure looked like they had opened up an independent heaven and earth. They just stared at the figure shrouded in 5-colored light, whose aura seemed to be grinding out everything and erupting into an upheaval. However, Chen Changsheng was still only staring at the figure shrouded in starlight, his expression not fluctuating in the slightest. Only, the greatness that the 5 elements of the Supreme Essence had transformed into tore apart all the starlight at this moment, and no starlight was able to approach. Then, he took another step forward, and a 5-colored divine might rose up into the sky, completely blossoming as if he wanted to completely lift this place apart. Finally, that figure entwined in starlight only faintly transmitted a sentence. What an invincible one. I hope you'll be this strong in the future. He reached out and waved his hand, and a brilliant ball of starlight came off from the huge star and floated towards Chen Changsheng, who took it in his hand and just smiled faintly. Don't worry about the future. He looked at this lord of the forbidden land of the star-swallowing abyss. I wonder if this lord of the forbidden land can tell the secrets of the forbidden land. Perhaps, this is a position that you can sit in for some more years. However, that figure just disappeared into the huge star after a cold snort. A huge crack crossed right in front of the two. A word of warning came. If you give 1 more inch, then you'll sink into the boundless expanse of the universe along with the star-swallowing abyss. The Empress smiled faintly. Seeing that your sincerity is still good this time, this is the end of the line. I hope you can keep your promise. Otherwise, I don't mind making another trip. There was just a moment of silence in the huge star, and the auras of the awakened forbidden beings began to slowly dissipate, eventually sinking into the vast and boundless sea of stars. Only then did the two look at each other and simultaneously took a step into the crack around them. 9 heavens and 10 earths. The two of them came out of the star-swallowing abyss, and the Empress looked at him with a hint of a smile. Did you really want to completely overturn this place just now? Chen Changsheng did not veto it, his expression flat. Why not? The Empress just looked ahead with a burst of emotion. Unfortunately, only one great emperor can appear in an era, and even if it's an alternative like you that becomes a Taoist, one may not appear for several eras. Otherwise, where in this world would there be any forbidden places, any dark turmoil? Chen Changsheng was non-committal. Perhaps we can wait until the true golden age. Even great emperors wouldn't dare to say that they can be invincible in the world. The Empress sighed, and a battle spirit blossomed in her eyes. An era like that is likewise an era of the greatest dark turmoil in the universe, where all the forbidden lands will strike, and no one can guarantee that anyone will win. Chen Changsheng was silent for a while, In the history books of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, there had once been a golden age in a certain great era, an incomparably stunning great emperor, coupled with several alternative successful Taoists, with all sorts of invincible physiques coming to fruition. But that golden age is known as the most tumultuous dark age in history. All the forbidden places came out in that era. The forbidden beings were rampant and incomparably active. The great emperors of the current generation fought until their emperor blood dried up and they didn't even manage to live a second life. And those alternative paths to becoming Taoists were even spilling their blood in the starry sky universe. The origin of all those various invincible physiques were plundered clean. The entire 9 heavens and 10 earths were crippled. So much so that the several eras that followed did not even produce a single great emperor, and were known as the darkest era. Chen Changsheng suddenly looked at this empress. Where to next? The empress smiled brightly. Go directly to the divine ruins. Without any hesitation, a flying immortal power directly shattered the void, and the two just disappeared once again. And when they reappeared, they were already in a dark and lightless void, with countless spatial turbulence surging and filled with dead silence. At the very front, there was a huge ancient ruin, like an immortal palace in the sky, only it was dilapidated. A slice of the Death Star surrounded it, and it was incomparably vast. This piece of relic was too big enough to cover the sky, and from a long distance one could see the ancient palace emitting divine light, filled with a sense of the precipitation of the ages. Chen Changsheng suddenly thought of that white jade capital. Only the divine ruins in front of him were still somewhat small compared to it. A 5-colored divine light broke through the spatial turbulence, and the two of them headed towards the divine ruins. Yet just then, in the sky above the divine ruins, a gigantic shadow appeared, emitting a massive and invincible might that tore through the void. A unique law encircled it, and then several rays of light fell down at the same time, and were accompanied by a plaintive voice. I, divine ruin, have no intention of going to war with the Empress. As long as you, the Empress, are alive, I, the divine ruin, will never manifest in the 9 heavens and 10 lands again. The Begonia Empress just glanced at the stuff and let out a light laugh. Not even the most precious thing in the divine ruins. You guys aren't sincere enough. After a long time, another ball of light fell. With this object, I congratulate the Empress for living a second life. The tone of that voice became incomparably cold. The Empress smiled faintly. Yes, then I won't see you too off. This time, Chen Changsheng did not display the same strength he had in the middle of the star-swallowing abyss, but instead left along with the Empress. And after returning to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Empress Begonia gave Chen Changsheng all of her most precious things, while she herself only left behind some divine materials and immortal gold. The star water of all things and this tear of God should be equally useful to you, so I won't keep them. As for the other things, I have some use for them. Chen Changsheng smiled as he left behind the most precious treasures from the star-swallowing abyss and the divine ruins, not caring too much about the other things. Has it been finalized? He was inquiring. The Begonia Empress pondered for a while. Perhaps there is still a need to seek out the rest of the Forbidden Land before a complete decision can be made. Okay, I'll be waiting to hear from you. The two parted ways there, with Chen Changsheng returning to his lair and the Empress returning to her place of proof. Only 100 years later, the two were once again joined together. After that, the two of them had sought out a number of forbidden places such as the Immortal Demon Mine, the Bronze Immortal Hall, and the Burial Island. It was similar to what was imagined. These few times didn't erupt into any shocking battles. It was just a kind of strong confrontation, but the end result was that all of these forbidden places took out a large amount of sincerity and promised that they wouldn't manifest themselves for as long as the Begonia Empress was alive. The two divided all the treasures. Chen Changsheng had obtained all of the Forbidden Land's core items, and such things were the most precious to him. The Begonia Empress got most of the divine material, immortal gold, immortal wood. From what I've perceived, the divine ruins should be the one with the least number of forbidden beings. The Empress spoke, and a divine light bloomed in her eyes, seemingly indestructible for all eternity. Chen Changsheng felt that it didn't even matter about that forbidden land. It was just a matter of beating anyone. Then the divine ruins. The avenue between the two was so thick that it shielded everything. The Empress smiled. I need to refine some great killing weapons. The time won't be too long, but it won't be too short either. When the time comes, I'll let you know. Chen Changsheng nodded. Do you want to visit my place? The Empress once again extended her invitation. And this time, Chen Changsheng did not refuse. He had traveled to the Begonia Empress's ancient land of life for nearly 100 years, and although he could tell that the Begonia Empress had mischievous intentions towards him, Chen Changsheng had resisted them all. In particular, a certain sealing of the great emperor cultivation drinking, just short of being. The two had a big fight over it. In the end, Chen Changsheng returned to his own little world, and an item that emanated inexplicable laws floated in front of him. Hopefully, this time, it will be a clean sweep. Chapter 056, Entering the Borderlands of the Universe. The third way of the soldier greatly accomplished. Inside the small world, Chen Changsheng looked at the several clusters of light floating in front of him. They all flowed with a unique kind of law, and they all possessed a similar aura as the Reincarnation liquid at the time. Star, all water, tears of God. These things, all of which belonged to the most central things in the Forbidden Land, were even more precious than the immortal God pill in the eyes of those beings who had decapitated themselves. Do you know the source of these things? Chen Shanghayu looked at the golden boy next to you, who was frowning. Something familiar, but I'm not sure. Chen Changsheng nodded, and then let the golden boy go and play, and then took a ball of starry universal water that looked like starlight in his hand. A radiant starlight continued to spread, and he could even feel every inch of his body begin to stretch out at this moment. Then, without hesitation, he swallowed a ball of astral universal water into his mouth. Buzz. A strange starlight instantly enveloped it, and star laws that did not belong to the 9 heavens and 10 earths surfaced with incomparable exuberance. Is the reason why it's useless to great emperors because it's not a product of heavenly destiny? I see that path again. Chen Changsheng slowly closed his eyes as he saw an incomparably brilliant path of the great Dao through the heavens. The avenue was divided into 9 nodes, and he was currently standing close to the second node. The 5 elemental origins unconsciously surfaced at this moment and began to flow with the 5 origin laws. At the same time, the Bing Dao in the body also gently trembled at this moment, and then leapt out of the body to begin some kind of metamorphosis. Heaven and earth are born, and all things are law. The entire small world was shrouded in an inexplicable and unexplorable aura at this moment. This aura was supreme and magnificent. It's like a whole new mandate of heaven. Chen Changsheng entered some sort of metaphysical realm. He did not know time, nor did he know the years. It was as if everything had disappeared, and all that was left in his world was the 5 elements origin and the 12 Bing Dao. And at this point, he didn't know that in the ancient land of life where the Begonia Emperor was located, a dense imperial might covered the ancient land, blossoming into a burst of vast fluctuations. That heaven's mandate was also hanging high at this time, dropping down a radiant golden power of heaven's mandate to fall in the ancient land. No one knew what had happened. Even some living beings standing at the top of the world were unable to probe. That dense imperial might isolated all probing. I'm afraid that even those forbidden living beings would be hard-pressed to learn of its news. The power of heaven's destiny drooped down. Thousands of great avenues surfaced, and the light of heaven that appeared and disappeared flickered. Above the 9 heavens, there was even a sea of thunder that was coalescing in general, blossoming out a terrifying ray of thunder. At this moment, in the middle of a plain attic, the Begonia Empress fell into some sort of slumber. Her face was serene, her black silk was like a waterfall, and the rich power of the flying immortal continuously spread from within her body, just like a sleeping 9 heavenly immortal. Above her head was a white as jade great Dao vase swallowing the essence of the sun and the moon, countless stars surfacing between the swallowing and spitting, as if it was swallowing the sea of stars within the star abyss, exuding some sort of forbidden killing chance. Behind her was a single shadow, as if there were 365 worlds constantly sinking, alternating, and finally returning to oblivion. And at some point, that constantly flowing great Dao treasure vase suddenly shook and began to rotate in the opposite direction. An extremely domineering aura instantly spread, and all the visions disappeared, leaving only pitch-black nothingness. Overbearing fluctuations continued to emerge, devouring everything, and the great Dao treasure vase turned into a bizarre phenomenon where half of it was pitch-black and incomparably black, and half of it was as white as jade, and the Begonia Empress. At this moment, 2 similar yet completely different faces were alternating, one black and one white, demonic and beautiful. In the first 1,000 years of Chen Changsheng's slumber, he thoroughly refined the Reincarnation liquid, and as he thought, the 5 elements origin as well as the Dao of soldiers had made good progress, but at the same time, he had physical problems. That's when he began to be ostracized by the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even when he was in the middle of a small world, he could if anything feel a hint of rejection from the heaven and earth avenue, like someone who was very close suddenly not being close. I see. No wonder this object is useless to the great emperor and fits with me. Is it because I am also not favored by heaven's mandate? Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, always feeling that he was getting closer and closer to those self-decapitating beings, a unique and forbidden aura surging from his body. Only Chen Changsheng did not take it seriously. It only took 100 years of effort, and that aura that was rejected by the heaven and earth great Dao was completely refined. And after that, he began to refine the starry all-seeing water. This time, it took 800 years. His emperor body had become even more powerful and incomparable under the effect of the star everything water, raising his hands and feet with a might that suppressed all paths. But at the same time, his body is once again in trouble. The small world didn't seem to be able to accommodate him anymore, and began to tremble continuously. The laws of the great Dao began to riot, and vaguely, he seemed to have been targeted by something, and even induced a sea of thunder to converge in the sky above the small world, exuding a destructive aura. Only, after all, no thunderbolt fell. This time, it took Qin Changxing another 800 years to completely refine that aura. It's down to the last bit. He always had the feeling that he was just one last membrane away from the sealing of the second node, just one force away from piercing it. One step came beyond the small world. Qin Changxing twisted his head to look at an ancient land of life in the universe, where Imperial might filled the air, incomparably dense, emanating a supreme killing intent that even he could not penetrate anything. Looks like she's preparing something too? Retracting his gaze, Qin Changxing made a trip to Yaoqi, after which he roamed the universe for 100 years before finally arriving at the land of the cosmic borderlands, among the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Other than those few forbidden places, it was probably only the cosmic borderland that was not within the range covered by heaven's mandate. At the edge of the universe, even the great emperors of the day might not be able to detect anything. Thus, without hesitation, he directly transformed into a 5-colored divine light to break through some sort of barrier, completely entering the cosmic borderlands. Looking at the scene of nothingness in front of him, it was as if time and space did not exist, only dead silence remained. The 5-colored divine might directly swept away the surrounding bizarre aura. Several light clusters emerged in front of him, emitting inexplicable law fluctuations. These were the most precious things from the Forbidden Land. Just finish the last step here. No one will come to disturb me. He reached out and directly swallowed all of the several substances in front of him into his stomach, and all of a sudden, a terrifying fluctuation erupted, and it was as if Qin Changxing was frozen at this moment. All of the laws of the Great Dao were all in chaos at this moment. His body began to continually appear as shadows and rejoin. In the end, only a cloud of 5-colored divine light remained in the original spot, constantly intertwining. On top of that, 12 blurred shadows emerged, and among these 12 shadows, as if they were coiled with gods and demons, there were 3 balls of light that were incomparably dazzling at this moment, blooming with an undying light that would not be extinguished for all eternity. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, the year 2000. Qin Changxing in the land of the cosmic transformation wasteland was floating continuously as if he were a corpse. The 5-colored divine light extinguished, along with the 12 Bing Dao. The aura on his body was as if he had fallen into dead silence, without any semblance of life essence, and at the same time, without any fluctuation of laws. But I don't know about a certain moment. In the middle of the cosmic borderlands, there was a sudden boom, of a drum. It's like a heartbeat, strong, powerful. In a split second, thousands of laws bloomed at the same time, illuminating the edge of the universe. A 5-colored divine might tore through the borderland at the same time and rose up into the sky. The supreme origin power, majestic and seemingly endless. A figure that had been sleeping for a long time revived, with eyes like deep starry skies. There were 3 brilliant masses of light that leapt out of the body at the same time. A tripod, an axe, 1 bell. My third military path. It's finally a done deal. Chapter 057, The Empress and the World's Invincible One. The 9500th year of the Begonia Empress living out her second life. An incomparably overbearing Imperial might swiftly swept toward the 8 wastelands of the universe from the ancient land of life where the Empress was located. This Emperor's might was as vast as the sea, incomparably overbearing and dense to the extreme, suppressing all the paths of heaven and earth to show signs of crumbling, and above the 9 heavens, a huge crack appeared, as if it had worn away all the essence of life. The ancient land of life in the universe and all the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands felt this terrifying imperial might. It surprised them. This was because in their perception, this Begonia Empress's imperial might had always been calm, vast but never so overbearing, and right now, this emperor's might was simply too overbearing in Zhongyang, wanting to make the 10,000 ways submit and make all living beings submit. It's like, this imperial might was not the same as that Begonia Empress, and this imperial might wasn't just as simple as being overbearing anymore. Even certain hidden forbidden places felt the strength of this imperial might. Some of the half-sleeping forbidden beings were awakened by the shock. Even the 3 places in the 9 heavens and 10 lands that were known as the forbidden places of the era were all filled with a burst of light at this time to resist this imperial might. Buzz. Heaven's destiny suddenly emerged, dropping countless golden ripples, but immediately afterward, a pitch-black light rushed up to the sky, severing all connections. The darkness of heavenly destiny returns to nothingness. A magnificent figure appeared in the ancient land of life. The power of the flying immortal was incomparably thick. She was dressed in white. Her expression was cold, and a terrifying divine aura was even flickering between her eyes, surging a wave of forbidden killing opportunities. Suddenly, she looked somewhere, and with her hand, she slapped the void and just broke in. And at this point, in the land of the cosmic change wasteland, a figure covered in silence marched forward with a fluctuation that made the great Dao palpitate, his body devoid of light, traversing the land with only his physical body, surrounded by a rich blood aura. Peculiarly, That bizarre aura in the borderland had become incomparably fitting at this moment, as if the great Dao surrounded the body. 9 days and 10 lands. This figure murmured for a while, and then just casually waved his fist, and everything in front of him was like a mirror that directly shattered apart. The aura of the 9 heavens and 10 earths surged forth, but at this moment, Chen Changsheng felt a strong suppression, but he was fearless and directly crossed that barrier. Rolling, his aura of silence was too terrifying. At the junction of crossing the cosmic border and the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the entire dead starry sky suddenly rioted, followed by an incomparably thick divine thunderbolt descending from the sky, carrying the aura of heaven's destiny as it forcefully suppressed it. Chen Changsheng simply raised his eyes and blasted out with a fist. The power of the great Dao gushed out, and it actually directly shattered the world-destroying thunderbolt with a single punch. Buzz. His body began to glow, and the great Dao laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths were rejecting him, as if they wanted to squeeze him out of this world. The void was beginning to dent, constantly squeezing. He stood there as if he was at the very center of the vortex, with everything squeezing towards him to drive him completely out of this world. Ridiculous. Who can banish me as long as I don't want to? Not even the mandate of heaven. He just stepped forward. Thousands of avenues along with the void shattered at the same time. But soon, there was a tremor of anger from above the 9 heavens, and a sea of thunder began to coalesce in this cosmic starry sky. The aura from his body was too severe, attracting the wrath of heaven's mandate, wanting to completely obliterate this bizarre being. A force of heaven's mandate carried the power of 10,000 laws and directly nailed it down. Immediately afterward, hundreds of millions of thunder rioted, as if a world of thunder had fallen from the 9 heavens above. Chen Changsheng's figure was submerged by the sea of thunder, and the entire cosmic starry sky here was all covered by the sea of thunder, exuding such an aura of destruction of all paths. This place, completely transformed into a thunder pool furnace. Even if a forbidden being came here, they would have to draw hatred. Because of this place here at the edge of the universe, there were almost no living beings who could detect that this destructive force that destroyed everything actually came from heaven's mandate. But it also happens that no living being knows about it, because in the next moment, an extremely domineering light is actually directly will this extinction thunderbolt directly everything into two. A figure began to step up, 5-color divine might like the world's sharpest sword in front of the road. This scene was just too shocking. The world-destroying thunderbolt that even forbidden beings had to avoid, the thunderbolt in which heaven's destiny was involved, was broken open just like that. Afterward, he swung his fist and bloomed with unparalleled supreme greatness, completely wearing out the last trace of heaven's destiny's pulling power. Sooner or later, one day, I will completely crush you and see who is really the master of this heaven and earth. Chen Changsheng's entire person exuded an extremely regal and forbidden aura, an aura that was like the brightest light in the world, drawing the greatest suppression from the entire heaven and earth. But he was fearless, and his entire being was like a brand new heaven and earth, with the unique laws of the great Dao constantly grinding down and suppressing all forces. But just at this moment, a radiant power of the flying immortal wrapped in rich imperial might killed. This powerful power of the flying immortal broke through the cosmic void, bringing with it a stern, strong, and overbearing force, the extreme power that suppresses thousands of great roads and overwhelms the red dust. Chen Changsheng stared back. The 3 clusters of Bing Dao in his body surfaced at the same time, his face expressionless as he simply pointed out a finger. A power like a tidal wave spreading instantly. Taste. The 2 forces continuously intertwined in the cosmic starry sky, and the place they intertwined directly turned into a void. And in the end, the 2 great Dao paths were both worn out. A figure that floated like an immortal instantly came in front of her, her expression cold and cold, her eyebrows showing her dominance. A delicate jade hand directly slapped down, and the power of the flying immortal that suppressed everything directly and instantly bloomed, illuminating all of this cosmic starry sky. A 5-colored divine might drooped down, and an undying light of the ages blossomed between Chen Changsheng's eyes. He threw a punch. The supreme 5-colored divine might completely erupted. A fist and a palm blasted away. In a split second, the surrounding emptiness all broke at this moment. Time, space, light. At this moment they all turned into chaos and nothingness, leaving only 2 supreme great powers facing each other across the endless void. The 2 then spoke at the same time. Something's wrong with your body. Something's wrong with your body. After another moment of silence, Chen Changsheng frowned. His physical condition was known to him, but the fact that the Begonia Empress had a problem was a bit of a surprise to him. It was as if the Empress suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person, with a stern, incomparably domineering demeanor. Vaguely, Chen Changsheng sensed that the Begonia Empress carried a strong killing intent towards herself, but was bound by something. When he thought about his own situation and the fact that the Begonia Empress was the spokesperson for heaven's mandate, it all made sense. So he opened his mouth to inquire, "Are you going to make a move on me? Or are you going to honor our agreement?" The Begonia Empress had her hands behind her back and stared at him expressionlessly. You're becoming more and more like an indescribable forbidden being now, and I'm now wondering if cooperating with you will make you the greatest scourge in this world. Chen Chongqing just smiled. It looks like you've really got a big problem. The Begonia Empress was indifferent. The pact remains the same, except for one more clause, 2,000 years later. Either that, or overthrow the Forbidden Land. Either that, or bury you completely. Chen Chongqing's expression was indifferent. Good. I hope you can still hold up, the way you are now. I'm more worried about you falling into the same existence as those. Perhaps, I will personally end the great emperor of this life as well. Both of them looked at each other at the same time. Wait and see. Chapter 058, The Road Behind Great Emperor Supreme. The secret of the Begonia Empress. An incomparably overbearing forbidden force thus traversed the universe of the 9 heavens and 10, and the supreme forbidden aura that drew the suppression of all the paths of heaven and earth was unbridled, causing countless living beings to take notice. Only, it made them a little curious. This Begonia Empress was clearly running towards the taboo being, but in the end, instead of breaking out into a great battle, she just let that taboo being leave. Those ancient great sects and emperor clans that had existed for a long time were all a bit uncertain. Some of the supreme beings sealed within the divine origin even speculated that either this forbidden being was too powerful, or that this female emperor who had lived for a second life had already begun to move towards her old age. Only, no living being dared to speculate on the great emperor's thoughts. For them, as long as the 9 heavens and 10 lands were not in turmoil, everything was indifferent. I didn't realize such a long time had passed. Returning to his own little world, Chen Chongqing was overcome with a burst of emotion. The Empress who had lived out her second life was already almost 10,000 years old, and he, now, was even closer to 90,000 years of existence. This was nothing short of a miracle for a being who had never witnessed the Tao, had never decapitated himself, and had never been sealed. The years hadn't left a single trace on Chen Chongqing, as if he had been forgotten. Chen Chongqing returned to his lair, and this small world began to tremble violently because of the aura from his body, causing the small world to start trembling violently, with countless great Daos competing for the first to riot, and even causing this hidden small world to reveal itself. Only Chen Chongqing didn't have half a mind to do so. His eyes were calm. If there were truly any ungrateful forbidden beings that came to provoke, then he didn't mind slaughtering them with his hands. The uniquely forbidden aura in his body was still raging, and it wasn't something that could be calmed in a short period of time. And this phenomenon was because he had taken the special substance in the Forbidden Land, which was contrary to the great Tao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What refutation of each other is nothing but a desire to dominate the world and not allow anything to exist that defies one's will. Chen Chongqing merely glanced at the sky of the small world, as if he was trying to see through the small world to the hidden heavenly destiny, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He has insight into some secrets, only he still needs to verify them. The 3 radiant Bing Dao within his body vibrated and began to continuously suppress and refine that unique aura of law. Subsequently, from within his body, 3 Dao soldiers leapt out at the same time. All Souls Cauldron, Breaking Axe, the Return Bell. His third armament Dao had completely come to fruition in these close to 10,000 years. He had comprehended the tidal avenue and gained insight into the mysteries of time and space, transforming it into a unique origin of the Dao of War, which alone was comparable to a flawless supreme being. And now, the 3 types of Bing Dao had come to great success, allowing him to completely break through that barrier. It's not as simple as breaking from 1 to 2. His current path was already halfway into the 3rd node, and if he added in the sublimated 5 elements origin, he could also fully claim to have stepped into the 3rd node. Back then, Aotian probably didn't even make it this far, but his battle power is infinitely close to the 3rd node. Chen Chongqing sighed for a while. For this great emperor friend from tens of thousands of years ago, he thought that if Aotian was given time, he would definitely be able to cross the 3rd node. As for that 9 orifices stone emperor, Chen Chongqing merely shook his head. His path on the great Tao was too short, and he could only be considered to be at the 1st node. Practically, throughout the ages, most great emperors had been in the position of the 1st node, and only a small number of great emperors would break through that barrier and stand at the 2nd node. And these kinds of great emperors are considered to be the more stunning ones. As for the great emperor standing at the 3rd node, it wasn't that there weren't any, but there were really very few existences that could truly be described as suppressing the ages. As for the great emperors above the 3rd node, from the history books, at least this era of the 9 heavens and 10 earths has not appeared yet, and may have appeared in the previous ancient, desolate, and post-ancient eras. Chen Chongqing thought of those forbidden places again. The vast majority of those self-cutting forbidden beings could only be considered to be in the position of the 1st node, and there might be very few that stood at the 2nd node. And those forbidden landlords shouldn't be considered to be great emperors standing at the 3rd node. Only that, with their mastery of the forbidden land, They should possess a battle power comparable to that of a great emperor at the third node. A scroll of the Dao emerged, and the golden boy reappeared. Only then did Chen Changsheng open his mouth to inquire. I've seen the path behind me. There are 9 nodes, and I'm close to ascending to the third. Golden boy looked at him with some incredulity, not expecting Chen Changsheng to make it this far. After a moment of silence, he said, it is impossible to determine the name of the emperor realm corresponding to each node, but according to this world, it should be so. The great emperor of the first node relies on the power of heavenly fate and is called the heavenly fate great emperor. The great emperor of the second node is so great that he can ignore most forbidden places, and is called the universal emperor. The great emperor of the third node suppresses the ages and amazes the world, and is called the great emperor of Jinshi. As for the fourth node of, it's called Sky Emperor. Golden Boy didn't continue with the rest of the corresponding names, but just ducked inside the Taoist book, thinking that there was some taboo. So it is. Chen Changsheng smiled. Perhaps in the future, the strengths and weaknesses of these great emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands in the future should be compared using these names. Calling the 3 Dao soldiers back into his body, he carried his hands on his back and came to a piece of divine origin essence, which sealed a black-clothed woman, not exactly good-looking, but with a resolute demeanor, grinding from era to era. I hope you can transform immortality with mortality and soar to the heavens. Chen Changsheng continued to walk forward, passing by a long river of mountains and water, when suddenly, a snow-white light surged from his hands. That's the power of the flying fairy. It represents the time and speed of the world. This is indeed a terrifying Dao origin. A flying immortal Dao surged from Chen Changsheng's entire body, mirroring the flying immortal way of the Begonia Empress. Chen Changsheng had once viewed the great Dao of the Begonia Empress, so he knew how terrifying this kind of great Dao was. In your last life you only lived a little over 10,000. I wonder if you'll be able to hold out in this one. Something was wrong with the Begonia Empress's body, the same as his. Only, Chen Changsheng had already guessed the reason for this change in the Haitang Empress body. Sourced from the Great Battle in the Star-Swallowing Abyss back then, the Begonia Empress used the Star Dipper killing formation to hone her Dao. Her Dao sublimated, but at the same time, the Dao of the other person inside her sublimated at the same time. This is an odd situation. At that time, Chen Changsheng was still a bit puzzled, but now it was combined with the fact that the Haitang Empress had witnessed the Dao at the time, allowing Chen Changsheng to deduce the truth. One body and 2 pranas. Never before in all of history have we seen such a method of the great Dao. To be precise, the Begonia Empress's 1 body and 2 souls were not born, but rather a second personality that was born under a certain circumstance, thus, suppressing her first personality. That's why, back then, she was able to kill and crush the pride of her peers in the middle of the Emperor's path, and at the time of certifying the Emperor, the second personality of the Begonia Empress was severely injured before the first personality appeared to certify the position of the great Emperor of the world. With the might of the Emperor level, Emperor Begonia certainly had the means to bind the second personality, but now, because of external forces, the second personality has completely revived. 2 personalities were now coexisting within the Haitang Emperor, so at that moment, Chen Changsheng could feel the female emperor's murderous intent towards himself, yet he felt bound by something. So what do you do now? Waiting for the end of time. Also, let me give you a hand. Ask for some good reviews. The story of the Empress is almost over. Next up is Going the Way of the Fourth Way Soldier, and then something is coming out. Chapter 059, Entering the Divine Ruins Again. Chen Changsheng stayed within the small world for nearly 2,000 years until the last trace of the forbidden killing chance on his body had been wiped clean. The 10,000 paths of heaven and earth had calmed down. The great Dao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was no longer targeting him, and he felt that his own origin and great Dao were becoming more and more solid as well. It's been 12,000 years since the second generation, and heaven's mandate has yet to show signs of weakening, so it seems that the Empress should be unharmed. Chen Changsheng silently deduced in his mind. Now that he had crossed the threshold of 90,000 years, it was now the third era he had experienced, and he had managed to surpass the past, truly standing at the absolute top of the red dust, and could ignore the great emperors and the taboos of the world. This is how you will fall. Perhaps, again, there will be other options? Chen Changsheng muttered to himself for a while, then gently shook his head. No matter what, he had plenty of time. Even if Empress Begonia had reached her old age and still wanted to continue overthrowing the Forbidden Land, then he would accompany her on her last journey. A power of flying immortal suddenly surged from his body, radiant to the extreme. This was the Empress's Dao and Dharma, and for their level, everyone felt the Dao and Dharma differently, and it was often a case of one Dao transforming into 10,000. He was using the Empress's Dao and Dharma to view the Dao and refine his own origin in Dao. All laws are sparse and return to the same path. 100 years passed in a flash. On this day, Chen Changsheng suddenly sensed a rich power of the flying immortal appearing beyond the small world. he appeared and cupped the power of the flying immortal with both hands, only to realize that it was actually the power of the origin law of the Begonia Emperor. He frowned and eventually fused this mass of flying immortal origin with his own flying immortal power. Afterward, he looked up at the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where the great Dao was unusually solid, and the heavens' mandate did not appear to be different. Rolling. Just then, the entire heaven and earth's 10,000 paths suddenly rioted, and all the living beings in the universe sensed this vast vision at this moment. In an ancient land of life in the universe, a huge figure like a flying fairy covered the sky. An incomparably dense flying fairy light filled the universe. It was the Begonia Empress. At this moment, she reflected herself, and all living beings could see the scene. The Empress wore a smile, a serene smile, looking gentle and moving, like a fairy above the 9 heavens. However, only Chen Shangsheng within the small world could see through that underneath this serenity, there was an overbearing and extreme killing intent emanating. Is it trying to show the world? Chen Shangsheng could see the Empress's mind, and her kind of gesture was considered to be making a choice. Sure enough, the Begonia Empress's figure that covered the sky slowly opened her mouth. Just 3 words: destroy the Forbidden Land. In a flash, the power of the flying immortals in the universe suddenly surged at this moment, and the heavenly mandate above the 9 heavens hung down majestic heavenly mandate power at this moment, as the Empress took a step forward, and countless golden ripples swirled up in a burst of splendor. Rumble! She slapped her jade palm lightly and the great Dao laws intertwined, directly shattering a piece of the void. She only glanced back at the 9 heavens and 10 lands, then walked into the void without looking back, and at this moment, Chen Shangsheng knew that this was a signal to himself, so he gently smiled and took a step out, and the void in front of him was like a portal that kept opening up, as if it had opened up 1,000 worlds. Light and color glazed, chaos floated, and so he walked through the nothingness until he caught up with the figure. It looks like the problem with your body has been solved. The Empress smiled and turned back. It's settled for now. She then looked at Chen Shangsheng again, a hint of thoughtfulness flowing from her eyes. I can't see through you more and more. It might really be as she said, that by cooperating with you, you could become the greatest scourge in the world. Chen Shangsheng just smiled faintly. It's not too late for you to back out. The Empress just gave a sardonic smile. What does the future have to do with me? Shouldn't that be something that later generations of great emperors worry about? All I want to do now is to overthrow a forbidden land in this life. She looked at him. Notify the future generations, such as you are, of the forbidden land. It's overwritable. Chen Shangsheng shook his head. I think you might have left a big hole for the future generations. The forbidden land can be overwritten. But even if everything in the world ceased to exist, he would still be there. Who knows? The Empress pursed her lips, her fairy-like appearance serene. The two broke through everything in this land of nothingness, and eventually, they came to rest in one place. This battle may overthrow a forbidden land, and perhaps, also, the burial place for both of us. Chen Shangsheng snickered. Isn't this exactly what you want? The Empress was dumbfounded for a while, and ultimately said nothing as the two of them teamed up to shatter a boundary wall and appeared in a chaotic land. In front of him, there was a huge world-like ruin, and the surrounding void was surrounded by a dead ancient star, dull and full of the aura of age. The massive ruins were dilapidated, but they were filled with a kind of divinity, like a vast world straddling the horizon. God's ruins. There was already no need for any concealment. The Begonia Empress had no need to conceal her heavenly destiny power and imperial might at this moment. The vast imperial might constantly reverberated in this world. Celestial light surfaced, the power of the flying immortals surged, and the clean white great Dao vase emitted a radiant divine light. On the other hand, Chen Shangsheng on the other side had his hands behind his back, his expression calm. The 5-colored Dao source was alive and well, not too dazzling, but incomparably sufficient at this moment, emanating a supreme, suppressing all power. Rolling, the entire divine ruins began to glow at this moment. A divine aura rushed up from everywhere. A forbidden aura began to revive, tearing apart the celestial universe, causing the great Dao of this place to vibrate and thousands of laws to emerge. Empress, are you going to scrap our agreement? Within the divine ruins, a figure hidden within a golden pillar of light spoke, sitting high above a throne like the lord of the divine ruins, his tone carrying a sense of killing and anger. The Begonia Empress just smiled faintly. You've lived long enough. It's time for the curtain to fall. The divine ruins emitted a heavy taboo aura at this moment. A taboo killing formation opened up, and a light laugh came from the figure sitting high above the throne. Falling? It seems you don't really know enough about our kind. A law that didn't belong to the 9 heavens and 10 earths revived from within the divine ruins, emanating a forbidden power that suppressed everything. This power erupted, like an ocean of laws sweeping in, carrying the aura of destroying everything. And Chen Shangsheng and the Empress were motionless in the midst of this unique law, like an undying light from eternity, a true dark unrest. So what if it's a great emperor of the current generation? My divine ruins have long since slaughtered no less than 10 great emperors alone, and it seems that today, within the divine ruins, there will be 2 more emperor corpses of invincibles. Buzz. The entire divine ruin shone brightly at this moment, and a forbidden aura completely revived, surprisingly amounting to more than a dozen. Chen Shangxing's eyes flowed with mysterious runes before looking at the Empress. The Empress turned back. As I suspected, the number of supreme beings within the divine ruins is only 6 or 7 left, and as for the rest, they are all emperor corpses. Chen Shangxing smiled faintly and took a step forward as the 5-colored divine might erupted. Then leave these remaining supreme and emperor corpses to me. That lord of the forbidden land is in your hands. Today, completely overturn this place. Chapter 060, Going to War. The 2 invincible people of the world were thus confronting the massive divine void in this land of nothingness, emitting a terrifying aura. All around was a dead, ancient star, chaotic, showing no time or space, especially the Begonia Empress. At this moment, the dense power of heaven's mandate and the laws of the flying immortals were constantly intertwining, as if they were trying to open up a whole new heaven and earth in this place. Rolling, the entire divine void exuded a unique law that suppressed everything, and a heavy taboo-killing formation rotated, rushing up 10,000 feet of immortal light. In the depths of that chaotic mist-tossed divine void, more than a dozen magnificent figures stood above the crumbling ruins, the coldness of the ages flowing from their bodies, and terrifying Dao laws encircled them. At that moment, the figure sitting high above the throne warned once again, "Retreat now, it's not too late." The Begonia Empress took a step forward, and behind her, the 365 worlds continued to sink and float, seeming to suppress the heavens. Since I'm here, I don't expect to exit unscathed. In that case, then I'll stay. A figure wrapped in golden flames of light stood up from its throne and raised its hand, and the entire land of nothingness suddenly saw the emergence of 9 gigantic and incomparable golden pristine suns, suppressing them with unparalleled power of the laws. At the same time, more than a dozen figures walked out of the divine void at the same time at this moment. There was a faint imperial might on their bodies, and there was also the power of the extreme Dao coursing through them, and a heavenly aura of fury and necromancy surged from each of them. These were once the emperors and kings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. They attacked the forbidden land to eradicate the source of dark turmoil for the world, but unfortunately, they failed and buried themselves, along with a body of emperor corpses that were refined into walking puppets. Although they had long since ceased to be at their peak, in this forbidden land, these emperor corpses could present 60 to 70% of their original peak. Chen Shangxing merely glanced at the dozen or so emperor corpses, then said indifferently, "Just go ahead and I'll clear all the obstacles for you." Rolling, 9 huge golden prideful suns directly fell down. Bright golden light flooded every corner of the land of nothingness. All the dead stars and some remaining ruins were all turned into ashes at this moment. A vast golden storm grinding down everything. A white rune flashed in the center of Empress Begonia's brow. Open. She opened her hands, and a piercing white light centered on her, breaking the golden laws around her in an instant. She moved forward as a light of flying immortals, breaking through space and time without the slightest pause. There were 3 figures emanating baleful aura that moved, 3 huge palms slapping down at this moment. The baleful aura and imperial might were terrifying to the extreme, and the might of the extreme Dao continuously opened and closed. Yet the Empress didn't even raise her head. Then, a 5-colored light followed him almost in a flash. Chen Shangxing's body glowed, breaking through all obstacles simply by the might of his physical body, and his hands even tore through the golden storm, the 5 elements slaughtering technique running rampant, instantly tearing apart the 3 gigantic palms. In an instant, he arrived in front of the 3 emperor corpses. The power of the 5 elements transformed into a roulette wheel, spreading out into 5-colored immortal flames twisting toward the front. The void was constantly shattering, and the 5-colored immortal flame burned out everything combustible at this moment. Even though he had once been a great emperor, nowadays, he was ultimately just an emperor corpse, and even though he possessed 6 or 7 points of peak prowess, in front of the present-day Chen Shangxing, it was too inadequate. A toothsome sound came from the void, and in the end, the bodies of the 3 emperor corpses were burned out, and their aura of fury and extreme might dissipated. Empress Begonia's flying immortal light was unparalleled, the power of the flying immortal confronting the golden storm, as if she had carved out a heavenly avenue in the midst of the golden storm up to the divine ruins. However, at this moment, a flawless imperial Dao law swept down, shaking the 8 wastelands of the universe. Regard us as nothing? It was a former great emperor, who was extremely sublimated at this time, with dense imperial might and the power of the extreme Dao flowing, the sun, moon, and stars encircling him, and in his hand was a bright red flag streamer. Extreme might completely erupted, and might belonging to the level of a great emperor suppressed it. A bright red river of blood just stopped in front of the Empress. That blood river was immense, with the corpses of 10,000 spirits floating inside, countless corpses struggling and wailing inside. filling the air with a bloody odor and an unparalleled fury. It's you, Blood River Emperor. Empress Begonia's figure paused, her eyes emitting a murderous intent. The Blood River Emperor was once a great emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, belonging to the Blood Spirit clan, only that, unlike other great emperors, instead of sheltering the 10,000 clans after he became a great emperor, this great emperor moved to refine the 10,000 spirits by extreme means, and was a very bloodthirsty great emperor. In the end, for some reason, this great emperor did not reach the end of his lifespan and suddenly disappeared, which became one of the more special columns in the history books of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The great emperor who was entwined in bloodlight stood above the blood river, emitting the might of the same great emperor. He had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were filled with bloodlust. I've always lacked an imperial soul to sit in my blood river, and it seems that today, I should get my wish. The Empress looked at him flatly, the radiant power of heavenly destiny in her eyes incomparably dazzling. The Blood River Emperor at the time had not only slaughtered 10,000 clans, but had also caused the wrath of heaven's destiny by the sins he had committed. As a great emperor of the current generation, she naturally knew some of the inner workings, just someone who was expelled by heaven's mandate. You're also worthy of being called a great emperor. She let out a loud cry, her cold voice shaking the heavens and earth as the 10,000 laws continued to roar. The figure above the blood river was angered, and the monstrous blood river surged, directly transforming into a blood-red sea covering the endless land of nothingness. My Dao is also a Dao, so why doesn't heaven's mandate recognize it? And what do you count? So what if I'm a great emperor? What do I have to fear? Blood River Emperor let out a bellowing cry. His eyes emitted bloodlight, raised his hand. The endless blood rivers have surged at this moment, with the vast to the extreme power to suppress the female emperor in the blood river. The sky was filled with bloodlight, spreading across the sky, and the might of the extreme Dao spread across the sky. This was truly flawless emperor-level might. In the middle of the blood river, a terrifying existence opened its eyes, and densely packed blood-colored beings stood behind this blood river emperor. The Begonia Empress was covered in a dense immortal light and was about to be unable to resist killing this blood river emperor first. Soon, however, a voice came. It seems that your body hasn't completely resolved itself, and you've lost your usual composure. Chen Shangsheng took a step forward in the void of space, and as his figure moved, the 10 emperor corpses moved at the same time, pouncing with monstrous fury. However, Chen Shangsheng only smiled faintly. His body was glowing, and the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in his body were emitting multicolored light at this moment. In a flash, as his figure shook, a figure walked out from within his body. Each figure was him. Chen Shangsheng transformed 5 into 1, pushing the 5 elements killing art to the extreme. The 5 elements origin shedding off at this moment, transforming into a Dao body, yet possessing an extreme Dao law. All the 5 elements of the way were transformed into 5 invincible bodies. Let them play with you first. Chen Shangsheng, who had retreated from his 5 elemental origins, came to the female emperor's side like an ordinary person, but at this moment, his body exuded a supreme aura that overwhelmed the ages. Even the extreme emperor-level power stagnated at this moment. Inside him, 3 clusters of radiant light vibrated, and a terrifying fluctuation emanated, grinding out all the laws of the great Dao. A party of tripods just hovered above its head, with 10,000 spirits surging and suppressing heaven and earth. It's you! Within the divine void, a figure hidden within the chaotic mist vocalized, clearly recognizing Chen Shangsheng's identity. Chen Shangsheng smiled without saying anything, finally looking up with a big smile. It's time for me to end it all. Rolling, thousands of thunders inexplicably surfaced in the land of nothingness. All of the 6 paths of extreme might revived, as if this place had been completely shattered, and the entire divine ruin shook as endless forbidden killing formations operated, illuminating the heavens and trembling. The aura of the several great emperors was too powerful. It even directly manifested the forbidden land of the divine ruins in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and it was also because of this vision. In the middle of a certain ragged little sect in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, a somewhat forlorn middle-aged man walked out from within the divine origin. He looked towards the divine ruin, his eyes emanating an infinite battle intent. Is a great emperor going to be interested in conquering the divine ruins in this life? Perhaps it's time for me to contribute. It's time to end this life. Asking for some good reviews. Thanks bookworms. Love you. Chapter 061 Taboo Beings Killing Move. A great battle between an invincible person of the world and a forbidden land broke out like this. Within the divine ruins, not only did the remaining 10 emperor corpses explode, but the remaining 6 forbidden beings also rose extremely high at this moment, all of them regaining their peak battle power. Go! Chen Shangsheng took one step forward, his aura suppressing the ages. This was an extreme power that had vaguely transcended the realm of emperor-level power. Rolling, a vast river of blood formed a blood-colored world. That blood river emperor exuded extreme power around him, and in the center of the blood river was a blood-red flag banner. with countless bloodlights hanging down, causing all the living beings within the blood river to emerge. Blood burial killing technique. Sound of a crash. The sea of blood rolled over, and at this moment, a huge blood-colored palm covered the sky and the sun in general, grinding down the great Dao. And then there were rivers of blood that transformed into countless Dao soldiers, along with all the living beings within the rivers of blood that all swooped over. Chen Shangxing's head hung over the 10,000 spirit cauldron. At this moment, he took a step forward, and the cauldron of 10,000 spirits began to revive, as if all the spirits of heaven and earth had all manifested at this moment, and the breath of all things filled heaven and earth. He blasted out with his fist, and the 10,000 spirit cauldron erupted with a brilliant light, the light of his fist shining through the ages and suppressing the 8 wastelands. Rolling, the blood-colored giant hand shattered first, and immediately after that, the fist light directly crushed countless blood-colored Dao soldiers and blood-colored living beings. Take advantage of this. The Begonia Empress transformed into a radiant and dazzling flying immortal power that rushed out of the blood river in one fell swoop, blasting towards the divine ruins with an extremely domineering heaven's destiny great Dao. 365 world shadows emerged, blooming with infinite greatness. Break! The divine ruins killing formation activated, emitting a forbidden killing machine that destroyed everything. A heavenly sword descended from the sky with a thunderous force, breaking through the power of the extreme Dao and the power of the flying immortals. The Empress raised her head, the clean white jade-like precious vase of the great Dao suspended above her head, and it was as if a line within her body was instantly lit up at this moment. And in this instant, everything seemed to be frozen in time. A flying immortal's power was like a flying immortal blade, cutting down that heavenly sword in an instant. Immediately after that, it was completely decimated in the divine ruins. The figure of the Begonia Empress disappeared, but at the same time, all of the forbidden killing formations within the divine ruins went into operation, and along with the entire divine ruins, they were shrouded in heavenly light. Only then did Chen Shangsheng withdraw his gaze. Next, it's up to you. Only then did he turn his head to look at the Blood River Emperor in front of him, a hint of a relaxed smile hanging at the corner of his mouth before he faintly shook his head and said, "You can't do it yet. You're too weak. A mere invincible person, an alternative to become a Taoist, without having been baptized by heaven's mandate, dares to speak loudly in front of me, even if you are full of origin. But in this forbidden land, I am invincible to the world. Become a dead soul in the river of my blood and give your true name to live forever." A blood river directly swept away. Billions of blood-colored beings once again surged. Blood-colored Dao laws blossomed, and in the land of nothingness, like a blooming blood-colored lotus flower, countless blood-colored law chains pierced through. Rolling, the cauldron of 10,000 spirits bloomed with a brilliant light, and the might of the 10,000 spirits was supreme, directly blasting through all the blood-colored beings and bloodlight. My blood river is endless, and the blood spirit is immortal. The Blood River Emperor laughed coldly, and the blood-red flag in his hand vibrated, once again coming with bloodlight. In the meantime, another taboo being also blasted and killed. A piece of the void was worn out by the Imperial Dragon Chi. It was a large seal, the Dragon Chi rolling, releasing supreme divine might, directly suppressing it. The void was imprisoned, and Chen Shangxing merely glanced at the large square seal as his torso began to glow. In the next moment, his figure suddenly became blurry and detached himself from that spacetime, followed by a slap that sent that square emperor's seal flying. An ancient emperor? It should be that Rinshang ancient emperor. It's a pity. His figure disappeared once more, and the place he was in instantly turned into a pitch-black black hole that was going to devour everything. This was the third forbidden being to strike. Wanna go? The blood river pursued and arrived, and the blood-colored beings instantly blocked off all space at this moment, and every single blood-colored being began to glow, completely turning this place into a unique heaven and earth. Subsequently, the fourth forbidden being appeared, carrying the might of the flawless extreme Dao. Thunderbolts exploded as countless purple divine thunderbolts transformed into a sea of thunder that instantly descended. The entire heaven and earth was only filled with lightning and endless bloodlight at this point. Burying sky blood explosion. A terrifying fluctuation instantly filled this land of nothingness, and the entire scarlet heaven and earth began to disintegrate at this moment, as the countless bloodlights and blood-colored beings all transformed into the purest power of the great Dao laws. That sea of thunder completely rioted at that moment, fusing with the bloodlight. The entire world crumbled, and the power of the great Dao laws devoured everything at this moment, grinding down the 10,000 paths, grinding down nothingness. The supreme strike of two flawless great emperors buried everything. Even a great emperor might suffer the power of perishing. And that's not all. A dragon-walking, tiger-stepping figure person suddenly appeared in the uppermost sky, holding up a dragon seal in his hand as countless imperial dragon chi rolled down. Huge blood chi was injected into the dragon seal at this moment, and like a huge blazing sun, 9 golden divine dragons emerged, roaring up to the sky, surrounding the golden blazing sun. And then, wrapped in endless imperial Dao laws, they suppressed it. This ancient emperor struck the peak strike of an imperial armament at this moment, which could destroy all paths. Rolling, that heaven and earth, which was already on the verge of shattering, completely exploded at this moment, with terrifying fluctuations scattering in all directions, collapsing time and space. In that central place, the 10,000 laws were thick to the extreme, and any one of them was enough to tear apart top living beings, and even if a great emperor was in the middle of it, I was afraid that his physical body would crumble. With this strike, the entire land of nothingness was directly and completely knocked out, space and time shattered, and countless chaotic auras began to gush out. The four taboo beings stood together, watching this scene with cold eyes. Even a great emperor should have fallen, not to mention just one invincible. That Blood River Emperor burst into a cold laugh, as if he had already seen that invincible person go up in smoke under this strike. Yet just at this moment, in that very center, a law that destroyed everything suddenly erupted. A ray of light tore through the heavens of the ages and tore through all the laws, and wherever it passed, all the laws were obliterated. The four supreme beings erupted at the same time at this moment, which resisted this terrifying strike. It was an axe light, broke everything. Just a single axe light seemed to slice through this land of nothingness as easily as paper, leaving behind an immense and incomparable crack. Then, in the very center of that dense, destructive force of all laws, a figure slowly walked out from it. He was holding a huge axe, with a tripod suspended above his head, and at the same time, there was also a party of ancient bells looming suspended behind him, like a tidal wave isolating everything. So this is all there is to perfect and flawless emperor-level power? He merely raised his eyes to look at the four supreme beings and laughed lightly again. So this is your real killing move? He suddenly looked up, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as an axe light tore through everything. At the highest point of this land of nothingness were three supreme beings who had long ago been extremely sublimely sublimated, and the three of them jointly held this pale spear. Three types of flawless emperor-level power manifested, and together, they infused into that spear, and countless great Dao runes manifested. The spear's light was faint, but it emitted an unnameable aura, an aura that was so sharp that even Chen Qiansheng felt uncomfortable in his body. So what if you know? One of the supreme beings sneered. Next moment, the three great emperors shouted at the same time. Execute the emperor. This spacetime, only a glow remains, transient, a spear that cannot be named. It completely penetrated Chen Qiansheng's body, deadly nailed to the void. At the end of that spear, were densely packed law chains spreading out, all of which did not enter the depths of the void space. The sky is turned upside down. Chapter 062, Killing a Supreme Being with One Punch. The domain of the Way of War became a reality. Rolling, as the unnameable spear was nailed dead center into Chen Qiansheng's body, the entire land of nothingness was as if there was a thunderous explosion. In an instant, all the power of the laws became furious. At this time, the seven supreme beings who had already been extremely sublimated had revealed their own supreme Dao, and all the laws in this place were all integrated into those law chains. Heaven and earth. A single law chain bloomed with a brilliant light. All the law chains returned to one place, and all the 10,000 paths were all transformed into the supreme origin flame through the law chains at this moment, all of which surged into Chen Qiansheng's body. And at this point, the moment he was hit by that unnameable spear, Chen Qiansheng's body began to undergo some sort of change, as a curse like rust spread across his body. At the same time, within the body, his great Dao, his laws were all eroded, constantly dissipating, constantly being invaded. In the end, all of the law and Dao disappeared without a trace at this moment. Only three clusters of light remained wrapped in an inexplicable rust that finally fell silent. Is this in the realm of transcending the power of law? Chen Qiansheng was at this moment as if he had felt the same feeling as when he had seen that ancient well in the border wasteland. Only this feeling was far from leaving him clueless. Or rather, the difference in power between the two was too great to be in the same order of magnitude. If it was just an ordinary great emperor, or a universal great emperor standing at the second nodal point, in front of this kind of power, all of the emperors might be cursed, and he would eventually turn into an ordinary person who would rot and die. It's just that he's different. He had long since surpassed everyone's perceptions. Therefore, in the face of those seven supreme beings, with all the laws of the great Dao and the supreme Dao source transformed into flames burning within his body, his expression remained calm. Chen Qiansheng's entire body was like turning into a furnace. The Dao of the seven great emperors was gradually refining it. Yet it was at this time, the entire land of nothingness instantly crashed in with a figure. It was a brilliant blade light that was incomparably sharp, like a hanging galaxy that instantly sent a supreme being flying. And this blade light's momentum did not decrease, and it even crashed directly on top of the divine ruins. A supreme greatness erupted, instantly rushing into this battlefield. It was a middle-aged man with an amicable face and an upright stance, who at this moment suddenly stared at that Blood River Emperor with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Blood River, it's time for you to pay for your life. Rolling. A huge battle immortal figure appeared behind that silhouette Mayan, with an appalling aura. Mu Xian, I haven't seen you in a million years, and you're still so difficult to deal with. That Blood River Emperor had a cold look on his face, and then a great battle instantly erupted between the two of them. As endless sword lights flashed and slashed into that blood-colored river, Chen Shangsheng was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that an invincible person had come out of the world and had rushed into this place of nothingness, which made him a bit surprised. That person was an alternative to becoming a Taoist, and was also a special physique among the human race. The Battle King body, with infinite battle power, dusted off for a million years, not expecting that the origin was still sufficient, comparable to a supreme being of extreme sublimation. Obviously, there was a grudge between this peerless one and that Blood River Emperor, and at this time, an extreme battle had completely erupted. However, soon, several other supreme beings were about to strike at that peerless one, and the might of the extreme Dao directly suppressed them. Clank! A snow-white blade light broke through everything as he instantly arrived in front of Chen Shangsheng, one hand grabbing him in an attempt to take him away. Has the Dang Emperor already rushed into the divine ruins? 7 supreme beings. I'm afraid there's not much hope for you and I to join forces. Avoid it for now. Chen Shangsheng suddenly reached out to stop him, one hand directly tugging on the densely packed law chains as he gently laughed. I shun them? Where to go? The Blood River Emperor's greatness was incomparable. A hanging river of blood descended from the sky. At the same time, the Imperial Dao's dragon chi tumbled. Thunder filled the air, and a huge pitch-black ocean fell down at the same time. It's their turn to avoid me. Slightly raised eyes. At this moment, the 3 clusters of Bing Dao within Chen Shangsheng's body that had originally been wrapped up trembled violently, and then, the piercing light broke through all the restraints. The 3 clusters of Bing Dao bloomed with an undying light from eternity. Subsequently, the 3 masses of light fused into one. A terrifying fluctuation spread from within Chen Shangsheng's body, and this aura broke all the chains of laws that bound him, broke all the great Dao aptitudes, and broke all the power of the extreme Dao. So, just leave it all. A circular light centered on Chen Shangsheng and instantly spread, enveloping all the space in the entire land of nothingness except for the divine ruins. Even if the 7 supreme beings tried their best to resist, they were all unanimously pulled into it. The emperor corpses, of which there were not many left, were all wiped out by a ray of light at this moment. The 5 elements supreme origin returned to Chen Shangsheng's body again. At this point, that invincible person who broke in was directly silenced when he saw the scene. However, the next scene that occurred silenced him even more. Chen Shangsheng crossed over to him with his hands behind his back. His demeanor relaxed, and then simply waved his fingers. And in the next moment, the 7 supreme beings who had originally stood together were actually dispersed without even the slightest bit of notice, and they were all scattered in different directions. What kind of law is this? A supreme being roared as 9 pitch-black oceans emerged behind him. The law of the sea was incomparably dense and flowed with supreme pressure. So it's a sea emperor. Chen Shangsheng laughed lightly as he moved forward, appearing in front of this sea emperor in the next moment. This sea emperor was worthy of being a former invincible. At this moment, he erupted with extreme might, the 9 pitch-black oceans directly suppressed, and in his hands, a tripod appeared, emitting a terrifying killing opportunity. However, Chen Shangsheng just blasted out with a single punch. It was as if this strange world had suddenly come to a standstill. Both the great Dao laws and the power of the extreme Dao were forbidden at this moment, and a shackle appeared on every supreme being. Shoo away. Under this fist light, the 9 oceans shattered, that imperial soldier shattered, and that sea emperor's figure likewise shattered. His body exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Even though imperial might filled the air and all the flesh and blood was sublimating in the extreme, trying to gather together, but a rune flowed from Chen Shangsheng's eyes, instantly transforming into the true flame of the great Dao and wrapping the flesh and blood of this emperor of the seas within it. Then, a sea emperor's Dao dispersed, and both God and soul were dissolved, completely disappearing from the world. The scene. It doesn't just make that invincible difference. Even the remaining 6 supreme beings were incredibly silent. Being in the middle of a forbidden land, an extremely sublimated supreme being died just like that? It also seemed to struggle just a bit. It was just too much for them to believe. There's something odd about this place. Let's join forces to break through this place. A figure wrapped in Imperial Dao Dragon Chi spoke out. And then, the Imperial Dao Dragon Chi gushed out, and a large seal on one side struck out with Supreme Emperor level power at this moment. Rolling. When the few remaining supreme beings saw the scene, they reacted at the same time, casting supreme divine abilities to bombard this heaven and earth. Chen Shangsheng could feel a tremor in his own Bing Dao. These were, after all, 6 invincible supreme beings who quickly thought of a corresponding method. However, still late, because it was within the realm of his Bing Dao. He is the sky. Next moment, as if the 6 supreme beings had lost some sort of power at the same time, their bodies began to turn upside down. and the supreme origin within them could not be controlled. No, to be precise, it's the whole world in here that's turned upside down, except for Chen Chongsheng. He laughed. Next, who should? End of 2 chapters. No more drafts. Gotta figure out how to wrap up the plot later on. Hard to figure out. Oh, chapter 063. In the midst of the world of nothingness, there was suddenly an additional world. This world was upside down, and only Chen Chongsheng was unaffected in the midst of it. Rolling, the 6 extreme imperial mights raged in this heaven and earth. The power of the extreme Dao was rampant, and the aura of destroying everything was thick to the extreme, as they interpreted their own Dao to the extreme at this moment, seemingly wanting to completely break this heaven and earth. However, Chen Chongsheng only looked at all of this indifferently. Although he could feel the trembling of this heaven and earth and the Bing Dao in his body was roaring, these 6 supreme beings were still far from wanting to completely shatter his world. This was a special kind of domain that Chen Chongsheng had formed after the fusion and unification of the 3 Bing Dao origins, which he had named the Bing Dao domain, and could ignore the laws of the great Dao and was not affected by the heavenly Dao. As long as he was in this Bing Dao domain, it was equivalent to him being the god of this world. And with this kind of power, Chen Chongsheng guessed that even a great emperor standing at the 3rd node would not necessarily be able to walk out such a path. And this was also the killing move he had hidden by daring to accompany the Empress to break into the Forbidden Land. Cut it out. The 6 supreme beings erupted in full force amidst the domain of the Dao of soldiers. The power of the extreme Dao shattered countless times and spaces, and there were imperial soldiers striking out extreme strikes as radiant light erupted. However, the Bing Dao within Chen Chongsheng's body gently shook, and then he reached out and waved his hand. Next moment, as a party of dragon seals with countless dragon chi and emperor might once again charge this world. In the sky above this world, a party of identical dragon seals with extreme might simultaneously suppressed it. How is that possible? That magnificent figure that flowed with imperial dragon chi looked at that square dragon seal for a moment of disorientation, and in the next moment, the 2 dragon seals collided, and more than a dozen terrifying golden dragon figures swooped together at that moment, and an incomparably dense golden light instantly exploded. The entire world of the Dao of War was thick with golden ripples, and that former human emperor stood motionless, his body covered in the flow of the imperial Dao's dragon chi, and several golden dragons manifested, sweeping the ripples of the great Dao across. He looked a little puzzled. That was his Dao, his law. He couldn't be more familiar with it, and he didn't expect it to manifest in this world. It was too terrifying. He glanced at the young man who stood in the very center of this heaven and earth, the sun and moon sinking in his eyes, his aura majestic and his battle intent monstrous. And the other side, a furious roar came from that Blood River Emperor as he also met the same scene. The 2 rivers of blood that were identical even with the aura of the great Dao crashed together, directly pulling a huge and incomparable hideous crack out of a piece of nothingness. Countless blood spirits crawled out of the blood river and pounced. Who the hell are you? Blood River Emperor Muran turned his head to look at the man who was in the very center of this square sky, his blood aura tumbling over his body, holding a blood streamer, a river of blood falling from the sky. However, soon enough, there were likewise countless rivers of blood that intercepted it. Rolling, a ray of thunder light flashed. It was a figure surrounded by countless thunder and lightning laws, holding the heavenly golem, just like a thunder god, and a being manifested by thunder was sinking and floating. Apparently, he had encountered the same trouble, and at this moment, was looking at Chen Chongsheng in puzzlement. A huge crack suddenly opened up in the sky above this world. 3 figures carrying the might of the extreme Dao stepped out from among them. Subsequently, in an instant, a heavy spatial fluctuation erupted, and radiant worlds continued to overlap, all of them falling down towards Chen Chongsheng at this moment. One of the supreme beings murmured, "He is the core of this world. Only by killing him can we get out." Next moment, all of the great Dao laws in the world of Bing Dao rioted, and the power of the 6 supreme great Dao tore through everything at this moment, simultaneously suppressing towards him. You guessed it, it's just a shame. You can't do it. A brilliant light blossomed between Chen Chongsheng's eyes as he took a step forward. A fist blasted out, shattering 1,000 worlds. He then made a seal with both hands. All spirits plus. Almost instantly, the laws of this heaven and earth flowed, and all the power of the 10,000 spirits were all added to the 6 supreme beings at this moment, and the might of the 10,000 spirits erupted, making it seem as if each of them were carrying 1,000 worlds on their backs. Kill! A thunder broke through everything as that Thunder Emperor raised his hand and flipped it over, and a side of the Thunder World descended with a terrifying killing power. Thunderstorms roared, carrying a supreme aura of destruction that flooded this world and turned it into a sea of thunder. The power of thunder destroyed everything, and a terrifying thunder being all pounced towards him. Chen Chongsheng's body glowed as he walked through the world of thunder, just a finger pointing out, a ripple spreading like a tidal wave. In the next moment, All of the thunder beings touched disappeared, along with the sea of thunder fading like a tidal wave at that moment. Rumble. A river of blood appeared. A dragon seal with a bright golden light carrying an imperial dragon aura crossed the sky. A pitch-black longsword fell, blooming with billions of pitch-black sword chi. Chen Changqing merely raised his head and waved his large hand, and the entire Bing Dao world trembled. Give it back. All that was reversed in this moment. The dragon seal smashed into that former human emperor. The blood river flooded the blood river emperor. The billions of sword-ons reversed their direction and rushed towards that black-robed supreme being. The radiant great Dao laws erupted with the might to destroy everything. But just at this moment, a void crack appeared in front of Chen Changsheng. A figure stepped out from it. Good tactics. So it was you who switched time and space. A palm slapped down, and countless forces of space and time instantly blocked Chen Changsheng. Immediately afterward, segments of spacetime began to continuously collapse, completely burying Chen Changsheng in them. Yet the next moment, a spatial rift directly engulfed this supreme being, and a fluctuation of laws came from within the void of space. Click! The void shattered like a mirror. Chen Changsheng walked straight out of it, while the other supreme being, almost half of his body was gone. Still not making a move? The supreme being whose half of his body was gone suddenly shouted. Around Chen Changsheng, a giant one eye suddenly surfaced. That one eye radiated a kind of clear radiance, and Chen Changsheng fell into a stupor after the first glance. Subsequently, a spatial rift directly cut it off. A heavenly sword instantly wore out its body. At the same time, thousands of thunderbolts fell to block everything, and a river of blood even directly swept all the divine souls into it. It's done! The Blood River Emperor's expression was joyous, and within that blood river, a blood spirit identical to Chen Changsheng appeared, only without any semblance of expression. After all, it's just an invincible person facing the siege of our 6 great emperors, and enough to be proud of. And at that moment, that invincible person who had been watching the battle from the beginning froze, not expecting the reversal to happen so quickly. He who had pressed and fought against 6 supreme beings and manifested his invincibility was just gone. He let out a sigh. Is it still the same in this life? And it was at this time that former human emperor sensed that something was wrong. No, this side of heaven and earth has not disappeared. The 6 supreme beings looked at the being in the blood river at almost the same time. At this moment, in the middle of the blood river, a blood-colored being was sitting on a throne, looking at the several people with a smile. What kind of delusion is it that makes you guys think you can kill me? So, and who exactly is the dead one? The 6 supreme beings' Dao hearts shook at this moment, and everything before their eyes became clear. The river of blood disappeared. The sea of thunder also disappeared. All that remained in the spot was a residual body that had been worn down by the light of the sword. Chapter 064, Supreme Meteor. The 6 supreme beings just looked at this scene incredulously. Who died? If, in front of the eyes of that person is not dead, then who exactly is dead? Everything in front of them was restored to its original state, but every one of them was emboldened. Just then, out of the blue, all of the Tao and Dharma of a supreme being dissipated without any sign. This was the supreme being who had taken the way of the void to the extreme, and with a blank expression on his face, he transformed into a ripple under the gaze of several other supreme beings before shattering like a bubble. His body looked like it had been ground into millions of parts by the sword light at this moment, and all of his divine souls were blown away in an instant. This scene was so bizarre that it seemed as if he hadn't even noticed it himself. Ryoga. On the occasion of the complete shattering of his torso, it was like a return to the light. He sighed long and hard. After a lifetime of delving into the way of the void, in the end, I actually died by my own hand. The void in spacetime. It's actually a wall. Ha! His figure shattered, and a perfect and flawless supreme being faded away. A tidal wave then emerged, accompanied by the void. Chen Changsheng walked out from the midst of the tidal wave. An imperial dragon chi came to kill him, and was casually cleaned by him. His body was glowing, and behind him, imperial dragon chi tumbled. A sea of blood emerged, and a world of thunder. All of them are the avenues of the remaining 5 supreme beings. As if transformed into a huge wheel, it rolled towards the remaining 5 supreme beings. Rumble. At this moment, within Chen Changsheng's domain of the Tao of War, a shocking fluctuation occurred. The 5 remaining supreme beings were all fighting against their own Tao. At this moment, they had already deeply realized how powerful Chen Changsheng was, and had already tried to maintain themselves at their peak state as much as possible. The dense thunder seemed like it was going to extinguish the world. The supreme power tumbled. The 2 thunder seas kept overlapping, and eventually one of them was overthrown. A fake is a fake after all. That Thunder Emperor's imperial might was too overbearing, and a thunder world emerged behind him, with countless thunder beings encircling him. A thunder being transformed into a heavenly horse, with the Thunder Emperor sitting on it, holding the heavenly golem, as endless thunder light blossomed, spreading across the sky and emanating a world-destroying might. Chen Changsheng looked at this Thunder Emperor, When the original him walked on the Great Dao, his most powerful method was the Thunder method, and he had not yet learned from this Thunder Emperor. It was a pity that there were others who had preceded him, and with the Thunder Dharma, he was destined to not reach the top unless he bypassed this great emperor who had proven his way with the Thunder Dharma. Kill! The sea of thunder rolled, and the Thunder Emperor sitting on top of the heavenly horse blasted and killed. All of the Thunder Seas rioted, transforming into spears that bloomed with lightning and destructive auras. In the end, all the spears converged and coalesced into a world-raising sparkling spear. This was this Thunder Emperor's extreme thunder technique. Heavenly Punishment Thunder System. Rumble. A spear bloomed with destructive thunder Dao, breaking the void, breaking space and time, and tearing apart all the laws of the Great Dao. However, Chen Changsheng merely pinched a fist seal, the Dao of being empowered. And then, the fist light erupted, directly shattering the spear as countless lightning bloomed, eventually returning to obliteration. Yet that Thunder Emperor continued to move forward, followed by a second, third, and fourth. A spear representing the supreme might of a great emperor arrived in full force, only to still be smashed by Chen Changsheng's swinging fist. All of the thunder spears were worn down by the fist light and transformed into the purest origin laws. Chen Changsheng could feel that the power of each thunder spear was increasing exponentially, but it was only among the power of a great emperor level. As the eighth thunder spear was shattered, Chen Changsheng felt that the power in it was infinitely close to that of the universal great emperor. Only, in this side of the world, everything is meaningless. Boom! Thunder might rolled around, and the Thunder Emperor holding the heavenly goggle had come to the peak of his own aura at this moment. He only had one thunder spear left, but it was unprecedentedly powerful. So this is the way I need to go. I seem to see it. He muttered to himself with some regret for a while, and when he looked at Chen Changsheng again, he became incomparably determined again. This is my strike across the pinnacle. This is my path, my way. The Emperor's soldiers shattered and transformed into the purest laws of the Great Dao. And all of the Sea of Thunder all surged into that Thunder Spear at that moment. This Thunder Emperor's Dao and Dharma sublimated at this moment, echoing that Thunder Spear. At that moment, there was only one thunderbolt left in the entire world, representing killing and punishment. An axe appeared in Chen Changsheng's hand, flowing with the aura of destroying everything. He intended to give one last descent to the raider whose life had come to an end and who had also crossed the second knuckle point. This heaven and earth looked like it was giving the greatest response to this Thunder Emperor, as the laws of the 10,000 paths rioted, leaving only an incomparably radiant thunder light to bloom in this world, suppressing everything and destroying everything. Chen Changsheng looked at the lightning and finally swung the destruction axe in his hand. A terrifying power that destroyed everything erupted, and the entire heaven and earth trembled. In the end, the thunder light collided with the axe light that destroyed everything, and there was no imagined big explosion, only the laws grinding out everything. The lightning disappeared. That Thunder Emperor's avenue had similarly disappeared. This great emperor, who had crossed the second section point at the last moment, was ultimately unable to inflict even half a bit of damage on Chen Changsheng. In this little part of the world, everything seemed pointless, the forbidden supreme beings of the entire divine ruins. Now, only 4 remained as he carried the destruction axe forward. I wonder how the Empress is doing. He intended to speed up his pace, and after resolving the remaining forbidden supreme beings, it was time for him to visit the divine ruins. Yet it was at this time, that invincible person with a battle king physique appeared beside him and said with a respectful and sincere expression, "Please hand over the Blood River Emperor to me. There is a period of karma between me and him. If I'm not as good as I should be and am killed by him, I would also like to ask you to get rid of this scourge." Chen Changsheng nodded without much thought. Yes. Then, his mind moved, and the entire heaven and earth changed. The Blood River Emperor and that peerless one disappeared, and before his eyes, only 3 supreme beings remained. Come together. You have no chance of winning in this world. A terrifying sword light tore through. Chen Changsheng merely waved the destruction axe in his hand, the pitch-black light of the axe destroying everything and breaking the 10,000 ways. The Imperial Dao Dragon Chi rose up to the sky, bringing a party of dragon seals to suppress it. In the end, this dragon seal Imperial soldier shattered and was directly crushed by Chen Changsheng. A pair of terrifying eyes suddenly surfaced, disrupting everything and causing chaos in space and time as a huge palm flowing with Imperial might probed out from the chaos of space and time. At the same time, beneath Chen Changsheng's feet, a pitch-black lotus blossomed, and the 36 petals of the lotus transformed into the most terrifying killing machine. Rolling, the only 3 remaining supreme beings erupted in full force at this moment, and the might of the extreme Dao ran through the ancient and modern worlds, causing this world to darken. Just, all in vain. After 10 moves, Chen Changsheng blasted that former human emperor away with a single punch, and another axe chopped out countless sword lights while severing half of that one supreme being's body. The ruined bell emerged at this moment, and the power of time surged like a tidal wave, trapping the last supreme being in the tidal wave of time. Afterwards, the might of the 10,000 spirits descended, directly grinding and refining his body. A great emperor just faded into the tides of time. Shoo away. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sword light cut through the void, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. This sword light came from that supreme being whose half of his body had been crippled, and he had incorporated his entire body's blood chi and the power of the great Dao into this heavenly sword, making it the pinnacle sword. However, despite the incredible power of this sword, it failed to break through that barrier and was no match for that Thunder Emperor's final strike. The axe in Chen Chongqing's hand was like a demonic god descending to the world, carrying an endless might, and the axe light that broke everything easily wore down the sword. That human emperor, on the other hand, hadn't said a word since the beginning. The Imperial Dao Dragon Chi kept charging at this moment, but it was still not as good as it should have been, and in the end, his body was blown apart by Chen Chongqing's punch, and he remained silent without saying a word until his divine soul completely dissipated. With the complete dissipation of the Imperial Dao Dragon Chi, this world became calm in an instant. It seemed that in just the blink of an eye, all of the forbidden beings and emperor corpses within the divine ruins were turned to ashes and completely obliterated under the power of the Bing Dao origin. Now, there was only one Blood River Emperor left in this space. This Blood River Emperor and that peerless one had already battled to the most intense moment, so Chen Chongqing did not mind waiting a bit. Sure, he also moved a touch. This invincible man is giving his life away right now. Seek some positive feedback. Perform a program for all the big brothers. Turn the corner of the memory. Perfect life. Thought happiness can be mastered. Oi. Chapter 065. The Empress beheads the Lord of the Forbidden Land. Confrontation of two invincibles. Chen Chongqing stayed in the Bing Dao world like this and waited quietly. Everything about the operation of the Bing Dao world was within his grasp. So the great battle between that Blood River Emperor and the invincible one, Mu Xian, was also presented to the best of his ability. Worthy of being a battle king body, Chen Chongqing complimented. Among the human race, there are several hefty physiques, the God King body, the human king body, and the war king body. Although these several types of physiques are not as good as special physiques, and cannot be compared to great emperors after they become great, they are not weak either. In particular, this invincible person called Mu Xian was an alternative way to become a Taoist, as his battle king physique origins sublimated and transformed into a battle immortal. At this moment, he was even more battle-hardened, fighting more and more bravely. His entire figure became magnificent, a huge battle immortal figure surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, facing that blood river constantly attacking and attacking. Chen Chongqing watched this. In reality, this invincible one was still a little bit worse compared to that Blood River Emperor. But with his intervention, this Blood River Emperor had been weakened. The power of the 10,000 spirits was added. Even the Blood River Emperor could not ignore it, and even the Blood River weakened. Eventually, after waiting for a small amount of time, that huge battle immortal tore the Blood River into countless pieces. Pressing down with a huge palm, immortal light erupted, and wiped out that Blood River as much as it could. And that Blood River Emperor ended up pouring out his utmost efforts, battling with Mu Xian to the point where the sky collapsed and countless bloody lights covered the sky. He laughed out loud while he was chattering blood in this world, his body constantly dissipating. Mu Xian, you've succeeded. The grudge between us is over. It's just a shame I won't die by your hand. Ha ha. A blood-colored figure just collapsed on its own. God and soul, Tao and Dharma, all dissipating into thin air. To this point, within the divine ruins, all 7 supreme beings were obliterated, and that Mu Xian's huge body bathed in blood light roared up to the sky. Ah, there are some things that even if you handily kill your enemy and watch him die in front of your eyes, there's no going back. It's all over. Chen Chongqing looked at this scene and after a long sigh, the Bing Dao within him gently trembled before separating into 3 types of Bing Dao, and with the separation of the Dao of soldiers, this world of the Dao of soldiers also began to fall apart and finally dissipate. The 2 figures just appeared in the land of nothingness. Only at this time, the land of nothingness was more like a chaotic land where heaven and earth had not yet opened up, with huge cracks everywhere, chaotic aura tumbling, and heavenly thunder and earthly fire gushing out. Mu Xian came to Chen Chongqing and expressed his gratitude. This time, many thanks to you, fellow Daoist. Chen Chongqing just shook his head, just a show of hands. I didn't expect that such a powerful invincible would appear in the later generations. Mu Xian sighed in his heart. He could tell that the person in front of him was of the human race, but was not a great emperor, but rather an alternative way to become a Taoist just like himself. Therefore, he understood even more about how difficult it was to embark on such a path, and he didn't expect that a latter-dayer would go so far on this path that even those former emperors couldn't compare. This is too amazing and too scary. There were many things Mu Xian wanted to ask for advice, but right now, it wasn't the right time. Chen Chongqing looked in the direction of the divine ruins. The light of the entire divine ruins had weakened a bit, but the forbidden killing formation was still in place, so he wasn't sure what was going on with the Empress and that divine ruins lord right now. He then looked at the invincible one. With this matter settled, I'm going to go deeper into the divine ruins, so you go back first. That invincible person was first stunned, and then smiled sardonically. Has that Empress fought her way in? Chen Chongqing just nodded. Mu Xian said, I've been dusting myself off for 1,000,000 years, and this time, if I can completely level a forbidden area, I'll be obliged to assist the Empress, even if it means burying myself. Chen Changqing always wondered why these types of invincibles all had a kind of selflessness and dedication to guarding all souls in the world. He couldn't do it, so he probably didn't quite understand it either. Or, is this what they call the heart of the Virgin Mary among them? Shaking his head, Chen Changqing did not reject Mu Xian and then said, Come with me, I'll drive ahead. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Changqing went forward, with Mu Xian following closely behind. Chen Changqing exuded a tidal wave of power, and in the next moment, he threw out a fist and blasted it on top of the divine ruin, and the entire divine ruin blossomed with a brilliant light that was incomparably dazzling. There was a click. Chen Changqing's fist light wore down everything, and it was like opening a portal on top of the heavenly light curtain in front of him. Go! The two figures instantly entered this portal. Boom! A forbidden killing formation was in operation, all of them targeting Great Emperor-level killing formations. Only, the power of the tides surged from Chen Changqing's body, as if it had isolated everything, and the countless killing array forces descended as if they had been circumvented by a certain kind of power. This scene caused shocking waves to ripple through Mu Xian's heart. This level of taboo killing formation, or several killing formations stacked on top of each other, even if he broke into it, he might be trapped in it with his full strength. As for this person right now, he was facing these forbidden killing formations like nobody's business. This made him feel that the gap between the two was too great, like an insurmountable mountain. He was silent all the way. The divine ruin was too huge. The two of them kept moving forward in this divine ruin, breaking through a forbidden killing formation. Right at this moment, the entire divine ruin suddenly trembled violently. A supreme greatness erupted from the center of the divine ruins. The power of the flying immortal and another overbearing intent that devoured everything flowed through this great power, and wherever it passed, it directly overturned a forbidden killing formation. The returning ruin bell emerged, and Chen Changqing pointed out with a single finger as the endless power of time emerged, intercepting this vast greatness. Then, his speed increased steeply, instantly breaking through the last barrier. The two of them finally arrived at the very center of the divine ruins, which seemed like a world in itself. The majestic old buildings tower above the sun, surrounded by the sun, moon, mountains and rivers, emanating a mysterious glow. In the very center, broken stars crashed to the ground one by one. Ancient ruins were in shambles. There were heavenly palaces straddling the stars, and mountains and rivers were shattered. An incomparably huge golden dragon body snaked and hovered above the shattered mountains, rivers, land and ruins. The golden dragon was mighty, emanating golden light and blood aura with supreme majesty, but it was on its deathbed. His life was dissipating, his Dao was dissipating, being transformed into the purest essence. Those pairs of scorchingly huge pupils flickered and flickered, finally looking towards the domineering Empress who was all dressed in fluttering black clothes. He sighed softly. Back then, when I transformed my golden dragon body with a mortal augur, I felt that I was invincible to the world, and I even felt that the great emperor was not a match for me. Beneath the ego, never put any living being in the picture. I didn't expect a female emperor like you to appear in the latter days. Ha! I have no regrets about losing to you. The huge golden dragon began to glow, and finally, he glanced in Chen Changqing's direction again and suddenly said, This divine ruin, it's yours. In the next moment, his body transformed into the Dao, and the overwhelming golden light vastly rushed up into the sky, transforming into the purest origin. And at this moment, the black-clothed Empress looked back, her eyes indifferent between them. You want to become the Lord of the Forbidden Land? Without any sign, Chen Changqing directly took a step forward with the power of invincibility. The radiant five-colored divine light transformed into a killing art at this moment, and he didn't hold back a bit as he blasted straight at this great emperor. And at that moment, Mu Xian's eyes widened in anger as he directly transformed into a battle immortal and intercepted. You dare to make a move against the Empress? Do you really want to become the Lord of the Forbidden Land? Chen Changqing did not utter a single word as the 10,000 spirits cauldron emerged, and the power of the 10,000 spirits instantly sent Mu Xian flying. The power of the 5 elements that covered the sky had already fallen. Boom! A pitch-black great Dao vase shook, and pitch-black light shot up into the sky as the Empress held the great Dao vase and struck a supreme blow. The 5-colored light and the pitch-black devouring power constantly collided, and the surrounding sun, moon, mountains, and rivers all seemed to have been worn away, turning into a place of nothingness. The two just faced each other. the Empress held the great treasure vase in a domineering and indifferent manner. Chen Changsheng carried his hands behind his back, his expression calm as the three types of Dao weapons emerged one by one. On the other hand, Mu Xian on the other side was casually blown away, also letting him know that this was not a war he could participate in. It was just that he was puzzled as to why the two would strike at this moment. At this moment, Chen Changsheng sighed in his heart. Before leaving the 9 heavens and 10 lands, he had obtained the flying immortal origin of the Empress and fused it with himself. Just now, that massive flying immortal origin revived, leaving Chen Changsheng with only 4 words. Please kill me. The next chapter will be later. I think it will have to be in the afternoon. Now code a chapter. A little inventory is gone. Can only try to code. Please book friends give some positive feedback. Thank you. Chapter 066, Changsheng vs the Empress. Chen Changsheng just stared at this Empress in front of him. She was already completely different from before. The power of the flying immortal had completely disappeared, and the Dao law that was now being displayed was an extremely overbearing law of devouring. Perhaps, before entering the divine ruins, the Begonia Empress had already guessed this ending, which was why she had left behind that mass of flying immortal origin. Let yourself kill him. Although Chen Changsheng did not know what kind of changes would occur if the second personality Empress appeared, one thing was certain, and that was that this Empress was not on the same path as himself. Existences such as his were probably all foreigners in the eyes of this Empress, although he didn't understand why the Begonia Empress told him to kill her. The moment Chen Changsheng saw the Empress, he did so without the slightest hesitation. As for that Mu Xian, at this point there is absolutely no room to intervene, so he looked at that Mu Xian and spoke out. You leave this place. This is no longer something you can meddle in. A battle immortal figure emerged behind Mu Xian, his blood aura majestic and surrounded by stars and rivers. If you really want to kill the Empress, then no matter what, I can't just sit back and watch. Chen Changsheng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. The laws of time surged forth at this moment, casually breaking space and time, and a space-time rift streaked across, engulfing Mu Xian in an instant. And when Mu Xian reacted, he was already in the forbidden killing formation in the god's ruins. Whether he could live or not, it all depended on his own hardness. In the middle of the most central world of the divine ruins, only 2 people remained. Chen Changsheng, the second personality of the Begonia Empress. Good. Without outsiders, I can also try to see how invincible the invincible ones are in her mouth. The female emperor's cold face evoked a cold smile. Above her head was a pitch-black Dao vase was emitting a burst of black aura. The overbearing intent of devouring everything filled the heavens and the earth, and the emperor's might was generally vast and majestic. Behind her was a huge crack across her back, filled with the power to devour everything. Her black silk was like a waterfall, domineering and overwhelming, and her bright eyes blossomed with the godless Dao laws. Chen Changsheng just smiled faintly. You don't want to know. Rolling. The Empress did not hesitate to strike at this moment, and once she did, she was incomparably domineering, lifting her hand and grinding out a piece of the void, the pitch-black light devouring everything. The Emperor's might filled the air, and it directly surged towards Chen Changsheng. The returning ruin bell surfaced, and the power of space and time spread like a tidal wave, fixing this void. Yet the next moment, a huge treasure bottle of the great Dao broke through everything. The mouth of the bottle turned upside down, and suddenly, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have lost all its light, and was instantly pitch black. Terrifying power flowed from the mouth of the bottle, and a black aura instantly broke through the blockade of space and time with extreme imperial might. Cut it out. The void shattered. Chen Changsheng was directly smashed to the ground by this strike. A huge crater appeared on the entire divine ruins ground, and the Empress just stared at that big hole with her eyes burning. Just then, a force of emptiness came from the void. A door of time and space opened, and Chen Changsheng stepped out of it calmly, a 5-colored sword light instantly slashing at the Empress. The Empress turned around and slapped out her palm. 9 dark bronze chains running through the void at this moment. Chen Changsheng recognized it. It was all refined from immortal gold, permeated with supreme immortal might. When the Empress had taken away most of the divine materials and immortal gold, it was probably for the purpose of refining this item. These 9 bronze chains were too terrifying, disrupting all the laws of the great Dao wherever they passed, turning everything into chaos. Chen Changsheng stepped on the 10,000 spirit cauldron with his feet and hung the quest for ruin bell over his head, exploding his power with all his might at this moment, and the 3 types of Bing Dao within his body trembled at the same time. A breaking axe slashed out an eternal light at this moment. Chop! The huge axe light with the law of destroying everything slammed into the 9 bronze chains, erupting in a burst of brilliant light and instantly cutting the surrounding space into separate cages. A great Dao treasure vase directly suppressed it. Clang! The returning ruin bell slowly rotated at this moment, directly erupting a burst of tidal power to meet it. The heavens and the earth quake. The Empress and Chen Qiansheng simultaneously retreated at this moment, but then simultaneously took a step forward at the same time, exchanging hundreds of moves once again. The whole heaven and earth were smashed. If it wasn't for the special nature of the divine ruins, I'm afraid that the entire divine ruins would have been turned into true ruins in the midst of the great battle between the two. The 10,000 spirit cauldron under his feet instantly became larger at this moment, covering the sky, and countless 10,000 spirits transformed into 10,000 spirit flames pouring down from the sky. The Empress' eyes glowed, and those 9 bronze chains seemed to open up worlds at this moment, carrying the power to devour everything, instantly separating space and time. The entire heaven and earth looked like it had been split in two. All the fire of the All-Souls spread out, but it was as if it had been cut off in half. The Empress let out a cold snort as she walked slowly with her bare feet on the great Dao treasure vase. Each step caused this heaven and earth to tremble along with her. Behind her was a pitch-black black hole that was gradually expanding as she walked. Swallow him whole. The great Dao treasure vase bloomed with a dark light, and the entire world began to tremble. The pitch-black black hole seemed to fill the entire world. Even the light was swallowed up. The Empress just stood under the pitch-black black hole as if she was the master of this world. The huge black hole was devouring everything, and the entire divine ruins trembled. The laws of the great Dao, space-time, and emptiness, as if everything was swallowed into that bottomless black hole. Chen Qiansheng raised his head and glanced at the gigantic black hole that had already covered the entire world. That terrifying power had already covered the sky and had long since transcended the realm of the great emperors. Overbearing, destructive intent filled heaven and earth. He merely glanced at the Empress, and then the 3 clusters of Bing Dao within his body merged into one, and his body shook as the extreme power directly crushed the devouring power of the black hole. Then, he slowly raised the breaking axe in his hand. The fusion of the 3 military paths into one was all added to the destruction axe at this moment. At this moment, the destruction axe exuded a forbidden power that far exceeded that of a great emperor, and above the blade of the axe, a dark lightning bolt pulsed, which was a crack in spacetime that kept surfacing. This aura caused even that Empress to slightly lower her eyes. Her 5 fingers opened, and the pitch-black great Dao treasure vase began to rise, hovering in the middle of the black hole. And then the huge black hole accelerated downward at that moment. It fell violently like a huge and incomparable great sun. The entire world was plunged into darkness, permeated with an extremely domineering law power that destroyed everything, swallowing up all the laws of the great Dao. However, Chen Qiansheng also looked up at this moment. He moved his hand with the broken axe, raising it high, then slowly dropping it. Open the sky. Taste. An indescribable floating light seemed to run through the entire heaven and earth, through all the long rivers of time, from top to bottom, without knowing the end. That axe light wasn't too dazzling, but at this moment it was like a heaven and earth pass. There was no sign. The huge black hole was split in two at this moment, along with the great Dao vase, as if the entire world had been chopped in half. Heaven and earth are clear. As if the Empress sensed a killing opportunity she couldn't resist, she disappeared from the black hole. But the next moment, a brilliant white light emerged. It was the law of the flying immortal, appearing in front of Chen Qiansheng almost just in this instant. Chen Qiansheng was even able to see the cold yet bright face of the Empress. He laughed softly. I know you're hiding the power of the flying fairy, but, and why wouldn't I be? Suddenly, Chen Qiansheng's body began to glow, piercing white light surging out from his body as the power of the flying immortal emerged. The 2 piercing white lights bloomed with billions of radiant flying immortal powers the moment they collided. The whole heaven and earth, from black to white, only for a moment. Chapter 067. One punch kills the Empress. But, the entire world turned a snowy white at that moment. Countless flying immortal laws sprawled across, and in the middle of this snow-white world, 2 fairy-like figures stirred up billions of waves in the void. It seems like she's really treating you differently, even giving you her own avenue. Seeing that the power of the flying immortal is ineffective, the Empress let out a cold snort. Behind her back once again surfaced a dark crack. The law of devouring emerged. The jade finger point. The dark Dao vase once again condensed. Subsequently, 9 enormous bronze chains pierced through at this moment, blocking space and time. The Empress held the great Dao treasure vase, and her entire being was incomparably domineering as she struck a supreme blow. Dang! The returning ruins bell made a ringing sound, sending out a ripple. Chen Qiansheng was fearless, similarly pointing out a finger, and countless tidal paths transformed into densely packed Dao soldiers at this moment, charging toward the female emperor like a vast torrent. Swallow me! The female emperor was spirited and her imperial might was immense, and the great Dao vase in her hand emitted a dark light that engulfed the countless Dao soldiers. Next moment, the great Dao treasure bottle gently shook, and the mouth of the bottle flew out an immortal light at this moment, and all of a sudden, countless Dao soldiers surged out from the mouth of the bottle at this moment, charging towards Chen Qiansheng. The vast river of Dao soldiers was like cutting off the long river of time. 9 huge bronze chains blocked everything. The Empress even directly stepped forward. A rune flashed in her brow, transforming into a power of the flying immortal, and with a slap of her palm, countless huge cracks appeared, and an immense and incomparable black hole fell down like a great sun. It was as if countless worlds had collided at this moment. All the laws of the great Dao all died out at this moment. Chen Chongqing just smiled. At this moment his pupils emitted a golden light. The return to ruins bell reversed at this moment. Like bronze the ripples flowed upwards against the current. That long river of Dao soldiers began to disintegrate as much as it could when it came into contact with one of the ripples. That's the power of time reversal. Reduces everything that is outside of time to nothingness. Then, the cauldron of 10,000 spirits glowed and spewed out a rain of emerald-colored light. The laws of the great Dao intertwined and manifested the 10,000 spirits, and the sound of the 10,000 spirits echoed through time and space. Rolling, the power of the 10,000 spirits collided with the overbearing devouring laws, creating a terrifying vision. The world is dividing and reorganizing. In the very center of this divine ruin, almost all of the ancient buildings were destroyed, and those relics that had been inherited from an unknown era disintegrated at this moment. The entire center was transformed into a world of emptiness and nothingness. Only a throne shrouded in golden light remained. That was the core of the entire divine ruins. However, Chen Chongqing did not even look at it and directly took a step out, his figure appearing above the head of the Empress, and directly dropped an axe. Open! The great Dao treasure vase glowed as the Empress directly raised her hand and blasted away. The blackened light and the axe light of destruction of everything was like the opening of the heavens, transforming into the purest ocean of law. All worlds returned to ruin. From that terrifying ocean of annihilating all laws, the Empress flew out, her head hanging from the great Dao treasure vase, and a scene of constant dimming appearing behind her. The entire heaven and earth trembled continuously, and all the power of the laws was continuously absorbed by the great Dao treasure vase at this moment. At this moment, the great Dao treasure vase seemed to have become the only one, and in the next moment, a thick, dark light surged out like a world-destroying dragon that shattered the entire world. A five-colored world suddenly surfaced behind Chen Chongqing's back, and a steady stream of 5 elemental laws poured into the destruction axe in his hand at this moment. The blade of the axe cleaved out a ray of light entwined with the power of the 5 elements of killing and destroying. That pitch-black ebony light was intertwined with the destruction of all light at this moment, and countless images of space and time collapsing and shattering could be seen. However, the Empress ignored this vision and came directly stepping on the long river of space and time. Kill! Countless forces of law formed a pitch-black longsword in his hand, directly slashing down at Chen Chongqing. The returning ruin bell above Chen Chongqing's head continued to rotate, the sound of the bell shaking out countless tidal forces and wiping out the pitch-black sword light. But the female emperor directly against the current, snow-white palm through the layers of tidal force. Emperor might erupted. The fingertips entwined a force of flying immortals actually forced the return to the market bell shocked backward to fly out. Chen Chongqing also had nothing to worry about, and the Bing Dao within his body trembled, blossoming with an undying light that would not be extinguished for all eternity. Shoo away! He blasted out a fist, directly sending the Empress flying, and the light of the fist wore out everything, directly burying the Empress along with the void. The Empress's aura felt like it had disappeared. Chen Chongqing merely smiled. It was categorically impossible for the Empress to die just like that. And then, he suddenly looked towards a certain piece of space and time, where a female Empress holding a bronze chain had broken space and time. Subsequently, 8 more female emperors appeared at the same time holding a bronze chain in their hands in different time and space. Immediately afterward, the 9 bronze chains made of immortal gold were like a cage of 10,000 paths at this moment, instantly blocking off the 10,000 paths of space and time and completely turning this place into a masterless land. In this cage, Chen Chongqing unexpectedly could not feel a single bit of the great Dao laws, and even his own law power was dissipating. This might be the true killing weapon against the then Lord of the Divine Ruins. It was somewhat similar to his Bing Dao domain, but, still worse, if this is your last resort, then the curtain can fall. The 9 female emperors were as one at this moment, the bronze chains in their hands emitting a heavenly immortal light at this moment. It can exterminate everything in the universe. Boom! Like a killing formation, the 9 bronze chains were constantly intertwined, and the heavenly light was intertwined with killing opportunities. You could have tried. Click! The entire world was enveloped in immortal light. The Empress was like an ancient lord of the ages, and the 9 bronze chains of the immortal light rushed to the heavens at this moment, as if there was a forest of immortal palaces, causing the long river of time to break. Chen Chongqing glanced up, and it was as if the space here was out of his control, and so, he also didn't hesitate for a second, and the 3 Dao weapons rushed into his body as much as they could at that moment. The field of the way of war. Open! The 3 clusters of Bing Dao within his body united in an instant, blossoming with an undying light that would not be extinguished for all eternity. Immediately after, a circular light of laws instantly spread from within Chen Chongqing's body, then covered the entire world. not only pulling the Empress into the domain, but also entering the domain of the Dao of Soldiers along with the 9 bronze chains. A figure began to dissipate. In the end, only the Empress was left, and she looked surprised. Those 9 bronze chains dimmed at this moment, suppressed by the laws within the domain of the Dao of War. The world initially formed by the 9 bronze chains collapsed completely, and the heavenly palace disintegrated, leaving only the bronze chains standing in place. She raised her eyes to look at Chen Changsheng. Looks like you beat me to this step. Overbearing Imperial might instantly erupted, reverberating throughout the entire Bing Dao world. But so what? Rolling, she directly bombarded with a large swath of annihilating light. But, the next moment, the world turned upside down. Chen Changsheng's figure disappeared, and then a fist light that suppressed the ages instantly landed on the Empress, breaking her Dao laws and smashing into the ground like a star. But immediately after, there were 33 pitch-black worlds constantly overlapping at this moment, and the Empress held the great Dao treasure vase as she once again rushed up to the sky. Jade finger a little, densely packed with the immortal chopper flying daggers at this moment covered the entire Bing Dao world. However, Chen Changsheng merely smiled and shook his head as all of the immortal cutting flying daggers passed through his body before returning to nothingness. The Empress looked cold as she directly brought the 33 heavy worlds to devour everything. If that's all it is, that's all it is. She closed her hands together, her entire pupil becoming pitch black, and the great Dao treasure vase gulped in countless heaven and earth essences and great Dao powers at this moment. The 33 heavy worlds behind him seemed to be expanding at this moment as if they were trying to devour the heavens, and Chen Changsheng could even feel a hint of instability appearing in the domain of the Dao of Soldiers. Kind of funny. Since that's the case, let's show you the true power of the Bing Dao domain. It's about time it was over. Chen Changsheng took one step, and as he took this step, the original Bing Dao world directly dissipated. However, on Chen Changsheng's body, the aura of the Dao of War domain was indeed getting thicker and thicker, and in the end, he raised his hand, and the Dao of War domain was all added on top of a punch at this moment. His fist exuded an aura that caused the 10,000 paths to shatter, and the space and time around him was split, and the imprints of an axe, a bell, and a tripod could be vaguely seen. Chen Changsheng glanced at her and hesitated for that brief moment, but then the punch landed. Heaven and earth. A sudden boom. A fist light broke through the ages, broke through the 33 worlds, and broke through the female emperor's Dao laws. Under this punch, the Empress appeared in a momentary daze. It was an overwhelming power that she knew was unbeatable, but she had broken free of all restraints and integrated all of the great Dao into the great Dao treasure vase. She met the light of the fist. The great Dao treasure vase exuded an aura that caused the heavens to tremble, but it only supported itself for a moment in the face of that fist light. The great Taoist vase shattered. The law of devouring was as thin as paper at this moment. The Empress's body completely disintegrated under this punch, and her figure disappeared under the light of the punch. The world-raising aura even directly toppled several forbidden killing formations within the divine ruins. Within the divine ruins, there was only a figure that had trampled the 10,000 paths underfoot, and a throne wrapped in a golden pillar of light. Empress, it was completely gone, worn out along with the origin. The figure of a battle immortal came from afar, breaking through everything with an astonishing aura. He asked angrily, "The Empress is dead?" Chen Changsheng looked at him with an indifferent expression. "She's dead." Rolling. A battle intent erupted from Mu Xian's body, his eyes burning as that battle immortal figure erupted with supreme immortal light. And at this point, Chen Changsheng looked like he had discovered something. Suddenly staring at a certain place, a familiar Dao rhythm was flowing. He leapt to his feet and laughed. What a great tactic! Break the shell with certain death by killing an external force, and then use the power of the great Dao to cut down the true self and the false self. Empress Begonia. Ah, Empress Begonia. Did you do this unintentionally or deliberately? Perhaps you had already counted me in? Although I have noticed, I have to say that you are stunning and invincible enough. The Empress is dead. He died under the light of Chen Changsheng's 3 types of fists that were united in the Dao of Bing. But, she, living out the third life. Balls, give the kid a little praise. Chapter 068, The Third Life of Empress Begonia. Chen Changsheng's strange behavior caused Mu Xian to frown slightly. He didn't find anything. He just felt that the aura of that Empress had completely disappeared. Although it was said that this invincible person in front of him had subdued the 6 supreme beings within the divine ruins and had allowed his great revenge to be avenged, yet, on the off chance that he had killed the Empress of the current generation, what's the difference between this and those supreme beings? And, from the mouth of the Empress, he learned that this invincible person was actually spying on the Forbidden Land, wanting to become the Lord of the Forbidden Land. So what about the Empress overthrowing the Forbidden Land, overwhelming the Forbidden Land? But a brand new Forbidden Land might appear, even one that was even more powerful than the previous God's ruins. What was this if not the greatest scourge of this world? Therefore, even though Mu Xian felt that he might not even be as good as those supreme beings when facing this invincible person, he still had to try. and it didn't matter even if he buried himself. As an invincible person, should one really watch a soon-to-be-sunken Forbidden Land give birth to a new Lord of the Forbidden Land? Rolling, his great Dao laws began to coalesce, and his massive battle immortal figure blossomed with countless immortal lights, surrounded by a river of stars, flowing with supreme divine power that was uniquely his. He was holding a heavenly sword that exuded supreme power, and his sword intent was like snow. However, Chen Shanxing did not seem to be half-guarded against this Mu Xian's actions, as if he did not care or was completely oblivious. He was just staring at a place, his expression vaguely revealing a hint of unrestrained self-satisfaction. Well, he looked at a place where a Dao rhythm was flowing, incomparably mysterious, like the breath of a newborn heaven and earth. This Dao rhythm allowed Chen Shanxing to see a new path, and the Bing Dao within him began to tremble continuously. You use this to live out your third life. I use this to view the way, and it's a way for you to repay me for a favor. Solely, Chen Shanxing directly squatted down. Then he glanced at that Mu Xian. Be honest and stay with me. A blue light flickering 10,000 spirits cauldron suddenly appeared above Mu Xian's head, gently vibrating and dropping down the 10,000 spirit sealing power. The 10,000 spirit cauldron was Chen Shanxing's first Dao weapon. Its killing power was not considered strong, but its defense and sealing power was top-notch. And with his current realm, it wasn't too much of a hassle to use the 10,000 souls cauldron to temporarily suppress an alternative wayfarer in the middle of this situation Earth. And Mu Xian clearly saw what Chen Shanxing was planning to do. He exploded. The snow-white blade light was like a river in the sky, and the huge battle immortal ripped down the sun, moon, stars, and rivers, and the Qian Kuan shifted, but he was never able to break through the suppression of the 10,000 spirit cauldron. After that, he watched with cold eyes, wanting to see what this invincible person was up to. However, Chen Shanxing never glanced at him again, but concentrated on staring ahead. Suddenly, Chen Shanxing's body appeared to have a kind of Dao rhythm at this moment. It was an indescribable meaning, as if he had disappeared halfway out of sight, and as if he was in a time and space that was far, far away. Immediately after that, a 5-elemental essence emerged on its own, turning into a 5-colored waffle cap salivating at the laws of the great Dao. At the same time, the 3 radiant soldier paths within his body began to rotate continuously at this moment, blossoming with a strange fluctuation. This, not part of the laws of life, yet similar to them, yet more vast. Freshman? No. Sort of a plasticine nirvana. Chen Shanxing quietly felt this kind of Dao rhythm. After a long time, he stopped watching. This kind of Dao rhythm was somewhat enlightening to him, but it wasn't too useful. Because of him, everlasting life. It may never get this far. So he got up, a small smile appearing on his face. In this life, you obviously still have a lot of longevity left, but you have chosen to directly force the page to live out the third life, which is not considered deliberate, perhaps, but wherever you have a bit of heart, you won't have the slightest chance. You truly begged for death to get this far. That's just it. In that case, I'll give you another hand. Chen Shanxing laughed, and then, a heavenly ancient tree emerged behind him, with the sun and moon hanging from it, and a crimson celestial river glowing. The power of the 5 elemental origins manifested in this one, alive and well, emanating a supreme aura. The 5 supreme origins transformed into a 5-colored lotus at this moment, and the 5-colored lotus slowly rotated and eventually merged into the massive Dao rhythms. Shasta. The entire Forbidden Land seemed to feel something and began to vibrate. The entire 9 heavens and 10 earths and all the living beings in the universe felt a strange sensation at this moment, and all the great roads in the universe suddenly became active at this moment. At the same time, Heaven's mandate surfaced, only unusually calmly. Only, they didn't feel the emotions of Heaven's mandate, which seemed to be an extremely unwilling but hopeless look. Heaven's mandate immediately disappeared after blooming with 10,000 rays of light, leaving only the great Dao to vibrate. It's the Empress! Some overwhelming beings looked at the divine ruins that appeared in the cosmic starry sky and spoke out in excitement. That entire divine ruin was filled with an aura at that moment. That was the aura of a great emperor's supremacy. It's the Empress who has succeeded. The Empress has sunk a forbidden land. The Empress has completely overthrown the divine ruins. Forbidden land. Overwhelmed. At this moment, all the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands and the ancient lands of life all over the universe cheered. The overthrow of a forbidden land had actually occurred in this era. You know, how many great emperors have been able to overthrow a forbidden land throughout the ages? You can count them on one hand. This is a great feat. Therefore, when the 9 heavens and 10 lands felt that imperial might, all the living beings cheered and celebrated. The rest of the forbidden land beings who were constantly watching the divine ruins all fell silent at this moment, and then they all returned to nothingness, concealing themselves. And at this point, within the divine ruins, Chen Shanxing looked at a jade body that slowly emerged within the Dao rhythm with a smile on his face. Then with the point of his finger, a snow-white robe was wrapped around that moving and delicate body. That Mu Xian also fell silent at this time. The Empress isn't dead? The next moment he reacted. He was after all an alternative wayfarer as well. An insight into this truth turned his heart into waves of shock. The Empress is living again. It wasn't known how long it had been, but that delicate body in the midst of the Dao rhythm suddenly opened its eyes, and a power of flying immortal and a domineering intent that devoured everything rushed up to the sky. There was also a wave of newborn laws that Chen Changsheng sensed permeating the area. A wave of imperial might instantly filled the entire divine ruins instantly with her as the center. The imperial might was calm but incomparably vast, illuminating this empress like a round of brilliant stars, making the heaven and earth eclipsed. In the first instance, the empress' eyes looked towards Chen Changsheng, her gaze calm, cold, and indifferent. The power of a single Dao of laws continuously intertwined in the eyes, and finally returned to silence. Chen Changsheng silently sighed in his heart. The empress who lived out her third life wasn't her after all. Cut off the true self, then the false self, bring the two into complete unity. She was not the Begonia Emperor, nor was she the second personality of the Begonia Emperor, but a brand new, perfect, female emperor who no longer had any flaws. Chen Changsheng even felt that this Begonia Empress at the moment had even surpassed the Aotian Emperor and would go even farther. However, the Haitang Empress's next words made Chen Changsheng feel that she was still around. The Empress's cold face suddenly bloomed into a smile, like a sea of thousands of flowers blooming at the same time. Immortal light shining brightly. Are you sure you don't want to consider continuing a life with your bloodline in mind? Chen Changsheng Mu smiled. It's very Empress. He spoke slowly. I said, this can't be right. There's a problem with the book. It's still under review. So I guess I'll have to take a day off tomorrow. Thanks for your support. Chapter 069. I'll be my lord of the Forbidden Land, and you'll be your Empress. The two invincible people of the world were just talking and laughing. This caused Mu Xian's brain, who was under the subdued seal of the 10,000 spirit cauldron, to go down for a moment. How could he not understand that the two had fought and killed each other before, and the Empress had even been killed, and as a result, the Empress had been reanimated in a new life, and the two were more like close friends? And the Empress' words were even more wolf-like, as if she had something else in mind for this invincible person. It silenced him even more. Chen Changsheng looked at the brand new Empress in front of her. Although it was said to be a little different from the Empress she once was, not good or bad, it was perfect for her. Haven't even congratulated you on living a third life. The Begonia Empress's second lifespan had not yet expired, yet she had forced a page turn to live a third life, which was rare, perhaps. Even she herself had not thought of it. This kind of opportunity is rare, and it is probably only when it actually comes to the moment of death that the Empress has an epiphany and cuts off her true and false selves in one fell swoop. Originally, this was not part of my plan. She sighed softly, her expression calm, her entire body glowing. By burying the Lord of the Forbidden Land, I will inevitably fall into a deep sleep, and then the second me will appear. Unlike me, he is my extreme, more powerful than I am, and therefore, will definitely bring the greatest evil to this world. Therefore, I have left a portion of my essence with you, so that when I am utterly unable to restrain her, it will be you who will take my place, kill me completely, and bury me and her together completely. At the very beginning this candidate was the Lord of the Divine Ruins Forbidden Land. It's just a pity that he's not good enough. The Empress looked at Chen Changsheng, her eyes glowing. You've taken a different path. I can see the backlash against you, but even the current me may not be able to completely match you. Chen Changsheng just smiled. Living out the third life didn't mean that the Dao would increase. Just like many great emperors' first and second lives were actually at a node where they couldn't cross that barrier, Empress's second life was so amazing, and she's gone a long way down that path. So his third life didn't have much accumulation. It was just that he stood more firmly on that path, and one of his newly comprehended laws might skyrocket in the future, and it might be possible for her to succeed in stepping over that threshold. After all, this was a threshold that not even Chen Changsheng's three perfect soldier paths could completely step over. The Empress was as close as he was, except that Chen Changsheng's domain of the Dao of War was so perverse that even the invincible standing at the third node wouldn't dare to say that they could steadily overwhelm him. The power of 3 lives. Perhaps in this one you will take that step as well. Chen Changsheng suddenly looked up at the eyes market. Now that the divine market was exposed beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so he was able to clearly perceive the great Dao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He said thoughtfully, how do I get the feeling that that being doesn't seem to be exactly jubilant when you've lived out your third life? The Empress just pursed her lips and looked at him. Just like when you became the Lord of the Forbidden Land. Can you tolerate the appearance of an existence in the Forbidden Land that you cannot master? Chen Changsheng instantly realized, then laughed. No wonder this is the case. The lifespan of a great emperor is limited. It cannot be dusted off. It can only be cut off from itself, so it's defending itself as well. The Empress didn't seem to be afraid of that being anymore at this point, and she was prepared to say more about the secrets of it. Life after life. It mends itself. The entire divine ruin suddenly trembled. All the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the universe were somewhat surprised to find that the heavenly destiny that had been hidden had reappeared again and blossomed with the power of 10,000 laws, locking the divine ruins firmly in place. Chen Changsheng and the Empress merely glanced at each other. Chen Changsheng shook his head. You don't need to say much. I already know part of the secret, and I know how to walk the road behind me. One day, the secrets of this world will finally be no secrets in my eyes. The Empress only nodded her head gently. She could feel a disconnect between her connection with Heaven's mandate after living out her third life, but she didn't care. She had Heaven's mandate to thank for her being able to come this far, but not its credit. While the two were talking and laughing, that Mu Xian, who had been suppressed by the 10,000 spirit cauldron, suddenly spoke out after a period of silence. Can you put me out first? Only then did the Empress and Chen Changsheng turn back. Chen Changsheng apologized for a while but was all but half apologetic. I blame me for forgetting about you. Only then did Mu Xian arrive in front of the two. The Haitang Empress sized him up. A dusty invincible? The origin is still sufficient. Mu Xian nodded, but the next sentence directly made him tense up. She looked at Chen Changsheng. It's just so much worse than you. Chen Changsheng nodded. How many people in this world can be compared to me? Mu Xian clenched his fists, then unclenched them. Well, he did come up a little short. One was a great emperor of the current generation, a fierce man who had directly slaughtered a lord of the Forbidden Region in the middle of the Forbidden Land, and the one next to her was even fiercer, directly subduing this super fierce current female emperor. Both are super fierce, so what the two said was what they said, and he couldn't refute it. This was the first time Mu Xian felt that his alternative path to becoming a Taoist was nothing in front of these two fierce men. Even if he had once battled a great emperor, even if he had personally killed that Blood River great emperor not long ago, seeing that he couldn't refute it, Mu Xian could only burst into a bitter laugh and then introduced his origins. He dusted himself off since 1,000,000 years ago and came from the same era as the Blood River Emperor. It was only that the Blood River Emperor had become an emperor first, while he could only embark on an alternative path to becoming an emperor. After that, the Blood River Emperor slaughtered living beings. The 9 heavens and 10 lands and the ancient lands of life and the universe suffered greatly, and his clan and family even became blood spirits in that sea of blood. For this reason, Mu Xian took an alternative path to becoming a Taoist, and went against the Blood River Emperor, and he spent his entire life thinking about how to suppress the Blood River Emperor, only to find out that, unfortunately, great emperors were invincible, and this was not a false statement. Even though he had alternatively become a Taoist, and he could be compared to a great emperor, he was not a great emperor after all, and could only resist. Originally, I thought this life was over. Unexpectedly, one day, the Blood River Emperor suddenly disappeared without a trace. He gained insight into some secrets and eventually chose to seal himself, hoping that one day in the future he would be able to kill the Blood River Emperor with his own hands. It had been 1,000,000 years of waiting, but it had finally allowed him to kill the great emperor handily. The Empress looked at him contemplatively. If a few more invincibles could appear in each era, those supreme beings wouldn't dare to go too wild. Mu Xian also chimed in, and it was evident that the two were able to run into each other's ideas. Only Chen Changsheng felt that it was too idealistic and all empty talk. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng slowly walked towards the very center of the divine ruins, where only a throne was left behind, surrounded by a golden light, and was the only thing left in the central world of the divine ruins. Chen Changsheng came to the front of the throne before he turned back to look at the Empress. Does your agreement with me still stand? I'll be my lord of the Forbidden Land, and you'll be your great emperor. The Empress smiled sardonically. Of course it counts. Mu Xian frowned at this moment and spoke out to remind the Empress. Having just sunk a Forbidden Land, could it be that you, Empress, really want to let him become the lord of the Forbidden Land? Aren't you afraid that he will become the greatest scourge? The Empress simply looked at Chen Changsheng with a hint of a smile in the corner of her eyes in a firm tone. Others will, but he, no way. Explain. Yesterday the book was suddenly reviewed, shut down the small black room, said there are a small number of similar, although I looked at the two books cannot find the same place, but there is no way, or modified part of the plot. The Flower of the Immortal wood cancelled, is now a book of the road, which has a living soul. Interested in the book friends can look back at it. The general plot did not change. The past 2 days to get no rest, take a day off. Today, on this one, I don't know how the traffic of this book will be in the future. Write it first, or thank you for your support. Chapter 070, A New Forbidden Land, the Everlasting Realm. Chen Changsheng came to the throne that was shrouded in golden light. Empress Begonia and Mu Xian just calmly watched and didn't stop them. Chen Changsheng just glanced at the two men. This time, together with the Empress, we overthrew a forbidden land, and what he cares about the most is the core of this forbidden land if someone opens his mouth to stop it at this time. Whether it was the Empress or that Mu Xian, as long as he dared to open his mouth, then he wouldn't mind being in a fight. although he said that he had some friendship with the Empress. At this time, if the Empress' brain went to her head, then he would definitely kill the Empress once more, and at that time, there would be no fourth life to live. But okay, the Empress had kinda kept her promise and didn't break it just because she lived out her third life. As for that Mu Xian, so what if he doesn't agree? He could only disagree in his heart and dare to step in to stop it? With this in mind, Chen Chongsheng gave a valiant smile, then swaggered and sat directly on top of the throne. Shasta. A golden light rushed up to the depths of nothingness. Golden waves continued to spread at this moment until the entire divine ruin was completely enveloped. His figure was bathed in golden light, and even his pair of pupils became golden, just like a god. The entire divine ruin trembled as a result, becoming more and more mysterious and unpredictable, and countless immortal lights rose up to the sky at this moment. The Empress and Mu Xian were also dumbfounded for a while as they watched this scene, and the color of surprise flickered in the eyes of the Haitang Empress. I didn't expect to take over a forbidden land in such a short time, and at this time, Chen Chongsheng was bathed in golden light. His eyes seemed to see a fragmented picture. He saw destruction, he saw the universe reincarnating, and he saw an annihilation catastrophe that overturned the universe between them. All the worlds dissipated in the rain of light, leaving only a cocoon of light, and after the destruction of the world, all the power of all beings was absorbed by the light cocoon, and in the end, only a piece of cocoon clothing was left rushing across the universe. Chen Chongsheng Mu opened his eyes as if only a moment had passed. The images he saw were all tattered, unable to be strung together, with only a cocoon of light always running through the tattered images. A light cocoon. What the hell is that? Chen Chongsheng also couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Whether the existence of the Forbidden Land was man-made or a self-consciousness born from a long period of time, he couldn't fathom it, but he felt that it was definitely inseparable from that light cocoon. It doesn't matter, he sighed softly, then looked at the Empress and Mu Xian, and with a flip of his palm, a broken scepter appeared from the golden light. There were countless star patterns outlined on top of the scepter, and some of them were shining brightly at the moment, but most of the engraved patterns were dull. He sensed it and couldn't help but feel depressed. Only 3 drops left. Rushing at the bronze scepter. The bronze scepter glowed at that moment, like a portal opening up, with 3 drops of something like liquid suspended inside, emitting a unique luster and law power. These are the tears of God, the core product of the Forbidden Land. This is also the reason why those great emperors throughout the ages chopped themselves up and hid in the Forbidden Land. One is the lifespan limit, to avoid the mandate of heaven. The second is for the sake of this object can remodel the origin can see the Emperor realm after the road. This is a departure from the rest of the products of the Forbidden Land. Chen Chongsheng arrived in front of the Empress and Mu Xian. It seems that the former lord of the Forbidden Land had calculated that we would come here, so he consumed all the tears of God. It's no wonder that those supreme beings who decapitated themselves were able to maintain an abundance of origin power and even crossed the threshold. The corners of the Empress's mouth hooked up slightly. It seems that your intentions have fallen through, but a Forbidden Land, how should you have earned it? Chen Chongsheng smiled and directly placed the tear of God back inside the bronze scepter. Although the divine ruins had been consumed for all of their 10,000 ancient years, the core of the divine ruins was still there, and every 10,000 years, the bronze scepter would produce a single drop of God's tear, which wasn't a loss for Chen Chongsheng. You're right. Chen Chongsheng put away the scepter. He had plenty of time so he could afford to wait. He then looked at the Empress and Mu Xian. What shall you do next? The Empress looked at the eye ruins. To overthrow a forbidden land, how could it not be better to proclaim the 9 heavens and 10 lands and all the living beings in those ancient lands of life? It's time for those forbidden places that are still hidden to fall silent for a while. As for Ma Xian, both Chen Chongsheng and the Empress looked at him, and after Mu Xian froze, he let out a long sigh. With my great revenge avenged, I no longer have any obsessions. Perhaps I will return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths to find a quiet place to spend the rest of my life. The two acted as if they hadn't heard Mu Xian's words. The Empress looked at Chen Chongsheng. I think he should fit in here. Chen Chongsheng nodded. I feel the same. Mu Xian, are you two listening to me or not? No strength equals no human rights, right? Mu Xian could only be silent in the silence. It was followed by some exhortation from the Empress. If you stay here, you might be able to keep a good eye on him. Don't you not trust him? In the future, if he becomes a scourge, you'll take the opportunity to suppress him and seize power. Mu Xian was even more silent. He has the guts, but he doesn't have the power either. Chen Chongsheng also spoke at this time. Perhaps you don't understand the power of the Forbidden Land. Think about why those great Emperor Supreme beheadings themselves came here. For beings like you, this is the most suitable place for you. And if there is ever a turmoil in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, you can also go out into the world to resolve it and contribute to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Mu Xian didn't want to. It's just that he has nothing to say. In the end, Mu Xian still nodded his head and stayed here for the time being, and made a great Dao vow to keep a good eye on Chen Chongsheng. and if one day Chen Changsheng became the source of the scourge, then he would no longer stay. Chen Changsheng also laughed helplessly and bitterly for a while. He's an eternal being, living with the world. He doesn't hide inside the Forbidden Land for a good reason, and runs out to wreak havoc on the living beings? Isn't that crazy? In that case, it's settled. The Empress did not say anything more after glancing at Chen Changsheng. I'm going back. Before leaving, Chen Changsheng still reminded, now that you have lived out your third life, the destiny of heaven is somewhat different, and, as you have lived for too long, I fear that no new great emperor will be born at this time. Knowing that this was Chen Changsheng's way of telling her to pay more attention to heaven's mandate, Empress Begonia nodded her head. I know. In the end, the Begonia Empress left, and Mu Xian followed for the time being, and only after the two had left did Chen Changsheng rehide the divine ruin, completely disappearing into the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He now held the core power of the divine ruins. Everything was in his every move, and he shook his head helplessly as he looked at the crumbling divine ruins. I really don't understand why these existences always like this kind of mysterious place. Wouldn't it be good for you to plant some flowers and plants and be refreshing? What a shady bunch. Chen Changsheng walked on the divine ruins earth with his hands behind his back. A mountain rose up from the ground. The dark sky began to become clear, and the dilapidated palaces all began to dissipate. And what appeared instead was a green mountain and mountains. The fivefold forbidden killing formation was completely hidden at this moment. At this moment, Chen Changsheng truly became the lord of a forbidden land. The divine ruins are a thing of the past. So now, it's called Long Life Realm. Chapter 071, Crossing the Third Node. Insight into part of the world's mysteries. The Empress has returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the supreme imperial might is as vast as the sea, filling and pervading all parts of the universe. The 9 heavens, the 10 lands, and the ancient lands of life in the universe were covered in imperial might, and all living beings were able to feel the aura of a great emperor, suppressing the 10,000 paths into calmness. At this time, it seems that the entire universe is only left with a rich imperial might, a supreme imperial law. In an ancient land of life, the Begonia Empress revealed her imperial body, and countless power of the flying immortals surrounded her, making her the most radiant figure in the entire world. She was peerless and absolutely magnificent, with a clean white great Dao vase suspended above her head, and then with a lift of her hand, she unexpectedly summoned the hidden heavens mandate, and even though the radiant heavens mandate was calm and incomparable, it still drooped down 10,000 golden heavens mandate powers at this moment. The power of the flying immortal intertwined with the power of heaven's mandate, and a golden rune flashed up in the Empress's eyes. She then made it known to all living beings. I, the Begonia Empress, will completely overthrow the divine ruins in this era, and after myself, the divine void will never come out. Fellow traveler, Mu Xian, a dusty invincible. Not far away in the void, a huge battle immortal manifested, surrounded by the sun, moon and stars, swallowing mountains and rivers. An invincible aura filled the air, and immortal light rushed up to the sky. This immortal beheading figure clasped his fists at the Empress. The Begonia Empress only nodded slightly before uttering another sentence. The generations to come need to keep this in mind. The darkness will end. The Forbidden Land is not indestructible, and there is hope for all as the Great Road moves forward. Just then, there was a flicker of heavenly destiny, and suddenly it returned to nothingness. The Begonia Empress just glanced faintly, not caring too much about it. She was now considered to be able to break away from the realm of heavenly destiny's constraints herself, so she was also fearless. And after the Begonia Empress said those words, her figure completely disappeared. Immediately afterward, that huge battle immortal figure also dissipated in the universe. Living beings all over the universe were cheering at this moment, even though the previous commotion let them know that a forbidden land was probably destroyed. But the Empress personally announced that this was different. This represents a great achievement that will be honored by the generations to come. The Begonia Empress was destined to leave a strong mark in the history books of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. For a moment, the spirits of the 9 heavens and 10 lands and those ancient lands of life in the universe all flocked to the ancient lands of life where the Empress was located, as if they were making a pilgrimage. And at this point, Chen Changsheng, who was hidden in the emptiness of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, was sitting in a mansion surrounded by green hills and water. He naturally saw the scene in which the Empress notified the living beings of the universe. The reason why his name was not mentioned was naturally Chen Changsheng's request, an eldritch that was exposed to the world. This was not what Chen Changsheng needed. Fame meant nothing to him. Even the most stunning of great emperors cannot escape the sanction of time in the end. Chen Changsheng let out a soft sigh. The Empress who lived out her third life was stunning. He had no doubt that the Empress would eventually take that step. But so what if she took that step? She was still only the great emperor, and would eventually come to old age, and to her old age. However, at the very least now she had at least 10,000 years left. Raising his eyes and glancing at the present-day divine ruins, There was no longer the mystery and dilapidated gloom of the past, and under Chun Changxing's remodeling, the place had been transformed into a truly blessed land on earth. What do you think of this place? Chen Changxing suddenly twisted his head to look at the Dao Book to the side, where Golden Boy was sitting on top of it. Average, he looked very condescending and seemed very disdainful. Then can you see anything? Chen Changxing inquired. Hearing this, the Golden Boy frowned and circled around the golden throne for several times, and after a long time, a small hand touched his chin. Can't see. Ha, also a loser. The Golden Boy instantly turned into a golden light and rushed in, but was sent flying by Chen Changxing's finger. The Golden Boy then drew the longsword behind his back again in anger. Don't think that I'm afraid of you now that you've half-stepped into the third node. When I come out of the world, I'll suppress you with one hand, and sooner or later, I'll chop off your dog's head. Chen Changxing glanced at him, then hurry up and come out of the world so I can study this Dao Book. Bah! Wanting my treasure, there's no door. After saying this, Golden Boy rolled his eyes and dug into the Dao Book. Chen Changxing smiled helplessly and finally looked out at the heavens and earth again. It's time for me to go back and get my stuff back. Chen Changxing left the everlasting realm at this moment and returned to the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now that he had exceeded 90,000 years, half a foot had stepped into the third node, and he perceived this world even more deeply. It seemed as if the entire 10,000 paths were deliberately avoiding him. One could vaguely perceive a hint of pressure to win from the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chen Changxing shook his head indifferently. He knew that this was that supreme heavenly fate playing a trick on him, and probably the current Empress might be in a similar situation as him. Only, Heaven's mandate had long since ceased to be a threat to him. He took one step out and directly arrived at the Yaoqi holy ground. The plum tree seemed to be going through the gods. Seeing Chen Changxing stretching its branches like a child, expressing its joy, Chen Changxing felt that this was quite good. If it transformed into a spirit, it would be a demon, and its lifespan would be greatly reduced, and it would be far less relaxed than it is now. The forbidden formations in this place hadn't changed in the slightest, and the divine source was intact. Bai Weiwei lay in the divine origin essence as if she were asleep. Chen Changxing just watched her fall into a moment of silence. With his means nowadays, even if he broke into other forbidden places to find an immortality medicine, it wouldn't be difficult. Only, what was the point of letting her live another life? When he had sealed Bai Weiwei in the divine origin, it was only because of his own loneliness and the fact that there were no ancients in the world that he had told her his secret, and he had been able to free himself. But nowadays, I'm afraid that it's already hard for any living beings to pose a threat to him. But he didn't know how to face Bai Weiwei. Her time had ended long ago, and she was left to live in the midst of the Elder Realm to face a lonely world? Better yet, to remain dusty? Was it too cruel for her? After all, it was selfishness that caused the current scene in the first place. With his hands behind his back, Chen Changxing stood facing the peach blossoms, standing at the top of the mountain with his large sleeves fluttering. Only truly purge everything and end everything. Perhaps, he didn't continue, and after standing at the top of the mountain for a long time, he then left, returning to the small world he once was in, taking everything with him, and in the end, he banished the small world, erasing all traces of what he once was. Time is like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Ever since the Empress had lived out her third life, Chen Changxing had only seen her once, after which the two had parted ways and he had returned to the everlasting realm. Mu Xian also followed him back to the everlasting realm and dusted himself off shortly afterward. His origin was still sufficient, but his lifespan was not much longer, and even though staying in the everlasting realm could isolate him from the time and laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he would still pass away after all. For this reason, Chen Changxing granted him a drop of tear of God. He hoped that for a long time to come, this Mu Xian would be able to walk the world in his place, and with 3,000 years of time, Chen Changxing also managed to completely step into the third node by relying on the only 2 remaining drops of tears of God and the power of unity zygos deferral. He had finally stepped on a height that not many people, even great emperors, had been able to reach throughout the ages. Even the Aotian emperor at the time hadn't taken this step, and Chen Changxing, who stood at the third node, undoubtedly saw the essence of this world even more clearly. It could feel the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths suppressing him, and the flow of the entire heaven and earth had a regularity as far as it was concerned. The seasons, the days and nights, the workings of all the paths, the rising and falling of the stars, it was all a unique Taoist rhythm that held everything together. And the source of all the power behind this comes from the supreme heavenly destiny that hangs high above the 9 heavens and is hidden between nothingness. Chen Changxing saw a broken path at this moment. He burst into a sneer. It's simply impossible for a great emperor of the 4th nodal point to appear in this world. Heaven and earth are flawed. Someone deliberately cut off the road. Today's 2 chapters, the subsequent will gradually reveal the secrets of the world. There are still a lot of plot transition. Slowly more chanting. Chapter 072, 4th Bing Dao failure. The Empress has become. Now, Chen Changsheng, who had stepped into the third node, undoubtedly had a clearer perception of this world, and he gained insight into some of its mysteries. There is a shortage in this world. This may have some relevance to what the Empress said back then about heaven's destiny being in the process of replenishing itself. Chen Changsheng guessed so, but it was a pity that so far, he couldn't guess the deeper secret behind it. His pair of eyes seemed to be penetrating the eternal life realm at this moment, looking towards the very center of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The great Tao was not visible there. The heavenly planes were blurred, and there was not the slightest trace of heavenly destiny. He then turned his gaze to the ancient land of life where the Empress was, and could only confirm that the Empress was still there, as the entire ancient land of life was shrouded in a layer of imperial rhythm, shielding everything. Is this a defense against him or Providence? He already had an answer. Smiling and shaking his head, Chen Changsheng stopped thinking about this and opened the system. Eternal Life System bound. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, Great Emperor Supreme. Third Realm, Jinshur Great Emperor. Lifespan, forever. Nagasaki Point, 217592565. The Eternal Life Vault is open. Power of deduction, redeemed 42 times, can be redeemed twice. Because of the plot changes, the old book friends may not know this. The pre-system belongs to a brush stroke, modified to add a little weight. This does not affect the plot. You can skip. Chen Changsheng opened the everlasting treasure trove. It was a pity that now that he had stepped into the third node, but the things inside still hadn't changed in the slightest from the initial binding. There were still no immortal god pills and demigod pills and immortal gold and immortal woods in this category. Brother Unicorn, you can't keep up with me anymore. Chen Changsheng snickered. Despite saying so, the system's power of deduction was still very useful to him, and the power of deduction had played a great role in being able to come this far. There was a sudden burst of silence from Chen Changsheng. Why do I always have a feeling that I won't be able to make it to the 4th Bing Dao? I can't even cast a Dao weapon. What it means to be truly blessed to the core when you get to their point. Chen Changsheng said so, and this feeling he had was proof that this was the case. Are you behind this? He suddenly raised his head to look extremely high again, and at this moment, there seemed to be an invisible barrier enveloping him, countless times greater than the one that had hindered him from stepping into the Emperor realm in the first place. Chen Changsheng withdrew his gaze and leisurely drank in his small courtyard. There's no hurry. I've got long years ahead of me, and I don't believe you won't show half a thing. I'll be waiting for you. Time is long, and in the blink of an eye it will be 7,000 years. Ever since the Empress overthrew the divine ruins and lived out her third life, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths ushered in a period of great tranquility. During this time period, those forbidden places hadn't reappeared and hadn't even leaked half of their breath, let alone those supreme beings venturing out. And during these thousands of years, the Empress did not appear again, and her aura could only be felt in that ancient land of life. In the era where the Empress was, the 9 heavens and 10 lands and the ancient lands of life in the universe were thriving, and a large number of heavenly prides from various races emerged, dazzling beyond measure and going to the absolute peak of the great Tao in a very short period of time. These beings were too gifted and too high-minded to put anything in their eyes, and even felt that they could have become emperors if not for the presence of the female emperor. Thus, after this, there were even more beings who came to the ancient land of life where the Empress was located with Emperor's soldiers in their hands wanting to challenge the Empress. As a result, just a ray of flying immortal light sent this being holding an Emperor's weapon flying into the cosmic void, and the powerful might even directly activated the Emperor's weapon, collapsing a piece of starry sky. All the beings standing at the top of the heap then realized the huge gap between them and the Empress. For a long time afterward, those beings who stood at the absolute peak of the great Tao all disappeared. There were many other beings who chose to dust themselves off and avoid this life of the Begonia Empress. However, no matter what, in the era of emperors or no emperors, the living beings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe lived a wonderful life. It's a wonderful struggle against the sky, against the earth, and against people. In a flash, the Empress lives out the 13,000 years of her third life. Chen Changsheng had also completely crossed the threshold of 100,000 years now, and he was already over 104,500 years old. Not long ago, he left the eternal life realm and came to the 9 heavens and 10 lands to prepare for experiencing a life in the red dust to ease his bad heart. The main reason was because at his 100,000 years he felt it was a happy occasion, so he was going to cast the 4th Dao pawn to try it out. Even though he knew that he might fail, Chen Changsheng still intended to give it a try. As a result, he failed. That kind of Dao rhythm for casting Dao soldiers was inexplicably interrupted every time at a critical moment. For thousands of years, he tried again and again like a stubborn donkey. The results were all the same, and for this reason, he had spent a large amount of heavenly materials and even destroyed a few pieces of immortal gold. Chen Changsheng's mind became a bit worse, to the point where he was about to rush out and find heaven's mandate to do battle. Only, he held back, because it didn't make much sense. If heaven's destiny hid, even the great emperor probably wouldn't be able to find it. Thus, Chen Shangsheng came to the 9 heavens and 10 lands and hid his cultivation before accompanying a group of cultivators to a king's tomb. Yes, that's the kind of king of the chopping road, powerful beyond measure, terrifying. Run, there's a killing formation here. Chen Shangsheng saw a sword formation, and under the sword light, many living beings from all over the world died horribly. The corners of his mouth twitched as he pretended to dodge it. This couldn't help but make him think of when he was traveling with the Aotian trio and entered those Jedi. They all broke through strongly and no one was a match for the 3 of them. With someone cracking the formation, the group eventually broke into the depths of the tomb. A ray of light suddenly erupted, flowing with brilliance. The king's aura exposed. It's a king's soldier. It's mine. Nobody takes it. Dare to rob my king's soldier. Looking for death. Rumble. A great battle took place in this place, with all sorts of divine radiance Dao soldiers flying about. Chen Shangsheng just looked at all of this calmly, only to feel his mind become calm as well. However, at a certain moment, as if Chen Shangsheng suddenly sensed something, he turned to look at a place, and his eyes passed through this tomb, through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the ancient land of life where the Empress was located in the universe. Suddenly, a vast swath of vast annihilation descended, covering the entire ancient land. Then, a dense power of flying immortal and the imminent explosion of devouring everything erupted. The entire ancient land erupted with radiant law power, and a figure topped the sky, directly tearing through the sea of thunder and heading towards the 9 heavens above. As Chen Shangsheng froze, the king's soldier that everyone was fighting over suddenly rushed towards him, but it suddenly crumbled the moment it neared his body, not even leaving behind a single crumb. This scene caused all the beings who were still fighting to fall into an eerie silence. Chen Shangsheng came back to his senses. Sorry, I'll pay you guys a handful. But he realized the next moment that he couldn't afford to pay. He really couldn't find a king's soldier on his person. And it was at this time, a figure broke straight into the grave. It was an absolutely unrivaled woman who pressed down on Chen Shangsheng's shoulders, the corners of her mouth hooked in a smile. Stop playing and follow me. In a flash, both of them disappeared at the same time. And in the place where it disappeared, a long spear was left behind, emanating a faint stream of Emperor's rhythm. Soldier of the Paraclete. A group of living beings were directly baffled as they watched this scene. A quasi-emperor's soldier appeared in the grave of a Dao beheading king, and they didn't feel a surprise, only a great fear. If this casually leaks a trace of its power, then their little group of caramels will all go GAGA? But after a long period of time, they realized that this quasi-imperial weapon was under a sealed situation, and a great battle soon began. Then, word got out here. Soon after, even the forces of some emperor clans and Holy Land great sects were involved. And it was incomparably intense. And naturally, Chen Shangsheng did not know about this scene. At this time, he had already followed the Empress to her ancient land of life. You became? Chen Shangsheng looked at the Empress. It was obvious that she had crossed the 3rd node just like himself. The Empress nodded and quickly uttered a sentence. Heaven and earth are flawed. Chapter 073, The Empress and the Mandate of Heaven. The secret behind. Chen Shangsheng's face did not have the slightest look of surprise because he had similarly felt it when he had successfully crossed into the 3rd node. And as the Empress was a person of Heaven's mandate, with such a deep bond with Heaven's mandate, she would surely feel this flaw before he did after crossing into the 3rd node. I already know, he just said indifferently. And then he stared at the Empress, who at this point had begun to continuously surge an inexplicable fluctuation of the great Dao here and there, as if it was creating a violent confrontation with her own great Dao. The dense power of the flying immortal and the power of devouring, as well as a third brand new like the power of the newborn laws began to intertwine continuously. The Empress' complexion remained unchanged, but the sight at this moment was beyond appalling. The entire ancient land of life was glowing, a sign of her great Dao evolving as a vast imperial might continuously reverberated. She spoke bashfully. Before I crossed that node, Heaven's destiny once sent down a will. She stared at Chen Shangsheng. It made me cut myself. Chen Shangsheng's expression finally moved at this moment. Rolling. The entire ancient land of life suddenly erupted with an extreme force at this moment, as if it was the full force of several supreme beings, and the supreme Dao flowed, wanting to completely split this entire ancient land of life. However, a bright flash of flying immortal power erupted, enveloping the entire ancient land of life. A huge figure rose up into the sky. It was an extremely dense flying immortal figure. It was the flying immortal Dharma phase of the Empress, as if she was overlooking the entire ancient land of life. A pair of gigantic hands that flowed with supreme great Dao slowly closed, holding the ancient land of life in the palm of her hand. Rumble. The supreme aura of the great Dao flowed as if it was about to extinguish the world. However, that massive figure carried all of it down, chopping down a supreme law that was like billions of thunderbolts falling at the same time. Many beings thought that it was a supreme being who had come out of the world and wanted to come and find trouble with the Empress, and they didn't realize that at this time, the supreme beings in the Earth's major forbidden lands had also awakened and were silent as they watched this vast sign. The Empress's resistance is not to them. Instead, days, lives. Chen Shangxing's eyes emanated a terrifying light at this moment, as if he was trying to tear apart the river of the ages, but he still hadn't been able to locate Heaven's Destiny's figure. He then looked at the Empress again, the female Emperor's body at this moment from the inside out, as if the fire of Heaven's Destiny had erupted, enveloping all of her Dao, divine soul, roots and bones, and flesh and blood. That appalling power, he had no doubt, if it was an unusual great emperor, it would have no ability to fight against this kind of Heaven's Destiny flame, or rather, couldn't even muster a shred of resistance, because the power of Heaven's mandate itself was the original source of the great emperor's power. They had relied on Heaven's mandate to prove their path, and had long since fused Heaven's mandate into one. The void collapsed. The Begonia Empress just stood between heaven and earth, a supreme fire of heavenly destiny burning everything, to completely burn away the traces of her being a great emperor of this world. However, the Begonia Empress was not an ordinary great emperor after all. She has crossed the third node. How many great emperors have been able to take this step in the long ages? No need to strike. She let out a light sigh, just letting Chen Changsheng watch from the sidelines. From within her body, the three great Dao paths continued to rotate and sublimate, and in the end, she even hardened the fire of heavenly destiny and forced it out of her body. This was too appalling. It was equivalent to chopping off the power of Heaven's mandate. However, throughout the ages, the great emperors who were able to cut off the power of heavenly destiny, without exception, they all became supreme beings. However, the Empress Emperor's might in front of her was too strong, as if chopping off the power of heavenly destiny did not have any effect on her. In the void, only the golden heavenly destiny fire remained to continuously melt a spacetime, as if it was an eternally indestructible flame. The Empress just faintly raised her eyes to look at the 9 heavens above. That great supreme pressure was still there, as if in the 9 heavens above, a giant was staring angrily. Chen Changsheng also felt it, only he didn't care, and the Empress is even more so today. When I lived out my third life after leveling the Forbidden Zone, I had some inkling when you told me to pay attention to Heaven's destiny. After that, I even spent 10,000 years of my life reshaping all of my own heavenly fate, not daring to let it have the slightest discernment. Indeed, throughout the ages, those so-called great emperors have succeeded as well as failed by Heaven's destiny. She looked at Chen Changsheng. Now, perhaps you and I have come to understand why those great emperors who have amazed the ages have all ended up making a necessary choice. At this moment, the 3 clusters of Bing Dao within Chen Changsheng's body merged into one at this moment, blossoming with a brilliant light. Subsequently, the world of Bing Dao formed, enveloping the entire ancient land of life, and also intercepting that supreme pressure for the Empress. The Empress sighed lightly as she looked at Chen Changsheng's Bing Dao world. Even though I crossed into the third node, I'm still unable to comprehend my own Dao as you do. Chen Changsheng just let out a light laugh. In my world, even if the power of Heaven's mandate wants to enter here, it's very doable. The Empress stared back. I can no longer see the road behind me. The road is broken. Chen Changsheng was silent for a while. Today, some of the secrets the Empress had spoken of made him think of something. Perhaps, when the Aotian Emperor broke into the road to immortal ascension, could there have been a heavenly destiny in it to guide him? After all, the Aotian Emperor himself had said in the beginning that he had the method to live out the third life. He looked at the Empress, already more and more unable to see through this world. The great emperor, the forbidden land, the destiny of heaven, the supreme. Then what role did he, the one who could not certify an emperor, play in this? It seemed to have seen what Chen Changsheng was thinking. The Empress spoke. You're an alien, an aberration that Heaven's destiny scorns but can't be bothered with. You have not yet witnessed the Dao, but you have taken the supreme path that many great emperors have been unable to take. Perhaps, you can break this barrier, and I, and great emperors of our kind, may never be possible under the mandate of heaven. Chen Changsheng looked at the Empress as if he had thought of something. So what will you do next? The Empress just smiled faintly. Regardless, today's me is still considered a great emperor, and even though Heaven's destiny has grown scornful of me, it can't do anything about me, and I can't do anything about it, but it doesn't dare to go too far. If this kind of secret is publicized, it may be that in the future, even if there are beings who want to become emperors, they will need to deliberate. So it will wait until I am nearing the end of my lifespan in this life and will not give me a chance to live a fourth life. Chen Changsheng, however, shook his head. He did not feel that Heaven's destiny would just wait for this life's Empress to come to an end like this. Otherwise, it would not have no qualms about descending that supreme pressure. You come with me back to the eternal life realm, he said. The Empress just laughed. It's too late. I know more than you do. As long as I have the idea of entering the Forbidden Land, Heaven's mandate will appear, and at that time, I'm afraid that the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths will be caught in the middle of it. Unless I cut myself, but that's exactly what it wants. It's a dead end. As he looked at the Empress, he always felt that there would be a great horror that would happen in this life, and the feeling grew stronger. The secrets of this world, in fact, I have said a lot, roughly can be strung together. There are knowledgeable book friends can try ha, in case you get it right. You're as mine, ha ha ha. Also, the Empress will be offline tomorrow or the day after, still in the 9 heavens and 10 earths chapter, but with some new plot lines. Actually what I want to write is to live a long life for 10 million years. What the protagonist experienced between each of the great emperors. Some of the great emperors will be a one-off. Some will add some plot, such as Aotian, Begonia female emperors and so on. I hope you guys will like it. Thank you for your support all the time. It's really very much appreciated. Love you guys and I'm cheering to update. Chapter 074, A Deal with Golden Boy. The Begonia Empress had returned to her ancient land of life after all, and after she had revealed part of the secret about Heaven's mandate and the Emperor realm above, and had chopped off all of her own Heaven's mandate without leaving a trace, that supreme pressure that enveloped the ancient land of life also began to dissipate. But, since then, the Empress was still the Empress of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe, but she had gone against the heavenly order of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This is like an emperor who sits high on the throne, looking at his enthroned crown prince who actually already has the ability to wrestle with himself, and it has to make a series of targeting programs to prove it. This heaven and earth, who was really in charge? Although the Begonia Empress had already been seemingly separated from the heavenly fate, the two parties were considered to be unspoken, belonging to the well water, as long as the Empress stops breaking its rules. And the Empress also notified all living beings afterward that a forbidden supreme being had come to violate the law and had been suppressed by her. Everything is quiet again. It was just that Chen Changxing felt that it wasn't that simple. He returned to the eternal life realm and summoned the system directly. In the beginning, when you asked me to choose everlasting life, did you already discover something? I want to know the secret about Heaven's mandate, yet the system remains which it is. I'm sorry, host, I'm just a program. I can't project more than that. Chen Changxing could only smile helplessly, after which he inquired about Golden Boy in the Taoist book, asking if Golden Boy knew any secrets about this world. The Golden Boy shook his head. He couldn't know either. He came from another world, but had lost so many memories that he had even forgotten how he himself came to be. So how could he remember much else? Chen Changxing pondered for a while. Just as the Empress had said, he was an alien. He was able to feel some sort of oppressive victory over him from the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths great Tao. Although it was said that it didn't have much of an effect on him, it was the equivalent of treating him as a sort of taboo. He thought that his inability to actually witness the Tao might be because Heaven's mandate was worried that he could stay alive after witnessing the Tao. That's the root of it. And Heaven's destiny simply didn't need a great emperor who could live all the time. A changeling would be just a bit of an eyesore for it. But Providence may have miscalculated as well. It did not expect Chen Changxing to be able to take the alternative path to becoming a Taoist and still see the path after this, something that many great emperors throughout the ages had been unable to do. But Chen Changxing did it. The Great Way is 50, and the Heavenly Diffusion is 49. Even the providence of this world cannot deduce everything. This glimpse of heaven is the biggest variable. Nowadays, Chen Changxing had grown enough to make it fearful, and it, obviously, had no way to do anything against Chen Changxing because he wasn't a great emperor, so it had lost some of its head start. These were all that Chen Changxing could think of. He let out a cold laugh. It seems that there's nothing you can do to me right now, and you clearly don't have the time to deal with me right now. The Empress is currently your target, and the Empress. Chen Changxing suddenly thought of the Aotian Emperor and then associated it with a certain possibility. If the Begonia Empress didn't make a choice, then isn't it true that you would have made the choice for her? This was surprisingly consistent with Chen Changxing's premonition that certain scourges would appear in this life, and this feeling was getting stronger. He looked at Golden Boy. I'm wondering if there's a way to get past the 4th knuckle point? Golden Boy spread his hands and was a bit angry again. You think that the great emperor of the 4th nodal point is a big cabbage? And this world's great Tao is incomplete, so it's completely out of the realm of possibility. Chen Changxing sighed, but he didn't know what to do. He can see a way, but the road was cut off. A piece of the Immortal Palace suddenly appeared in his mind, and he suddenly stared at Golden Boy. If I am within the White Jade capital, can I cross the 4th nodal point? That's for sure. Golden Boy's eyes showed a hint of vigilance. What do you want? From within Golden Boy's eyes he had seen some sort of possibility, and he laughed. I want to read the Book of Dao. This is impossible. The Golden Boy roared angrily, then burrowed into the Dao Book and began to escape. However, how could he escape from Chen Changxing's hand? With a wave of his hand, he instantly grasped the volume of bronze Dao books in his hands. Golden Boy could only emit a burst of indignation. Without my permission, You don't even have the door to read the Dao Book if you want to. Chen Qianxing just looked at the Dao Book in his hand and said indifferently, I'll give you two choices. One is to lead me to the token that enters the White Jade capital, and the second is to let me look through the contents of this Dao Book, which may record the location where the token exists. The entire volume of the bronze Dao Book began to glow, but it couldn't break free from Chen Qianxing's hand. Thus, Golden Boy could only surface again, sheathing the longsword behind him and stabbing it directly towards Chen Qianxing. Only, the sword did not have much power, and Chen Qianxing just emitted a breath that shook him away. I'll die before I tell. Then I'll have no choice but to suppress you under a thatched pit for 100,000 years. Golden Boy. Chen Qianxing looked at him. Fine, I can refrain from reading the Dao Book, but you have to tell. What is related to what is recorded here? Looking at Golden Boy's tangled look, he smiled suddenly. I see. It seems that you are also only able to open this Dao Book and host yourself on top of it, but you don't know what this Dao Book has recorded. As if being poked in the sore spot, Golden Boy's little face flushed red. You're full of. I'm just not there yet. When I come out of the world, I'll be able to find out what's in it. Chen Qianxing just glanced at him, his tone filled with mockery. Waste thing. The Golden Boy is completely red and warm. The entire golden body even became gradually golden red at this moment. He was so annoyed that he could only take his long sword and slash it one by one, and the golden sword light landed on Chen Chang's body but dissipated on its own. It wasn't until this time that Chen Qianxing finally looked at him coldly. I'm only going to ask you one last question, and if you don't tell me truthfully, I'm going to send you back to wherever you came from, and I think you might be plotting something by following me around. Nothing matters, I will cut off all traces between you and me. Perhaps in the future, you can pursue a great emperor, and he may or may not be able to help you. Golden Boy suddenly fell silent. Only after a long time did he look up, but his expression looked a bit grim. You ask. Only then did Chen Qianxing ask, since you don't know the contents of the Dao Book, I want to know if you have any clues about the Bai Weiwei relic or not? The Golden Boy looked like he had been struggling for a long time before finally squeezing out a word slowly. Yes. Chen Qianxing suddenly bloomed into a smile. Good. How about in the future I need you to help me find the White Weiwei's token, and I'll help you find a way to open the Book of Dao? A hint of shock passed over Golden Boy's face. How do you know? Chen Qianxing laughed. Just kids like you. Whatever you think is shown on your face. I'm a set of one. Golden Boy was a bit mortified, then becoming somewhat aloof again. He said, I can only vaguely remember a few things, but in order to find Bai Weiwei's token, I must have this Dao Book, but I'm not remembering things right now, and that could take a long time. Chen Qianxing, however, was indifferent. No harm done. I can wait, as long as there's a glimmer of hope. What if we let him wait 1,000,000 years? Chapter 075, Changes in the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands. Golden Boy went straight back inside the Taoist book again. Chen Qianxing boiled a pot of tea in his small courtyard, pondering over things in his mind, but soon became calm again. This series of events could not be resolved in a short period of time after all, so he could only wait. Soldiers come and go. He smiled. He used to think that great emperors were the most free, but now it seemed that even great emperors had the same shackles on them. It's just a shame. He thought of the Empress. It was now 13,000 years, and even if there was still some time left in the Empress' third life, she might not be able to escape this constraint after all. He looked over his shoulder somewhere. Perhaps, after the Empress, it will be me that you will target. Shaking his head, Chen Qianxing did not place it in his heart. Nowadays, it should be the one that was jealous of itself. Another 1,000 years passed. Chen Qianxing had completely cut off the idea of cultivating the fourth Bing Dao and Dao Bing. After his attempt to turn the 5 elemental origins into the Dao of soldiers using the power of deduction also failed, he completely gave up. So that means that as long as I remain within this 9 heavens and 10 earths, I will never be able to cross the fourth nodal point. Heaven's destiny is preventing any living being from taking this step, and there is a force that cuts this off from moving forward. Chen Qianxing arrived in the middle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths in a single step, and then did not hesitate to emanate his own supreme power. This power was like an ocean, comparable to imperial might, and the 10,000 paths retreated today, filling the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, outside of just drawing the attention of some beings, he didn't feel a trace of heaven's mandate's power. Of course, the kind of oppressive victory that the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands had over him was still there, as if they wanted to completely squeeze him out of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. With a smile, he ended up back in the Eldritch realm. Chen Qianxing felt that heaven's mandate would categorically not just keep hiding like this. After all, when the era of the female emperor ended, there would still be new great emperors born as well. Then heaven's mandate would definitely appear in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I have a lot of time on my hands. Big deal. I'll just keep waiting. I can't believe you won't show up. And so, Chen Qianxing thus waited up inside the everlasting realm. occasionally showing up to walk around the ancient land of life in the universe. But after only 100 years, the glimmer in his mind of the mischief that would occur grew stronger. And this day, he entered the middle of a bizarre Jedi in the universe and didn't go too far. But it was at this moment that he suddenly felt the entire heaven and earth erupt with an unfathomable aura that shook the heavens and earth, oppressing everything and causing all the paths of the heavens and earth to retreat, carrying with it an incomparable devilishness. It's the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chen Changsheng directly broke through the Jedi at this moment, standing amidst the cosmic stars and looking in the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this point, in the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, an indescribable light wrapped the entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, like a burst of ever-changing breath that isolated everything. Chen Changsheng casually tore through the void to arrive outside of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He frowned as he looked at the 9 heavens and 10 lands in front of him that was surrounded by ever-changing auras. Surprisingly, even he was unable to detect what was going on inside. A vast imperial might suddenly filled the air, and the dense power of the flying immortals tore through space to appear beside Chen Changsheng at this moment. Empress Begonia frowned similarly. "Can you see anything?" Chen Changsheng inquired. The Empress shook her head. "Unless one breaks through that layer of breath and goes deep into the 9 heavens and 10 lands." Chen Changsheng's expression became cold. "Then get in there." He directly took a step forward. The 3 types of Bing Dao in his body simultaneously bloomed with the undying light of the ages. A huge axe appeared in his hand, and as soon as the axe fell, the light that broke everything tore through everything, and the laws of the 10,000 paths erupted, instantly descending. And the Empress also struck at the same time at this moment. The great Dao treasure vase gently shook. The dense flying immortal laws and devouring laws continuously intertwined, striking a supreme blow. Rolling, 2 great Emperor Supreme Beings who had crossed the 3rd node struck out at this moment. And even if what was stopping in front of them was a forbidden land or something like that, I'm afraid that they would have pierced through it. But these 2 radiant strikes that represented the Supreme Great Dao had only torn a crack in that odd aura, and there were signs of constant healing. Without the slightest hesitation, the 2 entered the 9 heavens and 10 earths at the same time at this moment, and as those 2 entered, that gap healed at this moment. In the midst of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Chen Changsheng and the Empress silently felt it. They could no longer feel the great Dao laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths at all, while the Empress had even severed the last trace of her connection with heaven's mandate. The sun, moon, and stars could not be seen in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and when you looked up, you could only see the bizarre breath constantly flowing. And, at this moment, a special fluctuation of laws continuously surged out from one direction, and this kind of law was completely different from the laws of the great Dao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but it was much clearer. Chen Changsheng glanced at the Empress before saying, "I'm going somewhere first." After the Empress nodded her head, the 2 of them separated at the same time and headed in different directions. Chen Changsheng crossed over 1 layer of heaven and earth, and eventually arrived at the holy land of Yaoqi in the Taiqing heaven. Along the way, those emperor clans, holy lands and those ancient great religions in the 9 heavens and 10 lands didn't know what had happened, but they had all opened up their emperor formations, even inviting out their underpinnings, and emperors might fill the air, and it came from the emperor's soldiers being in a semi-resuscitated state. However, soon after, an even greater imperial might came, spreading to every part of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was the Empress imperial might that seemed to be telling all living beings a message. That is, she's coming. Chen Changsheng first glanced in the direction of the Empress, and then after glancing at the place where the seal had been made without any problems, then he let out a sigh of relief. "What were you going to say?" he inquired suddenly. A bronze Dao book emerged, flowing with the ripples of the great Dao, and the golden boy just sat on top of the Dao book, frowning tightly and stroking his chin with one hand for a long time before he said, "This, I feel the complete law of the way." Chen Changsheng skimmed his head and stared at him. "Are you sure?" The golden boy, however, was a little uncertain, and simply said, "Maybe I'm feeling it wrong, but it's the same as something in my memory." Chen Changsheng was silent for a moment, but the next moment his eyes blossomed with a terrifying eye light, as if all the paths were silenced at the same time. Rolling, an extremely terrifying aura came from somewhere in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. That was an aura that was above the great emperors, and this aura, surprisingly, hardened the Empress imperial might and completely tore it apart. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng then sensed that the Empress had engaged that thing. The entire 9 heavens and 10 lands surfaced with dense flying immortal laws at this moment, turning the entire world into a snow-white world, with countless flying immortal powers running rampant. Chen Changsheng directly broke through the air, his extreme power crushing everything, and quickly arrived at the female emperor's side. He frowned. It was only because an incomparably thick curtain of light surfaced before his eyes, and this curtain of light, moreover, directly and completely isolated the 9 heavens and 10 earths from the 9 spectral heavens. The Begonia Empress suddenly spoke. "I feel like the 9 spectral heavens have completely disappeared." Just now I fought with one of the existences in there, and I felt his avenue. It's the once covering moon demon emperor. An intoxicating smile suddenly bloomed on the begonia empress's face, like 10,000 begonias blooming at the same time. She chuckled. I want to. The choice has been made for me. The Empress will be offline tomorrow. Chapter 076 Empress Begonia's Last Choice. The begonia Empress was smiling, and the power of the flying immortal kept sending up a ripple, like a flower of the great Tao that was continuously blooming, among the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, the entire 9 hell sky looked as if it had been completely erased, and that huge curtain of light through the sky enveloped the entire 9 hell sky. Beyond this curtain of light, Chen Shangsheng and the begonia Empress faced each other. The Empress smiled, and in the underworld, it was as if she felt a hint of something, and she looked towards the huge curtain of light, as if she saw her final destination. Is it confirmed? Chen Shangsheng opened his mouth and turned his head back, an earth-shattering aura erupting from his entire body. The sharpness of the 3 Bingdao's aura at this moment seemed like it was going to open up the heavens and grind down the ages and ages of the ages. All Souls Cauldron. Breaking Axe. The Return Bell. The 3 Dao soldiers sank and floated as if they were suppressing the heavens and the worlds, blossoming with ancient and indestructible Dao laws. With the power of the 2 of us, we can't quell this scourge? As early as a long time ago, he had a premonition that there would be a disaster. That feeling was incomparably strong, and he didn't expect it to really come true. The Empress just shook her head, carrying her hands behind her back, and laughed sardonically. The 2 of us? You want the 2 of us to fill this hole together? Then you may indeed be as some being wishes. And, what does this matter to you? Chen Shangsheng just looked at the curtain of light in front of him without saying a word. He had absolute confidence in himself that he could break this curtain of light, but as the Empress had said, the end result might be the 2 of them filling this pit together. Just as she said, the incident itself had little to do with him. Both of them had already guessed that there would be some relationship behind this matter with the supreme heavenly fate of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. But how could one think that the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths would be involved? There was a change in the 9 sepulchral heavens, a matter that even those supreme beings would avoid. It was because there was an era forbidden land within the 9 septic heavens, Reincarnation Plateau. There was once a stunning and incomparable demon emperor who entered it, but was tragically reincarnated for a lifetime without liberation. And not so long ago, the begonia Empress might have already exchanged blows with that demon emperor. It was unimaginable that a demon emperor that had existed for such a long time had fought with a great emperor of the current generation, and was not weaker than the begonia Empress. It follows from this. The terror of this matter was already far beyond what could be compared to the crusade against the forbidden divine ruins in the first place. Why can't we just let it go? Chen Shangsheng looked at the Empress inside. A great emperor, or a great emperor standing at the 3rd node. Where could one not go in the world? The Reincarnation Plateau rioted and affected the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands, so it will be affected as well, right? This isn't half as beneficial to it. The begonia Empress just smiled and looked at him, uttering a sentence. Because I'm a great emperor. With just this one sentence, Chen Shangsheng was dumbfounded, and he was already speechless as well. Divine order takes this point very clearly. The great emperor. Ha! Chen Shangsheng suddenly felt that the name great emperor had become meaningless. But on the contrary, he couldn't refute anything. It was as if in the era after the 9 orifices stone emperor, the ancient land of life and the cosmic stars had been bloodied by supreme beings, and it was a dusty down invincible who had buried himself to quell that upheaval. Can you say that that invincible one is meaningless? In fact, from the very beginning, the Empress and the path he was going to take were not one, not even parallel, but opposite. The Empress guards all beings, that's what she believes, and what Chen Shangsheng was silently trying to do was to accumulate one life at a time, eventually unlocking all the secrets, ending everything, and remodeling everything. Is the great emperor terrific? He looked at the Empress and suddenly felt a bit tired. The Empress, however, laughed softly, because you've never certified an emperor, and you've never been a true great emperor. Maybe. He was unwilling to say much, but his expression suddenly became icy cold, his body emitting such an overriding aura as he sensed that the light curtain in front of him was undergoing a huge change. An aura that subverted all paths erupted at this moment, and just a single aura spreading out from within caused Chen Shangsheng and the Empress to fall into a momentary trance at the same time. That's true reincarnation power. The 2 people's bodies were constantly filled with a strand of the power of the great Tao, but in the end, they kept shedding it and became the most basic of origins, chaos. The Empress's expression was impassive as the power of the flying immortal streaked across. From within the curtain of light, there seemed to be a gaze that locked onto her and ignored Chen Shangsheng, which further convinced Chen Shangsheng that behind this, it was that heaven's mandate that was manipulating everything. But, could heaven's mandate really just manipulate this forbidden land that was left behind from an unknown era? Rolling, the power of the flying immortal erupted, and the begonia Empress allowed Chen Shangsheng to watch from the side while she once again, fought with the being that existed within that curtain of light. Like the moonlight spilling down, it was as clear and radiant as an immortal. The two figures fought fiercely at this moment. The power of the flying immortal, the power of devouring, the power of the moonflower. All sorts of great Dao laws alternated at this moment, as if opening up a space in time. However, within these 9 heavens and 10 earths, that peculiar flow of breath easily erased all the ripples of the battle, and Chen Changsheng made sure of it. That being, indeed, was a demon emperor, and the laws of the great Dao in it were indeed the same as the Sincovering demon emperor recorded in that history book. But there was something wrong with it. How did she step out of the third node? Chen Changsheng looked at the figure of that demon emperor. Behind him was an ocean, a bright moon rising and shedding countless moonflashes, an evolution of the great Dao. It fought against the 33 levels of pitch-black heaven and earth behind the Empress. The two great Emperor Supreme beings didn't spend much time exchanging blows, and the curtain soon fell, and in the end, it was the female Emperor who was slightly better, her white palm directly slapping the demon Emperor into the light curtain. What do we got? She inquired. Chen Changsheng just shook his head. I can only perceive that the demon Emperor is a bit strange. It seems, that body of his, the fit is too low, added the Empress. She who had fought with the demon emperor had also sensed this problem. The great Dao and the laws were all there. Only, that demon emperor was flawed and not complete. The 9 heavens and 10 earths are safe for the time being, so if you and I go back, we might be able to think of something else. Chen Changsheng felt that even if the Empress entered it, she might only be able to do nothing. And the Empress didn't refute it. And with that, the two of them directly broke through the bizarre aura that surrounded the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and left the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An immortal light came towards the two. It was the awakened Mu Xian, who had also come, glancing at the 9 heavens and 10 earths with a solemn expression. Even the two of you can't solve it? Chen Changsheng didn't say anything. The Empress just smiled and shook her head. Soon, Chen Changsheng returned to the eternal life realm alone, and Mu Xian followed the Empress. Chen Changsheng took out the Dao Book, and Golden Boy's figure emerged. I'm sure of it. There are complete traces of the great Dao on the demon emperor who fought with the Empress. It's just that demon emperor is in a very peculiar state, like he's half awake. Golden Boy kept pondering with one hand touching his chin, and after a moment of silence from Chen Changsheng, he spoke. What else do you know? Golden Boy shook his head. Nope, that's all that came into my head for now. Chen Changsheng sighed as a strange Dao runic symbol blossomed within his eyes. The Empress didn't have a choice, so you created it for her, didn't you? Even at the expense of compromising yourself? A hint of coldness surfaced at the corner of Chen Changsheng's mouth, his eyes glowing as if he was trying to find out the existence behind that, yet it was all in vain. Chen Changsheng was still thinking about how probable this incident would be to quell this scourge if it was the Empress plus him. The conclusion reached was one that even he didn't want to think about much, but he wasn't expecting it. Just 3 short years. The Empress then had made her choice. A power of the flying immortal broke through the cosmic void to find Chen Changsheng, and in front of Chen Changsheng, the Empress reached out and directly cut open her heart. It was a radiant glow emanating the power of the flying immortal. The Empress's origin. She laughed. I didn't decapitate myself. I've already used a special method to strip away the mark that fused the heavenly fate in the first place. In this world, a new great emperor can be born again. Chen Changsheng stared at her, not knowing what to say. You can't interfere in this matter. It was born because of me. It should end because of me. The Empress laughed valiantly, but Chen Changsheng never said a word. Remember, I once told you that in the future, there will be a person with a flying immortal body. I'll tell you another secret. This special physique reflected by the great Dao will never again be affected by heaven's destiny. However, it is equally impossible to certify an emperor. The Empress suddenly looked to 9 heavens above. This is my way, my path, and I want someone to perfect it. She handed the mass of origin to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng reached out to take it inside. Does it have to be like this? The corners of the Empress's mouth hooked up slightly as she replied. In these lifetimes, it was my good fortune to meet you. It's just a shame that my regrets may never be realized again. Even if you agree now, there's no time. Chen Changsheng was dumbfounded for a while. The Empress, however, had already turned around and floated, the power of the flying immortal within her body already thick to the extreme, turning into an incomparably dazzling, incomparably radiant figure. At this moment, she was the most stunning great emperor in this world, unrivaled in all ages. She looked back and smiled, like a flying fairy. Don't bother seeking it out. It's pointless and fruitless. A thunderous voice rang out above the 9 heavens, and the first crack appeared on the Empress's brow as she finally stopped speaking, finally saying only 2 words. Bai. A light of flying immortal just broke through the cosmic stars. She didn't linger for a second, breaking through the unique aura that surrounded the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It broke through the curtain of light that separated the 9 hells of heaven. The breath of the Empress. It's completely gone. don't want to write about delicate emotions or anything like that, because in this book, emotions are too small compared to the rest. She is a great emperor, alas, and her respect for life can actually be seen in the way she walks the God's path, looking for a way out for the ancient stars of her homeland, and not wanting to hurt people's lives. So she is a great emperor, and this choice is a better kind of fall. Respectfully presented to Empress Begonia. Chapter 077, What Remains? Chen Xiangsheng was thus alone in the cosmic starry sky looking out in the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, his state of mind instead became calm beyond compare, as if he had determined something at this moment, and that was the Taoist heart that could not be shaken by anything. He calmly looked at the radiant origin in his hand. You are great emperors. You have your choices, and I, too, have mine. He collected the massive origin and then raised his head, the 3 types of Bing Dao fronts breaking through everything at this moment as he began to step up. The power of the Dao of soldiers sprawled across the land, and the supreme origin belonging to him that transcended the supreme being blossomed, completely crushing the laws of the 10,000 paths under his feet. As he stomped down, the entire center of the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths instantly blossomed with a divine aura that shone through the ages, and thousands of great Dao cracks were densely packed. So what if 10,000 avenues are not recognized? What can you do to me? He let out a cold laugh and his body glowed around him, as if his entire body was a separate world. He reached out and grabbed, and the light of the Bing Dao broke through everything. As he moved forward like this, the space and time in front of him was constantly being chopped apart, and in the end, all that was left in front of him was chaos. He just stood in this chaotic land without saying a word. Afterward, a circular light seeped out from within him, spreading instantly and completely crushing this chaotic land into nothingness as well. Chen Changxing's aura was too potent, and there were countless existences in the universe that felt the changes occurring at the center of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe at this moment. Everyone felt that this life was going to change drastically. But soon, the aura that caused the souls of countless living beings to tremble suddenly disappeared. It was only because a flying immortal power had appeared before his eyes and was slowly dissipating. Muxian has been suppressed by me and will have an item to give to you. And never, rumble. The power of the flying immortal completely exploded at this moment without any sign. Chen Xiangxing just stood there floating with his hands behind his back for a long time before he sighed. In fact, with the Empress, the two of them were considered enemies and friends with each other. The Empress was too stunning. Chen Xiangxing felt that such an Empress could make the world a better place. He still did not agree with her choice, but chose to respect it. A glance at the void that had turned into a chaos, though he himself knew that even if he found heaven's mandate, he probably still couldn't do anything about it, and at best, they were just jealous of each other. After a few moments of silence, his body began to glow, spreading out like a tidal wave, and then he passed through a layer of space and time, returning to the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Looking in the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths didn't make this change disappear just because the Empress had broken in. The entire 9 heavens and 10 lands were still wrapped in that strange air current, and although this had no effect on the living beings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands for the time being, the entire 9 phantom heavens were still in a state of disappearance. Chen Xiangsheng already didn't want to bother too much. Even if the Empress hadn't been able to quell this scourge, it didn't matter to him if the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands disappeared as a result. It wasn't something he should be concerned about. It was something divine order should be concerned about. Finally glancing coldly at the 9 heavens above again, Chen Xiangsheng turned away without any hesitation on this. Everything is wrong. From the beginning of his long life, he had originally thought that those so-called great emperors and forbidden land supreme beings would be his greatest enemies. It was because if his secret was exposed, then he would be surrounded and killed by all the supreme beings or great emperors of the current generation. This is also true. But now, Chen Xiangsheng realized that the one who stopped in front of him was not some great emperor supreme, but, mandate of heaven, his path was broken. If he continued to stop at the 3rd node, even if he lived forever, but in the end, I was afraid that he would be liquidated. Thinking of this, Chen Xiangsheng suddenly burst into laughter. One world at a time. You're planning behind the scenes. Great. Let's see which one of us two will actually have the last laugh then. Great Emperor Supreme or Heavenly Destiny. Everything that stands in my way. One day I will crush them all. Chen Xiangsheng's figure shattered the void at this moment, completely disappearing into the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the ancient land of life where the Begonia Empress was located, a figure suddenly manifested. As far as his gaze reached, it encompassed the entire ancient land of life. Although the Begonia Empress had broken into the 9 heavens and 10 earths, her imperial Dao laws were still there. This is the place of her testimony. So the imperial rhythm is amazing. A stream of Dao rhythm flowed through Chen Xiangsheng's body, and he quickly found the place where Mu Xian had been suppressed. It was an ancient star, and Mu Xian was suppressed in the deepest part of this ancient star. He directly broke through the ancient star's suppression array, reached out and grabbed a figure directly out of the ancient star. The moment the sealing power disappeared, Mu Xian had already awakened, and a huge battle immortal figure emerged, surrounded by countless immortal lights. He inquired with a solemn look, "Where's the Begonia Empress? Where is she?" Chen Changsheng carried his hands behind his back. She broke in. Mu Xian's figure took one step and was about to head in the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chen Changsheng reached out and intercepted it. "It's her choice." Mu Xian blared angrily. "She suppressed me here. Is she afraid that I will drag her down? I have also fought great emperors. Even if I'm not as good as you guys, there's always some use for me. I can help her." Chen Changsheng just shook his head. "Just sending them to their deaths. That's better than staying here and not being able to help anything. I'd rather go and die in battle." Ma Xian looked at him. "What about you? Why are you still here?" "Ha, also, you're kind. You're all selfish beings." Moxon swept right past him. Chen Changsheng suddenly struck out, a huge palm flowing with the laws of the Tao of War, directly suppressing it. His expression remained flat. "You also think too highly of yourself. As you are, you can't even enter the 9 heavens and 10 lands. When I take out what the Empress left me, you can die wherever you like." As Mu Xian was suppressed once more, all of his great Dao laws stagnating, he heard Chen Changsheng's words, and was then somewhat perplexed. "I have nothing here left by the Empress." Chen Changsheng frowned, then thought of something before saying, "Follow me back to the eternal life realm first." Mu Xian still wanted to speak, but at this moment, Chen Changsheng suddenly looked at him, with only the great Dao's mercilessness remaining in his eyes, and his voice became cold and unrelenting. "Don't force me to suppress you again. You could have tried another word." Mu Xian eventually fell silent and followed Chen Changsheng back to the everlasting realm, and after returning to the eternal life realm, Chen Changsheng did not find anything left by the female emperor on him, and Mu Xian himself didn't know, not like he was faking. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng directly unleashed the domain of the Dao of Bing, overlapping with the everlasting realm and completely blocking everything. Then he looked at Mu Xian, offended. In the next instant, Mu Xian was completely suppressed by the power of the Bing Dao, blocking everything about him as he completely fell into a deep sleep, and Chen Changsheng took out the flying immortal origin of the Empress at this time. Then, a power began to cross over the sleeping Mu Xian. Chen Changsheng pointed out with a finger, and the flying immortal origin in his hand directly pulled a ball of flying immortal light out of Mu Xian's body at this moment. He held it in one hand. That was the not-so-perfect nascent power of the laws that the Empress had comprehended by living out her third life. It was continuously morphing in Chen Changsheng's hands. It exuded a strange power. Chen Changsheng silently felt it. In the next moment, an incomparably serious light appeared in his eyes, for wrapped within that newborn law was something. That's Mandate of Heaven, Chapter 078, Seal of Heavenly Destiny. The 10,000 paths emerge. Chen Changsheng gazed down at the object in his hand. A unique law flowed continuously, just like a liquid constantly deforming, but never letting what was inside come out. This was the Dao law of the Begonia Empress, representing the power of new birth and nirvana. And what was inside this law was constantly swirling with the power of a law. That's the breath of Providence. Chen Changsheng had guessed what the Empress had done the next moment he saw it. With the power of this not-so-perfect law, the heavenly fate seal was stripped away and sealed. The Begonia Empress had told him that he had used a special method to strip away the heavenly mandate seal that had fused with the heavenly mandate in the first place. And without this heavenly mandate seal, at this point in time, the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe was actually able to give birth to a new great emperor. Only, it seems like the divine order didn't react at all. More like they were covering up for the Empress? Although the Begonia Empress, this wasn't a self-beheading, but rather a direct stripping of the heavens mandate seal. In the eyes of the heavens mandate, this could all be considered as a defection. The seal of heaven's destiny has disappeared, but you have also lost the power of the laws of this great Tao at the same time, and are completely hopeless in the fourth world. Chen Changsheng sighed softly, thinking of the female emperor who had broken into the 9 heavens and 10 lands and disappeared, and associating it with the mandate of heaven. He picked up the item in front of him with both fingers and gently placed it in front of his eyes, and a pair of eyes floated with the runes of the great Tao, as if he was trying to see through all the secrets of this massive heaven's destiny seal. He glanced at the everlasting realm again, and then with a thought, his Bing Dao world began to shrink at that moment, and eventually only about a zhang of space remained. Chen Changsheng's entire person seemed to be wrapped in a layer of gray light, and the aura of the Dao of Bing was incomparably dense, as if it had condensed into substance. He was then relieved, and then stretched out a finger to directly break open a gap in the outer layer of the great Dao force. The power of the divine order came crashing down. Immediately after, a ball of golden light flew out from it, and began to continuously collide back and forth in this only 10 feet of the Bing Dao world. Chen Changsheng felt a strong force of heavenly destiny, and the corners of his mouth smiled slightly. Where can you run in my world? Afterwards, he simply raised his hand, and all the power of the entire soldier Dao domain came to suppress it. That massive golden heavenly fate seal that was no more than the size of a thumb began to tremble continuously at this moment, countless golden ripples blossoming. But how could it not penetrate the body? Only then did Chen Qiansheng reach out and hold him in his hand. However, at this moment, several strands of emperor-level power merged together at this moment to rush towards him at the same time. It was like the peak strike of several great emperors joining forces. Rolling. It was as if in this instant, all the paths were silenced at the same time. In the midst of this but 10 feet of the Bing Dao world, the power of the great emperor completely submerged it, and Chen Qiansheng's body suddenly erupted with radiant divine aura at this moment. The shadows of the returning ruin bell, the destruction axe, and the 10,000 spirits cauldron surfaced at the same time. The entire world of the Dao of War alternated between light and darkness, like an explosion created by a newborn universe, with dense cracks covering every inch of it. Cut it out. The world of Bing Dao continued to rotate at this moment, ultimately wearing out all of the great emperor laws, and the light on his body at this moment is still dark and uncertain. A pair of eyes is turned into a pure gold color. Behind it is the emergence of the signs of the world dimming. So it is. Chen Qiansheng frowned for a moment, staring closely at the massive heaven's mandate seal in his hand that was emitting a golden glow. In that outburst of extreme emperor Dao laws just now, Chen Qiansheng sensed the power of dozens of great emperors, and among them, he even sensed the great emperor laws of the Aotian great emperor and the 9 orifices stone emperor. It gave him some speculation about the mandate of heaven. The divine order has been mending itself from one life to the next. Chen Qiansheng suddenly smiled. How many great emperors have there been throughout the ages? Which means that all the great emperors' Dao laws are, in the end, in the mandate of heaven? Unbelievable. Chen Qiansheng himself felt a bit incredulous. Every great emperor was an invincible person of an era. Their Dao sublimated after going to the extreme, and they all represented the supremacy of every Dao. What happens when all the great avenues of empire come together over one being? He shuddered to think, not to mention the mandate of heaven. Only, Chen Qiansheng was somewhat puzzled by the fact that heaven's destiny possessed the great Dao imperial laws of so many great emperors, so it was reasonable to say that even if the Empress Emperor was standing at the third node with him, it shouldn't have caused it to be so scornful. Chen Qiansheng pondered for a while, and in the end, the question returned to that sentence. Divine order is mending itself. He thought that perhaps it was precisely because the mandate of heaven was replenishing itself that there were so many limitations. What, then, is the reason that the way of this universe is incomplete and that the divine order needs to make up for itself? Chen Qiansheng could only shake his head and sigh. He knew some secrets now, but it was still not enough. Is this the last gift you leave me? He looked at the heavenly order in his hand and realized what the Empress wanted him to do. The Empress was trying to get him to utilize the seal of heaven's mandate to come up with a way to check heaven's mandate, and for this reason, she was willing to give up a supreme great Dao, stripping away heaven's mandate, and ultimately choosing a path that heaven's mandate had chosen for her. And the Empress understood that the seal of heaven's mandate was a restriction for beings like them who walked on the path of heaven's mandate proof, and that all the great emperors could not pose a real threat to heaven's mandate. Only beings who had embarked on an alternative path to becoming a Taoist had the slightest possibility of gaining insight into its secrets. And Chen Qiansheng, it's the only candidate. In that case, this gift, I'll take it. At this moment, Chen Qiansheng directly unleashed his great Dao laws, like a great emperor supreme overlooking the ages of the ages, as the 3 military paths intertwined together, and a supreme 5 elemental essence continuously flowed, unceasingly. A new game of chess has begun, but it will be I who will be the deacon. He glanced at the sleeping Mu Xian, after which he completely sealed it up. After all, the heavenly fate seal had left traces in its body, so he wouldn't allow any mistakes to be made. The seal of heaven's destiny had been sealed for the time being, and there would be no one who would know about it, including heaven's destiny. 100 years after the Haitang Empress entered the 9 heavens and 10 lands, a radiant heavenly destiny suddenly surfaced in the center of the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and drooped down billions of golden ripples of the great Dao, which continued to ripple and spread to every ancient land of life in the universe. Heavenly destiny carries a sense of mourning that all living beings feel. It also means that, Begonia Empress, gone. Living beings from all over the world were shocked at this moment, as many of them knew about the change in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and even more so, they knew that the Begonia Empress had broken into the 9 heavens and 10 lands to try to resolve this change. Only, all the living beings couldn't believe that the Haitang Empress, who had lived out her third life, leveled the forbidden divine ruins, and was invincible in the world, had died just like that? This is too much to believe. But soon, the heaven's destiny then once again experienced a great vibration, blossoming with an incomparably bright light of the heaven's destiny. Subsequently, the shackles of the 10,000 paths opened, and billions of great paths were simultaneously manifested all over the 9 heavens and 10 earths at this moment like 10,000 dragons coming out of the sea. This also had to be believed by beings everywhere. Begonia Empress, It's really fallen. At this moment, there were countless living beings grieving for the Haitang Empress and extolling her achievements, but there were many others who looked excited and spirited, because the yoke of the 10,000 Paths of Heaven's mandate was opened. It meant that, in this era, it was possible to witness the Dao and become an emperor, and at this moment, Chen Changsheng, who stayed in the everlasting realm, held the seal of heavenly destiny in his hand, the corners of his mouth curving up. Sure enough, even you thought that part of your own imprint was buried in that forbidden land of the era along with the Empress. Nothing but, Begonia Empress, did it really fall? Still too easy to say about your speculations about the Begonia Empress, but I can't say more than that. Chapter 079, Separation of the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands. Living beings from all places gather in the 9 Heavens. After only 100 years, the mandate of heaven released the Mando. This seemed to Chen Changsheng that heaven's mandate could not wait. Only, in the 100 years since the disappearance of the Begonia Empress, the changes in the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths had still not been resolved. And even if heaven's mandate released the 10,000 paths now, this was destined to be a chaotic era. Would any living being really succeed in proving the way? He thought of the Begonia Empress and couldn't help but feel admiration for her. I'm afraid that even heaven's mandate wouldn't have guessed that the Begonia Empress had stripped her heaven's mandate imprint and left it in the universe of the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths, and it was still in the hands of a being that it was most afraid of. Although heaven's mandate had already declared to all living beings that the Begonia Empress had fallen, but Chen Changsheng felt that such a stunning empress shouldn't have fallen like this to be right. But the chances of that were just too small. After all, she had intruded into one of the 3 great epical forbidden lands. Chen Changsheng looked at the ball of golden light in his hand. This was the imprint of heavenly destiny left behind by the Empress, and in 100 years' time, under the suppression and grooming of Chen Changsheng's great Dao laws, this mass of heavenly destiny without any consciousness had already seemed to have found some sort of law, and had finally become slightly obedient. Chen Changsheng allowed the thumb-sized mass of heaven's mandate seal to begin to ascend into the air, and he didn't bother with it, as he had already laid down the rules for it long ago. As he watched the heavenly destiny seal wander around, Chen Changsheng suddenly took out the bronze scepter, which was the centerpiece of the entire everlasting realm. The moment the bronze scepter was taken out, the bronze scepter suddenly emitted a bronze-colored ripple and began to vibrate continuously until the bronze-colored power of the laws wrapped the entire bronze scepter, and at this time, the seal of heavenly destiny, which had already begun to rise ever higher, suddenly transformed into a golden light and landed in front of Chen Changsheng, its body constantly stirring up a burst of golden ripples. It was as if the seal of heaven's destiny was confronting the bronze scepter. Chen Changsheng was already not surprised to see this scene, and over the course of the century, this was how he discovered the secret between the heavenly fate seal and the bronze scepter. He had been observing the two for a very long time now, only, he hadn't realized that there was any relationship between the two. Interesting though, heaven's mandate was visibly more than a little wary of the bronze scepter, but yet within that wariness a realization of wanting to devour it arose, and the more they met, the more obvious the signs became. Instead, the bronze scepter was a constant state of protecting itself from start to finish, not quite calm, but fearless. Chen Changsheng was somewhat confused as to what kind of relationship existed between the two, but a method to constrain heaven's mandate was suddenly born. However, it would still require him to keep experimenting for a long time. Reaching down, he put the bronze scepter away. Chen Changsheng got up and directly took the heavenly destiny seal in his hands as he glanced at the heavens and earth beyond the everlasting realm. Although the 10,000 paths shackle was now open, the Empress's Empress imperial mark had not completely dissipated. It's hard for any living being to become an emperor during this time period. The Begonia Empress had lived for 3 lifetimes, and had been on the earth for far too long, with extremely heavy Dao scars that far exceeded the era of the once 9 tricky stone emperor. Only, Chen Changsheng felt that the Empress Dao mark might not suppress the great Dao beings for too long. Mu Xian was still sealed away by Chen Changsheng, perhaps not appearing for a long time, and he didn't want to spoil all of his plans because of an overlooked detail. Now it's him in the dark, and the mandate of heaven in the light, so he's the one with the initiative. I hope the latter-day greats will surprise and amuse me a little. His figure disappeared, along with the mass of heavenly destiny seals. 1200 years after the disappearance of the Begonia Empress, a huge vibration suddenly came from the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, like a world crashing into another world, creating vast ripples of the great Dao, which was equivalent to a supreme being striking out. The entire center of the universe blossomed with radiant divine light, billions and billions of light flashes rising up to the sky. Rumble. On the outskirts of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, that bizarre aura began to recede in droves at this moment, along with the disappearance of the 9 spectral heavens appearing. Subsequently, the original 9 interconnected heavens and earth were completely separated at this moment, and the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths were shrouded in all sorts of visions. The void was torn apart, giving birth to countless pitch-black cracks and thunderfire cataclysms. The 9 pieces of heaven and earth moved slowly at this moment as if they were being pulled by some kind of force, and in the end, the 9 heavens were completely separated, and they formed a huge circle with each other, disconnected from each other, forming boundary walls between each other, yet attracting each other. And in the middle of the great circle formed by the 9 heavens are the 10 earths. The scope of the entire 10 lands was larger than the 9 heavens combined at this moment, truly becoming the center of the 9 heavens and 10 lands universe. This scene of changing changes in the 9 heavens and 10 lands quickly spread throughout the universe. Living beings from all over the world rushed to the 9 heavens and 10 lands to check it out at this moment. Only, they soon realized that the 9 heavens and 10 lands had become even more solid than before, especially the boundary walls between the heavens and the earth. Not even saints could tear them apart, and only supreme paragons who stood at the top of the great Tao were able to tear them apart to enter other heavens and earths. And this also meant that the 9 heavens and 10 earths had truly become independent heavens and earths at this moment, and wanting to travel far across the heavens and earths again might be a very difficult thing to do. And apart from the transformation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, many living beings had also come to the 9 secrets heaven, asking the Holy Land of the great sect of the 9 secrets heaven what had happened in the 9 secrets heaven in the past 1,000 years, and where did the Empress go? Results: all of the living beings in the 9 Palea heavens, including those of the great sect's holy lands, were confused and didn't even realize that the Begonia Empress had already left. It was as if their memories were stuck in the second before the 9 spectral heavens disappeared. Moreover, many living beings seemed to have stagnated during these 1,000 years. Not just simply stagnated, but even time had failed to leave traces on them. This incident quickly shocked all the living beings from all over the universe. All the living beings of the 9 sepulchral heavens seemed as if they had been forgotten, or perhaps subdued, and it was as if they had blinked and, more than 1,000 years have passed. Soon, spirits from all over the universe converged within the 9 secrets heaven, and those holy lands, those emperor clans, and those hidden ancient clans all came to the 9 secrets heaven in droves. Eventually, they gathered at a mysterious ancient land. Here, it was the Reincarnation Plateau, one of the 3 forbidden places of the era. There was also a great possibility that it was the source of the change that caused the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. But now, countless beings had all gathered at the outskirts of the Reincarnation Plateau, and many of these were supreme paragon emperors who had gone to the apex of the great Tao. They were all dusty in the divine origin essence, the underpinnings of those great sects and holy places, exuding an aura of decay. And this day, an unbridled supreme power directly tore through the boundary wall of the 9 spectral heavens, and not long after this, 2 more supreme laws with a corrupted aura simultaneously tore through the boundary wall of the 9 spectral heavens and descended. Chen Shangsheng, who was in the eternal life realm, knew of this scene, and he only burst into a cold laugh. Is it true that a great calamity is followed by a great blessing? Or do you guys really think that that forbidden land of the era will allow you to live a new life? Because I don't have any stock, so I'm a bit late in posting. From now on I'll always post both chapters together after I finish writing them, haha, so that bookworms don't have to wait, ha 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 ha. And also, about the plot, some of the bookworms can guess some of the edges, right, but it's still much worse. No shame, QAQ, but you guys can string all the plots together. Hee hee hee, see you tomorrow. Chapter 080, The Terror of the Reincarnation Plateau. Chen Shangsheng looked in the direction of the 9 spectral heavens, and had originally thought about making a trip out into the world to explore, perhaps finding some clues as to whether or not the Empress was still alive, but in the end he held back. Heaven's destiny was unfathomable, and if he came out of the world, there was a chance that he would be exposed for harboring the Empress's Heaven's destiny seal on his body. Unless he waited until he completely suppressed and refined the Heaven's mandate seal, it would be possible to escape Heaven's mandate's probing. Thus, after Chen Shangsheng once again glanced in the direction of the 9 septic heavens, he then withdrew his gaze, isolating the entire everlasting realm from the outside universe. And at this time, the 9 spectral heavens had almost converged with supreme beings from all over the world, and countless beings had arrived at the periphery of the Reincarnation Plateau. The pressure of a saint, the pressure of a quasi-imperial emperor, and if anything, the aura of an imperial weapon flowed. Looking forward, before his eyes, he could only see an incomparably vast plateau on one side. The plateau was connected one by one, and it didn't look much different from the rest of the plateaus in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and he couldn't see any crises. But all living beings were terrified of this Reincarnation Plateau, because the Begonia Empress went in, but didn't come out. All the living beings were watching. They all felt that the Reincarnation Plateau hid a great secret within it, a secret that could even make people live forever. And those living beings who had spent more than 1,000 years but had left no traces of their lives were evidence of that, even though they were well aware of the dangers of an era-forbidden land. But all that pales in comparison to everlasting life. Only, at this moment, all the living beings were waiting, and even those of the Emperor clans and Holy Land great sects did not act rashly. But it was at this time there was a sudden gasp of surprise from the crowd. It's the immortality pill. A living being exclaimed in shock and shouted among the crowd that he had seen an immortality medicinal plant in the middle of the reincarnation plateau. Subsequently, in the next moment, a great saint's pressure broke through everything. A figure directly rushed into the reincarnation plateau. A group of beings standing at the top of the world just watched, but to their surprise, that great saint did not suffer a calamity. His figure quickly ascended a plateau and left, and seeing this scene, many beings were moved. Soon after, several saints joined forces and acted. Majestic saintly pressure filled the air and directly rushed the reincarnation plateau, and like the man before them, they were not robbed. The immortality pill is mine. Soon, the few saints that entered the plateau fought, as they fought over an immortal god pill, and seeing this scene, many people couldn't sit still. Countless beings entered the reincarnation plateau at this moment and began to go and fight for that immortal god pill, and among them, there were even quite a few quasi-emperor existences from the great sacred lands. Is it really the immortality pill? Why am I seeing a scroll of scriptures? There was a pale silhouette lying in an arcane wood coffin that spoke, with a hint of doubt in its tone. Soon, there were quite a few beings who agreed with him, for what they saw was also a scroll of scripture. What scripture? That's clearly a Dao weapon. On the other side, a being opened its mouth, but the thing it saw turned out to be a Dao weapon again. This scene caused many beings to be amazed, as if what they saw was different from what many beings saw. This also caused a moment of hesitation from those great sacred grounds and emperor clan's ancestors, and they didn't rush into the plateau. But after that, something happened that instantly made them make a change. A large number of beings had already entered the reincarnation plateau and were fighting over that immortal god pill. Countless divine mights blossomed, divine abilities appeared, and sword lights reached the sky, but none of them caused much damage to the plateau. But right at this moment, a being standing at the peak of great sage suddenly broke through the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor. Ha ha ha, I've broken through. I've become a quasi-emperor. The being laughed out loud, and a rich quasi-emperor pressure began to fill the air, and it continued to rise. I feel like my origin and Dao have sublimated. Is this the quasi-emperor? Get the hell out of here. The immortal god pill is mine. Muddy divine might blossomed as this being's cultivation unexpectedly rose to the peak of a quasi-emperor in a short period of time, and then it unexpectedly directly blasted a group of people away. This scene caused many beings to feel shocked beyond measure. But even more shocking is yet to come. One by one, beings at the peak of great saint cultivation had actually begun to break through at this moment, and a quasi-emperor's aura blossomed, enveloping the entire plateau in the aura of a quasi-emperor. How is this possible? At this point, the group of beings still watching could no longer settle down. An old quasi-emperor whose days were numbered no longer had any scruples at this point, and directly broke through the divine origin and rushed into the reincarnation plateau. Only, he didn't go to fight for the so-called immortal god pill. Instead, he selected another plateau and began to climb, and his figure began to rise continuously, eventually arriving halfway up the mountain. My origin activated. That old quasi-emperor whose days were numbered cried out, excited beyond measure, and at that moment, his decaying body miraculously came to a standstill, and, under a certain kind of power, his body actually began to repair itself and was filled with vitality. A mysterious luster surged through his body, and as he continued to climb, the changes that occurred in his body became greater and greater, and by the time he had completely climbed the plateau, that decaying old figure had completely disappeared, and in its place was a handsome figure that was young and upright like a sharp sword out of its sheath. He looked at himself incredulously. I've lived a new life? I have restored my youthful appearance, along with my origin. Ha ha ha, I have lived a new life. A rich quasi-empire flowed out, and a majestic blood chi rose up to the sky at this moment, as he held a side of the ancient mirror, directly joining the fight for that immortal divine pill. And seeing this scene, those beings who were still hesitating could no longer hold back and directly rushed into the reincarnation plateau. What kind of greatness was it to be able to revive a decaying paragon emperor back to his youth? They all saw great opportunities to even live another life. Go! Rolling! All the beings from the various holy lands, great sects, and emperor clans broke into the reincarnation plateau at this moment, and began to rapidly ascend the nearby plateau. This power, my origin is really recovering. There were some old undead existences that had felt some sort of power the moment they ascended the plateau, and they could feel their bodies begin to radiate vitality, and that the great Dao origin was beginning to rejuvenate with the power of life. This, can really? They were shocked beyond belief. Those beings that rushed in had completely fallen into a frenzy at this moment. Before their eyes were all kinds of unseen heavenly treasures. It's a demigod drug, the pill of immortality, an unblemished Dao weapon. I saw an immortal phoenix cub, unrivaled in the world, possessing a supreme bloodline, immortal gold. Ha ha ha, I've found a kind of immortal gold. At this point, All of the beings that entered the Reincarnation Plateau had completely fallen into a frenzy and seemed to have forgotten that this was an era forbidden land. My decayed origin has really been revitalized? It's not a fake. In the group of living beings, a seemingly white-haired old man whispered for a while, and an extremely decaying aura that had originally flowed through his body stopped and began to recover at this moment. Waves of shock flooded his mind. Is there really a power in this world that can make people live again? Even though he felt it himself, he still remained skeptical because he was different from other beings. He was a supreme being, from the burial island. He was once a great emperor, so he knew more than others. But now, the power that had awakened his body was yet so real that all of his emperor-level origin began to revive and radiate vigor. He had a feeling that if he continued on, he could even recover to his peak, with an abundance of blood chi and origin. He was also finally starting to embrace the power. His body was rejuvenating and it felt wonderful. But the next moment, a sudden look of horror appeared on his face. No, it's not right. A supreme emperor's might erupted, instantly permeating this plateau. A supreme emperor's might erupted. A greenish glow surged throughout his entire body, trying to squeeze out the power within his body that was causing it to be newborn. Fake. All of it. Rolling. A green-colored flower of the great Dao hovered above his head, and without looking back, he swiftly headed away without looking back with a sense of unwillingness and anger. The laws of the Emperor's Dao spread out, and the green-colored flower of the great Dao blossomed with supreme greatness, shaking the heavens and the earth. The vastness of the greatness seemed to overturn the entire plateau. This change quickly attracted the attention of all living beings. A supreme being has also come to this place? Some of the old undead of the Great Sect's Holy Land knew the supreme being's intentions and were already prepared to awaken the Emperor's soldiers at any time. But just then, a figure, however, fell directly from above the plateau. That was the first living being to break through to the Quasi-Emperor. He had long since arrived at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor and was still ascending, and he was going to prove his way to become an emperor here, suppressing all the worlds. But now, his body had long since lost its luster. His white hair was pale, his skin was dry and lightless, and even the great Dao had begun to wither, and such signs seemed to have appeared in an instant. No, no, I want to witness the Emperor, my origin, my Dao. No, he fell from the plateau. The moment he fell, his body dissipated like a bubble, leaving nothing behind. The entire plateau fell into a momentary silence at that moment. Subsequently, the sounds of panic rose and fell. Escape! Run! Chapter 081, The Terror of the Reincarnation Plateau, 2. In the era Forbidden Land, the death of a living being might not count for much, but the way that being died was too bizarre. He first broke through to Quasi-Emperor from the peak of Great Sage, and after climbing all the way to the peak of Quasi-Emperor, he possessed supreme greatness, and was only one step away from true extreme ascension. But, almost in the blink of an eye, he then instantly aged, his origin falling from its peak at that moment, becoming withered and dried up. Even his own Dao had aged. It was a terrifying sign, as if in this blink of an eye, he had spent 10,000 years of light, his body, Dao, and origin completely aging at the same time, and in the end, nothing was left. Many living beings had discovered this frightening scene, but only a small portion of them had developed a desire to retreat, and most of them were still drawing on the plateau's opportunities. In the middle of the Forbidden Land, there was only one living being dead even now, which made them all slack off. Just for now, even a hidden supreme being was ready to escape, shunning this place, which was what caused a bad feeling to arise in the hearts of all the beings who broke in, prepared to revive the Imperial soldier. We're getting out of here. There was a frown on the brow of the Great Sect ancestor who had already regained his youth, and he was self-conscious that he had already recovered to a state even stronger than when he was at his peak. But right now, there was a hair-raising feeling in his heart. The same was true even if an Imperial soldier was around. Rolling, the entire plateau was filled with an Emperor's might at this time, and that green-colored lotus flower of the great Dao bloomed with the breath of the extreme Dao, and that magnificent figure went away step by step. But in the eyes of those living beings, it was as if he was stepping in place. Drive me, cut it out. The might of the extreme Dao erupted at this moment. A flawless great emperor power revived. The divine haze of the great Dao covered the plateau, and on top of the green-colored great Dao lotus, it was as if a living being was coiled on each ripple. The figure with the lotus of the great Dao above its head went forward like this. A golden road spread out under its feet, and thousands of great avenues surfaced around it to open the way for it. He took a step forward. Countless immortal lights entwined, and the great Dao lotus flew out at this moment, shattering countless voids, and eventually blooming a skyrocketing green light. Quickly, activate the Emperor's soldier. The peak strike of the great Emperor exploded on the Reincarnation Plateau, the power of the extreme Dao destroying everything. The laws of the Emperor Dao spreading across the land, the overwhelming power that overwhelmed the red dust completely sweeping across the entire plateau at this moment. under this power of the Imperial Way, a strand of Imperial might began to revive. It was an Imperial soldier. Beings from various Holy Lands, great sects, and Emperor clans revived their Emperor soldiers at this moment, using their peak restored Dao origin and abundant blood chi to catalyze the Emperor soldiers to shelter the disciples under them. Rumbling. Under this peak great Emperor's strike, not only did the Emperor soldier revive, but at the same time, there were two other supreme beings whose auras began to revive as well. Even though it was not yet extremely sublimated, there was no mistaking that supreme aura. Surprisingly, 3 supreme beings have come to this place. There were great sect elders who had regained their youthful state who were horrified. Even if they had regained their peaks and stood at the top of the great Dao, even a few points stronger than when they were at their peaks, and even if they were carrying Imperial soldiers. However, when they faced the supreme beings, their hearts were heavy. The difference between the top of the great Dao and a great emperor was so great that having an emperor's soldier to add to it didn't help. An emperor's soldier was ultimately an emperor soldier, not a great emperor, and even if it was extremely revived, it would only be equivalent to part of a great emperor's might, and to truly strike the peak strike of an emperor's soldier, it would require a great price to be paid. The old ancestors of several great sect sanctuaries sent messages to each other at this moment, and soon formed an alliance. There were too many beings that had come to the Reincarnation plateau, and there were more than 10 emperor soldiers alone, and 10 emperor soldiers could barely hold up a bit if they were fully revived. No, those supreme beings are panicking. They want to leave this place and aren't paying attention to us. A being holding a Xianqing pagoda in his hand frowned as a bad feeling rose in his heart. Isn't it possible to restore the origin here? Those supreme beings should also be able to. What exactly are they afraid of? Another living being with antlers on its head also opened its mouth to inquire. Damn, there's no way out of here. At that moment, the supreme being whose head was hanging over the green-colored Dao Lotus and had been extremely sublimated had realized something, and at the same time, within his body, the power of the supreme Dao began to thoroughly shape every inch of his body, expelling the power he had gained from this place out of his body. The other 2 supreme beings also appeared at this time. They had similarly obtained the power of this place and restored part of their origin, but they simultaneously sensed that something was wrong. A great terror was about to descend. Thus, they, like that supreme being, kept suppressing that force with their own extreme power, while also thinking about how to get out. Together, 3 supreme beings from different forbidden lands chose to join forces at this moment, and the 2 supreme beings ascended extremely without the slightest hesitation. 3 strands of vast and perfectly sublimated Imperial might vastly filled this plateau region. Thousands of laws began to roar and Imperial light flickered. Rolling, the 3 supreme beings struck out at the same time, and vast Imperial Dao laws erupted from their bodies, smashing the emptiness of this heaven and earth. The green-colored great Dao Lotus swirled with gusts of immortal might, like a supreme sword light, constantly grinding out the void. A crimson lance blossomed with endless divine aura, as if it had churned up the heavens and earth, and every time the lance fell, a crimson immortal phoenix struck horizontally. The remaining supreme being transformed into a pitch-black giant ape at this moment. His true body was incomparably huge, with 3 heads and 6 arms, with a unicorn horn sprouting from each eyebrow, and each arm holding a Dao weapon. And the pitch-black blood chi shook the heavens at this moment. A pitch-black emperor's stick collapsed a piece of the void at this moment, smashing the great Dao, and the void in front of him constantly shook and bloomed with immeasurable light. Let's retreat. The extreme power of the 3 extremely sublimated supreme beings was too great, and those great sect's sacred ground ancestors could only use their imperial soldiers to protect a group of people as they retreated backward. But it was at this time, accidents happen. A being who had broken through to the peak of a quasi-emperor here for just a moment. His appearance changed into a vicissitude that was incomparable, and the origin of the great Dao instantly weakened and declined, just like a great sun that instantly fell, and there was no life left in it. Help me, he voiced out in some panic. Only, his body dried up, not even a trace of blood was left, and he couldn't even move his Dao. A great sect's old ancestor urged the emperor's soldier, and a breath of the extreme Dao fell, but unfortunately, the power of the extreme Dao couldn't suppress that power within that body either, and it collapsed along with the power of the extreme Dao. Buzz. The figure in front of me dissolved like a bubble, without warning. Soon, however, the living beings sheltered by their respective emperor soldiers all appeared in this scene, and those with peak quasi-emperor cultivation turned pale at this moment, their Dao essence instantly drying up, and in the end, all of them dissipated like bubbles. This magic-filled scene passed through the swarm of living beings. This made the beings whose heartstrings were already tense break down. They were not afraid of being killed by something. They were afraid of this silent fading away. There is great terror here. Get out of here. Come on, get out of here. A living being shouted out, and then countless living beings rushed out despite the imperial might of those 3 supreme beings, about to leave the Reincarnation plateau. It was a pity that those departing beings had lost the shelter of their Emperor soldiers and would soon have to be worn down by the Emperor might of the supreme beings, and at this point, the hearts of those sacred ground great sex elders thumped as an unspeakable fear gripped them. At the same time, a certain kind of power was overflowing from their bodies, a power that had restored them to their peak, but now, it was unsettling them. My body is still getting younger. A sacred land elder ancestor was horrified. He had originally regained his peak moments of middle age, but now, he was still getting younger, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a youth in his 20s. It didn't surprise him, it scared him more, because the change is ongoing. No good, there's something wrong here, let's get out of here, we can't stay here, move. One by one, the restored young great sect ancestors were like ants on a hot pan at this moment. They finally began to panic, and then, a single imperial soldier began to revive, blossoming with supreme extreme Dao laws. Anum, bang, 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 one by one. The disciples turned into blood mist at this moment, and all of them merged into the Emperor's soldier to support the Emperor's soldier's next action. Go! These old ancestors were all linked together at this moment, about to break through the imperial Dao power of the three supreme beings with their imperial soldiers, and even more so, to break out of this plateau. But the next moment, without any signs, a great sect elder suddenly turned directly into a 6 or 7-year-old child, and then the 6 or 7-year-old child turned into a baby. Strange power surged within his body. That baby's gaze became incomparably terrified at that moment. No, Anum, bang. That baby directly transformed into a ball of the purest origin at that moment. Finally, this purest mass of origin returned to heaven and earth. End of 2 chapters. Exhausted. I'll code another chapter to save later. I really don't have any left. Chapter 082, The Terror of the Reincarnation Plateau, 3. An old ancestor of a great sect was transformed into a baby in an instant under the protection of the Emperor's soldiers, and then dissipated into pure origin in the heavens and earth. This scene directly caused countless beings to look dumbfounded. Those great sect elders who were also able to return to the peak of their youth were even more terrified at this moment, and their hearts had long since grown furious. Quick, revive the Emperor's soldier, let's get out of here. At this moment, the laws of more than a dozen Emperor soldiers blossomed and rose up into the sky, as if a supreme being had struck out, and the vast might of the extreme Dao fell from the sky. Anum, rumbling. The entire plateau's Dao laws were all swept away at this moment by the extreme power of a dozen Emperor soldiers. All the living beings even released their own blood chi and Dao to catalyze the Emperor soldiers again, and those old ancestors who had returned to the peak were even more bloodthirsty, integrating their own blood chi and origin into the Emperor soldiers. Boom! The Emperor soldier revived at this moment, enough to strike a blow equivalent to that of a great emperor. Go! More than a dozen extreme Dao powers streaked across, then struck a blow equivalent to that of a great emperor, directly tearing apart the imperial might of the three supreme beings in front of them. But at this moment, one of the great sect ancestors suddenly had a problem. His body was glowing, a strange power overflowed, and then, his body got younger and younger, turning into a teenager in an instant. No! His heart was shocked, and then he directly held the Emperor's soldier in his hands, wanting to use the extreme power of the Emperor's soldier to suppress the changes within his body. The laws of the Emperor's soldiers were incomparably dense and enveloped him, but soon, he realized that this power of the extreme Dao unexpectedly could not suppress that power either, and only slightly eased it. Even the Emperor's soldiers can't suppress it. What kind of power is this? He got a little desperate and could only watch as his body slowly became younger under that power. On the other hand, those great sect Holy Land ancestors who had also regained their youthfulness similarly appeared to be in this condition, as their bodies began to regain their youthfulness more and more under the effect of some kind of power, which caused them to fall into an ice cellar. Soon, they each suppressed themselves with their Emperor soldiers, but it only eased the speed of this change. What to do? Can't even the Emperor soldiers do anything? Some beings were incomparably desperate. The only way we can survive is to get out of here and circumvent this force. This is a demonic land. It's not for us to dabble in. Leave now. Countless living beings wanted to leave this place and left the plateau one after another. That immortal god pill, the Dao soldier, and the golden book. There was not a single living being to grab them now. Rolling, a power that made all living beings despair erupted abruptly. This power was not an emperor-level power, but it was far superior. Those three supreme beings were simultaneously blown away by a force at this moment, even if they were extremely sublimated and regained their peak great emperor power. At this moment, they couldn't hit the reincarnation plateau, and right at this moment, an emperor clan ancestor who was on the verge of not being able to contain his power suddenly shouted, "Elder, there are more than a dozen pieces of imperial armaments here. If all of them are revived, along with the power of the three seniors, will they be able to fight their way out?" All living beings understood the thoughts of this emperor clan's old ancestor at this moment. 3 perfectly revived supreme beings, plus more than a dozen emperor armaments. Such power could simply be described as the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Could be a try. That supreme being froze, then agreed. In this life and death situation, even they, the supreme beings, would discard everything? And the revival of more than a dozen emperor soldiers together would indeed be a great help to them as well. The 3 supreme beings looked at each other as if they had already come to a conclusion. There's only one chance. We'll gather all of our power in one place. You guys just revive the emperor soldiers to strike the supreme blow. Whether or not you can make it out, it's just this time. Good. We will definitely go all out. At this moment, those great sect ancestors were about to start fighting for their lives as well. Even with the suppression of the emperor soldiers, their bodies were about to be unable to hold out, so they could only fight with all their might. Extremely revive the imperial armament and strike the supreme blow, a great sect ancestor said in a loud voice. And then they too began to revive the emperor soldier without hesitation in the extreme, as countless blood chi rushed up into the sky, integrating into the emperor soldier as much as they could. All of the living beings began to stimulate their potential at this moment, erupting with rich blood chi, all of which were used to strike the supreme blow after the extreme revival of the emperor's soldiers. Buzz. At this moment, imperial light blossomed, as if it was like a sleeping great emperor had awakened. A flawless might of the extreme Dao revived successively, opening up a world, topping the sky in general, and a blurred figure emerged. Those, at one time, were all the former masters of these emperor soldiers, the great emperor supreme beings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe. At this moment, the imperial soldier mirrored it. Shoo away. The entire plateau seemed to riot at this moment, as a desperate power began to revive. One by one, the living beings were struck with fear at this moment as their bodies began to glow and began to climb up the cultivation realm at the same time. And in the end, all of the saints stepped into the ranks of quasi-emperors in a short period of time. But also because of this, their blood chi was heavier and more majestic. More than a dozen emperor soldiers bloomed with an undying light from eternity, and those illusory figures became more and more solid. And then, those figures simultaneously picked up the extremely revived emperor soldiers. It's now. The 3 supreme beings looked like they had worn out the 10,000 ways at this moment as they no longer had any reservations and blossomed their own Dao. The laws of the emperor's way filling the heavens and earth. The green-colored lotus flower of the great Dao opened up the sky. The crimson lance shattered 10,000 paths. The pitch-black emperor's stick covered the sky and collapsed the worlds. Shoo away. The silhouettes from the great emperors waved their emperor soldiers at this moment, and their figures dissipated as all of the revived emperor soldiers blossomed with supreme divine might at this moment, and an overwhelming amount of extreme power and great Dao laws descended, covering the entire plateau. This vast might even directly penetrated the Reincarnation plateau, and all living beings in the entire 9 hells heaven and even the 9 heavens and 10 earths felt a dense pressure of destroying everything. But it's fleeting. Rumble. The light flames that covered the sky grinded out everything. It was the power of the extreme Dao concentrated to the extreme and transformed, supreme and amazingly powerful. The joint strike of the 3 supreme beings, coupled with the supreme strike struck by the revival of dozens of emperor weapons, directly punched a large hole in the plateau void in front of them that could not be healed. It's the aura of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. There were great sect elders who felt the aura of the 9 heavens and 10 lands at this moment and were overjoyed. But soon, there were some great sect elders who couldn't support themselves anymore. The emperor's soldiers had already struck the supreme blow, and without the suppression of the emperor's soldiers, they were then directly transformed into babies, and in an instant, all of them were transformed into their initial origins again. The other group of beings that had ascended to the peak of quasi-emperors, in this instant, aged rapidly again, and finally dissipated like a bubble. Buzz. The void trembled. The 3 supreme beings were all glowing at this moment, and the power within them was about to be suppressed. It was a power that caused them all to be incomparably terrified, and it was currently running through their bodies. Without the slightest hesitation, a huge crack came out of the wheeled plateau in front of him. The 3 supreme beings went directly forward. Yet just then, a bizarre figure suddenly appeared and just crossed in front of that huge crack, as if it was trying to block it. Get the hell out of the way for this emperor. The 3 supreme beings once again erupted with the might of the emperor's Dao, but the figure blocking the front of the rift only raised his eyes, his face expressionless, and then gently raised his hand. A great change between heaven and earth. It was as if it had turned into night in an instant, and immediately afterward, a huge full moon emerged and floated above everyone's heads, rolling. That huge round moon just swirled a clear and cold glow, and it actually directly broke the 3 supreme beings' Dao. Immediately after, the huge full moon instantly landed, directly enveloping all 3 supreme beings. From start to finish, the 3 supreme beings had no room to react, and this scene caused all the remaining beings to freeze, even forgetting to flee. However, the figure blocking the rift didn't seem to be paying too much attention to them. he only looked towards the Emperor's soldiers, whereupon, he raised his hand and a clear radiance spilled down. Boom! An Imperial soldier shattered. This huge roar which brought countless beings back to their senses. Move! Run away! Rolling! Another Emperor's soldier shattered, and the figure directly ignored the fleeing beings and allowed to leave through that huge crack. Only, every Emperor's soldier was trembling. In the end, all of the Emperor's soldiers failed to escape, and all of them exploded into pieces, turning into the purest of laws that dissipated. These beings had already been scared out of their wits and fled the place defiantly, and some of the departing beings happened to look back, saw amidst the aftermath of the bursting of that Emperor's soldiers, amidst the crisscrossing plateau, there seemed to be a figure shrouded by a divine ring that looked like a flying fairy, eternal and independent, supreme as the heavenly way. Chapter 083, 7,000 years. The female emperor's Dao marks disappear. Heaven's destiny reappears. A violent tremor occurred within the 9 Sephirotic heavens. The entire reincarnation plateau rushed up with a shocking light at this moment, stirring up the great Dao laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Only this vision didn't last long, and soon, the entire reincarnation plateau was quiet again, as if nothing had happened. From the periphery, the entire plateau was incomparably quiet, just like an unusual place in the 9 hells of heaven. But after this, there were some beings that escaped from the reincarnation plateau. They looked terrified and didn't dare to turn back as they frantically fled the reincarnation plateau, and afterward, they directly left the 9 spectral heavens. Among these living beings that escaped, all of them were below the saint realm, and the old ancestors of those great sects and holy places and emperor clans had disappeared along with the emperor's soldiers. Soon enough, news that shocked all living beings spread to the 9 heavens and 10 lands and the various ancient lands of life in the universe. That was that this trip to the reincarnation plateau had not only buried all of those sacred ground great sects ancestors, along with the extremely revived imperial soldiers, but not only that, but 3 supreme beings from other forbidden lands had likewise been buried in it. This was simply terrifying, and beings everywhere were discussing this incident, and for the first time, they realized how terrifying the reincarnation plateau was. Only, the Great Diffusion Holy Land, the Heavenly Ruin Sword Sect, the 10,000 Phase Divine Dynasty, the Candeline Clan, the Celestial Machine Puppet Clan, and other great sects and holy lands that had once produced great Emperor Supreme beings could be said to have suffered a great loss. Not only had the underlying ancestor folded inside, but even the Emperor's soldiers with a long heritage had disappeared. After this battle, these great sects and holy places and emperor clans can be said to have suffered a great deal of damage. Even if they still have some reserves, I'm afraid that they can't compare to those holy places and great sects that have also produced great Emperor Supreme beings. And not long afterward, these great sects and holy places successively announced that they would close their mountain gates and would no longer come out into the world. But, in addition to these things, there was another thing that had also been rumored, and that was that some beings who had escaped had said that they had seen a female emperor at the reincarnation plateau, suspected to be the Begonia emperor who had disappeared for 1,000 years. It was just that no living being believed in this matter, because the Empress had not only disappeared for more than 1,000 years, along with the heavenly destiny to release the 10,000 shackles, which already indicated that the Empress was no longer there. So soon the rumors of this incident slowly faded away. Only the reincarnation plateau of the 9 Sephirotic heavens was left to become a taboo, and no one dared to enter the reincarnation plateau any longer in search of the so-called chance. And as time passed, the whole thing on the Wheeling Plateau petered out, because the laws of heaven and earth were manifesting everywhere, and all the living beings were beginning to prepare. It wouldn't be long before a new great emperor would probably be born in this universe. Begonia Empress? Chen Chongqing naturally knew what had happened at the reincarnation plateau, only that he was calm. Even with the news of the Empress, he remained calm. Are you thinking of the Empress? A volume of bronze Dao books appeared, and the golden boy was perched on top of the Dao books, staring at Chen Changsheng with a hint of a bad smile in the corner of his eyes. If I were to say, you should have taken down the Empress and forcibly brought her into the everlasting realm in the first place, and perhaps, the little child would be almost as old as me now. Chen Chongqing blankly glanced at Golden Boy and faintly sipped a mouthful of tea. With this effort to think blindly, why don't you think more about where the key to unlocking this Dao book is? Golden Boy sighed. Sadly, I'd like to know, but I just can't think of anything in this dead brain of mine. If I can't think of it, I won't be able to find the key to open this book of Dao, and if I can't open this book of Dao, then you won't be able to find the token to enter the White Jade Pavilion. It's really a perfect formation of a closed loop. Golden Boy spread his hands out, somewhat helplessly. On the contrary, Chen Chongqing was not in a hurry at all. He had only lived for a mere 100,000 years so far, a long time, and the thing he was most afraid of was waiting. He suddenly thought of something and asked again, how many immortal god pills are there within the White Jade capital? Golden Boy wrapped his arms around himself and said in a condescending manner, some strains, I can't remember. Chen Chongqing shook his head. perhaps he had his regrets. That is, he had not possessed a single immortal god pill in 100,000 years. At best, he had only obtained a single demigod pill, and his system treasury was even more devoid of these things. In fact, the immortality pill was of no use to him, except that he also just wanted to find out what was the difference between the immortality pill's longevity and his longevity. Looking up at a side of the world, today's 9 heavens and 10 earths have changed too much, and there is bound to be the influence of heaven's destiny behind this. Therefore, before that heavenly destiny seal was completely resolved, Chen Qiansheng would not easily reveal himself in the world. And wait, time is long. A full 6,000 years had passed since the events that had occurred on the Reincarnation plateau of the 9 heavens, and in that 6,000 years, there had never been another scourge in the universe of the 9 heavens and the 10 earths. The aura of the great Tao and the laws grew heavier and heavier, and even strange visions were born everywhere. And this day, the entire universe and the heavens and earth suddenly began to vibrate as countless divine thunder roared and shook the universe, which was the manifestation of thousands of great Tao. In the very center of heaven and earth, a brilliant golden light tore through the sea of thunder, and vast golden ripples hung down across the universe like an ocean. Manifest destiny appeared. The shackles of the Mando have completely disappeared. The last trace of the Tao of the former Begonia Empress had completely vanished into thin air. A new era had dawned, which also meant that in this world, there were beings who could ask for the fate of heaven and witness the Tao to become emperors. Chen Qiansheng, who was in the everlasting realm, felt the changes in the 9 heavens and 10 earths at this moment. Compared to the past, the entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths nowadays had become much more solid, which also indicated that the great Tao was closer to a kind of stabilization. In just over 7,000 years, the Begonia Empress's Tao marks have disappeared. Generally speaking, even if the great emperor of the day departed or disappeared, his Tao marks would probably suppress the great Tao for 10,000 years. But today, the Begonia Empress's Tao mark had only existed for more than 7,000 years, which was considered an alternative, which might have something to do with her choice in the first place. Or perhaps, it was because there had been some changes in today's heavenly destiny. This change can only mean one thing, that is, heaven's mandate had accelerated the time for the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe to give birth to great emperors. I have a feeling that this world's great emperor will appear in a very short period of time. Chen Qiansheng's pair of eyes seemed to see through the everlasting realm, but unfortunately, he still couldn't understand that massive heavenly destiny, nor could he project everything. Finally, he just laughed softly and shook his head. Today's great emperors might not even be a threat to him anymore, unless there can be an existence like Aotian or the Haitang Empress to make him a little bit more attentive. Not every great emperor was as exquisite and stunning as the Aotian Emperor, or the female emperor. If a great emperor does appear, this will be the first great emperor of the new 9 heavens and 10 lands. It should be somewhat interesting. Chen Qiansheng rose, one hand slowly raised, and a radiant golden seal slowly emerged in the center of his hand. This golden mass of imprints emitted golden light, as if they were countless golden threads intertwining with each other, constantly turning into various shapes. It landed in Chen Qiansheng's hand like this, quiet, beautiful, and blooming with brilliant golden ripples. Chen Qiansheng smiled, and then without stopping, chopped off a sliver of his own divine soul, and wiped out all the consciousness in it before injecting that strand of divine soul, which had turned blank, into that golden heavenly fate seal. And such a thing, Chen Qiansheng would do the same thing every so often. He laughed. I look forward to the day when you can completely transform. End of 2 chapters. Keep on yapping. Chapter 084 Hong Tian's Appearance. Siege of the Great Sects. The cosmic heavenly orders of the 9 heavens and 10 earths had completely unleashed the 10,000 great Tao. The entire 9 heavens and 10 earths and even the various ancient lands of life in the universe had an extremely strong Tao rhythm, and for a long period of time, visions descended from all over the place, giving birth to many extraordinary beings. In the midst of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, this vision was even more obvious. Have you heard? A child was born in the central state of the 10 lands, with visions of red clouds and divine haze appearing, and at the time of his birth, divine thunder descended from the heavens, with a piece of immortal book accompanying him. What's this? The ancient Lin clan of the Qiankuan heaven is said to have produced an extraordinary woman with an astonishing bloodline, with the style of an ancient ancestor. The Fire Cloud Sky's Fire Dragon Cave has also come out in this life, and I heard that a very extraordinary heir has come out. That Zhang clan with a long history of inheritance had a pair of twins appear this time, showing amazing qualifications at such a young age, and were reputed to have a double supreme stature. The demon race of the North Ridge has given birth to a 10,000 demon body. It had only been 100 years since Heaven's mandate had completely unleashed the great Tao, and many amazingly talented beings had already appeared all over the universe. They were born with visions, fortune, and the chance they obtained was the envy of countless living beings, and after embarking on the road of cultivation, they had a smooth journey, suppressing their peers with the lift of a hand. It was a big year, because the so-called heavenly pride that emerged in this era was really a bit too much. Only right now, the boundary wall of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was not something that they could break, and those heavenly prides could only travel within the heavens and earth in various places. But think about it, if one day, all of these heavenly prides were to converge in one place, what fierce and brutal great battles would arise if they should take God's path? At this time within the eternal life realm, Chen Shangsheng stood in front of a piece of divine source, and sealed inside the divine source was a woman in black, Hong Tian. For each era, Chen Shangsheng would release Hong Tian for about 100 years, allowing her to go and fight against the heavenly prides of each era to sharpen her Dao. In fact, counting, Hong Tian's true age was not even 1,000 years old. There was no way around it. Hong Tian's qualifications were so poor that it was difficult to go to the top of the great Dao, which was why Chen Shangsheng had come up with the only way to break the confinement of her body, using the heavenly pride great Dao of various eras to melt the demonic body. Of course, it was an experiment on his part. In this life, you still only have 100 years. With a wave of Chen Shangsheng's hand, Hong Tian, who was originally slumbering in the divine source, also awoke, and she broke open the divine source. Her pair of eyes were calm, like a black hole, and her entire body exuded a demonic nature that was domineering and incomparable. She merely nodded at Chen Shangsheng and said nothing after that. Hong Tian left the eternal life realm. Chen Shangsheng just gazed at her. He could feel that the demonic nature within Hong Tian's body was getting stronger and stronger, but he just didn't care. If he couldn't even pass this hurdle, how could he talk about moving forward on the path of the great Dao? He shook his head and looked toward the 9 heavens. Fighting for reincarnation from one life to the next is ultimately uninteresting. Now that he was 1100 years old, the so-called heavenly destiny battle was just very plain in his eyes, and it suddenly occurred to him that he was now counted as the lord of a forbidden land. Then in this life if a being was able to become an emperor, then would it come to crusade against him as a forbidden area? He was suddenly a little more interested. Hong Tian came to Qingyao heaven this time. She was dressed in black. Her appearance was not considered outstanding, but her body exuded a unique aura, a kind of devilishness that no one should approach. It was a domineering aura that made people want to run away when they saw it from afar. She stood at the top of a mountain with her hands behind her back, and in the air above her head, a golden vein bloomed and retracted. This was her Dao, a Dao that she had comprehended from her defeat in battle with those heavenly beings, and although it wasn't perfect, she was certain that this was the Dao she was going to walk. She didn't want to be defeated again. She wanted to crush all her enemies as soon as she struck. Hong Tian's mind floated to Chen Shangsheng's figure as she murmured for a while, "Teacher, I won't take the path you chose for me." Her eyes peered out into the extreme distance, and on that horizon was an endless snowy plain, and in the midst of this snowy plain was situated a huge ice palace. It all starts here. Hong Tian directly broke through the void at this moment heading for that huge ice palace, and not long afterward, a shocking news quickly spread throughout the Qingyao heaven. That was a black-clothed woman who had appeared out of nowhere, directly suppressing the ice palace's most demonic heir of this generation with an extremely powerful means. Although the ice palace had sent many elders to hunt down that woman and heavily injure her, in the end, not only did she escape, but she also managed to behead the Dao and become a saint in the process of escaping, killing several of the ice palace's elders in return. This caused the ice palace to be enraged, and they then dispatched a number of elders to hunt down this woman in black. For a long time after that, the figure of the ice palace elder could be seen within the green Yao sky, but that didn't have any effect on Hong Tian. During the time she had been traveling to Qingyao heaven, she had constantly challenged the heavenly prides of those great sects' holy lands and ancient families, and all of them strongly defeated those heavenly prides who had long been famous and were expected to walk the path of God with an extremely domineering crushing posture. And in order to hide her identity, she purposely created a ghost face mask for herself, and because of this, the name Ghostface soon caused a huge fluctuation within the Qingyao heaven. But at the same time, those so-called great sects and holy lands had also sent out a lot of people, intending to completely snuff out this heavenly pride known as Ghostface. However, under the siege of several great sects in the Qingyao heaven, every time, Hong Tian managed to narrowly escape and became even stronger after that. Thus, Ghostface's name also began to completely resound through the Qingyao heaven. She also began to be on par with the demonic prides of several other heavens and earths, and was hailed as one of the most likely prides of this era to walk God's path to stay famous. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed by. Chen Shangsheng, who was in the everlasting realm, hadn't paid too much attention to Hong Tian's movements, but now that the time had come, it was time for him to bring Hong Tian back. There are too many heavenly prides in this world. I hope your Dao heart hasn't collapsed. Chen Shangsheng smiled faintly, after which a 5-colored halo of light walked out from within his body, which was his Dao body that was transformed by his 5 elemental origins. His true body didn't intend to go out of the everlasting realm because the heavens mandate seal hadn't been completely resolved yet. so he only let his 5 elements Dao body go forward to bring Hong Tian back. Walking out of the everlasting realm, the 5 elements Dao body, which was identical to Chen Changxing's, first felt the changes in the 9 heavens and 10 earths nowadays, and after that, it concealed its own aura. Being in the green yawning sky, sensing where Hong Tian was, the 5 elements Dao body broke through the void at this moment and began to travel to the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and at this point, in the middle of the soul-severing mountain range in the 9 heavens and 10 earths Qingyao heaven, a black-clothed woman was covered in blood. She had suffered a heavy wound and her face was pale, but her eyes were unusually cold. She was perched on top of a black mountain peak, with the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling coming from all around her, and a bizarre fluctuation constantly intruding on her mind. This place was claimed to be a Jedi within the Qingyao heaven. Although the name was not as good as the Forbidden Land, it was mysterious and full of unknown crises. It was said that a great emperor had once killed a bazaar in this place, but the bizarre aura was unceasing, adding a few more dangers to this Jedi. Even a paragon emperor wouldn't dare to delve too far into it. Outside of this Jedi, at this time, the various great sects had completely surrounded this Jedi. Rolling, a divinely handsome beast stepped through the void, pulling a dragon in phoenix jade carriage, which exploded like a war drum, emitting a monstrous aura. After that, a crystal-clear ancient temple broke through the air, and the cold aura that permeated it froze the surrounding void. Not far away, a huge palm tore through the void, and a huge divine boat flew out from it, and on top of this divine boat was a figure with an astonishing aura. In the blink of an eye, several more great sex men arrived, completely surrounding the soul-severing mountain range. Just then, a voice came out from within that one crystal-clear temple. Little friend, return to the ice palace with me, as long as your sincerity is sufficient. My ice palace is willing to eliminate this grudge. Soon, voices also came from within the jade carriage pulled by the divinely handsome beasts. This is also the intention of my heaven-mending sacred sect. As long as little friend goes back with me, all grudges will naturally be written off. Voices also came from within that divine boat at this time, all with the same meaning, hoping that Hong Tian would follow him back and also receive a considerable amount of payment. However, Hong Tian, who was perched in a black mountain peak, just burst into a cold laugh. Her voice was incomparably cold, carrying an innate dominance. Ice Palace, Heaven-Mending Sacred Cult, Void God Cult, all of you, get your asses in here. If you want the demigod pill in my hand, come in and get it if you have the ability. Chapter 085 Half-Emperor Soldier Revival. Hong Tian's Demonic Nature. Hong Tian's overbearing voice came out from the middle of the soul-severing mountain range, which caused many of the disciples from the great sect's holy lands to change their faces drastically. Arrogant. The crystalline palace blossomed with ice-blue avenue breath that shook the heavens, and a hint of a quasi-emperor's aura flowed out. The divine boat and the jade carriage pulled by the divinely handsome beasts also simultaneously exuded a shocking aura. It was obvious that these 3 figures from the Holy Land of the Great Sect were all a paragon emperor. In this era, even though they hadn't been able to go to the top of the Great Dao, they were still considered to be at the level of an old ancestor. It was just that they hadn't expected that such characters would rise up for the sake of a young junior. Hand over the demigod pill, or else the Soul Break Mountain Range will be the place where your soul is broken. A voice once again came from the crystal clear palace, only at this time the voice was incomparably cold, carrying a threatening intent. It's a pity. The Emperor Road is about to open. A heavenly pride like you will definitely shine in the future in the middle of the Emperor Road, and could even leave your name at the end. Too much obsession is not a good thing. Hand over the demigod pill. This kind of divine item, is it not something you can possess? In addition to the Ice Palace, the Heaven-Mending Sacred Sect, and the Void God Sect, which were the 3 that had produced great emperor existences, there were also some other great sects that had spoken up, asking Hong Tian to hand over the demigod pill. At this moment, Hong Tian, who was in the middle of the soul-severing mountain range, just looked coldly at the great sect holy lands that had surrounded the entire mountain range. That demigod pill, which she had accidentally obtained when she was on the run. She didn't expect that it would still be targeted by these great sects' sacred grounds. Although she was currently at the peak of great sage and not yet a quasi-emperor, she was completely unafraid. If you want my demigod pill, get your ass in here and get it. Let's see if you have the lives to get your hands on it or not. Rumble. The entire soul-severing mountain range was enveloped by a strand of quasi-imperial might at this moment. Seek death. The one who took the lead was the jade whiskey pulled by several divine steeds and foreign beasts. The beasts marched forward, like a chariot that broke everything, and amazing blood chi surged out from their bodies, and all the blood chi fused together, unexpectedly turning into a behemoth. That was a thing with 3 heads, shaped like a dragon. The 3 blood-red scaly dragons hissed up to the sky at this moment, and a thick blood light directly broke through the void in front of them, directly rushing into the soul-severing mountain range. Click! From within the jade carriage, a huge palm flowing with 7 colored light directly probed out. enveloping a side of heaven and earth, about to grab it. The district is just a heavenly pride. If you take the God road, I am still jealous of you for a few points. But now, rumble, the void in front of him was tumbling, as if it was being torn apart by a powerful force. Hong Tian just looked at the thick bloodlight in the huge palm that blocked everything. A golden light above her head blossomed steeply, just a quasi-imperial. In this moment, she soared up, spreading a golden light that filled the entire heaven and earth. Without any fear, she slapped down and instantly shattered that bloodlight. Then, facing that huge palm, Hong Tian's eyes flowed with golden light, and in the next moment, a huge golden circular world unfolded. Hong Tian was in a golden world, and countless golden lotus flowers bloomed at the same time. At the same time, those golden petals began to detach and float in the golden world. Densely packed, Gaijin killing art, she fiercely shouted, and the entire golden world rioted. All the golden petals transforming into a kind of great Dao killing weapon at this moment, instantly blasting towards that huge palm. Click! A crack appeared in that huge palm under the golden light that filled the sky. And soon, the crack just started to spread and instantly filled the entire palm. Hong Tian took a step forward and directly reached out to blast out a fist, completely shattering this huge palm. The entire heaven and earth steeply lit up. She actually received a strike from a quasi-emperor with her great sage cultivation? At this moment, many of the disciples on the outskirts of the Soul Break Mountain range were dumbfounded. That person wearing a ghost face mask was so strong that he could hard-tough a quasi-emperor. The next strike is just one strike, but it does show that you have the qualifications to leave your name on the Emperor's path. From within that jade carriage, a silhouette stepped out, a middle-aged man dressed in a green suit, and directly rushed into the soul-severing mountain range, the might of a quasi-emperor permeating the area. And seeing this scene, the crystalline palace and the huge divine boat couldn't sit still and rushed in at the same time. Soon, all the great sects brought their disciples to kill their way into the Soul Break Mountain range. Boom! The entire soul-severing mountain range suddenly shook at this moment, and a bizarre aura began to revive, causing all living beings to shiver. Grab the demigod pill first. That green-clothed quasi-emperor directly rushed towards Hong Tian at this moment, and in the center of his brow, a crack emerged, and in an instant, the seven-colored divine thunder was densely packed to instantly cover the void in front of him. Buzz! Hong Tian no longer held back. The golden Dao bloomed, and from within her body, a golden tower rushed out, fusing with the golden light. The tower was divided into 9 layers, and each layer flowed with a unique aura of the great Dao. Get thee outta here! She went forward and the tower glowed, directly tearing apart the dense seven-colored divine thunder. Hong Tian was incomparably overbearing, his eyes flowing with pure golden light as he took a step in front of the green-clothed man, densely packed golden veins surfacing in his hands, exuding the power to suppress everything. The overbearing nature of this power caused that green-clothed quasi-emperor to be taken aback for a moment. A green inkstone appeared in his hand, and his entire body radiated a seven-colored light. However, under Hong Tian's strike, even though he was a quasi-emperor, he was sent flying at this moment. Overbearing and unrivaled power. Hong Tian originally wanted to ride on her victory, but a chill suddenly grew in the bottom of her heart, and she immediately stepped back, while at the same time, the small golden tower above her head blossomed with incomparably dense golden light. Boom! A breath of extreme cold instantly froze the entire space. It was a woman in a palace dress, holding a green lamp from which a strand of ice blue flame flew out, instantly freezing everything. Hong Tian looked at her coldly, then a wave of golden light instantly erupted, shattering the frozen space around him. The tower above her head shook, and at yin and yang two chi intertwined, directly rushing towards the woman. And Hong Tian's entire body transformed into a dragon-shaped golden light at this moment, and almost instantly, all the space in front of him shattered. A golden light spread and came before the woman in the palace dress. However, that palace skirt woman's expression remained unchanged. The green lamp in her hand glowed at this moment, an icy blue flame of light as if it was blooming a huge ice flower. The great Dao of extreme cold froze everything at this moment, instantly turning a piece of emptiness into an ice field with ice mountains and snowfields everywhere. Obviously, this was a powerful quasi-imperial weapon. However, Hong Tian blasted through everything at this moment. Her face was pale and she was obviously injured, but she still didn't care. The small tower above her head was constantly rotating, sending up a burst of golden ripples. And yet at this very moment, an extreme crisis was suddenly born from the bottom of her heart. At that extreme distance, on top of that huge divine boat, a somewhat thin figure held a longbow in his hands. All the great Dao, blood chi and divine souls merging into one at this moment. Rumble! The sky dome bloomed with a heavenly light. With the bowstring pulled, a turquoise light pierced through the void in this instant, breaking through everything, and then, in a split second, that turquoise light unexpectedly nailed directly into Hong Tian's body. A terrifying power instantly swept through her entire body at this moment, destroying all the meridians in her body. Sound of escaping laughter. Hong Tian spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot as she coldly looked in the direction of the huge divine boat, and could only feel everything within her body dissipating. The woman in the palace skirt and the man in green went forward at the same time. You're still too tender, too young, a heavenly pride such as yourself. Your heart is too high and you don't place us in your eyes. This is the cause of your defeat. Now, don't hand over the demigod pill to me. Hong Tian looked at the two figures in front of her, as well as those men and horses of the major sects that were constantly approaching. She suddenly smiled, and blood flowers were still blooming in her chest. Am I defeated? The shadow of Chen Changxing suddenly surfaced in her mind as she staggered to her feet. I told you, my way, my way. At this very moment, a burst of extremely domineering fluctuations suddenly emanated from Hong Tian's body, and that heart that had already tended to be pitch black abruptly shook at this moment, filled with endless devilishness. Immediately after, an extremely dense blood chi suddenly rose up from within her body. That blood chi was vast and majestic like the sea, suppressing the heavens and making them tremble. Accompanying the appearance of the blood chi was an imperial might. A blood-colored spear suddenly appeared in her hand, and the long turquoise arrow at her chest kept collapsing at this moment. She suddenly raised her head, and her pair of pupils had changed from pure gold to pitch black, like a dark abyss that chose to devour people. Come on, who dies first? And at this moment, in the eternal life realm, Chen Chongqing suddenly frowned. That half-emperor soldier has revived? How is this possible? Chapter 086 Exterminating Paramount Emperors. White bones of the Broken Soul Mountain Range. Imperial soldier arrives. At this moment, Chen Chongqing sensed a fluctuation associated with it, and that was a restriction he had placed on Hong Tian. As long as Hong Tian was in a desperate situation where she absolutely couldn't survive, then that half-imperial weapon sleeping inside her body would revive and be used to ensure her safety. But now, Chen Changqing felt that the prohibition he had set was not passively triggered, but actively awakened. That is to say, this was Hong Tian taking the initiative to communicate with that half-emperor soldier within his body and revived it. Moreover, that half-emperor soldier didn't seem to have rejected it half-heartedly. How on earth did Hong Tian do that? Even Chen Changqing himself became a bit puzzled, because he had personally planted that prohibition, and he knew how powerful it was. Sighing, Chen Changqing carried his hands behind his back as he looked in the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. So that's how far you've become? Hong Tian, you exceeded my expectations. And at this point, within the soul-severing mountain range, a majestic blood chi surged from Hong Tian's body as he held a bright red spear in his hand. Her eyes were pitch black, and there was a large dark hole in her chest that was constantly overflowing with bloody light. She crossed that threshold. The palace-skirted woman holding the green lamp frowned for a while, not thinking that the person in front of her would be able to cross the threshold of the peak of the great sage after receiving such a serious injury. This is a bit bad. The green-clothed quasi-emperor let out a long sigh as a bad feeling arose in his heart. It's only just broken through to quasi-emperor. A somewhat slim figure came to the side of the two and said indifferently, with so many great sects here, even if she were to advance to quasi-emperor, she wouldn't be able to escape. He then simply waved his hand, and that huge divine boat broke into the void at that moment. Immediately afterward, that huge divine boat began to bloom with an immeasurable amount of light, and then a crimson light that tore through space directly struck out. This was equivalent to a strike from a quasi-emperor. The demigod pill. Whoever gets it first is the one who gets it. With the fall of this sentence, those great sects that had already been dumbfounded at this moment all rioted. Countless divine awns. The light of Dao treasures filled the entire soul-severing mountain range. At this time, Hong Tian did not have a half expression on top of her face, and in the midst of the thick blood gas, the surface of her body was a pitch-black light entwined, as if it was a pitch-black flame burning. She just slowly lifted the bright red spear in her hand and then took a step forward. The crimson blood light broke through everything at this moment, and a supreme power was reviving. Rumble! The dome of the sky looked like it was about to split open, and all the laws of the world roared. An iron blood battle flag tore through the void at this moment, bringing countless disciples rushing over, the killing power condensing into countless killing soldiers at this moment, killing towards Hong Tian. Another huge heavenly sword crossed the sky, blossoming 100 feet of sword light. The sword light was overpowering and incomparably brilliant, and the sword aura was astonishing. However, Hong Tian's expression didn't change half a bit as she just barged in with just a casual strike. The spear in her hand instantly wore down the attack of that battle flag and heavenly sword. Immediately after, the battle flag shattered. The heavenly sword roared sadly, and a group of disciples of the great sect instantly turned into blood mist at this moment. The entire Soulbreak mountain range was filled with the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, and the gloomy winds were loud. This scene shocked the disciples of those great sect holy lands. That's an imperial soldier. The green-clothed man's tone turned horrified. That supreme fluctuation. He would definitely recognize it wrongly. The might of an emperor soldier is unstoppable. unless one invites an Emperor's soldier to fight against it. The woman holding the green lamp frowned, emitting an endless cold aura. It's too late to leave now. She has no intention of letting us leave. That skinny being looked at the sky above the soul-severing mountain range, and a huge round of blood-colored blazing sun instantly blossomed, and immediately after, the entire soul-severing mountain range was completely shrouded in a blood-colored world. I've already sent a message back. Someone will be arriving with Imperial soldiers soon. We can only delay for a moment or two. A bitter smile spread across the green-clothed quasi-emperor's face. How can one Imperial soldier delay? It's hard to imagine who exactly is behind her. To have a piece of Emperor's soldier protecting her. Hong Tian stood at the very center of the entire Scarlet World. The spear in his hand blossomed with the laws of the Emperor's Dao and constantly trembled. It was the Emperor's armament in his hand that was excited. Yet just then, the entire Soul Break Mountain range suddenly shook. Countless bizarre black chi continuously gushed out from the ground. Ah, what is this? A disciple was pierced through by a snow-white bone spur in an instant, and his essence blood was instantly drained. Immediately afterward, a snow-white bone spur grew out of the underground of the soul-severing mountain range, all of them accurately piercing through the chest of one disciple after another. And in just a few moments, the disciples of those great sects were turned into dried corpses. Cut it out. The ground shook continuously at this moment, and then a snow-white skeleton crawled out from the ground, densely packed. The smell of blood. This place, it really hasn't been this lively for a long time. On top of a peak not far away, a snow-white skeleton like a puppy was looking at all this, lying on its back on top of the peak. Its body was devoid of flesh and blood, and only its pupils were emitting a kind of bright red light. Hong Tian looked towards it at this moment. Those three quasi-emperors from the Holy Land of the Great Religion also looked towards that mountain peak, and immediately afterward, their faces changed drastically, because that snow-white skeleton that was like a puppy was actually exuding an extremely powerful pressure, a pressure that was even a few points more powerful than those beings that stood at the top of the Great Dao. Move! Those three Paragon Emperors directly began to fly back at this moment. However, Hong Tian didn't care about the bizarre existence on top of that mountain peak, but instead directly chased after those three Paragon Emperors. At this moment, her body continuously surged with black aura. Her face was expressionless, her body instantly vaporized, and when she reappeared, she had already appeared in front of the slim figure of the being. The spear in his hand shook and bloomed with incomparably bright blood light. Without any suspense, the fated being was devoured by the bloodlight at this moment, without even a hint of struggle. But Hong Tian suddenly turned his head. A slap directly tore apart a piece of emptiness, and a pale-faced, slim man's expression changed drastically. The law of substitute death. Hong Tian knew this kind of method. He dodged her blow. Someone died in his place, and it must have been someone close to him by blood. That slim quasi-emperor's body began to glow, and one Dao weapon flew out from his body, directly blasting towards Hong Tian, while his figure was extremely fast at this moment, and he was about to leave the soul-severing mountain range in the blink of an eye. If you dare to kill me, the Void God sect won't let you go even if you have an Emperor soldier. Hong Tian just laughed coldly for a while, waving the bright red spear in his hand, and in an instant, the supreme law power tilted away. Almost just instantly, it destroyed all of the Dao soldiers, and that blood-colored force of law spread all the way, quickly catching up with the quasi-emperor being, and then a quasi-emperor just completely disappeared, with all of his gods and souls all turning into a part of the spear in his hand. And after the death of a Paragon Emperor, Hong Tian looked at the remaining two paragons and the beings of the major religions. She directly killed forward, the half-imperial soldier in her hand breaking everything. Countless living beings screamed miserably and eventually turned into a bloody light. The entire Broken Soul mountain range was in a great battle at this moment. Not only was Hong Tian slaughtering them anymore, but there were also dense white bones chasing after the disciples of those great sects. Soon, another quasi-emperor was killed. It was that green-clothed quasi-emperor, and along with the jade carriage pulled by that foreign beast, it was also blown to pieces. And also at this time, the white bone that was originally watching the show like a puppy suddenly twisted its head to look to the side. Its gaze seemed to pass through the blood-colored heaven and earth, and an incomparably terrifying fluctuation flowed throughout its body. It looks like something unbeatable is coming. The words just fell. A supreme and vast green light instantly tore through the blood-colored world with an abrasive might. That's the power of the ultimate way. Who dares to injure a disciple of our sect? Chapter 087, Supreme Being? Great Emperor? The blood-colored world was torn apart by a huge gap at this moment, which could not be healed for a long time. It was an old man with a white beard and hair, unruffled, holding up a ruler in his hand with a brilliant green light, the green aura rushing to the sky and dropping a breath of the extreme Dao. That was the immortal green 10,000 feet ruler of the heaven-mending sacred sect, an imperial weapon that claimed to be able to transform all things in the world. And the aura exuding from that old man's body was even more of an existence that stood at the absolute peak of a quasi-emperor. Don't you dare! At this moment, Hong Tian was holding a bright red spear, and with a single spear, he wore out the palace dresswoman's green lamp, and then a blood-colored light actually directly and completely buried it. The 3 paragon emperors from the Holy Land of the Great Religion were all dead. That old man is not angry and authoritative. At this moment directly waved the Emperor's soldier in his hand. Billions of feet of green light rises up to the sky, as if holding up a piece of the green sky in general. Endless breath of the extreme Dao at this moment fell down. This belonged to the true power of the extreme Dao. And even though that Emperor's soldier hadn't been revived yet, it wasn't something an ordinary quasi-emperor could resist. However, Hong Tian just turned around. A 9-tiered golden tower above her head dropping down countless golden lights. Her expression was cold, and the blood spear in her hand also bloomed with the breath of the extreme Dao at this moment. The piercing blood light directly transformed into a huge spear at this moment, tearing through the void and directly meeting that piece of blue sky. Rolling. Not only did the entire soul-severing mountain range tremble, but the many great sects throughout the Qingyao sky all felt the power of the extreme Dao produce huge fluctuations at this time. It really is an imperial soldier. That old man frowned tightly. He didn't want to mess with a power that could possess an emperor's soldier. If he really fought with real fire, after the 2 emperor's soldiers were revived, I'm afraid that the entire Qingyao sky would have to cause a drastic tremor. Just as quickly he noticed a hint of what was going on. The imperial soldier is flawed, and the power of the extreme Dao is not perfect, but this is the power. Yet it is equivalent to being in a state of revival. That old man's eyes blossomed with a terrifying eye light at this moment, and an endless green aura emerged behind him. A star emerged, as if it was like the green sky was dotted with countless stars. This was the imperial art of their heaven-mending sacred sect, the green sky star art. The green chi tumbled and opened up the 10,000 paths. The old man casually lifted his hand, and in the next moment, the entire green sky began to glow. Countless stars releasing radiant starlight at this moment, and then, a huge star was shrouded by the great Dao, directly falling down towards the entire soul-severing mountain range. At this moment, Hong Tian also exerted his own Dao at this moment. The golden light above his head continued to blossom at this moment, eventually transforming into a golden ocean, swirling with an endless overbearing breath. At the same time, the black aura on her body grew thicker and thicker, as if a demonic god was about to be born from within her body, and the pitch-black flames melted the great Dao at this moment. The blood spear in his hand was constantly vibrating at this moment, transmitting excitement. Hong Tian was dressed in black, a golden ocean above his head. A steady stream of overbearing power revived within his body, and the blood spear in his hand blossomed with a blood light that had never been seen before. The power of the extreme Dao exploded at this moment. Almost instantly, she thrust out the blood spear in her hand, and a terrifying law of blood erupted, drowning all the falling stars at that moment. Her figure appeared in front of that old man almost in the next moment, and then a golden ocean above her head poured down countless golden lights, instantly sealing off heaven and earth. A bright red spear directly pierced through the void at this moment, grinding down the great Dao in front of him. However, that old man also waved his hand imperial weapon at this moment, a green-colored ruler shrouded under a green light, directly colliding with that bright red spear. Buzz. A terrifying fluctuation instantly spread from between the two. That extreme power shattered the void while grinding all the peaks in the soul-severing mountain range. That old man was also certain of the conjecture in his heart at this moment, a half-imperial weapon, but one that is incomparably attuned to her body and can be in a state of revival at any time. A snow-white skeleton landed directly on the ground, and with a single mouth, sucked all the few remaining disciples of the great sect into his mouth, and only then did he glance at the two with some intent. The clash of two imperial weapons is truly extraordinary. Still coming? It suddenly looked in another direction. Two extremely strong forces completely tore the blood-colored world apart at this moment. Rolling, the entire Soul Severance mountain range was enveloped in a wave of extreme power, and the great Dao shook. And at this moment, under the Soul Severance mountain range, endless black chi surged out, and the ground looked like it was covered with an array of patterns, and the black light was like a liquid that constantly filled those patterns. Subsequently, a roughly turned black light shot up into the sky, emitting an extremely terrifying fluctuation. A black light kept entering the skeleton that looked like a puppy. Above the sky dome of the Broken Soul mountain range, the two terrifying Emperor soldiers exuded supreme over extreme might, completely blocking off the entire soul-severing mountain range. That was respectively a jade ruin that looked like it was carved out of cold ice, with a single ice flower blooming continuously, and a woman encircling it. From the ice palace, the other piece was a pitch-black mountain peak, held up in the palm of a middle-aged man's hand, flowing with a dark gray force of law from the Void God sect. The woman from the ice palace looked towards Hong Tian, who exuded an overbearing devilishness, as she encircled her jade ruddy. The man, on the other hand, looked towards the soul-severing mountain range, and with a casual strike, he directly wore down the countless white bones above the ground. allowing quite a few of the great sect's disciples to safely retreat. Before he looked towards the skeleton shrouded in darkness power. Alien? He frowned. At this moment, Hong Tian was in the middle of the entire soul-severing mountain range. The golden light above his head was as vast as the sea, exuding overbearing power to the extreme, and the bright red spear in his hand was entwined with bloodlight, a bloodlight constantly surging and spreading, even in the face of the blockade of the three emperor armaments. At this moment, Hong Tian didn't seem to have any fear, but just at this time, Hong Tian suddenly heard a voice. Little girl, I see that you possess a half-imperial weapon. How about you and I join forces and leave these three old things here? Hong Tian looked at the white bones under the soul-severing mountain range at this moment. Get out! Raising her hand and slapping her palm, she directly rushed at the white bone, and the vast golden light carried the power to suppress everything towards it. Rolling, the white bone that looked like a puppy laughed out loud, and a pitch-black wave of light coalesced in its brow, instantly erupting and strangling with the endless golden light. Hong Tian didn't pay any more attention to it, but instead looked directly at the three beings holding imperial soldiers. Then, without saying anything, the bright red spear in her hand swept directly at the three great beings. A bloodlight filled with extreme power directly covered all of space with an overbearing intent. But at this point, the entire soul-breaking mountain range also happened to be different. An extremely terrifying darkness power rose up from the sky, and in an instant, from the depths of the ground of the soul-breaking mountain range, a huge bone spur that looked like a mountain peak rose up from the ground. Rumbling, the earth cracked open, and an immense and unimaginable humanoid skeleton just stood up from the ground. On top of his head were two huge and incomparable sharp horns, with countless bone spikes covering his skeleton, and behind his back was a pair of huge skeleton wings slowly spreading out, hideous and terrifying. At the head of that huge skeleton was a skeleton like a puppy crawling on top. He was evil and a little excited. Kill them all! An enormous bone palm covered the entire soul-severing mountain range at this moment, exuding a power that was uniquely forbidden. Supreme beings. At this moment, those three beings holding Emperor soldiers changed greatly in color, and they couldn't care less about that Hong Tian's attack, and almost at the same time, they began to revive their Emperor soldiers. Rolling, the three Emperor soldiers emitted a vast breath of extreme Dao at this moment, causing the 10,000 paths to retreat. In the next moment, the three Emperor armaments struck out extreme power at the same time, turning the entire heaven and earth upside down and covering the entire soul-severing mountain range. For strands of Emperor's breath as well as the power of the Supreme Being were about to collide at this moment, but it was at that moment, a light of the five elements directly broke through some, holding up the heavens and earth in general. The power of the five elements filled out, and a figure instantly came to the very center of this heaven and earth. He just looked at the black-clothed woman, and lightly laughed. So you're here. Afterwards, he simply pointed out with a single finger, and the laws of the five elements of the origin force wore down everything. That huge bone palm broke apart inch by inch and turned into fragments in the sky. Then, he stepped down again, and a light of five elements blossomed, and with a rumbling sound, he directly wiped out all of the strikes struck by the three Emperor soldiers. A single eye ripped through the pale universe. Buzz. The three Emperor soldiers shuddered lightly at that moment, and flew away from the hands of those three beings almost at that instant. The three beings' complexions changed drastically. Big. Archon? End of 2 chapters. Hong Tian is a character I have plans for, but not right now. Chapter 088 I want my way. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth of the soul-severing mountain range was plunged into a bizarre tranquility, with only a single figure remaining shrouded by the five elements of the supreme origin, dropping down a single imperial Dao law. This supreme power was too vast, like the regeneration of a great emperor and human emperor, causing the 10,000 paths to sink and float, the sun and moon to change color, and the countless laws of the great Dao constantly intertwined and roared. It was as if time, the great Dao, space, all of it was trampled under its feet. It was no wonder with those three beings standing at the top of the great Dao mistook Chen Qiansheng's body of five elements of the Dao for a great emperor. Simply because what was the difference between this power of the laws that overwhelmed the red dust of the ages and a great emperor? This was the brilliant righteousness, vast as the sea of imperial pressure. The three emperor soldiers had all left this place by now, leaving only three supreme beings in shock. But soon, they reacted. Not the great one. It's the supreme being. It was just that the power on this five elements Dao body was like that of a great emperor who was at the peak of his powers. The emperor's might was vast, but it was clear that there was no power of heavenly destiny on him. This was a supreme being. They were even more shocked. A supreme being with the power of a peak great emperor. This was simply beyond their imagination and terrified them even more. Also, if it was just a sleeping supreme being, it wouldn't be able to easily force the three revived emperor soldiers back, and only peak great emperors or extremely sublimated supreme beings would be able to do so. And right now, The three supreme ancestors from the great Sex Holy Lands were only left with despair at this point. The Emperor is not to be insulted. Not to mention that it was still a supreme being, even though all three of them had already walked onto the overwhelming peak of the Great Dao. Right now, they didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. Their category was not at all on the same level as Great Emperor Supreme. Each of the three were suffering inwardly, completely not expecting that behind that being stood such a terrifying existence. Even if a Great Emperor existed in this era, I'm afraid that they wouldn't dare to say that they could suppress a supreme being that stood at the pinnacle. However, what the three of them didn't expect was that the figure shrouded by the five elements' supreme origin simply looked over, and it was as if their bodies couldn't help themselves. Plop! The three beings who stood at the pinnacle of the Great Dao just knelt down in midair, and in front of that imperial power, they had no room to resist. The five elements Dao body only transmitted a faint sentence. This matter has been closed as a punishment for you and others. And as for those three imperial armaments, after 1,000 years, they will be returned to their original owners. The three beings who stood at the absolute peak of the Great Dao were sweating profusely. They could only keep their heads firmly lowered. Their hearts had long since turned over in shocking waves. They heard that voice, even though the imperial soldiers could only be returned after 1,000 years. Yet they had no objections. Many thanks to the Great Emperor Supreme. The five elements Taoist body just nodded. This is not the place for you to stay. Go back. The three figures were as if they had been granted amnesty, and at this moment, they rushed towards the five elemental Dao body and bowed heavily before directly transforming into three rays of light and leaving the soul-severing mountain range. And at this point, Chen Chongqing's five elements Dao body did not look at Hong Tian, but rather looked at the huge skeleton with considerable interest. He burst into a light laugh. It's a bit interesting. It seems that this place is also extraordinary. To have birthed an alien that possesses some of the forbidden might. He once again stared at the entirety of the broken soul mountain range as if he was trying to discern some sort of doorway. It's a big formation. Living beings. Everything. There's also the means of the great emperor and the Buddha. Who's so generous? Chen Changqing's Dao body became more and more amazed the more he looked at it. Once again staring at the gigantic skeleton. It's just a pity. You seem to have gone astray? At this time, that huge humanoid skeleton exuded a monstrous fury, a forbidden fluctuation constantly spreading. That white bone lying on top of the head of the huge skeleton at this time is even more to be covered with explosive hair in general, although it has no hair. But now, it could feel a great danger descending upon it. If it was said that before, when the three emperor armies arrived in unison, he was fearless and was able to fight against the emperor armies by virtue of this place. But now, this is a living great emperor. The might of the great emperor, unfathomable. The original him has seen the might of the great emperor, otherwise it would not have been conceived here for so many years. You and I are in the same category. It suddenly spoke, but the next moment, the figure shrouded by the five elements of the supreme essence directly landed with a palm. 10,000 laws dropping down as if a world had descended. Who's your kind? Rolling. The soul-severing mountain range shook violently at this moment. The huge skeleton emitted forbidden might. A pillar of pitch-black light rushed up to the sky, forming a party of pitch-black worlds, and the two huge skeletons were filled with pitch-black flames, wanting to come and stop this strike. Yet it was all in vain. The five elements laws easily wore out that pitch-black world at this moment, as if a huge world of light and flames descended, overwhelming that huge skeleton. The five elements of light and flames intertwined, and everything returned to nothingness. A pitch-black light rushed out from the light of the five elements, covered in the five elements light flame. It was incomparably terrified, feeling so close to death, and the five elements of light flames on its body were burning its origin power. It wanted to escape, but how could it escape in the hands of a great emperor supreme? At this time, its heart has been incomparably frantic. Did not expect just awakened, met such an unlucky thing, life and death only in a moment. Next moment, he suddenly looked towards the figure wearing a ghostly mask, and with a change of heart, he actually rushed directly towards her. Hong Tian also all saw the figure wrapped in five-colored light rush in at that moment, and then he raised the bright red spear in his hand. However, the white bone wrapped in five-colored light only lingered in front of her, and then it suddenly fell to its knees, lying on the ground like a puppy. Please save me, I don't want to die yet. Wow. This scene caused Hong Tian to appear frozen for a moment. Seeing this scene, the five elements Taoist body just stepped forward with his hands behind his back. That's interesting. That white bone was only entering this realm for the first time, involving forbidden power. Only, it was even worse than when he first cultivated the first Dao Bing. He didn't bother with the white bones, but looked at Hong Tian. Hong Tian also looked towards the figure shrouded in five-colored light flames at this time and called out, "Teacher!" At this moment, the white bone lying at Hong Tian's feet could only pretend to be dead. How could she not expect that this terrifying great emperor supreme was her teacher? So, it whimpered and leaned against Hong Tian's feet. Right now, this is its only saving grace. The Five Elements Taoist body looked at Hong Tian, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Hong Tian, I didn't expect you to get the demonic body to this point in such a short period of time. I'm very pleased. Nowadays, you are not even slightly worse than those demonic prides from the 9 heavens and 10 lands and all over the universe. Now, come back with me. However, after Hong Tian was silent for a few moments, she suddenly raised her head and stared at the 5 elemental Dao body, uttering a word that she had never dared to truly say to Chen Changsheng. Teachers, this time, I'm not going back. You've made a great path for me, but now, I'm leaving. My way. Chapter 089, Escape. At this time, a trace of surprise appeared on the face of the body Chen Changsheng, who was in the everlasting realm, and he could know all that the 5 elements of the Dao body felt. This girl, could it be because something went wrong with the great fulfillment of the demonic body? He began to gaze in the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and a hint of a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're really out of my league. In the middle of the Broken Soul mountain range, a hint of a smile appeared on the face of the 5 elements Dao body as he stared at Hong Tian. Why? Could it be that you want to become an emperor in this life? Hong Tian was just silent. The 5 elements Dao body simply carried his hands behind his back and looked up at this part of the heavens and earth as he opened his mouth. This heaven and earth is still too small after all. Only if you really step on which step can you know. Only, in this life, it's too uneventful. Even if the 9 heavens and 10 earths have changed, but it's just like that. He stared at Hong Tian. The golden great world I'm talking about. Don't you really want to see it with your own eyes? Hong Tian looked straight at Chen Changsheng at this moment. Sensei, it is because I want to see with my own eyes the golden great world that you speak of that I am choosing the path I am going to take. Looking at Hong Tian, whose expression was incomparably determined, Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly. It was exactly the same look he had seen when he first met her. He sighed suddenly. In fact, with your qualifications, you are far from being able to go this far. I let you raise your demonic body with the heart of 10,000 defeats. I didn't expect to be impressed by the firmness of your Dao heart. And your demonic body has already become a great success after only 2 or 3 lifetimes. The 5 elements Dao body stared at Hong Tian. As long as you can chop off your demonic body by your own means, and use it to refine a new body and ascend to the Emperor's path with the great Dao of Tang, at that time, it would be impossible to say that you don't certify as an emperor. So, you're still going to choose your own path? He slightly lowered his head and gazed at Hong Tian. Hong Tian's bodies possessed 2 kinds of avenues. One was the overbearing to the extreme Jinfeng Dao that she herself had comprehended, only that there was still a long way to go, and the other kind of avenue, naturally, was the Dao of the devil's body. She smiled and waited for Hong Tian's answer. However, Hong Tian's reply was somewhat unexpected. I'm just me, devil body or immortal body. This is all me, so I don't intend to take the path of chopping off my devil body. Hong Tian thought of her former self losing to others time and time again, and that kind of unwillingness and hopelessness was still unforgettable to her. She was not willing to be ordinary, even if it was just an ordinary body. It was still her, and she had made efforts for it only known to herself. So it was also impossible for her to cut off everything in the past, and that was the basis for her to become stronger for it. The 5 elements Taoist body froze for a long time at this moment, and only after a long time did he say, then how are you going to choose? Do you have to witness and become an emperor in this life? If that's the case, then you really won't be able to see the true golden great world, and I'll have to suppress you with my own hands. Hong Tian just looked up, tilting her tough face, her eyes firm. In this world, there isn't only one way to witness the Dao and become an emperor. The 5 elements Dao God suddenly laughed freely in this piece. Ha ha ha, I see. It seems that you do have your own ideas. It's just a pity that embarking on another path is far tougher than you thought, and you're not suited for it. What Hong Tian wanted, he already knew, was nothing more than wanting to force another path out of himself, not to prove the Dao by heaven's mandate, but to become the Dao in a different way, just like himself. Chen Changsheng appreciated her, but this path was too difficult. He didn't think Hong Tian could continue on this path. Since the beginning of time, beings with stronger qualifications than Hong Tian abounded, and what was the result? All became a dead bone on the road of the avenue, and he was able to go down that path not because he was so amazing, but simply because he had some system that was unrepeatable. Although the divine destiny evidence is currently very flawed and bound, but one day in the future, if Hong Tian went on the right path of heaven's mandate, then he was pretty sure that he could help Hong Tian get rid of the control of heaven's mandate and could make her go even farther. I said, my way. My way. Hong Tian's expression remained firm, and it was clear that Chen Changsheng had not convinced her. Thus, the 5 elements Taoist body just shook his head as he then said, fine, you want to go your own way, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can escape from me, then this time, I'll let you choose. Hong Tian's expression remained flat. It wasn't that she didn't know the difference between a paragon emperor and a supreme emperor, But this time, she didn't hesitate in the slightest. Sensei, that would be an offense. At this moment, Hong Tian struck out without hesitation. The blood spear in his hand instantly transformed into a huge bloodlight, and the extreme might erupted, piercing through heaven and earth. At the same time, she twisted her head to look at the white bone lying at her feet. There's nothing I can do to save you now. If you want to live, then help me get out of here. That white bone had managed to dissolve the 5 colored light flames on its body by using the origin of its entire body in the special of the soul-severing mountain range, and had originally thought that it had escaped, but now that he heard Hong Tian open his mouth, he only felt that the sky had collapsed. Big sister, do you think we can really escape from the hands of a supreme great emperor? Hong Tian had already flown out and blasted towards the 5 elements Dao body. I'll only give you 10 breaths, not allowing that white bone to refuse. Hong Tian's figure had already disappeared, and a huge demonic immortal figure steeply appeared between heaven and earth, the immortal and demonic aura swirling, his fingers carrying a huge bright red spear, causing heaven and earth to tremble. And when that white bone saw the scene, he gritted his teeth. It's all crazy, but the old man will have to fight for his life. I remember. Here's something that, perhaps, can leave. White bone suddenly landed in the middle of a destroyed mountain peak at this moment, a hint of heartache in his eyes. This place is considered completely ruined. It slapped down, and the earth cracked open, revealing a formation platform with a pitch-black glow looming. Without the slightest hesitation, the forbidden might on its body all penetrated into it at this moment, and the entire soul-severing mountain range directly cracked open at this moment, and in the middle of the ground, a pitch-black curtain of light covered the sky. Hong Tian, if that's all there is to it, then it's over. Looking at that huge demon immortal's body, even the 5 elements Dao body could not help but marvel. Only, it was still not enough. After all, it was only a quasi-emperor, even with a half-emperor soldier. Thus, he simply pointed out with a single finger, and the supreme origin power erupted, and in an instant, he shattered that gigantic immortal demon's body. However, at the same time, a crimson extreme power instantly bombarded. He just smiled, and reached out to break it up at will. But he also suddenly noticed a change in the entire soul-severing mountain range as a huge formation rose up from the ground, emitting a forbidden power. He frowned. This emperor-level formation was originally supposed to shelter this place. It was only a pity that it had been altered and turned into a forbidden killing formation. Kind of funny. The power of the 5 elements completely exploded at this moment, but a black aura suddenly appeared under Hong Tian's feet, and her figure instantly disappeared. Die. This is crazy. We're really not going to piss him off and just kill us put? Hong Tian froze, and at that moment, the white bone lifted her up and swiftly headed somewhere. Where are we going? Wait, it's almost here. White bone's figure arrived in an instant, and the 2 figures stopped in front of a lake. Let's go down. Rolling. That forbidden killing formation that rose up from the ground of the soul-severing mountain range shook tremendously at that moment, and then, under their gazes, that forbidden killing formation directly fragmented. My God, a forbidden killing formation that can resist a great emperor is gone just like that? White bone only felt unbelievable, and then directly grabbed Hong Tian again and jumped into the lake. Just die. And right at this moment, the 5 elements Taoist body realized that something was wrong. A huge palm directly wore out the entire lake. Only, Hong Tian and that white bones figure had both disappeared. In that original spot, only a stone monument was left behind, emitting an extremely long and age-filled aura. Chen Changsheng, who was in the eternal life realm, steeply gazed at a direction in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Qiankuan Heaven. End of 2 chapters. Chapter 090, Forbidden Land of the Arab Buddha Land. A figure shrouded in the light of the 5 elements just stood in front of a huge stone monument. The monolith was shrouded in chaos, and a single character kept tumbling and looming. Buddhist text? The 5 elements of the body of the Taoist frowned slightly. To be able to under his blow, the monument intact, enough to show that the monument is extraordinary, and he is in this monument above the discovery of the Buddha's heavenly means. After a bit of contemplation, the 5 elements Dao body then stepped forward and pressed one palm on top of that huge stone tablet. The 5 elements of supreme power spreading instantly at that moment. Buzz. Above that huge stone monument, the chaotic gas tumbled even more, and not long after, a golden light was cast out, and the 5 elements Taoist body seemed to see a vast and boundless golden world at this moment, with a huge Buddha sitting at the end of the universe, and 3,000 worlds sinking and floating by its side. Call, fail, a student. A Buddha's trumpet sounded, and countless golden lights began to be born within Chen Changsheng's entire body, which even faintly showed signs of covering the 5 elements of supreme power. He let out a cold snort as the 5 elements' origin erupted. The great Dao laws flowed endlessly, and the 5 colored light flames enveloped him, completely wearing out the power born within his body, while at the same time placing his hand down from on top of that huge stone tablet. No longer in Chen Tian? The 5 elements Dao body glanced at the other direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths at this moment, and then, a huge palm directly grabbed that huge stone monument, and the entire person erupted with a supreme power. It was the power of the 5 elemental origins that belonged uniquely to him, and all the living beings in the entire Qingyao heaven felt this vast power, and then perceived that this power pierced through the boundary wall of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and quickly disappeared. At this point, in the everlasting realm, Chen Changsheng looked at this chaotic stone tablet that the 5 elements Dao body had brought back, and there was no doubt that this was a stone tablet of extraordinary origin, a holy relic that belonged exclusively to the emperor level. It was just that this emperor level holy relic was filled with a unique Buddha nature on top of it, or maybe it was a magical nature, or a familiar flavor he had once felt. A summoning formation. Chen Changsheng frowned, and only after a long time did he look in the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It seems that I need to go out for a trip. He took a step to the place where he had sealed Mu Xian and directly awakened him. At the same time, he summoned out that massive heavenly destiny seals that had long ago become incredibly well behaved, and also once again took out the newborn nirvana laws that were left behind by the Begonia Empress at the very beginning, and directly sealed the heavenly destiny seals within them. Mu Xian had just awakened and wasn't sure what the situation was. What's wrong? Nothing. Chen Changsheng just smiled faintly and directly struck the sealed up heavenly fate seal into Mu Xian's body, while lifting his hand once again. The newly awakened Mu Xian was once again sealed up and fell into a deep sleep. Only then did he clap his hands, and the 5 elements Dao body directly transformed into a ray of light and drilled into his body. He then looked at the chaos monument, and with one of his 5 fingers, the overbearing power of the military Dao surged forth, directly melting the entire huge chaos monument, and finally transforming it into a heart-sized piece that he held in his hands. Only after doing all of this did Chen Changsheng take a single step out of the everlasting realm, appearing in the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He glanced above the 9 heavens without being too deliberate, and then he directly tore through the void and arrived outside of Qiankuan heaven, directly tearing the boundary wall of Qiankuan heaven. Buzz. He was covered in the laws of the Tao of War, and with a single step, he had arrived at the most mysterious place in the Qiankuan heaven, Buddha's land. This was one of the 3 major forbidden places of the era alongside the burial ground in the Reincarnation plateau among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, full of mystery. Even great emperors did not dare to enter it easily. Back then, in the Aotian era, he had once taken a look at the Buddha land from afar, which was a vast golden world in which countless living beings could be seen making pilgrimages from a long distance away. At this point, Chen Changsheng once again stood outside of the Buddha land. Compared to back then, he now stood at the 3rd node on top of the Emperor's Path, and very few people had been able to make it to this point throughout the ages, which was enough to see how powerful he was. Only now it seemed that the vast golden world was again different from what he had seen at first. What exactly is the nature of Buddha? His eyes flowed with Arun, countless forces of law drooped down, and the aura of the military path tumbled. As he looked forward, where were the pilgrims? Just a barren desert, and above the desert were all white bones. Chen Changsheng stood outside the Buddhist soil with his hands behind his back, feeling the inexplicably vast power. The power of the Bing Dao surged from his body, fighting against that power against each other as he was silent. Obviously, Hong Tian disappeared and was no longer in the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths at this time, but had entered within this Buddhist land known as the Land of the Era. A heart-sized stone floated out from within Chen Changsheng's body, rippling with a burst of golden ripples that echoed the golden world in front of him. Although the forbidden land of the era was situated in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, it was not always in an open state, and right now, Chen Changsheng felt that this stone was the key to entering this Buddhist land. Is everything such a coincidence? He looked at the stone in front of him and also at the golden world in front of him. He suddenly thought of something, that is, there have been many great emperors in the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, great religions, holy places, imperial clans, but only the Buddhist sect has never seen a true Buddha. Perhaps the reason for all this lies within this Buddhist land. Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly and directly reached out to crush the chaos stone that was swirling with golden light, and as he looked at the Buddhist soil in front of him, he suddenly dismissed the idea of entering it. Just now that thought was incomparably through and through. Vaguely a hint of devilishness was born in the center of his heart, which he quickly snuffed out, but now it calmed down instead. There are too many changes, perhaps if you step into it, you really can't help it. He suddenly raised his head as the aura of heavenly destiny above the 9 heavens flickered away, and he burst into a cold laugh, after which he looked at the Buddha's earth in silence before shaking his head. Hong Tian, since this is your choice, consider it a win for you. Perhaps, you didn't make the wrong choice. Chen Changsheng turned around and left without stopping for half a second, then directly tore through the boundary wall of Qiankuan heaven and returned to the eternal life realm. It was also after returning to the everlasting realm that a volume of bronze Dao books suddenly surfaced, and Golden Boy's figure perched on top of the Dao books. once again looking serious as he rushed at Chen Changsheng. I also felt the complete aura of the great Dao laws in that world. Chen Changsheng naturally knew that what Golden Boy was talking about was the Buddha's land, and while he sat on top of a wooden chair, he was pondering something in his mind. In this way, it seems that the Reincarnation Plateau, the Buddha's land, and the possible burial ground, all three of these epical forbidden lands have the complete power of the great Dao laws within them. He suddenly laughed and looked at Golden Boy. It's getting more and more interesting. I wonder if I can cross that threshold or not if I'm in the midst of these three epical forbidden lands? The Golden Boy was silent for a while, and Chen Changsheng didn't look at him, but just raised his own head to look at the dome of the sky. And at this point, in the middle of a vast golden world, two figures were walking in the middle of this golden world. It was a figure wearing a ghost face mask, and next to her was a skeleton like a puppy. Where did all this come from? That skeleton's heart was only fuzzy at this moment. Although he had avoided that invincible supreme great emperor, suddenly coming to this place caused a greater sense of crisis to arise in his heart. And the power of the Buddha nature here was so great that it felt itself enveloped by the Buddha nature, and it was on the verge of being converted to Buddhism, and its origin was on the verge of being worn out. Its pair of scarlet eyes looked at the figure next to it, thinking that now that it was out of the crisis, should it eat her in one bite so that it could replenish its own origin? Only when it looked at the figure, it only felt a wave of creepiness, because in this moment, in the midst of this world full of Buddha nature, the figure wearing a ghost face mask next to her was releasing her monstrous demonic nature, and this demonic nature rose up to the sky, and all the Buddha nature seemed to become her sustenance at this moment, until, covering the sky, it instantly made a decision against its ancestors. I'm going to hold on to this leg for dear life. Chapter 091, The Path of the Empires begins. The great celestials show their abilities. Chen Changsheng failed to bring Hong Tian back. Hong Tian disappeared into the Buddhist land, and even the many restrictions he left on Hong Tian could not be sensed. But Hong Tian's departure didn't bother Chen Changsheng much. To him, it was like watching a grown child make his own choices. For a long-lived person like him, loneliness will eventually accompany him throughout his life. Therefore, even after watching Hong Tian grow up, now that he knew Hong Tian's choice, his heart did not fluctuate much. Golden Boy's figure slowly emerged. He was perched in the Taoist book, shining with golden light, carrying a long sword on his back, with an old-fashioned look. AI, the girl is not big. Wow. How did you get abducted? I think the main thing is that you are two not something. Chen Changsheng was just sitting on top of a wooden chair lightly sipping tea, holding a book in his hand and flipping through it, turning a deaf ear to Golden Boy's words, looking leisurely and relaxed. The Golden Boy flew up and down around Chen Changsheng and began to chatter. You said that these two major era forbidden lands both possess perfect Dao laws. Don't you want to go to the last forbidden land to have a look? Think about it. In case you cross the fourth node inside it again and become a heavenly emperor on one side, I'm afraid that there won't be any living beings in this world that can threaten you, right? Isn't this a bit easier than finding Bai Weiwei's token? Chen Changsheng didn't know why Golden Boy was interested in the forbidden land of the era. Perhaps it possessed the same perfected great Dao laws as the White Jade capital, but right now, it was clear that he didn't want to waste his time. He had more important things to do. He inquired suddenly, what do you think of this life? Golden Boy just clasped his hands. This life, although the 9 heavens and 10 lands have some changes, but it's just the beginning. Can't see anything? However, if I can come out of the world, Master Dao, I will definitely push the 9 heavens and 10 lands with both hands horizontally, and beat through the whole Emperorhood without any enemy. That heavenly destiny will rush to beg me to become an emperor. Chen Changsheng just smiled. The Golden Boy who was hosted in the Book of the Dao was extraordinary, and even for him, it was difficult to truly see him. As he said, if he came out of the world, I'm afraid that in this life, only he would be able to certify the emperor. He shared Golden Boy's view that there had been some changes in this life, but that was about it. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng just shook his head. The path of the great Dao is just one that all living things are fighting to cross. In less than 100 years after Hong Tian disappeared, the entire universe suddenly began to vibrate violently. Countless celestial lights emerged. Thousands of great Dao transformed into divine thunder rolled over, and billions of starlight bloomed all over the universe. Heaven's mandate appeared once more, dropping down a vast force of heaven's mandate, as vast as the ocean, spreading to every part of the universe. Rumbling, all over the universe rioted, and an ancient imperial road filled with the aura of age was connected across the universe under the pull of the power of the great Dao. Even the 9 heavens and 10 earths had appeared to be connected by a road, and even the boundary walls had become weaker during this time, and many living beings were able to tear through the boundary walls and travel to other heavens and earths. The Emperor's path appeared. This also meant that the battle for the mandate of heaven in this life had also officially begun. Countless heavenly pride beings from the ancient lands of life and the 9 heavens and 10 lands in the universe also stepped onto the Emperor's path at this moment. beginning the journey of the Emperor's Path. Compared to previous eras, the number of heavenly prides that had risen in this era was undoubtedly even greater, which meant that the battle for the Emperor's Path was also incomparably fierce and brutal. Just 50 years. There were multiple Imperial Paths in the cosmic stars alone that had collapsed due to the conquests between the heavenly prides, and these heavenly prides were growing too fast, truly illustrating what it meant to cultivate and drink water in general, making those characters of the older generation sigh in disbelief. Aotian of the Sea Clan is already nearly invincible on an Emperor Path, defeating all the heavenly beings. The demon of the divine water race is too peerless, chasing and killing the dual supreme beings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands on an Imperial road, breaking up an Imperial road. The demonic pride of the Ice Spirit clan is also unrivaled on an Emperor's Path. It's said that her eyes are born with frost lines, and that she seals off all enemies when she raises her hand, and that even one of the Spirit Phantom clan's supreme prides died in his hands. The 10,000 demon body of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is also very heaven-defying, pitting an older generation peak paragon emperor, and is said to be going to hunt those most demonic heavenly prides. Almost all of the living beings were paying attention to the situation in the Emperor Road, and those heaven-defying prides had made a huge name for themselves in the Emperor Road, and were instantly formidable. Many of the prideful people who entered the Emperor Road were eliminated, dying in the Starry Sky universe, dying in the Emperor Road contest. This was the cruelty of the Emperor's Road. Nowadays, all of the heavenly prides amongst the Emperor Paths had almost rarely changed. They were all fierce people who had pierced through an Emperor Path, and at this time, they were already standing at the very top of this era, only waiting for the final duel to open. In the 80th year of the opening of the Emperor's Path, another Emperor Path was broken apart. It was 2 beings battling against each other. One of them was a heavenly pride from the Inferno Demon clan, who had long since been unrivaled and had even gone on to break into other Emperor Paths. But while on this Imperial road, he met a fierce man. It was a man with antlers on his head, covered in starlight, floating like a star, with a radiant cauldron floating above his head. He dueled with that Inferno Demon race's heaven-defying pride, interrupting the entire Imperial Path, and the 2 fought until they were in the middle of the cosmic stars, when monstrous flames descended, and a gigantic and incomparable Inferno Demon stepped out of the flames, grinding out the void with a raise of his hand. That Inferno Demon was even holding a red Inferno lance that shattered the sun, moon, and stars with just a single shock. However, the man with the antlers was not afraid at all. The starlight entwined. The radiant cauldron above his head was as if it had absorbed all the stars, and every blast was able to repel that huge Inferno Demon, and he even evolved an ocean of stars after this, suppressing that huge Inferno Demon with infinite star power and extinguishing the endless monstrous flames. In the end, the man with antlers shattered half of that Inferno Demon's body, and in this battle, the heaven-defying heavenly pride from the Inferno Demon clan fled with serious injuries and ended up leaving the Emperor's Path completely. And the man with antlers like a fairy on his head was also recognized by the older generation. It's him. There were dusty old undead from the era of Emperor Haitang who recognized the living being with antlers. That was a contemporary of the female Emperor Haitang, with extraordinary battle strength, having already induced the great Emperor's calamity at that time, and also escaped with his life in the hands of the supreme living being. It was only a pity that the Begonia Empress of that era was too stunning, catching Emperor's soldiers with her bare hands before she had even become an emperor. In the end, the Begonia Empress proved to be an emperor, and that stunning man eventually disappeared, thought to be dusty, and did not expect to appear in this life. It could be said that he was absolutely powerful. Even in the era of the Begonia Empress he was amazing. Now, having avoided the era of the Begonia Empress, many beings felt that this being had the potential to become an emperor. However, changes in the middle of the Emperor's Path were unpredictable. And at the time when that being from the same era as the Empress defeated the Infernal Demon race's heavenly pride of the Infernal Demon race, on the other Imperial Road, a teenager who had just entered the Emperor Road had blown away several heavenly prides with a pair of fists, and had directly sought out the most invincible demon on this Emperor Road afterward. The 2 quickly engaged in a great battle, a battle that shook the heavens and earth, similarly crumbling the Emperor's Path. But soon the battle was over. Under the starry sky, that teenager defeated that heavenly pride from the Bone Clan from the underworld with a pair of fists, and did not completely shatter that body of white bones. He was bathed in the light of the sky, his eyes flashing with a rune, domineering. Bai Weiwei's name completely resounded throughout this Imperial Road. Chapter 092, Chaotic Emperor Monument leaves a name. 22 beings. There was more than just conquest in the path of the Emperor. Even nowadays, there were already many invincible beings who had pierced through an Emperor Road and were completely invincible to the entire Emperor Road. But there were still some beings who forcefully intruded into the Emperor Road and fought with the invincible people of this Emperor Road. Within a short span of 30 years, several beings who were once invincible to the entire Emperor Road had been defeated. and they had become a brilliant stepping stone on top of someone else's Emperor Road. And this kind of situation was even more common in the Emperor's Road. Nowadays, the remaining beings who were invincible on the Emperor's path were so famous that they were all hailed as existences that were qualified to leave their names on the Emperor's tablet and be recognized by Heaven's mandate. However, fear that now the Emperor Road opens so long, Chaos Emperor Monument are about to appear. But the Emperor Road above the battle is still fierce, only because this life of the demonic pride is too much. No one is not convinced, who think that this life of their own will be certified into the Emperor. Among these demonic prides, there were fierce people who should be born in this era, as well as those who were of the wrong generation, and there were also some bloodline descendants of ancient emperor great emperors with astonishing bloodlines, and there were even some prides who possessed special body qualities. They each stood at the top of an imperial path, looking down on the young people of their peers, looking out of the corner of their eyes, rolling. The heavens and earth suddenly shook greatly as the entire imperial road glowed. Countless celestial lights surfaced, the power of the great Dao laws roared, and countless divine haze rolled out like thunder. At the end of the Emperor Road, a gigantic stone monument slowly rose from the chaotic mist, the monument filled with the laws of the Emperor Road, and the names of great emperors that had once resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands tumbled and surfaced within it. Buzz. The heavenly fate emerged like a dazzling and radiant great sun, swinging down billions of golden ripples. At this point, among the various emperor paths, those beings who had long been invincible all felt something in their hearts at this moment, and then, they all used their Dao power at this moment, breaking through the barriers of the emperor paths and heading towards the ultimate place. More than 20 figures left the Emperor Road one after another, and they reached the end of their respective paths, becoming the most supreme beings in this world. A divine light was colorful, causing heaven and earth to descend with visions. A great battle broke out. Huge ripples of laws were set off throughout the cosmic stars, the power of the great Dao constantly spreading. The void was torn apart, and a star quickly turned into smithereens amidst this ripple. Celestials from all over the clans mingled together, all using the ultimate means, fighting until the sun and moon were lost, and ultimately fighting all the way to the chaotic Emperor Monument. The chaotic Emperor Monument rippled with the laws of the Emperor's Dao, calming everything down, and a mighty pressure like the heavenly Dao shocked everyone, which brought the melee to an end. However, even so, this melee still caused the 5 once invincible heavenly prides to suffer heavy injuries and had to withdraw from the Emperor Road, completely without a chance to leave their names on the Chaos Emperor Monument, and also lost the final qualification for the heavenly fate. Buzz. The chaotic Emperor Monument gently shook, and Heaven's mandate surfaced in the ultimate land, followed by a golden Heaven's mandate power dropping down on top of the 22 figures in this ultimate land. They were all shrouded by Heaven's mandate, their bodies glowing with golden light and emitting a vast force of Heaven's mandate. At this same moment, above the Emperor Monument, 22 names resurfaced successively. There was no order of precedence. As long as the beings who had obtained the recognition of Heaven's destiny, their names would all appear clearly above the Chaos Emperor Monument, which was proof that they all possessed the qualifications to testify the Dao and leave their names. But in the end, there would only be one name left on top of the Emperor Monument, and that name would be the great emperor of this era, the Begonia Empress, the 9 Orifices Stone Emperor, and the Aotian Emperor. The starry light of that antlered being was radiant, with a great cauldron that gulped in stars and rivers hanging over his head. He looked at the name above the chaotic Emperor tablet for a while, and in the end, he sighed and took the lead in leaving the ultimate land. After that, there were living beings who were also watching in front of that chaotic Emperor Monument. There were living beings who were sad, there were living beings who were admiring, and there were living beings who were spirited. Ancient Emperor of the Fire Scales. There was a handsome-looking young man looking at the Emperor's monument. His blood was like red gold, his thick blonde hair flying. He was a little sad, and he only left one sentence at the end. I will break the confinement of my bloodline and become an emperor in this life. He left as well, and quite a few more beings left this place as well after a burst of cold laughter. In the blink of an eye, only a few figures were left here. A teenager who didn't look very old and was only wearing a beast skin came forward to caress the Chaos Emperor monument as he smiled brightly. Unfortunately, only one name can be left here. If only one name can remain, that name can only be me, Bai Weiwei. In the end, all of the peerless beings left the ultimate land, and they returned to their respective ancient stars and hometowns, preparing for the arrival of the ultimate battle. The Emperor's path had already come this far, and was only one step away from Heaven's mandate, so it was absolutely impossible for them to give up, to witness the Dao and become an emperor. This was an honor that had long since been engraved in the bones of their type of beings. Those 22 invincible beings disappeared into the universe. No trace of them could be seen for a long time, and the Emperor's path finally became calm because of their departure. But the calm was only an illusion after all. the moment the final duel opened. It would be an incomparably brutal and intense battle for heavenly destiny. 22 invincible beings standing at the top of the great Dao. In the end, only one of them could make the ultimate leap and become the great emperor of this era, and the rest of them could only become accompaniments. Living beings from all over the universe were exploring who would be able to certify an emperor in this life. There are too many demonic prides in this life. It's hard to speculate on who will actually witness an emperor. I think that the being from the same era as the Begonia Empress has a high chance. After all, he has experienced the Emperor's tribulation once. He will definitely be more relaxed this time. He's too stunning. I think that demon from the Ice Spirit clan is too terrifying. After all, he has already subdued several heavenly prides of the same level. There's also that woman from the Purple Cloud Sacred Land from the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands, who possesses the Purple Extreme Demon Pupil, and when the demonic pupil opens, anyone will have to avoid the front for the time being. I've heard that in this life, there was a son of an ancient emperor who was sealed for several eras just to sever that trace of a bloodline tie, so I guess it's incomparably terrifying. There's also that Bai Weiwei. It's said to come from the ancient god sect, which is an ancient great religion with an extremely long heritage, and although no great emperor supreme has been born, I heard that there are some great emperors of the Imperial clan who came out from the ancient god sect. Many living beings were exploring. Those heavenly prides who had left their names on the chaotic emperor monument one by one came from a fiercer source. No one could guess the outcome of this life. They could only wait for the final battle of this life. Perhaps, it would be incomparably wonderful. But there are also older figures who are getting a little worried. AI. There are too many heavenly prides in this life. I don't know if it's good or bad. I'm afraid that I'll end up provoking those forbidden land beings to make a move to target them. This worry is not unreasonable. Although not every era these supreme beings will prevent someone from proving the way. But this is also inevitable. If the supreme beings to take action, the trouble caused cannot be small. In the era of the Begonia Empress, if the Begonia Empress hadn't been too stunning, it might have been an emperorless era. And at this point, in the middle of the everlasting realm, sitting opposite Chen Changsheng was none other than that Mu Xian, who at this time had a furious look on his face as he had been suppressed for a very long time and had only just been released. Alright, you shouldn't be meddling with the Empress's matter. It's long gone. How about caring about the moment at hand? Who do you think will become an emperor in this era? Mu Xian just burst into a cold laugh as he stared at Chen Changsheng and suddenly said, I don't care who will be certified as an emperor in this life. I only want to know, in this life, will those supreme beings hiding in the shadows come out or not? Chen Changsheng suddenly stopped moving his hands as he was dazed for a while. Probably. After all, this life is still a little different. To him it is. For those supreme beings it is. To the divine order, even more. Chapter 093, Tragic Blood Battle. Emperor's Tribulation Landing. This calm on the Imperial Road did not last long. After only less than 3 years had passed since the 22 beings had gained the recognition of Heaven's Mandate and had left their names on the Chaos Emperor monument, Heaven's Mandate had appeared once again. At the center of the universe, the brilliant mass of heavenly destiny that was constantly intertwined by the 10,000 laws emerged, and it was so dazzling that it was like a blazing sun that constantly shone with golden light, causing a burst of golden ripples to ripple. The heavenly orders intertwined, and thousands of great Dao emerged. Countless orderly divine haze appeared, dragons flew and phoenixes danced, and then thunderclouds converged, and divine thunder formed from thousands of great Dao roared above the 9 heavens. Buzz. The entire heaven and earth shook greatly, causing countless living beings to look at the mass of heavenly destiny at the center of the universe that represented the supreme great Dao, the heavenly Dao. At this moment, afterward, 22 golden Dao laws separated from the heavenly fate and headed out across the universe. Soon, a golden pillar of light rose up in the sky all over the universe, swirling with the power of Heaven's Mandate, and all those golden pillars of light represented invincible beings who had gained the approval of Heaven's Mandate. At this time, Heaven's Mandate had already issued its final will, allowing all living beings to converge and prepare to open the final Armageddon. Already so impatient? Chen Changsheng, who was in the everlasting realm, was also paying attention to the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths at this time, as those 22 golden pillars of light began to appear all over the universe, and a great battle soon erupted. Now, all of them stood at the top of the great Dao, and were only one final ultimate leap away from the true great Emperor's supreme realm. No one was worse than anyone else. It was just a matter of who would actually be able to witness the Dao and become an emperor in the end. Rolling, a void was torn open, and a being surrounded by countless thunders killed out from the void, and when he raised his hand, a huge world of thunders came crushing down towards another being. The other being was a woman from the Ice Spirit clan, who had a cold expression and frosty eyes, and she froze everything when she raised her hand. The Dao of extreme cold caused the void to freeze, and in the center of her brow, an ice flower blossomed, while an immense and incomparable long river surrounded her, the water of which was gloomy. resembling the yellow springs of the 9 sepulchres. Cut it out. The void densely turned into countless cracks at this moment, and the being whose body was entwined with thunder held a thunder spear, killing over with an aura of destroying everything. The power of a peak quasi-emperor erupted, and even if it wasn't a great emperor yet, it still caused many living beings to be moved. And the other side, a golden pillar of light continuously appeared. Without any hesitation, those invincible beings found their opponents in a split second, and then opened the final duel. A sword light sliced through the entire void flatly, revealing a pitch-black and incomparable void. A man with a full head of blonde hair was covered in chi and blood that was as monstrous as red gold. He pinched his fist seals and erupted into an invincible stance. A huge red gold qilin emerged. The surrounding void instantly shattered, and several celestial pride flew back at this moment. Rolling, a party of star-swallowing tripods struck horizontally, so fast that it instantly sent a heaven's pride being flying. But at the same time, a woman in purple shrouded under endless purple light slapped that star tripod away. Then, she performed her own great Dao divine ability. The entire heaven and earth was shrouded in countless purple light, and in the next moment, a pair of huge eyes slowly opened, as if the sun and the moon had been darkened. Several heaven's pride beings suffered heavy injuries at this moment, along with their own Dao being worn down. Purple extreme demon pupil, a being rushed forward, his body shrouded in a layer of pitch-black light, alternating light and darkness, revealing Rushing's silhouette. Purple light swirled, and that pair of huge demonic pupils was like opening up the sky, grinding out all traces of the great Dao, and with it, the figure of that heavenly pride. But soon, in the void, a pitch-black light surfaced once again. With that, in the place where there was no light, densely packed pitch-black figures continued to emerge, just like a single pitch-black shadow. Shadow burial boundary technique. In an instant, the entire void was covered with densely packed pitch-black shadows, all of which wrapped up the huge demonic pupil as if forming a pitch-black world. Immediately afterward, the pitch-black world instantly exploded, and a pitch-black light instantly spread. The woman with the purple extreme demon pupil suffered a heavy blow. Her purple extreme demon pupil disappeared, and several heavenly pride killed towards her at the same time. And as soon as someone lifted their hand, they were covered by the void turbulence. There was also a roar that shattered countless voids. Rolling. At this time in the universe, the final battle had already spread to countless starfields, and this battle was too tragic. Soon, there were celestial prides that began to lose. They fought bloody battles in the starry sky, but in the end, they were not as good as they should have been, and there was no room for them after suffering a heavy blow, and in the end, their blood was spilled in the starry sky. A sword light with a deathly aura directly grinded out a heavenly pride, with no body remaining. Soon, the heavenly pride from the Sea clan was devoured by a huge mirage dragon that was too powerful and came from the Taishu mirage dragon clan. This was already the second heavenly pride of the same level that he had killed. Subsequently, the being who had cast the destructive thunder technique was ultimately unable to defeat that heavenly pride from the Ice Spirit clan, and along with the thunder was frozen by a force of extreme cold, and his body was also among them, only that it was already lifeless. Cut it out. In that extreme distance, an ancient star exploded. A youth wearing a beast skin walked out. He carried a wildness, and behind him was the figure of an ancient ferocious beast constantly manifesting. So that's how it is. Every living being cultivates the way of the ancient gods will walk out on a different path of the great Dao. I've realized that this is my path. This is my way of the ancient gods. Under the starry sky, that young man took a stride out. He directly transformed into a heavenly phoenix. The endless way of flames swept through the void, and with a spread of his wings, he even directly shattered the void. Subsequently, his speed was extremely fast, and that sharp claw blocked the void at this moment, and a claw fell, directly crushing the body of a heaven's pride being, and in a split second, that huge heavenly phoenix made a turn, and with that, it changed into a golden lion with a rich blood aura, and with a hiss, he caused all the space around him to shatter, and several heavenly prides all crashed down into the black hole at this moment. Boom! A party of star tripods blasted towards him, and the being with the antlers on his head was surrounded by endless starlight, and he transformed into a huge ocean of stars when he raised his hand, which then transformed into the most terrifying killing power, the power of the stars and rivers intertwined, sinking the bottom and drowning that pure-blooded golden lion. But soon, the star river trembled, and not long after, a huge incomparable auger dragon rushed out from the star river, swaying his huge body, every inch of his body covered with scales filled with luster. Rolling, the gigantic auger dragon directly tore apart the entire star river at this moment, and then charged towards the living being with antlers. Ah, how could I lose? How could I lose? A being was chattering blood in the starry sky. He was shrouded in light flames, half of his body was rotten, and in front of him was a man with a bloody aura, just pinching his fist seals, and the invincible light of his fists completely smashed his body. The woman with the purple extreme demon pupil was extremely heaven-defying, but at this moment, she had also suffered a heavy blow. A dark shadow traveled through the light and darkness, a dagger in its hand emanating a terrifying killing intent. A celestial map emerged, endless purple chi hung down, and a huge purple mountain descended from the sky, densely falling down towards the starry sky. But with that, everything fell apart, for a figure alternated by light and darkness surfaced behind her, and the dagger that emanated a monstrous murderous aura easily parted a body from top to bottom. A heavenly pride from the 9 heavens and 10 lands had fallen just like that. This is the ultimate Imperial Battle. The entire starry sky was filled with a strong smell of blood at this moment, and right now, of the 22 invincible beings, a number of heavenly prides had already died in battle. At this moment, even among the remaining heavens pride, most of them were in a situation where they were carrying injuries. This could be considered one of the most tragic battles for heavenly destiny in these several eras. At this time in the eternal life realm, Chen Shangsheng and Mu Xian were also paying attention to this battle, but at the same time, they were also paying attention to something else. For example, those hidden forbidden places, whether or not there would be supreme beings in this life to hunt those who would become emperors. However, until only the last few beings were left in this battle for heavenly destiny, Chen Shangsheng still had not been able to sense the aura of those supreme beings. Could it be that in this life, they don't intend to make a move? Rolling, above the 9 heavens, like a huge divine thunderbolt exploding, a golden light broke through everything and shone on the bodies of the few remaining invincible beings. Subsequently, several emperors' tribulations had descended at the same time. Those remaining heavenly prides triggered their own emperor's tribulation almost instantly the moment they sensed heaven's destiny. At this point, the entire cosmic starry sky was shrouded in a vast imperial catastrophe. Chapter 094, Siege of the Supreme Beings. You have been surrounded by me. Rolling, the vast emperor's tribulation directly covered the cosmic stars, exuding an aura of destroying all paths, as vast as the ocean. The terrifying thunder light shattered the void. The Supreme Emperor's tribulation destroyed everything, and in the sea of Emperor's tribulation thunder, the tribulation manifested all kinds of visions, Taoist soldiers, humanoid living beings, ancient ferocious beasts. These visions transformed by the thunderbolt had all fallen at the same time at this moment with the aura of abrading the 10,000 paths. In the midst of that huge ocean of thunderbolts, there were now only 10 living beings left, and they were unrivaled in the world, exerting their own extreme Dao methods at this moment, killing in the midst of the thunderbolts. Wanting to break free from this bondage, 10,000 demonic bodies from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. There were the sons and daughters of ancient emperors who had been dusted off for several eras. There were also stunning beings who were contemporaries of the Begonia Empress. The heavenly pride from the Ice Spirit clan was swimming against the current in the midst of the Emperor's tribulation thunder sea, and her great Dao law had even frozen the Emperor's tribulation. The celestial pride of the Taishu Mirage Dragon clan transformed into a giant dragon with eyes like the great sun, and his strong claws shattered all the Emperor's tribulations that were approaching his circumference. There was also that beast-skinned youngster who roared up to the sky, transforming into an ancient beast in the midst of the Emperor's tribulation, and wherever he passed, even the Emperor's tribulation was crushed. Just who will become an emperor? In the universe, there were beings who looked at that thrilling scene and couldn't help but feel their souls trembling. The Emperor's tribulation was too powerful, far beyond what it had been in the past, and now even if a being standing on the path of the Peak Avenue barged in, I was afraid that they would have to end up with their souls flying away. This Emperor's tribulation is too vast. This is not a single Emperor's tribulation. It's the Emperor's tribulation triggered by those 10 living beings together. Its power is unprecedented. I'm afraid that no living being will be able to break through. An older generation of beings projected such a conclusion. Because the current Emperor's tribulation transcended everything, the obstacles were too great. Even if these heavenly prides were very heaven-defying, but they hadn't crossed that threshold after all. And in the midst of this kind of Emperor's tribulation, it was estimated that whoever came would have to drink hate. Although it seemed like they were all performing heaven-defyingly right now, constantly blasting the proof thunderbolts in the middle of the Emperor's tribulation thunder sea. The power of the Emperor's tribulation thunder sea was getting stronger and stronger, and often, a thunderbolt would fall with supreme might, sending chills down the spines of those heavenly prides who stood at the very pinnacle of the great Dao. Rumble. A human-shaped thunderbolt resembled a young great emperor as it descended from the sea of thunder and rushed towards a heavenly pride. There was a click. That thunderbolt broke a heavenly pride's Dao law, and a thunderbolt drowned him, shattering his bones and blood. Ah, get the hell out of here. That heavenly pride's blood and flesh flew in the midst of the thunderbolt. His body was glowing, and then he performed a kind of restoration method. The power of the great Dao constantly swirled, and all the wounds were restored as if they were the first in the world at this moment. But the next moment, another thunderbolt fell, and it was a huge Dao soldier transformed from a thunderbolt that directly came towards him to kill him. At this moment, this heavenly pride simultaneously offered up his own Dao weapon, which was a pitch-black furnace with countless ghostly lights gulping out, and then slammed into that lightning Tribulation Dao weapon. Call. Fail, a student. A huge fluctuation was born in the Emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea, and the Thunder Tribulation Dao soldier and the Heaven's Pride's furnace exploded at the same time. That heavenly pride spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered a heavy blow, and was soon drowned by the lightning. Then he let out an unwilling roar. But in the end, under the Emperor's tribulation, his godly form was annihilated, leaving nothing behind. A peerless celestial pride had just disappeared into the sea of Emperor's tribulation thunder. The remaining celestial pride naturally saw this scene as well. They themselves had suffered heavy injuries in the midst of this Emperor's tribulation sea of thunder and knew the terror of the Emperor's tribulation. The Emperor's tribulation didn't weaken just because of the death of a peerless heavenly pride, but instead grew stronger and stronger. This was something that could not be helped. This Emperor's tribulation was far beyond their imagination, and they were well aware of the reason why this earth tribulation was so vast. That was that there were too many living beings who had crossed the tribulation, and heaven's mandate would never allow so many living beings to be certified as emperors. And so, almost in a matter of moments, the remaining 9 beings made their choice. Boom! A great battle took place in the Emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea, and the 9 heavenly beings who stood at the pinnacle of the Great Dao simultaneously erupted their extreme Great Dao at this moment, as they once again dueled against each other. Soon after, the second heavenly pride being died under the Emperor's tribulation. It was that heavenly pride from the Eternal Night Shadow Clan. His limitations were too great in the middle of the Emperor's tribulation's Thunder Sea. His Dao was being restrained, and so, that antler-born being sought him out. A great battle took place between the two, but in the end, the star-gulping tripod suppressed him, and countless Emperor tribulations fell, completely wearing out his body. Soon after this, 2 more heavenly prides were defeated in the midst of the Emperor's tribulation sea of thunder. The 10,000 demon body from the 9 heavens and 10 lands blasted a heaven's pride who had suffered a severe injury into smithereens. That being with the bloodline of the ancient emperor even had a heavenly fist light, and hardened a celestial pride in the middle of the thunder sea to completely kill it. And even though that being's sword light was heavenly, it was still defeated in the end. Right now, there were only 6 heavenly pride beings left in the Emperor's tribulation thunder sea, each of them bathed in bloodlight, exuding a monstrous aura in the Emperor's tribulation thunder sea. And all of them were just one step away from that godless realm. The Emperor's tribulation was still terrifying. Therefore, the remaining 6 heavenly prides once again rushed together. The young man dressed in a beast's skin took on the heavenly pride from the Taishu Mirage Dragon clan, and the 2 of them simultaneously transformed into a behemoth as they fought amidst the Emperor's tribulation sea of thunder. With countless bloody lights exploding, the 10,000 demon body from the 9 heavens and 10 lands and the Ice Spirit clan's heavenly pride went head to head, opening up a world in general in the midst of the Emperor's Thunder Sea, with demonic aura on one side and giant demons across the sky, and on the other side was the extreme cold power that froze everything. A long river blocking off space and time. The 2 fought with true fire, and the Great Dao looked like it was on fire, breaking apart countless voids, and the being with antlers took on that one young man with the bloodline of an ancient emperor, and the 2 of them executed extreme Dao techniques, and a huge red gold unicorn emerged, breaking apart countless thunderbolts. This was the Supreme Empyrean Dharma avatar. The young man whose blood aura was like red gold crossed the sea of thunder, his aura constantly climbing as he pinched his fist seals, like an ancient emperor reborn, suppressing everything. However, the being with antlers was always calm, with a radiant cauldron hanging over his head, surrounded by thousands of stars, like the lord of billions of stars. In this life, I will not lose again. Rolling, in the midst of the Emperor's tribulation thunder sea, a huge star world evolved, bright and eternal. The 6 celestial pride fought hard in the sea of Emperor's tribulation thunder, fighting until they were a bloody mess. Even though the thunder tribulation had shattered their bones and blood, they were still fighting, and none of them had any reservations anymore. All 6 figures were drowned out by the sea of Emperor tribulation thunder, and no living being was able to tell who would actually become an emperor in the end. All the living beings in the universe watched this great battle, and they could only wait and expect, at the same time, that the supreme beings of this life would not show up again. And at this point, Chen Changsheng, who was in the everlasting realm, was also a bit surprised, as those supreme beings from the Forbidden Land really didn't show up. And then he suddenly sensed something and took a step to the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. And he began to traverse the void, tearing through a void, and eventually, he arrived at the borderland of the universe. He frowned slightly as he looked at the mysterious mist that kept rolling over the edge of the universe. Under his perception, the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths seems to be devouring the edge of the universe at this moment at an extremely slow speed. Expressed in another way, that is, the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It's getting bigger, expanding. He suddenly whipped his head around, a smirk appearing on his face. I see, it seems that you are targeting me? Subsequently, in the land of the cosmic borderlands, a supreme aura began to revive, and, without any hesitation, without any concealment, all of those supreme auras were extremely sublimated at this moment. A perfect and flawless great emperor's aura appeared, swallowing the universe and collapsing the heavens, turning the entire cosmic borderland into a chaos and a completely closed world. The reason why there were no supreme beings in this world to hunt down those heavenly prides who had witnessed the Dao, it's because they all came here. Chen Shangsheng looked at the dozen or so supreme beings that had fully revived, his expression still calm as the 3 Dao soldiers leapt out of his body at the same time. This is a very unwise choice. He laughed. Very good. You are surrounded by me. At the same time, in the center of the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, someone is going to become an emperor. Please ask for a favorable review. Chapter 095, Bing Dao World Battle Supreme. That's it? The auras of dozens of perfect great emperor supreme beings appeared in this place close to the edge of the universe, completely shrouding and blocking off the entire space, shielding everything. This kind of sign was too terrifying. Each of those figures looked like invincibles standing at the end of the long river of time, the flawless flow of the great Dao laws causing the heavens and earth to lose their colors. Each of the great emperors had been a peerless being of an era, and they stood there, their figures magnificent, the laws of the emperor's Dao filling the air, the 10,000 Dao arching over them, a path of golden light laying under their feet, and a dense emperor's might spreading over the sky as if they had opened up worlds, causing the heavens to tremble. Right now, in this land of cosmic border panic, it was more than a dozen extremely sublimely sublimated great emperor supreme beings, which was simply too astonishing. Chen Shangsheng merely carried his hands behind his back as 3 Dao soldiers leapt out of his body, blossoming with the supreme aura of the Dao of soldiers. His expression was still calm, and even when a dozen great emperor supreme beings of extreme ascension surrounded him and laid heavy taboo-killing formations at this place, he remained calm. On one side there are living beings who testify. On one side is the situation of the supreme beings surrounding me. It was as if his gaze was looking through this blocked-off heaven and earth to the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Over there, the vast thunder tribulation had rioted, and for some unknown reason, there were already living beings who had begun to certify the Dao. He once again withdrew his gaze and eventually landed on these supreme beings. It was obvious that this was a killing game against him and had probably been planned for a long time. Even he had not counted on this. Rolling, the dome of the sky cracked open, and a magnificent figure shrouded under the radiant laws of the Emperor's Dao as he slowly spoke out. There's a rumor that if you drink your blood, you'll be able to achieve eternal life. Chen Shangxing just smiled. Oh, who among the living beings in this world can live forever? Even you who are hiding in the Forbidden Land should understand that the talk of immortality is nothing but nonsense. You have not yet witnessed the Dao, yet you have traveled this far, putting us to shame. He gave a slight beat and continued. You and the Begonia Empress overthrew a Forbidden Land. The Empress has passed away, and now it's time for you to repay your karma. Chen Shangsheng, however, shook his head. To overthrow the Forbidden Land, the Begonia Empress was the main force. At best, I only helped out a bit. Don't put all this kind of merit on my head. He looked at the dozen or so supreme figures, in which there were even several existences that stood at the second nodal point in the realm of great emperors, which could be called universal great emperors and were absolutely stunning. In fact, speaking of the path of the nodes above the great emperor, Chen Shangsheng had always felt that the gap between the first 3 nodes was not too great. A great emperor standing at the second node was stronger than a great emperor at the first node, but it was also very limited, and could not really crush it strongly enough to defeat it. But I'm afraid that if one wanted to suppress a great emperor at the peak of the first node, they would have to pay a price. As for the third node, there was a gap, but it wasn't so big that it was kind of irreparable. Chen Shangsheng felt that only when he stepped into the fourth nodal point, that huge watershed might appear, and only then would he be truly dust-free. Only, Chen Shangsheng's third node was different. He looked at these supreme great emperors before him. The supreme beings after the extreme recovery were not something that could be compared to great emperors who had just witnessed the Dao. They almost all stood at the pinnacle, located at the peak of the first node. Come to think of it, those hidden forbidden places must have also paid an incomparably huge price to set up such a trap. For the sake of that, to bury him completely. A smile suddenly bloomed on his face. I'm just a little curious. Whose idea was this killing spree? There was no sign. The subversion of all emperor-level power annihilated the entire world, and the forbidden killing formation erupted, while at the same time, a dozen supreme beings poured out their best efforts at this moment, as peak great emperor power erupted, and the power of the laws covered up the entire universe in general. Even the power of the 9 heavens and 10 lands side of the proof emperor's tribulation was far more powerful than not 1/10 of it. All the great roads, laws, and time and space all ceased to exist. This was the strike of a dozen peak great emperor supreme beings joining hands, and with that kind of power, I'm afraid that even if the Begonia Empress was alive, even if she was standing at the third node, at this moment, she would have to retreat. However, Chen Shangxing stood at the very center of that, and this vast power had indeed surpassed the supreme greatness of the great emperor of the third node. It's just a shame. He was still different from those great emperors who stood at the third node had said the same thing. Once the Begonia Empress had said the same thing. She's not as good as him. Buzz. Chen Shangxing's figure was completely submerged at this moment. The power of the great Emperor Supreme was destroying his body and the great Dao. But at the same time, within him, the three forces of the Dao of soldiering shook at the same time, and then merged into one. A unique power erupted at this moment, and the supreme greatness of the unity of the three military paths permeated out from within his body, grinding down all supreme powers. Subsequently, a huge world was formed. It enveloped all 10 or so supreme great emperor beings. Chen Shangxing stood in the center of this world with his hands behind his back like this, his eyes swirling with pure gold at this moment, like a supreme heavenly emperor. There are also gaps between great emperors. Today, I will show you what it means to see me as a mayfly sees the sky. Chen Shangxing stepped down at this moment. The enormous world of Bing Dao shook at the same time, and then, the entire world turned upside down, and all of those supreme great emperors fell down from within the world at that moment. Immediately after, he took a step forward, and more than a dozen imperial Dao laws erupted at the same time, and the power that was as vast as the might of the heavens was the very same extreme Dao laws that those 10 or so supreme beings had just executed. Rolling, the entire Bing Dao world produced a violent tremor, and the 10 or so supreme great emperors also struck out together at this moment, their imperial might blossoming, and endless great Dao laws flooding the entire Bing Dao world in general. Click! A piece of the void shattered as a dragon sparrow decimated the laws of the extreme Dao and pushed with both hands, the dense blades of space and time encircling Chen Shangxing in a matter of moments. This was a space-time emperor method that even in existence at the same great emperor level wouldn't dare to take lightly. At the same time, the eyes of that dragon sparrow glowed, and at this moment, two emperor symbols rushed out to transform into a sword and a knife, instantly piercing through the void with a shocking might. However, in the next moment, Chen Shangxing directly pointed out with a single finger, and all of the blades of spacetime shattered and disintegrated. Afterwards, he even directly stepped forward, and a party of 10,000 spirit cauldron emerged, swirling out endless 10,000 spirit power, and the 10,000 spirit power directly blasted through everything. He took a step forward, his entire body transforming into a light of flying immortals, and almost in an instant, he arrived in front of that dragon sparrow supreme, and the two emperors just stared at each other, a huge dragon sparrow revealing itself, with a monstrous emperor's might, as space and time and emptiness continuously intertwined, transforming into two worlds suppressing them at the same time. However, the next moment, a palm directly penetrated through the dense imperial Dao laws at this moment and directly pressed one hand on top of that dragon sparrow's gigantic head. He pressed gently. Boom! That huge dragon bird supreme fell directly from the sky, landing hard on top of this world's earth. He let out a soft laugh while looking at the other supreme beings, all of which broke the might of the extreme Dao at this moment, casting imperial techniques to bombard and kill. A huge ancient tree began to grow in the middle of the Bing Dao world, as if it was going to poke through the entire Bing Dao world. The huge ancient tree was filled with a deadly aura, and a charred corpse hung above every branch. This was an old friend, a dusty tree race supreme when he had snatched the bronze Dao Book. Rolling, a huge blazing sun floated in the air, and in the middle of that huge sun was a huge dragon sparrow. The blazing law illuminated the entire Bing Dao world, and wherever it passed, it drooped down countless essence of infernal flame. Subsequently, a monstrous wave struck, and a being stood on top of a vast ocean, holding a long spear. In the other direction, there was a grass glowing, the stars surging, the heavenly sword light illuminating the heavens and the earth, and that terrifying sword intent was flattening the four directions of the universe. Several more supreme beings appeared in various directions, and one imperial weapon also began to revive, emitting an aura that suppressed the heavens. Chen Shangxing just smiled faintly. That's it? In the next moment, a huge palm with an endless destructive aura directly slapped down, within the entire world of the Way of War. The sky is falling. 2 chapters done. Give it a good review. Papa's thanks. Chapter 096, Witnessing the Dao and Becoming an Emperor. While a great battle between supreme beings was taking place in the borderlands of the 9 heavens and 10 lands universe, at the center of the universe in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, no one had expected that battle for heavenly destiny would take a turn for the worse. That antler-born being from the same era as the Begonia Empress was defeated at the hands of that youth who claimed to possess the bloodline of an ancient emperor. Under the emperor's tribulation sea of thunder, that being had blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. The 2 antlers above his head were broken, and one side of the radiant star cauldron had long since become shattered and broken. Ahem, I lost. He was already floating and spiritual. At this time in the starry sky, blood chattering even more poignant. He was not unwilling, just a long sigh, and no regrets, and finally just looked back at the depths of the universe. All the power of the great Dao suddenly collapsed at this moment. The man whose blood aura was like red gold had such a dense power of the great Dao shrouded over him, and the figure of a huge red gold Qilin accompanied him, his hands holding up a large seal, like an ancient emperor in the world. However, he had also suffered a heavy blow, and it had to be said that that opponent of his was absolutely stunning and powerful, and if he hadn't used the power of his bloodline at the last moment, he might have been the one to lose. Rolling. The Emperor's Tribulation was still falling, and he merely glanced at the other battlefield before blasting towards the Thunder Tribulation once again. Red gold blood rushed up to the sky, and the silhouette of a Qilin stood on top of the sky. He would use this occasion of becoming a Taoist to completely cut off the shackles in his bloodline. Rumble. The entire Emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea was roaring continuously, and then, no one expected that the 10,000 demon body from the 9 heavens and 10 earths had also lost. Even though the heavenly demon had crossed the sky, the sun and the moon had appeared together, and a huge heavenly demon had picked up the sun and the moon on its shoulders, but in the end, it was still lost in the hands of that Ice Pillar Clan's woman. That Ice Spirit Clan woman struck everything horizontally, and a huge long river surrounded her like a 9 ghostly yellow spring. She executed an extremely bizarre grand Dao, and that huge long river vibrated at that moment as countless bizarre flowers bloomed, turning all of this long river into a colorful river of flowers. The entire river of flowers then surrounded the woman, and she closed her eyes slightly. Behind it was a huge silhouette emerging. It was a shadow that was almost between the real and the unreal. Her face blurred and she sat on top of a 9 ghosts in yellow springs, with all the heavens and all the worlds sinking behind her. Everything around became pitch black, as if the world was left with that huge shadow, and then a huge palm slowly raised and slowly fell. In just a moment, the avenue collapsed. It was like thousands of arms falling at once. That massive heavenly demon completely collapsed at this moment, and without any resistance, it completely disappeared into the sea of Emperor's Tribulation thunder. However, just as all the concerned beings felt that this heavenly pride from the Ice Spirit Clan could become an emperor, they suddenly froze, as if they had seen an incredible scene, because that Ice Spirit Clan's heavenly pride only smiled faintly after suppressing the 10,000 demon body, and then left this Emperor Tribulation Thunder Sea without the slightest delay. A pillar of golden light went out completely. She actually took the initiative to give up the qualification for the mandate of heaven. What's going on here? She's fully capable of becoming an emperor in this life. This move undoubtedly caused countless beings to be a bit surprised, and many were puzzled as to why they would suddenly give up at this final juncture when they were clearly only one step away from becoming an emperor. That's clearly out of character. But what surprised them even more was yet to come. After that woman Celestial Pride from the Ice Spirit Clan left the Heavenly Destiny battlefield, that Celestial Pride from the Taishu Mirage Dragon Clan also went against the norm. And after getting rid of that teenager wearing a beast's skin, that gigantic Mirage Dragon let out a loud laugh. In this life, I won't compete with you. This great emperor, it's yours. Ha ha ha. That Mirage Dragon, under the watchful eyes of all the living beings, unexpectedly also took the same initiative as that Ice Spirit Clan's female Heavenly Pride to leave the Emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea, and directly gave up the mark of Heavenly Destiny afterward. This scene caused countless beings to clamor. What the hell is this about? This is a great emperor. But to just give it up like that? Countless beings did not understand, their jaws staring in disbelief. Only that, the Emperor's Tribulation was still continuing, and now, only the last 2 Heaven's Pride beings were left. One was a young man from the ancient God sect, possessing the power of 100 beasts and being incredibly strong. The other, a scion with the bloodline of an ancient emperor, dusted off era after era. Who on earth will become an emperor of these two? It is said that children with the bloodline of an ancient emperor are inherently restricted by heaven's destiny, and the constraints between the bloodlines are still present, preventing them from becoming emperors. Although the descendants of that ancient emperor's bloodline are strong, becoming an emperor is still too difficult. It's up to which one of them will finally succeed in shattering the Emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea and make the ultimate leap. At this point, since there were only 2 Heaven's Pride beings left, the fluctuations of the Emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea were far less powerful than before. But nowadays, both of them had suffered heavy injuries, and under this kind of Emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea, they could only desperately bombard the Thunder Tribulation and swim upstream towards that supreme place. Drive me! The teenager wearing the skin of a beast was roaring in the middle of the Emperor's Tribulation. His body had already been bloodied and blurred, and around him, there were 4 ancient ferocious beasts surrounding him, not constantly grinding down the Emperor's Tribulation, but the other side. The youth whose blood was like red gold was even stronger. He pinched the invincible fist seal. A huge red gold Qilin emerged, and the light of his fist broke the thunderbolt. Even though he was covered in blood, he was strong and incomparable, and his speed was even faster than that teenager. Rolling, a fist light struck directly above the Sea of Thunder, shaking the entire Sea of Thunder. Is he going to make it? He's even faster. Is he going to break the spell of the ancient emperor's heir not being able to become an emperor? All the living beings were watching closely at this moment. The figure whose blood aura was like red gold had already taken a step underneath the emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea, pulling out a distance from the beast-skinned teenager. At this moment, a fist light blasted through the Thunder Tribulation, and he was about to blast through the entire Emperor Tribulation Thunder Sea in one go, completely shattering the shackles of the 10,000 paths. But just then, Heaven's destiny emerged. A vast imperial might suddenly descended, and with that, a gigantic silhouette steeply appeared between heaven and earth, the figure towering, a great emperor, flowing with the might of the extreme Dao. The youth whose blood aura was like red gold let out a roar. Give me the chop. Inside his body, red gold blood chi rushed up to the sky while transforming into a gigantic silhouette. That shadow and the great emperor reflected by that heaven's mandate created a connection between inexplicable, as one, constantly drawing the suppression of the emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea. However, at this moment, that youth threw himself on his own with his own Dao and then with the power of the emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea. Rolling, the two huge silhouettes shattered at the same time. Could it be that he really severed the bond from between his bloodlines? Some beings looked at this incredible scene in horror. The bloodline of a great emperor was not only a heavenly gift, but likewise a binding. Everyone felt that the youth had succeeded, chopping off the suppression of his bloodline and could use it to become an emperor. But that emperor's Thunder Sea was not broken, and that youth suddenly came out with a voice of incomparable pathos. Ha ha ha. Fake. Everything is fake. It's a scam. Father, Emperor. The youth whose blood aura was like red gold, the heavenly pride being with the bloodline of an ancient emperor, was as mad as a maniac at this moment. And in the end, he gave up everything, gave up his own Dao, and completely transformed into robbing ash under the sea of Emperor Tribulation Thunder, leaving nothing behind. Some of the ancient beings sealed down couldn't help but sigh. It's not that he's not rebellious, but he's too rebellious. This spell can't be broken by anyone. He came within a hair's breadth of making it. It's just a shame. That fire scale emperor. He didn't die. He even lied to his own heir. It's true that the avenue is relentless. No one expected such a scene, and the being with the ancient emperor bloodline didn't make it, giving up everything and being buried under the thunderbolt, causing countless beings to sigh. Looks like that teenager is going to make it. At this moment, there was only one living being left in the emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea, and that was that beast-skinned teenager Bai Weiwei. No one would doubt him anymore, and right now, he was the only one who could become an emperor. Bai Weiwei hadn't expected such an outcome in the end, but even so, his Dao remained firm. Rolling. Soon after, not long after, a teenager dressed in beastskin broke through the Emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea and pierced through the 10,000 paths blockade. Step by step, he ascended from the midst of the Sea of Thunder, thoroughly merging with heaven's destiny. Billions of Dao divine haze ran through the heavens and earth. Dragons flew and phoenixes danced. Thousands of avenues roared, and a path of golden light ran through the universe, descending countless blessings. White without sea. Become an emperor. Chapter 097. Heaven's mandate growing stronger. Great Emperor's entrance. In the vast world of the Dao of War, the sun and moon did not shine, and everything in front of him revealed an extreme kind of shabbiness. A large ancient star is broken. The star river is dark. The void is full of a huge crack. Lightning and thunder. As far as the eye can see is a scorched black. All the roads do not exist. A chaotic breath constantly emerges. In the center of this world was a huge and incomparable ancient tree. Only at this time, there were only scorched black withered branches left, without any semblance of life. A great sun fell, and a figure as bright as immortal light just stepped on top of a huge body. It was a dragon sparrow that had died long ago, and on top of its head, it was a huge lance that ran it through. In the entire world, a huge body collapsed to the ground, all of its imperial Dao laws worn away. Broken emperor soldiers, broken halberds, dried and scorched earth, and an emperor-level body that couldn't be rubbed out all highlighted the tragedy of this great battle. Chen Shangxing just calmly carried his hands behind his back as he stood on top of that dragon sparrow emperor's corpse, and he suddenly frowned. The great emperor of this life has become so soon? He then looked around the entire Hyadu world. This killing game against him, I'm afraid that any great emperor in the ancient times would die here. Even Aotian and the Begonia Empress. This is a killing game that is bound to die. It was just that he wasn't one of those so-called great emperors. However, even so, he was injured because he himself had not expected that the supreme beings in these forbidden lands were still in possession of a great killing weapon that far surpassed the emperor's soldiers. At the last moment, although he had subdued most of the supreme beings, in the end, the remaining 2 or 3 supreme beings relied on that great killing artifact to injure him, surprisingly piercing through the domain of the Dao of Bing. It was something he hadn't anticipated. After overthrowing the divine ruins, he had originally thought that all those so-called forbidden places were pretty much the same, and that as long as his Bing Dao domain was open, no living beings would be able to pose a threat to him. But he had underestimated those supreme beings who had lived for countless years. That's a killing weapon comparable to my domain, a power that doesn't belong to the laws of the great Dao, and can cancel out part of the domain of the Dao of War. Except that the kind of power they wield appears to be expendable? Chen Chongqing frowned inside, then used the Dao of Bing domain to suppress the force within his body that was different from the laws of the great Dao, after which he waved his hand. Within the Dao of Bing world, the corpses of all the supreme beings as well as those shattered Dao soldiers were worn down by the Dao of Bing aura and subsequently turned into nothingness. A killing game in which all the major forbidden lands targeted Chen Chongqing came to an end. There were around a dozen supreme beings who stayed behind and completely disappeared from the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chen Chongqing began to withdraw his Bing Dao world, his figure once again appearing at the place where the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe and the border wilderness met, and his eyes began to flow with a golden light before he stared closely at the place and finally came to a conclusion. Is the mandate of heaven growing in this world? Becoming even more perfect in this world, so that the cosmic realm of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is becoming correspondingly larger? He was silent for a moment, realizing that something had changed in this life's providence. I'll take my time to collect my debt this time, but right now, it's time for me to speed things up. As if he had made some sort of determination, Chen Chongqing directly used the power of the Dao of Bing to break through the cosmic void, returning back to the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and afterward returning to the eternal life realm. Are you hurt? Ma Xian stepped forward to inquire. Chen Chongqing did not say anything, only then grabbed a golden mass of heavenly destiny seals in his hands. At this time, this group of heavenly destiny seal has already had a great difference with the previous. It is now not just a group of seal. In this group of heavenly destiny seal of the interior, is a road like the great Dao law intertwined with the golden line generally convergence. Incomparable bright. Chen Chongqing looked at Mu Xian. You slumber away. In the future, I will ask you to do a few things for me. Mu Xian said nothing and quickly left the place after a long sigh. Only Chen Chongqing was left alone with the seal of heavenly destiny in his hand and the bronze authority of the everlasting realm in his other hand. Not knowing what he was thinking, the teenager from the ancient god sect, Bai Weiwei, had certified emperor. He shattered the emperor's tribulation thunder sea and realized the ultimate leap. And his Dao, flesh and blood, divine soul, and origin also managed to take a new level at this moment. He took a step into the realm of the great Emperor Supreme, being arched over by the 10,000 paths, his body merging with heaven's destiny, completely completing his final ascension. Countless visions descended from the center of the universe throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There was immortal light descending from the sky. All sorts of auspicious beasts presented themselves, and a golden road congealed from 10,000 paths extended to his feet, followed by a surge of emperor's might that spread all over the universe. The heavenly fate was radiant, and the emperor's might was as vast as the sea. Bai Weiwei's figure stood at the top of the universe. He was teenager-like with a grim expression, and at this moment, he also exuded a great majesty. Living beings all over the universe were cheering, all welcoming the new great emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe of this world. And the next 10,000 years or so would be the glorious years of this new great emperor. 1,000 years after Bai Weiwei certified as an emperor, he started his own Dao lineage called the 100 Beasts Holy Land, and he was also called the 100 Beasts Emperor, implying that all beasts were honored. In the era of the 100 Beasts Emperor, although his prestige was also quite high, there were some unkind remarks circulating. Said some rumors that this 100 Beasts Emperor's empire was picked up, gained incorrectly, all by virtue of good luck, and there are some private names being called the Watery Emperor. Only, these remarks were never heeded by the 100 Beasts' great emperor, but his Taoist lineage greatly struck out as a result, and some of the beings in great religions that spread rumors were slaughtered as a result, and for a while, many beings had mixed reviews of this 100 Beasts' great emperor. However, this 100 Beasts emperor was not like the great emperors of old. He almost rarely stayed in the land of the Dao, but instead traveled all over the 9 heavens and 10 lands from time to time, exploring the Jedi in them. There was even a time when the 100 Beasts Emperor broke into such a forbidden place as the Burial Island, only that this 100 Beasts Emperor didn't have a big battle with the Burial Island. Instead, he walked out very easily. This further caused the spirits everywhere to think that the great emperor of this life might not even be comparable to an ordinary great emperor, believing that there were no great accomplishments, and for a long period of time afterward, this 100 Beasts Emperor continued to do so, successively breaking into the remaining several forbidden places as if he were visiting for fun, with no imagined great battles occurring. After that, it was not until the 100 Beasts' great emperor was 5,000 years old that this great emperor returned to the ancient god sect once and stayed for nearly 1,000 years before re-emerging. And this day, Chen Chongsheng, who was originally drinking tea in the everlasting realm, suddenly felt an imperial might approaching. And then, that imperial might quickly locked the everlasting realm. An uninvited guest has shown up at the door. This made Chen Changqing feel a bit surprised, but it was within his expectations. The everlasting realm did not stop this uninvited guest, but welcomed him in. Chen Changqing never got up, but instead sized up this 100 Beasts Emperor in front of him. 6,000 years of time and he still looked like a teenager. It seemed that even his mindset hadn't changed. This first great emperor after the changes in the 9 heavens and 10 lands looked quite extraordinary. He laughed. The 100 Beasts Emperor. What is the reason for the door? Chapter 098, a deal with the 100 Beasts Emperor. In the midst of the everlasting realm, a figure shrouded in extremely dense imperial might just walked in, like a colorful glazed flame of light, shedding its shell as much as it could after entering this heaven and earth. It was a very young figure, as young as a teenager, wearing only a beast skin, and if it wasn't for a single Empyrean Dao law and Empyrean might surging from his body, this would simply be a very normal person. Chen Changqing just sat in place without moving, and that teenager didn't seem to be polite, coming directly to him to inquire, "Got any wine?" Chen Changqing didn't stop his tea boiling, but threw another bottle of wine directly to him. That teenager accurately said that the 100 Beasts Emperor took the bottle of wine and drank it without any concern, seemingly not caring that in front of him was a supreme being, and not caring whether he was in the Forbidden Land. After a long time, the 100 Beasts Emperor, who had finished a bottle of wine, then looked at him with a burning gaze. What is the reason for the existence of the Forbidden Land? Chen Changqing was a bit surprised, not expecting this 100 Beasts Emperor to inquire about this issue as soon as he opened his mouth. Only, he also shook his head. There were some guesses, but they could not be considered accurate. The 100 Beasts Great Emperor suddenly sighed, then leaned back with his hands propped up on the Great Emperor and just looked at the dome of the sky. Or this place of yours is different. Those forbidden places I've been to, then it's an endless sea. Either it's in disrepair or it's full of gloom and blood. Only you, here, are considered a truly blessed place on earth. He suddenly stared at Chen Changqing and squared his shoulders. I also came here just to meet the person who overthrew a forbidden land with the Empress back then. Chen Changqing raised his eyes and sipped his tea lightly. In the era of the Begonia Empress, he and the Empress leveled the divine ruins together, and the Empress notified the world's living beings that almost all of them were aware of this matter, but very few of them knew that this everlasting realm was the divine ruins in the first place. It seems that the great emperors of the current generation just know a bit more than ordinary beings. He faintly laughed. The 100 Beasts Emperor was non-committal. It's a pity that I didn't get to be in the same era as the Begonia Empress. If you were truly of the same era as her, you wouldn't think so, and perhaps you could try to level a forbidden zone as well. Perhaps. The 100 Beasts Emperor casually laughed, looking at Chen Changqing who always kept his head down to make tea. I myself know that I can't level a forbidden land, but I don't want to level a forbidden land either. Only then did Chen Changqing stop the movement of his hand over and asked with a smile, isn't it true that every great emperor in every life aims to subdue supreme beings and level the forbidden zones to guard the 10,000 souls of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe? The 100 Beasts Emperor just shook his head. Since I was young, I have been in the company of 100 beasts, with heaven and earth as my home, and after I became an emperor I also suddenly figured out one thing, that is, all things in heaven and earth are in balance, and the great emperor existences of each era are actually key existences in maintaining the balance, and every strike they make, every decision they make, may affect the changes in a certain timeline in the future. So if there is turmoil in this age, I will go and level it out, but if there isn't, I'll let it go on in peace and quiet. Chen Changqing suddenly stared at him with a smirk. So, you want me to settle down a bit in this era? The 100 Beasts Emperor still shook his head. I visit every forbidden place just to get an answer. Only unfortunately, those answers are not what I want. Eternal life and immortality are too illusory, nothing more than a kind of survival instinct of living beings infanticized. The 100 Beasts Emperor suddenly got up. He had his hands behind his back and his face was solemn as he stared at him. I have an innate instinct that is unmatched by any living being. He was silent for a long time before he finally said, I have a celestial sensation in the underworld. Someone is pushing everything in the 9 heavens and 10 earths behind the scenes. Even the great emperors can't help it. Like a reincarnation. He paused, as if he couldn't even believe it himself. I have a mindset of leveling the forbidden land and killing all the supreme beings. I don't know where it comes from, and I don't know where it started from, but I know that if that's the case, some kind of equilibrium breaks down and a great terror will come. Buzz. The 100 Beasts' great emperor's body was glowing. The silhouette of an ancient beast surfaced behind him. The 100 beasts surrounded him, and endless imperial Dao laws drooped down. The entire everlasting realm was trembling in general. It was as if a great battle was taking place within the eternal life realm. However, Chen Changqing still didn't make any movements. He just held the teacup in a bit of a daze, and then frowned again. He was certain that this 100 Beasts Emperor was still just a heavenly destiny emperor, standing at the first node and far from reaching the peak, and he speculated that this 100 Beasts Emperor might not be able to touch the second node and become a stunning emperor in this lifetime. Yet, he knew something. It was important to realize that back then, the Empress had lived out her third life before she completely knew about the problems of Feng Tiandi. He stared at the 100 Beasts Emperor, which might have something to do with the instincts he spoke of. Chen Chongqing suddenly spoke. So, you're also preparing? The 100 Beasts Emperor just smiled bitterly and shook his head. What can I prepare? Far from enough. I also hate myself for not being able to live to that era. I just vaguely see a great power. Under that great world torrent, even great emperors will be pulverized. No one can stop them. What I'm going to do is just maintain that balance in this life and not let that kind of greatness come early. Even if the living beings of the world say that my attainment of the Tao and becoming an emperor is all due to luck, what's the harm? A watery emperor isn't an emperor anymore? An open-hearted smile swept across the face of the young great emperor. Wantonly vain. Chen Changqing suddenly developed a trace of respect for this 100 Beasts great emperor. Nothing to do with his cultivation realm, just about his heart. Without any sign, Chen Changqing suddenly struck out at the 100 Beasts Emperor, and the 3 Dao weapons appeared together, instantly enveloping the entire everlasting realm. The 100 Beasts Emperor didn't have the slightest amount of time to react. His Imperial Dao laws, and even the power of Heaven's mandate were all suppressed without spilling out half a point. And this scene caused the 100 Beasts Emperor's entire body to freeze. He didn't resist. He asked, I shouldn't be one of the earliest great emperors to die in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, right? Chen Chongqing just smiled faintly. That's not true. He stared at this teenage great emperor until he was sure that Heaven's destiny seal in his body had also been completely suppressed. Then he said with a smile, if I say that I have a slight chance of being able to change that great deluge of power, would you be willing to make a deal with me? The 100 Beasts Emperor's eyes froze, then swirled with laughter. This watery Archon's life of mine. Feel free. Chen Chongqing smiled. Very good. When the 100 Beasts Emperor returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths again, he was covered in a rich imperial might that was incomparably intolerable. And the laws of the imperial way surrounded him, and the great Tao arched over him, and under his feet was a path of golden light spreading out. The young great emperor was drenched in blood, and by his side were the figures of 4 gigantic ancient ferocious beasts emerging as his voice resounded throughout the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths universe. If any supreme beings show up to wreak havoc in the world, I will kill them. The figure of the 100 Beasts Emperor disappeared, and countless living beings recognized at this moment that this great emperor had gone to the Forbidden Land to battle the supreme beings, and it was evident from the blood-soaked figure that it had been an extremely tragic battle. Countless living beings stood in awe of this 100 Beasts Emperor at this moment. Inside the everlasting realm, Chen Chongqing just smiled and sipped his tea, while Golden Boy watched the show from the sidelines with his arms wrapped around him. He laughed. Although it's a watery great emperor, such a great emperor deserves the world's living beings to worship him. Therefore, Chen Chongqing accompanied him in a play. No one knew what kind of deal he had made with this great emperor of the day. Only that long afterward, he would still think of this great emperor who had no merit, as great as a teenager. Anyone else want to be a great emperor? Come on, the next few eras will be fast. Beg for some great emperor titles and races. Chapter 099, the final step of the experiment. This 100 Beasts great emperor fought a great battle with the Forbidden Land beings, and although there wasn't any battle record of slaying supreme beings that came out, many beings also began to feel that perhaps this great emperor wasn't that bad, and by daring to go to war with the Forbidden Land's supreme beings, it also meant that he hadn't lost the invincible might of a great emperor. After all, this was considered a great emperor who had held down the fort for all parts of the universe, and the fact that there was no dark scourge already spoke volumes about this great emperor's accomplishments. As a result, for a long time, the rumors about this 100 Beasts Emperor being a watery emperor quickly died down. The 100 Beasts Sanctuary was also honored by beings from all over the world. This era, although it was said to be the first era after the changes in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it was also considered to be a calm era, with no major scourges occurring and no supreme beings appearing. Many beings thought that this era would last for a long time, and it might not be bad if this 100 Beasts Emperor could live a second life. Just when the 100 Beasts Emperor came to his 9,000th year, which was also the time when he stood at the peak, all living beings did not expect him to make such a choice. The dense imperial might was constantly vibrating in the universe, and the figure of a huge ancient ferocious beast accompanied him. Under the arch of the radiant heavenly fate and the laws of the 10,000 paths, a path of golden light stretched from the universe to the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the upper Qing heaven. Subsequently, this 100 Beasts great emperor, who was shaped like a teenager, thus forced his way into the era Forbidden Land of the upper clear sky with a strong imperial might and heavenly destiny. The burial ground. All the living beings did not expect that this 100 Beasts Emperor, who was only just over 9,000 years old, would make such a choice? This time period was originally supposed to be when he was at his most radiant and at his peak. He should be as bright as the sun and moon. Yet, he chose such a path. This caused countless living beings to feel sorry for it, not knowing what kind of madness this 100 Beasts great emperor had gone through. It was clear that it wasn't yet time for him to reach his old age, yet he chose to interrupt his own path in this way. The heaven's destiny appeared to fluctuate with a hint of morning, then blossomed with the power of the 10,000 paths. No one had thought that this era would be so short. It was only a mere 9,000 years before it had already ended, and the signs of heaven's mandate indicated that 100 Beasts emperor had indeed disappeared, and so the heaven's mandate 10,000 paths yoke had begun to open. Sure enough, it looks like the heavenly mandate has completely taken the initiative nowadays. Chen Changsheng, who was in the everlasting realm, sensed the changes in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and a hint of coldness surfaced at the corners of his mouth. Fate seems to be changing a little too quickly. In previous eras, the relationship that existed between Heaven's mandate and the great emperors was very close, yet they didn't interfere with each other. Whereas now, it seemed that one end of the scales had begun to tilt in favor of Heaven's mandate. Maybe the divine order used to be in disguise, and now he's starting to grow, so he doesn't have to worry so much. Chen Changsheng just shook his head, thinking of that teenage great emperor, still feeling a bit sorry for him, and not expecting him to choose such a path. He slowly raised his palm. At this moment, in his heart, 2 balls of light swirling with golden power slowly rose. These are 2 clusters of heavenly destiny seals. Only, one of the clumps of heaven's destiny seals was clearly more radiant and calm, blossoming with brilliant golden light patterns, and at its center was a golden line like the laws of the great Tao intertwined with each other. The other heaven's destiny seal was more like a ball of light, carrying an unmistakable aura of wanting to escape from this place. Just what could escape in the midst of this Bing Dao world? This was a deal that Chen Changsheng had made with that 100 Beasts emperor. He told this great emperor part of the secret about the entire world, and this 100 Beasts great emperor resolutely chose to complete this deal with Chen Changsheng after knowing the answer. The 100 Beasts emperor paid for his own heavenly mandate seal and everything in the future, and he came up with only one path and a promise of a balance that the 100 Beasts emperor wanted to maintain. Therefore, the 100 Beasts emperor who stood at the pinnacle chose the path that seemed the most difficult, giving up his position as a great emperor in the 9 heavens and 10 earths and breaking into the burial ground, simply because the 3 major forbidden places of the era in the 9 heavens and 10 earths all had complete laws of the great Tao. There was so much of a chance that they might go farther, but the greater chance is death. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly, not wanting to think about anything more, but instead staring at the 2 brilliant clusters of heavenly destiny seals in front of him. It's time for the final step in my experiment. As he reached out, a bronze power handle emerged in his hand, emitting a unique aura of the great Tao. This is where the hub of the entire everlasting realm is located, and by ruling this object, one is considered to be truly ruling the everlasting realm, counting as a lord of the forbidden land. With the appearance of the bronze scepter, the 2 clusters of heavenly destiny seals in his hands showed a very different reaction. That mass of heavenly destiny that had been carefully cultivated by Chen Changsheng emitted a burst of golden light, approaching the bronze scepter as if it were alive, and expressing a will to devour it, and still attempting to obtain permission from Chen Changsheng. While the other ball of heaven's destiny seal looked incomparably grumpy at this moment, it had a longing, a fear, and a desire to escape from here, away from the bronze scepter. The bronze scepter's behavior was even more interesting. In Chen Changsheng's hands, the bronze scepter trembled continuously and began to release a unique force of law to protect itself. He could feel the bronze scepter giving birth to an idea of wanting to get out of his control. Chen Changsheng merely smiled. The bronze scepter in his hand blossomed with law chains, yet he was still unable to move as well. It's something I've been thinking about for a long time. What exactly is the connection between forbidden lands and the mandate of heaven? It doesn't matter that this trial might completely render a forbidden land void. If it works, the one out there should be worried about his position. Chen Changsheng's face was bashful regarding this experiment. For a long time he was unable to make a decision, as perhaps it would be a lost cause and would also expose himself completely to this world. But right now, he had a second regiment of heaven's destiny marks. So, he was going to try. Looking at the heaven's mandate seal in his hand that constantly sought his opinion, Chen Changsheng finally gave an order. Devour it for me. Buzz. The entire everlasting realm looked like it had suddenly been enveloped by a thunderstorm, and the entire everlasting realm trembled, followed by a revival of an inexplicable force, and all the forbidden killing formations were activated as if they wanted to subdue this lord of the forbidden land. However, Chen Changsheng was indifferent. The power of the world of Bing Dao surrounded him at this moment, causing the bronze scepter in his hand to show no sign of resistance. Subsequently, that golden heavenly destiny swooped in at that moment. The golden light seemed to dissolve that unique law as a boom abruptly exploded. The golden heavenly destiny seal was like a golden flower blooming at this moment, and countless golden chains directly wrapped the bronze scepter. And then, completely pulled that bronze scepter into its body. The golden light swirled with incomparable brilliance, rolling. The entire everlasting realm was like a ground cow turning over. Chen Qiangsheng looked like he had captured a picture in this moment. It was an image he had seen before. A huge world disintegrated. A light cocoon from which rushed out. With the continuous far away, the cocoon body continues to peel off, like a meteor falling. Finally, is a bright golden light from the cocoon completed the final sublimation. It's the breath of Providence. Part of the secrets of heaven's mandate are revealed. I see there are a lot of book lovers who want to be great emperors. I will pick some of them, but at the current stage there won't be any great emperors as in the case of Begonia's empresses. It will be written over very quickly to move on to the next chapter. And thank you all for liking it. Chapter 100 Heaven's Mandate and the Forbidden Land. The golden heavenly destiny had completely wrapped the bronze scepter that was the core of that forbidden land, and the entire forbidden land was as if it was destroyed, and everything in the everlasting realm collapsed at this moment. Only Chen Qiangsheng remained seated in place, enveloped by a layer of the Bing Dao world. In front of his eyes, the golden mass of heaven's mandate emitted a dazzling golden light after devouring the bronze scepter, and a golden ripple continued to spread, becoming more and more radiant. It was like the rarest and most magnificent thing in the world, representing mystery and beauty. A unique power was like a new birth, and that golden seal of heavenly destiny finally blossomed into a power of its own at this moment. Buzz! A golden ripple instantly spread. A golden glow in front of him was like something that had been born into life, and it was surveying everything in front of it with a scrutinizing and curious gaze. Chen Qiangsheng looked at the seal of heavenly destiny in front of him. No, to be precise, it is now the mandate of heaven. That mass of heavenly destiny had already been devoured after the bronze scepter, and now it had completely metamorphosed into a brand new, unique, heavenly destiny. Chen Qiangsheng looked at the heaven's mandate in front of him, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This mass of heavenly destiny was now like a newborn baby, curious and puzzled by the world, and at the same time affectionate towards itself. Looking at the other mass of heaven's mandate imprints that had become violent and wanted to flee, Chen Qiangsheng merely reached out and grabbed it, then handed it to the newborn heaven's mandate. It is no longer useful. It is a gift for the first time. A strange fluctuation emanated from that newborn heavenly destiny, and then, without the slightest hesitation, it pounced on it, and almost just in an instant, it completely devoured that heavenly destiny, and then wore away all the laws and imprints. A smile appeared in Chen Qiangsheng's eyes as he watched this. His experiment was successful, verifying his suspicions, and at the same time, he probably knew the relationship between heaven's mandate as well as the forbidden land. The mandate of heaven is a product of the world. He got up and reached out, and the newborn heaven's mandate just fell into his hands. And then, the bronze authority slowly emerged from the heaven's mandate. Only, it seemed to have lacked some kind of power, but it was still the core of the forbidden land. The entire everlasting realm began to change, rumbling, and everything began to slowly return to the way it was before. Chen Qiangsheng just looked at heaven's destiny and sighed lightly. The universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is more like a place of origin used as a breeding ground for parasites. The so-called great emperors and all living beings are compulsions, which are reincarnated from one life to the next, and then raised until the heavenly destiny blossoms and bears fruit, and then, are harvested? He frowned slightly. The moment heaven's mandate devoured the bronze scepter, he saw a picture of a huge world shattering, with all paths gone, but a cocoon of light escaping. That cocoon of light is the mandate of heaven. So, heaven's mandate is a product of the world, but if the world universe shatters, heaven's mandate can still survive as well? He stared at the heaven's mandate in front of him. The current heaven's mandate was still too weak, far from being as powerful as the heaven's mandate of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, which could create great emperors. The light cocoon was a heavenly order, and its faded cocoon clothes floated everywhere, so it eventually turned into a forbidden place. It's no wonder why there's a similar ability between both heaven's mandate and the forbidden land. Those supreme beings can circumvent heaven's mandate's probes by hiding in the forbidden land because the forbidden land was once a part of heaven's mandate that was transformed into the forbidden land, and thus heaven's mandate can't do anything about the forbidden land. In that case, it makes sense that every great emperor in every life had the idea of conquering the forbidden land. It seems that heaven's mandate is also trying to achieve its own perfection by reclaiming a part of what it once was. Chen Qiangsheng strung everything together, and he was in a very happy mood as if he had gained insight into the secrets of heaven's mandate. The reason why the great Dao of the 9 heavens and 10 lands is incomplete, and the great emperor's lifespans are limited, is because of the deliberate act of heaven's mandate, fearing the emergence of an existence that it cannot control nor erase. The second point is because of the existence of the forbidden land. Chen Changsheng suddenly thought that of all the forbidden places throughout the ages, only a handful of them had been sunk by great emperors, so he thought that the reason why those forbidden places hadn't reappeared was also because they had long since been swallowed up by the mandate of heaven, right? The only surprise might be the era of the Begonia Empress. She was aware of it, so after a forbidden land was sunk, Chen Changsheng became the second lord of the forbidden land, causing heaven's destiny's plan to fall through. He suddenly thought of the 100 Beasts Emperor again. This may be the balance he was talking about. A balance maintained between the entire world, heaven's destiny, forbidden places, great emperors, and all living things. Chen Changsheng once again looked at the heavenly fate in his hand. He could feel a connection between himself and this newborn heavenly fate as he let out a soft laugh. Originally, I was thinking of overriding a few forbidden lands to find trouble with those fellows, but now there's no need for that. Balance, it's in my hands. The heavenly fate of the 9 heavens and 10 earths suddenly appeared once again, and this time, the 10,000 paths shook. And unusually, almost all living beings could feel the heavenly fate exuding an extremely terrifying power. It was as if there were thunder rolling in the 9 heavens, and thousands of great roads were constantly roaring, emitting a supreme fluctuation that suffocated all living things. Like anger. This caused many beings to be a bit puzzled, because just a short while ago, heaven's destiny had revealed a wave of mourning because of the disappearance of the 100 Beasts Emperor, and now it was as furious as a raging storm. Could it be that the 100 Beasts Emperor is angry because his reign is too short? Some living beings were puzzled. Looking at the heavenly destiny that was constantly dropping golden rays of light felt very wrong. All the living beings assumed that it was the 100 Beasts Emperor's incident that caused this, but only Chen Changsheng understood the reason for heaven's mandate's rage. That's because of the birth of the new Providence. In the darkness, the heavenly orders of the 9 heavens and 10 lands had sensed something and felt a threat. Even if you know it now, it doesn't matter. You'll just have to suffer. I still want to see what you'll have to deal with next. Chen Changsheng, who was in the everlasting realm, was relaxed and incomparable, because what was being moved now was heaven's mandate. Just how could he not expect heaven's destiny to respond so quickly? In less than 4,000 years after the disappearance of the 100 Beasts Emperor, the trace of the 100 Beasts Emperor's Dao had completely disappeared. The heavenly mandate had reappeared. The shackles of the 10,000 paths had completely opened, and the 10,000 paths laws had once again appeared in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In this age, another being can be called an emperor. The living beings from all over the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe found it unbelievable, but now that the 10,000 paths had surfaced, they didn't think too much about it at all. Only some long-dusted beings and some supreme beings of the Forbidden Land sensed that something was wrong, but they couldn't tell why. And now, Chen Changsheng is almost 130,000 years old. He had already walked to the peak of the 3rd node, and before him, he had long since lost sight of any path. So this is your counterpart to speeding up the time of the great emperor's appearance? Chen Changsheng shook his head. Just one step had brought him to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and there was no way out for him. So he was going to check out the ancient god sect that the 100 Beasts Emperor had spoken of. The 100 Beasts Emperor knew something about him and the Empress overthrowing the Forbidden Land. It was not something he had learned from other beings, but had seen it on top of an engraved map, and that engraving, in the Ancient Church of God. Chapter 101, The Ancient God Sect and the Griffin Clan. Ancient Gods. Located in the great wasteland of the everlasting sky, it was a great sect with an extremely long heritage, an existence that was even longer than the origins of some of the Holy Land's imperial clans. Only, this great religion is very low profile in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and the living beings who know of its existence are not much, but as long as they know of it, they will all regard it as a holy land-like existence. Even those emperor clans and great religions that had produced great emperors treated them as equivalent existences. Although the ancient god sect had never claimed to have produced a great emperor in general, but throughout the ages, some of the great emperors of the emperor race and the human race were actually inseparable from the ancient god sect. As in the case of the vanished 100 Beasts Emperor of this era, he was from the ancient divine religion, but he was not an ancient divine religion's great emperor, which was perhaps related to the ancient divine religion's traditions. Chen Changsheng stood outside the great wasteland looking at the ancient god sect nestled deep within the great wasteland. The entire ancient god sect wasn't considered large, yet it exuded a hint of ancient Taoist flavor. It is somewhat extraordinary. With just a glance, he detected several different imperial rhythms, as well as some emperor-level forbidden grand formations. This also indicated that at least several great emperors had all enchanted the ancient god sect at one time. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng hid his figure and aura, and soon arrived at the boundaries of the ancient god sect. After arriving here, he realized that at this moment, the ancient god sect was swarming with beings from all races, all of whom had come to worship the ancient god sect, and the ancient god sect also came to all. As long as the beings passed the test, no matter what race, they could all worship the ancient god sect. There was a feeling of having a religion without a class. Chen Shangsheng mingled amongst the group of beings from various races and found it somewhat interesting, so he began to conduct the test with a group of beings whose cultivation level was not too high. He grasped it well, neither venturing too far ahead nor too far to the bottom of the pack, belonging to the middle of the pack. Thus, he and a group of beings managed to pass the test and enter the ancient god sect, and he, in turn, was assigned to a place called the Luxia mountain range. For several days in a row, Chen Shangsheng was truly like a disciple, familiarizing himself with the Luxia mountain range. It was easy for him, and he wasn't in a hurry, and it was similar to the experience he had when he had traveled through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, in the midst of it all, he did find something interesting. That is, there are still quite a few beings who mingled in with him in general. Among them, there are not only saints, there are even the existence of quasi-emperors. All of them come from the holy places of those great religions. I'm afraid that they are also trying to figure out why the ancient god religion is able to cultivate several great emperors. Chen Shangsheng didn't bother to interfere much. He just watched all of this from the shadows. To him, it was like watching a group of children playing house. Months passed in a flash. Chen Shangsheng had already explored the various mysterious places throughout the ancient god sect, and other than being some of the opportunities left behind by some of the great emperors, he hadn't found the location of the engraved diagrams the 100 Beasts Emperor had spoken of. Nowadays, the ancient god sect only had one broken down mountain left to view, and there, too, was the only place that Chen Shangsheng could not see through. Bang! Just as Chen Shangsheng froze, a silhouette flew directly past his eyes. Immediately after that, a group of young men walked straight in and chased after the figure to fight. One of the young men dressed in gorgeous clothes was even more imposing, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, just like the stars. Gu Yu, if you dare to harass Miss Yanran again, I will break both of your legs. The youth who was lying on the ground holding his head, with a thin and weak body and a somewhat lewd look couldn't help but hurl insults. I'll look at it if I want to. If you have the ability, you'll beat the young master to death today. Otherwise I'll still look at it. A group of people were burning with anger, and that sword-browed, starry-eyed youth was even more furious, because within the ancient god sect and cannot really be killed. At best, just a lesson to teach a beating out of anger. Give it to me, beat him out of bed. A group of people were beating on the skinny youth like this. Chen Shangsheng only found it amusing as he watched from the sidelines. Bullying was something that would exist no matter in that great sex holy land. It was just that today he had really opened his eyes. A group of beings that were merely at the cave heaven realm were actually surrounding a paragon emperor? That's a rare thing. He snapped out. Should that be enough? A group of beings turned back, and that sword-browed, starry-eyed youth even looked at him with a chill in his eyes. You want to stand up for him? Chen Shangsheng just shook his head. I'm just afraid that this place, the ancient god sect, will die immediately. A group of living beings laughed loudly. Don't worry, we have a sense of proportion in what we do. We won't beat him to death. Chen Shangsheng just smiled and didn't say anything. The group of beings had also closed their hands at this time, as the youth on the ground had fainted at this point, and the sword-browed, starry-eyed youth glanced at Chen Shangsheng. Put this matter out of your mind, or else, there will be trouble for you. Fine. Chen Shangsheng sat in place with a bemused look on his face, and only then did the group of beings leave the place with a cold snort. Only after a long time did Chen Shangsheng faintly say this. A quasi-emperor shouldn't have been killed just like that by a group of brats who were no more than at the cave heaven realm, right? That killing intent of yours, I could smell it from so far away. The youth lying on the ground steeply opened his eyes before he staggered up, then came to Chen Shangsheng's face, his eyes tinged with doubt. I'm also thankful to you, fellow Daoist, for helping me out just now. Otherwise, I might have really been beaten to death. Chen Shangsheng stared at him with a wry smile. What a rarity. I never thought that I would be able to see a clan that had long since died out in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the beings of the Divine Griffin clan. The smile on that youth's face abruptly solidified, while his eyes erupted with a strong killing intent. If you kill me, perhaps you will have to flee the ancient god sect as well. Chen Shangsheng just looked at him indifferently. The youth's face immediately blossomed into a smile again and said eagerly, What are you kidding? Fellow Daoist? How could I kill you? Just now fellow Daoist even helped me out. You are my great benefactor. Chen Shangsheng suddenly got up as he slowly walked past him with his hands behind his back. The Divine Griffin clan, blessed with heaven's creation, has an astonishing bloodline and possesses a talent that is beyond the reach of all living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It is only a pity that because of this, the clan's numbers are scarce, and in the end, your clan disappeared in a very long time ago. However, in the ancient times, your clan produced a great emperor, and it was also a Divine Griffin Emperor who had completed the 7 transformations, and it was just a little bit close to overthrowing a forbidden land, but it was just a pity. Chen Shangsheng stared at the lewd youth in front of him. According to legend, The Divine Griffin clan can match a great emperor with 7 transformations, and if it's 9 transformations, even a great emperor can be slaughtered. A grim look appeared on the youth's face. He stared at Chen Changsheng, his tone flat. I didn't expect you, Daoist, to know so much about my clan. But your so-called 9 changes can slaughter great emperors is just a rumor. Chen Changsheng was genuinely interested in this quasi-emperor of the Divine Griffin clan in front of him, as one of the talents of this clan was that they possessed a long lifespan, even longer than that of a great emperor, and only when they gave birth to a new heir would their life slowly end. This was one of the reasons why the Divine Griffin clan's ethnic group had never been able to continue. Chen Changsheng looked at him and suddenly said, "Would you be interested in going somewhere with me tonight? Maybe there's something you want somewhere. I've read everyone's Archon names, and I'll sift through some of them, but the latter are definitely of the passerby variety." Chapter 102, The Hill Stationed by the Great Emperor's Puppets. The lewd youth looked at Chen Changsheng and also laughed. "I thought that you, fellow Daoist, came to the ancient god sect for that item as well? It seems that our goals are the same. Why don't we work together for once?" Chen Changsheng, however, shook his head. The various beings who come to the ancient god sect are seeking nothing more than a great emperor's method. He gave a slight beat. Rumor has it that the ancient god sect's ancient god decree has the ability to turn decay into magic, and that even an abundance of mundane fetuses who cultivate it have a chance of possibly turning into dragons. So, for several eras, many living beings have cultivated the ancient god's decree, but unfortunately, only a few have succeeded. And every living being who succeeded in cultivating the ancient god's decree to its fullest extent ended up walking out on a different path. And they, in the end, all became emperors. Chen Changsheng stared at him. "You've already stepped into the 4th transformation and reached the end of the great Dao, so you're trying to borrow the ancient god's decree to perfect your path and step into the 5th transformation, or the 6th transformation, to complete the final ascension." An extremely chaotic fluctuation suddenly surged from that youth's body as he stared mercilessly at Chen Changsheng with his eyes. "It seems you do know enough about my clan." Chen Changsheng smiled blandly. "It's just that he usually likes to read more books." The youth burst into a cold laugh and suddenly said, "But you're thinking wrong. I've already mastered the ancient god technique. It's just a pity that it's useless to me. What I want is to create what's behind the ancient god technique." "Oh, looks like you've got some information?" The youth did not speak, and Chen Changsheng continued, "But that place, it seems that you, a peak quasi-emperor, are not sure that you can break in." The youth let out a cold grunt. Without the exact method, even a great emperor would have to shed a layer of skin if he came. Chen Changsheng just shook his head. "I can take you in." "Just you?" He stared at Chen Changsheng and sized him up, but unfortunately, he could only see that Chen Changsheng's flesh, blood, and origin were ordinary and his realm was low. Chen Changsheng burst into a light laugh. "If I take you in and you get what you want, how should you repay me?" The youth was silent for a while, then he said, "As long as you can bring me in, whether I can get that item or not, I will do 3 things for you. How about it?" Chen Changsheng thought for a moment, then smiled and turned around. "It's a deal. Then it's midnight tonight, and it's late." Chen Changsheng left, leaving only the youth to remain in place not knowing what he was thinking. He let out a long sigh. "Damn, if it doesn't work this time, big deal. I'll just kidnap the girl with the Dao body. Maybe I'll even have an heir." Finally, he glanced again at the direction Chen Changsheng had left, his eyes bright and uncertain. "No matter how you look at it, it's a very ordinary fellow. Even if it's a peak quasi-emperor like me, I wouldn't be able to tell. This guy, he's dangerous." Time soon came to night. Chen Changsheng directly came to wait near that deserted hill, and it was only when it was nearly midnight that the figure of that lewd youth appeared. "I thought you had given up." Chen Changsheng faintly laughed. The youth's expression was incomparably serious, and instead of answering Chen Changsheng's words, he stared at the barren hill in the distance. "Don't you think this place has gotten scarier this time of year?" At this moment, the youth only felt creepy when he looked at that hill. He was uncomfortable, and he always felt that the hill was like a grave where a great emperor could be buried. However, Chen Changsheng only smiled. The hill in front of him was indeed extraordinary, but compared to the Forbidden Land, it still fell short of meaning. However, it was also an absolutely terrifying existence for these beings who were heading towards the end of the Great Dao. He looked up at the firmament. Countless stars densely sprinkled with starlight, but only the barren hill was dark. He took a step forward and said directly, "Follow me." Chen Changsheng just took a relaxed step towards that hill, while that youth only hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and following Chen Changsheng's side. A great crisis filled the surroundings at all times, as if just one wrong step would result in the immediate death of this peak quasi-emperor existence. However, Chen Changsheng's face always had a relaxed look on it, and although the surroundings were filled with a powerful sense of crisis, nothing had gone wrong after all. Buzz. As Chen Changsheng stepped out, the youth only felt as if he had broken through a certain barrier. and that sense of extreme crisis all but disappeared in this instant. While looking forward, the hill in front of him was being surrounded by countless stars. We're in? He was incredulous. Just now he had been alert to the extreme. Even unconsciously side-launched the talent of the Divine Griffin clan, fusing his entire figure with space and time. However, at this moment, Chen Changsheng did not hear his words in general. As he walked forward, and underneath the hill that was filled with starlight, a figure stood. A faint imperial might permeated above that figure. How could there be a great emperor stationed in this place? The youth was incomparably appalled, and the moment he felt the emperor's might, he gave birth to the idea of immediately leaving this place. However, Chen Changsheng only smiled and shook his head. More than one. Kind of interesting. As soon as the words fell, underneath the hill, 5 more figures slowly walked over at the same time, all of them filled with a faint imperial might. He looked at the 6 figures, all of which were expressionless, but exuded a monstrous killing intent. It seems that this place has really buried great emperors. I didn't expect that there would be beings who have refined a part of a great emperor into a puppet. What a strange technique. It doesn't seem like it's owned by the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chen Changsheng gained insight into the secrets of the 6 figures before him. These 6 figures emanating faint imperial might were neither great emperors nor the corpses of great emperors, but puppets refined from part of the bodies of great emperors. And the fact that this kind of refining technique was not owned by the 9 heavens and 10 earths amazed him. The youth on the side was directly frozen. A puppet with the power of a great emperor? That's just unheard of. No wonder. Looking at that hill from a distance had the feeling of burying itself. A puppet of this level. I've never seen it before. It's no longer something we can withstand. Even if more peak quasi-emperors come, it's pointless, unless we can have an emperor's soldier in our hands. Only then will there be a chance that we can make a break for it. The youth sighed for a moment, feeling only that there was no chance. However, Chen Changsheng only said indifferently, "Do you think it's only this simple here? You can break in just by bringing imperial soldiers? Then you're so wrong. Even if several imperial soldiers were revived together, you wouldn't necessarily be able to break in. Inside, I'm afraid there are even more terrifying guys." Afterward, Chen Changsheng completely ignored him and walked directly forward. "If you want something, follow me and I'll keep you safe. Believe it or not." Chen Changsheng just like this stride forward. That youth saw the situation only feel entangled. See here but cannot enter the end is not willing, so clenched his teeth. Just die. He charged straight up, following behind Chen Changsheng. The corner of Chen Changsheng's mouth hooked, and in the next moment, the 2 of their figures directly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they directly appeared in front of the 6 puppets that carried a faint imperial might. The youth of the Divine Griffin race was scared out of his wits, only feeling that he was going to die this time. Monstrous killing intent and imperial might erupted, and the starlight of the entire hill at that moment converged into a gigantic and incomparable palm that pressed down like a complete heaven and earth, flowing with the power of supreme laws, and those 6 puppets rioted at the same time, bringing a supreme imperial might to town, tearing apart the void in the sky. Chen Changsheng merely sneered as he glanced at the immense, incomparable palm and faintly spat out a single word: "Extinguish." In an instant, a white light erupted from within his body, as if holding up the world. Subsequently, the 6 puppets that possessed the might of a great emperor were directly ground down. That huge hand of starlight, equal to the power of a great emperor's strike, disintegrated the moment it touched that white light, like cold ice meeting blazing fire. The scene. Directly, the youth would be completely stupefied. Chapter 103, The Bronze Gate and the Disappearing Great Emperor. The hill surrounded by starlight in front of him rioted. The countless power of starlight was thick to the extreme, and the derived star laws were as if they had transformed into a huge ocean at this moment. Under this ocean of laws, even the young man of the God Grill's race only felt like a mole cricket. It was an irresistible force that would kill him when touched. However, under this powerful force of law, Chen Changsheng merely carried his hands behind his back, and the not-so-brilliant white light seemed to isolate everything. His heart had long since turned over in shocking waves. This was definitely a great emperor-level figure. "Who the hell are you?" Chen Changsheng just looked at him flatly. "Now, tell me your name." The youth rushed at Chen Changsheng and bowed. "Latecomer Divine Griffin Clan Divine Dream Heaven." Chen Changsheng just nodded lightly. "Follow me." In an instant, a 5 elements divine flame emerged and hovered above Chen Changsheng's head, dropping down the supreme great Dao laws. He then glanced at the hill in front of him, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Looks like the right place." Rolling, the countless star laws once again rioted, as if the heavenly might had descended. A huge ancient beast shadow emerged from the sea of stars, followed by a huge tower, and a long spear also condensed in the sea of stars. The 100 Beasts Emperor, and several other great emperors' Dao laws have been left here. With a wave of his hand, a 5-colored light flame directly enveloped Divine Dream Sky, and in the next moment, he directly shattered the void and went forward. Rolling, a tower rushed out from the sea of stars, directly suppressing Chen Chongsheng. Chen Chongsheng looked relaxed and directly pinched his fist seal, a brilliant fist light grinding out everything, directly shattering that huge tower. Then, thousands of ancient ferocious beasts and Dao soldiers emerged from the sea of stars, and dense star laws fell from the sky. A party tripod flew out from within Chen Chongsheng's body, and the power of the 10,000 spirits surged forth, transforming into the 10,000 spirits of heaven and earth and rushing over at the same time, like two huge waves crashing together at the same time. A huge void crack accompanied by hair-raising tearing sounds continued to extend, devouring all the power of the 10,000 paths. Chen Chongsheng blasted that huge crack with a lift of his hand, and then directly tore that sea of stars apart completely, and the two figures just rushed into that hill that was wrapped in countless stars. Divine Dream Sky was numb at this point. Any of the laws that landed here could easily wear him down, and this person he followed was like a great emperor in the world. Lifting his hand was the power of 10,000 paths, treating this place like nothing. He was so overpowered that he directly suppressed the entire ocean of laws, tearing it apart directly and completely breaking into this hill. Buzzing, the endless star laws were still landing, but they all dissipated when they were within 10 feet of Chen Chongsheng, as if they had been worn down by an even stronger force. Only then did Chen Chongsheng begin to survey the hill in front of him. Underneath this hill was a huge bronze door, and in front of the bronze, there was a figure guarding the door as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. But the emperor's might that flowed out of that figure did not seem to be faked. A living great emperor. A tremor began to appear in even Divine Dream Heaven's voice. It was no wonder that he would be like this. The great emperor that could appear here must be one of the great emperors in the 9 heavens and 10 lands at one time. It was possible that it was still a familiar one. How could it not let him be surprised? A hint of a smile appeared on Chen Chongsheng's face as a rune flashed across his eyes, the power of the Dao of Bing constantly sinking and floating to counteract the power of the laws here. He began to walk up slowly, embarking on the alternative path of puppetry, transforming oneself into a half-puppet state as well, as a way to seek an alternative kind of longevity. He shook his head slowly, as he kept moving forward. The figure that had been sleeping in front of the bronze door seemed to have slowly begun to revive as well, and then, an emperor's might that looked like it had been sealed for a long time suddenly erupted, and he slowly got up, a pair of eyes that looked like they had torn apart the heavens of the ages. His voice was a little husky but not overpowering. This is no place for you to come. Go back. Chen Chongsheng's footsteps didn't stop as he slowly spoke. I want to go in, and no one has been able to stop me yet. Rolling. That revived great emperor struck out at this moment, a gigantic palm carrying a dense imperial might and the power of the laws to suppress it, and at the same time, a chaotic light rushed out from within his body, directly abrading the void. Chen Chongsheng also made his move at this moment, as he knew the power of the chaotic light. Above its head, a large, ancient bell emerged. Dang it! A ripple like a tidal wave pushed straight forward. That huge palm was as if it disintegrated at this moment, and that terrifying chaotic light tore through everything, but was also only able to wear out most of the tidal time force before it also dissipated. Even when you were at your peak, you wouldn't necessarily be able to stop me. Not to mention that nowadays it's just a half-puppet body. You gained a long life but at the same time lost some of your might. Even if there is a chaotic light in your body, you can stop ordinary great emperors, but you can't stop me. Chen Chongsheng took a step forward, and the world of the Dao of War penetrated his body at that moment, annihilating everything in its path. In the end, he stood in front of that great emperor in the body of a half-puppet, his eyes piercing through everything. You should be that great Emperor Wuji who disappeared in the history of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Many living beings thought that you had died long ago, but I didn't expect that you would actually live on here in this capacity. Great Emperor Wuji. Even Divine Dream Heaven was stunned when he heard this title, because the Wuji Emperor was considered to be very famous in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He had more than just suppressed 1 or 2 supreme beings in the beginning, and had lived a second life, completely disappearing after attacking the Forbidden Land in his later years. Unexpectedly, he hadn't died, but was in the ancient god sect, and had now become a half-puppet body that seemed to be willingly guarding that bronze gate. Great Emperor Wuji let out a long sigh and didn't say anything more. Looking at the young man in front of him, he was no longer at his peak in the past, and even the chaotic light that could cause damage to the great emperor didn't have the slightest way to do anything about it. He recognized the gap between him and the man in front of him, but he still didn't give way. I'm no match for you, a puppet body only. If you insist on going in, then step through this puppet body of mine. However, Chen Chongsheng did not make a move, and only skipped over him to look at the huge bronze door. This was surprisingly a bronze door created by a mixture of several types of immortal gold, showing the great skill of its owner. If an ordinary great emperor were to come here, even if he could get past great Emperor Wuji's hurdle, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to open this bronze door. Only then did Chen Chongsheng turn his head to look at that great Emperor Wuji. To be able to use a half-puppet body to keep you alive until now, this kind of maneuver is unheard of. It's not owned by the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It seems that there's a big secret here. No one can enter this door. Great Emperor Wuji's complexion was also tinged with a hint of a smile, his body carrying a strong imperial might, but how could he not manage to approach Chen Chongsheng? A force of laws continued to erupt, tearing apart the space in this place, but the force of laws was constantly crumbling. Even his puppet body was under a supreme pressure at this moment, and a crack began to appear. However, just at this time, that bronze door suddenly made a sound. Then, without any warning, the bronze door slowly opened, and a calm voice came from within. Wuji, stand down and let them in. Chen Chongsheng's expression suddenly became serious, and the power of the Dao of soldiers was completely in motion, enveloping both of their figures. It was because within this bronze door, he sensed a power that transcended the laws. Just like that day when the Forbidden Land Supreme used a killing weapon to pierce through his Hyrule world, the power of the two was very similar, and the one in the bronze door was even more immense. However, Chen Chongsheng still did not stop. The 3 Dao soldiers sank and broke through everything as he took a step in. The power of the Dao of Soldiers world dividing itself from that unique force at this moment. Chapter 104 9 Ancient Stars, Black Coffin and Familiar Images. It wasn't as dark as one might expect in the middle of the world of the Bronze Door. Chen Chongsheng led Divine Dream Heaven into the Bronze Door, and the power of the domain of the Dao of War surrounded the two of them, isolating them from everything, and it was only then that he was able to see the world within the Bronze Door. It was a shattered world, a huge piece of land in pieces, floating in a starry sky that was as boundless as the void. The scene in front of him was just like the huge broken world he had seen when he was deep in the middle of the cosmic borderland. Everything in front of him was just a little bit similar, completely unable to be compared to that kind of vastness. Here, too, there was not that huge golden path of ascension to immortality. As he looked upwards, he could only see 9 huge ancient stars connected in a line across the entire starry sky. Those 9 huge ancient stars all emitted a mysterious fluctuation, a fluorescent light encircling them, appearing mysterious and incomparable. What the hell is this place? The Divine Dream Heaven on the side watched this scene had fallen into a deep shock. He couldn't help himself. Being at the peak of the quasi-emperor, he only felt a kind of fear descending on him at this moment. A pitch-black light slowly descended from above those 9 gigantic stars. It was a mysterious ancient coffin filled with pitch-black light. A burst of ineffable fluctuations slowly spreading from it. A power that transcended the laws and caused the 10,000 paths to tremble. Shun Mengtian only felt a kind of trembling from his divine soul. He couldn't even raise his head and couldn't control his desire to cut himself in general. The entire Bing Dao world suddenly shook. Chen Chongsheng had his hands behind his back, the power of the Bing Dao isolating that power from the black coffin. His eyes were calm, but as if a monstrous storm was brewing. A calm voice once again came from within that black coffin. It is rare for an alternative pathfinder who has not obtained the heavenly mandate to cross that barrier. As for the other one, I didn't expect to see a creature of the God Grill's clan again. Shen Mengtian was already too frightened to make any movements at this point, and only Chen Chongsheng was blandly confronting that being in the black coffin. Chen Chongsheng suddenly spoke out. You are the ancient god of the ancient god cult? A fluctuation emanated from the black coffin, resembling an old man's light laughter. How can I compare myself to the ancient god? I am but a small child by his side. Where are the ancient gods? He continued to open his mouth to inquire. A sigh came from within that black coffin. You're too late. The ancient god left long ago. There was a click. That black coffin at this moment suddenly that vibrated. At the same time came a sound, like a portal opened. A somewhat blurred figure is sitting on top of the black coffin. White hair, but the face is like a child. And the figure is not too different from a child. An alternative pathfinder, you stand at the pinnacle of the second node, staring at the figure sitting on top of the black coffin. Chen Chongsheng said so. The figure with a face like a child's had a smile on his face and nodded slightly. It seems that your excellency is the one the ancient god said was impossible to speculate on. Chen Chongsheng was slightly stunned as he slowly walked forward, unable to speculate. Why? The ancient god once waited for a very long time. There would be a person who could not be speculated to come here. Only, the ancient god did not know the time. In the end, he could only leave, and could only be waited for by me on his behalf. For millions of years, there had been one living being after another, but in the end, they were not the ones the ancient god was waiting for. Chen Chongsheng burst into a light laugh. And how do you know that the person the ancient god is waiting for is me? The child-faced being just smiled faintly and raised his hand to point at the 9 gigantic ancient stars as he spoke. You'll know it as soon as you see it. Chen Chongsheng raised his head to look at the 9 gigantic ancient stars that straddled the starry sky, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity, so he directly brought Divine Dream Heaven to slowly approach those ancient stars, and finally, stopped in front of the first ancient star. That huge ancient star could definitely survive a lot of living beings, but there was not a single cent of living beings. It was just that Chen Chongsheng did not ascend to that ancient star, and the moment he approached it, He had already seen an engraved map, and his brows furrowed slightly. Is this the figure engraving that the 100 Beasts Emperor spoke of? Senior, could it be that you saw something? Divine Dream Heaven began to inquire. It was clear that the mystery here was not something a tiny peak Paragon Emperor could see through, and Chen Changsheng didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he carefully looked at the engraved diagrams. After that, he stood in front of a second ancient star, and an engraving appeared again. For a long time, Chen Changsheng stayed in front of those ancient stars, all of the engraved diagrams all connected together, and he learned exactly what they conveyed. Ancient gods. Chen Changsheng silently read a name. There was no doubt that these 9 gigantic ancient stars and the engraved diagrams were all left behind by that ancient god. And those engraved diagrams were as if they were an ancient history of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Each engraving recorded the birth of every great emperor in the history of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, as well as some big events, such as the Dark Unrest, the Golden Great World of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the Great Emperor's suppression of the Supreme Beings, the crusade against the Forbidden Land, and the overthrow of the Forbidden Land. Chen Changsheng stayed at the 8th ancient star for a long time, because he saw the Aotian Emperor, the female emperor, the overwhelming Forbidden Land, and the 100 Beasts Emperor. It wasn't until he stood in front of the 9th ancient star that he realized it was blank, and only then did he look at that being on the ancient coffin and inquired, why is there no engraved diagram above the 9th ancient star? The being with the face of a child just smiled faintly. Originally, there was, but it's just that because you appeared, all those engraved diagrams disappeared as well, along with the contents of the pair of 9th ancient stars in my mind slowly dissipating. It's the one the ancient gods are waiting for. Chen Changsheng frowned slightly. This ancient god was also becoming more and more mysterious in his mind. The engraved diagrams on top of these ancient stars were not engraved in every era, but a long, long time ago, that legendary ancient god deduced them with great aptitude, deducing to the emergence of every great emperor and the great events of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This is simply an incredible thing. Is there really a living being that can do such a thing? Deducing everything in the future. Even the times when those great emperors appeared were not far off. Something suddenly occurred to him. That is, in the engraved diagram of the 8th ancient star, he saw Aotian, the 9 orifices stone emperor, the female emperor, and even the event of the female emperor overthrowing the Forbidden Land appeared. But there was only one person who did not appear. That's him. He suddenly took a step in front of that black coffin, and his expression was incomparably cold as he opened his mouth. Since I am the one the ancient god is waiting for, what may he leave behind when I come? The being with the face of a child got up at this moment and slowly left from above the black coffin. He smiled slightly and pointed to the black coffin next to him. This is what the ancient gods left you. Chen Changsheng stared at the black coffin. Then without saying anything, a large hand directly rushed to grab it, and the moment he touched it, it was as if Chen Changsheng saw a familiar picture again. A huge world was penetrated by the massive golden road to immortality, and the entire world fragmented. A jade crystal cluster of mountains crossed in the middle of the golden road to immortality, cutting it off. After that, on top of the road to immortality, a being fell from it. Chen Changsheng snapped his eyes open at this moment. Ancient gods. It was that being who had fallen from the middle of the golden path to immortality. Afterward, from that broken world, came to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chapter 105, the innate 36th Pure Black Lotus. Chen Changsheng could never have imagined that he would actually see a familiar picture here. That was a picture that he had once seen above the bronze Dao Book. And after that, he had once delved into the edge of the universe and reached that place, seeing the huge golden road to immortality and the mysterious white jade pavilion. It was just that no living beings existed there, and he was unable to ascend that white jade capital. And right now, this black coffin unexpectedly reflected that familiar image as well. And this image was even clearer, as he saw the being that had fallen from the road to immortality, wandering in that vast world and finally disappearing again. Chen Changsheng was also enlightened at this moment. That being is the ancient god of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, an outsider, with incredible magical abilities, almost deduced the future of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, only to disappear in the end. What kind of heaven-defying being should this be? Even Chen Changsheng did not dare to imagine. Looking at the black coffin in front of him, Chen Changsheng wondered why the ancient god would wait for him, and what message did this black coffin leave for him. He looked to the childlike being before him for answers, seemingly guessing what Chen Changsheng was thinking. That being only shook its head. I can only comprehend a bit of this black coffin. The half-puppet body of that great emperor out there originated from this, and the ancient god sect's ancient god skill similarly originated from this. Chen Changsheng thoughtfully looked at the black coffin in front of him, which suddenly shook, a bizarre power constantly vibrating, and soon, under that being's shocked gaze, in the end, a surge of black chi surged through this black coffin, and it even slowly transformed into a pitch-black lotus flower under the two men's gazes, the 36 petals slowly rotating. It was also at this moment that Chen Qiansheng felt a fluctuation coming from the bronze Dao Book, but it quickly faded away. He didn't move and took the pitch-black lotus flower in his hand. Is this what he originally looked like? The being was silent for a while, and only after a long time did he say, I have never seen such a form. Perhaps it was waiting for you. The being then smiled again. It seems that the ancient god was right in asking me to wait here, and really waited for the unpredictable one. My mission is kind of done. Chen Qiansheng glanced at the black lotus in his hand, then looked back at him. Where did the ancient god go? The being shook his head, a hint of despondency appearing on his face. The ancient god refused to tell me that I once wanted to follow him, but he refused and only told me to wait here. Chen Qiansheng also sighed. It seemed that there was no way to know more, and if he wanted to know more, perhaps the only thing left was this black lotus in his hand. Seeing this, Chen Qiansheng glanced at Imon Sky before saying, he's also here for one thing, and I hope that you, fellow Daoist, can fulfill it. The being looked toward Divine Dream Heaven, who immediately knelt down and performed a great salute. I hope that senior will fulfill my wish. The being with a face like a child just sighed. The Divine Griffin clan is extremely favored by the Great Tao, and when it flourishes, it will decline. There is no escaping it. Once upon a time, a Divine Griffin Emperor also came to this place, but in the end, he only made it as far as the 7th transformation. He looked to Divine Dream Sky. The method you seek is no longer with me now. If you want to completely change the fate of your clan, perhaps, the only way you can succeed is to follow him. With his 1 in a billion chances, Divine Dream Heaven looked toward Chen Qiansheng. Then without hesitation, he kowtowed at Chen Qiansheng. I, Divine Dream Heaven, am willing to follow Senior's side in this life and the next, so I hope that Senior will fulfill my wish. Chen Qiansheng only had a slight moment of contemplation before nodding his head and saying, get up first. If there is really such a method, it wouldn't be wrong to pass it on to you. Divine Dream Heaven looked agitated. Thank you, Elder. Chen Qiansheng looked at the being. I'll be taking this object away. Would you be willing to do so, fellow Daoist? The being with a face like a child just smiled and shook his head. This object was left by the ancient god, and has its own arrangement by the ancient god, and to learn a thing or two from it is the greatest chance. Chen Qiansheng nodded and directly put away the black lotus. Do you have any plans for next? The spirit let out a long sigh. It's just a cocoon. Staying here and watching my offspring grow is what I want. Chen Qiansheng once again surveyed this place. It wasn't that bad compared to those forbidden places. And finally, his gaze landed on that 9th ancient star, and after a moment of silence, he then said, in that case, I'll leave. I've bothered you much this time. He turned around and was about to leave this place with Divine Dream Sky when that being suddenly opened its mouth to request something. If you, fellow Daoist, are able to comprehend that item in the future, I hope to give Great Emperor Wuji a break. His expression was somewhat regretful and resigned. After all, it's only a half-finished product. What I can see through is always limited. Wuji can't leave this place and can't be completely liberated. I hope that one day you, Taoist friend, will be able to send Emperor Wuji to a soldier's dissolution. He shouldn't have been like this in the first place. Chen Qiansheng nodded his head and agreed. I'll do it again later if I get something. After saying this, Chen Qiansheng directly left the place and was about to step through the bronze gate when he suddenly turned back and said, the ancient god sect has cultivated several great emperors, leaving behind part of their great Tao. Do they wish to borrow this item to emulate the heavenly mandate? A smirk appeared on that being's face. Taoist friendly vision. It's just a shame that this path doesn't work. Chen Qiansheng also smiled faintly and signaled before taking a step directly away from the bronze door with Divine Dream Heaven. The bronze door closed on completely. The being with the face of a child suddenly looked at the 9th ancient star, which suddenly began to emit a burst of light after Chen Qiansheng left, and immediately afterward, an engraved diagram appeared. He let out a long sigh. Oh ancient god, is this world really hopeless? Where exactly are you? After leaving the bronze gate, Chen Qiansheng did not look at the half-puppet Wuji Emperor, but instead took Divine Dream Heaven and directly left this place without stopping to directly leave the ancient god sect afterward. He casually punched through the boundary wall and brought Divine Dream Heaven directly back to the Eternal Life Realm. He stared at Divine Dream Sky with a serious expression. Stay here and feel free to move around. I'll be in seclusion for a period of time. When I come out of seclusion, I'll decide about you. How could Divine Dream Heaven dare to say more? After nodding his head, Chen Qiansheng's figure had completely disappeared, and at this point, Chen Qiansheng directly returned to his lair, then directly opened the Bing Dao world while saying, Golden Boy, are you still there? A volume of bronze Dao Book slowly emerged. A golden figure was sitting on top of the Dao Book with a tight frown, and Chen Qiansheng also released the black lotus flower at the same time. The golden boy was staring at the black lotus flower with a deadly stare, and then his hands continuously pinched his hands, so fast that he could only see a whole blur of shadows. A golden light continued to ripple, and that black lotus continued to rotate at this moment. with a peculiar pattern appearing on top of each piece of the lotus. Soon, the entire Black Lotus Huawei rushed directly into Golden Boy's brow with a golden light. Golden Boy fell directly on top of the Dao Book with a scream, and then, forcing himself to endure the pain, he reached out and pulled a black lotus out of his brow, directly throwing it to Chen Changsheng. "There's something you want in here." Chen Changsheng's expression remained unchanged as the entire world of Bing Dao continued to disintegrate under the breath of the Black Lotus, and he glanced at Golden Boy. Golden Boy said with a bitter laugh, "I know where the key to open this Dao book is. It's just that in order to go to that place, even if I bring this innate Black Lotus with me, it won't help. I can only rely on you." Chen Changsheng lightly chortled, and in the next moment, the Black Lotus directly drilled into Chen Changsheng's brow, and not even the three Dao armies were able to stop it. Only Chen Changsheng didn't notice any problems, only that at the center of his eyebrows, there was an additional faint imprint of a Black Lotus flower. At the same time, there was one more thing in his mind. Innate 36 pure Black Lotus. I'll be opening a copy of the Forbidden Land of the Era soon, and then a copy of the Mandate of Heaven, so I'll have to organize the plot. Chapter 106, Black Lotus, Burial Ground, and Great Emperor of the New Era. Chen Changsheng merely glanced at the Golden Boy and once again reached out. A Black Lotus directly emerged from his brow and finally landed with him in the palm of his hand. Innate 36 pure Black Lotus. At this time, it was as if he had an inexplicable connection with this Black Lotus, except that, obviously, there was some kind of connection between the Golden Boy and this Black Lotus, or, perhaps, with that Taoist book? Chen Changsheng had begun to wonder if it was himself or the Golden Boy at the moment that ancient god was waiting for. He was slightly silent but unable to come to a conclusion. This Black Lotus had an extraordinary origin, not belonging to the Dao armament Emperor weapon or the Immortal God pill, but belonging to an existence that transcended the laws of the great Dao and surpassed his cognition. A power surged above the Black Lotus that could not be described, yet after it had just burrowed into his brow, he was clear about the source of this power. Rules, the power of rules. It was like the heavenly order in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Only one being could become an emperor in an era, and this was the rule. You can never break the fourth knuckle point in this world. That's the rule. The rules can't be broken. They can only be fought by utilizing them equally. An innate rule artifact? Chen Changsheng currently did not understand what a rule artifact represented, and his current understanding of this Black Lotus was limited to that. Moreover, he sensed that apart from that transcending all rule power, there was an equally inexplicable power nurtured above those 36 lotus flowers. We can only study it slowly later. He put away the Black Lotus before looking at Golden Boy, who was rubbing his head. You said you know the key to open the Book of the Way. Where is it? It seems you've regained some of your memories and remembered something else. However, the Golden Boy only sighed and was bitter. I have also only recovered the relevant part of my memories, and I only know that the place where the key is currently located is in a certain part of the upper clear sky, and the exact location needs to be known even after going to the upper clear sky. As for the rest, I don't recall much. Chen Changsheng just nodded. He did not comment on Golden Boy's words. Perhaps he still remembered something but was not willing to say more, or perhaps, as he said, he had only recovered the memories related to the key. However, Chen Changsheng did not force him. Everyone had secrets, and he was no different. In that case, then we'll go to the upper clear sky once. Without any hesitation, Chen Changsheng took the Golden Boy and directly left the everlasting realm, after which he broke through the boundary walls of the 9 heavens and 10 earths and arrived at the upper Qing heaven. The bronze Dao Book emerged, and Golden Boy's figure stood on top of the Dao Book, and as he pinched a hand sign, the Dao Book began to glow, and then it turned into an immortal light and broke through the air. Chen Changsheng followed behind with his hands behind his back, and the bronze Dao Book carried him through almost half of the upper Qing heaven before finally stopping at a place. Chen Changsheng frowned as he looked at the place in front of him. Are you sure the key is in there? Golden Boy sighed. Now you know why it's useless for me to hold the Black Lotus even though it's somewhat related to me. It's only if you hold it that you might have a slight chance. Chen Changsheng just looked at the place in front of him in silence. The world in front of him was a dim, almost invisible half of the light, and could only see a continuous piece of earth connected. The earth took on the color of gray, exuding an aura of pale age and decay, and the sun and moon were not visible. This is the burial ground of the forbidden places of the 3 major epochs. Why would the key be inside the burial ground? Chen Changsheng was a bit puzzled and frowned. Golden Boy just spread his hands. Believe it or not, this is all the guidance of this Dao book. Chen Changsheng could only remain silent for a while. The Begonia Empress had entered the Reincarnation Plateau and did not know whether she was alive or dead. Hong Tian had accidentally entered the Buddha land and his whereabouts were also unknown. And now, even he himself needed to enter the last forbidden land of the era? Only, Chen Changsheng was not impulsive, and at the same time, was not prepared to enter the burial ground. If the key is really in the burial ground, it seems that you can only go in once. Only it's not the right time yet. I still have more important things to do. Finish this matter and I'll accompany you on your journey." The golden boy looked at the burial ground in front of him, seemingly sensing the unspeakable crisis in it, and also smiled sarcastically. "In fact, I think that it doesn't matter if this Dao book is opened or not. It won't be too late to come back when I come out in the future and the two of us join forces and have the means to turn this place upside down." Chen Shangqing merely smiled, then grasped the bronze Dao book in his hands, and finally took another deep look at the burial ground before leaving the upper Qing heaven. By the time he returned to the eternal life realm, Chen Shangshang would summon Divine Dream Heaven. Divine Dream Heaven expressed his willingness to stay in the middle of the everlasting realm and wait, so Chen Shangshang let him be. And in the time that followed, Chen Shangsheng continued to follow his own method of feeding that new mass of heavenly fate while also slowly beginning to study the secrets of that Black Lotus. Time just passes slowly, and at this moment, within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the Emperor Road opened again, and heavenly pride beings from all over the universe also stepped onto the Emperor Road at this moment, beginning the most intense journey. Just 500 years, Chen Shangsheng, who was sitting on top of the gigantic Black Lotus, suddenly opened his eyes. Is another being going to become an emperor? He raised his eyes slightly, and a ray of light rushed out of the eternal life realm to see the vast sea of Emperor's Tribulation thunder descending at the center of the 9 heavens and 10 lands universe. A young man was swimming against the current in the middle of the Emperor's Tribulation thunder sea, an ocean surfacing behind him, holding a trident, his long turquoise blue hair flying. Boom! A humanoid thunderbolt was like a young emperor, carrying an aura of destroying everything as it battled with the young man, followed by countless more thunderbolt Dao soldiers descending from the sea of thunder. That being roared up to the sky, drenched in blood, holding a trident that shattered countless witnessing thunderbolts, but he himself suffered a heavy blow. The several beings who had drawn down the Emperor's Tribulation with him had already been buried under the Emperor's Tribulation one after another, and at this point, he was the only one left. The Emperor's Tribulation was incomparably vast, and that gigantic sea of thunder bloomed with radiant lightning that wore down the 10,000 paths and suppressed everything. Kill! That youth was rising in the sea of thunder, the trident in his hand ripping apart a void, a fist light blasting through the thunderbolt, and behind him, the monstrous turquoise blue ocean was as if it had condensed into a substance, and all of them were hanging erect. A huge turquoise blue ocean carrying the great Dao directly slammed into that Emperor Tribulation thunder sea. The moment the two oceans collided, an incomparably bright light blossomed. In the meantime, a young man stood on top of a one-horned giant whale, holding a trident, and leapt up from the middle of the ocean. Boom! An incomparably dazzling light directly dispersed the Emperor's Tribulation thunder sea at this moment, and the man with his feet on the giant whale was like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, directly breaking through the blockade of the Emperor's Tribulation thunder sea. The heavens and earth moved greatly, and all the paths roared. Heaven's destiny emerged, dropping 10,000 golden rays of light to energize it at this moment. That young man had become an emperor in this life. He had broken through the 10,000 thunder tribulation, realized extreme sublimation, and completed the ultimate leap. Soon, an emperor's might emerged, spreading like a ripple to the various life homelands in the universe. The young man possessed the bloodline of both the sea race and the human race. Rising up in the middle of the Emperor Road, he defeated all the major supreme heavenly prides and left his name on the Emperor Monument. In the end, he became the great emperor of this era. His name is Nens. The name is Nianzi the Great, a book lover's greatest. Chapter 107, The Life of a Great Emperor is like the blink of an eye. Emperor Nianzi became an emperor for 2,000 years, and he created Yun Meng Zhe in the Tai Ching heaven of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and after that, he came directly to the sea race. A dense imperial might filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and great Emperor Nianzi came above that oceanic sea. The laws of the imperial Dao dropping down, directly suppressing the entire Dragon's Breath Sea. The entire Dragon's Breath Sea was as if it was being burned by a blazing fire, and countless sea creatures, and even several quasi-emperors couldn't even leave this ocean if they wanted to. The supreme power of the emperor level suppresses countless sea creatures. Subsequently, in the Dragon's Breath Sea 2 Imperial weapons revived. A huge spacetime wheel and a long spear rushed out from the Dragon's Breath Sea, the might of the extreme Dao shaking the heavens and earth, and began to revive. But soon enough, Emperor Nianzi was surrounded by the power of heaven's mandate, and with just 2 slaps down, the 2 imperial weapons were slapped back into the sea. The great emperor was too invincible, and I'm afraid that the revived emperor's soldiers wouldn't even be able to injure him if they wanted to. This caused countless sea race beings to be terrified, fearful that that great emperor with a great figure would wipe out the entire sea race and make the sea race disappear completely in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Great Emperor Nianzi, did you know that you also possess the bloodline of the sea race? Does it have to be this way? An old quasi-emperor who had survived for a long time spoke out, exuding an aura of decay as he faced that great emperor straight on. Unassuming and unassuming, having long ago been prepared to look death in the face, Facing a great emperor, no means of any kind could help, which was why he was so tough. However, that figure that caused the 10,000 paths to arch over him just by standing there, like he was causing the heavens and earth to collapse, was too terrifying, and with just a single point of his finger, he caused that decaying old quasi-emperor's body to directly explode. This scene directly caused the scalps of the entire sea race's beings to go numb. That great emperor's voice was calm and filled with a burst of coldness. You also know that I possess the bloodline of the sea race? But my parents, my family, all died at the hands of the sea people. Just one sentence caused the livers of countless sea race beings to split. Soon enough, a pungent secret about the great emperor came to light. It turned out that Emperor Nianzai's mother was an honored woman of the sea race, but fell in love with a human man and eventually broke away from the sea race to choose a human man and gave birth to a son. But the sea tribe considered it a great shame, and the child born was a stain on the whole sea tribe. So they finally issued a hunting order for the sea tribe woman and the human. Emperor Nianzai had spent his childhood being hunted by the sea clan. Countless of his family members had died, and eventually his parents had perished at the hands of the sea clan in order to protect him. And he hid and hid, after which he stepped onto the path of the emperor, and went against the odds all the way, and eventually proved to be an emperor. For this blood feud, even though now he had become an emperor and possessed the bosom of a great emperor, the blood feud was something that could not be forgotten in any way. The Sea Clan, too corrupted in the hands of you old men. Great Emperor Nianzai looked straight at those sealed ancient Paragon Emperors in the Sea Clan. Those ancient Paragon Emperors had long since lived for countless years, counting themselves as the true voice of the entire Sea Clan. Now that they were sealed in the divine origin, they only felt a cold, piercing chill that came from the trembling of their souls. The entire Sea of Dragon's Breath turned over in shocking waves, as if it was about to be torn apart. The Imperial Dao laws were still dropping down, and with that, Emperor Nianzai stood above the turquoise blue sea. Then with a single foot, the power of the 10,000 Dao laws directly erupted. Dense cracks instantly spread to every corner of the Dragon's Breath Sea. All the sea creatures were as if they were locked by a hand around their necks, without the slightest ability to resist, and this was the Sea Emperor's innate suppression of the sea race. Rolling, in the Sea of Dragon's Breath, there was a clan of living beings that all exploded into blood mist at this moment. This was the Nianzai Emperor's mother clan, and it was also the clan that had hunted them down the hardest in the first place. But now, the entire clan was almost completely destroyed at this moment, along with their divine souls dissipated. In the midst of the Sea of Dragon's Breath, this was as unobtrusive as a blood flower blooming. Subsequently, quite a few beings from a few more great clans also burst apart at the same time at this moment, with countless amounts of blood rising from the bottom of the sea and slowly fading again. Subsequently, Great Emperor Nianzai once again stared at those ancient Paragon Emperors sealed within the divine source. You're too old. The entire Sea clan is suffering because of you, so cut yourselves. The entire Dragon's Breath Sea was silent, but soon, an ancient Paragon Emperor sealed within the divine source sighed. AI, this is the scourge of the sea race. I hope that the great emperor can spare the sea race for once. Bang! That sea race ancestor began to transform the Dao along with the divine source, followed by several other ancient Paragon Emperors who didn't say anything and began to transform the Dao along with the divine source, returning to the entire Dragon Breath Sea. They were using their own lives to extinguish Emperor Nianzai's anger. Elder ancestor. The countless sea race beings were so grieved that they could only cry out loudly, but they didn't dare to make any movements. However, other than the few ancient Paragon Emperors who had voluntarily died, there were also some beings who had been sealed in the divine origin that had passed through that began to beg for forgiveness from the great emperor. They didn't want to die yet, and hoped that the great emperor would be able to let them off the hook. Great Emperor Nianzai just let out a cold snort. I still have a shred of respect for you and the others if you cut yourselves. In that case, then I will do it myself. At this moment, Emperor Nianzai directly stepped into the Sea of Dragon's Breath, and the entire Sea of Dragon's Breath boiled up without a change of heart, as he personally buried those few ancient existence Paragon Emperors. Sea people, behave yourselves. It is up to you whether you will be reborn again or fall flat on your face. After slaughtering those ancient Paragon Emperors that had been sealed for an incomparably long time, Emperor Nianzai directly broke through the Dragon Breath Sea and re-entered the Cloud Dream Zephyr. The Sea Clan was also in complete decline as a result, and soon began to close off the entire Dragon's Breath Sea. But for what Emperor Nianzai had done, the entire living beings of the Sea Clan did not hold too much grudge against him. Instead, just as Emperor Nianzai had said, those sealed ancient Paragon Emperors were too corrupted, taking up almost all of the Sea Clan's resources. It was a purge of sorts for the Sea Nation, and it might be a good thing for the future of the Sea Nation. When Emperor Nianzai became an emperor for 5,000 years, he married an emperor queen, a woman of the human race, and the two of them met on the Emperor Road, thus creating a love affair. In the 7th millennium, Emperor Nianzai was incredibly strong and sought out a dark supreme in the cosmic stars, that darkness devoured a sea of stars as a means of renewing its life, hiding in an unknowable place for a very long time. But this time when it devoured the sea of stars, it was discovered by the great emperor, and so, a great battle erupted, and that dark being ended up extremely sublimated. But in the end, it was still powerfully subdued by the Nianzai Emperor. The 8th millennium, Emperor Nianzai's imperial empress was heading towards senility, and even though he had renewed her life with his imperial blood, in the end, he had not been able to keep her. The Empress has been incarnated. It was also on the day that the Empress Dowager had transformed into the Dao that Emperor Nianzai Great Emperor forcefully rushed into the burial island, and a shocking battle erupted. This battle caused the entire massive island of Burial Heaven Island to surface in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The heavenly orders of the 9 heavens and 10 lands hung high, and countless powers of the great Dao surfaced, locking down the entire burial island. But in the end, the Nianzai Emperor rushed out from the burial island covered in blood, a dense imperial might running through the heavens and earth, the laws of the imperial Dao spreading out in general, and the 10,000 paths roaring endlessly. No one knew the outcome of this battle, and many beings only knew that the great emperor was injured and had been silent for a long time. At the 12,000th of the Nan's emperor, the heavens and earth moved greatly, the 10,000 paths cried out in sorrow, and the heavenly fate hung high releasing the radiant power of the heavenly fate. The era of Emperor Nianzai ended with one life. Chen Chongsheng, who was sitting on top of a pitch-black lotus flower in the middle of the eternal life realm, slowly opened his eyes. Decapitated yourself? Nowadays, the life of a great emperor is like the blink of an eye in my eyes. 1,000 years after the passing of the era of Emperor Nianzai, it's 150,000 years since Chen Chongsheng. There will be some other archon transitions to follow. These chapters transition, and then the climax. Chapter 108, The Power of Rules. 150,000 years seemed like a long time, but it was like a splash in the middle of the long river of time in the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands. From the era of Aotian, to the current era of Emperor Nianzai, he had survived several great emperors' eras, seeing those beings rise from mediocrity, and afterward fighting their way through the ranks, eventually proving themselves to be emperors. Among them, there were existences as stunning as the Begonia Empress, and existences as bland as the 100 Beasts Emperor, but all in all, every era was wonderful, and no matter what the final choices of those great emperors were, they all gave the 9 heavens and 10 earths a strong mark. Chen Chongsheng did not have the slightest fluctuation in his mind due to the self-beheading of a great emperor. Being reduced to a supreme being might have its woes in the future, but none of this was something he should be concerned about. Each era had its own protagonist for each era, just like the balance that the 100 Beasts Emperor had said he didn't need to break, slightly lowering his head to check the black lotus underneath him. Over 10,000 years, he had also figured out something from this black lotus, the so-called rule power. It was not something that could be clearly expressed in words, nor was it an existence that could easily be elaborated exhaustively in words. Like that supreme great Dao law, you are able to witness its existence and realize its subtleties, and you can even touch its entity with your hands. The rule, however, is quite different. It has neither a specific form, nor any color, nor does it present itself in a particular form. Its existence depends entirely on what you think and feel inside. And, more importantly, in this world of rules, everything becomes less absolute and fixed. Even more, he discovered that the laws of the great Dao were the necessary conditions for deriving cultivation within the rules. The 36 petals of this black lotus contained inexplicable power, and Chen Chongsheng sensed that these were the extremes of the 36 domains derived from the black lotus rule. Just like his Bing Dao world in general, he was in it and could do many things that subverted all perceptions. Just like he was the one who made the rules. It was only that the rules within the Dao of Soldiers world seemed to fall short and were not considered perfect. Perhaps only by casting the 4th Dao Soldier to cultivate the 4th Dao of Soldiers to great success and take the 4th node, then his Dao of Soldiers world could truly derive rules. The entire 9 heavens and 10 earths truly possessed the power of rules, and I'm afraid that it was the supreme heavenly mandate, as well as those 3 mysterious and incomparable forbidden places of the era. As for those remaining forbidden places, such as the Sea of Reincarnation, the Bronze Immortal Hall, the Burial Island, and so on, I'm afraid that they only possessed imperfect rule powers. After all, as a shell of the once metamorphosed heaven's mandate, it was only right to have some of its rules to fight against it. Chen Chongsheng raised his hand, and between his 5 fingers, a pitch-black flame was slowly burning. In reality, it was not a flame, but the supreme rule power of the Black Lotus. The reason why it had turned into a black flame lay entirely in what Chen Chongsheng thought. He looked at the flames in his hand, and an arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's extremely interesting that the power of rules lies in perception and imagination. But what if I thought the flames weren't searing, but freezing? He rushed at an ancient wood not far away and the pitch-black flames in this fell directly on top of that ancient wood. But surprisingly, the ancient wood was not scorched by the black flames. Instead, in the midst of the black flames, a thick layer of black cold ice instantly surfaced on top of the torso of the ancient wood. Breaking out of common thoughts and perceptions is hard for the average being because you have a hard time convincing yourself that the flames don't burn, they are cold. But for beings of Chen Qianxing's type, it was instead extremely simple. The corner of his mouth gradually emerged into an arc as he stared at the black flame in his hand. The power of rules. Interesting power. I think the power derived from these 36 lotus flowers shouldn't disappoint me. Chen Qianxing put away the power of the rules as he summoned Divine Dream Heaven and put it to sleep. He then summoned the Heavenly Destiny again. And due to the fact that the Heavenly Destiny had once devoured the core of the Forbidden Land, coupled with his cultivation, the aura of the Heavenly Destiny nowadays had grown stronger and stronger. Chen Qianxing could even feel a force that was close to rules in it, and vaguely detected the aura of the great Dao laws. He smiled slightly and gave a command. This world has been given to you to control for the time being, and I hope that in the future you will control a larger world. A wave of delight emanated from heaven's destiny, which then came to the sky of the everlasting realm, shining like a great sun in every part of the everlasting realm. Seeing this, Chen Qianxing then nodded in satisfaction as he unfolded the world of Bing Dao, no longer paying attention to the outside world, and completely entered the state of studying the Black Lotus. The entire everlasting realm seemed incomparably quiet except for the heavenly fate hanging high above. Less than 4,000 years after the disappearance of Emperor Nianzai, his Dao marks completely disappeared, and heaven's mandate surfaced in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, completely opening the shackles of the 10,000 paths. Amazing visions appeared all over the universe, and, for a long period of time after that, cavernous blessed lands appeared frequently everywhere, attracting countless living beings to enter and explore. Within 100 years after that, extremely gifted beings appeared in the 9 heavens and 10 earths and various ancient places of life in the universe, and they embarked on the path of cultivation, cultivating at an extremely fast speed, quickly breaking through the difficult barrier of cultivation, and then chopping down the Dao, becoming saints, and becoming a breakthrough on the path of cultivation. In just a few hundred years, there were countless heavenly pride beings from all over the universe, and then, the Emperorhood opened, and all of these heavenly prides broke into the Emperorhood at the same time. Emperorhood in the wonderful strife, the major heavenly pride beings in which the great show, killing constantly, a heavenly pride fell, and a heavenly pride rise. This situation had continued for nearly 100 years before it came to a slight halt in the middle of the Emperor's Road. This was because several invincible people had appeared in each of the Emperor paths today, and they had pierced through the Emperor paths and were famous throughout the world. Within the everlasting realm, Chen Qianxing, who was studying the Black Lotus rule, suddenly stopped for an instant. Another great emperor has been born so soon? At the center of the universe in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the vast sea of Emperor's Tribulation thunder surged with the power to destroy all paths. A huge black auger dragon tumbled in the sea of thunder. It hissed up to the sky, its body bathed in blood, its endless demonic aura fending off the Supreme Emperor's tribulation, and its pair of dark and powerful claws shattered all the thunder tribulation around it. This was a black auger from the underworld abyss, possessing the power of a heaven-defying bloodline, which even contained a trace of the power of a true dragon. In the middle of the Emperorhood, he had abused and killed several invincible heavenly prides at the end of the Emperorhood, interrupting several Emperorhods, and his demonic might was monstrous. Once there was even a living being who wielded an emperor's weapon and tried to kill him, but unfortunately, he escaped after suffering a heavy blow, and when he reappeared, he almost slaughtered the younger generation of that clan. After this, in the ultimate battle, he slaughtered 3 strong contenders, and he even relied on his powerful physical body to cross the Thunder Sea in the middle of the Emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea just now, directly killing the other 2 beings who had attracted down the Thunder Tribulation. He was bathed in blood, his massive body collapsing the void and directly tearing apart the Emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea. In the end, he made a vigorous leap, and that pair of pupils that were as huge as the great sun shot out 2 streaks of bloody light, and his pitch-black sharp claws completely shattered the Emperor's Tribulation Sea of Thunder at this moment. Who else? The power of heaven's mandate rippled, and a huge black auger dragon roamed above the broken sea of thunder. Enveloped by the power of heaven's mandate, he broke through the suppression of the 10,000 paths and managed to make the ultimate leap, certifying to become an emperor. He completed the final sublimation, and all the power of his bloodline was inspired, followed by a huge black dragon crossing the sky, its dragon might and emperor might intertwined, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. In this life, I've simmered and eclipsed to become an emperor, a book lover's greatness, which will come later, some of which will be skimmed over, some of which will be focused on, and a second and third life will be written, and so on. Chapter 2 will be late. Ha ha ha, really didn't save it. Still working on the idea. Chapter 109, The Devil Dragon Emperor. All living beings saw the scene at the center of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe at this moment. A huge black dragon crossed the sky, its body wrapped in pitch-black scales, the power of heaven's destiny hanging down. Radiant golden light intertwined with pitch-black demonic aura, and thousands of great avenues sank and floated. A strong imperial might and dragon might simultaneously filled the entire heaven and earth. Under these two pressures, almost all living beings felt an innate oppression and fear. Boiling ember into an emperor. He didn't just become an emperor as simple as that. He also managed to sublimate with his augur body and inspired to come with his own true dragon bloodline, successfully transforming into a black dragon with his black augur body. The dragon's might covered the world, and the emperor's might was invincible. All the living beings were somewhat silent and speechless at this moment, because they always felt that this great emperor was too demonic, and they were afraid that he wouldn't be too nice to deal with. But they couldn't do anything about it. This was after all a great emperor. And just from the shocking imperial might that he had released from his successful certification, it proved that this wouldn't be an ordinary great emperor. The huge black dragon completed its final ascension. The heavenly destiny was hidden. The center of the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was only left to a man wearing a black robe. His face was like a crown of jade. His eyes were full of magic. His upright body seemed to have a black dragon coiled around it, and his worldly imperial might overpowered the 10,000 red earths and trampled down the 10,000 paths under his feet. In the end, he just coldly glanced at the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, broke through the void, and returned to the underworld abyss with a strong imperial might. Too much ambition is not always a good thing. Chen Changsheng, who was in the everlasting realm, commented on this great emperor of the current generation in this way. Originally, this black augur could have first witnessed the Dao and achieved the name of a great emperor, after which it could wait until its peak to stimulate its own true dragon bloodline, by which it chopped off the mortal blood, and in this way transformed into a dragon, which could live out a second life. Even Shen Changsheng felt that this black dragon was qualified to step into the second node. Only, his ambition was great. Directly after the first world certification also achieved the body of a true dragon. Incomparably strong, it seems that he was very confident in himself, thinking that he could reach the peak in the first world. After Simmering Ember became an emperor and returned to the underworld abyss, known as the Demon Dragon Emperor, he did not create his own great religion Holy Land, and for a long time he hid his breath. After waiting until almost 1,000 years, this demonic dragon emperor directly came out from the underworld abyss and directly came to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Once, at the time of the Emperorhood, a great sacred land of the great religion had made a move against him and even used an emperor's soldier. This time, he came to the 9 heavens and 10 lands just to take revenge. So the demonic dragon emperor directly tore through the boundary wall and came to the Qiankuan heaven, and came directly in front of an ancient great sect. This was a great sect that had produced great emperors with astonishing depths, and the moment the demonic dragon emperor appeared, the emperor-level formation was activated. The underpinnings within the great sect came out in unison, along with the revival of the emperor's soldiers. Without any hesitation, a great battle erupted, only to have the demonic dragon emperor be too invincible, directly and forcefully cracking the emperor-level formation, along with the revived emperor soldier. In the end, this ancient great religion was slaughtered without any survivors along with the old and the young. An ancient church that had produced great emperors just disappeared into history, and after that, several more races and great religions were all destroyed by the demonic dragon emperor, and all of these, which were once existences that had struck out against the demonic dragon emperor, were not spared. Countless living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands only felt creeped out when they saw the scene, feeling that this demon dragon emperor's demonic aura was too prevalent, fearing that it would invite the catastrophe of extermination. As a result, countless living beings feared this demonic dragon emperor to the bone, and for a long time, all parts of the universe and the 9 heavens and 10 lands appeared to be very quiet. There was no living being or great religion that wasn't afraid of such a strong and murderous great emperor. However, although this demonic dragon emperor acted in an overbearing manner, he always did not kill living beings indiscriminately, which was a relief to those worried beings. During the 3rd millennium of the demonic dragon emperor's existence, a wave of imperial might filled the air, followed by a huge black dragon charging directly into an infinite ocean. That's the forbidden sea of reincarnation. Soon, a huge tremor occurred in the heavens and earth, and in the universe, a huge ocean emerged, emitting a brilliant light, and a terrifying figure emerged, the aura of a supreme being permeating the air. It was a great war that had taken place, and the great emperor of the day was conquering the Forbidden Land. This battle was fought in the darkness of the sky, and no one knew the outcome. Only that the last black dragon rushed out of the sea of reincarnation and returned to the underworld abyss. In the 5,000 years, a rich blood aura rose to the sky. The devil dragon emperor had once again emerged, and this time, he broke into the bronze immortal hall, once again erupting into battle with the supreme beings in the Forbidden Land. Only this time, he was drenched in blood. Half of his body looked as if it had been split open by a sword light, and a terrifying curse appeared on his body. with countless patina filling his body. But at the same time, the demonic dragon emperor carried a decayed body in his hands as he subdued a supreme being. After a great battle, the demonic dragon emperor once again returned to the underworld abyss and remained there for close to 3,000 years before he emerged. In the first hour after his emergence, this demonic dragon emperor had sought out the immortal demon mine, the burial island, the star-swallowing abyss, and the nine heavens thunder pool. A great battle broke out, and this demonic dragon emperor suffered countless injuries, but each time, he was able to recover quickly and his blood chi became more and more astonishing, surprisingly making all those forbidden places briefly invisible. This was a belligerent and domineering great emperor. No one living being knew what this demonic dragon emperor was thinking and why he wanted to crusade against the forbidden land in such a life-threatening manner. Only that all living beings became even more fearful and respectful of this demonic dragon emperor. Only Chen Changsheng knew what this demonic dragon emperor wanted. He was using the battle to feed the battle, wanting to reverse the killing aura and live a second life between life and death. However, how could Chen Changsheng not expect that this demonic dragon emperor would turn his gaze towards him? A vast imperial might and supreme dragon might suddenly lock the entire everlasting realm, and then, the entire everlasting realm began to tremble violently, and a figure wrapped in pitch-black demonic chi squeezed into the everlasting realm as if it were opening up the heavens and the earth. Chen Changsheng looked at this demonic dragon emperor without the slightest change in his expression. Unlike the 100 Beasts emperor who had come to the door with good intentions, this demonic dragon emperor carried an extremely domineering malice that was undisguised, and his gaze looked out of the world as if he didn't place any living beings in his eyes. This demonic dragon emperor had already ascended to the peak of the first node, which was why he was so powerful. There were no pleasantries. This demonic dragon emperor directly struck out, and when he lifted his hand, 9 immense and incomparable black dragons rushed out behind him, carrying the supreme imperial Dao laws towards Chen Changsheng. At the same time, he took a step forward, and a huge palm directly fell down, seemingly wanting to grab Chen Changsheng in his hands. Chen Changsheng just sighed. Do I look weak? In the next moment, he simply pointed out with a single finger. The power of the Dao of soldiers was released, and a white light directly wore out those 9 gigantic black dragons at that moment. He just slowly took a step forward, and the demonic dragon emperor's palm was as if it had been hindered from coming, and in an instant, it was torn apart. At the same time, a figure abruptly appeared behind this demonic dragon emperor. A monstrous demonic aura surged, and a bloody light with supreme extreme power broke through the laws of the 10,000 paths. That was the Devil Dragon Emperor's imperial weapon, a blood blade that he had refined with the reverse scales that he had shed, with endless killing power. However, at this moment, a rare flash of horror appeared on the Devil Dragon Emperor's complexion, because that imperial weapon with infinite killing power was actually being held in the hands of the being in front of him with 2 fingers. Unable to move, the Devil Dragon Emperor's expression steeply became profound, and then, a pitch-black light surged forth, spreading from within his body and quickly enveloping Chen Changsheng's figure. However, but 10 breaths of time, that pitch-black world shattered, and the demonic dragon emperor's body was nearly cracked, with all the laws of the great Dao shattered, the power of heaven's destiny extinguished, and even his breath became faint and incomparably weak. How can there be a being like you in this world? Chen Changsheng just shook his head. Go back. It's just a pity. As Chen Changsheng pointed a finger, the demonic dragon emperor was directly blasted out of the eternal life realm. He appeared in the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and then as if with an unwilling roar, in the end, the demonic dragon emperor returned to the underworld abyss. No living being knew what had happened, only that this demonic dragon emperor seemed to have suffered extremely serious injuries, and even the heavenly fate had surfaced, producing signs of instability. Chen Changsheng, who was in the eternal life realm, still shook his head and spoke again. Pity, because this demonic dragon emperor was knocked off his realm. He might not be able to reach the peak in this lifetime. Chapter 110, The Great Emperor's Late Tragedy. The Devil Dragon Emperor's aura disappeared into the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chen Changsheng was only helpless for a while. He hadn't moved to kill these existences of the great emperors of the current generation, not even when they provoked him so much. It wasn't that he didn't dare to suppress a current great emperor, but because the death of a great emperor would accelerate the growth of Heaven's mandate. The reason why the current Heaven's mandate had grown to such an extent was that Chen Changsheng guessed that it was because he and the Empress had killed too many supreme beings back then. Those supreme Dao laws reverted back to heaven and earth and became the sustenance of heavenly destiny. However, this demonic dragon emperor of the day was also considered to have suffered a heavy blow, and originally wanted to use the battle to nurture the battle, climbing to the peak of his battle power and becoming completely invincible, using this to cross the threshold. It was just that this demonic dragon emperor's luck was so bad that it happened to find him by good fortune. As a result, the demonic dragon emperor lost the battle, and the battle aura that was bound to win was deflated, no longer able to reach the peak of possibility, and he was also directly knocked down from his realm. you can only blame me for your bad luck. Originally, Chen Shangshang had decided not to intervene in the affairs of the great emperors of the world and maintain a balance. Who would have thought that hiding in a forbidden land could still result in a great emperor beating down his door without saying a word? There was nothing he could do about it. This demonic dragon emperor was too domineering and strong, extremely confident in himself, and his Dao method was also extremely domineering. According to the momentum at that time, this demonic dragon emperor stood at the peak of the first node. Even those powerful supreme beings in the Forbidden Land would temporarily avoid the front line, and as long as the battle continued, there would be a chance to cross the second node. It's just a shame. Shaking his head, Chen Changsheng continued to comprehend the Black Lotus. By the so-called karma, this demonic dragon emperor's later years should be marred. The Devil Dragon Emperor has almost completely disappeared since the last time he appeared to conquer the Forbidden Land and suffered a heavy blow. Only occasionally will leak a few threads of Emperor power and Dragon power from the underworld abyss to prove that the Devil Dragon Emperor is still there. In the blink of an eye, it was 6,000 years, when many living beings were on the verge of forgetting this demonic Dragon Emperor. In the sky above the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a golden light broke through the canopy of the sky, dropping down 10,000 rays of light. The heavenly fate flowed, shedding a hint of morning, and 10,000 great avenues roared at the same time, especially in the vicinity of the underworld abyss. A terrifying vision appeared, a heavenly light surfaced, and a dry crack appeared in the pitch-black universe, like a dry riverbed. All these signs were indicating that this demonic dragon emperor was about to die. It was only then that many living beings remembered that this demonic dragon emperor, who had gone into hiding, had already lived for 13,000 years. He was finally in his twilight years and was going to end this life. Many living beings felt that this demonic dragon emperor was going to transform into the Dao and return to heaven and earth. But soon, a huge tremor suddenly came from the entire universe. A huge endless ocean suddenly appeared, carrying supreme greatness. Subsequently, the star-swallowing abyss, Bronze Immortal Hall, Burial Island, and other forbidden places all surfaced one by one. The great Dao roared, unable to withstand this supreme greatness, and at the center of the universe, heaven's destiny was hidden above the canopy, only occasionally dangling a golden force of law. Boom! From within the sea of reincarnation, a supreme law instantly tore through the void. It was an immense and incomparable mountain that swirled up countless green-colored laws, the sun and the moon encircling it, and it directly suppressed towards the entire underworld abyss. Demon Dragon Emperor, it's time for you to repay your karma. Ka-chow! The entire void directly shattered, and countless green chi filled the air, encircling the entire underworld abyss. However, right at this moment, an emperor's might revived, filling the entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths almost instantly. A black dragon transformed by black chi rushed up to the sky at this moment, and the huge dragon tail flung out, directly whipping a mountain peak away. The Devil Dragon Emperor appeared, and the aura on his body was extremely terrifying, crushing all the laws of the great Dao around him. Nowadays, he looked a bit old, standing there causing the 10,000 paths to sink and float, but he had lost the domineering and brashness of the past. He just confronted those forbidden places with a calm expression. At this moment, all living beings sensed the great event that was about to happen. A great emperor's 10,000-year encounter with supreme beings rounded up. The countless living beings could only look on like this, and as it concerned the supreme beings and great emperors, they didn't dare to probe too much. A terrifying light then illuminated the universe. Without any hesitation, those forbidden land supreme beings struck out at an aged great emperor. Rumble! The whole universe is trembling. In every forbidden land, a terrifying figure walked out. Then, the bronze immortal hall glowed and a rusty sword flew out, and suddenly a sword formation enveloped the entire void. At the same time, something flew out of the rest of the forbidden land at the same time, suppressing the entire underworld abyss. The demonic dragon emperor remained calm, accompanied only by a bloody blade as his aged body charged directly towards those supreme beings. Bang! The emperor's might swept out, and the laws of the emperor's way instantly swept towards the several supreme beings. A blood blade directly blasted a supreme being who had yet to ascend into a bloody mist and quickly absorbed the blood in essence. I see. You used your own true dragon bloodline to stimulate your potential and recovered your peak, but at the same time, you lost your true dragon body. You are indeed stunning enough. It's just a pity that it's too late. We were also once great emperors. We were also existences that stunned the ages. So why should we fear you? A supreme being discovered the state of the demonic dragon emperor, and then without hesitation, he ascended extremely high. Immediately after that, the remaining supreme beings also began to revive at this moment. In the cosmic starry sky, 6 or 7 imperial might spanned across, directly grinding out all the laws of the great Dao. The Devil Dragon Emperor was injured. Having been struck through his body with a secret technique, he staggered back as a pitch-black world emerged behind him, opening a pair of bright red eyes and forcing the 2 supreme beings back. Then, his body began to glow. A pitch-black light rushed out from his body like a chain, entangling those supreme beings. With my true body, I bind and command the 10,000 paths. With my true blood as a guide, the power pole breaks the sky. Refine me, the demonic dragon emperor hissed, and all of the pitch-black rays that bound the supreme beings began to surge with a burst of bloodlight, burning like flames in the next moment. It was the devil dragon emperor's imperial blood, as well as his Dao laws and origin, all of which burned at this moment. It's too late to renew the broken road. The supreme beings also raged, striking out at the same time. Click! A chain of laws that entangled the supreme beings broke. The devil dragon emperor used bloodshed in the cosmic stars, facing several supreme beings of the same level, coupled with the suppression of the forbidden land. As powerful as he was, there was nothing he could do. His body began to crack, and he finally smiled miserably with helplessness and regret, and perhaps regret as well. It's not that I'm not rebellious enough, it's that He suddenly thought of the feeling of powerlessness in the face of that supreme being. He laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, my demonic dragon emperor is not defeated by you and the others. It's just that his luck is too bad. He stared at the supreme being in front of him. If I had enough time, I would certainly be able to live a second life, but unfortunately, it's too late. Boom! All the supreme beings struck out together, and without any reversal, the demonic dragon emperor's body was torn apart at this moment. Countless amounts of emperor blood and origin essences were plundered by those supreme beings. The heavens and the earth appeared to wail. The 10,000 paths tumbled. The supreme beings and the forbidden land had disappeared. All that was left was a crumbling abyss of the underworld and an unspeakable tragedy of a great emperor. The great emperor kills the supreme being. The supreme being rounds up the greats. It's all a cycle. Profiteer. The only thing that matters is providence. A late afternoon chapter to sort out the bookworm's greatness. Chapter 111, One World. One great emperor. 370,000 years of longevity. The era of the demonic dragon emperor was over, and his later years could be considered miserable. He didn't even have the chance to behead himself. And of course, there would be no supreme beings who would allow him to do so, unless he is willing to be reduced to a dark being who can only hide in the unknowable places of the cosmic stars. However, no matter what, putting aside his later years, this demonic dragon emperor could be considered to have lived an extremely glorious life. He had conquered all the forbidden lands and subdued supreme beings. His battle power was unparalleled, and its hegemony had even caused those forbidden lands to be hidden for a period of time. If it wasn't for his bad luck and some accidents, he could have even lived a second life and stepped into the second node maybe. Only everything came to naught, and the demonic dragon emperor fell in an extremely tragic manner. However, the culprit who had caused all of this was also still caught up in his senses at this time, and even the amazing battle that had taken place still hadn't been able to wake him up. At this moment, the entire everlasting realm was enveloped by an ineffable aura. Golden Boy was isolated along with the Book of Dao. Even Mu Xian and Xin Meng Tian, who had long ago fallen into a deep sleep, awoke and had been guarding the area for a long time afterward. But after not seeing Chen Changsheng awaken, they fell into a deep sleep once again. And at this moment, Chen Changsheng was as if he had fallen into a silence. His laws, the great Dao along with the Dao soldiers were all expelled from his body by a supreme force at this moment. He was perched on top of a pitch-black black lotus, his body long since empty, wrapped in a pitch-black flame. At this moment, all that was left of him was his flesh, blood, soul, and origin. And of course, there was that system that looked like it had been forgotten long ago that was silent within him. In the center of his brow, it seemed that three marks like lotus leaves were slowly emerging, and at the same time the black lotus under his seat had three lotus blossoms blooming a faint light at the same time. Chen Changsheng was now 166,000 years old. The era of the demonic dragon emperor ended, and the mandate of heaven began to release the 10,000 paths, opening the shackles of the great Dao. Until 3,000 years had passed, the Dao mark of the demonic dragon emperor had completely disappeared. Heaven's mandate had reappeared. The 10,000 paths had come out of their cages, and a new era had appeared. Chen Changsheng still hadn't awakened either. In his 1700th year, another living being in this era proved to be an emperor. That was a supreme being from the spectral soul clan of the 9 spectral heavens, who wasn't considered too outstanding in the emperor's path, but had used a spectral soul streamer to subdue several supreme beings together in the final battle. After that, he even directly tore through the emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea, realizing the ultimate leap and extreme ascension into an emperor. This great emperor from the spectral soul clan was called the Soul Heaven Emperor, and his imperial weapon was the spectral soul streamer, which restrained hundreds of millions of spectral souls in it, and was powerful to the heavens. The era in which the Soul Heavenly Emperor was from was not considered peaceful, as he left the 9 heavens and 10 lands to take over a piece of the ancient land of life alone in the cosmic stars, creating the soul sacred land of the Scepter. For a long time afterward, the ancient lands of life and the cosmic stars were slaughtered. and all the living beings dissipated into thin air. There were some old antiquities sealed within the divine source who sensed something and only felt terrified, but didn't dare to have any other thoughts. This was extremely similar to the era of a Blood River Emperor in the history of the 9 heavens and 10 lands back then. All the living beings were terrified, and the fact that this sole heavenly emperor didn't patronize those forbidden places during his reign made them even more terrified. However, in the 11,000th year of the sole heavenly emperor's 11,000th year, a supreme heavenly might suddenly appeared in the center of the universe, like a terrifying thunderbolt descending from the heavens. The era of the sole heavenly emperor came to a sudden end. No living being knew what was happening, only that all living beings felt that supreme heavenly might. In the Soul Heaven Emperor's ancient land of life, all living beings had disappeared, along with the Soul Heaven Holy Land being destroyed. Since then, the disappearance of the Soul Heavenly Emperor became a mystery that lasted until a period of 4,000 years, when the great emperor's Dao marks disappeared and another new era opened. When Chen Shangsheng was 184,000 years old, the Emperor Road opened, and the prides of the various races stepped onto the Emperor Road to begin another round of journey. In just 300 years' time, Heaven's mandate surfaced, and Blazing Knight Luo from the fallen Sky Shura race became an emperor, known as the Underworld Knight Emperor. The Underworld Knight Emperor had been alive for a total of 12,000 years, and had once fought a great battle with a darkness supreme being in the middle of the cosmic stars and had killed it. After that, the Underworld Knight Emperor broke through the 9 Tribulation Thunderpool, but there was no great battle. He had traveled to many places in his life, in pursuit of an immortality pill, but unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted, and at the age of 12,000 years old, he cut himself and was reduced to a supreme being. The heavens and the earth moved greatly, and all the paths cried out in sorrow. Heaven's destiny emerged. More than ever, he was even more brilliant. That just appearing made countless living beings feel an irresistible supreme heavenly might, truly as if the heavens were above. When Chen Shangsheng was close to 200,000 years old, the Emperor's path opened once again. It was only that there was some turmoil in this world, and a supreme being had come out and bloodied the entire Imperial Road. After that, that supreme being still didn't make it through, and in the end, destroyed under an extinction thunderbolt, completely transforming the Dao. Even though most of the living beings in the Emperor's path had died, there were still several Heaven's Pride living beings who had gained the recognition of Heaven's destiny. It was only a pity that when he finally drew down the thunder sea of the Emperor's tribulation, another supreme being had come forth, and with his intervention, the few remaining beings in this life were buried under the Emperor's tribulation. In this world, no great emperors were born, which made countless beings feel that this was an era of turmoil, and not long afterward, there were ancient lands of life bloodwashed in the cosmic stars, with supreme beings coming forth to suck the blood and essence of all beings to replenish themselves. Even several heavens and earths within the 9 heavens and 10 earths were attacked by supreme beings, and those great religions and holy places that had produced great emperors and supreme beings could only join hands to revive their imperial soldiers, but they could only protect themselves, but they could not shelter the rest of the beings. There were some sealed ancient beings that came out, holding emperor soldiers at the peak of their quasi-emperor cultivation to try to stop the turmoil. But in the end, they still couldn't change anything even after burying themselves. The universe was filled with blood and chaos among the stars, and it had been going on for almost 5,000 years. A young man from the human race had risen from adversity, inducing the Emperor's tribulation in the midst of blood and chaos, and although he had suffered the attacks of supreme beings, he had been guarded to the death by all the major religions and holy places with their Emperor's soldiers. This being from the human race had defied Shinkuan and blasted through the proof of the Emperor's tribulation, realizing the ultimate leap and proving himself to be an emperor. On the day he became an emperor, the 10,000 paths were added to his body, and he brought the radiant power of heaven's destiny to powerfully suppress a supreme being. In the years that followed, he fought amidst the blood and chaos until his later years, suppressing 5 supreme beings. It was a pity that this great emperor had conquered too many battles, and his body had suffered heavy injuries, unable to climb to the peak, and even his lifespan had been broken, until he was 9,000 years old. The great emperor's blood and chi dried up, he had long since aged, and all of his essence was lost, but in the end, he brought his emperor soldiers and forcefully pulled a supreme being into the pitch-black void. Since then, he has completely disappeared. This caused all the spirits to mourn, and countless living beings called out the name of this great emperor, and in honor of this great emperor, all the living beings addressed him as the swinging heavenly emperor. It was this great emperor who had fought for his entire life, fighting until his flesh and blood dried up, and had only lived for 9,000 years, considered to be the one who had lived for the least amount of time, but he had put an end to the chaotic world. The universe and the stars had finally regained their calm, and as time passed slowly, the years of blood and chaos gradually became history, and a new era has begun to descend. A new great emperor has been born again. For a long time afterward, the entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths seemed to have become even more prosperous, with new ancient lands of life appearing all over the universe, one life after another. The excitement in the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths never ended, and the stories of those great emperors would always become examples for all living beings to follow. One after another, great emperors began to appear one after another, and they were almost fast bridging together, and there was no longer an era without emperors. It was just that most of the great emperors were ultimately unable to escape the fate of cutting themselves in half. Even if they had once fought for the sake of living beings, even if they had once conquered forbidden lands and subdued supreme beings, in the end, only a few beings were able to know some of the truth about this hidden scene. And on this day, in the middle of the cosmic stars, a huge world suddenly broke through the 10,000 paths and directly surfaced in the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All living beings were shocked when they saw this scene. It was a forbidden land, and yet, it was not one of any of the forbidden places that they, the beings, were familiar with. And emperors might rushed up from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A man with a great and magnificent figure wore a dragon robe. His feet stepped on the golden light path, and the laws of the emperor's Dao drooped down as he directly broke through the void to arrive in front of the forbidden land that had come out of the world. A brand new forbidden land? This forbidden power is really rare. Buzz. The entire world began to glow, seemingly pressing down on the entire pale universe to shatter. At the same time, in the middle of this world, a young man who was sitting on top of a black lotus, empty, slowly opened his eyes. In the sky above the world, a radiant cloud of power like a great sun suddenly blossomed. Who am I? His voice was husky and a little confused, as if after a long period of contemplation. A golden, radiant ball of light floated in the center of his hand, exuding a hint of delight. 370,000 years? Within his body, a power that crushed everything directly broke all the laws of the great Dao within the entire world. Yes, I'm Chen Long, born. These are a few great emperors of book lovers. I hope they can satisfy you guys, huh? After all, it's overdone. There are still some great emperors that will be written a little bit, but it's going to be in the back. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 112, Facing Heaven's Mandate. A Heaven and Earth Pass. Inside the Everlasting Realm, Chen Qiansheng held up a radiant ball of heavenly destiny in his hands, and from within his body a supreme, transcendent fluctuation of the power of the great Dao laws continued to spread out, twisting all of the great Dao laws that were native to the everlasting realm. Only after a long time did the fluctuations within his body gradually stop, and in the center of his brow, a pitch-black lotus flower imprint emerged. Subsequently, all of his memories returned. He glanced at the underground, and his body suddenly shook, and then, from the dust, 3 rays of light tore through the ground and rose directly into the sky, coming to his body, constantly churning. He smiled slightly. These were his 3 Dao soldiers. When he first sensed the Black Lotus rule, everything in his body disappeared. Along with his Dao soldiers were expelled from his body. Come back. He reached out a little, and the 3 Dao soldiers simultaneously burrowed into his body. Then he reached out again at the distance, and the fragments of his Dao laws rushed into his body like a torrent. After completing this, a black robe appeared on his body, and he had a slender and upright figure, a young face, and calm eyes. Rumble. Not far away, the figure of a battle immortal stepped in, and there was also a golden light that traveled through space. You're awake? Mu Xian's figure appeared in front of him and opened his mouth to inquire. Chen Qiansheng merely nodded, then looked at Divine Dream Heaven again. Senior. Divine Dream Heaven's complexion was pleasantly surprised. Only then did Chen Qiansheng slowly open his mouth. The matter of catching up will come later. Right now I have to greet the guests who have come to the door properly. At this point, outside of the eternal life realm, that great emperor wearing a dragon robe was looking at this forbidden land in front of him with a tight frown. He was the bright-heart human emperor, and it had been 8,000 years since he had witnessed the Dao, and during the 8,000 years, the world was calm, and it was difficult for him to find the shadow of the forbidden land, and at the same time, he didn't really have the chance to fight with a supreme being. It's kind of to his credit, but it's also kind of to his regret. Staring at the forbidden land in front of him, the bright-heart human emperor's body surged with a dense imperial Dao laws and rolling dragon aura, while at the same time, a large sword appeared in his hand, which was as wide as his body, and a sword aura and dragon shadow continuously intertwined. It was a forbidden land that had never been recorded, and he had never expected that it would come out in his time. Forbidden land or supreme, as long as it is my era, you are not allowed to come out of the world. Rumble. Rolling dragon chi and the laws of the imperial Dao erupted into a brilliant divine light that shook the universe, and the laws of the 10,000 paths trembled, and that magnificent figure was surrounded by the sun and moon, as he stepped on top of the head of a golden dragon, and held a golden imperial sword, which directly fell with a single stroke of the sword. The power of this sword was too powerful, directly cleaving through space and time, and wherever that vast golden sword light passed through, the entire void was worn out, the 10,000 paths shattered, and a pitch-black abyss emerged. This sword was directly heading towards that huge forbidden land. Almost all of the living beings saw that heaven-shattering sword that was like an annihilation. However, just as that shocking sword light was about to strike that forbidden land, a figure wearing a black robe suddenly appeared. His figure appeared in front of that forbidden land, and in the face of that sword light, that black-robed figure just slowly extended a hand, as if he was going to intercept the sword light of that great imperial human emperor by virtue of a single hand. Boom! The great Dao constantly trembled and roared, and the surrounding void emitted a toothsome crushing sound. Human Emperor Brightheart's eyes narrowed as he looked at the incredible scene before him. The sword that contained the laws of the Emperor's Dao and the dragon chi of the Imperial Dao had unexpectedly stalled just like that. That shocking sword light landed in the palm of that black-robed figure's hand, erupting into a brilliant sword aura. Only, that sword light could no longer advance a single point or millimeter, constantly wailing, and just stood up in front of that figure's body. In the end, with that silhouette's handshake, this shocking sword light that was the size of that forbidden land just collapsed, like a golden blazing sun exploding. The sky was filled with golden light raining down. This scene was just too shocking. However, how could the invincible Dao heart of a great emperor have the slightest ripple? Even though human Emperor Brightheart knew that this forbidden land was extraordinary, and knew that the black-robed figure in front of him was feared to be no ordinary supreme being, he still went forward. An imperial might that suppressed the 10,000 paths erupted as the Brightheart human emperor stepped on a golden divine dragon and held a huge golden sword, and behind him, a golden world emerged. Click! The golden divine dragon shattered the void, and with a mere lift of the Brightheart human emperor's hand, countless golden lights transformed into divine dragons, rushing forward like 10,000 dragons returning to their nests. That overbearing emperor-level power twisted the void, and every single divine dragon carried unrivaled power. Then, the black-robed figure's expression was calm. A finger was then pointed out, and a power that did not belong to any great Dao instantly spread like a ripple. Buzz off! The thousands of divine dragons that were like golden waves instantly obliterated at that moment. At the same time, even the huge golden divine dragon at the feet of the Brightheart human emperor let out a terrified roar, generally collapsed at the same time. The Brightheart human emperor stomped down, and the endless laws of the Imperial Dao erupted. The golden world behind it continued to tumble, and the radiant aura of the Imperial Dao collapsed the heavens at this moment. As the Brightheart human emperor went forward, all of the Imperial Dao dragon chi rushed up into the sky, and finally all of it went into that Imperial sword. The Emperor's sword crossed the sky, exuding an aura that all things could not be hindered, and the aura was so severe that it was as if it was going to break through the 9 heavens and cut down 10,000 feet of red dust. Drop! As the Brightheart human emperor's words fell, the enormous Emperor's sword seemed to shatter the space, and in the next moment, wherever the Emperor's sword passed, the entire space instantly exploded. Boom! In the red dust, it was as if billions of shocking waves had risen, carrying the entire heaven and earth's great Dao laws rolling away, sweeping across the entire heaven and earth. The entire universe shook violently, and all living beings felt the invincible might of this human emperor. Only, in just a breath, this aura of greatness and overwhelming invincibility came and went quickly. No living soul knew what was happening. It seemed that only in the twinkling of an eye, the universe and the heavens had returned to peace. And at that moment, before that forbidden land, an emperor's sword crumbled the laws of the Emperor's Dao and the dragon chi of the Emperor's Dao. The entire top of the Emperor's soldier was covered in cracks, and the Emperor's soldier was crying out in sorrow and fear. That Brightheart human emperor's mind was not calm at this time either. He looked at the supreme being standing in front of the forbidden land, and he did just strike, just a slap. His Emperor's Dao laws, his invincible power, and his Emperor's Dao dragon chi all ceased to exist under this slap. Even his imperial soldier was on the verge of shattering. At this moment, even his own Imperial Dao laws were beginning to appear to be in a state of collapse. The Dao laws could not be coalesced. This was an irreversible phenomenon. How could there be such a terrifying being in this world? This Brightheart Emperor's imperial heart was like a layer of grey mist, and some flaws appeared. I have no intention of fighting you, nor do I wish to interfere in the world, and this appearance is just an accident. That black-robed being slowly spoke, and Emperor Brightheart was flabbergasted and was about to say something when he suddenly sensed a hint of great terror descending upon him. His entire person was wrapped in countless golden lights at this moment. A force of heavenly destiny revived within him, a trace left behind by his once certified Dao. He roared loudly and angrily, but there was nothing he could do, as his entire body was intertwined with the power of heaven's destiny, grinding away all his aura and avenues. Boom! The power of heavenly destiny that Emperor Brightheart had transformed into directly exploded. A golden world intertwined by the power of heavenly destiny formed, enveloping Qinchangshan along with the entire forbidden land. In the golden world, in all 4 directions, there was a golden pillar of heavenly light, and the supreme power began to revive, a power that suppressed the power of all the laws of the great Dao, turning this place into a true place of lawlessness. At the same time, in the center of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe, Heaven's Mandate emerged, and the golden power of Heaven's Mandate intertwined to form a golden spear. It was as if it was the sharpest, most unstoppable killing weapon in the entire universe. Even the 10,000 paths can only open the way for it. Chen Shangsheng, who was in the middle of the golden world, looked calm as he merely raised his head and sighed. I didn't expect you to be in such a prime already? With the entire Dao of a great emperor laying down such a killing game, a great emperor wouldn't even have a chance to resist. However, do you think I haven't grown in these hundreds of thousands of years? Just then, a brilliant golden light emerged from the Forbidden Land. That's the order of the day. Chen Changsheng glanced at it. This place is yours. He then looked towards the center of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe, the golden spear that made heaven and earth tremble. A black lotus emerged from his brow. He let out a soft chuckle. The big deal is to cripple the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands, burying your accumulations from generation to generation. Boom! A golden spear fell from the universe. A pitch-black figure with a black lotus rose up from the ground. The moment the golden light collided with the black aura, the entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was like the shell of an egg, and the first crack appeared. A huge pillar of golden and black light ran through the entire universe. Heaven and earth passes. It's a little late today. Something's come up. There's another chapter around 8 p.m. I think. Thanks for the support. Chapter 113, Great Changes in Heaven and Earth. The entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths changed drastically, like the incessant clicking sound of a broken beam, resounding simultaneously all over the universe. A huge pitch-black crack appeared densely all over the universe. Chaotic chi tumbled. The great Dao cried out in sorrow, and the aura of heaven and earth rioted. Immediately afterward, the boundary walls of the 9 heavens and 10 lands cracked almost simultaneously in an instant, and all sorts of divine ons rushed out to the various parts of the universe in the form of astonishing visions, all of which were the heaven and earth auras of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The earth began to tremble. As the earth cow turned over, countless earth cracked open, mountains and rivers began to break. Some of the Jedi even rushed to the sky shocking light. What on earth has happened? An ancient existence came out of the divine source to discover this shocking change. The entire universe seemed to have lost its light at this point, leaving only a bright golden light connected to a pitch-black light that ran through the entire universe. The heavens and earth had changed greatly, and a number of ancient places of life in the universe had lost some kind of shelter and began to fall apart and drift to various parts of the universe. Those great sect Holy Lands and the 10,000 Souls Emperor clan were also at this point in time. Their Emperor soldiers and Emperor-level formations revived at the same time, and began to suppress this fluctuation that was destroying everything. The drastic changes in the heavens and earth were intensifying, along with all those hidden forbidden places surfacing one by one, completely appearing in the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Those forbidden places were also trembling. A terrifying figure began to emerge, and the supreme beings in those forbidden places also appeared, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths were equally shocked at the sight of the change. The great emperor of the day has disappeared. How is this possible? Some supreme beings were very surprised when they couldn't detect the aura of the great emperor. They simultaneously looked at the huge pillar of light connecting heaven and earth at the center of the universe, half of which appeared to be radiant gold and half of which appeared to be pitch black. That two-colored pillar of light emitted an extremely terrifying aura, causing all of them, the supreme beings, to feel a chill from their souls. Under that enormous pillar of light, it was as if the entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was faintly showing signs of a rupture. Is that the scent of the divine order? It's actually taking action against living beings itself. It's unimaginable. Some supreme beings saw this scene and only found it unimaginable. For them, these supreme beings, even if they deviated from the heavenly Dao and wanted to avoid the rules of heaven and earth, but when they reappeared in the world, heaven's mandate wouldn't strike at them, and only the lightning tribulation of extinction would find them. These supreme beings couldn't figure out what it was that caused heaven's mandate to take the initiative, even when the entire world was on the verge of shattering, and they couldn't imagine even more. Who exactly were the beings who could resist after heaven's mandate had struck? Could it be that this life will usher in the end of the world? A supreme being sighed. Under that power, even if they made a move, they wouldn't stand a chance. The disintegration of the world continued, and beings everywhere cried out in terror, with some calling out the great emperor's name, only to have no response. This aura of annihilation was too strong, subverting all the laws of the great Dao in this world, and countless chaotic chi began to pour into this world, overriding everything, to turn the entire world into a chaos. And at this point, in the midst of that heaven and earth passage that connects the entire heaven and earth, a black lotus clashed with that golden lance, the two forces of rules constantly devouring and wearing each other down at a moment's notice. The aura of heaven's mandate was incomparably thick, and Chen Qiansheng felt an absolute pressure and sensed the changes in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. If he was just relying on his Bing Dao world, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to support himself for too long, and he wouldn't be able to support himself for long if he had only just obtained the Black Lotus. Only hundreds of thousands of years. He comprehended the rules. No, it should be called the power of creation. It's as if the divine order created this world. He suddenly smiled, and he bet that heaven's destiny would not freeze with him for too long after not possessing the means to kill him for sure, and would retreat on its own, after losing this world. Then heaven's mandate was truly a fish on a plate, at his mercy. As expected, after a period of confrontation, seeing that it could not help Chen Qiansheng, the golden spear actively shattered. The Black Lotus took the opportunity to devour all the power of the rules, and the huge golden pillar of light suddenly collapsed, turning into a roiling golden light that was guided by the power of heaven's mandate, drifting across the universe and beginning to repair this world. The heaven's mandate emerged once again, and it cried out in sorrow, the golden power of the heaven's mandate constantly swirling to calm the world's collapse, after which it slowly disappeared again. An extinction of the world just disappeared. Chen Qiansheng wasn't sure that he could completely wear out heaven's mandate, and, as this wasn't his plan, the time hadn't yet arrived. Thus, he put away the Black Lotus and re-entered the Everlasting Realm, and the Everlasting Realm disappeared from the 9 heavens and 10 lands once again. As for some of the other forbidden places, they did the same and were once again hidden. This time the destructive turmoil was quelled, but the universe was full of holes, and beings everywhere were crying out. Then came a message. A supreme being from the Forbidden Land wanted to destroy this world, and was stopped by the great emperor of the day, the Bright-Heart Human Emperor. After a great battle, the human emperor died in battle, and heaven's mandate had no choice but to intervene to stop the catastrophe, but it caused the entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to suffer a heavy blow. This news quickly spread throughout the universe, and countless beings mourned that great emperor who died in battle while cursing that supreme being. Living beings from all over the world shared the same hatred and indignation, and made a great oath, vowing to overthrow all the forbidden lands and exterminate all the supreme beings after they became emperors. Chen Qiansheng, who was in the eternal life realm, could not help but cry and laugh when he learned of this scene. I didn't realize that this heaven's mandate had learned to play with people's hearts, and sure enough, it's growing fast. Chen Qiansheng looked at the heaven's mandate beside him again. After devouring that golden world that the heaven's mandate seal had transformed into, it had also become even more radiant, only that there was still a long way to go as well. Pointing at the heaven's destiny, a brilliant light swirled, and soon, a bronze Dao book fell out of the heaven's destiny. After more than 100,000 years, Master Dao I finally came out, but I was suffocating old me. A golden Taoist child emerged, first laughing loudly, then cursing at heaven's mandate before finally seeing Chen Qiansheng. Boy, did you make it? Chen Qiansheng just smiled faintly. It's still a bit short. Golden boy hugged his arms. Sure enough, you're still more than a step behind me. If it were me, it would definitely be a success. Well, can we get moving? Chen Qiansheng just smiled and shook his head. I just had a fight with the one outside, so I still need to wait a bit longer. Golden boy sat on his butt on top of the Dao book. It's not like little master is going to miss this much time anyway. Chen Qiansheng didn't pay any attention to him as a black lotus sunk in his hand, dropping a pitch-black light. The mandate of heaven created the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I was wondering if I could use the power of the Black Lotus's rules to break its rules and set my own rules based on the everlasting realm. Will I be able to cross the 4th quarter point? Chapter 114, Transmission of the Law and Fulfillment of Engagements. Hearing Chen Qiansheng's words, the golden boy instead thought very carefully. He sat cross-legged on top of the bronze Dao book, one small hand stroking his chin for a long time but then suddenly sighed and shook his head. I think it's still a bit unrealistic. Unless you can truly break the rules of this heaven and earth's heavenly destiny, even if you're in this forbidden place right now, and you also have a heavenly destiny at the same time, you're still counted as being within its world's rules after all. Either take it or leave it. Either break it completely. Great feats deceive reason. Chen Qiansheng also smiled. The innate 36 pure Black Lotus he possessed was considered to truly possess the power of rule creation, and over the hundreds of thousands of years, although he hadn't fully comprehended it, it was almost there. That was why this gave birth to the desire to rely on the Black Lotus to break through the 4th nodal point and truly become a heavenly emperor, completely breaking the limitations of this world. However, as Golden Boy said, great merit deceives reason. His merit was not as great as heaven's mandates. Even though he possessed the same power of rule creation, he was still in heaven's mandates world, and unless he forcibly broke that rule barrier, his chances were still too small. It can't hurt. It has waited so long. And there is nothing to be gained by waiting a little longer. It may be about to come into being, as I see it. Chen Qiansheng looked at the golden boy, after which he summoned the Black Lotus again. Hundreds of thousands of years, He had almost comprehended most of what was contained within the 36 Lotus petals, and it had to be said that what was derived from the rule creation power was truly extraordinary, going to the extreme in every field. For example, that being of the ancient god sect created the ancient god skill and a puppet art that surpassed the 9 heavens and 10 earths maneuver by comprehending a portion of the rules from within the black coffin. And now Chen Shangsheng had even comprehended these 2 complete rule laws. Having thought of this, he put away the bronze Dao Book, after which he summoned Muxian and Divine Dream Heaven in front of him. He first looked at Divine Dream Sky and slowly spoke. I have already obtained what you asked for. Divine Dream Heaven looked delighted and immediately ambled to the ground with a sincere expression. I hope that your excellency will fulfill me. I, Divine Dream Heaven, am willing to make an oath of the great Dao here, that the Divine Griffin clan will be at your excellency's disposal for all eternity, and I wish to follow your excellency for all eternity. Chen Shangsheng merely smiled faintly, then rushed at him and pointed a finger. A pitch-black light rushed directly into Divine Dream Heaven's brow. This is the 12 solutions of the Blood Vault. The ancient god decree of the ancient god sect is the result of comprehending it, and it can unlock the yoke of the bloodline of all living things in the world. And I think that this is what you want. I'll grant you the first 6 solutions first. If you can use this to cultivate to the 6th transformation, I'll grant you the second 6 solutions. And whether or not you can allow your Divine Griffin clan to sever this so-called bondage is up to you. Shen Mengtian no longer knew how to express himself at this point. He was trembling all over. The chance to resolve his clan might be in this life. He could only end up touching his head tightly to the ground speechlessly. Thank you, my lord. Chen Shangsheng merely nodded. Get up. With your clan's qualifications, you actually have the opportunity to compete for the position of a great emperor in every life. Only that this path is rather a drag for your clan. Divine Dream Sky got up and sighed as well. My clan has a long lifespan, but it's difficult to have an heir. There was once a clan member who wanted to sever the shackles of his bloodline by taking the path of proving an emperor, but it's just a pity that, after proving himself as an emperor, his lifespan became the same as that of an ordinary great emperor, and he only lived for more than 10,000 years. Chen Chongsheng nodded. This is the rule established by the mandate of heaven. No matter what kind of living creature, as long as it witnesses the Dao and becomes an emperor, it must abide by the rule that it cannot be sealed, and its lifespan is only 10,000 or so years. In that case, you should take another path. Your clan has a long lifespan, and this path, compared to other beings, should be smoother for you. Afterward, Chen Chongsheng looked at Mu Xian again. Mu Xian had survived for a very long time. He had been sealed here from a very long time ago, and although there hadn't been any mistakes, there had eventually been years that had passed. He had already begun to age. Even though the eternal life realm could isolate years and years of time, and was sealed by the divine source, in which sealing was equivalent to a long sleep, but hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and Chen Changsheng could tell that Mu Xian's body was already showing signs of failure. The Black Lotus rules that Chen Changsheng had comprehended did not have a rule method for slowing down aging, but it did have a rule method for immortalizing the divine soul. It's called Soul Seal of Immortality. Only the rule of practicing this indestructible seal is that there is no future or reincarnation, and if the physical body perishes, then the divine soul will have to endure a criminal law called the Big Dipper. Chen Chongsheng inquired about Maku Xian's opinion. Maku Xian, however, smiled sardonically. To be able to see such a miraculous method in this life, it doesn't matter even if there is no future or reincarnation. Seeing this, Chen Chongsheng nodded and passed this method on to him. After all, for a long time to come, he might need the Maku Immortal to watch over the eternal life realm for him. Alright, you two go ahead and leave. I'm going to fulfill a block of engagements. Waiting for Divine Dream Heaven and Curtain Fairy to leave, Chen Changsheng then directly left the everlasting realm to arrive at the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He first measured himself, and only then did he realize that the entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths had expanded quite a bit during the period of his slumber and had given birth to a lot of ancient lands of life. This was also the result of heaven's mandate's continuous refinement after drawing on the Tao of those great emperors and billions of living beings. Perhaps, it won't be necessary to wait too long. After withdrawing his gaze, Chen Chongsheng directly broke through the boundary wall to the ancient god sect. In the beginning, he had promised that being that if he gained something, he would help that great Emperor Wuji to free himself. Thus, Chen Chongsheng directly arrived at the barren hill of the ancient god sect and silently broke in. Arriving in front of the bronze door, that peerless emperor relied on the front of the bronze, and an imperial might began to revive. I've come to fulfill a promise to help you out. Do you want eternal life, or do you want a military solution? The Wuji emperor, who was already a half-puppet body, glanced at the silhouette in front of him, and then let out a long sigh. When I was trapped in this puppet body for the sake of eternity, I couldn't help it. If eternity is like this puppet, what's the point of eternity? The bronze door slowly opened. A white-haired being with the face of a child slowly appeared. and he glanced at Emperor Wuji with some guilt and some regret. It's not your fault. It's only because I was too obsessed with immortality in the first place. The expressionless puppet body glanced at the figure and then stared at Chen Xiangxing as a ball of light filled with laws slowly emerged from the body. I also trouble you to help me with a soldiering session. I have nothing to show for it. This is my Dao and law gifted to you. In the future, if you can meet a suitable living being, you will help me pass it on. Chen Xiangxing nodded his head before putting away the great Emperor Wuji's great Dao and laws. In that case, I respectfully invite you on your way. A black lotus emerged and slowly rotated. One of its petals gently trembled as a pitch-black light landing on the half-puppet body of the Wuji Emperor. At this moment, black on surged, and then, the peerless Emperor was as if he had detached himself from some sort of bondage at this moment, a body as if hydrolyzed, and another radiant figure detached itself from that body. The man's face was handsome, with sword brows and starry eyes, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Thank you, fellow Daoist. He then looked at the being with the face of a child. I'm leaving, and you don't need to be too attached. Attachment to the world is sometimes an equally incurable disease. Precious. Under the gazes of the two of them, great Emperor Wuji smiled gently and finally completely turned into a shower of light, dissipating between heaven and earth. The being seemed a bit despondent, but suddenly spoke. This heaven and earth may not produce a great emperor for a very long time. Chen Xiangxing simply nodded, as if recognizing his statement. However, that being's next words were a bit of a surprise to him. Is it possible to turn me completely into a puppet body? Chen Xiangxing was a bit surprised. Why? I can't wait too long. I want to see the ancient god again. Chen Xiangxing was silent. Some people cling to eternal life. Some people cling to liberation. This world is so, many times cannot figure out. Longevity is meaningless. Living is meaningless. Even dying is equally meaningless. He just let out a long sigh and turned away. However, he had left behind the immortal machine puppeteer technique that he had ritually extracted from the Black Lotus. Your choice. Chapter 115, 50,000 Years of the Dao Jian Era. Chen Xiangxing returned to the eternal life realm in this manner, completely hiding the eternal life realm. The universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths had experienced frequent occurrences of heaven's mandate due to the extinction event not long ago, and a force of heaven's mandate swirled around the universe, wanting to repair the trauma of the universe. Only, that heaven and earth passage led to too many problems in the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe, with a huge hollow and dense cracks appearing all over the universe, countless ancient lands of life shattering as a result, chaos gas gushing out, and the great Dao not appearing, between the heavens and the earth. Accompanied by a roaring sound from time to time, a huge dried-up hollow appeared, and the aura of the heavens and the earth almost plummeted at this moment, making the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the remaining ancient lands of life in the universe all dim and dull. The changes in heaven and earth and the 9 heavens and 10 lands were intensifying, the aura was constantly flowing out, and the laws of the great Dao were all beginning to revert back to the universe. The era of Dao hardship is coming. Some of the old undead of the great religious sanctuaries could only sigh helplessly when they saw the scene of heaven and earth changing. And soon, the moment those great religious sanctuaries knew about the change in heaven and earth, they immediately closed their mountain gates to prevent the flow of heaven and earth's spiritual qi. And those beings who possessed a realm above the Zhan Dao cultivation level also closed their doors and began to seal themselves away. The coming of the era of Dao hardship was what was most difficult for them beings. It was very likely that even their cultivation would have to be decimated to feed back to the heavens and earth. So they had no choice but to seal themselves off to escape this difficult period of time. A whole 1,000 years of time just passed. The boundary walls of the 9 heavens and 10 earths were restored, wrapping themselves around them, and all those Jedi rushed up with a shocking light, completely closing themselves off from the rest of the world. The entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths seemed to have suddenly gone quiet. Those paragons and saints of the 10,000 races had almost all disappeared at this moment. Between heaven and earth, along with the spiritual objects, all disappeared. Some rare cultivation resources were even more unsearchable, and the divine origin essence was even completely hidden. Only a portion of saints and the like who did not have any substance chose to carry this era hard. But in the end, their cultivation fell, along with their lifespan was reduced, and in just a few thousand years, some of the saint realm beings who still remained sat down and died. In the 7th millennium of the Dao arduous era, a saint could no longer be seen in the vast universe. The era of Dao hardship had completely arrived. And nowadays, living beings everywhere were having a hard time perceiving the existence of the great Dao, and embarking on the path of cultivation was incomparably difficult and slow. With the disappearance of the saints, the connection between the 9 heavens and 10 lands and the rest of the universe was almost severed. All the major heavens and earths were independent, and it was almost difficult to know the news of the outside world, because even cutting the Dao was incomparably difficult now, let alone wanting to tear the boundary wall to enter other heavens and earths. It was an incomparably difficult time. The great Dao was in slumber. and many beings were trapped in a certain realm without being able to advance half a step. It was a desperate time, and even beings with the same decimated path were rare. Even the great emperor that caused countless living beings to yearn for him was rarely mentioned. 10,000 years of time slowly flowed by. The various heavens and earths and the ancient land of life all became dry. Only a thin aura existed to maintain the functioning of the heavens and earth, and those realms above the chopping Dao had now all become legendary existences. Many beings were regretting why they had been born in such a difficult era of the Dao, and they couldn't see hope or the splendor of their former era. Possibly, the only ones in this world that were not affected by the Dao hard times were those few forbidden places that had existed since ancient times. Inside the everlasting realm, Chen Changsheng also felt the changes in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the heavens mandate was hidden, so he could only wait in the dark for the rules to be restored. The bronze Dao Book emerged again, and Golden Boy's voice carried a wave of excitement. Is it time? I think we're ready to move. However, Chen Changsheng was still carefully carving the wood in his hands, his expression flat. It's just waiting. It's not completely fallen into a deep sleep. If I leave now, I might not even have a chance to flip it. Wait a little longer. Golden Boy was a bit depressed. Then when exactly do we have to wait? Chen Changsheng stopped his hand movements and looked up at Golden Boy. Wait for it to be completely full. Waving his hand to drive the Golden Boy away, Chen Changsheng continued to study his immortal pole imperial puppet art, and most of the time he had spent in the past 10,000 years, he had spent on it. It was also for this reason that the eternal life realm had many more puppets full of life force. The Black Lotus rules derived from a domain extreme, far beyond the puppet art of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. For this kind of imperial puppet art, the materials used are not particularly rare. The only thing needed is a powerful divine soul. It was also for this reason that he utilized the rule properties of the Soul Seal Undying Seal to create countless divine souls, and in doing so, he refined many puppets that were comparable to those of a paragon emperor. In this case, there were also several half-imperial level puppets that possessed imperial might, all of which were created with his split divine soul. With the production of the humanoid puppet in his hands completed, Chen Changsheng finally stopped the movement of his hands over, and then, he opened the system that he had not paid attention to for a long time. Eternal Life System Bound. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, Great Emperor Supreme Realm, Peak of the 3rd Node. Lifespan, Forever. Nagasaki Point, 625-478-9454. The Eternal Life Vault is open. The power of deduction, redeemed 564 times. Looking at the panel in front of him, Chen Changsheng fell into a moment of silence. For him, this system was the most helpful to him, but after he had become a Taoist in an alternative way, this system seemed somewhat dispensable again. For a long time, he had relied on his own Bing Dao, and now that he had the Black Lotus, this system was even more ribald. There was just one thing that he couldn't figure out. The system, what kind of existence is it? Because not only did Golden Boy fail to discover its existence, even the Black Lotus, which excluded everything from its body, failed to discover its existence. For hundreds of thousands of years, this system remained quietly in his body, never actively appearing or changing halfway. Thus, Chen Changsheng, who had almost put the system in the past, once again asked the same question. System, is it true that I can't certify to become an emperor? System, the host has already made a choice. If you want to live forever you can't certify to become an emperor. If you want to become an emperor you can't live forever. Chen Changsheng didn't understand why the system had to make him make a choice. If he chose to witness the Dao and become an emperor in the first place, what kind of path would it be? He was silent for a while and asked again. System, what the hell are you? I'm sorry, I can't discern the host's claim. Chen Changsheng sighed, and could only call it quits. This system was like a piece of program, but it was extremely similar to the power of rules. Unable to get an answer, Chen Changsheng could only open the exchange treasury to exchange a large amount of materials, after which he once again fell into the matter of making puppets, and for a long time afterward, Chen Changsheng remained within the everlasting realm, continuing to comprehend the remaining rules of the Black Lotus while crafting a large number of puppets. The universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths also remained calm. No major events had occurred, and for tens of thousands of years, even the figures of those forbidden places had not appeared, so it was clear that even those forbidden living beings had shunned the Dao Jian era. In the blink of an eye, more than 50,000 years had passed. On that day, a divine thunderbolt suddenly exploded at the center of the universe in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Subsequently, in all parts of the universe, a divine light emerged, and the 10,000 laws swept across the entire cosmic heavens and earth like a wave. A brilliant golden light blossomed in the heavens and earth. The 10,000 paths roared, the heavens and earth shook, and countless visions appeared in unison. 50,000 years. The era of the hard road is finally over. End of 2 chapters. Chapter 116, The End of the Dao Hard Times. Divine Dream Heaven's Alternative Way of Becoming a Taoist. Rumble. The universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths suddenly experienced a great vibration on this day, and countless divine haze began to emerge from all over the place, followed by the rich and colorful spiritual chi of the earth and sky rushing to all parts of the universe at this moment like a huge wave. Divine haze and spiritual light descended from the sky, and the universe began to roar all over. There was a click. A golden divine thunderbolt cut through the cosmic void, followed by a dense golden light that filled the entire cosmic starry sky. Buzz off! At the center of the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a brilliant golden light emerged, like a great sun that cut through the night, bringing endless light. That's the order of the day. The heavenly orders of the 9 heavens and 10 earths had finally reappeared after 50,000 years. It was incomparably brilliant, far more brilliant than any other era, and it was like the most magnificent thing in the universe, a collection of the most beautiful things in the world, swirling up a burst of brilliant golden light drifting all over the universe. Heaven and earth are revived. Everywhere was glowing, and the aura of heaven and earth and the universe all surged at this moment. Then, with a rumbling sound, thousands of great avenues appeared under the heavenly order, rushing out across the universe like billions of divine dragons in the midst of the waves, each great avenue law glowing with an incomparably joyful intent. An enormous great Dao Lotus blossomed in the heart of the universe, and countless great Dao ripples enveloped the entire universe. The era of Dao hardship has finally passed. Ha ha ha, I can finally step into a higher realm of. My body is full of activity. Is this the true and complete Daishonin? Countless living beings bathed under the rich spiritual chi of the heavens and earth. They felt the existence of the great Dao, and there were many living beings who realized the Dao on the spot. In the first moment, those beings who were stuck at the threshold of Dao beheading all succeeded in doing so at this moment, and they became the first batch of Dao beheading beings, and then more and more beings began to climb up the realm, as if they were breaking through. The 9 heavens and 10 lands as well as the various ancient lands of life in the universe all seemed to be filled with life at this time, emitting light and being enveloped by incomparably dense auras in great Dao. Incomparably vast and mysterious visions appeared everywhere, and then, under this great momentum, some incomparably heaven-defying beings began to come into being. A new generation of the Great Age is truly upon us. Within the everlasting realm, Chen Changsheng observed the changes in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The 10,000 paths had revived. The mandate of heaven had reappeared. And the mandate of heaven was brighter and more powerful than in every previous era. It also means that it's not too far from true consummation. A great world will indeed appear after the Dao hardship, and it seems that it's almost time for the true golden great world. Chen Changsheng retracted his gaze, and just then, a sudden tremor came from the entire everlasting realm as the power of the laws within the Forbidden Land continued to surge, and the divine haze filled the sky. A force of forbidden might slowly revived, and a huge golden god mole looked like it was in the midst of nothingness, with time and space encircling it, and the power of the laws constantly surging. Suddenly, the figure of a battle immortal also surfaced, his rich battle immortal aura rising up to the sky while emanating a power that was uniquely his and forbidden. Looks like Divine Dream Heaven has taken that step as well. Chen Changsheng merely looked at the gigantic golden divine mole cricket with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth as the Divine Dream Heaven completed its 5th transformation, completely stepping into the midst of the supreme realm. He alternatively became a Taoist. Chen Changsheng thought that this was also because of the first hint of chance that he had seized at the first moment of change in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying vision lasted for some time before it finally ended, and Divine Dream Heaven took a step in front of Chen Changsheng with an agitated expression. "Thank you, my lord." Chen Changsheng just smiled and shook his head. "With your qualifications, it's only a matter of time before you want to take this step." The curtain fairy also came to the side of the two, nodding slightly at Divine Dream Heaven before congratulating them. Chen Changsheng glanced at the two of them. The future of the 9 heavens and 10 lands will see earth-shattering changes. Divine Dream Heaven, perhaps you can go out and look around more. You've got plenty of longevity, and you'll be able to go farther in the future than Makuyama Immortal. Divine Dream Heaven looked at Chen Changsheng with some desire to speak, and Chen Changsheng smiled. "There is no need to worry. In the future, I will find you, and when your 6 transformations are complete, the rest of the latter 6 solutions will naturally appear before you." Divine Dream Heaven arched his hand at Chen Changsheng with a look of unparalleled sincerity. "Many thanks to your excellency's fulfillment. Your excellency's kindness will never be forgotten by my Divine Griffin clan. As long as your excellency has an order, the Divine Griffin clan will come at the first opportunity, no matter where they are, and be at your excellency's disposal." Chen Changsheng just nodded. "Go, take care, my lord." Divine Dream Heaven made a bow at Chen Changsheng, and then nodded at Curtain Fairy before directly leaving the Eternal Life Realm. Ma Quan looked in the direction that Divine Dream Sky had left, then stared back at him. "Just so comfortable with him? Not afraid that he'll be a scourge in the future?" Chen Changsheng only smiled faintly. "In the future 9 heavens and 10 lands, I'm afraid that even Great Emperor Supreme is not considered truly invincible. Under that great flood of power, Great Emperor Supreme will also be wrapped up in the advancement, and no living being will be able to avoid it. He stared at Makuyasen as if in a persuasive manner. Maku Immortal, try to live as long as you can. Maybe you'll see a radiant great world and a different 9 heavens and 10 lands. Makwen was just silent for a long time before he finally opened his mouth to ask a question. The Begonia Empress, is she really dead? Chen Shangxing was only slightly stunned as he turned around to look at the dome of the sky and murmured, who knows? With only 1,000 years having passed since the Dao Arduous era, it had become incomparably easier for living beings from all over the universe to embark on the path of the Great Dao, and as a result, countless living beings had embarked on the path of cultivation. Those first beings who had cut down the Dao had already become saints long ago, and there were even several beings who had already achieved quasi-emperor in this era and were heading towards the top of the Dao. However, at this time, Heaven's mandate had not appeared, which meant that although heaven and earth had been restored, no living being had been able to become an emperor. Many beings also sensed this and began to accumulate, wanting to wait until the emperor's path was opened in order to build up their strength. And so, heaven-defying beings from all over the entire universe had also begun to emerge in droves, and they were following in the footsteps of that group of top beings. Just 500 years in the past, a loud Dao sound suddenly came from the entire universe, and a radiant force of heavenly destiny tore through the void universe, and a golden ripple quickly began to spread out across the universe. The mandate of heaven showed up. It also meant that the battle for the Emperor's path was about to begin. It didn't take much time before all parts of the universe began to glow. Countless celestial lights emerged, and under the intertwining of the power of heaven's mandate and the power of the Great Dao, the Emperor's path appeared, connecting all parts of the universe, as well as connecting the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, the heaven-defying beings from all over the universe also entered the Emperorhood at the same time, opening up the Emperorhood to contend for supremacy. 100 years ago, the Emperorhood was filled with the blood and bones of those heavenly prides, staining the entire Emperorhood red, while at the same time crumbling some of the Emperorhods, and some invincible beings began to rise. And on this day, Chen Shangsheng, who was originally in the midst of his enlightenment, suddenly opened his eyes, and a stern killing intent emanated from his eyes. Seek death. He directly left the everlasting realm in one step, directly tearing through the boundary walls of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, instantly arriving at the Yaohe Holy Land. He stood at the top of that mountain, the plum tree nearly withered, eroded by a ferocious aura. At the same time, a huge, hideous and terrifying bright red bug actually ignored the restrictions he had placed, and actually rushed directly towards the divine origin essence deep within that underground. Chen Shangsheng coldly watched all of this, then a hand directly probed down. Supreme divine might erupted, and even though the huge bright red bug was ferocious and incomparable, it was ultimately confined by it. Staring at the huge bug in front of him, Chen Shangsheng detected a monstrous ferocious aura from it. A pitch-black light instantly drilled from his brow into the huge bright red bug, tearing its divine soul apart in an instant, while at the same time he gained some insight into the picture. So it's a Godslayer insect. No wonder it was able to pass through the layers of restrictions I laid down. How rare. Good thing too. Killing you now is just boring. I'll wait for you to become an emperor. I'll knock you down to the emperor realm again. Chapter 117, Contest on the Emperor's Path. God-slaying worm swallows the heavens and devours the earth. Chen Shangsheng hadn't expected a Godslayer insect to appear in this world. Sure enough, in the great world after the era of the hardships of the Dao, there was a chance for any kind of living being to be present in the world. This Godslayer bug and the God Grills clan are both uniquely blessed creatures of heaven and earth, possessing natural talent and fortune that ordinary creatures can't obtain, and are rare in the world. Throughout history, the 9 heavens and 10 places have appeared 2 deicide insects. Without exception, the 2 deicide insects finally proved to become an emperor, and in those 2 times, all living things are fearful, because the deicide insect's nature is to belong to the deicide and like to devour all things in heaven and earth, devouring the source of the living souls. And, unlike the divine griffin clan, the number of Godslayer insects was huge, and that strongest Godslayer insect was the emperor of all Godslayer insects, and wherever it passed through, not a single place could survive. Without any surprises, Chen Shangsheng felt that the great emperor of this era must be that Godslayer insect. He bowed his head slightly. The reason why that hideous Godslayer insect had found this place was also because it had sensed that there was an incomparably rare divine source here and wanted to devour it. Looking at that young girl in the divine source, it was as if she was sound asleep. He stretched out his hand and directly took away the divine source that sealed Bai Weiwei, and at the same time, he also took away the plum tree that was surrounded by the ferocious aura, after which he returned to the eternal life realm, and created a place within the eternal life realm that was exactly the same as the Yaohe sacred ground. Bai Weiwei was still sleeping under that plum tree. There would be many changes in the 9 heavens and 10 lands in the future, and he could only rest assured by keeping Bai Weiwei in the everlasting realm. After staying under the plum tree for a long time, Chen Chongsheng then left, and in the middle of the Emperor's Path and the cosmic starry sky, at this moment, on top of an ancient star filled with life essence, a feminine man wearing a red robe abruptly opened his eyes. A bug king died. It seems that it has encountered an extraordinary being. He licked his lips, the corners of his mouth curving up. There's no harm in it. This era is really good. I'll finally be able to eat my fill. And those beings with special physiques, as well as the heavenly beings of the various clans or the heirs with the bloodline of great emperors. I'm sure their origins will be delicious. Ha ha ha. This era. It belongs to me now. No one can rob it. He burst into a frantic laughter. And then, his hands formed a seal, and countless amounts of rushing ferocious chi rolled over. And then, densely packed endless hideous bugs surged out of the ferocious chi, covering the sky and the earth. Eat, eat. Almost in an instant, the entire ancient star of life became withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. And after that, nothing was left, as if it had never existed. 100 years, the battles in the starry sky Emperorhood were incomparably fierce. And some of the heaven-defying beings who walked the God's path had most of them transformed into the blood and bones of the Emperorhood, accomplishing the legends of other beings. Nowadays, there weren't a few Emperor paths left, and most of them had crumbled under the great battles of those top beings. On top of these few Emperor paths, there were those few invincible beings entrenched, which caused the rest of the beings to despair, and they couldn't see any hope at all. Rolling steeply, an Imperial path crumbled, and the sky was filled with the power and light of the great Dao spreading out. A being wrapped in flames of light rushed out from the Emperor's path, countless amounts of blood flowing, and behind it was a man in a red robe, who carried a heavenly ferocious aura that was incomparably wild. Run, leave your origin behind. Rolling, endless ferocious aura rolled over, directly surrounding the living beings in front of them, but in the next instant, a reddish golden color like a storm directly tore apart the roiling ferocious aura. That's a peerless being from the heavenly god clan. He's injured? How is that possible? He's already invincible in an Emperor path. How can he now be chased by a being without the slightest bit of fame? Who is that person? This ferocious aura is too strong. It's not inferior to those peerless beings in the slightest. Where on earth did this come from? And who on earth will win between the two of them? The living beings and the cosmic stars were all paying attention to the great battle between two invincible beings at this moment. A man from the heavenly god clan who was invincible on the Emperor's path and had suppressed all living beings. The other, with its roiling aura of ferocity, had no reputation. Rolling, two incomparably powerful beings exchanged blows. Their Dharma and Dao were crisscrossing, not only crumbling the Emperor's path, but even the countless stars were worn down, and a crack appeared in the universe. Cut it out. However, what all the living beings did not expect was this. That invincible being in the Emperor's path had unexpectedly lost. Even though he was peerless in his divine abilities and his 6 golden divine wings tore through the heavens and earth, he had only managed to support himself for a mere incense burner's time in the hands of that red-clothed man. Soon, his body was torn apart by the man's hands, and after that, his flesh and blood and origin were devoured by the young man. This scene caused countless living beings to be incomparably chilled. It's too much of a shocker. However, the man didn't look at the onlooker beings. Instead, after licking his lips, he directly and forcefully fought his way into the other Emperorhood. And soon, a violent battle took place on the other Emperorhood. Not long afterward, news came that another invincible being had been killed, devoured along with his divine soul and origin. Living beings all over the universe were incomparably shocked. As expected of a Godslayer insect, it seems that this world's great emperor is really not yours. Within the everlasting realm, Chen Chongsheng was just lightly sipping his tea, and was immensely looking forward to this Godslayer insect being able to certify as an emperor, which, perhaps, would bring him a lot of pleasure. Just 30 years have passed. Most of the deaths and injuries of the heavenly pride beings in the Emperor's path were almost all from the hands of a single being, a person named Heavenslayer, who hunted and killed those heavenly pride beings for the pleasure of killing them and devouring their origins. The invincible beings in the Emperor's path were now left with only about 10 truly invincible beings under his hunt. And on this day, at the end of the Emperorhood, a huge Chaos Emperor monument appeared. The names of more than a dozen beings who stood at the pinnacle of the great Dao and that being named Heavenslayer appeared on top of the Emperor monument at the same time. They appeared together and were enveloped by the power of heaven's destiny, and then they left one after another, each being carrying the invincible confidence that they would defeat everyone in this life and prove themselves to be emperors. 3 years have gone by in a flash. At the center of the universe, the radiant heavenly destiny ripped through the canopy, dropping billions of brilliant golden lights. From all over the universe, a golden pillar of light rose up to the sky, all representing a peerless being recognized by the mandate of heaven. A figure tore through the void and appeared at the center of the universe. And then, without the slightest hesitation, a final peak battle broke out. But what was not expected was that at this moment, All of those invincible beings actually joined forces at this moment, and then rushed towards the young man in red robes. Boom! The entire heaven and earth were rioting as thousands of Dao laws erupted at the same time, and Dao power filled the entire universe like a sea. However, a rushing fury erupted. A huge, hideous worm suddenly and slowly emerged from the monstrous fury, inciting 3 pairs of golden wings. His mouth parts were sharp and hideous, and he possessed a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. Do you really think you can suppress me by joining forces? So naive. Then let's compete to see just who has more helpers. The hideous bug exuded a crazy smile at this moment, and immediately afterward, in his abdomen, a huge fissure split open, like a strange space had opened up, and densely packed bright red bugs gushed out from it, covering the sky. Every bug's cultivation level was above the realm of saints, and among them, there were quite a few quasi-emperor level bugs. It's the deicide worm. Some living beings couldn't help but cry out, their faces incomparably terrified. And those beings who had been recognized by heaven's mandate also became incomparably solemn at this time, all of them bursting out with their own invincible aura. In the twinkling of an eye, the entire cosmic starry sky was covered with densely packed bright red bugs. That heaven slayer laughed loudly, a burst of heaven-defying aura constantly stirred, and that pair of reddish eyes was emanating monstrous killing intent. Swallow the sky and devour the earth. Swallow me. At the command of heaven slayer, the overwhelming sea of insects swarmed up and completely wrapped up all of those 10 or so beings who had obtained heaven's mandate recognition. The entire center of the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All that was left was a sea of bright red bugs. It's a Godslayer bug, haha. Bookish archons will appear later. Chapter 118, The Current Great Emperor and the Alternative Way of Becoming a Wayfarer. The only remaining beings recognized by heaven's mandate had broken out into war with that vast sea of god-slaying insects at this moment. A terrifying fluctuation erupted in the midst of the insect tide, sweeping a large swath of the countless Godslayer insects. Countless mists of blood exploded away, and it was as if a red rain had fallen in the starry universe. Those beings, they were all beings that stood at the very top of this era today, with outstanding talent and amazing bloodlines, all possessing the possibility of witnessing the Dao and becoming emperors. There was a living being holding a halberd that was invincible in the sea of insects, and even a quasi-emperor level god-slaying insect couldn't stop him from advancing in front of him. There were also living beings holding a red-hot tripod, countless runes flying, a flame streaking across the sky and earth, burning all the countless godslayer insects to a crisp. There was also a third eye born from the brow of a living being, and just a single glance of the eye caused the void to shatter, and countless god-slaying insects were all buried in the pitch-black abyss. Rolling, a brilliant light erupted in the midst of the insect sea, tearing apart a large wave of insects. However, the god-slaying insect named Skyslayer only laughed contemptuously when he saw this scene, and in his abdomen, that huge fissure was gushing out countless tides of red insects in a steady stream. He looked at those beings who were generally recognized by heaven's destiny as he was, and suddenly reversed his seal. In an instant, all of the Godslayer insects suddenly blossomed with brilliant light after a pause. No good. Some beings sensed a crisis, but it was still too late. In the midst of this endless tide of insects, it was difficult for them to rush out in the first place. Subsequently, in the entire cosmic starry sky, only a large area of incomparably dazzling, incomparably bright light remained. That was all the tides of insects exploding themselves at the same time at that moment. The power was just too great, far exceeding the divine abilities of all the means of the quasi-emperors. Once a Godslayer insect of this level exploded itself, its power and range was such that even those beings standing at the peak of the quasi-emperor could only retreat. The entire cosmic space had turned into a flame of light at this time, and the range covered by that flame of light was simply too wide, and those 10 or so living beings who had the opportunity to witness the Dao were all enveloped in it, and none of them were able to escape. This scene caused many of the beings who were paying attention to this place to only have their jaws dropped. That kind of vast power, I'm afraid it's incomparably close to those self-slaughtering supreme strikes. It's just horrible. Kingslayer looked at the light flames in front of him, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that only 3 of you died, but I'll take all of your origins. With a shrill whistle, he directly turned into a bright red light and rushed into the light flames, and one of his arms turned into a metal-like sharp claw, directly tearing the light flames apart. He then came to a place where a top living being had died, and now, only a cloud of origin remained undissolved. He swallowed it as soon as he grabbed it, then traveled to the next place, and at this point, the living beings in the light flames roared, and they all suffered serious injuries from the great Dao, and even almost fell in it. Then, they began to use their own cards, and they broke through the light flames and began to move away. Cut it out. There were nearly 10 figures that rushed out from that vast flame of light, but at that moment, a bright red light cut through the cosmic stars. Boom! A powerful Dao weapon directly shattered, and deicide's sharp claws that looked like metal easily tore apart the body of an invincible being at this moment. and even the divine soul was instantly obliterated. He opened his mouth and directly devoured the invincible being's origin, his scarlet tongue licking his lips. It sure is delicious. It won't be too late for me to certify my path when I devour all of you. Those invincible celestial pride who had already rushed out were shocked and furious when they saw this scene, but each of them was injured by the great Dao at the moment, and they were staring at the god-slaying insect, and they were thinking about whether or not to use their imperial armaments. But just at this time, the crack in the abdomen of that god-slaying insect began to gush out endless bright red bugs again. Subsequently, the second wave of god-slaying insects surged forward at an extremely fast speed, and then began to self-destruct. The cosmic starry sky became incomparably bright, and the vast flames of light rose up to the sky, filling the entire starry sky. Those invincible beings could only stay away from that area of light flames. They could do nothing about it, and they could only do nothing in the face of the insect tide that was like an endless ocean. Kingslayer laughed in the midst of the swarm. His speed was extremely fast, and he caught up with a few more beings that possessed the mark of heavenly destiny to devour them. However, in the end, there were still a few beings who took the initiative to give up the heavenly fate seal, completely withdrawing from this heavenly fate battle. Nowadays, he was the only living being left in the entire cosmic stars who possessed the heavenly destiny seal, causing the countless beings watching to fall silent. Could it really be that this Godslayer insect became an emperor in this life? This will be a great calamity for the entire universe. Under everyone's gaze, that Godslayer insect did not hesitate to draw down its own emperor's tribulation. A vast sea of Emperor Tribulation thunderbolts descended, and that god-slaying insect charged through the thunderbolts, constantly devouring the Emperor Tribulation. Even though he was also heavily injured by the humanoid Emperor Tribulation, his figure was lifting up one step at a time. Finally, he touched that layer of the Emperor's Tribulation Sea of Thunder, and a bright red light directly tore apart the entire Sea of Thunder. Rolling, the 10,000 paths roared, and various visions began to appear in the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As the divine haze filled the sky and auspicious beasts presented themselves, heaven's mandate appeared, constantly buzzing, dropping countless golden rays of light, enveloping the figure of the god-slaying insect. The Godslayer insect had certified to become an emperor. He had suppressed almost all of the heavenly beings, and he had become an emperor in an overbearing and extreme manner. He merged with the heavenly fate, and the laws of the 10,000 paths roared, completely accomplishing the last extreme sublimation. Subsequently, a wave of imperial might spread vastly across the universe. At the center of the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there was only a figure shrouded in heavenly destiny left, recklessly releasing his imperial might and monstrous ferocious aura as he went mad to the extreme. Ha ha ha, from now on, the entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 lands is mine. The Godslayer bud became an emperor, known as the Heavenslayer Emperor, and after he became an emperor, all the major religions and holy places and races in the universe began to fade into obscurity. However, this did not stop the killing of this Godslayer Emperor, who would always bring his tide of worms to sweep the starry universe with great vigor, and a piece of the ancient land of life disappeared, all devoured by those Godslayer worms. Among them, there were even 2 emperor clans that had produced great emperors, but in the end, they were unable to do anything about it, and in the end, they could only resuscitate their emperor soldiers to take away a portion of their clansmen and disappear into the depths of the universe. The ferocious might of the heaven-slaying emperor was too prevalent. Nowadays, the living beings in the entire cosmic starry sky would be terrified just by hearing the name of this great emperor, and they were all praying for a living being to be able to suppress this great emperor of the day. Only, when a piece of the ancient land of life disappeared, those beings became even more desperate. A man who had become an emperor had become the greatest scourge of the world, and beings everywhere could only cry out in despair. And on this day, when the Heavenslayer Emperor brought his insect tied to an ancient land of life, the void in front of him suddenly snapped, and a huge rift in spacetime just stopped in front of this great emperor, separating all the waves of insects from the ancient land of life. A young figure stood in front of that gigantic spacetime rift. He looked at this current generation of emperor becomers with his hands behind his back, and the forbidden power that belonged uniquely to him began to revive. That Godslayer bug was also stunned, then smiled faintly. An alternative way of becoming a man. Wait, this scent. You're a creature of the God Grylls clan. An incomparably excited light suddenly blossomed within the eyes of the Heavenslayer Emperor. Ha ha ha, it's really no effort to get here. When I devour your origin and seize the talent of your clan, in the future, there will only be one great emperor, me, and I will surpass all the great emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands and live forever. However, that youth didn't speak. He just stretched out his hands, grasping space with one hand and time with the other. Then, both hands pushed out. All the emptiness and spacetime in front of him kept overlapping, advancing forward with an unstoppable force. The moment, the billions of Godslayer insect wave were all buried in the void. The Heavenslayer Emperor's imperial might filled the air. Beneath his feet was a golden road. All the 10,000 paths were sinking around him, and a monstrous ferocious aura erupted, filling the entire universe. He said, an alternative path to becoming a Taoist is just that. Just kill it. Chapter 119, Inter-Universe Supremacy Battle. You still disappoint me too much. The depths of the cosmic stars. An emperor's might filled with a ferocious aura, and that supreme being's aura instantly collided together. A brilliant heavenly light emerged. The universe appeared to vibrate, and countless living beings all looked up into the depths of the universe at this moment. That's the aura of the heaven-slaying emperor. And there's also an aura of a supreme being. Is it a different kind of being who has become a Taoist? He's going to stop this great emperor? Some living beings were excited beyond words. I hope that this supreme being who has alternatively become the way will really be able to suppress this great emperor. Ah, he will be the savior of the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands. There was no era in which countless beings wished for the great emperor of the day to pass away. The ferocity of a current great emperor would be even more terrifying than those dark ages. All the living beings were waiting and watching the supreme level battle in the starry sky, their hearts in their throats, rolling. The terrifying law fluctuations instantly shattered a piece of the void completely. In the depths of the universe, the Heaven Slayer Emperor just casually struck, and the sharpest sharp gold law power in the world instantly cut through space and time, and at the same time, he just waved his hand, and densely packed insect shadows appeared. The entire depths of the universe seemed to be like a red ocean, filled with a monstrous ferocious aura, and at this moment, Divine Dream Heaven looked at everything in front of him, his expression impassive, and behind him, the two forces of time and space intertwined in incomparable splendor. These are two of the most mysterious paths in the world, and his clan is exceptionally gifted in these two paths. Therefore, even if he was facing a great emperor of the current generation or the god-slaying insecticide emperor, he was fearless. Facing the vast sea-like tide of insects, Divine Dream Heaven took one step forward, and the majestic laws of spacetime instantly gushed out, and wherever he passed, spacetime continuously collapsed, and countless spacetime cracks surfaced around him, devouring the dense swarms of god-slaying insects. The corner of the Kingslayer Emperor's mouth hooked up slightly. A bit interesting. In the midst of the tide of insects, the Imperial Dao laws erupted, and a blade transformed by the sharp gold laws looked like it had cleaved through the heavens and earth, instantly arriving in front of Divine Dream Heaven. Shen Mengtian flicked his fingers, and a flawless spacetime crystal wall surfaced in front of him, stopping the bladed aura. There was a click. Countless golden threads suddenly appeared densely around him, instantly cutting the void he was in continuously. It was just that it was as if Divine Dream Heaven was not in this time and space. His body was divided by countless golden threads, and even spacetime was shattered into piece after piece like a mirror, but he was still intact. So what if you're hiding in time and space? Rolling. In that instant, the tide of insects that surrounded Divine Dream Sky simultaneously exploded themselves at that moment. The entire universe trembled, like a brilliant light rushing across the universe. Countless great Dao laws turning into the purest power at this moment, refining all the countless space and time. This was the strike of a great emperor. The power was so great that almost all living beings felt this terrifying strike that seemed to turn the entire universe upside down. However, this time, the smile of the Heaven Slayer Emperor slightly condensed, and then suddenly realized that heaven and earth were as if a ban had appeared, and a 4-square box was incomparably huge, dominated by the power of space and time, and surprisingly enveloped the entire force of the insect tide explosion. Even though that 4-sided spacetime wall was constantly trembling and was covered with dense cracks, it was ultimately stopped. A figure slowly emerged from the middle of time. Shen Mengtian's left hand held up a wheel of time and space, and in the center of the wheel hovered 12 sands of time that reversed birth and death, while in his right hand, wrapped around it was a blade that was as illusory as an illusionary one, and the trajectory that the blade traversed continually floated with images of worlds intersecting. These two Dao soldiers surged with the power of the laws of time and space, connecting to that wall of time and space. Great Emperor? You're nothing but the filth that mothballs the world. The Heaven Slayer Emperor just laughed. Ha ha ha. What does the world's words have to do with me? I only need one person to transcend, with all the spirits of the world as sustenance. To transcend everything? To transcend the world. To transcend the great Dao. He slowly walked forward, and a bright red armor began to appear on top of his body, which was covered with dense dark golden patterns. The densely packed tide of insects surfaced again, and at this time, the wings of each of the Godslayer insects began to vibrate at a rapid rate, and even drew the space and time of the universe to begin to echo with it. Divine Dream Heaven's expression was also slightly surprised. I have seen through your law. The Heaven Slayer Emperor took one step, and the dense dark golden light instantly cut through all of the surrounding space and time. Time and space shattered as he let out a hiss. The terrifying waves of sound carrying supreme greatness all but turning the cut pieces of time and space into complete chaos. The countless Godslayer insects instantly flooded away like waves. That Heaven Slayer Emperor even arrived with supreme imperial might. A hideous horn emerged from his brow, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. A dark golden light instantly blasted out at this moment with an aura of destroying everything. And at this moment, Divine Dream Heaven's expression was incomparably serious. This was after all an invincible great emperor of the world. The wheel of time and space began to slowly rotate, erupting in a burst of brilliant silver aura, and the 12 sands of time and the wheel simultaneously exploded, transforming into 12 rushing rivers of ages, vast and boundless, directly suppressing towards the tide of insects. Those Godslayer worms were under the effect of this force of time, and the swarm instantly went through millions of cycles of life and death, with some Godslayer worms aging extremely fast in the acceleration of time, and some Godslayer worms being knocked back to the embryonic state by the backward flow of time, and then completely transformed into a mass of origin. A fluctuation of space erupted. The blade above his right hand suddenly became incomparably clear at this moment, and in a flash, a terrifying spatial power erupted as he slashed out, and a spatial storm instantly swept away with a destructive aura in the cosmic starry sky. Not only did it pull the entire tide of insects in, but it also directly slammed into the incomparably brilliant dark golden blade of light. Rolling, there was a violent explosion in the depths of the universe, far beyond a supreme level contest. A great emperor, a being who had alternatively become the Dao, fought at this moment. The universe constantly shook, and the great Dao began to disintegrate. That Heaven Slayer Emperor was even more surging with incomparably dense power of Heaven's mandate at this time, and blood flowed from those bright red pupils as he laughed out loud. Godslayer's true explanation, 10,000 paths returning to the stream. His body began to expand at this moment, transforming into a giant of 1,000,000 feet in size, and in his hands, he was currently holding up a huge round sphere, covered in dense holes, emitting a burst of terrifying fluctuations. It was his core, and likewise his extreme weapon. Give me destruction. It was like a burst of drums beating, and every time the drums sounded, they released shockwaves that distorted space and time. The entire universe, at this moment, was shrouded in a layer of bright red. Subsequently, the densely packed Godslayer bugs emerged from that extreme weapon, and at this moment they all turned into the sharpest sharp gold sword, densely packed, covering the sky as a torrent of sharp gold law filled the entire world. Nothing does not eat, nothing does not break. Divine Dream Heaven's expression was incomparably serious. His wheel of time and the laws of the rift blade continued to emerge, and countless times and spaces overlapped, yet they still couldn't stop the sharp golden power. And just at that moment, suddenly an arm slowly rested on his shoulder. Enough already! It was an extremely young figure who wore a black robe, and just by standing there, it was as if he had trampled all the paths of heaven and earth under his feet. He glanced at the torrent of swords of sharp gold that covered the entire world. The power of the Bing Dao within his body gently shook at this moment. A soft white light came out from within his body. Next moment, wherever the white light passed, all the sharp gold swords slowly dissipated between heaven and earth as if they had disintegrated, leaving not a single one behind. The Godslayer Emperor's expression changed abruptly. A supreme being from the Forbidden Land? However, that young figure only looked at that Heaven Slayer Emperor and shook his head slightly, a touch of disappointment in his words. I gave you enough time to think you'd get me to take an ounce of interest. You still disappoint me too much. You, too weak. 2 chapters sent out today, haha. Is that earlier than before? Chapter 120, Knocking Down the Emperor Realm, Grinding Down the Laws of the Emperor's Way. What are you going to do? A great emperor was a being that had suppressed all opponents in an era and blasted through the extreme sublimation after the proof of the emperor's tribulation. In every era, a great emperor was in existence that suppressed a world, and there was no living being in the world that could be compared to it. And even if occasionally an alternative living being who had become a Taoist appeared in a certain era, it couldn't really be compared to a great emperor. But now, a supreme being actually said to a great emperor, "You're too weak?" The Godslayer Emperor thought that he had misheard at this moment, as he looked at the young figure. Even though all the Godslayer swarms had all gone up in smoke at this moment, he was still fearless. He was a great emperor, or a Godslayer worm becoming an emperor. 9 heavens and 10 earths. I am the only one. The Heaven Slayer Emperor laughed in anger, his entire body falling into a very maniacal state. His eyes were blood red and a pair of sharp feathered wings began to emerge behind him. One of his hands covered his face as he couldn't help but laugh. A mere supreme being would think that a great emperor is too weak? That's because you haven't really recognized yourself. The Heaven Slayer Emperor looked up suddenly as he slowly walked forward. An extremely violent and ferocious aura erupted at the same time as the Emperor mighty laws, and a pillar of heavenly light rushed into the sky, subverting everything as if it was going to melt the 10,000 paths. Boom! One of his arms slammed hard on top of a void. It was as if he had smashed his fist on top of a mirror, and with the surface of his fist as the center, a spatial crack like a spider's web spread instantly at an extremely fast speed. And then, with the heaven-slaying great emperor as the center, the entire void was covered with cracks. His body had completely turned into a humanoid insect body at this moment. It was a bright red insect body, its face filled with sharp breath, a pair of scarlet pupils filled with killing intent. A unicorn horn was born in the center of its eyebrow, and its entire body was wrapped in bright red armor, glowing with a luster like immortal gold. Behind his back were 6 pairs of feathered wings like blades, emanating the sharpest sharp gold way in the world. Die for me! The Heaven Slayer Emperor took one step out, and the dense imperial Dao laws erupted as the heavens and earth shook, and the void that was originally covered in cracks exploded at this moment. The void turned into powder at this moment, completely plunging into a pitch-black abyss, where all paths did not exist, and as long as there were living beings in it, they could feel an unparalleled gravity. The Heaven Slayer Emperor transformed into a ray of light, and in this instant, Chen Changsheng was surrounded by all of the Heaven Slayer Emperor's shadows, as countless golden rays of light blocked him off at this moment. Subsequently, from all directions, power equivalent to a peak strike of a great emperor erupted. A huge golden-colored chopping strike spread out and generally chopped over from all over the place, filled with supreme might, as if it was going to cut through space and time, and the long river of years. However, Chen Changsheng only smiled faintly. A faint white light once again surged from his body, wrapping him up like an eggshell. Miku! Countless dark golden chopping strikes landed on his body almost simultaneously at this moment, and brilliant golden light instantly erupted. But in the next moment, those that golden blades were all reversed again almost at the same time, with Chen Changsheng as the center. Densely packed dark golden chopping strikes instantly went in all directions of the universe. Bang bang bang, click! A trace of color appeared on the face of the Heaven Slayer Emperor as his figure emerged. His arms that had long since turned into sharp claw-like arms directly grasped and shattered the blades that roamed the sky, and the 6 pairs of feathered wings behind him gently shook as a dark golden law erupted, instantly dinging the countless chopping strikes. He took a single step, his speed surpassing the limit, arriving behind Chen Changsheng almost in the blink of an eye. A golden circular field instantly erupted, and in the midst of the golden world, the figure in front of him was as if he had fallen into stasis. An incomparably sharp claw easily pierced through that body at this moment, and the monstrous fierce fury chi and sharp gold power instantly wiped out all the vitality of that body. However, before the Heaven Slayer Emperor's face solidified in a hideous smile, the body that had long since lost its vitality suddenly opened its mouth and said, "I didn't expect you to have initially comprehended the domain world. It's really rare. It's just a pity that it's still too weak." The body in front of him began to slowly dissipate like a wave of water. A palm suddenly grabbed the Heaven Slayer Emperor's shoulder at this moment, and in a mere instant, that golden world instantly broke apart, and the 2 figures once again appeared in the pitch-black abyss. The Heaven Slayer Emperor was like falling into an ice cellar at this moment, because he suddenly realized that his entire body of Emperor Dao laws was actually like a puddle of stagnant water without the slightest fluctuation at this moment, and he couldn't even use his Emperor Dao power. "Who the hell are you?" he roared angrily, and in the next moment, his body exploded abruptly. Countless clots of blood scattered in all directions, and then, each piece of flesh and blood glowed and began to all come together again. Chen Changsheng merely saw this scene and did not step in to stop it. "You have come to the pinnacle in this life by devouring all living things, and as you continue to devour, I fear that you will cross that threshold very quickly. Your clan is truly blessed with a unique talent, and it makes sense that heaven and earth are not allowed to have you." Arrogant! The Godslayer Emperor regrouped his physical body at this moment, regaining his godless power. His hands held up a nest, a ripple spreading out from it, and densely packed Godslayer worms once again filled this pitch-black space at this moment. He then swallowed the nest in one gulp, and his entire body glowed. Godslayer True Solution, swallowing heaven and devouring earth. Swallow me! The endless nests of Godslayer insects all turned into bright red light at this moment, converging together, and in the end, a huge incomparably massive insect body was formed. That huge insect body opened its hideous mouth at this moment, and a bright red vortex appeared. Everything in the heavens and earth, the sun, moon and stars, and the laws of the great Tao were all swallowed up by that huge vortex at this moment. And that huge vortex was still expanding, and in just a few moments, it swallowed up the entire pitch-black abyss and appeared completely in the depths of the universe. Countless ancient stars were pulled at this moment, and the 10,000 paths of the heavens and earth were likewise swallowed up, completely entering into that enormous vortex. The Heaven Slayer Emperor laughed loudly. "Swallow for me! Swallow for me! Swallow the entire universe of all living things for me." Chen Changsheng did not pay any attention to that Heaven Slayer Emperor who had fallen into madness, but instead stared at that huge vortex as he floated forward and came to the sky above that huge vortex, before gently shaking his head again. "Then you will devour my Bing Dao world as well." The Bing Dao within his body gently shook at this moment, and his entire body transformed into a white light that directly fell into that huge vortex. That Heaven Slayer Emperor's expression froze, and then he saw an unbelievable scene. That huge bright red vortex was permeated with countless white lights at this moment, and began to vibrate continuously, and in the end, it could no longer withstand the power of that white light, and with a rumbling sound, that huge vortex directly exploded. It had been burst right through by the power of the Hayadu. The Godslayer Emperor fell into a momentary stagnation at this moment, as he watched that young figure, directly transforming into a giant Godslayer insect, as dark golden light blossomed in the sky, and the laws of the Imperial Dao surged out from all over the universe, charging forward. Chen Shangxing merely stared at him, enveloped in the power of the Dao of Bing, before pointing out with a single finger. It was as if the heavens and earth had stopped, and immediately afterward, the Heaven Slayer Emperor's Imperial Dao laws all collapsed in this instant. The gigantic Godslayer insect, his proud body was covered with hideous cracks at this moment, like a porcelain that was about to break. The Kingslayer Emperor bled in the depths of the universe. Drops of blood spilled, triggering a heaven and earth phenomenon that was seen by many living beings. That huge God-slaying insect roared unwillingly at this moment, but in the next instant, a party of tripods broke through the air and directly crashed on top of his body. Bang! His body directly exploded, and the sky was filled with Emperor blood spilling out. Those flesh and blood began to hum and glow, and began to regroup their flesh again. A power of the flying immortal surged from Chen Shangxing's body, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the heaven-slaying emperor who had regrouped his physical body, and with one hand, he grabbed him by the neck and lifted his body up high. His demeanor was bland and he simply inquired, "Is the great emperor great? Are you proud of that? If I tell you that if I knock you down to the emperor realm and completely wear out your emperor Dao laws, what are you going to do?" A force of the Dao of soldiers surged into the Heaven Slayer Emperor's body at this moment. A trace of fear finally surged on the face of the Heaven Slayer Emperor at this moment. No, between heaven and earth, it was as if something had shattered, as the heavenly fate steeply appeared in sorrow, and at this moment, within the Heaven-slaying Emperor, that one heavenly fate seal, along with his sublimated great Dao power, completely shattered at this moment, like a candle flame blown out. That imperial might filled with a monstrous aura began to slowly dissipate, and in the end, completely disappeared without a trace. Throughout the universe, those beings who stood at the top of the great Dao all meditatively sensed something at this moment, and they were incomparably shocked. Kingslayer, disappeared? Chapter 121 Heaven-slaying Emperor falls. Another alternative becomes the way. Deep in the cosmic stars, the power of the Hyrule world wore down the Heaven Slayer Emperor's great Dao laws at this moment, and along with the heavenly destiny seal within him, it also crumbled at this moment. The Emperor's might dissipated, his imperial Dao laws had almost instantly vanished, and that supreme power was receding like a tidal wave. A look of horror appeared on the face of the Heaven Slayer Emperor. This is impossible. This is impossible. He could feel that he was falling from some supreme realm, that his power was not being suppressed, but dissipated, truly dissipated, and in an irreversible state. At this moment, his heart had long since been flooded with waves of shock, and he stared at the figure in front of him, unable to resist hissing and roaring. "Let go of me. I am the great emperor of the world, an invincible existence. This is impossible. Let go of this emperor." However, under the suppression of the world of Bing Dao, this Heaven Slayer Emperor had no effect even if he struggled, and the corners of Chen Shangxing's mouth merely curled into a smile as he was already certain that this Heaven Slayer Emperor had fallen from the Emperor realm, with no possibility of returning to the Emperor realm. He flung the Heaven Slayer Emperor to the ground as if he were throwing away trash. The Heaven Slayer Emperor erupted with a monstrous fury, but unfortunately, his invincible might, his imperial Dao laws all but disappeared into thin air at this moment, and he was even worse than those supreme beings who had decapitated themselves. He snapped to the situation, looked miserable, and staggered back. "What did you do to me?" Chen Shangxing merely said indifferently. "I did nothing more than knock you down from the proud Emperor realm, and now, you're no different than those quasi-imperial beings." The Heaven Slayer Emperor only felt like the sky was falling apart at this moment. "I fell down to the Imperial realm?" As if in some disbelief, he once again said to himself, "I fell down to the Emperor realm?" He then snapped his head up again, filled with anger and murderous intent. "This can't be. It's fake. It's all fake. I'm a great emperor. I'm the invincible great emperor of the world." A monstrous ferocious might bloomed, directly sweeping towards Chen Shangxing. However, just under the light of one of his eyes, everything shattered, and the Heaven Slayer Emperor flew out backwards. Yet he still didn't believe that he had fallen to the Emperor realm. "I have devoured the origin of countless top living beings before I was certified as an emperor. I am the Godslayer insect, invincible in the world. I am an emperor. I will devour all of you." Chen Shangxing just shook his head and looked at him, without a single fluctuation between his expressions. "Now that you've fallen to the Emperor realm, let you fend for yourself." He left with his hands behind his back just like that, and that Heaven Slayer Emperor suddenly roared, "Who the hell are you?" However, In the face of this god-slaying insect that had fallen to the realm of the great emperor, Chen Shangsheng did not have the slightest intention of trying to answer him, and merely glanced back, and with a bang, this god-slaying emperor instantly rushed out of this starfield at this moment. A figure appeared in front of Chen Shangsheng. "My lord." Chen Shangsheng just nodded with satisfaction. "It seems that you have gained something over the years, and you are not too far away from the 6th transformation. Continue to pursue your own Dao. That Godslayer bug, even if he falls to the Emperor realm, I'm afraid he'll still cause some trouble. Do you want me to make a move? No need. Karma will find him on its own." Divine Dream Heaven bent down and saluted at Chen Shangsheng, and when he looked up again, he was the only one left in the entire cosmic starry sky. A great battle in the depths of the universe ended, and no living being knew what the final result was like. Only a small number of living beings who stood at the top of the great Dao sensed something, but they didn't dare to be sure. Only, for a long time, there was no longer any sight of the Kingslayer Emperor with the Sea of Worms in the entire universe, and Heaven's mandate exuded a sense of sadness, which caused many beings to become somewhat agitated. Soon after, a message came through. The Heaven Slayer Emperor was forcefully knocked down from the Emperor realm by a supreme being. When this news spread throughout the entire universe, all living beings were incomparably thrilled and excited. This was a very rare thing. In this era, a great emperor was knocked down to the Emperor realm by the supreme beings, and was actually honored by countless beings. If this were in other eras, this was something that simply couldn't exist. The Heaven Slayer Emperor disappeared. He fell down to the Emperor realm and began to hide away from the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, some of the Emperor clans and Holy Land great sects that had once suffered the massacre of the Heaven Slayer Emperor had begun to appear in the world, and they had directly revived their extreme Emperor soldiers. For a long time, the entire depths of the universe reverberated with an extreme might, and it was some beings holding Imperial weapons as they searched for traces of the Godslayer insect. 500 years passed quickly, and close to the edge of the universe, a being discovered the once Heaven Slayer Emperor, and so, a great battle erupted, and several Imperial weapons began to revive, smashing the land boundaries of the cosmic borderlands, and the laws of the great Dao were not visible. A roar of fury came from the Heaven Slayer Emperor. "I am the Heaven Slayer Emperor. When I recover, I will surely devour all of you." A living being coldly grunted as the Emperor soldier in his hand struck a terrifying blow. "Do you think you're still a great emperor? It's time to end the cycle of karma." Rolling, an incomparably bright light blossomed in the land of cosmic border panic, and the collision of several Imperial soldiers even disrupted space and time. It is said, this battle was incomparably miserable. In the place close to the edge of the universe, densely filled with the bodies of the Godslayer insects, the blood was like a sea, and the residual might of the extreme Dao had been reverberating for several years before it completely disappeared. The Kingslayer is dead, died in that great battle and completely disappeared into the world of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. All the spirits were celebrating and cheering. The passing of a great emperor excited all the living beings in the universe. This was a great emperor with an extremely short reign. The Heaven Slayer Emperor reigned for only 1,000 years, relying on the origin of devouring all spirits to quickly come to his peak. But unfortunately, it was also during the first 1,000 years that he was knocked down to the Emperor realm by a supreme being. No one knew the origin of that supreme being, and no being dared to explore it. After the Heaven Slayer Emperor completely disappeared, the entire universe became calm everywhere, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths regained their former vigor. For a long time, the various life homelands in the universe began to see the emergence of one after another of outstandingly gifted beings, who sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain and began to walk on the path of the great Dao. In the 2300th year after the disappearance of the Heaven Slayer Emperor, a vast vision suddenly appeared in one of the ancient lands of life in the universe, and the heavens and earth descended with blessings. An otherworldly supreme aura began to revive and then spread throughout the entire universe. It's not someone who has been witnessed. Rather, there were beings who had embarked on an alternative path to becoming a supreme being, one that could be compared to a great emperor. That was a being from the Feathered clan, who had once ventured on the path of emperors, and then disappeared into obscurity, not expecting him to have alternatively become a Taoist. And in this emperorless era, this alternatively become a Taoist would have no real rivals. A great emperor has appeared in one era, and 2 other types have also appeared to become Dao. It seems that the progress of the perfection of heaven's mandate is faster than I thought. Within the everlasting realm, Chen Shangsheng sensed an aura of supremacy from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and before that, Divine Dream Heaven had also become a Taoist in an alternative era. 3 supreme great emperors appeared in one era. This was already enough to say something. Chen Shangsheng suddenly thought of something. Is it possible for future eras to occur simultaneously? 2 great emperors? Hey, 2 chapters done. Off to play some games. QAQ. Chapter 122 Road to Immortality? The Great Emperor of Aotian. Although a great emperor who plagued the universe had appeared in this era, his reign wasn't very long, and he was knocked down to the Emperor realm by a supreme being after just over 1,000 years. And after that, he even suffered a siege by beings from all over the world wielding Emperor armies, and completely perished. The entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths had managed to enter a period of relative calm, and it was not expected that after a period of more than 2,000 years following the disappearance of the heaven-slaying emperor, a living being had alternatively become a Taoist. The living beings from all over the world were afraid that this alternative way of becoming a living being would follow the path of the heaven-slaying emperor, who wasn't a true great emperor after all. But soon, they realized that this alternative becoming living being from the feathered clan did not brutalize the living beings of the world, but instead visited the various valleys of life, repairing those ancient lands that had suffered heavy damage with his own great Dao aptitude. This is a supreme being who is full of compassion for living beings, who is forever shrouded in a soft white light and carries a pair of white feathered wings on his back, walking under the stars of the universe to save the living beings in the world. Many living beings began to bear the name of this supreme living emperor, and the world honored him as the feathered emperor, although he hadn't gained the approval of heaven's destiny to certify an emperor. In this era, he was a true great emperor in the hearts of those living beings. Perhaps it was too early in this era when the Heavenslayer Emperor fell, so it had been nearly 9,000 years before the Heavenslayer Emperor's Dao mark completely disappeared, and heaven's destiny surfaced once again, opening up the shackles of the 10,000 paths once again, and a new era came, and there were beings who could testify to the Dao once again. And during these thousands of years that the feathered emperor had sheltered, there had been no scourges in the entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After heaven's mandate opened the shackles of the 10,000 paths, this supreme being known as the feathered emperor simultaneously announced that he would be dusting himself off, and for a moment, many beings made pilgrimages to worship this feathered emperor from the bottom of their hearts. For Chen Chongsheng, he had already spent nearly 440,000 years in this world. Perhaps the time he had spent was not long compared to those supreme beings who had decapitated themselves, but he was awake for every age, and the power of time was added to all of them without leaving a single trace on him. He had spent era after era of great emperors, watching them fight from the emperor road to the final fall. Either they transformed into the Dao, or broke into the forbidden land to bloom their last remaining glory, or cut themselves to become forbidden beings, one life after another. Chen Chongsheng could no longer muster the slightest interest in this world. He had gained insight into some of the mysteries of this world, and even now that the shackles of the 10,000 paths had been opened, and a new round of Imperial Path struggles would be opened soon, none of this could make him fluctuate the slightest bit inwardly. Once upon a time, he was also a being who aspired to be recognized by heaven's destiny, wanting to prove his path and become an emperor. He couldn't help but smile at the thought. A radiant heaven's mandate slowly descended from the vault of the eternal life realm and floated in front of him, and feeling the rich heaven's mandate power, Chen Chongsheng smiled faintly. Wait a little longer, and when the time comes, I will grant you a sight of the real world. Within the everlasting realm, Chen Chongsheng began to fall into the state of comprehending the Black Lotus rules again, and time passed slowly like this, and in Chen Chongsheng's eyes, the concept of time had long since ceased to exist. Another being from the 9 heavens and 10 lands had become an emperor. It was a golden-winged heavenly rock, defeating all opponents and finally succeeding in shattering the thunder tribulation of proof of the Dao, realizing the ultimate leap, merging with the destiny of heaven and completing the ultimate sublimation. This was a demon emperor, known as the Red-Feathered Demon Emperor. During the first 1,000 years of the Red-Feathered Demon Emperor's reign, he created the Demon Court, which was considered a holy place for all the demon races. After that, he even broke into the Bronze Immortal Hall alone in the 5th millennium, after which a great battle was fought, and he managed to wrestle a supreme being to death. However, this also drew retaliation from the supreme beings, and several supreme beings that weren't considered senile came out and directly joined forces to attack the Demon Court, causing it to collapse. The Red-Feathered Demon Emperor even fought with several supreme beings, striking the sun and moon, losing the color of heaven and earth, and causing chaos in the Great Dao. In the end, the Red-Feathered Demon Emperor suffered a heavy blow, while those supreme beings also fought to the extreme sublimity. In the end, the aura of 2 supreme beings attracted the detection of heaven's destiny, and ultimately an annihilating thunderbolt descended, with the 2 supreme beings completely dissipating in the midst of the thunderbolt. And this Red-Feathered Demon Emperor disappeared from the Demon Court after a great battle, not appearing for a long time. When he finally appeared, it was during his 14,000th year. The Red-Feathered Demon Emperor's aura appeared, causing the heavenly destiny to shake. But in the end, his roar spread throughout the cosmic stars, and in the end, it completely dissipated, and the heavenly destiny exuded a sense of sadness. Some beings said that the Red-Feathered Demon Emperor suffered from the cleansing of the supreme beings in his later years. There were also beings who said that the Red-Feathered Demon Emperor didn't have the immortality pill and tried to live out his second life, but something went wrong and he ended up losing his battle. The era of the Red-Feathered Demon Emperor is over. In just 3,000 years, the demon emperor's Dao marks disappeared, and the mandate of heaven once again opened the yoke of the 10,000 paths. After the demon emperor, a number of great emperors had appeared over the course of several eras, only for Chen Chongsheng to remain unconcerned. Soon, Chen Chongsheng had spent 600,000 years. During this period, in addition to the great emperors who were able to prove the Dao, there were also several other beings who became Dao in the same period of time as the great emperors, which also showed that the heavens and the earth were becoming more and more perfect. When Chen Chongsheng Emperor was 630,000 years old, he, who was in the everlasting realm, suddenly caught a hint of fluctuation in the universe. Is it the road to immortality? His eyes were calm, but they seemed to contain power that could upend the universe. He took a step beyond the eternal life realm and then explored a trace to a place where the aura of heaven and earth was thin. He looked around at the void in front of him, and then a huge axe appeared in his hand. That was his second Dao weapon, the destruction axe, which possessed the power to destroy everything. Holding the broken axe in his hand, he just gently swung the axe in his hand. The power of the laws in general destroying the heavens and destroying the earth cut through the void in front of them. Afterwards, he broke in, the destruction axe in his hand glowing, a blade of the axe that destroyed everything continuously cleaving through a spacetime. And eventually, he arrived at the deepest part of this layer of spacetime. This is a place of chaos. The Great Way is not visible, time does not exist, and there is only an ancient road that leads nowhere. Road to immortality. Chen Chongsheng slowly walked forward, holding his giant axe as he stood in front of this ancient path, which was somewhat broken, and there was still some glittering golden light enveloping it, but it was incomparably thin. Chen Chongsheng sensed the aura of the gigantic road to immortality that he had seen at the edge of the universe back then, only that the two were far from comparable. This is the same path that Aotian took in the first place. Chen Chongsheng sighed. In front of this ancient path, he saw broken stone carvings and some broken ancient soldiers, and the pitch-black blood still emanated a gust of killing intent. Looking at the ancient road of immortal ascension in front of him, Chen Chongsheng was able to sense a crisis, but it wasn't quite as strong for him. Can I ascend with the 3 Dao weapons plus the world of Bing Dao plus the Black Lotus of the pure world? Without much thought, Chen Chongsheng directly took a step up with his giant axe in hand, and in a flash, the entire ancient road trembled at that moment, followed by a dense golden light enveloped the entire ancient road. He felt a force of law that wore down everything, but it wasn't enough. Chen Chongsheng directly released the world of Bing Dao, and the breaking axe swung, a breaking law surging out to cut through the countless golden lights. He traveled along this path of immortal ascension, and he didn't see anything extra along the way until, that is, he saw a severed arm that fell on top of the ancient path of immortal ascension. The severed arm looked like it had fallen there for many years, but it was still lifelike, as if it had just been broken. And from the breath that flowed through it, it was left by a very powerful great emperor, and he didn't know what kind of crisis he had suffered in it. He didn't linger and continued on, and soon, he found more things, the torsos of great emperors, and great emperors' imperial soldiers, with imperial blood flowing in a lifelike manner. Right at this moment, Chen Chongsheng snapped his head up as the world of Bing Dao broke through all laws, and he reached out and grabbed a piece of debris in his hand. It was a sword tip, made from 5 types of immortal gold. Emperor Aotian's imperial soldier, could it be that even as powerful as you are, you have truly been robbed? Chen Chongsheng sighed, but right at this moment, he gained insight into some residual images from the tip of this sword. It was the Aotian emperor on a conquest. He was drenched in blood and roared up to the sky. Only one sentence was left: leave this inn. Don't, denizen. 1 chapter first, and 1 more in the afternoon. Chapter 123, Exiting the Immortal Ascension Path. Fighting the great emperor of the world. Chen Chongsheng held the tip of this sword and frowned slightly before looking towards the end of the Immortal Ascension Road. The tip of this sword was Emperor Aotian's imperial soldier, and it was obvious that Emperor Aotian had an unimaginably great battle after entering this path of immortal ascension, and in the end, even his imperial soldier was shattered. Is the path to immortality inaccessible? Great Emperor Aotian once had a terrifying battle here, and he discovered something. Looking at the fragments of emperor soldiers in front of him, as well as the bodies and blood of those great emperors who had intruded in throughout the ages, none of them told of the great horrors that had once occurred at this place. Chen Chongsheng took the tip of his sword and went all the way forward again after his silence, and he found a mass of blood that emitted a terrifying aura. It wasn't blood that belonged to a great emperor, but it was incomparably terrifying, and it just stayed in the middle of this path to immortality, not knowing who had left it behind. A white light penetrated out from Chen Chongsheng's body, enveloping the mass of blood, the power of the Bing Dao smoothing out all the horrors, and finally the mass of blood became calm beyond measure. Some sort of divinity disappeared, and it dissipated just like that all of a sudden. It's been too long, he sighed for a moment. The blood that was filled with supreme qi could not escape the sanction of time even after it was devoid of that regal qi and divinity. Chen Chongsheng did not continue on, and began to return after stopping at this place. It wasn't that he was afraid of the great terror ahead of him, but he was worried that if he left the 9 heavens and 10 lands after passing the Immortal Ascension path, then everything he had done would be in vain. Although, he saw the shattered Emperor soldier of the Aotian Emperor, and the Aotian Emperor left some words behind. Only, he did not see the body of the Aotian Emperor. Maybe there's still a glimmer of possibility. This was also the reason why he had withdrawn from this imperial path. Soon, Chen Chongsheng began to returning to the starting point of this Immortal Ascension path, and when he forcibly stepped out from within the Immortal Ascension path, the golden light of the entire Immortal Ascension path steeply shattered and reverted back to nothingness. The Densun Road has become that old road again, and it was at this time that a figure with a strong imperial might similarly forcefully broke into the depths of this spacetime and saw the ancient road to immortality in Chen Chongsheng. The road to immortality? And a supreme being? The silhouette was taken aback for a moment, but the rich imperial might and the power of the imperial Dao laws were surging in his body. This is a great emperor of the day. Only then did Chen Chongsheng recall that this great emperor of the current era was known as the 9-prison underworld emperor. Born from the Yue Yuan dragon Zhao clan, became an emperor since 8,000 years ago, and created his own Dao lineage, the 9-prison underworld cult. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the 9 underworld heavens, this great emperor of the current generation barging into this land of immortal ascension caused Chen Chongsheng to be slightly surprised as well, as this great emperor happened to see him walk out from the middle of the immortal ascension path. You entered the immortal ascension road and came out of it unharmed. Tell me, what's inside the immortal ascension road? The 9 hells underworld emperor looked at Chen Chongsheng, majestic imperial Dao laws dropping down. Behind him, it was like a pitch-black abyss, and within the abyss, it was as if 9 pairs of gigantic pupils were emitting a terrifying light. However, Chen Chongsheng merely smiled. If you want to know, why don't you go in and see for yourself? After saying that, Chen Chongsheng continued to walk forward, seemingly not placing a great emperor in his eyes in the slightest. And this scene was clearly a provocation to a great emperor of the current generation. The 9 hells underworld emperor let out a cold snort as the supreme imperial Dao laws filled this space and time, constantly grinding away the void, and at the same time, a piece of the abyss behind him rioted, and the 9 behemoths instantly broke through the sublime heavens and earth and fell down towards the figure in front of him. Knowing that this is my era, a mere forbidden land being dares to show up in the world, Chen Chongsheng could see the behemoth, not 9 heads, but one, only that he possessed 9 heads similar to a dragon, incomparably hideous and tyrannical. The head of each augur dragon was filled with 36 underworld bone thorns, simultaneously swirling with 9 different kinds of great Dao power. Rolling, this place was instantly covered by monstrous underworld qi, transforming into a land of the underworld, and that huge body collapsed the heavens in general, causing the 10,000 paths to tremble. Chen Chongsheng simply pointed out with a single finger, and a brilliant white light split the underworld qi in two as if it had separated heaven and earth. Just then, 9 different Dao powers suddenly swirled within those 9 heads, and with a rumbling sound, the bloody mouth of the augur dragon opened, and 9 thick pillars of light of different colors descended at the same time. And that 9 prisons underworld emperor even took a step forward and raised his hand to directly suppress it. 1,000 vortex burial hands. A huge palm was like a sky blanketing hand, emanating supreme greatness, with a world sinking and floating within it, and turning into nothingness at the same time. Cut it out. The entire spacetime shattered. Chen Chongsheng merely shook his head, walking between light and darkness as a party of ancient bells floated above his head, a ripple like a tidal wave spreading out and surging forward. Dang it! The sound of that bell was like the sound of the great Dao, and the laws of time were like a tidal wave surging in all directions at this moment. Those 9 different pillars of light of the power of the great Dao landed on top of the ripples that were like tides, and there were actually no more ripples at all. They all dissipated, as if all the power of the great Dao had been worn away in this instant. And Chen Chongsheng even looked at that 9-prison underworld emperor, exuding pure power of the Dao of Bing. Just a slap down, the power of the Dao of Bing instantly erupted, directly shattering that huge palm. The sky was filled with the power of laws rolling around. That 9-prison underworld emperor raised his hand and grabbed it, and countless withered ancient stars were instantly grabbed in his hand. And then, one ancient star was like transforming into a giant black sun, with pitch-black flames burning and surrounding Chen Chongsheng. At the same time, from above those pitch-black ancient stars, a black aura connected together, forming a large formation in an instant. Underworld burning star formation. Fall. In a split second. The entire heavens and earth were shrouded in pitch-black flames at this moment, along with the void and the laws were set ablaze. The 9 hells underworld emperor took a step forward. The soles of his feet were golden light paths formed by the 10,000 laws, and the behemoth with 9 augur dragon heads even rose up into the sky. and under the trembling of his wings, a spatial storm instantly erupted, directly rushing into the monstrous black flames. Buzz. The Nine Hells Underworld Emperor waved his imperial fist. Supreme Imperial Might erupted, and the pitch-black abyss behind it had a huge eye open at this moment, densely packed and emitting a ghostly blue light, and the terrifying power of the laws were all added to its body at this moment. Subsequently, a fist of light wore out everything, and time and space shattered. Under this fist light, everything did not exist, and that great formation all collapsed at this moment. The pitch-black flames were worn out by the fist light, and the piece of space and time in front of him was as if it had turned into a chaotic place, with nothing left. However, right in the center of that dark, broken place, a figure shrouded in faint white light was slowly walking with its hands behind its back, a great emperor of several eras. You're considered good. The next moment, there was no sign. That Nine Hells Underworld Emperor was even less aware that the figure had just suddenly appeared in front of him as if it had crossed space and time. The dark abyss went out, not a trace of power could be felt, and his own emperor-level power was even more like a pool of dead lake water at this moment. Subsequently, a slender finger just like that pointed at the center of the nine-prison Underworld Emperor's brow. Rolling, that behemoth let out a mournful cry, and that pitch-black abyssal world directly shattered, while the nine-prison Underworld Emperor still stood in the same place. But in that instant, his imperial Dao laws, all of his power collapsed. Click. A moment later, behind this nine-prison Underworld Emperor, countless times and spaces began to be destroyed and reborn in the midst of destruction, the terrifying power almost churning up everything. What a terrible power this is. The Nine Hells Underworld Emperor felt that if this power erupted within him, even if he was a great emperor of the current generation, there might not be a chance of him surviving. Chen Chongsheng did not strike, but instead walked past this nine-prison Underworld Emperor and slowly spoke. Even though you are about to cross that threshold, but in front of me, it's still too weak. Chen Chongqing's figure simply disappeared, leaving behind only shattered emptiness and a great emperor who stood motionless in place. Ryoko. The Nine Hells Underworld Emperor looked at the direction Chen Chongqing had left and suddenly said, could it be the legendary supreme being who once knocked a Godslayer insect emperor down to the Emperor realm? Chapter 124, The current great emperor seeks an appointment. The second mission of heaven. Deep in the cosmic starry sky, the Nine Hells Underworld Emperor looked at the direction in which that supreme being had left, and already had some guesses in his heart, after which he glanced at the road of immortal ascension, and he came closer, looking at that ancient road. Throughout history, there have been very few records about the road to immortality, but the road to immortality is mysterious. As long as one went on this path, it was possible to go to an even greater world and ascend to immortality, only that the road to immortality was too dangerous and mysterious, with no chance of survival, and there had never been a precedent of a great emperor returning again after walking on the road to immortality. And today, he actually saw a supreme being walk out from within the Immortal Ascension Road. Looking at the Immortal Ascension Road in front of him, the Nine Prisons Underworld Emperor fell into a moment of silence. He was incomparably confident in himself. However, in the face of this Immortal Ascension Road that led to nowhere, he was somewhat hesitant. In the end, he still didn't choose to step onto this path to immortality, as he turned around and left, directly erupting with imperial might, completely burying this space and time into a deeper space and time. Deng Xian'an. With a murmur, the nine-prison Underworld Emperor was enveloped by imperial might, and in the end, he directly broke through the void back to the 9 heavens and 10 lands, inside the everlasting realm. Chen Changsheng always held the tip of that sword in his hand, his mind constantly echoing the last words left by the Aotian Emperor. Just what kind of great battle did he face that even the great Emperor Aotian was drenched in blood in the midst of this great battle? And even his imperial soldiers were shattered? Where did the road to immortality ultimately lead to? And why did the great Emperor Aotian leave behind a sentence that looked like a warning? Warning future generations not to embark on the road to immortality. The path of ascending to immortality is not the path I want to take. It is best for me to live with the world and stay in this world. I just need to solve to the biggest problem here. Putting away that sword tip, Chen Chongsheng let out a sigh before glancing at the radiant mass of heavenly destiny above the sky dome of the eternal life realm. The universe of the 9 heavens is getting bigger and bigger, and I think something unpredictable is going to happen next. A black lotus slowly emerged in the center of his hand, dropping a dark, flame-like light. The 36 lotus petals of the black lotus of the pure world contained power that he had almost finished comprehending, involving the extremes of the various domains of the universe, and as long as there was this black lotus, he was able to utilize all 36 supreme domains. If I fully comprehend the 36 lotus petals, perhaps, I'll be able to take a walk. I hope it's not too late. Time was long, and Chen Chongsheng hadn't paid attention to the outside world after returning to the eternal life realm. 5,000 years have passed in a flash. It was only that Chen Chongsheng had not expected that the 9 prison underworld emperor, who he had had a brief encounter with back then, would find his everlasting realm and carry a sense of respect. Chen Changsheng had allowed this great emperor of the day to walk into the eternal life realm. The Nine Hells Underworld Emperor had already lived for more than 14,000 years, and now, he had also begun to move towards his twilight years. His blood chi and origin were no longer at their peak, and had even begun to show signs of regression. This Nine Hells Underworld Emperor was simple and direct, explaining his intentions. Lift up the world. I can't find the immortality pill to live a second life. I wish to seek my own decapitation, and I hope to enter the forbidden land of my fellow Taoist. Chen Shangsheng's eyes blossomed with an ancient light at this moment, and then a white light permeated out from his body, and a world of the Tao of War was instantly formed, directly enveloping this nine-prison underworld emperor in front of him. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the Nine Hells Underworld Emperor, followed by composure. Fellow Taoist was able to knock a Godslayer insect emperor down to the emperor realm back then. Why would a great emperor like me, who is no longer at the top of his game, need to go through all the trouble? Chen Shangsheng just looked at him calmly and said slowly, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, you've come to the last place you should be, and with your mind together, even I can't help you. The Nine Hells Underworld Emperor froze for a moment, but in the next moment, his internal one suddenly shook, and immediately afterward, a brilliant golden light instantly enveloped him, and an unbelievable expression appeared on his face. Buzz. The power of heaven's mandate was rippling, completely erupting from the nine-prison underworld emperor's body at this moment. The heaven's mandate seal that was connected to his divine soul, a violent imperial might and imperial Tao laws erupted as a pitch-black abyss emerged behind him, and a pair of huge pupils began to emerge. However, the power of heaven's mandate was wrapping around his body like a golden flame, and was constantly drawing on his emperor's Tao laws and the power of his origin. Even though the emperor of the nine prisons and the underworlds might cover the heavens, he could not get rid of the fire of heaven's mandate that was running through his body, drawing on everything he had. The Nine Hells Underworld Emperor began to roar in anger, and a gigantic phantom appeared, while at the same time, his body was covered with layers of pitch-black scales, emanating the aura of the underworld. Only, everything was useless. The flame of heaven's destiny seemed to be meant to completely disappear this great emperor into the world. An emperor's might was constantly streaking across the world of the Tao of War, but it was never able to get rid of that heavenly destiny fire, which was burning the emperor's might and burning the laws of the emperor's Tao, burning more and more intensely. Chen Shangsheng just calmly watched all of this, his eyes glowing as he saw that the heavenly fate seal in the Nine Hells Underworld Emperor's divine soul had already transformed into countless golden veins deeply and densely covering every inch of the Nine Hells Underworld Emperor's divine soul, like a great formation that could not be uprooted. It suddenly occurred to him that a long time ago, the so-called Heaven's Mandate seal wasn't like this, and if it was really like this, perhaps the Empress didn't have the means to silently strip the Heaven's Mandate seal from her body in the first place. He's making progress. How is Providence any different? It seems that in the coming years, I'm afraid that very few great emperors will be able to successfully cut themselves down to a supreme being. In the beginning, there was a demon emperor who had erupted with a shocking aura in his later years, but now that I think about it, it was also because his self-decapitation was unsuccessful, and all of his great Tao and origin were swallowed up by heaven's destiny. So in the end, he could only let out a roar of unwillingness. Even though the nine-prison underworld emperor had fought with all his might in the flame of heaven's destiny, it was just a pity that his origin and the laws of the great Tao were said to be extremely sublimated because of the heaven's destiny, and were inextricably linked to the heaven's destiny. Therefore, even though his divine power carved through the heavens, at this time, it did not have a single effect. He now, at this point, knew exactly what was behind this. In the flame of heavenly destiny, his complexion suddenly became calm as he stared at Chen Changsheng. Do you have any solutions, fellow Daoist? Chen Changsheng stroked his chin. If it was in the past, his Bing Dao world would have been able to suppress and strip away the heavenly destiny seal, just like the 100 Beasts Emperor at the time. Except now, the heavenly destiny seal was transformed into a large formation that plowed deep with the divine soul, and even his Bing Dao world was unable to strip it away completely. He stared at the Nine Hells Underworld Emperor and burst into a light laugh. Of course I have. It was true that the Bing Dao world couldn't do it, but his pure world Black Lotus could. A miserable smile appeared on the Nine Hells Underworld Emperor's face. As long as you, Dao friend, can help me cut off that heaven's mandate power, no matter what the conditions are, I'm willing to agree. It seemed that this Nine Hells Underworld Emperor's will to survive was quite strong. Chen Changsheng thought about it and suddenly changed his mind as he said, relax, from now on, you are going to have to be prepared to never show up in the 9 heavens and 10 lands again. Remember, do not speak, do not think, do not ask. He collected his laughter and rushed at the Nine Hells Underworld Emperor. A pitch-black lotus flower emerged, and the power of pitch-black flames landed, drawing the golden heavenly destiny fire even more violently. In the next moment, The pitch-black flames directly pounced on the nine-prison underworld emperor's body, and the two unspeakable forces began to devour each other within its body. Chen Shangsheng smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. The world of Bing Dao cracked open a gaping hole, and a radiant golden light slowly emerged. Mandate of Heaven. The Nine Hells underworld emperor was shocked beyond belief, but he quickly reacted. This is not the heavenly destiny of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. As a great emperor, he had seen everything the universe had to offer, but at this moment, he couldn't use words to describe the shock in his heart. Although this heaven's mandate did not resonate with himself, and likewise, the power of this heaven's mandate was far from being able to compare to the heaven's mandates of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Yet, this was surprisingly really the second mass of heaven's mandate. This was even more shocking than the appearance of 2 great emperors at the same time in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, a hint of a smile surfaced on Chen Shangsheng's face and he only said one sentence. Dinner is served. Chapter 125, Reception of the 9 Hells Underworld Emperor. Vision of the Forbidden Land of the Era. A radiant mass of heavenly destiny suddenly appeared in this world, which caused the 9 Hells Underworld Emperor to be incomparably shocked. Only the moment this mass of heaven's destiny appeared, the 9 Hells Underworld Emperor felt that the fire of heaven's destiny within his body became even more intense, as if it wanted to completely obliterate his body. Moreover, all of those dense golden veins attached to his divine soul began to glow, and the power of heaven's mandate was spreading across the landscape, and it was as if his divine soul was about to melt away at this moment. If there wasn't a pitch-black supreme power fighting against that heaven's destiny seal, I'm afraid that even if he was a great emperor, he would have disappeared into this world long ago. This was the first time he felt that he, a great emperor, would also be so overwhelmed. Chen Shangsheng merely glanced at him, his expression still calm, and then, from within that black lotus, a pitch-black light once again surged out, and instead of rushing into the 9-prison underworld emperor's body, this pitch-black light attached itself to the surface of his body. A pitch-black pattern began to spread continuously, eventually spreading over his entire body, as if it had transformed into a cage, completely locking the 9 Hells underworld emperor's great Dao and that heavenly destiny flame within its body. A burst of violent fluctuations came from the 9 Hells underworld emperor's body, melting away all of his Dao laws and origin. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Dog. Chen Shangsheng merely smiled, then waved at heaven's mandate. Your turn. In the next moment, that radiant mass of heaven's destiny rushed directly towards the 9-prison underworld emperor with incomparable excitement. Buzz. The incomparably dense power of heaven's mandate instantly erupted, completely enveloping the entire figure of the 9 Hells underworld emperor. A sound like the shattering of the void rang out continuously, and that heavenly destiny flame within its body was struggling madly at this moment. But there was the Black Lotus's pure light intercepting it, coupled with the appearance of the heavenly destiny power. That heavenly destiny seal transformed into the heavenly destiny flame could only continuously gush out divine might to resist. After all, heaven's mandate is heaven's mandate, and the seal is just a seal. Even if heaven's mandate is weak, that is not something that the power of the seal can resist. It's an innate suppression. The dense power of heaven's mandate erupted, filling every part of the 9-prison underworld emperor's body, along with the golden veins in his divine soul trembling. In the end, the power of heaven's mandate swept through, swallowing all of the heaven's mandate flames that had been created due to the heaven's mandate seal, along with all of the veins. The radiant heaven's mandate slowly rose from within the body of the 9-prison underworld emperor and came before Chen Shangsheng, expressing great satisfaction. Chen Shangsheng simply waved his hand, and heaven's mandate began to rise, eventually leaving the world of Soldier's Path and once again appearing above the firmament of the everlasting realm. Only then did he look at the 9 Hells underworld emperor, whose body had not only disappeared even the heaven's destiny seal, but had also lost a lot of its great Dao origin. You're in such a state that it's worse than self-decapitation. The 9 Hells underworld emperor burst into a bitter smile, thinking of the crisis he had just fallen into. Even as a great emperor, he was born with a sense of powerlessness. He got up and arched his hand at Chen Shangsheng to express his gratitude. No matter what, it's always survived. I wonder what Tomo wants from me. Chen Shangsheng just looked on snidely. Even though you still have the name of a great emperor now, you don't have the reality of a great emperor anymore. So what do you think? What can you give me? The 9 Hells underworld emperor sighed, unable to retort, and then asked a question. Will I be able to return to the 9 heavens? Chen Shangsheng carried his hands behind his back. I've already said that you must be prepared to completely disappear into the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and this is what is required of you. The 9 Hells underworld emperor was silent for a while, then nodded. Yes, can I ask another question? Chen Shangsheng looked back at him, and the 9 prisons underworld emperor asked with an incomparably serious expression. Heavenly destiny. What exactly? Chen Shangsheng merely laughed, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a hint of sarcasm, then raised his head. his eyes looking as if through the forbidden land to the most mysterious place at the center of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe. What is the mandate of heaven? Just think of him as an old farmer. All living things are the food it has planted, and you, the great emperors, are nothing but ripe fruits. It has given you the best nourishment. Of course it is to be harvested. The 9 Hells Underworld Emperor fell completely silent. The era of the 9 Hells Underworld Emperor suddenly came to an end. At a time when all living beings thought that the 9 Hells Underworld Emperor would still be alive for a long time. Located at the center of the universe in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the heavenly fate made a rare appearance, blossoming with a dense power of heavenly fate that caused the laws of the 10,000 paths to tremble. It was a wave of anger, and an inexplicable sadness. Immediately after that, Heaven's mandate opened the yoke of the 10,000 paths and began to release the 10,000 paths. It wasn't until this time that the 9 heavens and 10 lands, as well as the 10,000 living beings everywhere, realized it. The 9 Hells Underworld Emperor had disappeared. How could it be? There were no signs of weakening before. How could it end so quickly? Many living beings felt that it was fishy, but the signs of heavenly destiny did indicate that the 9 prison Underworld Emperor had left. After that, some of the top beings even traveled to the great sect created by the 9 prison Underworld Emperor to explore it. The news that was learned was also the same as what Divine Order had shown. The 9 Hells Underworld Emperor hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, and his great Tao had begun to dissipate. All living beings were then forced to accept the disappearance of this 9 prison Underworld Emperor, and as time passed, the departure of a great emperor was gradually forgotten, as a new era would soon come. And at this time, within the everlasting realm, Chen Qiansheng promised to let the 9 prison Underworld Emperor stay and to let him sleep to repair his own great Tao origin. After all, he was a former great emperor, and although his origin had been compromised quite a bit, he still had the chance to realize his peak battle power after 1 or 2 ascensions. Therefore, Chen Qiansheng also allowed this 9 prison Underworld Emperor to remain in the eternal life realm. And after the 9 Hells Underworld Emperor fell asleep, Chen Qiansheng once again completely closed off the everlasting realm, and he continued to act like a person of leisure, spending the rest of his time drinking tea and fishing every day, in addition to studying the Black Lotus. In the blink of an eye, another 4,000 years had passed. The mandate of heaven has completely released the 10,000 paths, and a new era has dawned. And at a time when all living beings were excited and wanted to make it big in this era, a violent fluctuation suddenly emanated from the era Forbidden Land Buddha land located in the Qiankuan heaven. And then, a radiant Buddha light rushed out from the era Forbidden Land as a wave, and a huge ancient Buddha looked like it was perched on the entire Qiankuan heaven in general. All living beings were shocked by this scene, and then, countless living beings came to Qiankuan heaven in droves, thinking that this Buddhist land would give birth to great opportunities. This vision only lasted for 3 days, and the vast ancient Buddha disappeared, along with the Buddha's light likewise disappearing into thin air. That mysterious Buddhist land returned to peace. Numerous living beings were watching, but none of them ever dared to go deeper into that Buddhist land, and only after waiting for a long time did those living beings slowly disperse, and they don't know it. On top of a certain Buddhist mountain in the middle of the Buddhist land, a vast golden Buddha covered the sky, his face blurred and indeterminate, attracting the worship of 10,000 Buddhas. Beneath the Buddha mountain, densely packed with ancient Buddha silhouettes, they reverently worshipped at the huge golden Buddha. The vast Buddha light rippled, filling the entire Buddhist land, and countless Brahman voices resounded, transforming into the 33 worlds. The breath of that golden Buddha was peerless, and the blurry face seemed to be getting clearer and clearer, seeming to be a woman's face, domineering and peerless. And apart from that golden Buddha, not far away were 2 similarly huge figures lined up, a demonic god phantom of demonic aura and demonic might. The other, a huge figure surrounded by immortal light, the sun, moon and stars sinking and floating, countless immortal light blooming, seemingly an immortal king sitting and chanting sutras, and auspicious beasts presenting auspiciousness. Strangely enough, the aura of these 3 huge bodies of immortals, Buddhas and devils, it is actually as good as it gets. It's a little late today because today it's a vacation. I wish you all a happy May Day, huh? I'm also going to my cousin's wedding on May Day, so I might be late posting, or I might take the day off. If I do, I hope you'll forgive me, huh? And I'll try to do 3 chapters a day when May Day is over, to see if I can stick to it, haha. And if I can't, just forget about it. Ha ha ha. Happy May Day vacation. Everyone have fun. Chapter 126, Changes in the Universe. For great emperors, no living being could state just how big the universe was, and even a great emperor of the current generation could not have traveled to every single place in the universe. There are so many mysteries, so many unknowable places in the universe. And what about outside the universe? How big is it? And what does it really look like? No one knew, not even the great emperors. At this moment, in a void of unknowable chaos, a faint light seemed to come from the darkness of an extreme distance. traveling through layers and layers of space and time like a meteor streaking by. It marched through the lonely chaos, the white light breaking through the chaos as if it were aimless. But just then, in the midst of this dark and lonely chaos, a riot from life suddenly erupted. The white light suddenly lurched, then reversed its direction, instantly transforming into a dense light that left a white line in this lonely chaotic place. A white light had traveled for an unknown period of time, and at an unknown distance from that white light, in this lonely chaotic land, there was a huge piece of existence like the yolk of an egg, floating in the chaotic land. Compared to the vastness of the chaotic land, the thing that looks like an egg yolk is too small, but it is a real universe. Within it, the pale yellow light nurtured the five-colored breath, surging with the power of billions and billions of living things. Outside of it, was a layer of pale green fluorescent light surrounding the entire universe, isolating all the chaotic forces in addition. A white light buzzed from far and near, and wherever it passed, it directly opened up a channel in the chaotic land. Afterward, that light became more and more radiant, and it just ruthlessly slammed into the barriers of this side of the great universe. A clear glow began to swirl continuously. Buzz. At this moment, in a certain withered star field in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the entire void was suddenly as bright and white as day. The bright light was still intensifying, and the sound of rupture was endless, as if the entire space could not withstand this tremendous force, and densely dotted white cracks continued to spread on top of that trembling space. Then, with a bang, the spatial barriers of this universe shattered, and countless spatial fragments floated everywhere. A white light rushed into this universe from the chaos, and as that white light began to slowly fade away, the shattered space began to repair itself. In the end, only one side of the flawless jade shuttle like white jade remained in the middle of the withered starfield, a fluorescent light flowing. A figure wearing a star robe slowly stepped out from that jade shuttle, holding a boundary disc in his hand, surrounded by starlight as he surveyed the heavens and earth. There are deficiencies in this heaven and earth, but compared to the worlds visited before, this universe is incomparably close to perfection. From within the jade shuttle, 3 more beings wearing dark gray robes walked out of it. After hundreds of thousands of years of pursuing, we have finally found a living universe. Lord Inspector, is there anything in this universe that we are looking for? The figure shrouded in a starlight just burst into a light laugh. I didn't find any traces of it. However, there is something interesting about this side of the universe. Perhaps we didn't come here for nothing, and there will be some unexpected gains. And the heavenly destiny of this universe seems to be extraordinarily powerful. I can even feel its repulsive intent towards us, somewhat beyond my imagination. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the heaven and earth, accumulating world after world. The power of the great Dao at its peak is not a waste of the hundreds of thousands of years of vain crossing. He reached out his hand, and the jade shuttle that was as white as jade transformed into a white light and drilled into his body. The other 3 beings all looked at him, and he smiled and said, "There is no hurry. We will explore this universe first, and by then, all that is there will be ours." The 4 figures chose a direction at this moment and instantly broke through the air and went far away. What's destiny up to again? Chen Changsheng had already spent 870,000 years, and being in the everlasting realm, he suddenly stopped his hands as he sensed that the heavenly orders of the 9 heavens and 10 earths were suddenly hidden and exuding a very violent aura. A brilliant heavenly might swirled from the heavenly mandate, and the golden power of the heavenly mandate drifted out to all parts of the universe, as if it was probing for something, and this has been going on for a long time. It doesn't seem like something has gone wrong with the Dang Emperor. Chen Changsheng frowned. Today's great emperor had lived out his second life, possessing almost 20,000 years of age, and had managed to step out of the second node. Not as if something had gone wrong, yet it was at this time. The center of the universe in the 9 heavens and 10 lands suddenly had a strong imperial might revive, and it quickly filled the entire universe. In the center of the universe, a magnificent figure topped the sky and generally stood on the ground. 10,000 laws surrounded it, dragons and phoenixes flew, and the sun and the moon were carried on its shoulders. His face was ordinary, with black hair that looked a touch wooden, yet he exuded an aura that made the 10,000 paths tremble. He is today's great emperor, a human race, proved to be an emperor 20,000 years ago, and took an immortality medicine 6,000 years ago, managed to live a second life. The emperor's might is so great that it makes all the races of the living beings in the universe submit to it, and is known as Xianxiao Great Emperor. At this moment, this Xianxiao Emperor seemed to have discovered something as well, his gaze tightly staring at a place in the universe, his eyes seeming to crack open the ages of the ages, and his emperor's might was so dense that it constantly spread out to all parts of the universe. Many living beings looked at that Xianxiao Emperor in the center of the universe at this moment, wondering what this emperor was going to do, and many living beings speculated whether this emperor was going to conquer the Forbidden Land. Only, that Xianxiao Emperor was still just standing in place, a dense force of heavenly destiny hanging down. turning his entire figure radiant and incomparably bright. At the same time, a tower with the two Qis of Xian Huang emerged and floated above its head. An emperor's sword also appeared in his hand, clear Qi rushing into the sky, and above that blade, it was like a spatial crack constantly shattering. Is Emperor Xian Shao really going to conquer the Forbidden Land? Some beings were shocked to see this scene, but the next moment, all the living beings suddenly saw that in front of the Xian Shao Emperor, the entire void suddenly collapsed, and the countless stars all went out at this moment, turning into a pitch-black void, rolling. It was as if there was a thunder roaring in the dark hollow, incomparably hideous. Immediately afterward, four figures slowly walked out of that pitch-black hollow. They looked arrogant, with a smirk of indifference on their faces, even in the face of a great emperor of the current generation who had lived a second life. Supreme beings? Emperor Xianshao was shrouded in the power of heaven's destiny. The Xianhuang pagoda hung down a channel of Xianhuang Qi. He held the emperor's sword and pointed at the four beings. The emperor's might filled the air. The power of the entire world seemed to converge in his hands at this moment, and the laws of 10,000 paths floated behind his back like a sea. However, that leader, a being in a snow-white star robe, just smiled faintly, his hand holding up a boundary disc. You are the great emperor of the day? His words were extremely relaxed, and he did not wait for the Xian Shao emperor to reply, but instead muttered to himself, this side of the universe is really somewhat interesting. I didn't expect that a supreme emperor level being would only be able to live for a mere 10,000 years or so. It's really ridiculous. But this also shows that the accumulation of this heaven's mandate has reached an extremely terrifying level. What is it preparing for? I'm curious. He stared at the Xian Shao emperor. Such a short lifespan. You can still step over the second nodal point. You are really something. If it were in my side of the world, you would be considered a heaven-defying character. But it's a pity. The Xian Shao emperor frowned, seemingly not understanding the meaning of the words of the supreme being in front of him. Go back where you came from, and I can pretend this never happened. The being just let out a snort. What a foolish being. When he looked at the Xian Shao emperor again, his eyes became cold and unfeeling, although suppressed by this side of the universe. Only, a district standing in the second section point of the great emperor, still too weak in front of me. Right at this moment, an imperial might abruptly erupted from those four beings, and then, supreme power blossomed, confronting each other with the power of this world's heavenly destiny. Archon? The Xian Shao emperor was shocked at this moment, and all living things were shocked at the same time, simply because all four of those beings had erupted with flawless imperial might at that moment, and it was also swirling with a strong force of heavenly destiny. For living great emperors, how is this possible? One more slap in the evening, might be late. Chapter 127 Great Emperor Battle. The great emperor beings that broke into the eternal life realm. When those four strands of dense imperial might and the power of heavenly destiny filled the entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the entire universe was roaring and the laws of the 10,000 paths were constantly rolling, emanating an aura of destroying everything. Time and space were shattered. The heavens were not revealed, and the aura of those four great emperors stirred up everything in the entire universe. This is too intimidating. Not only was that Xian Shao emperor in shock at this moment, but the 10,000 inspirations of the heavens and earth and the universe were similarly frozen when they were subjected to those four overbearing imperial mights. The four great emperors were in the same era. It's crushingly impossible. One must know that in the history of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe, there had never been two great emperors coexisting in an era, let alone four flawless great emperors. The emperor doesn't see the emperor. This was the rule of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and no living being had ever been able to break this rule. But right now, however, four great emperors had truly appeared, and their auras were too appalling, as if they wanted to subvert the entire universe, suppressing the laws of the 10,000 paths and breaking down the ages of the ages. The living beings from all over thought that they had been mistaken, but when those four magnificent figures stood in the middle of 10,000 years of age, as if they were opening up the heavens and grinding down the laws of the great Tao, they were left with nothing but silence. Those four strands of imperial might were simply too overbearing, as if they were separating heaven and earth. Even though Emperor Xianshao had lived out his second life and crossed the second node, right now, his Emperor Dao laws, his Emperor might was being suppressed by those four strands of Emperor might at this moment. The Xianshao Emperor had a serious look on his face. He was a great emperor, or a great emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, so he still didn't take a step back when facing these four flawless great emperors. Where have you come from? He wanted to inquire about the origins of a few people, but it was just that the star-robed being looked as if he hadn't even glanced at him. A deluded being will never know how big the world is, so why would he need to know where we came from? The boundary disc in his hand began to glow. Then he looked in the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It's true, there are 3 era forbidden lands in this universe. Don't mess with them for the time being. That's not an existence we can mess with. Don't let them revive. As for those other forbidden places, they are really something. It seems that they are made of the cocoon clothes of heaven's destiny, containing some of the power of the rules. He looked behind him at the three great emperor beings. If you are interested, those places are considered a chance for you and others. This world is a little different, but in the end, it's only one of thousands, and I won't report it as a favor to you and the others over these hundreds of thousands of years. The three great emperor-level beings looked with some joy. Thank you, Lord Inspector, for the reward. The being known as the supervisory envoy merely nodded, before looking into the depths of that 9 heavens and 10 earths universe. As for that heavenly destiny that accumulates generation after generation, it's mine. As soon as the words fell, an immense and incomparable green-colored sword light directly cut through all the paths of heaven and earth. The sword light was heavenly, the killing aura destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and it directly chopped towards those 4 great emperors. The figure in the star-robed robe only smiled faintly. You guys go ahead and let me meet the great emperor of this universe for a while. The 3 great emperor beings directly shattered the void at this moment. Where to go? The Xianshao emperor let out a roar, and a Xianhuang tower came across the sky. The Xianhuang chi flowed around, enveloping the entire void, and the Xianhuang tower glowed, fixing the entire heaven and earth in general. Xianhuang chi, what a good thing! However, the star-robed being only slowly walked forward, one hand slowly lifting up and directly crushing that huge green-colored sword light. Afterwards, star-on surfaced all around him, and a terrifying fluctuation blossomed from him, directly wearing out the surrounding Xianhuang chi, while a finger was pointed out, and space and time instantly exploded. The Xianhuang pagoda hummed at this moment and was sent flying with a boom. The Xianshao emperor reached out and beckoned. The Xianhuang pagoda flew back in his hands. He took one step. The 10,000 laws rippled. The emperor's might intertwined with the power of heaven's mandate, and the emperor's sword in his hands instantly chopped out at this moment. In the entire universe, all the 10,000 laws turned into swordlight at this moment, densely packed. That overwhelming sword intent instantly cut through the entire cosmic void like a sword chi cage. Only, the densely packed swordlight all died out after only 10 feet of space away from the being, as he slowly moved forward, and wherever he passed, countless sword chi shattered. He then simply held out a finger. Star destruction. Rolling. The entire universe began to riot, and the starlight in the sky transformed into the most terrifying force at this moment, drowning that Xianshao emperor. Subsequently, the entire spacetime blossomed with a brilliant light. Time and space had all shattered, and everything in front of him had vanished, leaving only a dense and incomparable starlight radiance. A Xianhuang chi rushed out from that dense starlight, and Emperor Xianshao had a head of black hair flying as his eyes blossomed with a terrifying light. He held the emperor's sword in one hand and the Xianhuang pagoda in the other, and behind him, a piece of green sky emerged, and above the green sky, a pair of suns and moons hung, dropping an inexplicable power. Wherever you came from, get the hell out of my world, the Xianshao emperor bellowed, and a piece of green sky instantly landed. His body was emitting light at the same time, and a figure walked out from his body with an expressionless face, and after receiving the emperor's sword, he killed directly towards the being with supreme might, and as the Xianshao emperor stepped down, the 10,000 laws transformed into a gigantic torrent at this moment, shaking the heavens and the earth. A physique that can produce visions is really still a bit different. That being stared at that green sky with a faint smile, and then, steeply turned into a starlight and rushed over, and wherever it passed, the void behind it continuously collapsed. Boom! The great battle between the Xianshao great emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 lands and that great emperor beings completely erupted. Its supreme greatness rippled out to every part of the universe at this moment, causing countless times and spaces to shatter, and the sun and moon to lose their light. The other 3 great emperor-level beings were currently advancing at an extremely fast speed in the universe, and they seemed to be capturing certain trajectories towards a certain place. It was only that those ancient lands of life and ancient great stars that were experienced on the way forward were struck by destruction. An ancient land of life all ruptured under the power at the level of a great emperor, and billions of living beings in those great religions were all buried in that supreme power. This was a scourge that was even more terrifying than the dark unrest, and wherever those 3 great emperor-level beings passed, they obliterated all sentient beings. Not even those imperial clans and great religious sanctuaries that had produced great emperors were able to avoid it. There were ancient quasi-emperors reviving, holding revived emperor soldiers, but in the end, even the emperor's soldiers were shattered, and the 10,000 paths cried out in sorrow. Rolling. Another ancient land of life was turned into fragments in the sky. A hint of a smile surfaced at the corner of a great emperor being's mouth, and just then, he suddenly turned his head and looked somewhere. Found you. Rolling. A black unicorn horn was born from his brow at this moment, instantly shredding the spacetime somewhere like a pitch-black lightning bolt as supreme emperor-level power erupted and he forced his way in. Eventually, he came to a dark land, where there was nothing but a vast and endless ocean filled with tyrannical aura. It really is the power of rules. Right at this moment, The entire ocean began to go berserk as a figure emerged from the bottom of the sea like it was opening up the heavens, exuding a unique supreme power. Very well, it seems that this place is the place of my chance. Rolling, a pitch-black light slowly receded, and a huge behemoth waved a pair of giant wings that covered the sky, completely overturning the entire sea of reincarnation. At the same time, several flawless great emperor powers began to revive at the same time, and on the other side, another great emperor-level being broke into a barren region that stood alone in the depths of the void, which appeared to be a mining area that exuded terrifying killing intent and supreme power. Afterward, he laughed out loud and took a step directly into that deepest area. An immense and incomparable palm shattered the void and directly fell down towards him. Seek death. Inside the everlasting realm, Chen Chongsheng frowned. He was also puzzled by the sudden appearance of the 4 great emperors, and he was indeed startled when those 4 strands of imperial might appeared at the same time. Because 3 of those 4 great emperors were all standing at the peak of the 2nd node, and 1 was standing at the peak of the 3rd node, which was truly unbelievable. Not only him, but all the forbidden places almost revived at this moment, as if they had a premonition of a great misfortune. No wonder the divine order is so. Soon, he realized that the Xianqiao emperor of the current generation had fought with those great emperor beings, only that 3 of the great emperor beings had left that place and gone to other places. Chen Shangsheng also knew what those great emperor beings were aiming for. This was because he was now sensing a great emperor being breaking through the layers of space and time and arriving outside the eternal life realm. The dense imperial might was vast, carrying an incomparably overbearing power that impacted the eternal life realm, although he did not know their origins. At this moment, Chen Shangsheng suddenly developed a trace of interest, and he shook his head somewhat helplessly, not looking for other forbidden places, looking for my eternal life realm. Should I count you lucky, or bad luck? Chapter 128, Otherworldly Emperor? Then let's just crush him to death. Outside the realm of the everlasting life, an emperor-level being broke through the 10,000 paths of space and time and stood in the dark depths of space and time looking at the world before him that was shrouded by a single ray of light. It was a humanoid-like being with a slender figure, a goat-like head, turquoise pupils, a face covered with a layer of fine light red scales, and 6 ears. Behind him, there was an incomparably slim and slender tail, like bone, the same height as his body, and at the end of that long, bony tail was an incomparably sharp spike, emitting an incomparably sharp aura. An incomparably dense imperial might surged continuously from him, intertwining the power of heavenly destiny, while a fine fluorescent light surrounded him, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a decapitation that ruptured space and time, densely packed and constantly deriving, truly a place of heavenly creation, worthy of being transformed by the cocooning clothes of heavenly destiny. Staring at the world in front of him, that being's eyes were filled with a touch of fire. The lower realm universe is naturally inferior to the upper realm, yet it also has his own extraordinary features. This kind of place of creation is rare even in the upper realm, and is held in the hands of those immortal Dao lineages, so how can it fall into my hands? He smiled faintly and took a step forward, looking at that world, flexing his fingers. A fluorescent light suddenly erupted. A huge chopping blow tore through the endless void at this moment, directly chopping towards that heaven and earth. It was an unstoppable chop that broke the great Dao, and supreme emperor-level power swirled around, instantly landing on top of that world. Boom! The entire world exploded at this moment, and a supreme chi began to revive, rushing up with a shocking aura that belonged to a supreme taboo might, representing the unique power of this world. A heavy emperor-level forbidden killing formation opened, dropping endless divine haze rays. Yes, with this power, bring it back to the upper realm and I will be able to take that step. That being was incomparably excited, directly taking a step forward. Emperor-level might erupted. An immense and incomparable chop slowly emerged, crossing in front of him. As he continued to move forward, more and more immense chop appeared. Monstrous forces of law surged, constantly humming, making this pitch-black land in the depths of space and time feel as if it was about to be on the verge of shattering. Break! In an instant, monstrous emperor-level power erupted with the might of the world-destroying power, and that terrifying forbidden might instantly enveloped this place. A terrifying chopping strike emitting a faint fluorescent light that broke everything instantly landed on top of that world. Yet just then, a black-robed figure slowly walked out from the eternal life realm, as if it was an ordinary being, yet it seemed to be in tune with the entire heaven and earth. He looked like he was in no man's land. As the huge chopping strikes from the sky fell, he didn't hide. He stretched out a hand, and a white light poured down from the palm of his hand, stopping in front of the everlasting realm like a gigantic snow-white torrent, separating the years of space and time and the laws of the 10,000 paths in between. Boom! Those countless huge chopping blows fell down and chopped on top of that snow-white torrent. The terrifying might of subverting the red dust completely erupted at this moment. That brilliant light drowned out everything. A terrifying fluctuation instantly broke all the surrounding pitch-black void, and the endless power of the laws transformed into the most furious power. rushing everywhere. The being narrowed its eyes slightly, standing in the midst of that terrifying fluctuation as if it was independent in a time and space. The fluctuation lasted for a long time, and it was only when the fluctuation that destroyed everything completely dissipated that he was able to completely see that black-robed figure. It was an extremely young human, with a slender and upright figure, a black robe, and not that regal and forbidding aura scattered about his body. He had his hands behind his back, and in the midst of that terrifying aftermath, it was as if he hadn't even fluctuated halfway through a single corner of his coat. He was too ordinary, and that great emperor being didn't sense unparalleled forbidden fluctuations from him. Only, that person stood there, but it was as if he stood in the middle of the ages, as if he stood in the middle of the river of ages, and that touch of chi was as if it was independent of all the forces. In front of him, what time, space, and the laws of the great Tao seemed to be non-existent, filled with a certain kind of mystery that could not be seen. He was a little surprised. This is a feeling that he has never had. His clan's spiritual awareness can be ranked in the world, but right now, even he has an unknown feeling, like an illusion. However, that black-robed figure suddenly opened his mouth to speak at this moment, with a smirk. Where did the Taoist come from? That emperor-level being was slightly stunned, and when he looked at him again his eyes were clear, and his body was filled with an emperor-level aura that suppressed all the paths of heaven and earth. He let out a sneer. How does a mere lower realm being deserve to know where we come from? Since you are unwilling to tell where you come from, would you like to tell your name? The being had his hands behind his back as he stared at Chen Changsheng. Being able to receive my world-breaking chop, you barely possess the qualifications to know my name. Remember, my name is Teiko. If you have the sense to offer this place to me and serve as my slave, in the future, I might consider taking you out of this small universe to see a wider world. Now tell me your name. Chen Changsheng suddenly smiled as he stared at Tugu, echoing his words. A mere mole from nowhere is worthy of knowing my name? Boom! An unparalleled emperor-level power rose to the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Seek death. The great emperor being named Tugu had a cold look on his face at this moment, and the space around him continued to fluctuate and then collapsed continuously. He reached out and grabbed, and densely shattered space spread forward at this moment. At the same time, Tugu's body glowed as he took one step, a chopping strike with godless power instantly breaking through the void. Boom! The everlasting realm trembled violently at this moment, scattering forbidden might to ward off this breaking momentum. Only Chen Changsheng's figure did not move like a mountain. The great emperor in front of him, let's call him the otherworldly great emperor, he was already standing at the pinnacle of the second knuckle point, immensely powerful. Moreover, the way he cultivated seemed to be very different from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, with his current cultivation at the peak of the third node, without utilizing the Hyrule world. I'm afraid that it would take a lot of effort to kill a great emperor at the peak of the second node. Therefore, Chen Changsheng did not intend to spend any time with this otherworldly great emperor. In that case, it's better to just crush them strongly. Looking at the otherworldly great emperor in front of him, Chen Changsheng did not hesitate in the slightest, and the 3 Dao weapons within his body shook, instantly merging into one. Then, a white light penetrated out from his body, instantly enveloping everything like a party of white world. That great Emperor Tuogu's face changed drastically the moment he entered the world of Bingdao. Countless voids shattered, but they dissipated like bubbles before his eyes, along with his chopping attack at this moment. You actually comprehended the creation domain. After saying a sentence, this otherworldly great emperor unexpectedly began to vanish without looking back, and at the same time, on the slender tail of this great emperor, the spiked cone-like object began to glow, exuding a power that destroyed the heavens and the earth. It was a force of rules reviving. Boom! Tugu slapped down, and within his palm, the power of the laws that decimated everything continuously erupted, bombarding that square jade wall. Then, a slender tail stood upright, and the spiked cone fell as if it had turned into an eternity, with everything breaking down. Click! A crack appeared in that jade-walled world and shattered with it. A hint of joy appeared on Takuya's face, but it quickly solidified, simply because there was a figure blocking the world beyond the shattered world in front of him. That figure held up a black lotus in his hand as if opening up the sky. He was shocked and angry and questioned angrily, "How did this get in your hands?" A chapter 1 coded on the highway. Accidentally posted it. Haven't revised it yet. Forgive me, haha. It's been revised. It's too hard. Miss my computer. Chapter 129. A giant hand presses down on heaven's destiny. Chen Changsheng held up a black lotus in his hand and just blocked the entrance to that shattered space. A hint of surprise flowing from his eyes. Obviously, this great emperor being in front of him actually recognized the black lotus in his hand, and that being named Tugu. When he saw that black lotus, his entire body erupted with a monstrous aura. Originally, he wanted to escape from this space, but right now, he suddenly carried an unparalleled aura, his body drooping with emperor-level aura, a huge crack constantly sinking, and erupting with a killing intent that annihilated everything. The Emperor's might was dense and vast, subverting the red dust of the universe. Possess this, and thou shalt not die. An enormous palm fell down like a world of radiant glaze, a huge chop across billions of miles longitudinally, like a heavenly moat. However, Chen Chongqing just let out a cold snort as the repair of the Bing Dao world was completed, and he was like a world lord. Drop! The laws of the great Dao were reversed, and the entire world was instantly turned upside down at that moment. Tugu fell in an uncontrollable inverted fall at this moment, and the more he used his emperor-level power, the faster he fell. As if he had sensed something, he instantly dispersed his own power while beginning to reverse his own Dao. Only then did his figure stand firm, but in the middle of looking up did he see a gigantic glazed world descending from a side, and a chopping attack spanning billions of miles instantly fell. This is the law of his path. Tugu's complexion changed as endless laws of the Emperor's Dao surged, and that one long, slender tail emitted an aura that broke everything. That was the revival of the rule power that supremely overrode the laws of the great Dao. In just an instant, the incomparably sharp-pointed cone at the end directly broke through the air. There was a click. The billions of miles of gigantic chop was stopped in place by a supreme force, and then, in an instant, it dissipated like ash flying. Immediately after that, the immense and incomparable glazed world similarly fragmented. An incomparably sharp spike traveled through space and time, instantly arriving in front of Chen Chongqing. A black lotus slowly rose into the air, its 36 petals slowly trembling, dropping a curtain of pitch-black light. The spiked cone instantly nailed on top of that black curtain, grinding out all the laws of the great Dao. But it was never able to break through that pitch-black curtain of light. Chen Chongqing was able to feel the power of the rules contained within that pointed cone, and compared to his black lotus, it was just too weak to be on the same level. He breathed a sigh of relief at this, and a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, the black lotus turned at that moment, and the 36 petals shook at the same time as a pitch-black flame poured down. In an instant, that pointed cone was like meeting the most terrifying thing at this moment, and a sky-shattering shrill clamor came out. Afterward, its supreme rule instantly exploded along with the void as if it had melted. Boom! At this moment, Tugu spat out blood from his mouth, and his emperor-level aura shook as his expression was incomparably shocked. You comprehend its rules? Chen Chongqing just gazed down at him. Why not? Do you know exactly where this object comes from? And if you dare to possess it, are you not afraid that this universe will be destroyed because of you? Chen Chongqing just smiled faintly. Who would know? Tugu's face changed as a dense spatial power instantly blossomed. The power of Emperor Might and Heavenly Destiny surging continuously at this moment. Within the Bing Dao world, all of the emptiness collapsed at this moment. Then, a giant snake with the power of space rolled out from it, and wherever it passed by, it set off a huge spatial storm. Within the entire world of Bing Dao, the world of Bing Dao wreaked havoc, melting all the laws of the great Dao. Chen Chongqing stood at the center of the storm, the power of the Bing Dao tumbling as he slowly twisted his head, then directly transformed into a flying immortal force instantly arriving in front of a figure. A huge palm fell with pitch-black flames. Put! A figure just completely shattered. But at this moment, Chen Chongqing suddenly stared at the edge of the Bing Dao world. What a cunning rat! The edge of the soldier's path. Having lost an arm drenched in blood, Tugu pressed one hand on top of the jade wall of the Hayadu. Drive me! Inside his body, a piece of bone began to glow, and in an instant, a dense sword light rushed out. Chen Chongqing was slightly surprised, as this force did not belong to the power of rules, but the might it dispersed was comparable to it. It's no more than that. He let out a soft laugh, and the entire world of the Dao of soldiers began to undergo a sea change within the world, and it was as if that huge spatial storm was directly slapped apart by a gigantic palm. A hint of disbelief appeared on Takuya's face. This was because at that moment, he was standing in front of Chen Chongqing, one of his palms with its close proximity, and the sword light that rushed out of his body through the sky was currently being held between his two fingers. In my world, do you think what you see is what you see? The heavenly sword light shattered between the two fingers, turning into fragments that filled the sky. Tugu exploded his own emperor-level aura at this moment as he shouted angrily, "If you kill me, the Lord Inspector will notice, and no living being in this universe will be spared." However, a palm had already landed on top of his head. Don't worry, no one will know. In just an instant, black flames fell and instantly wrapped Tugu's figure. Subsequently, all of this otherworldly great emperor's Emperor Dao laws, heavenly destiny power, origin, physical body, and divine soul instantly returned to nothingness within a mere instant of time. At the last moment, only a miserable smile appeared on the face of this otherworldly emperor. In the end, it completely disappeared from the world without leaving a trace of breath. Pity! Chen Chongqing let out a soft sigh, originally still wanting to keep his divine soul, wanting to probe the origins of these otherworldly great emperors. It was a pity that there was an irreversible force within the divine soul of this great emperor. which even the power of the rules could not stop. And it doesn't matter. Isn't there another watchdog ambassador? In the meantime, in the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, countless times and spaces shattered, the chaos gas tumbled, the entire world became incomparably broken, and billions of stars and rivers obliterated. A figure wearing a star robe was standing in the middle of this shattered world, worthy of being the only great emperor of this world. Without using the weapon of rules, I actually let him escape, but it doesn't matter, it's just a lost cause. However, right at this moment, a trace of incomparably cold and chilling intent steeply surfaced on the face of that star-robed figure. Takeo, dead. He suddenly looked somewhere, without messing with those era-forbidden lands. This world could actually have the existence of beings who killed Tuogu and failed to pass on a single piece of information about it. Takeo, what a waste! With a cold snort, he withdrew his gaze, but looked towards the center of this universe. That's just it, we'll settle the score later. What's important now is this side of heaven's destiny. A figure instantly headed deeper into the center of the universe. As for Chen Changsheng, after exterminating that otherworldly emperor, he directly took a step to come to the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe. In his perception, the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands were as if a great calamity had been born, and everywhere had become crippled. At the same time, the Sea of Reincarnation and the immortal demon mines appeared in the 9 heavens and 10 lands at the same time and erupted with an aura that shook the ages. We can't just let you guys exterminate these forbidden places. Because of these forbidden places, it's mine. Chen Changsheng began to cross the void, but he detected an aura in the midst of a certain crumbling ancient star. He went forward, directly tearing apart the ancient star. A blood-soaked figure was wrapped in a ball of light, in which the figure fell into a deep sleep. It's that Xianshao Emperor. He frowned and looked up abruptly, only to see a huge palm pressing down from the depths of the center of the universe, colliding with that radiant heaven's mandate. Shasta, an ancient light instantly exploded. The second chapter, finally finished writing. Tomorrow take a day off. My brother married tomorrow. Really no time to write. Today or in the high-speed railroad to write a chapter. This chapter is also squeezed out, and so after the 1st of May, I make up for it. Please understand. Chapter 130, Everlasting Life saves the Great Emperor. Heaven's destiny sends an invitation for cooperation. The Xianshao Emperor of the day was defeated. As that supreme power poured down, a violent rumble occurred at the center of the universe, and a brilliant light tore through the entire universe, shattering the void everywhere. This void was smashed, densely dotted with huge cracks sinking in, infinite robberies of light surfacing, and a chaotic aura tumbling over. All the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands did not expect that this Xianshao Emperor, who had lived a second life and was invincible in the entire world, would lose. They could only see another unfamiliar great emperor standing alone in that shattered void, exuding a vast imperial might, with countless star rivers encircling him, causing the 10,000 paths to sink and float, and causing the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths to tremble. All the living beings looking at this scene only felt despair. Even the great emperors of the current generation were defeated. Who could stop these great emperors that came from nowhere? However, the great emperor surrounded by the starry river merely glanced in the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 lands and did not make a move against the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but instead looked towards the deepest part of the universe. Subsequently, a light that tore through the ages blossomed in the depths of the center of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe, and a gigantic palm fell down with an aura of destroying everything, seemingly wanting to completely destroy the center of the universe. But at that moment, the power of the radiant heavens mandate erupted a supreme greatness that overwhelmed the red dust and the 10,000 paths. A dense golden light tore through everything, and a massive heavens mandate shrouded by the power of the great Dao laws like a huge ball of light appeared, colliding with that huge palm. The light of extinction erupted as if the destruction of all worlds, and the dense Dao laws instantly spread across the universe like swimming snakes. Subsequently, a magnificent figure continuously walked out from the heavenly fate, all representing the extreme of a certain Dao. The entire center of the universe was filled with a shadow at this time. Each shadow was incomparably magnificent, covering the sky and the earth. A wisp of breath scattered, suppressing the red dust of the ancient world, as if 3,000 great emperors stood in the heavens and the worlds. It's the figures of those great emperors from ancient times, which heaven's destiny has summoned forth. That's the reflection of the great emperor's great Dao, which can appear at the peak of its power. That great emperor dares to taint the heavenly mandate. Is the power of the heavenly mandate something that a great emperor can resist? The 9 heavens and 10 lands are saved. The moment they saw those shadows, countless living beings were filled with tears and excitement. They saw the great emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, as if those great emperors had never left. Those figures were magnificent and majestic, and countless powers of the great Dao came from all over the universe, all of them converging on top of the silhouettes of those great emperors. The entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was trembling at this moment, and all of those great emperor silhouettes were glowing, emitting a force that was invincible to the world. However, the star-robed Great Emperor being saw the scene before him with just a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Somewhat interesting. The reason why the great emperors of this universe are weakened is that you have restricted them, wanting to break a certain barrier in one go to jump out of its control. It's just a pity that you're spinning a cocoon, restricting those great emperors, and likewise restricting yourself. A jade shuttle as white as jade slowly emerged from his body and just stayed beside him. At the same time, he was also holding up a boundary disc in his hand that was emitting strange fluctuations. In that case, it would be a good thing for me to refine all the great paths and break through the barrier here. The jade shuttle that was as white as jade swirled with a white light at this moment, a power that was above the laws of the great Tao. The 9 heavens and 10 heavenly fates were also blossoming with the power of the heavenly fates that belonged solely to it at this moment, and a golden ripple continued to spread. Want to stop? Then hand over your entire avenue. Boom! The void exploded into billions of fathoms of cracks at this moment, and that great emperor being was enveloped by the power of the rules hanging down from the jade shuttle, sweeping the gigantic star river directly forward. Each star in the enormous star river erupted with brilliant starlight, surging with the greatness of heaven and earth. Rumble! The great Tao was roaring, and the figure of that great emperor made a move at the same time at this moment. A figure took a step forward, and a huge phallic phase covered the sky and tore through the stars and universes. A figure held up his hands, and a party of gigantic worlds sank and floated in his hands. There were also living beings that transformed into a huge black dragon, with astonishing light rushing out of the dragon's eyes. A shocking battle erupted deep in the center of the universe. A battle between a strange great emperor and heaven's destiny. The monstrous supreme robber light flooded everything, and the entire universe shook, with many places directly causing the void to split open into a hideous void crack due to the ripple effects of this vibration, devouring the chi of heaven and earth. Chen Changxing frowned as he watched the shocking battle at the center of the universe. Heaven's destiny, you mustn't be too much of a waste. Don't let anyone slaughter you, or else my scheming will come to naught. After a moment of murmuring, Chen Changxing then turned his head to look at this Xianshao Emperor again. This Xianshao Emperor's body had suffered a heavy blow, and although he had fallen into a coma, he had also set up a protective measure for himself. That's just it. Who let me see it? Chen Changxing raised his hand, and a black lotus slowly floated in his hand. And then, one of the 36 petals of the black lotus suddenly blossomed with a dense light. A black power hung down and landed on the Xianshao Emperor's body. This is the creation rule in the Black Lotus rules, with the miraculous effect of restoring the flesh Tao injuries, and can even be compared to the Nirvana rule of the legendary True Phoenix. The only restriction is that in this process, you cannot move the power and killing intent, otherwise everything is useless. Looking at this Xianshao Emperor, Chen Changxing reached out and grabbed him, directly carrying him across the void, after which he found an ancient star and directly suppressed him completely within it, while at the same time casting a great divine ability to banish this ancient star. After doing everything, Chen Changxing tore through the void again to return to the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! Huge vibrations came from the 2 forbidden places exposed in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Terrifying fluctuations erupted from within the sea of reincarnation and the immortal demon mine at the same time, directly grinding the surrounding emptiness into an impossible zone. These 2 forbidden places could be considered the most treacherous forbidden places in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and it was unexpected that they had already entered this state at this time. Once he thought of those great emperor beings possessing the power of rules, Chen Changxing was relieved. Although they were only standing at the peak of the second section point, even if they were to face the Begonia Empress back then, they would definitely suppress her. This was the power of rules, not something that could be made up for by the crippled power of rules in the Forbidden Land. Those supreme beings, even if they were extremely sublimely sublimated, were probably only able to rely on the authority of the Forbidden Land to fight against them. I can't let you steal my fruit. Otherwise, what am I? Chen Changxing let out a cold snort and was about to tear through space when, not far away, a figure was coming in a hurry. My lord, what happened? The aura fluctuations on Divine Dream Heaven's body at this time were extremely bizarre, coming and going, and it was as if a shocking bloodlight had broken through some sort of bondage. It seems you've managed to make it into the 6th transformation. Shen Mengtian rushed at Chen Changxing and arched his hand. Everything is still thanks to your excellency. Chen Changxing just waved his hand. Now is not the time to catch up. Right at this moment, Chen Changxing suddenly sensed a few more auras awakening in the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, one of which was somewhat familiar. It was an alternative pathfinder after that Godslayer insect in the beginning, a being known as the Feathered Emperor. There were also 3 other auras that carried a sense of decay, seeming to be supreme beings who had dusted off to this world and were awakened by the commotion in the universe. Soon, that Feathered Emperor and several awakened supreme beings headed towards the center of the universe at the same time. Chen Changxing looked at Divine Dream Sky with a serious expression. I'll give you a task. Go and stop a few of them. They're just looking for death if they go. Yes, my lord. divine dream heaven immediately broke through the air, while Chen Shangsheng directly tore through the void to arrive in front of the Sea of Reincarnation. But just as he was about to enter, a radiant force of heavenly destiny landed and stopped in front of him. He was a bit surprised as a message came from this mass of heavenly destiny. Want to work with me? Let me resist this killing for you, and you give me in return. Make me an emperor? For the long years to come, there will only be one great emperor, me. Chen Shangsheng suddenly burst into a cold laugh and directly swung his fist to disperse the force of heavenly destiny in front of him. Ridiculous! A mere great emperor. Would I care nowadays? You'd better make it through this cataclysm in peace. Otherwise, the one who did it to you, that's me. Chapter 131, An axe kills a great emperor. Fists and palms intersect to extinguish the light of the world. How could Chen Shangsheng not have expected that heaven's destiny would seek cooperation from him and want to make him the only great emperor in this realm? It seemed that the sense of crisis brought to heaven's destiny by that great emperor from the other world was so strong that it even made heaven's destiny ask for help from an enemy? Chen Shangsheng only felt ridiculous. If he hadn't known everything behind the scenes back then, he might have agreed long ago. And now, letting that great emperor temporarily fracture your Dao is beneficial to me. Right now, those forbidden places will be more important than you. After a cold laugh, Chen Shangsheng saw that divine dream heaven had already intercepted a few revived supreme beings, and at that moment, he directly tore through the boundary wall of the Sea of Reincarnation and directly broke in. Buzz! A figure appeared directly above a boundless ocean. Chen Shangsheng looked at everything in front of him. The entire Sea of Reincarnation had become tattered and torn, and there were huge holes everywhere, swallowing up endless seawater. In the midst of this tattered ocean, there were forbidden great formations in pieces, with only some forbidden might remaining. At the same time, Chen Shangsheng also saw the corpses of supreme beings sinking and floating amidst the pitch-black seawater. And even though they were already lifeless, they still exuded terrifying taboo fluctuations. On the other side, there was a huge mountain-like stone man, born with 9 orifices, but his origin had already dissipated, leaving only a trace of imperial might. Chen Shangsheng was struck with a wave of emotion, not realizing that the 9 orifices stone emperor who had hidden in the Sea of Reincarnation had perished in this catastrophe. Looking forward, a fierce battle took place in the depths of the pitch-black sea, breaking all the laws of the entire Reincarnation Sea. An incomparably enveloping light shrouded the pitch-black depths, radiating a power of rules. Chen Shangsheng moved forward, then without hesitation, he utilized the Dao of Soldier's domain. A world was coming, and a white light spread out, dispersing everything in front of it. Only then did Chen Shangsheng see the scene before him. It was a huge behemoth, standing in the middle of the pitch-black ocean like a gigantic ape. The surface of its gnarled muscles like mountains was covered with reverse scales that emitted an ethereal light, and its 2 gigantic arms dangled down, swirling with an aura that broke everything. Behind it were 9 huge bone spikes rising up into the sky. The tip of each one of them was as if it was carved with evil ghosts, and a hidden pattern kept surfacing. As for his gigantic head, born with 3 eyes and 6 horns and a huge mouth covered with fangs, behind it, a huge dragon's tail churned the tattered waters. This was a living being of unknown origin, similarly standing at the peak of the second node of the great Emperor Supreme Realm, and in front of this their behemoth, there was a supreme being holding a long spear. And behind it, there were only 4 remaining supreme beings. It is already all extremely sublimated. A turquoise blue light dangled down from that lance, like it was pulling the power of the entire Reincarnation Sea. That lance, obviously, was the object of authority in this Sea of Reincarnation, possessing part of the power of the rules, which was why it was able to resist that behemoth. The supreme being holding the lance whose aura belonged to a sea emperor stood at the second node. As for Chen Shangsheng's intrusion, the behemoth and the few remaining supreme beings in the Sea of Reincarnation looked over at the same time. Another great emperor who doesn't know how to die. That behemoth exuded a monstrous ferocious might. Those 9 huge bone spurs behind it flowed with the power of rules, and a ghostly shadow with pitch-black thunder continuously surfaced. Chen Shangsheng merely glanced at the several supreme beings of the Sea of Reincarnation before settling his gaze on that behemoth. No, you have the aura of Takuya on you. 2 huge arms were directly drawn out from the bottom of the sea at this moment. With just a single wheeling motion, the Reincarnation Sea instantly exploded. The great Dao laws completely ruptured. The void was shattered by the extreme end of the force, and the dense void cracks continued to derive, directly engulfing Chen Shangsheng. However, only a white light flowed from Chen Shangsheng's body, and it was as if all of those void cracks avoided him. He stood in a land of nothingness, like a giant that suppressed the ages. He said faintly, "Which guy born with an awesome tail are you talking about? He's dead. This can't be right." The tattered ocean waters raised monstrous waves at this moment, and a huge dragon's tail swung, collapsing the void and sweeping directly across. Chen Shangsheng just pointed out a finger. A white light bloomed like a snow-white crystal wall, and that huge dragon's tail pumped on top of the crystal wall, rushing up a shocking wave. breaking the four directions of the void. Impossible. How could you possibly kill Takuya? Chen Shangsheng did not answer him, but instead looked toward those supreme beings. I have solved this scourge for you. It is time to hand over the authority of the Sea of Reincarnation. I'll give you time until his death is over. Chen Shangsheng pointed at the behemoth, and in the next instant, a bloody light directly enveloped it. With the same hand, two huge arms fell like pillars of the sky, imprisoning time and space. The place where Chen Shangsheng stood immediately turned into nothingness. That behemoth's body covered the sky in the Sea of Reincarnation. 9 huge bone spurs condensed dense pitch-black lightning, and a huge ghost picture emerged. A hideous evil ghost holding that pitch-black thunderbolt in its hand fell, causing the 10,000 paths to retreat and causing the pitch-black waters to evaporate directly. This caused the remaining few supreme beings' faces to change drastically. It was an irresistible force. Along with the lances in their hands, they were trembling. Previously, several supreme beings had not even managed to last a breath under that pitch-black thunder. If it wasn't for the authority of the Sea of Reincarnation, they might have all been buried. Boom! The entire endless sea was drying up, and there were voids everywhere. But right at that moment, a fist light grinded through everything, directly breaking through the blood-red pillar of light. At the same time, it directly shattered the force that imprisoned everything. Watching the densely packed evil spirits fall with countless pitch-black lightning bolts, Chen Shangsheng just looked at him coldly. How did he die? Go down and ask him yourself. A huge axe suddenly appeared in Chen Shangsheng's hand, and at the same time, the world of Bing Dao suddenly shrunk at this moment, and then finally all of it condensed on top of the destruction axe. The entire broken axe was enveloped in the light of the Bing Dao world at this moment. At the same time, a pitch-black lotus flower floated above its head, drooping pitch-black flames. Creation Black Lotus? A terrifying roar came from that behemoth, with fear and even more incredulous looks. Subsequently, densely packed ghostly shadows with pitch-black thunder instantly erupted, enveloping the entire reincarnation sea. While Chen Shangsheng's expression remained calm, the black lotus above his head drooped a black inflammation that attached itself to the destruction axe, forming a black and white intertwined color. Subsequently, Chen Shangsheng directly swung the axe in his hand, and the destruction axe fell in one fell swoop. A black and white intertwined axe light was as if it had become the only light at this moment. Wherever it passed, all the pitch-black lightning and ghostly shadows all died out. Along with the remaining pitch-black ocean all disappeared at this moment. All the laws within the Sea of Reincarnation were all broken. Buzz! The entire Sea of Reincarnation was covered with densely packed cracks at this moment, with black and white light constantly overflowing, like an explosion of power within a giant sphere. Rumble! An aftermath wave rushed out from the Sea of Reincarnation, instantly spreading out in all 8 directions of the universe. And within the Sea of Reincarnation, the behemoth's 9 bone spurs snapped, the ghost figure dissipated, and a huge head dissipated like ashes in the wind. The huge body collapsed into the Sea of Reincarnation, which was no longer half full of seawater. Only those few supreme beings who had been shocked beyond words long ago remained. Chen Shangsheng reached out and grabbed the massive body before looking at them. The spear-wielding being then let out a bitter smile and sigh. I will surrender the authority of the Sea of Reincarnation. A long spear crossed the sky, and Chen Shangsheng held it as if he was in control of the entire Sea of Reincarnation. Only nowadays, the Sea of Reincarnation is no longer half a sea. Somewhat unexpectedly, Chen Shangsheng only said one sentence after getting the authority. Don't worry. I have no interest in the Sea of Reincarnation, and in the future, I will return this object of power. He directly tore through the void, leaving behind only a few unknowing supreme beings, and it was also the moment Chen Shangsheng returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe. A furious voice steeply resounded between heaven and earth. Long, born, the, boom, the heavens and the earth have changed. The aura that overturned everything in the world unexpectedly gave up its heavenly destiny and surged towards a certain figure with an unparalleled supreme power. In the universe, all the stars rioted, and the starlight converged together, transforming into a gigantic and incomparable palm with bright starlight. At the same time, a fist light that suppressed everything erupted, grinding out the laws of the 10,000 paths, grinding out time and space. A fist light, a palm condensed by stars collided instantly at this moment. Click! The endless light of extinction erupted. The entire universe of the 9 heavens and 10 lands resounded with a shattering sound. A huge crack ran from top to bottom, throughout the universe. The end of the 2nd chapter. Today back a little late, so this will just finish writing, and then, wait for May 6th to start adding more to make up for a few days. These days the plot is more intense, and I'm organizing it. Thank you for your support. After tomorrow to start making up for it. 3 times a day. Let's see how many days I can hold on to it.